Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Affectionate System. Intercepting Xiao Wu. Lonbai brother, please don't touch there, it's so dirty. In the wilderness, by the lakeside on the outskirts of the Stardew forest, the warm sun shone brightly, and the water's surface sparkled. Lonbai knelt on one knee, holding Xiao Wu's delicate, fair foot with a serious expression. Don't move. The wound is bleeding and needs to be disinfected, otherwise it may become infected. But using saliva for disinfection is too embarrassing. Upon hearing Lanbai words, Xiao Wu, sitting on a rock with her straight little legs crossed, clutched her gem-like toes tightly. Her exquisite little face flushed with crimson. It was merely a minor scrape from accidentally rubbing against a rock. And for someone like her, who is a transformed soul beast, this small injury was hardly anything it would heal in no time. No buts. You got hurt helping me, so this is what I ought to do. Lonbai gazed into Xiao Wu's eyes, his tone laced with remorse. But we've only just met, isn't this a bit too much? There's nothing wrong with it. Lonbai replied earnestly. Surely you know about soul beasts? Yes. Xiao Wu nodded. Being a transformed soul beast herself, she was well acquainted with them. Then you must know that when soul beasts are injured, they tend to lick their wounds to prevent infection, correct? That's true. Excellent. So, me using saliva to disinfect is merely a form of mutual assistance among companions, isn't it? That seems to be the case. Xiao Wu, enlightened by Lanbai reasoning, realized there was no need for concern. It was simply an act of camaraderie. All right, I'm about to begin. It might feel a bit itchy and slightly painful, bear with it. It will be over quickly. Okay. Lonbai gently cradled Xiao Wu's jade-like foot, feeling its warmth. As he gazed at her elegantly shaped legs, he couldn't help but swallow hard. This was a delectable rabbit leg. No, these legs were the envy of countless admirers. Xiao Wu's divine allure rated a solid 9.5, with at least 5 points attributed to her legs alone. Regaining his composure, he observed the wound, still tinged with traces of blood after being rinsed with lake water. He leaned in and pressed his lips against it. As Lonbai had predicted, it was indeed itchy, exceedingly so. Biting her lip, Xiao Wu struggled to endure the overwhelming ticklish sensation, fearful that she might inadvertently kick him away. As a soft-bone rabbit, a kick from her was no trifling matter. Moreover, Lonbai, her brother, was not much older than her. If she were to kick him, the consequences would be dire. Thus, she closed her eyes tightly, focusing all her efforts on suppressing the sensation, permitting the young man before her to act freely. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the affectionate leg area reward. 100 affection points. Ding! Xiao Wu's favorability towards you has increased to 20. Affection points acquisition rate has risen. Current affection points acquisition rate, 1.25 seconds. Daily acquisition, 641,000. You now possess a total of 164 affection points. You can draw once with 100 affection points. Attention! Simultaneously affectionately engaging multiple targets will yield cumulative effects. Daily acquisition limit increased. Available items, beginner's gift pack. Upon seeing the system panel before him, Lonbai let out a sigh of relief. As expected, the speed of acquiring affection points was related to the favorability of the person being affectionate. As a newly awakened transmigrator, he finally had the means to give Tang San a taste of his own medicine. During his time at school, he had been a fan of Douluo, naively believing Tang San to be a genuine, loyal man. But upon growing older and reflecting back, he realized what a hypocrite this was. Utterly double standard. So hypocritical. He had even deceived the innocent and adorable Xiao Wu into making sacrifices for him. When he heard that declaration, "Revive, my beloved," Lonbai nearly spewed blood in disbelief. Was shouting that loudly supposed to be impressive? Lonbai brother, is it done? It's been half a minute already. Feeling the ticklish sensation gradually fading, Xiao Wu finally opened her eyes, her cheeks still flushed. Her eyes sparkled like rippling water, exuding a blend of cuteness and a hint of allure. Yes, it's done. Lonbai examined the injury closely before tearing a small piece of cloth from his own garment. He carefully bandaged her leg, displaying gentlemanly grace. The wound is bandaged, Let me help you put your shoes back on. No, no need. Really, it's unnecessary. Xiao Wu, already feeling shy, blushed even deeper at Lanbai, offered to assist her in putting on her shoes. System notification. Xiao Wu's favorability towards you has increased to 25. Current affection points acquisition rate, 1.255 seconds. All right, he'll wait for you over there. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lonbai smiled. Indeed, the innocent and adorable Xiao Wu, having just exited the Stardow Forest, would develop feelings for him as he treated her kindly. It was no wonder she was so easily deceived. Thank you, Xiao Wu murmured, her head lowered as she fiddled with her shoes. No need to thank me. Turning away, Lonbai approached the other side of the lakeside to wash some carrots he had found in the forest. After a while, Xiao Wu slowly returned from the lakeside. Her delicate and graceful figure was strikingly beautiful. I'm back. Are you hungry? I only have carrots. I hope that's all right. Really? I love carrots. After the earlier incident, Xiao Wu felt a bit nervous, but upon hearing the word carrot, her anxiety dissipated. She hopped over eagerly, sitting beside Lonbai with anticipation in her eyes as she looked at the carrot in his hand. System notification. Xiao Wu's favorability towards you has increased to 30. Affection points acquisition rate has risen. Current affection points acquisition rate, 1.35 seconds. Lonbai fully grasped the situation. Seeing her acting like a little glutton, he chuckled, handing her the carrot. Thank you. Xiao Wu quickly accepted it. Having exited the Stardow Forest, it had been ages since she had last seen a carrot. Her stomach felt as if it were about to collapse from hunger. Now that she spotted a carrot, her eyes sparkled with delight. She opened her mouth and took a big bite. After devouring the thick, juicy carrot, the two exchanged their identities. Xiao Wu's expression turned to one of surprise, and she grasped Lanbai's hand tightly. You're also a work-study student at Notting Academy? So am I. What a coincidence. Yes, it must be fate that brought us together. Xiao Wu beamed, increasingly convinced that Lonbai was sent by the heavens to accompany her in this new human world, protecting her from any ill-intentioned individuals. Lonbai merely smiled and nodded, silently reciting. Using the Beginner's Gift Pack. Beginner's Gift Pack successfully used rewards. Combat skill, Master level Tai Chi. Reward, Unique Sacred Martial Soul, King of Angels, Seraph Michael. Reward, Level 10 Innate Full Soul Power. Reward, 10th Ascender's Soul Ring. Chapter 2. Offering Tribute to a Blue-Haired Monster. Upon hearing the system's announcement, even as a transmigrator, Lonbai felt a surge of excitement. Having traversed into this world, aside from possessing a face that rivaled that of an esteemed reader, his soul power and martial soul were utterly mediocre. What a ridiculous martial soul. The roasting chicken martial soul. It served no purpose other than allowing Xiao Wu to enjoy some chicken. Now, receiving such an array of wonderful items from the Beginner's Gift Pack, it was hard to contain his exhilaration. He, as a transmigrator, was well aware of the name, Seraph Michael, the most powerful king of angels. It could be said that all angels must heed his command. As for the angel martial soul passed down from the Spirit Hall, what a worthless thing that was. As long as their soul power levels were somewhat comparable, he could unleash the pressure of the Seraph, causing Qian Renxue, who possessed a six-winged angel martial soul, to blush and kneel before him, calling him father. With the system's assistance, the world truly felt like a brighter place. Returning to the present. Look, it's getting late. Lonbai grasped Xiao Wu's chubby little hand. Huh? Xiao Wu suddenly snapped back to reality when Lonbai held her hand. When did her hand end up in Lonbai brother's grasp? Oh dear, whatever, it's just holding hands, right? It's merely a form of mutual assistance among companions that a deduction of 100 points from the贴贴value leaves a remainder of 127 points. The draw was successful, and a 10-minute title Douluo V summoning card has been acquired. Upon usage, one may freely summon a title Douluo of any chosen martial spirit, who will obey commands unconditionally. Note, the summoned title Douluo will be of the same gender. Lonbai cast a fleeting glance and felt a stir in his heart. A 10-minute invincible bodyguard was indeed a remarkable boon. However, what could the specific mention imply? Without further contemplation, he pressed on. A deduction of 100 points from the deity value leaves a remainder of 27 points. The draw was successful, 20 gold soul coins. Lonbai exhaled in relief. Fortune smiled upon him as he had drawn the smallest denomination of gold soul coins from the soul coin module. Moreover, it was indeed 20 gold soul coins. Seeing that Lonbai had been silent for a considerable time, Xiao Wu's tone turned despondent. Brother Bai, perhaps I should sell some items so we can afford to buy a quilt. No need. I have money. I will buy you a set later. Lonbai chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair, then produced a gold soul coin. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the Theated section for the head, rewarding 100 points of Theated value. Upon seeing the gold soul coin in Lanbai hand, Xiao Wu's spirits lifted once more, but a thought crossed her mind. Brother Bai, there is only one. It may not suffice. She was unaware of what the gold soul coin represented. She only understood the exchange rate. 1 soul coin for 1 quilt. How about I share a bed with Brother Bai, and later, I can repay you when I find work. I am quite capable. I assure you it will not be a waste. She raised her arm, signaling her strength. Perhaps I should buy another set. No, I have heard that earning money is quite challenging. I cannot allow Brother Bai to waste money on me. Lonbai, very well. Since Xiao Wu was unwilling, he would acquiesce. After all, this matter was also beneficial for him. Indeed, physical contact during sleep could yield TTA value. Accumulating 1,000 points daily was an opportunity not to be squandered. Yes, there were no ulterior motives whatsoever. Brother Bai is truly wonderful. Seeing Lanbai consent, Xiao Wu joyfully embraced his arm. Lonbai merely felt. The tender shoots of a lotus had just begun to emerge. Quite delightful indeed. After purchasing the quilt, the two swiftly arrived at the dormitory's entrance. The guard permitted their entry promptly and courteously, likely due to having been thoroughly reprimanded by Tang San earlier. This is the 7th dormitory. Xiao Wu tugged at Lanbai's hand, cheerfully pushing open the dilapidated door. Creak! The sound of the door opening drew the attention of those within. They were gathered around a bed, and seated upon it was a blue-haired creature, possessing an ordinary appearance with a sharp chin and a proud demeanor. Though well concealed, Lonbai sensed it immediately. Indeed, despite appearing as a mere child, he harbored the heart of an elder. In the presence of these children of lesser prowess, he naturally exuded an elder's authority. Are you newcomers? From a crowd stepped forth a youth clad in blue academy attire. Dust covered him, evidently a result of having just been chastised by Tang San. Indeed, Xiao Wu replied and led Lonbai inside, commencing their search for an unoccupied bed. To accommodate 2 people, they needed to find a larger bed, otherwise they would be forced to be too close together. Wait a moment, do not rush to find a bed. The blue-clad youth, Wang Sheng, obstructed their path. According to the rules of our 7th dormitory, you must first pay respects to our leader and offer something valuable in order to stay. As he spoke, Wang Sheng pointed to the blue-haired Tang San on the bed. That is our leader. Seeing Wang Sheng's gesture, Tang San straightened his posture, adopting an air of invisible superiority, as if he were the unrivaled champion of the world. His gaze occasionally swept over Xiao Wu, marveling at her beauty. She was precisely his type, and at this age, perfect for a little nurturing adventure. However, as Tang San squinted at Xiao Wu holding Lanbai's hand, malicious thoughts began to brew in his mind. Having been reborn, he was indeed a template of destiny. Beautiful women were meant to belong to him. Why was this pretty boy so clueless? Why should we offer something valuable? Xiao Wu's cheerful countenance darkened as she angrily inquired. They were all here for schooling. Why should they pay tribute to a blue-haired creature? How utterly absurd. Tang San, observing Xiao Wu's furious glare, felt an overwhelming surge of affection. The elder's heart began to stir. If you are unwilling, you may challenge our leader. If you win, you shall become the leader and will not have to offer anything, and we will recognize you as our leader. Wang Sheng said with an air of inevitability. Moreover, as the leader, you can command us to do anything. If our leader, Sangu, requires you to warm his bed, you cannot refuse. Having just been thoroughly chastised by Tang San, he was utterly convinced of his prowess. Thus, he was eager to secure benefits for Tang San. The only beautiful woman in the 7th dormitory must be well taken care of, Upon hearing this, Tang San silently praised Wang Sheng in his heart. This lad was indeed shrewd. Oomph. Xiao Wu replied with a cold snort. You are truly lacking in respect. Let us fight, if that is the case. With that, she prepared to release Lanbai's hand. However, he grasped it firmly in return. Brother Bai, what are you doing? Lonbai shook his head. Xiao Wu, they are too weak. There is no need for you to intervene. Allow me to handle this. Upon hearing Lanbai's audacious words, the crowd frowned. Wang Sheng, noticing Tang San's furrowed brow, immediately spoke up. Kid, do not think that just because you are handsome, you can speak so arrogantly. My Sango is invincible. What gives you the right to say such things? Without any justification, Lonbai released Xiao Wu's hand and walked away. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely perceive that all those present are merely a bunch of fools. Chapter 3. Tang San's defeat. Xiao Wu's applause. Arrogance. Utter arrogance. Tang San abruptly rose to his feet, his expression dark. You are merely a pretty boy. Are you certain you wish to challenge me? Upon hearing Tang San's declaration, Wang Sheng and the others quickly retreated, hesitant to utter a word. Opting to observe from the sidelines. They had already experienced Tang San's prowess, which could be summed up in a single word. Formidable. He was undoubtedly an unparalleled presence among his peers. As for the handsome, nonchalant figure, it was evident he was merely a sheltered pretty boy. Always under the sway of that assertive little girl. How could such a face-dependent individual dare to challenge Brother San? Was he not merely asking for a beating? In response to Tang San's inquiry, Lonbai simply shrugged, clearly. Yes. Very well then, you have but one opportunity to challenge me. A smile crept across Tang San's face as he turned to Xiao Wu. Little sister, are you not going to intervene? If he loses, you shall also be at my beck and call. As he spoke, he licked his lips, revealing a rather greasy grin. Truth be told, he would much prefer to spar with Xiao Wu, employing his ghost shadow mistranslation technique to his heart's content. Even in defeat, he would find pleasure in it. Brother Bai. Xiao Wu hesitated, for the peculiar gaze of this blue-haired stranger made her feel quite ill at ease. Who knew what he might compel her to do? Fear not, I am confident, Lonbai reassured her gently. Listening to his soothing words, Xiao Wu nodded vigorously, clenching her small fist in encouragement. Go for it, Brother Bai. I believe in you. Tang San felt a stir in his heart at the sight of Xiao Wu's adorable demeanor, his face betraying a greasy smile. This little girl was so innocent, believing whatever others said. In this light, perhaps being the leader could indeed afford him some advantages. He could easily deceive her into a secluded grove. What is he thinking? Lonbai frowned, finding this fellow to be quite different from his literary counterpart. Yet, it was understandable. With a master as his backing, he could have as many comforts as he desired. Yet, in the story, he had consented to share space with Xiao Wu, an older man. He surely couldn't be oblivious to such notions. However, the narrative had omitted his sordid thoughts. Thus, it was no wonder that Tang San was labeled hypocritical by so many. He was indeed excessively so. Hearing Lonbai's voice, Tang San snapped back to reality, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. He fixed a fierce gaze on Lonbai, determined that once he triumphed over this pretty boy, the little girl would be his. With the swiftness of an eagle seizing its prey, he declared, "Begin." In a low voice, he suddenly flicked his wrist, sending 3 silver needles hurtling towards Lonbai's face. Watch out. He's ambushing. Xiao Wu's face went pale at the sight of the glinting silver needles in the air, recognizing the treachery of the blue-haired assailant. In response, Lonbai merely smirked disdainfully. Feeling the mastery of Tai Chi, he prepared to receive the attack. To catch them with his hands? Such folly. Tang San scoffed, but in the blink of an eye, the 3 silver needles inexplicably found themselves in Lonbai's grasp. Holding the 3 needles, Lonbai shook his head behind his back. Blue-haired brat, you are rather weak. With a clatter, the needles fell to the ground. You, how could this be possible? You actually know martial arts? Tang San was astounded, his disbelief palpable. How could a mere child possess the inclination to learn combat techniques? At this tender age, should he not only be concerned with play? Logically, only he, the reincarnated one, should be dedicated to rigorous training. Xiao Wu cheered. Brother Bai is amazing. Seeing the crisis effortlessly averted by Lonbai, Xiao Wu gazed at him with admiration, her big wine-red eyes sparkling. His skills were simply too impressive. System notification. Xiao Wu's affection for you has increased to 35. The rate of affection points acquisition has risen. Unleash whatever tricks you possess quickly. I shall ensure you yield convincingly. Tang San gritted his teeth, his anger surging at Lonbai's calm demeanor. Such pretentious words should rightfully be his to utter. As the reincarnated protagonist, he deserved the spotlight. Brother Bai is so handsome. Xiao Wu's soft voice shattered Tang San's composure, his expression darkening. You have chosen the path to your demise. Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Ghost Shadow Mistranslation. With agility, Tang San lunged toward Lonbai like a gust of wind. Profound Jade Hand. His movements were blindingly swift, reaching Lonbai in an instant. He aimed a fist directly at Lonbai's face. If that punch landed, Lonbai would surely be left disfigured. So you rely on your looks? I shall ruin your face first. As Tang San's purple extreme demon eye closely monitored Lonbai's movements, he felt a surge of confidence. This time, he was faster. Yet, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically. Why was he smiling? Kid, pay attention. Transform. In a flash, Lonbai's movements were quicker than Tang San's. Bang! In an instant, Tang San found himself sprawled on the ground in a most undignified manner. A gasp swept through the crowd. Wang Sheng's eyes widened. I can't even withstand Brother San's punch. And this pretty boy has effortlessly brought him down. What extraordinary skill did he possess? Was that transformation technique of his original? Such innate talent. Transform. Brother Bai's skills are incredible. I must engage him in close combat next time to see if my soft technique surpasses transformation. Xiao Wu thought of Lonbai's handsome profile, her face flushing with excitement. No, it cannot be. How could you be so strong? Tang San rose from the ground, disheveled and covered in dust. He glared at Lonbai, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Care to continue? Very well. I have always enjoyed sparring, Lonbai retorted, beckoning with a flourish of his hand, exuding an air of nonchalance. Come, I do not believe it. He swung a punch. Transform. Bang. Are you convinced now? Lonbai's tone remained languid. He hadn't even exerted himself. Tai Chi emphasizes using softness to overcome hardness, leveraging strength against strength. Tang San's dismal fall was entirely of his own making. Once more, as Tang San picked himself up, he had lost all rationality, mindlessly throwing punches at Lonbai. Having experienced nothing but smooth sailing in life, he had never encountered such adversity. Seeing Tang San's ferocious expression, Lonbai felt a twinge of annoyance. Raising an eyebrow, he decided to take the initiative and impart a lesson. With a step, he seized Tang San and effortlessly hurled him outside. Lonbai dusted off his hands. All done. He was beginning to feel a bit hungry. Having given his last carrot to Xiao Wu, he had yet to eat. Impressive. Wang Xing and the others gazed at Lonbai with admiration. After so effortlessly handling Tang San, Lonbai's previously languid demeanor transformed in their eyes. Was that laziness? No. That was composure. A pretty boy? No, that was the presence of a celestial being. From that moment on, in their minds, Lonbai had become the new leader. As for Tang San, while they could not defeat him, they had relegated him to the status of a jester in their hearts. Calling him Brother San was already a generous concession. Brother Bai, you are so handsome. Xiao Wu bounced up and hugged Lonbai's arm, rubbing against him. She had never anticipated that the brother she had just met possessed such remarkable skills. She yearned to engage him in a close contest. Chapter 4, Brother Bai. This will be our little bed from now on. The sudden, sweet scent reminiscent of milk from the little white rabbit caused Lonbai to momentarily lose his focus. He gently patted Xiao Wu's head, saying, What I possess is merely a form of physical skill, an unremarkable technique. Brother Bai, you're being modest again. Xiao Wu pouted, her adorable demeanor bringing a wave of joy to Lonbai's heart. Indeed, she was a goddess in the world of Douluo, far surpassing the artificial beauties of his past life as short videos. No, they were incomparable. You all. Tang San had just crawled out of the mud pit outside when he spotted Xiao Wu nestled next to Lonbai, her face filled with admiration. His already unattractive complexion darkened instantly. Why? He was a reincarnated being, a template of the destined child. Why could he not compete with a local native? Third brother. You're so dirty, don't come in and dirty the dormitory. Go wash up outside first, Wang Xing kindly reminded, without any malice. Bang. Suppressing his fury. Tang San slammed the doorframe with great force and turned to leave without a backward glance. He needed to seek out his esteemed teacher, Master Yu Xiaogang. With such high virtue and immense power, he would surely be able to assist him. Haha, Lonbai, a mere commoner. Await your demise. Ah, what? Wang Xing scratched his head, somewhat bewildered. He had only offered a considerate reminder. Why did Tang San explode with rage? Wang Sheng, take someone to wash the entrance. The muddy footprints left by Tang San are too dirty. Yes, boss. Upon hearing this, Wang Xing immediately led his underlings to fetch water and clean the floor. This blue-haired creature was not only insidious, but also prone to temper tantrums. Truly a despicable person. Xiao Wu huffed in anger. Observing her adorable, angry expression, Lonbai chuckled. All right, let us not dwell on that. Let us choose our beds. Choosing beds. That's right. Releasing her grip on Lonbai's arm, Xiao Wu turned to Wang Sheng, lifting her chin. My brother Bai is the boss now. He can choose the bed. Of course, Xiao Wu, you may choose at will. Wang Xing and the others stepped aside, flattering him. The bed with an owner can also be chosen. That is the privilege of the boss. Is it really that good? Xiao Wu's big eyes darted around the room until they landed on Tang San's bed. That location was the best. Whose quilt is this? It's tattered and shabby. Get it out of here, my brother Bai wants it. This belongs to Tang San. He just left. Is it the blue-haired creatures? As she looked at the quilt on the bed, Xiao Wu immediately felt a wave of disgust, retracting her outstretched hand. I'll take it. Seeing this, Wang Xing quickly reacted, striding over to toss Tang San's quilt onto the empty bed next door. Xiao Wu, it's yours now. Thank you. With that, Xiao Wu immediately pushed over a nearby bed, combining the two into a spacious double bed. After spreading the quilt, she rushed to Lonbai's side, beaming with pride. Brother Bai, this will be our little bed from now on. We? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's delicate face flushed crimson. It's only temporary. And there's a no invasion line in the middle. I want to raid you at night, of course. You can't raid me either. Lonbai. Had she just revealed her innermost thoughts? Her little mouth could not keep secrets. It seemed he must find a way to silence it. Rest assured, I am a paragon of virtue. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction, though she couldn't quite grasp why she felt a tinge of disappointment. Meanwhile, those eavesdropping nearby were utterly astonished. They had thought Xiao Wu and Lonbai shared merely a friendship, but the words exchanged moments ago were certainly not those of mere friends. Sharing the same bed and raiding at night. One underling remarked, Wang Sheng. Is it inappropriate for us to stand here? I feel as if I'm radiating light. Another added, indeed, more dazzling than the sun. Quite so. Wang Xing glanced at Lonbai and exclaimed, Boss Bai, we're hungry and wish to go eat. We'll leave you to your conversation. With that, Wang Xing took the lead to leave, followed hastily by the others. Soon, only Xiao Wu and Lonbai remained in the entire dormitory. Brother Bai? Shall we? Xiao Wu looked to Lonbai, awaiting his command. Lonbai glanced at the sky and suggested, It's getting late. Let us go eat. Tonight's dinner will reward you with some delicious carrots. Delicious carrots? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu perked up. Brother Bai, rest assured, whatever you give me, I will eat it all. At dusk, on a bustling street. This way, Xiao Wu energetically tugged at Lonbai's hand, leading the way as they wandered about. Lonbai was indifferent. He was inherently a lazy individual. Moreover, with the petite Xiao Wu by his side, her small hand felt delightful to hold. Being led around by such a little hand was not without its pleasures. Simultaneously, his affection points were steadily increasing. He silently chanted to check his affection points. Ding. Your current affection point acquisition speed is 1. 4 fives. Your current affection points total 167. The progress was commendable. He had earned another chance to draw. Drawing. 100 points deducted. Remaining points 67. Draw successful. You have received 1,000 gold soul coins. 1,000. Lonbai was taken aback. He had just drawn 20 previously, and now it was 1,000. Calculating. In this modest city of Notting, as long as he refrained from purchasing expensive items, he could indulge freely in whatever he desired. Lost in thought, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. That was his heart racing. He quickly grasped Xiao Wu's little hand, bringing them to a halt. Oh, Xiao Wu, unable to stop in time, was pulled back by the force, inadvertently tumbling into Lonbai's embrace. What are you doing? As Xiao Wu lifted her head, she met Lonbai's teasing gaze, her face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly wriggled out of his hold. I didn't mean to. It was your sudden stop. Oh, yes. Lonbai did not dwell on it. His gaze shifted to a bustling little shop by the street. Inside sat a girl with a cool demeanor. She was young, yet her figure was quite impressive, already hinting at a promising future. Her long, straight black hair was styled in feline-like ears atop her head. Seated on a stool, a long tail resembling a cat's dangled behind her. Her legs were simply adorned with 2 short daggers, and she was covered in dust. She was none other than Zhu Zhuqing, the future goddess of beauty known for her devilishly alluring figure, possessing the spirit of the ghostly cat. However, she was not yet the aloof woman she would become in adulthood. For some reason, she appeared anxious as she sat in the shop, nervously staring at the bowl before her, fingers gripping the chair, seemingly entangled in a serious dilemma. Chapter 5, Tang San, Xiao Wu. This is the rabbit leg I saved for you. Zhu Zhuqing. How could she be here? Lonbai pondered for a moment, ultimately concluding that his presence was akin to the butterfly effect of a time traveler. A butterfly flapping its wings in the Star Doe forest could potentially stir up a tornado in the Star Luo Empire days later. His arrival was that butterfly. Perhaps it seemed fantastical, yet reality was inherently magical. As for why Zhu Zhuqing had come here, he recalled it was to confront Dai Mubai and annul their engagement in person. Upon realizing this, Lonbai couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The Zhu family's martial soul, the nether cat, was highly compatible with the white tiger martial soul of the Imperial family. Thus, those born into her family were essentially possessions of the royal lineage. To put it charitably, they were a subordinate family. To put it bluntly, they were mere tools for utilizing martial soul fusion techniques. Therefore, Zhu Zhuqing's existence was a tragedy. Ironically, while she wandered in anguish, the very person she sought, Dai Mubai, was likely reveling in the company of several young ladies all night long. Zhu Zhuqing was weary from her travels, while Dai Mubai was indulging himself to the point of exhaustion, being fed by the very girls he was with. The thought sent a chill down Lonbai's spine. As a reader, he was well aware of Zhu Zhuqing's eventual fate. How could such an independent, fearless girl end up with someone so revolting? It was utterly absurd. What are you looking at? Xiao Wu noticed Lonbai's gaze and turned to see a familiar figure, her eyes instantly filling with disdain. That blue-haired freak. Why do I keep running into him? Blue-haired freak? Shifting his gaze, Lonbai indeed spotted Tang San in the shop, his eyes occasionally darting towards Zhu Zhuqing. A glint of mischief evident in his demeanor, as if he were plotting something. Let us go eat over there. Can we afford it? Xiao Wu's face contorted with worry. The establishment appeared exceedingly luxurious. She had little money and couldn't possibly indulge in such extravagant fare. Do you not trust your brother Bai's abilities? Seeing her impoverished expression, Lonbai casually retrieved a pouch of money from his pocket and placed it in her hands. It's so heavy. Xiao Wu gasped as she peered into the pouch. Brother Bai, how do you have so much money? I found it. Perhaps heaven saw how well I was taking care of you and rewarded me with these gold soul coins. Lonbai nonchalantly concocted an explanation. Then, system prompt. Xiao Wu's affection for you has increased to 50. The rate of gaining affection points has risen. Current affection point gain rate, 1. 55's Lonbai. What is this sudden surge of affection? Don't worry, Brother Bai. I'll return this money once I earn some. Xiao Wu clasped his hand tightly, dragging him toward the opulent shop where Zhu Zhuqing was, boldly declaring, Let us go. This time I'm treating you. Lonbai. Borrowing money to treat me? Is there something wrong with this? Not wanting to dwell on it, his focus remained on Zhu Zhuqing. It was crucial to intercept her for his own quest. Such a goddess should not be handed over to that despicable Dai Mubai. It was truly repugnant. He had traversed into this world, and it was his duty to thwart such calamities. He believed any modern man would share this sentiment. Beautiful. Truly magnificent. Tang San sat in a corner of the shop, his gaze periodically sweeping over Zhu Zhuqing's figure. At such a young age, her development was remarkable. What would she be like as an adult? He was indeed the chosen one. Even if that little girl Xiao Wu was taken by Lonbai, it mattered little. Another opportunity had presented itself. Although he preferred Xiao Wu, this girl was not without her charms. Moreover, it seemed she was in distress. Now, it was his turn to play the hero. He wiped the dirt from his fingers, checked his attire, and approached with an air of self-assured elegance. A warm and slightly oily smile gracing his face as he spoke. Miss, are you in trouble? Please, share it with me. Perhaps I can assist you. Upon hearing his voice, Zhu Zhuqing turned to glance at Tang San. Upon noticing the caked mud in his hair, her brows furrowed, and she lowered her head in silence. What is this reaction? Could it be? This beautiful girl is shy? Indeed, no one can resist my charm, he thought. Emboldened by the prospect of winning her over, leaning closer, he whispered, Miss, there is no need to be shy. You can confide any difficulties to me. My teacher is the renowned figure Yu Xiaogang from Nodding City. You must have heard of him, right? Zhu Zhuqing glanced at his hand, her expression tightening further upon spotting the dirt beneath his nails. She promptly picked up her utensils and changed seats. Hey, don't go. Tang San attempted to follow, but was immediately blocked by two figures, Lonbai and Xiao Wu. Blue-haired freak, why are you bullying girls again? Xiao Wu's face twisted in disgust. She had initially thought him merely insidious, but now realized he also enjoyed tormenting young women. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's accusation, Tang San froze, quickly defending himself. I'm not bullying her. I merely wanted to help. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He hurried back to his seat, grabbed a roasted rabbit leg, and with a face full of eagerness, presented it to Xiao Wu. This is the roasted rabbit leg I saved just for you. It's delicious. Truly aromatic. Give it a try. Upon seeing the peculiar offering, Xiao Wu frowned, quickly covering her nose. Get that away from me. Tang San, perplexed, wondered why Xiao Wu rejected the delectable rabbit leg. Could it be modesty? Thinking this, he thrust the rabbit leg forward, nearly touching her lips. Just take a bite. It's crispy and fragrant. Xiao Wu stared at the strange, charred rabbit leg, momentarily dazed. She was so engrossed that she failed to notice it was nearly at her mouth. Get away. In a moment of urgency, Lonbai swiftly knocked the rabbit leg from Tang San's hand, wrapping his arms around Xiao Wu. Nestled in Lonbai's embrace, Xiao Wu felt an overwhelming sense of security, her mind clearing significantly. That was my rabbit leg. Lonbai, what are you doing? Do you know how expensive this is? You owe me, Tang San shouted. Glaring at the rabbit leg he had spent a fortune on as all eyes in the restaurant turned toward them. Chapter 6. Teacher, he bullies me. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang San instantly felt emboldened. Picking up the rabbit leg from the ground, he pointed at Lonbai, expressing his indignation with a loud voice. Everyone, please judge for yourselves. I simply wish to present a rabbit leg to my female classmate as a token of goodwill. Yet this individual suddenly went berserk, striking the rabbit leg to the ground. Does he even comprehend the value of such a delicacy? The female classmate remained silent. On what grounds does he act so? The onlookers, bewildered by the unfolding drama, began to cast accusatory glances towards Lonbai. How can he behave this way? That male classmate was merely being kind. What right does he have to act so? They murmured. Ah, this boy truly has a heart. He saved such a precious treat for a female classmate. What a good child. A few remarked on Lonbai's good looks, questioning how he could possibly be so cruel. Beauty is not a measure of one's character. I may be plain, yet I am often regarded as an honest man, frequently bringing delightful treats to my wife. The surrounding comments reached Tang San's ears, and he gazed at Lonbai with a satisfied grin. Young man, do not let your arrogance cloud your judgment. With just a slight maneuver, I can tarnish your reputation. At that moment, Xiao Wu, who had been leaning against Lonbai, finally regained consciousness and heard the crowd's criticisms directed at him. She quickly stepped forward to clarify, do not be deceived by his one-sided tale. I am allergic to rabbit meat, and this blue-haired monster insisted on offering it to me, refusing to take it back despite my protests. Lonbai was merely acting on my behalf. Moreover, she added, Lonbai and I share a close bond. It is this blue-haired fiend who insists on pestering me. Xiao Wu's words turned the tide of public opinion. The crowd stood in shock. They had assumed the handsome boy was the villain, only to discover that it was the blue-haired boy who was harassing the girl, and to push her to eat rabbit meat despite her allergy. Was that not a matter of life and death? My heavens! How could this blue-haired youth dare to act in such a manner? This blue-haired monster is truly repulsive. Someone remarked. He looks somewhat familiar. Haven't I seen him before? Whose disciple could he be? Little Bao, do not follow in the footsteps of such a person. Be cautious, or you may find yourself in dire straits. The tide of accusations swiftly turned against Tang San, leaving him momentarily dazed. After the shock came a rush of anger. Xiao Wu, why must you lie? How could anyone be allergic to rabbit meat? You are certainly biased towards Lonbai. Step away, keep your distance from me. Xiao Wu had no desire to engage with Tang San any further. She directly hid behind Lonbai, avoiding his gaze altogether. Xiao Wu, speak up. Tang San shouted in frustration, his temper flaring as he lunged to seize her. Yet, he was abruptly pushed back by Lonbai's hand, causing the rabbit leg to fall to the ground once more. She does not wish to engage with you. Must you act like a madman here? My rabbit leg. Lonbai, it is you again. Tang San's expression twisted as he gazed at the fallen rabbit leg. It was all due to this Lonbai, who persistently opposed him. If he did not teach him a lesson, he would never take him seriously. Tang San clenched his hand, channeling his soul power into the ground, charging towards Lonbai. How despicable you are, as always. Lonbai smirked disdainfully, lightly stepping on the ground as a surge of divine soul power met his advance. Although this soul power was merely at level 10, the Seraphim martial soul of Michael far surpassed Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul. The collision resulted in a one-sided overpowering. After effortlessly dispersing Tang San's soul power, the remnant surged towards his feet, returning his attack in kind. His soul power surpasses mine. How is this possible? Tang San was taken aback and had no time to evade, being struck by the force of the soul power and sent flying. He tumbled in the air for 2.5 rotations before landing with a thud on his knees. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, then erupted into applause. Well done. That was quite the impressive roll. This blue-haired lad is rather straightforward. He recognizes his mistake and kneels to seek forgiveness. A teachable child. Could he possibly be a clown from a circus? That rolling maneuver was executed flawlessly. The crowd clapped in delight, observing him as if he were a jester. Their applause echoing in Tang San's ears. His knees throbbed in pain, and he felt on the verge of insanity. What a disgrace. Is there no one to rescue me? Perhaps hearing Tang San's silent plea, a stern voice rang out. Little San, what transpired here? Lonbai was momentarily taken aback, turning towards the entrance. A middle-aged man, dressed simply and of slender build, walked in. He immediately spotted his kneeling disciple, Tang San. Teacher, you have arrived. Tang San exclaimed, nearly in tears, as though he had seen his long-lost father. The onlookers quickly fell silent, returning to their meals upon seeing the man. Xiaogang was quite renowned in Notting City. If Tang San was indeed his disciple, it was best for the spectators to refrain from further discussion. Xiaogang's expression was grave as he surveyed the restaurant, promptly striding towards Tang San and helping him to his feet. What has happened here? Teacher, it is he. He dares to bully me. Without hesitation, Tang San pointed an accusing finger at Lonbai, eager to cast the first stone. Upon seeing this, Lonbai frowned. To accuse him of bullying? Did he not fear the consequences once Xiaogang learned the truth? Lonbai remembered that Master Xiaogang was known for his integrity. A scholar of great repute in Notting City. Surely, he would maintain impartiality in the public eye. Comforted by this thought, Lonbai felt a sense of relief. However, what transpired next reversed his expectations entirely. After listening to Tang San's account, Xiaogan's expression darkened. He turned to Lonbai, his voice stern. What is your name? And why have you used soul power to harm another within Notting City? Hearing this, Lonbai furrowed his brow, attempting to explain. He struck first. And I had no choice but to retaliate. Little San attacked you first? Absurd. What evidence do you possess to support this claim? I clearly see Little San kneeling on the ground while you remain unscathed. Lonbai frowned, glancing around in hopes that someone would step forward to testify on his behalf. Yet, he discovered that the spectators, upon seeing Xiaogang, dared not utter another word, engrossed in their meals. Tang San observed this scene with a glint of triumph in his eyes. You think you can stand against me without any backing? Seeing Lonbai silent, Xiaogang's demeanor turned icy. No evidence? Very well. At your tender age, you have already learned to lie. Relying on your status as a soul master to act with impunity warrants strict punishment. According to school regulations, I must penalize you. At that moment, a clear and melodious voice interjected. I can provide testimony on his behalf. Chapter 7. The Master of Fairness and Justice, who is punished by fate? Who is speaking? Tang San was momentarily taken aback, hastily turning towards the source of the voice. Upon catching sight of Zhu Zhuqing's graceful figure and her frosty countenance, his mouth fell open in sheer astonishment. Why? What could possibly explain this? He had always perceived himself as the dominant force in this situation. Why would this enchanting maiden choose to assist the seemingly weaker Lonbai? Did they know each other? The mere thought of this possibility sent his teeth grinding in frustration. Why? Why does every beautiful woman seem to be connected to this Lonbai? A wave of jealousy washed over him, yet he knew he must conceal it. Especially with the master nearby. Should the master witness his disgraceful demeanor, he might very well withdraw his support. Oh? Xiaogang observed the figure with a cold demeanor. Pray tell, was it Xiao San who initiated the attack, or was it Lonbai? I implore you to speak truthfully. I am known for my impartiality. I shall render a fair and just judgment on who is in the right. Upon hearing Xiaogang's words, Lonbai was once again engulfed by a wave of nausea. Perhaps others could not discern the underlying meaning, but as the directly involved party, he understood Xiaogang's intent clearly. This was a veiled threat aimed at Zhu Zhuqing on behalf of his prized disciple. He cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, shaking his head in a silent plea for her to remain silent and not provoke Xiaogang. Zhu Zhuqing, of course, noticed Lonbai's gesture. However, I too am a spirit master, and I observed the earlier confrontation with clarity. She pointed at Tang San. He was the one who struck first, and when this young man retaliated, it can be said he was merely responding to an unprovoked assault. Her voice, though cool and detached, resonated with authority. The onlookers, eager for entertainment, found this exchange utterly captivating. How exhilarating. This young girl certainly possessed audacity. Did she not comprehend the consequences of offending a spirit master, particularly one renowned in Notting City? Master Yu Xiaogang. While her life would not be in jeopardy, she would undoubtedly face some tribulations. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's statement, Tang San became frantic. He opened his mouth to retort, only to be restrained by a hand. Yu Xiaogang squinted, having discerned the truth of the matter. Ultimately, this confrontation could be traced back to Tang San's actions, yet, what could be done, regardless of Tang San's missteps? As long as no one was killed or grievously harmed, Yu Xiaogang would find a way to protect him. After all, Tang San was a disciple in whom he had placed great hopes. If he could validate his theory of the 10 core competencies and elevate Tang San to the status of the greatest spirit master, his own reputation would also soar across the Douluo continent. Oh, I see. Yu Xiaogang pondered for a moment before addressing Lonbai. I may have overlooked certain details, but this matter cannot be hastily resolved. Tang San. With a deep bow, Tang San stepped forward, his appearance disheveled, with tattered trousers resembling those of a beggar. Observing Tang San, Yu Xiaogang's expression softened with pity. He has endured considerable suffering and is indeed pitiable. However, as a teacher committed to fairness and justice, I cannot easily forgive him. Lonbai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, according to the regulations of Nodding Academy, I hereby sentence you 3 to clean the North Campus Garden for 1 month. Do you have any objections? Tang San promptly replied, I have no objections, master. And you? Yu Xiaogang directed his authoritative gaze at Lonbai. Lonbai firmly grasped Xiao Wu's hand, calming her impulsive nature. No objections. Excellent. Yu Xiaogang nodded in satisfaction, revealing a disingenuous smile. When one is punished, they must stand tall. As your teacher, this is the only lesson I can impart to you. Remember this phrase. Come. Tang San, we shall take our leave. He turned and walked towards the door. Tang San glanced at the discarded rabbit leg on the ground, still feeling aggrieved. Master. He even left my rabbit leg on the ground. That was worth 8 copper soul coins. Being work-study students, let it go. I shall treat you to a better meal. Yu Xiaogang replied. At this, Tang San flashed a triumphant smile at Lonbai. The meal the master treats me to will cost no less than a gold soul coin. Can you afford that? With that, he turned and left. A meal worth a gold soul coin was something Lonbai would likely never experience in his lifetime. Xiao Wu followed closely behind, and soon enough, she would likely regret her decision. At that point, without any need for intervention, she would inevitably gravitate back towards him. Lonbai remained expressionless, merely observing their retreating figures. Soon after, a glimmer of golden light flickered in his dark eyes. Fate's judgment. This was the reward from the novice gift pack of the system, the fate skull of the three-eyed golden lion, an extraordinarily powerful spirit bone of the mental type. Possessing 3 formidable skills, soul explosion, causes the opponent's soul to tremble continuously, inflicting immense mental damage. Fate's judgment wields the power to control destiny, bringing misfortune upon the adversary. Mental immunity grants passive immunity to 3 mental-type spirit attacks within a day. What he had just deployed was the second soul skill. Fate's judgment, casting misfortune upon Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. While it would not lead to their demise, it was certain to bring them considerable discomfort. As Tang San and Yu Xiaogang distanced themselves, Xiao Wu erupted in indignation. Brother Bai, why didn't you let me confront them? That arrogant blue-haired freak and that useless master truly infuriate me. Lonbai chuckled, wrapping his arm around Xiao Wu's lithe waist. Gesturing towards the backs of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. No need to rush. They will soon find themselves in trouble. How can you be so certain? Xiao Wu questioned, puzzled by Lonbai's confidence. Did I not mention earlier? Heaven sees how well I care for you, and thus it will lend us a hand. But, will heaven truly assist us? Just watch. At the sound of Lonbai's soothing voice, Xiao Wu nodded. Her large eyes fixed intently on the retreating figures of Tang San and his master. Clenching her small fists, she silently cursed Tang San in her heart. The surrounding onlookers had overheard their conversation and exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. These 2 children have just been bullied. Surely they haven't lost their minds. Indeed. Such pitiful little ones. Alas, we are merely ordinary folk and cannot contend with a master who is also a scholar. Wait, don't jump to conclusions. My heavens. It seems they are truly in trouble. Upon uttering this, the crowd's gaze swiftly shifted to Yu Xiaogang and Tang San outside. A cart filled with refuse emerged from a narrow alley, the driver guiding the horse along steadily. By sheer coincidence, as they passed by Tang San and his master, a large dog was struck by a stone, barking loudly. The startled horse reared, overturning the cart, and the contents spilled all over them. In an instant, the pungent stench of refuse permeated the street. Who did this? Who ambushed me? Xiaogang screamed. Good heavens! What is this foul smell? Who left behind these pig intestines, and why does it still have stuffing? Tang San exclaimed. Meanwhile, as Tang San and Xiaogang struggled amidst the refuse, no one stepped forward to assist them. The crowd watched from the sidelines, their faces alight with amused expressions. After a considerable time, the two managed to extricate themselves from the filth. Just as they were about to seek retribution, the driver had long since fled. Unable to find anyone to hold accountable, they retreated in defeat, shrinking away to avoid recognition. Chapter 8. Discovering a new target, Zhu Zhuqing. The crowd was captivated by this dramatic scene, and the atmosphere in the restaurant buzzed with joy. Ha ha ha, it's utterly delightful to see the villains suffer misfortune, exclaimed one onlooker. My goodness, these two little ones seem to have foreseen this. Could it be that they truly have divine favor? Oh, they're just unlucky. How could there be any celestial assistance? Regardless, I found great amusement in witnessing that inept master endure hardship. Not only the crowd, but also Xiao Wu, was left speechless at the sight. Turning to Lonbai, Brother Bai, is it really heaven helping us? Of course, he replied, affectionately squeezing her delicate waist, unable to resist. The sensation of her soft waist and legs was simply exquisite. Previously, Xiao Wu had been too angry to notice Lonbai's hand resting on her waist, but now, having vented her frustration, she suddenly realized the unwelcome contact. Glancing at the surrounding crowd, she hurriedly removed his hand and whispered, her cheeks flushed, Brother Bai. There are too many people here. Ding. Congratulations, you have unlocked the waist contact area, earning 100 points. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Lonbai understood that to receive the reward for unlocking the contact area, the participant must be aware of it. This meant that to unlock that area, Xiao Wu's consent was necessary? Shaking off this thought, Lonbai leaned closer to Xiao Wu and whispered, So, does that mean I can embrace your waist in a less crowded place? Ah, what are you doing? If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Xiao Wu's face was already crimson, and with his words, her rabbit ears flushed a deeper shade. Steam seemed to rise from her head. When did this bold girl become so bashful? Lonbai, beaming with joy, pinched her small hand and glanced toward Zhu Zhuqing's table. Noticing she was still there, he suggested, let us express our gratitude to that young lady. Young lady? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu remembered and bounced over to Zhu Zhuqing's table, sitting beside her. She was quite sociable, charming in appearance and disposition, and approached with enthusiasm, making it difficult for even the aloof Zhu Zhuqing to dismiss her. The two girls, one older and one younger, quickly engaged in a lively conversation. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing's frown was replaced by a more relaxed demeanor, influenced by Xiao Wu's warmth. Just then, Lonbai, having finished ordering, joined them. Xiao Wu eagerly shared what she had learned about Zhu Zhuqing. Lonbai was already aware of her situation but feigned surprise, saying, So you came here from another place to find someone? Zhu Zhuqing nodded gently, her long journey having left her utterly exhausted. In her hasty escape from her family, she had forgotten to bring money, leaving her unable to afford even a bowl of noodles. The spirited Xiao Wu, with a heart of gold, patted her modest chest with bravado. Sister Zhu Zhuqing, who are you looking for? What is their name? We can help you find them. He. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment but ultimately remained silent. The Dai surname belonged to the royal family of the Xinghua Empire, and revealing it could lead to unwanted associations. What's the matter? Just say it. We truly want to help you. Just then, Lonbai silenced Xiao Wu with a large carrot stuffed into her mouth, muffling her words. Don't speak. Just keep chewing. Unable to resist the allure of the carrot, Xiao Wu had no choice but to eat it. With one hand holding the carrot for her, Lonbai turned to Zhu Zhuqing. After a moment of thought, he retrieved 30 gold soul coins from his pouch and handed them over. Gold soul coins? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. This man was surprisingly generous. It was known that even in the capital of the Xinghua Empire, an ordinary citizen could hardly spend a single gold soul coin in a month. Yet he carelessly offered 30. This is for you. I can't accept it, Zhu Zhuqing replied, shaking her head. Her pride as a wealthy young lady prevented her from easily accepting charity. You don't want it? Well then, may I ask why you helped me speak earlier? Weren't you afraid of retaliation? I didn't help you. I merely spoke the truth. I couldn't stand their behavior, and I won't stay here long. I'll be leaving tomorrow, so I'm not worried about retaliation. Hearing this, Lonbai smiled. You helped me whether you admit it or not. You can either accept this money or discard it. It's entirely up to you. With that, he placed the gold coins on the table and returned to his meal. Xiao Wu, having finished the carrot, felt her mouth sour and wished to rest. However, seeing Lonbai reach for another carrot. She couldn't help but rush over to claim it. That large carrot is mine. You can't eat it. I'm not stealing it. Humph. You clearly have some. I'll lick these too, and we'll see if you dare to take them. Oh, then I must taste them. Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing watched their playful banter, and her previously tense expression softened. She looked down at her scarred hands, feeling disheartened. If only her fiancé Dai Mubai were a true man, unafraid of the Dai family selection process, and not a coward who fled. If that were the case, she wouldn't have to endure the disdain of others or the oppression from her family elders. As she pondered, Zhu Zhuqing began to daydream. How wonderful it would be if she were like Xiao Wu, with a dependable man by her side, living carefree and focused solely on her cultivation. They could explore together during their free time, and whenever they grew weary, they could come to this restaurant for delicious food. What a beautiful life that would be. Ding. You have discovered a new contact target, Zhu Zhuqing. Ding. Zhu Zhuqing's affection for you has increased to 20. The rate of obtaining contact points has accelerated. Current rate of obtaining contact points, 1.25. Additionally, you may acquire 1,000 contact points daily from Zhu Zhuqing. Hearing the voice in his mind while playing with Xiao Wu, Lonbai was momentarily stunned, bewildered by the sudden surge of affection. What was this all about? A flaw, fleeting. Xiao Wu's eyes brightened as she leaned down and bit into the large carrot in Lonbai's hand. Whoa, spicy. Xiao Wu triumphantly munched on the carrot while Lonbai's attention remained on Zhu Zhuqing. He was puzzled as to why this future goddess, with her stunning figure, suddenly harbored feelings for him when he had done nothing at all. What are you looking at? Perhaps sensing his peculiar gaze, Zhu Zhuqing snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing crimson as she lowered her head. Lonbai raised an eyebrow, surprised that the cold and elegant Zhu Zhuqing could be so bashful in her youth. Chapter 9. Satiating little Wu with ease. Why is it that someone so beautiful cannot be admired? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by the bluntness of Lonbai's words, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. I'll take my leave now. I plan to venture into the nearby forest to seek my first spirit ring. If you wish to find me, you may come to the forest. With a barely audible voice, Zhu Zhuqing hastily grabbed the gold soul coin from the table and departed, her face still aglow. Ding. Zhu Zhuqing's affinity for you has increased to 30, accelerating the rate of affection value acquisition. Current affection value acquisition rate, 1.35 seconds. Women truly are a marvel. However, Lanbai's thoughts lingered on her final statement about obtaining her first spirit ring. Watching Zhu Zhuqing's graceful figure fade into the distance, a spark of brilliance glimmered in his eyes. The system had made it clear, merely by being close to Zhu Zhuqing, he could garner an additional 1,000 affection points. This meant that alongside the daily 1,000 points he acquired from Little Wu, he could also acquire another 1,000 from Zhu Zhuqing. Embracing both of them each day would yield 2,000 points. 20 opportunities for a lottery draw. This thought ignited a surge of excitement within Lonbai. Although his current best acquisition was a 10-minute Tidal Douluo summoning card, it did not preclude the possibility of discovering even more remarkable items in the future. Resolutely, he decided to take Little Wu to the nearby forest tomorrow, hoping to encounter Zhu Zhuqing. Shifting his gaze, Lonbai observed Little Wu beside him. The little rabbit-eared girl was still gnawing on a large carrot he had given her, her small mouth stuffed to capacity. Slow down, I won't compete with you for it. I can't help it. With no other option, Lonbai focused on ensuring Little Wu was well fed. Feeding a rabbit certainly required effort, yet given her tender age, it was a manageable task. Watching her cheeks bulge adorably, he couldn't help but marvel at her cuteness. Truly, she was a rabbit at heart, relishing in her carrots. He resolved to procure more for her sustenance later. Teacher, we should no longer carry any foul odor, right? In a luxurious restaurant. Tang San was crouched behind his master, appearing somewhat sheepish. Rest assured, after bathing 10 times, even the strongest odor has vanished. Master spoke in a tone devoid of concern. However, when people passed us, they covered their noses. Upon hearing this, Master's calm demeanor shifted. His brows knitted together as he quickened his pace towards a private room. What would you like to eat, esteemed guests? The waiter asked, pinching his nose. Just bring us something. Master tossed a gold soul coin into the waiter's hand. The waiter, surprised yet respectful, replied, Certainly, I will place your order immediately. Hearing the waiter's respectful tone, Tang San felt a rush of satisfaction. One meal cost a gold soul coin. Can that little brat Lonbai compare? Little Wu followed him, and, at this rate, she might not even be able to afford a plain steamed bun. He needed to devise a way to win her heart back. After a moment's contemplation, Tang San turned to his master. Teacher, does this restaurant provide an expense report? An expense report? Master glanced at Tang San, quickly grasping his intentions. Sipping his tea, he inquired. Do you harbor animosity towards that Lonbai? Startled, Tang San quickly replied, No, it's merely a minor conflict between dorm mates. He mocked me, beat me up, and even snatched my position as dorm leader. Master, being a seasoned strategist, recognized Tang San's embellishments, but chose not to confront him. And what about little Wu? Do you have feelings for her? At this, Tang San hastily defended, No. It's just a normal camaraderie among classmates. A gentleman ought to treat his female classmates well. It's simply decorum. Xiaogang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, such camaraderie is essential. Setting down his teacup, he began to guide Tang San gently. However, to advance this camaraderie further, your current abilities will not suffice. In Douluo continent, strength reigns supreme, followed closely by background. As a dual spirit wielder, your talent is truly a rarity. Little San, Xiaogang regarded Tang San earnestly, you may temporarily disregard the aspect of background. The most pressing matter is to enhance your strength. Once your power escalates, little will naturally gravitate towards you. Women are drawn to strength. Women are indeed attracted to strength. Tang San nodded seriously, acknowledging the wisdom in his master's words. Yet he discerned that it was not the entirety of the truth. As master spoke, a vague expression crossed his face, hinting at deeper insights. In truth, to capture a woman's heart, beyond strength, there are other means. It is possible to succeed without relying solely on might. Other means? Tang San was taken aback. Are you familiar with the Spirit Hall? Of course, it is the sovereign of the Douluo continent. Could it be, teacher you? In that moment, Tang San was utterly astonished. Did this imply? Seeing Tang San's elation, master smiled enigmatically, choosing silence. In his youth, he had garnered the affection of Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, a source of pride he held dearly. Suppressing his excitement, Tang San resolved internally to heed his master's guidance henceforth. The Spirit Hall, after all, was an unattainable pinnacle in the Douluo continent. If his teacher truly held influence there, Tang San's future would be secure. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Your own strength is paramount. I recall you possess innate, full soul power, yet you have yet to acquire a spirit ring, correct? Indeed, you are right, Tang San affirmed, sitting upright and nodding vigorously. Satisfied with Tang San's attitude, master continued, Tomorrow, after you tidy the garden, I will take you to the nearby soul-hunting forest to obtain a 100-year spirit ring. It will significantly enhance your strength. At that point, you can determine how to deal with Lonbai. Thank you, teacher. Tang San stood, genuinely grateful. It's nothing. You are my disciple, and I shall assist you. Suppressing his excitement, Tang San pondered for a moment before posing a question. Teacher, must the first spirit ring be 100 years? Certainly. My extensive research indicates that the first spirit ring can reach a maximum of 100 years. Anything beyond that would be unsustainable for the body, though exceptions for special physiques do exist. And what about 10,000-year rings? A 10,000-year spirit ring is utterly impossible. Master's tone was resolute. Tang San nodded, agreeing that a first spirit ring could not possibly be a 10,000-year one. It would be absurd. Such individuals were undoubtedly once-in-a-millennium geniuses. There was no need for him to compete with such prodigies. He merely needed to surpass Lonbai. Lonbai, just you wait. Once I obtain my first spirit ring, you shall see. Soon, night fell. Lonbai returned to the dormitory, his expression one of satisfaction, accompanied by a little Wu whose belly was round with fullness. This competitive spirit had endeavored to outdo him in consumption, stuffing her mouth with carrots until she could barely walk, leading to quite the spectacle. Anyone unaware might have thought they had engaged in far more intimate activities. Chapter 10. Sleeping with Xiao Wu. Tang San is going crazy indeed. It was running. As a transformed spirit beast, Xiao Wu adored physical activity. Hello, Boss Bai. Upon entering, the younger brothers stood up to greet them. Lonbai waved his hand dismissively. No need for such bad manners. We are all classmates. But this was decided by Sango. A younger brother's words were cut short by Wang Xing's intervention. Understood. Everything is to be determined by Boss Bai. What is Tang San to say? Boss Bai is far more composed. That is true. Boss Bai never exerts his authority over us, unlike Tang San, who bullies us merely because of his strength. Long live Boss Bai. As the cheers grew louder, Lonbai quickly called for silence. Keep it down. The students in the other dorms are sleeping. If we make too much noise, they might come looking for trouble. Hearing Lonbai's words, everyone quickly quieted down. Sighing with relief, Lonbai glanced at the adjacent dorms. Brother Bai, I'm so sleepy. I want to go to bed. Go ahead. But remember to save me a spot. I'm not fat. Xiao Wu shot him a glance before swiftly leaping onto the large bed. Noticing Lanbai standing nearby, Xiao Wu lowered her head and began to remove her shoes. Before long, a pair of delicate, fair feet appeared before Lanbai's eyes. Before he could admire the sight, Xiao Wu seized the blanket and wrapped herself in it, exposing only her sparkling eyes that gazed at Lanbai, seemingly questioning what he was staring at. Upon witnessing such a beautiful scene, Lanbai smiled and addressed the others. Turn off the lights. He promptly extinguished the lights and dove under the covers. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you crawling over here? To sleep, and the blanket is only so big. I can't help it. But you. While the two were playfully tussling under the covers, suddenly, the lights blazed back on. Everyone squinted against the brightness, and Wang Sheng glared at the doorway, where Tang San stood. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, he swallowed his words. What? It's just turning on a light? Is that necessary? Seeing Wang Sheng's furious yet restrained expression, Tang San scoffed. However, upon spotting Lanbai and Xiao Wu, his smile instantly vanished. What? What are you two doing? Lonbai propped himself up and raised an eyebrow. Are your eyes blind? We're already in bed. What else could we be doing? You too. Tang San stared at Xiao Wu, who was blushing and leaning against Lonbai, and felt as if he were going mad. He paced back and forth, tugging at his blue hair, and after a moment, he exclaimed, You two, a boy and a girl, cannot sleep together. And who are you to dictate that? Since the 7th dormitory is co-ed, why can't we sleep together? Lonbai retorted. Tang San scratched his blue hair desperately, searching for a loophole to separate Lonbai from his Xiao Wu. Wait, he seemed to have an epiphany, pointing at Xiao Wu. Are you forcing Xiao Wu to sleep with you? That's illegal. Force. Lonbai couldn't help but laugh. Tang San was truly grasping at straws, spouting nonsense. Thus, under Tang San's watchful eyes, Lonbai boldly wrapped his arm around Xiao Wu's waist and leaned in close to her ear. Xiao Wu, tell him whether I'm forcing you. Being embraced like this made Xiao Wu's rabbit ears flush red. Under the covers, she pinched the soft flesh at Lonbai's waist, but still, she obediently spoke. I didn't have money to buy a blanket, so I had to let the kind-hearted brother Bai take me in. I came of my own free will. Moreover, Xiao Wu's expression turned icy as she glared at Tang San. What does this have to do with you, you blue-haired freak? How dare you meddle in my affairs? It's disgusting. With that, Xiao Wu burrowed deeper into the blanket. If it weren't for Lonbai prompting her to speak, she wouldn't have bothered to say a word to this blue-haired pest, a despicable person who relies on his connections. Xiao Wu, you. Tang San's eyes widened as he saw Xiao Wu burrow into Lonbai's covers. He immediately wanted to pull her out, but he was swiftly shoved aside by Wang Sheng. Tang San, enough. Xiao Wu is Boss Bai's girlfriend. If you keep acting crazy, we won't be nice to you. Wang Sheng's reprimand snapped Tang San back to reality. He wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, glaring at Lonbai before hastily retreating to his own bed, shoes still on, and lying down. Seeing this, Wang Sheng muttered a few choice words about Tang San's lack of awareness and turned off the lights. Soon, the entire 7th dormitory plunged into darkness. In the darkness, the atmosphere inside Lonbai's blanket grew lively. Feeling Xiao Wu's slightly hurried warm breath, he sincerely thanked Nodding Academy for the co-ed arrangements, who permitted this cohabitation. Truly a stroke of genius. Feeling the chilly breeze at his back, Lonbai inched closer to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu gasped, whispering, Brother Bai, you've crossed the boundary of non-interference. What boundary? I don't see any line, Lonbai playfully protested, knowing Xiao Wu was powerless against him. However, ISNT are distanced too close. If we sleep like this. She lowered her head, unable to articulate her concerns. What are you thinking? Lonbai gently stroked her hair, speaking softly. The temperature drops significantly at night. With only one blanket, if we don't huddle together, we'll surely wake up cold. You wouldn't want to be woken up from a deep slumber, would you? This made her expression waver, despite her bold demeanor as the leader. When it came to intimate interactions, she faltered. Girls tend to be shy. Hand-holding during the day could be brushed off as mutual assistance among friends. But sleeping close at night was an entirely different matter. Moreover, she had heard that if two people slept close together, the girl could end up pregnant. The thought of that scenario unexpectedly made Xiao Wu feel oddly pleased. No. She quickly shook her head, banishing the thought from her mind. Scooting away slightly, she gazed at Lonbai with her big, watery eyes. Brother Bai, we can't sleep too close. Please move to the other side of the non-interference line. Her tone was gentle yet firm, and Lonbai had no choice but to take a step back. He truly wondered what was going through her mind that suddenly made her so resolute. Glancing at the day's cuddle value, he noted that there was still a significant amount left to obtain. This simply wouldn't he do. Lonbai poked Xiao Wu and, with a hint of grievance, said, "Can we at least hold hands?" Upon hearing Lanbai's plaintive request, Xiao Wu found it hard to refuse and extended her small hand to grasp his. Feeling the tender touch in his palm, Lonbai squeezed it, finally content enough to close his eyes. Beside him, Xiao Wu's face flushed, her heart racing as she curled up in silence. After a long while, her excited heart gradually calmed. In the darkness, feeling her hand enveloped by a larger one, she felt incredibly warm. Opening her eyes, she stealthily glanced at Lonbai and realized he had already fallen asleep. What a lazy pig, she muttered quietly to herself, allowing her worries to dissipate as she closed her eyes. But after a while, she reopened them, rubbing her small belly. Uncomfortable. It felt as though she had eaten too much. Chapter 11. Massaging the stomach. Isn't that rather odd? Blue and White had barely dozed off when the noise beside him roused him from his slumber. Curiously glancing over, he discovered Xiao Wu was rubbing a certain part of her body. Instantly, he was taken aback. How old is she? Squinting to get a better look, he realized she was massaging her stomach. Is she too full to sleep? After pondering for a moment, a playful idea struck him. He quietly crept closer and suddenly spoke. What are you doing? Ah. Xiao Wu jumped at the sound of his voice, nearly leaping off the bed. Looking up, she saw it was Blue and White speaking and sighed with relief. With a pitiful tone, she replied, Brother Bai, I ate too much for dinner and my stomach hurts. I can't sleep. Oh, is that so? Blue and White elongated his tone. Just so happens, I know a few techniques for massage and digestion. Would you like me to help you? Massage for digestion? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled. But soon, she became conflicted. Having a boy massage her stomach seemed rather strange. Observing Xiao Wu's delicate and beautiful features, Blue and White smirked and said earnestly, Massage does involve contact with the skin. That is quite normal. We massage therapists are respectable individuals, so don't misinterpret my intentions. Respectable individuals? Really? Xiao Wu felt a flicker of temptation. Of course. I, Blue and White, swear that if I harbor any ill intentions, may I perish. Before he could finish, Xiao Wu swiftly covered his mouth with her hand. Brother Bai, don't say such ominous things. I trust you. Feeling the sensation of her hand on his lips, Blue and White inhaled deeply, invigorated. If memory served, this was the very hand that had just been rubbing her stomach. The sweet scent of her youthful skin was indeed delightful. A moment longer of inhalation could prolong one's life. Then, does that mean you agree? If so, I shall commence. Blue and White extended his mischievous hand, glancing at Xiao Wu beside the pillow. You, go ahead, but be gentle. If you hurt me, I shall hit you, she threatened, brandishing her tiny fist to emphasize her seriousness. Rest assured. Watching Xiao Wu's fierce yet adorable demeanor, Blue and White felt excitement bubbling within him. He rubbed his hands together vigorously until they warmed, then lifted her shirt. You're going to lift my shirt? Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment, nearly losing her composure. How foolish. How can one massage without lifting the shirt? Have you ever seen someone massage through clothing? This is called blood circulation, understand? This. No need to be shy. I am a respectable person, and this is merely mutual assistance between friends. We are both innocent and pure, so do not worry. Innocent and pure. Go ahead. Having been subtly persuaded by Blue and White, Xiao Wu nodded in agreement and cautiously lifted her shirt, revealing her gracefully curved waist and slightly rounded, fair abdomen, an adorable sight to behold. Blue and White's throat bobbed nervously as he eagerly placed his hands gently on her stomach. Ugh! Suddenly touched in such a sensitive area, Xiao Wu nearly cried out. Be quiet. Do not let anyone else hear us. Brother Bai, be gentle. Fear not. My technique is quite adept. Meanwhile, at the adjacent bed, Tang San was already distressed and unable to sleep. As he lay there, he suddenly heard peculiar sounds emanating from the neighboring bed. Moreover, it sounded suspiciously like Xiao Wu's voice. Taking a deep breath, he activated his night vision ability with the purple extreme eye. Upon seeing the blankets rising and falling, he nearly choked in disbelief. What on earth are they doing? This is a dormitory. Breathing rapidly, his face turned pale. Calm down, calm down. Perhaps they are merely turning over in their sleep. It is nothing serious. Steadying his breath, he shifted slightly, hoping to discern if any further strange sounds persisted. Lifting the shirt. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt as though lightning had struck him. As an adult, he was well aware of the implications of such a phrase. His grip on the edge of the bed tightened, nails digging in without him realizing. Blue and White. You are despicable. Xiao Wu is still a naive girl. How could you do this to her? At that moment, Tang San could only wish for blue and white to cease his actions. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Moreover, it seemed as if he was deliberately ensuring Tang San could hear every word. The fragmented sounds continued to reach his ears. Ugh, be quiet. Do not let others hear us. Brother Bai, be gentle. Tang San clawed at the edge of the bed, his fingernails breaking in the process. Why? Why is blue and white here? If it weren't for him, I would be the one, and Xiao Wu should be sleeping beside me. How infuriating. Blue and white. Just wait. Tomorrow, the teacher will take me to hunt soul beasts. With 100-year soul ring, it would be a piece of cake to eliminate you. Just wait. You shall pay for this. Ugh, Brother Bai, your massage technique is truly effective. My stomach feels so warm and comfortable. Of course, my technique is inherited. In the future, if you ever need assistance, just let me know. I can help massage any area where you feel discomfort. Any area. Xiao Wu murmured this phrase, only to fall silent. Meanwhile, blue and white felt the warmth on her stomach intensifying. Her smooth skin was a delight to touch. Especially when his fingers inadvertently brushed near her navel, her body would tremble slightly. It was particularly amusing. Blue and white's playful spirit surged forth. He ceased massaging her stomach and instead allowed his 5 fingers to dance around her navel. Brother Bai, do not touch there. It feels too strange. All right. Heeding her words, blue and white withdrew his hand, deciding that this was enough for now. Overdoing it might make Xiao Wu uncomfortable. Maintaining balance would gradually increase her fondness. Once she grew accustomed to it, she could request massages as often as she desired. Good night, Xiao Wu, blue and white whispered softly. He turned to his side, gently holding her small hand, squeezing it before closing his eyes. Feeling the lingering warmth on her stomach and the sense of security enveloping her hand, Xiao Wu smiled sweetly. She quietly gazed at blue and white's face and softly said, Brother Bai, good night. Then, she too closed her eyes. Ding. Xiao Wu's affection level for you has risen to 60, and the rate of affection point acquisition has increased. Current affection point acquisition rate, 1.65. Hearing the voice in his mind, blue and white smirked. As the affection level rises, it becomes increasingly challenging to attain. At this moment, only meticulous care and concern could touch Xiao Wu's heart. Naturally, her affection would grow. This time, it jumped directly from 50 to 60. It seemed that his assistance in massaging her stomach and bidding her goodnight had genuinely moved Xiao Wu. With an affection level of 60, her feelings for him had reached a level of admiration. It could be said that Xiao Wu had become inseparable from him. Chapter 12, The Clownish Tang San. Tang Hao was on the verge of tears. So comfortable. Not there. It's too strange. Damn it. In the dark dormitory, Tang San's body was almost entirely out from under the quilt. Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, he eavesdropped on the conversation between Xiao Wu and Lonbai. He was in a fit of rage, nearly tumbling to the floor with a sound. Yet, in the end, he cautiously retreated back under the covers. Tang San curled up in the cold bedding, hugging his legs, feeling as if the world had lost its color. At this moment, he yearned fervently for the dawn to arrive. For with the coming day, he would obtain his first spirit rings, allowing him to stand over Lonbai and reclaim Xiao Wu. Soon, Lonbai, your path to demise is approaching. While Tang San was in this embarrassing state, he remained oblivious to the tall figure outside the silent dormitory, observing everything through the window. The figure's gaze remained fixed on Tang San until he saw him retreat under the quilt like an incompetent, foolish dog, filled with indignation. Subsequently, the tall figure let out a deep sigh, disappointment evident in his tone. As the moonlight bathed the night, his face became clear. It was the illustrious Hao Douluo. Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Tang Hao paced back and forth outside, resembling Tang San to a remarkable degree. Truly, they were father and son. Eventually, he strolled over to the pond's edge. Removing his black hood, the moonlight illuminated the pond, reflecting his face. His disheveled hair framed a weathered middle-aged visage. He locked eyes with his reflection in the water for a long time. In the stillness of the darkness, only the croaking of frogs could be heard. After a while, another sigh escaped his lips. Why is Xiao San so weak and incapable, reduced to this? Xian Holy Spirit Village, Tang San had always sailed smoothly. He had thought venturing out alone would be no different. Even when faced with difficulties, he believed he would overcome them alone, maintaining his composure, bleeding without shedding tears. After all, this was the most fundamental ability of the Tang family. However, tonight, witnessing Tang San not only eavesdropping but also twisted with jealousy, Tang Hao's fatherly heart felt a fracture. At the first sign of trouble, his son's true ineptitude was laid bare. He could not comprehend why his son, the offspring of Haotian Douluo, would resemble a clown, with the Haotian hammer and a yin's blue-silver grass as his dual martial souls. He was destined to be a peerless genius. Yet, why was his demeanor so grotesque? Even now, the image of Tang San lying on the bed, supporting himself with one hand and his face twisted in jealousy, lingered in Tang Hao's mind. So ugly, too ugly. Had he known, he would have shot him against the wall. Tang Hao tugged at his unruly hair, experiencing great anguish. In his frantic grasping, he even pulled out a few strands. Ultimately, he resolved to use a secret method to seal away this memory. No matter how inept Tang San was, he was still Tang Hao's son. The Tang family, throughout history, had learned little else. One must be strong through their connections. No, it should be the young relying on the old. This principle was deeply ingrained in their bones. If that Lonbai, whom Xiao San could not defeat, then let him confront him, bullying the weak, the demeanor of a master? Apologies, but such notions do not exist in the Tang family's lexicon. Only the strong are revered. With this thought, Tang Hao employed the secret method to seal away the memory of Tang San's earlier disgraceful behavior. In an instant, he found renewed hope for Tang San. As for that Lonbai, Tang Hao's eyes narrowed, a glint of danger flashing through. He must find a secluded place to teach him a lesson. After all, one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. With this thought, he donned his hood and swiftly departed. The following day, the dawn broke brightly. Tang San had barely slept all night and rose from bed as soon as the light appeared. Glancing at the still, silent bed beside him, a shadow flickered in his eyes. Bang! After getting out of bed, he deliberately stomped hard on the floor, creating a noise that roused the lightly sleeping Lonbai. Seeing this, Tang San offered him a faintly apologetic smile. This hypocritical blue-haired creature, casting a sidelong glance at him, Lonbai suddenly had a brilliant idea. He looked at Xiao Wu, who was nestled in his embrace, sleeping soundly. She clung to him like an octopus, her forehead resting against his chest, her cheeks flushed. Her soft lips parted slightly, occasionally smacking as if reminiscing about the carrots Lonbai had fed her. Observing this, Lonbai threw Tang San a glance, signaling him to look over. Then, in front of the hypocritical Tang San, Lonbai lowered his head and pecked at the sleeping Xiao Wu's tender lips. In that moment, Tang San's hypocritical smile shattered. His face twisted in rage, wishing he could duel Lonbai right then and there. Restrain yourself. Hold on. Being a turtle is just temporary. Tang San suppressed the fury within him, delivering a powerful punch to the bed frame, resulting in a thunderous crash. This stirred everyone awake, turning their displeased expressions towards Tang San. What are you looking at? It's breakfast time. I'm kindly waking you all up. After saying this, Tang San glanced at the groggily awakening Xiao Wu. With his purpose achieved, he hurriedly fled the dormitory, fearing any rebuttal from others that might cost him face. Is this Tang San sick? Going mad so early in the morning. Once Tang San had walked far, Wang Xing finally shouted a curse. The others chimed in with agreement. Ultimately, after some discussion, they all got out of bed, preparing to tackle the tasks assigned to the work-study students by Nodding Academy. Boss Bai, are we going to work together? Wang Xing called out to Lonbai. Work? Lonbai poked his head out from under the quilt. After a moment's thought, he remembered that as a work-study student, he was required to help the academy with tasks to pay off tuition fees. If he recalled correctly, it was 30 gold soul coins per person. Never mind, if I remembered wrong, it was of no consequence. He took out 21 gold soul coins and casually tossed them to Wang Xing. You 7, 3 coins each. And Xiao Wu and I will forego our tasks for this semester. How about that? Gold, gold, gold. Gold soul coins. Wang Xing stuttered as he looked at the 21 gold soul coins in his hand. He had never seen so many gold soul coins in his life. And now, he held gold soul coins. Hearing the commotion, the others gathered around. Upon seeing so many gold soul coins, their faces were filled with astonishment. Boss Bai is so wealthy. How could he be a work-study student? Unfathomable. Sister Xiao Wu is so fortunate to have Boss Bai's protection. Boss Bai, do you prefer men? I can. Goodness, have you looked in the mirror? Do you have any shame saying that? Enough. Wang Xing shouted for silence. His gaze heated. He respectfully clasped his hands towards Lonbai and proclaimed, Boss Bai, rest assured, we will definitely do a splendid job on yours and Sister Xiao Wu's tasks. The others followed suit, imitating his gesture. Thank you, but I still want to sleep a bit more. You all go ahead, Lonbai replied nonchalantly, as 21 gold soul coins were a mere trifle to him. Seeing Lonbai lie back down, Wang Xing and the others immediately fell silent. They quietly withdrew from the dormitory. Outside, Wang Sheng gathered everyone and distributed the gold soul coins, saying, "Remember, Boss Bai, as the leader, could have commanded us to assist him with his tasks. Yet he did not use his authority to order us, but instead offered us compensation. This, if it were that foolish dog Tang San, he would never be capable of. Therefore, I hope from now on, I do not want to hear any slanderous remarks against Boss Bai, or else do not blame me for being impolite. Rest assured, my esteemed brother." A young disciple proclaimed loudly, "Whoever dares to slander Master Bai, I shall be the first to confront him, even if it is that Tang San. I will not shy away from a challenge. So shall I." The crowd echoed in agreement. "Excellent," Wang Sheng responded, gesturing towards the teaching building. "Let us get to work. We must ensure that the area overseen by Master Bai and Sister Xiao Wu is impeccably clean." Chapter 13, The Ultimate Prize Will Opportunity. As everyone departed, Lonbai glanced at the bulging blanket beside him, amused. This little bunny, shy by nature, dared not emerge in the presence of others. Observing Xiao Wu in such a state, a mischievous idea struck him. Clearing his throat, Lonbai called out loudly, "Wang Xing, you all go wash up. Keep your voices down, I'm going to sleep for a bit." With that, he slipped his hands under the blanket, playfully reaching for the curled-up Xiao Wu. The silky smoothness of her skin was a sensation surpassing even the finest jade. Xiao Wu, fearful of being watched, remained tucked under the blanket, only daring to kick him gently with her delicate little feet, lacking any force. Lonbai felt no pain and continued his playful exploration. Soon hearing the system's voice resonate in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations on unlocking the thigh contact area. Reward, 100 contact points. Ding. Congratulations on unlocking the neck contact area. Reward, 100 contact points. Ding. Congratulations on unlocking the chest contact area. Reward, 100 contact points. Ding. Congratulations on unlocking all contact areas of Xiao Wu. Reward, a high-level prize wheel. 1 lottery opportunity." Upon hearing the reward notification, Lonbai's enthusiasm intensified. Since Xiao Wu was curled up under the blanket, he had virtually unrestricted access. Her slender, graceful feet were a feast for the senses, while her rounded ankles were remarkably soft, promising no discomfort if pressed against one's face. The curves of her calves were enchanting, and her thighs possessed a delightful softness. Lonbai indulged in this playful exploration for quite some time, igniting a warm blush across Xiao Wu's cheeks. She cautiously lifted a corner of the blanket, her eyes shimmering like water, her voice barely above a whisper, "Brother Bai, please stop moving." "Ah," Lonbai replied, continuing his antics. Xiao Wu, now emboldened, lifted another side of the blanket, cautiously glancing around the dormitory. To her surprise, everyone else had left, leaving only her and Lonbai behind. "Brother Bai, you're so naughty," she exclaimed, her voice breaking the silence. Suddenly, her feet gained strength, breaking free from his playful grasp. As the blanket was thrown aside, a soft little foot swiftly kicked towards his face. Caught off guard, he was met with this gentle touch, yet it was not painful at all. Lacking any real force, Lonbai was taken aback, quickly realizing Xiao Wu could not bear to truly harm him. However, the show must go on. He feigned a dramatic gasp, falling back onto the bed. "Brother Bai?" Xiao Wu was startled by his reaction, recalling that she hadn't exerted any real force. She hurried over to check, and upon seeing his playful smirk, she playfully punched him. "You're so naughty. I won't play with you anymore. I'm going to wash up." With that, she lifted the blanket, rubbed her slightly reddened feet, shot him an annoyed look, and hurriedly slipped on her shoes before dashing to the washroom, shutting the door behind her. Seeing Xiao Wu leave, Lonbai stretched lazily and turned his attention to the system. Checking contact points. Query successful. You now have a total of 791 contact points. Seeing the number 791, Lonbai furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. He had over 200 before sleeping last night. After all, when Xiao Wu had fallen asleep, she had unconsciously snuggled closer to him, like an octopus clinging tightly. Therefore, he expected to have accumulated a considerable amount of contact points. However, it seemed that the skin contact he had enjoyed with Xiao Wu while she was asleep had counted. It appeared he would need to ensure more daytime contact with her to reach the 1,000 contact points threshold. At night, he could simply enjoy the experience. Lottery. 100 contact points successfully deducted, remaining 691 contact points, conducting lottery. Success. Storage soul guidance device, subatomic ring. Subatomic ring description, contains an enormous space of 20 cubic meters, cannot store living beings. Not bad. He was planning a trip to the soul hunting forest. And with the soul guidance device, he wouldn't need to carry a burden. Continuing the lottery. 100 contact points successfully deducted, remaining 591 contact points, conducting lottery. Success. 10-minute title Douluo summoning card. Is luck on my side? Lonbai felt invigorated, continuing with the lottery. 100 contact points successfully deducted. Remaining 491 contact points, conducting lottery. Success. 10-minute title Douluo summoning card. 3 consecutive good outcomes. Surely the next would be either better or worse. Suppressing his excitement, Lonbai recalled the system had rewarded him with a high-level prize wheel opportunity. As his thoughts turned, he removed the lowest-tier 100-point prize wheel. And in an instant, a golden light flashed. A radiant golden prize wheel appeared before him. My heavens! Lonbai gazed at the options on the wheel, astounded. 6-winged angel martial soul, Haoyan hammer martial soul, Songmu, Qinglong martial soul. These were the dimmest golden lights, signifying the least desirable rewards. The brightest golden lights represented Zhu Xian sword array martial soul, flowing blade like fire martial soul, million-year heavenly dream ice silkworm soul ring. The dazzling golden rewards made Lonbai's heart race. Yet, he quickly suppressed his excitement. He knew all too well that greater expectations often lead to greater disappointments. One should not harbor excessive hopes. System, commence the lottery. Lottery opportunity deduction successful. Conducting high-level prize wheel lottery. Conducting lottery. Success. Angel King, Seraphim Michael martial soul special skill. Divine miracle descends. Upon hearing this, Lonbai's heart skipped a beat. He had encountered this before. Its golden light was neither too strong nor too weak, better than the useless Haotian hammer martial soul. This skill was entirely unfamiliar to him, even absent from the original text. Taking a deep breath, he examined the skill description. Divine miracle descends. As a deity, he possesses the ability to communicate with his followers. Skill description. Utilizing the Seraphim martial soul to activate this skill, you will sense the angelic faith throughout the entire Douluo world. You can choose a location of faith to traverse and descend in the form of the Angel King. In the Angel King state, you will have immunity to all attacks, but will be unable to attack others. With an effective range of only 100 meters around the angel statue. During this time, you can communicate and trade with any beings within a 100-meter range. Living beings cannot be traded. Skill cooldown, 10 days, duration, 10 minutes. After reading the skill description, Lonbai was momentarily stunned. This seemed powerful at first glance, but in reality, it appeared quite lackluster. No, wait. The ruling power in Douluo continent is the Spirit Hall, and the legacy martial soul of the Spirit Hall is the Angel. Chapter 14. The Miracle Descends. Bibi Dong in shock. Lonbai contemplated for a moment, instantly discerning the limitations and potential of this extraordinary ability. If misused, it would be utterly futile. However, if wielded correctly, the Spirit Hall might just come under his command. With this thought, Lonbai felt an undeniable urge to experiment. One must never engage in battle unprepared. After a brief period of reflection, he finally solidified his objective, the Spirit Hall token. This item was not a living entity and thus not subject to trade. Moreover, nearly every city in the Douluo continent was inhabited by members of the Spirit Hall. If he possessed a Spirit Hall token, any endeavor would become significantly easier. This was it. Glancing at the unoccupied washroom door, Lonbai calculated that, being a girl, Xiao Wu could remain inside for at least another half hour. Without hesitation, he summoned the Seraphim spirit. The miracle descended. With a silent incantation in his heart, he transformed into a beam of holy light and vanished from the dormitory. I love bathing. My skin feels exquisite. Barely half a minute had passed since Lonbai's disappearance when Xiao Wu emerged from the washroom, humming an unknown tune. She dried her hair with a towel. Her cheeks flushed from the warm water. The phrase water lily perfectly encapsulated her beauty at this moment. Setting the towel down, she glanced towards their shared bed, tilting her head in confusion. Where is he? Where is my big white brother? Could it be he went attend to the small garden? Ah, yes. That arrogant old man called Master had assigned them the task of cleaning the garden yesterday. The sooner they finished, the sooner they could play. However, her brother should have waited for her. Xiao Wu clenched her small fists, already devising a plan for how to punish or reward him. She carelessly tossed the towel onto the bed and then bounced out of the dormitory. Meanwhile, in the spirit city, within the Pope's chamber, a magnificent room bathed in shadow, a regal woman resembling a queen was diligently writing at her desk. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Enter. Bibi Dong rubbed her temples, fatigue evident in her gaze as she looked towards the door, her eyes radiating an icy nobility that warned against intrusion. A guard rushed in. kneeling immediately, not daring to meet her gaze. "Report, Your Holiness. A grave matter has arisen," the guard stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. "What is it?" Bibi Dong's voice remained cold and composed. The angel statue in the Pope's hall. It has come to life." "Alive?" A flicker of emotion crossed Bibi Dong's usually impassive face. "Indeed." Upon hearing this, she pondered for a moment and then elegantly rose. "You may leave." "Yes." The guard, not daring to utter another word, bowed and exited the room. Once alone, Bibi Dong stood in silence for a moment before calling out, "Nor, please organize this information. I shall investigate." "Understood, master." From a dim corner of the room emerged a small girl with golden hair. In no time, Bibi Dong arrived at the Pope's hall. She was not tall, clad in a resplendent golden gown adorned with over 100 red, blue, and gold gemstones. Wearing a purple gold crown and grasping a staff approximately 2 meters long, encrusted with countless jewels, she exuded an aura of near perfection, her skin pale and her beauty unparalleled. As she entered the hall, all present knelt in unison, calling out, "Your Holiness." "Rise," Bibi Dong commanded, her voice icy as she surveyed the worshippers and powerful members of the spirit hall. Suddenly, she was taken aback to see one individual kneeling, Qian Daolu. Qian Daolu was the strongest individual beneath her in the spirit hall. Why would he kneel without cause? Could it be his angel spirit? If so, then this manifested angel. Taking a deep breath, her gaze followed the golden light above. There, a magnificent seraphim figure loomed in midair. At the sight of it, even Bibi Dong, who had faced countless adversities, felt her pupils constrict. She quickly averted her gaze, unable to bear direct sight of it. What was this? Bibi Dong could not discern the figure clearly. She only perceived divinity, fearlessness, truth, majesty, wisdom, and an unmatched presence. It was a being not meant to be gazed upon. Could it truly be a deity? At the same time, Lonbai, suspended in midair, felt disheartened. Why were these old fogies and middle-aged individuals behaving so strangely? Each of them bowed their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Was he truly that intimidating? Clearly, something was amiss with their minds. When Bibi Dong approached, he felt a glimmer of hope for meaningful interaction. Yet, as she neared, she merely cast him a glance before turning her gaze away. 3 question marks slowly emerged above Lonbai's head. Was this the esteemed Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall? Truly a paragon of beauty and pride, too disdainful to even spare him a glance. Frustration welled within him. He had only 10 minutes. Why could they not communicate normally? Resigned, Lonbai decided to take the initiative. He scrutinized the averted Bibi Dong and was instantly captivated. Indeed, she was the youngest and most powerful first female pope of the Spirit Hall. Not only was her strength formidable, but her beauty was also breathtaking. The unspoken nobility and sanctity emanating from her compelled one to bow in reverence. After admiring her for a moment, Lonbai refocused on his objective, to acquire a Spirit Hall token from Bibi Dong. He had several plans in mind, ultimately settling on one. The descent of a god was surely intended to reorganize this continent. To do so necessitated a representative, a holy son. This concept resonated with him. Thus, he spoke. At that moment, Bibi Dong was still lost in thought about the identity of this unknown angel when a dignified and sacred voice suddenly echoed within her mind. "Bibi Dong, where are you?" The heads of the old and middle-aged men, who had their heads bowed, jolted in shock, all turning to look at Pope Bibi Dong. Qian Daolu, in particular, was bewildered. He, the possessor of the angel spirit, could not fathom why the angelic being, exuding such spiritual pressure, would seek to communicate with an outsider rather than him. The voice resonated effortlessly within her mind. Bibi Dong was astounded. How could this be possible? She was a peak Douluo at level 99. Had the angel king truly descended? As her thoughts raced through the annals of her mind, she realized she had never encountered any records of angels descending to the mortal realm. Could it be that the ancestors of the Qian family had foreseen her plans for imperial ascension and sought to intervene? Impossible. The unknown divine realm could not interfere with the Douluo continent. If they could, they would have done so long ago. With this in mind, Bibi Dong steadied her resolve. She stood tall and elegant, her beautiful eyes gazing towards the gilded angel statue below, responding calmly and with dignity, "I am here." Upon hearing her words, the old and middle-aged men were left utterly dumbfounded. "Your Holiness, how could your tone be so composed in the presence of a deity? Did you not realize you might offend a divine being?" Chapter 15. Obtaining the token. Bibi Dong's confusion among the most astonishing revelations was that of Qian Daolu. The reality of this divine being may elude others, yet as a limit Douluo endowed with the angel martial spirit. He found himself overwhelmed and brought to his knees by an unseen force. Could this angelic deity be anything but real? Meanwhile, Bibi Dong's demeanor in addressing the divine presence was strikingly composed, devoid of any semblance of subservience or reverence. Did she truly perceive herself as an equal to the deity? Contemplating this, Qian Renxue swallowed hard and lowered his gaze, fervently wishing that the deity's wrath would not be directed towards their spirit hall. Interestingly, Lonbai did not share Qian Renxue's trepidation. Instead, he found himself admiring Bibi Dong's poise in the face of an unknown power. Her unyielding dignity, as the youngest pope, was indeed commendable. The prospect of conquering such a noble and frosty beauty would undoubtedly yield a profound sense of achievement. Disregarding further musings, he prioritized the immediate need to implement his plans without revealing too much, merely ensuring that they were aware of the existence of a saint on Douluo continent. Amidst the watchful eyes of many worshippers in Douluo, the deity commenced a dialogue with Pope Bibi Dong, delivering a divine edict. 9 fleeting minutes passed. "Do you comprehend?" the deity inquired. "I do," Bibi Dong affirmed with a nod. "Excellent, proceed." Subsequently, Lonbai extended his hand, and a 10-minute tidal Douluo summoning card gracefully descended from the air. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong reached out and accepted the summoning card. This card, an artifact from another realm, summoned entities of lesser strength, yet comparable to the mightiest in her world, with commands effective for 10 minutes. As she grasped the small card, Bibi Dong sensed a formidable power emanating from it, akin to that of a tidal Douluo. After some contemplation, she gestured, and an elderly man approached, presenting a token etched with 4 symbols, which Bibi Dong accepted personally. "Excellent," Lonbai remarked, glancing at the token in his hand with a sigh of relief. His objectives had been met. He refrained from requesting the Pope's decree directly, as there were only 6 of those, each with its own significance. Displaying it frivolously would surely attract Bibi Dong's scrutiny, prompting her to dispatch a Duel to investigate, thereby endangering his secret. Until he fully matured, caution was paramount. In Notting City, this token would suffice. Remember, expedite the creation of the Pope's decree. Next time, I shall descend with heaven's gift, he pronounced cryptically, planting a seed for future events. When he arrived at Shrek Academy, revealing this item would not be unexpected, and he would not fear Bibi Dong's attention. With that thought, Lonbai cast a glance at the noble and elegant Bibi Dong and casually remarked, "Bibi Dong, until we meet again." With that, he transformed into a radiant beam of light and vanished from the Pope's hall. After his departure, it took Qian Renxue a moment to gather himself and stand. Confirming that the miraculous presence had dissipated, he and the other elders turned their gazes towards Pope Bibi Dong. In the face of their scrutiny, she remained icy and composed. After a moment of reflection, she commanded coldly, "Seal all information. I do not wish to hear a whisper regarding the divine visitation. Furthermore, exert all efforts to forge a new Pope's decree." "Understood," came the response of one among them. Just as he was about to leave, Bibi Dong added, "Wait. Also create a unique martial spirit decree, inscribing my soul-devouring spider monarch mark upon it." Her words startled the assembly, exchanging glances filled with shock and confusion. Was the Pope intending to retain the decree for herself or to present it to the divine being on a future occasion? They then turned their attention to Qian Renxue, the one with the most authority aside from Pope Bibi Dong herself. Under the collective gaze, Qian Renxue remained silent, choosing instead to depart. Observing his demeanor, the one tasked with crafting the Pope's decree loudly affirmed, "Yes, Your Holiness." "Very well, everyone, disperse. Remember, do not let me hear a whisper of any news." Bibi Dong's tone was calm, yet it bore an unmistakable chill. Hastily, the assembly bowed their heads in compliance and exited the spirit hall, leaving the once crowded chamber desolate. Holding the 10-minute tidal Douluo summoning card, Bibi Dong pondered deeply. "Angel deity, why did you choose to converse with me instead of Qian Renxue?" In Notting City, at Notting Academy, within the 7th dormitory, a flash of holy light heralded Lonbai's appearance upon his bed. Upon recognizing the familiar surroundings, he exhaled in relief. Bibi Dong, indeed, was a formidable pope. Their brief exchange had nearly ensnared him in revealing too much. The adage that the more beautiful a woman is, the more perilous she becomes, rang true. Fortunately, his cleverness had triumphed. Gazing at the spirit hall token in his possession, he tucked it away, knowing it provided a safeguard. Observing the open door to the washroom, he noted that Xiao Wu had already departed. This little rabbit had not waited for him. Shaking his head, he prepared to rise when a sudden chill coursed through him. Reaching out, he was astonished to find a cloth, a towel, With curiosity, Lonbai approached and sniffed it, immediately detecting the familiar scent of the little white rabbit's milk candy. His lifespan had extended by another second. This Xiao Wu had carelessly left her towel lying about. Standing, he took the towel and made his way to the washroom. After a quick freshening up, he realized he needed to tidy up the place. However, it occurred to him that he had not purchased any toiletries. Never mind, I will buy some later. First, a wash. In the Notting Academy cafeteria, the atmosphere was bustling. Everyone, hurry. Mealtime is upon us. Understood. Inside, Wang Sheng was assisting the others from the 7th dormitory in cleaning up. What a tedious task. Tang San found himself scrubbing beneath the cabinets. The most arduous chore of all. Though he hailed from a blacksmith's lineage, his hands were near exhaustion. However, his spirits lifted as he glanced over at the area assigned to Lanbai and Xiao Wu, which was even messier than his own. With the cafeteria opening soon, Lonbai would surely be unable to tidy up in time. That pretty boy would be in for a scolding and a pay deduction. A grin spread across Tang San's face at the thought. Hey, Tang San, are you done cleaning? Wang Xing wiped the sweat from his brow as he approached. What's the rush? Are you eager to reincarnate? This is none of your concern, Tang San retorted sharply. Forget it, Wang Sheng sighed, dismissing the quarrel. Once you're finished, hurry out, we still need to help Boss Bai. What? Tang San's smile froze at Wang Sheng's words. Chapter 16. Who is your teacher? That worthless master? Why should you assist him in cleaning? Tang San halted his work upon hearing this. Observing Tang San's sullen expression, Wang Sheng frowned and replied, I volunteered. Is that not acceptable? You volunteered? Then you might as well help me too. Dream on. Boss Bai is the boss. It is only right that we assist him. A junior approached to counter Tang San's words. Boss. Tang San clenched his teeth in frustration. This position was rightfully his. Noticing Tang San's grim demeanor, Wang Xing unabashedly declared, Step aside. We are here to help Boss Bai clean. Wang Xing, how dare you speak to me like that? Why not? You are obstructing our work. You. If you want to leave, then go. Tang San suppressed his urge to retaliate. He snorted coldly, threw the broom to the ground, and ran off. What a lunatic, the crowd muttered as they watched Tang San flee, each spitting in disdain. Boss Bai had earned his position through fair competition, yet Tang San remained obstinate, persistently causing trouble for him. Was this not madness? All right, let us get to work. We must do a splendid job for Boss Bai and Sister Xiao Wu. Sure. Blue-white, he is utterly detestable. Everyone else is cleaning. Yet he refuses to lift a finger. How infuriating. Once I obtain my first spirit ring, I shall teach him a lesson. At that time, the position of boss will be mine, and so will Xiao Wu. As Tang San walked down the path, he delightedly contemplated these thoughts. However, the ache in his waist and arms pulled him back to reality. First, he must clean, and after that, he would seek out his teacher. Quickening his pace, he arrived at the small garden, the last area he needed to tidy up. Upon entering the garden, he heard voices within and peeked around a corner. To his surprise, he spotted a youthful and lively little girl. Xiao Wu. She had arrived to clean so quickly. But where was Blue-white? A glance around revealed no sign of him. Could it be he sent Xiao Wu to clean while he slept in? What a scoundrel! With this thought, Tang San cursed Blue-white under his breath. Then, another idea struck him, and he felt a surge of excitement. Without the bothersome Blue-white around Xiao Wu, could he not easily charm her? A naive and adorable little girl. His age would surely give him the upper hand in this endeavor. With this in mind, Tang San quickly ran his fingers through his blue hair and plucked a few flowers from the ground. Standing tall and proud, he felt invigorated. Xiao Wu. He called out sweetly, his voice taking on a gentle tone. Xiao Wu, busy sweeping with Blue-white, was startled by the peculiar sound. Her ears perked up in alarm. Gripping her broom, she pointed it toward the source of the noise, her expression wary. Do not be afraid. I am your Tang San brother, he continued, maintaining his soft tone. Upon seeing Tang San, Xiao Wu raised her broom defensively. Blue hair monster, what do you want? Stay away from me. What? Tang San was taken aback. His voice was so gentle. Why was Xiao Wu still so guarded? Taking a deep breath, he awkwardly extended the wildflowers toward her. Do not be scared. I am your third brother. Look, I brought you these flowers. Who are you calling third brother? We are not that close. Yet you call Blue-white brother so sweetly. Why can't you say the same for me? Ignoring Xiao Wu's hostile gaze, Tang San stepped closer. Blue hair monster. Do you think you are worthy of being compared to Brother Bai? Get lost. Xiao Wu's expression hardened as she swung her broom, knocking the flowers from Tang San's grasp onto the ground. Tang San was left speechless. This was not how he envisioned the scene unfolding. With Blue-white absent, He had expected Xiao Wu to accept the flowers with a smile, calling him third brother and giving him a warm embrace. Why then had she so forcefully dismissed his efforts? Xiao Wu, do you harbor some misunderstanding toward me? Tang San persisted, unwilling to concede. Is it something Blue-White said? He is slandering me. Please, let me explain. As Xiao Wu readied herself to confront the increasingly aggressive blue hair monster, she gathered her spirit power, her long legs poised for action. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed from the entrance of the small garden. That male student, stop right there. Hearing the command, Tang San immediately halted, looking back in confusion. Not far off, Blue-White and a middle-aged teacher approached. Brother Bai, spotting the familiar figure, Xiao Wu joyfully exclaimed, skipping over. She leaped into Blue-White's arms, her legs tightly wrapping around his waist. Witnessing Xiao Wu's contrasting reaction toward himself and Blue-White, Tang San's expression soured once more. His teeth ground together in frustration. Had he had beans in his mouth, he might have produced soy milk from sheer irritation. All right. With the teacher present, behave yourself. Blue-White chuckled as he playfully patted Xiao Wu's bottom, signaling for her to let go. Feeling Blue-White's hand, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed. She playfully punched him before finally releasing her hold. Good morning, teacher, Xiao Wu said shyly, her face still red. The middle-aged teacher nodded. Then turned to Tang San, whose expression remained dark. Frowning, he admonished, at such a young age, how can you force a girl to do such things? What kind of behavior is this? At the teacher's reprimand, Tang San quickly masked his grim demeanor, adopting a pitiful expression as he hastily explained. I only wanted to give her a bouquet of flowers. Unfortunately, the middle-aged teacher had already witnessed Tang San's previous sulky demeanor. Seeing his swift change in attitude only fueled the teacher's disdain. What is your name, young man, and who is your teacher? My teacher. Tang San perked up, recalling that his teacher was a figure of great significance. With pride, he declared, my teacher is the master. Master? The middle-aged teacher scoffed. I thought you were referring to someone of substance, but it turns out to be that worthless master. What is your name? Tang San was stunned. How could his teacher, a creator of the 10 core theories, be labeled a worthless master? Your name? The teacher insisted impatiently. I am Tang San. Tang San. Very well. The middle-aged teacher noted the name, then looked at Blue-White. You must be Blue-White and Xiao Wu? Yes, teacher, Blue-White responded. I have a record of your punishment. Previously, you were to clean for a month each, but I have decided to amend that. You two will not be punished. Really? Xiao Wu was incredulous. Indeed. How wonderful. Brother Bai, did you hear? We do not have to clean. Xiao Wu exclaimed, joyfully bouncing as she clung to Blue-White's arm. I am not deaf. Of course, I heard, Blue-White replied, somewhat exasperated by Xiao Wu's exuberance over such a trivial matter. Meanwhile, the middle-aged teacher regarded Tang San with evident disdain. According to school regulations, the disciple of the worthless master, Tang San, shall clean the small garden alone for 3 months. Why should I? Tang San protested vehemently. He gained nothing from his misdeeds. Why is the punishment so severe? The act of teasing a girl can vary in severity. Yet this penalty is already quite lenient. Do you wish to be expelled? Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged teacher, Tang San's face turned a deep shade of liver. And he clenched his teeth. Yes, teacher. Chapter 17. A soul explosion. Xiao Yu is teased well. That will suffice. Go ahead and clean up. Do not entertain thoughts of idleness. I shall come by to inspect from time to time. With this remark, the middle-aged teacher departed. Tang San lowered his head, his eyes brimming with indignation. Once again, this blue and white had thwarted his good fortune. He clenched his fists tightly, only to release them moments later. Endure, endure, endure. The tortoise merely signifies a temporary state. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Once he acquires the soul ring, he shall place blue and white beneath his feet. Little Rabbit will return to his side. Brother Bai, do we still need to sweep the floor? Why sweep it all? This is Little San's task. Are you not afraid he will retaliate? Who has taken his task? I merely inquired. Enough. Little San has work to do. Laborious and dirty as it is. Let us first enjoy a delightful breakfast. Yes. I want to eat a great deal. And you are forbidden from taking any from me. Eat a lot, you say? Then afterward, I shall give you a massage. In broad daylight. I do not desire your massage. What about in the evening? As the banter between Blue, White, and Little Rabbit grew fainter, Tang San's tortoise-like patience began to fray. How infuriating. He hurled the broom to the ground, his gaze filled with rage as he watched the retreating figures of Blue and White. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the broom once more and began to sweep with fervor. Once he finished, he would seek out the teacher to accompany him in hunting for soul rings. Blue and White, wait for me. Meanwhile, Blue, White, and Little Rabbit had arrived at the cafeteria. In truth, Blue and White usually did not move so swiftly. It was primarily due to Little Rabbit's energy. This little bunny slept soundly at night, and once asleep, she was unshakable. Thus, well-rested. She was full of vigor during the day, moving as swiftly as the wind. Blue and White, caught by her enthusiasm, found himself powerless to walk at a leisurely pace. Wow, the cafeteria at Notting Academy is quite spacious. Not spacious enough to fill your belly. Brother Bai, Little Rabbit shot him a glare. I have a modest appetite. Oh, yes, yes. I cannot be bothered to argue. Come, I shall treat you. Blue and White thought, this little rabbit is borrowing my money to treat me to a meal. 100 gold soul coins. Let us see how she repays me. If she cannot, humph. As Little Rabbit dragged Blue and White into the cafeteria, they were immediately captivated by the scene within. Not only was there a first floor, but a second as well, far superior to the small diner they had previously frequented. Boss Bai, Sister Little Rabbit, over here. Suddenly, a voice arose from the crowd. It was Wang Xing and his companions, gathered around a food stall, eagerly awaiting their meals. Observing this, Blue and White moved with Little Rabbit toward them. Is this delicious? Of course. Otherwise, we wouldn't be waiting here. Blue and White glanced at the price list and discovered that the food was quite affordable, purchasable with copper soul coins. All right, let this be our 7 dormitory gathering. So today's meal shall be on Sister Little Rabbit. Upon hearing this, Wang Xing and the others exclaimed, Huh? Blue and White nudged Wang Xing. Clap your hands. What are you staring at? Wang Xing, realizing that Little Rabbit was the one being honored, quickly exclaimed, Oh, thank you, Sister Little Rabbit. Long live Sister Little Rabbit. As he spoke, the others joined in, Long live Sister Little Rabbit. Sister Little Rabbit is magnificent. Sister Little Rabbit is incredible. I want to be your loyal follower. Meanwhile, on the second floor, several older students glanced down at the commotion. Observing the ragtag assembly below, one remarked, Are they not work-study students? Indeed, they are. How dare this group of impoverished souls congregate here in such a conspicuous manner? Boss, should we teach them a lesson? Hearing this suggestion, Xiao Qianyu, who had been dining, glanced up. His gaze landed squarely on the eldest among them, Wang Sheng. Do these destitute fools dare to eat in the cafeteria? With that, he finished his last bite, then unceremoniously tossed his chopsticks and bowl to the ground. The resounding crash silenced Wang Xing and the others, who turned their attention to the second floor. Hey, kid, I accidentally dropped my bowl. Could you help me pick it up? Xiao Qianyu stood up, grinning at Wang Xing. Wang Xing, oblivious to the mockery, cheerfully agreed. Moving to retrieve the fallen bowl and chopsticks before ascending the stairs, Blue and White paid little mind, handing a bowl brimming with ingredients to Little Rabbit. Eat first. Wealthy lady. Humph, Little Bai truly knows how to please. The wealthy lady pays, the wealthy lady reigns supreme. Little Rabbit remained silent, her frustration mounting. She had intended to treat only him, but with his proclamation, she found herself spending a fortune. How many days of labor would it take to repay him? Gold soul coins. If I exert myself, it should not be too difficult to earn. After handing the bowl to Little Rabbit, Blue and White took one for himself and led the group to a corner to sit down. At that moment, Wang Sheng approached with his noodles. However, just as he was about to sit down, oops, my hand slipped again. Hurry and help me pick it up. Upon hearing Xiao Qianyu's words, Wang Xing furrowed his brow, muttering under his breath, Is this guy clumsy? Can't even hold a bowl properly. Reluctantly, he dashed over to retrieve the bowl and chopsticks once more before heading upstairs. At this juncture, Blue and White sensed something amiss. The individual on the second floor spoke with a smile, seemingly mocking Wang Xing. Brother Bai, that guy seems to be doing it on purpose. Not only Blue and White, but Little Rabbit too had perceived the intent. It is deliberate. Blue and White concluded decisively. Indeed, we have not provoked him. I must go up and reason with him. As Little Rabbit prepared to rise, Blue and White promptly restrained her. Brother Bai, why are you stopping me? Let me. Shoo. Before she could finish, Blue and White stuffed a large carrot into her mouth. Continue with your meal. Allow me to handle this. With no alternative, Little Rabbit could only obediently chew on the carrot. Blue and White slurped up his noodles, observing Xiao Qianyu's every move. After accepting the utensils from Wang Xing, Xiao Qianyu wore a grin as he awaited Wang Sheng's descent. He exchanged a few jests with his companions, seemingly remarking, Walking the dog is truly amusing. Just as Wang Xing descended, he prepared to toss the utensils from the second floor. However, This time, he was thwarted. At that moment, his mind jolted, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Boss Xiao, are you all right? The crowd on the second floor rushed to assist Xiao Qinyu. Dazed, Xiao Qinyu shook his head, still uncertain of what had transpired. As someone lacking in scholarly pursuits, he had no comprehension of mental attacks, mistakenly attributing his dizziness to low blood sugar. I am fine. Let go of me. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Xiao Qinyu approached the railing once more, preparing to throw the utensils. Another jolt struck his mind, and this time his head collided with the railing, producing a thunderous sound. The clamor drew the attention of Wang Sheng and his companions on the first floor. Why is this upperclassman bumping his head against the railing? Perhaps he is practicing his iron head technique. What else could it be? Maybe he is thanking Brother Wang with a bow. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, the enigmatic figure behind the scenes, clad in shades of blue and white, took a sip of his noodles, concealing both his prowess and identity. Chapter 18. Tang San takes the blame and is violently beaten by Xiao Qinyu's soul explosion. This technique causes the opponent's soul to tremble continuously, inflicting immense mental harm. In lower tiers, soul bones serve as a formidable lethal weapon. In the midst of this, Xiao Wu's small mouth was stuffed full by Lonbai. Her cheeks puffed out as she inquired, "Yargij, are you daring?" Lonbai retorted, "Do not slander me. I am merely an ordinary noodle enthusiast." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu wore a skeptical expression. In response, Lonbai produced a large carrot, stuffing it into her mouth once more. After several minutes, concern filled the air. "Big brother Xiao, are you all right?" Upon witnessing Xiao Qinyu kneeling on the ground, his subordinates rushed forward to ask, "Damn it, who is plotting against me?" Xiao Qinyu sprang to his feet, covered in grease, and began searching frantically, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the standing Lonbai. With such handsomeness, it must be him. Casting aside his bowl and chopsticks, Xiao Qinyu prepared to descend the stairs, eager to assert his dominance and maintain his reputation as the school bully. Dum dum dum. Just as Lonbai was about to take Xiao Wu's hand and leave, he raised an eyebrow upon hearing the footsteps. Indeed, the demeanor of the school bully was imposing. He cast a casual glance at Xiao Qinyu. Judgment of misfortune. "Hey you, what are you looking at? Come here." Xiao Qinyu pointed aggressively at Lonbai as he stormed down the stairs. In response, Xiao Wu let out a cold snort, positioning herself in front of Lonbai, eager to teach this fellow a lesson. Previously, her brother Bai had dissuaded her, but now the opportunity had presented itself. Lonbai lightly patted Xiao Wu's rear, whispering, "No rush, enjoy the show." Xiao Wu, puzzled, asked what show? Before she could ponder further, Xiao Qinyu provided her with an answer. Xiao Qinyu descended with great fervor, but he completely overlooked a banana peel on the next step. With a swift motion, he stepped right onto it, resulting in a cacophony of thuds as his shoulder, knee, elbow, and head all collided with the steps. Finally, his unfortunate face met the ground, falling silent. "Big brother Xiao." The crowd on the second floor gasped in unison and hurried down to investigate. Xiao Qinyu lay there, lamenting. "Xiao Wu, I'm leaving, pay the bill." Lonbai gave Xiao Wu another playful slap on her backside. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Xiao Wu turned around, covering her rear, and reproached, "Please refrain from such behavior in public." Lonbai feigned innocence, gesturing to the surrounding crowd, asked them, "Did anyone see?" Wang Sheng and the others quickly waved their hands, exclaiming, No, absolutely not. Our eyes are blind." Xiao Wu was left speechless, feeling a mix of anger and frustration, yet she had no means to confront Lonbai. Shooting him a glare, she retrieved 10 gold soul coins, addressing Wang Sheng. "Is this sufficient? 1 bowl of noodles for each coin." "What?" Upon seeing the 10 gold soul coins in Xiao Wu's hand, the previously jovial Wang Xing was rendered speechless, as were the others around him. "What's wrong?" Xiao Wu was startled by their reaction. "Is this not enough?" Pouting, she extracted another 10 coins from her pouch, muttering, "Gold soul coins are truly worthless. 1 coin can't even buy a bowl of noodles." In no time, she held 20 coins, her small hand struggling to contain them. "Is this enough?" she asked the crowd, suddenly feeling their gazes were somewhat peculiar. "Could it be? Still not enough? Then I'll take out 10 more. Enough. Enough. That is more than sufficient." Wang Sheng shouted, his voice cracking from excitement. "Is it enough?" Xiao Wu nodded, murmuring, 2 gold coins for a bowl of noodles, isn't too expensive." The crowd responded with awe, "Sister Xiao Wu, if only you were our real sister." Despite being work-study students, how could she and Bai be so affluent? Wang Sheng, "Here, you handle the payment." As she spoke, Xiao Wu prepared to hand over the 20 gold soul coins to Wang Xing. No, Sister Xiao Wu. Just give me 1. No, Half a coin will suffice. Wang Sheng hesitated to accept the coins, staring wide-eyed at Xiao Wu's offering. Confused by his sudden reluctance after previously wanting 10 coins, Xiao Wu appeared adorably dazed. Observing her bewildered expression, Lonbai shook his head in exasperation. He stepped forward, taking 1 coin from her hand and giving it to Wang Sheng. Just take 1. Keep the rest for your breakfast next time. Thank you, Bai Gu. Wang Sheng expressed his gratitude loudly. Not a big deal. Just finish your meal and leave. Lanbai gestured towards the still prostrate Xiao Qinyu. Be cautious. Those upperclassmen might cause us trouble. Understood. Wang Sheng nodded eagerly before rushing off to settle the bill. Xiao Wu, it's time to go. Lanbai extended his hand toward the still dazed Xiao Wu. Oh. Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes, collecting the 19 coins back into her pouch, hugging them tightly. Then placing her small hand in Lanbai's, allowing him to lead her out of the cafeteria. Once Bai Gu had moved away, the group from Dormitory 7 settled their bill. They glanced at the upperclassmen across the room, sneering in disdain before hastily exiting. Without Bai Gu present, they dared not act arrogantly. 10 minutes later, Xiao Qinyu slowly regained consciousness on the ground. Upon seeing this, the crowd hurriedly inquired, Big Brother Xiao, are you all right? No major injuries, Xiao Qinyu replied, rubbing his shoulder. With a grimace, he asked, what about those poor work-study students? I still owe them a reckoning. They fled while you were unconscious, Big Brother Xiao, someone informed him. They ran. Xiao Qinyu's anger flared as he slammed his fist onto the floor. Damn it. I must reclaim my honor. Indeed, there will be plenty of opportunities to do so, his companions eagerly agreed. Just then, a voice echoed from the entrance of the cafeteria. After sweeping the cafeteria, now I must tackle the garden. I'm utterly exhausted. I wonder if my remaining silver coin will suffice for a meal. The upperclassmen turned their gazes towards the source of the voice, their attention drawn to Tang San's shabby demeanor. One of them queried, Hey kid, from your words, it seems you're a work-study student? Upon realizing he was being addressed by upperclassmen, Tang San straightened his back, a plan forming in his mind. If he could forge a connection with them, perhaps they would assist him in dealing with Lonbai, climbing the social ladder. He envisioned a future where he would rise above those who helped him, belittling them in turn. This was his forte. Excited by the thought, Tang San swallowed hard and earnestly replied, You guessed correctly, senior. I am the dorm leader of the 7th work-study dorm. May I inquire what you need? Oh. The upperclassmen exchanged peculiar glances before their focus shifted to Xiao Qinyu. Xiao Qinyu slowly broke into a smile, waving at Tang San. Come here. We happen to have a matter to discuss with you. What a coincidence. Tang San exclaimed, surprised. What is it? A delightful proposition that will leave you utterly exhilarated. Xiao Qinyu replied. Intrigued, Tang San eagerly approached, only to be swiftly pulled into the crowd. The next moment, cries of anguish erupted from within. This is what you get for showing off. So you think you're the dorm leader? Uh-huh. Quite impressive, are we? Tang San, now begging with a whimper, pleaded, Bro. Elder brother, I have erred. Please, spare me. I implore you. Xiao Qinyu exclaimed with enthusiasm, Strike. First, let us attack this blue-haired monster of a class leader. And then we shall seek retribution against those rascals. Indeed. Upon hearing this, the crowd grew even more fervent in their assault. Chapter 19. Unable to repay? Perhaps you should sell yourself to me on the path to the soul-hunting forest. Xiao Wu held the money pouch in silence. Previously, she had been the one guiding Lonbai around, but now it was Lonbai who needed to take the lead. What was she thinking? As they walked, Lonbai casually purchased a few skewers of pork, offering one to Xiao Wu. She accepted it, glanced at him, and then took a hearty bite. As if she were consuming him. Her cheeks puffed out as she shook the money pouch in her hand. Brother Bai. You must have known that a single gold soul coin can buy a plethora of items, right? Upon hearing this, Lonbai raised an eyebrow and retorted, You don't know? Xiao Wu lowered her head in silence. She couldn't possibly admit that she truly didn't know. If she did, Brother Bai might think she was foolish for not even knowing what a gold soul coin was at her age. As they continued walking, Lonbai's eyes lit up upon spotting a nearby vegetable stall. He ruffled Xiao Wu's hair. Stop dwelling on it. I'm not in a hurry for you to repay me. Come on, let us go buy something delicious. With that, the somewhat naive Xiao Wu was led by Lonbai to the vegetable stall. Immediately, her attention was captured by an enormous carrot on the ground. It was so large, she doubted she could fit it in her mouth in one bite. Seeing a customer approach, the elderly woman at the stall kindly inquired, What would you like to buy, dear? With a skewer hanging from his mouth, Lonbai waved his hand and declared, I'll take all of your carrots. How much do they cost? What? All of them? The old woman stared in disbelief. nearly dropping her false teeth. You mean all the carrots? Young man, you must be joking. There are over 100 pounds here. Yes. Lonbai produced 2 gold soul coins. Is this enough? The elderly woman, upon seeing the gold coins, rubbed her eyes in disbelief. She quickly took them, bit one with her false teeth, and confirmed its authenticity. This is more than enough. Let me get your change. No need. Consider the excess as a tip. Saying this, Lonbai retrieved his spatial ring to start collecting the carrots. This is a soul-guiding device? Upon witnessing the device in Lonbai's hand, the old woman finally grasped the situation. This young man was undoubtedly a hidden noble. After all, at such a young age, possessing gold soul coins and a soul-guiding device, was he anything but a young master? Beside them, Xiao Wu was once again astonished by the purchasing power of the gold soul coins. Her mouth fell open in disbelief. She might not have felt the pinch when noodles were expensive, as she didn't particularly love them, but using gold soul coins to buy carrots suddenly elevated their significance. 2 gold soul coins equated to over 100 pounds of carrots. She weighed the money pouch in her hand. Xiao Wu's mind went blank. How many carrots could she buy with so many gold soul coins? It was impossible to consume them all. With a worried expression, she quietly asked the elderly woman counting her coins, "Grandma, is it hard to earn a gold soul coin?" At this, the old woman lovingly patted the pouch containing the coins. It's not merely a matter of difficulty. As farmers, we rarely even see gold soul coins. Is it that hard to earn? Xiao Wu's heart raced, and she felt completely overwhelmed. If she borrowed so many gold soul coins from Brother Bai, how could she ever repay him? Perhaps even selling herself wouldn't suffice. My dear girl, you are truly fortunate. The old woman enviously looked at her, subtly pointing at Lonbai. You must be this young master as child bride. With him around, you will never have to worry about food or clothing. Child bride. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu quickly lowered her head, her rabbit ears growing warm. Steam seemed to rise from her head. Ding. Xiao Wu's affection for you has increased to 70, accelerating the acquisition of intimacy points. Current intimacy point acquisition speed, 1.75. As Lonbai continued packing the carrots, he pondered, why did my affection points suddenly increase? Just then, an unwelcome voice interrupted. Xiao Wu. What a coincidence to see you again. Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Wu turned to see Tang San's signature blue hair, instantly furrowing her brows. We have no connection. Please refrain from saying such things. At that moment, Lonbai had just finished packing and turned to look. He saw Master approaching with a smug Tang San beside him. Oh, Xiao San, what happened to you? Seeing Lonbai's inquiry, Tang San vented his frustrations, grumbling, I don't know which fool angered the senior students, but I got beaten up because of it. If I find out who it was, just wait until I teach them a lesson. Hearing this, Lonbai stifled a laugh, choosing to remain silent. However, Xiao Wu couldn't contain herself and burst into laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells. Seeing that he had amused Xiao Wu, Tang San's mood brightened instantly, forgetting his embarrassment. His sour demeanor vanished, and he grinned. Honestly, I didn't lose face. I managed to take down a few of them. One against many. Xiao Wu, am I impressive, or what? Very impressive, Xiao Wu replied nonchalantly, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she glanced at Lonbai. This blue-haired oddball was simply too funny, having been beaten yet still boasting about his prowess. Lonbai playfully swatted Xiao Wu's backside, signaling her to tone it down and not reveal his hidden identity. Unable to hold back, Xiao Wu retreated behind Lonbai, giggling softly. Hey, Xiao Wu, don't hide. All right, Xiao San, we have serious matters to attend to. Yes, master. Tang San had hoped to regain his image in Xiao Wu's eyes while she was in good spirits, but was abruptly interrupted by Master. He could only glance longingly at the giggling Xiao Wu hiding behind Lonbai as he followed Master. Master approached the elderly woman at the vegetable stall. I'll take over 20 pounds of white carrots. White carrots. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu became intrigued and nudged Lonbai. Brother Bai, why is that old fellow buying white carrots? Lonbai, aware of Master's intentions, chose not to explain. Instead, he took Xiao Wu aside to purchase 2 items resembling gas masks. After placing the masks into his spatial ring, he handed them to Xiao Wu. Is this for me? Don't want it? Are you really giving this to me? Xiao Wu exclaimed, somewhat incredulous. Though she had seen Lonbai use a soul-guiding device, she understood its significance and value. Just tell me if you want it. But I still owe you so many gold soul coins. If I accept this. Xiao Wu lowered her head. I can't repay you. Not a chance. Lonbai playfully tapped her forehead, suggesting, why not sell yourself to me? Xiao Wu, just kidding. Give me a kiss, and you can have this. Lonbai proposed earnestly. A kiss? Xiao Wu glanced up at Lonbai, her face suddenly flushing red as she pondered something. Cautiously, she glanced around, then whispered shyly, "You, lower your head." Lonbai, is that a yes? It made sense, given her affection level of 70. As long as his request wasn't too excessive, Xiao Wu would likely agree. However, the condition was that no one else was around. Oh dear, I'll do it myself. Seeing the atmosphere grow increasingly awkward, Xiao Wu felt a bit embarrassed and decided to take decisive action. She playfully extended her delicate tongue to moisten her lips. Then, she sprang up and wrapped her arms around Lonbai's neck, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. The sweet scent of milk filled the air, and Lonbai could only feel the delightful sensation of her soft touch. Ah, Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Chapter 20, 1,000 Points of Affection. The lottery begins suddenly. A wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig emanated from nearby. At that moment, Xiao Wu was clinging to Lonbai's neck, while he cradled her tenderly, one hand supporting her petite form and the other encircling her waist. Hearing the commotion, Lonbai glanced over, frowning. What is that dog barking about? You all. Xiao Wu, come down, don't cling to him. Tang San disregarded Lonbai. His gaze fixated on Xiao Wu, his eyes filled with envy. Upon hearing Tang San's distress, Xiao Wu glanced around nervously, relieved to find that he was the only one there. She not only refused to let go, but instead tightened her embrace around Lonbai's neck, drawing them closer together. With a cold glare directed at Tang San, she echoed Lonbai's tone. I'm having a private conversation with Brother Bai. Why are you barking like a dog? I'm not barking. I merely wish to inquire why you are kissing his face. Tang San was on the verge of a breakdown, merely wandering around. He was startled to discover that the girl he had been yearning for was cozily nestled with his nemesis. And worse, he had witnessed it. If he wasn't barking, then who was? Disregarding him, Xiao Wu leapt off Lonbai and seized his hand, darting past Tang San. Xiao Wu, could you please explain? Did he threaten you into doing this? As she approached, Tang San attempted to reach out and hold her back. However, before his hand could touch her, Lonbai swiftly swatted it away. If you have perverse thoughts, don't impose them on others. Isn't that disgusting? Lonbai, you. Tang San's fists clenched tightly. His knuckles reddened from Lonbai's slap, seething with pain. He was about to explode when he heard Master S' voice. Tang San, we should leave. The moment he heard the Master S words, Tang San's anger dissipated immediately. Taking a few deep breaths, he suppressed his rage. Just a bit longer, soon. The Master would take him to hunt soul beasts. Once he acquired his first soul ring, he would make Lonbai pay dearly for this. Xiao Wu kissing him, there was no doubt that it was under Lonbai's coercion. Coercing Xiao Wu to sleep with him, to clean up after him, to kiss him. Lonbai's actions were utterly despicable. It was only natural for him to seek revenge, and even heaven would approve. Moreover, the Master, as a formidable figure, was undoubtedly on his side. With these thoughts, Tang San's mood considerably improved. Just a little longer, and he could shed the title of Turtle. 2 minutes later. Wow, this place is enormous. On the way, Xiao Wu fiddled with the bracelet, feeling particularly intrigued. Observing this, Lonbai tempted her. How about selling yourself to me? If you do, you won't have to repay those gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu playfully punched him. Get lost. The punch was harmless, and Lonbai felt little from it, dismissing her words as mere jest. This little bunny's heart had long belonged to him. Whether she sold herself or not was merely a teasing remark. Diving into his thoughts, he checked the affection points. Your current affection point acquisition rate is 1.75. Current affection points are 1047. 6. 1,000 already? It seemed that simply taking Xiao Wu for a stroll each day was quite effective in accumulating affection points. Lottery. Successfully deducted 100 affection points, remaining 947. 6 affection points. Lottery in progress. Draw successful. 20 gold soul coins. Lonbai was undeterred, after all. He still had plenty of affection points left to draw from. Continuing with the lottery. Then, draw successful. 20 gold soul coins. Draw successful. 1 sweet flour brewed chicken. Draw successful. 20 gold soul coins. Draw successful. A pair of black body socks from a certain astrologer. Draw successful. 1,000 gold soul coins. Draw successful. A pair of black stockings from the Parisian designer, inscribed with a small soul gathering array. Draw successful. A pair of white stockings from the Parisian designer, inscribed with a small soul gathering array. Lonbai. System, I warn you not to play with fire again. Continuing the lottery. Draw successful. 5th level soul power. Draw successful. 5th level soul power. Draw successful. A portable wooden cabin. 1010. Feature. super soundproof, indestructible. Upon hearing these 3 system notifications, Lonbai sighed in relief. However, what on earth was that pair of black body socks from a certain astrologer? Never mind. Too lazy to care. Lonbai promptly placed the sweet flour brewed chicken, the astrologer's body socks, and the Parisian black and white stockings into the system inventory. The Parisian stockings, inscribed with a small soul-gathering array, though not immensely potent, were still a decent acquisition for Xiao Wu's strength. He must find an opportunity to have her wear them, and perhaps test their feel. Turning his attention to the other rewards. 2 5th-level soul powers amounted to 10 levels. Closing his eyes, he felt the infusion of 10 levels of soul power, and after a moment, he clenched his fist, the soul power coursing through him, indicating that he had now become a level 20 soul master. With just 1 soul ring, he could ascend to the rank of Great Soul Master. However, with his super divine, Seraphim martial soul, he had nothing to fear even against soul masters above level 20. With the enhancement of the Fate Skull, the outcome was uncertain. As Lonbai reveled in his newfound strength, a serious voice suddenly resonated from behind. Are you all headed to the soul-hunting forest as well? Upon hearing this commanding voice, Lonbai raised an eyebrow, turning around with a polite smile. Yes. Why? Are you and Tang San also going? Noting Lonbai's lack of respect in his response, the master inwardly scoffed, maintaining an outward calmness as he nodded. Indeed. Who among you intends to acquire a soul ring? None of us. We are merely out for a leisurely stroll. Tang San scoffed. Lonbai, stop pretending. Who would come to the soul-hunting forest for a stroll? Are you trying to court death? But we truly are here for a stroll, right, Xiao Wu? Lonbai squeezed Xiao Wu's small hand. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. Whatever Brother Bai says goes. Witnessing their intimate interaction, Tang San's eyes began to redden with envy, transforming him into a veritable green-eyed monster. Enough, Tang San, we should leave. They have no martial soul tokens and cannot exit. Let us not concern ourselves with them. The master observed everything with keen insight, quickly discerning the dynamics among the 3. The master has spoken. As Lonbai and Xiao Wu passed by, the master suddenly turned to Xiao Wu and asked, Xiao Wu, I recall that you also possess innate full soul power, correct? Though reluctant to answer, Xiao Wu nodded in acknowledgement, compelled by the master's authority. Yes, that's correct. Our Tang San also has innate full soul power. Those with innate full soul power exhibit exceptional talent. However, Lonbai's file indicates that he possesses only 2nd-level innate soul power. It may not be wise for you to associate with him. Xiao Wu comprehended the master's implication. However, she was unconcerned. Innate soul power did not define everything. Furthermore, even if Lonbai were incapable, she would ensure his safety. Thus, she mimicked Lonbai's tone, dismissively replying, Ah, indeed, indeed. The master, though inwardly chastising Xiao Wu for her lack of respect, maintained an unperturbed exterior and simply remarked, there is no point in further discussion. Do ensure your safety. With that, he led Tang San away. Once they had departed, Lonbai playfully smacked Xiao Wu's rear, feigning seriousness as he admonished. How can you show such disrespect to your elders? In response, Xiao Wu, invigorated by his words, swiftly swatted Lonbai's hand away, pouting. Isn't it just a reflection of your own behavior? You have taught me poorly. With a sharp tongue, she added, Oh, so you wish to provoke me, do you? Flushed, Xiao Wu glanced around to ensure no one was watching them, then sighed in relief, whispering, Keep your voice down. We are in a public place. Oh. Then let us speak beneath the covers tonight, Lonbai suggested. Moments later, the 2 arrived at the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, which was bustling with a vast marketplace. The streets were lined with numerous shops and filled with the cacophony of vendors calling out, creating an atmosphere of vibrant noise. The master and Tang San strode ahead, only to be halted by a contingent of armored soldiers wielding long spears, seemingly conducting a search. The master produced a token, its ancient and frigid black iron surface engraved with symbols of a sword, a hammer, and a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Upon inspecting the token, the soldiers immediately bowed respectfully. Uttering in unison, My lord, please proceed. The master nodded slightly, exuding an air of superiority. Standing beside him, Tang San felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He always believed that his teacher was far from being a mere incompetent master. Did you see that? Just a slight display of authority, and they bow in deference. He reveled in the moment. In his self-satisfaction, he sensed Lonbai's gaze upon him. Turning around, he indeed spotted Lonbai and Xiao Wu. A smirk spread across his face as he taunted, Did you not realize that a token is required to enter the forest? Now you regret not following my teacher. Don't you? You wish to enter, but it is too late. However, Xiao Wu was still eligible to enter. being inherently gifted with full soul power. Her purpose in visiting the soul-hunting forest was undoubtedly to acquire a soul ring. If only he could seize this opportunity to separate the two of them. In the forest, without Lonbai, wouldn't his scope of action expand considerably? Chapter 21. Alas, I had no intention of being so ostentatious. Tang San suddenly realized this. Suppressing the ecstasy bubbling within, he turned to the master and proposed, "Teacher, Xiao Wu also possesses innate full soul power. She may have come here to hunt for a soul ring. Why don't we invite her in as well?" Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, the master glanced back and spotted the figures of Lonbai and Xiao Wu. After observing the eager expression on Tang San's face, the master hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. After all, Tang San was his cherished disciple, and it would be preferable to accommodate him as much as possible. The second individual in history to possess twin martial souls was indeed a remarkable prospect he must hold onto tightly. As they approached, the master addressed Xiao Wu, his hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a neutral tone. "Xiao Wu, I recall that you also possess innate full soul power. If you require assistance in hunting for a soul ring, feel free to inform me. For the sake of Xiao San, I can reluctantly assist you in finding a 10-year soul ring." Tang San, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "Xiao Wu, come over. Do not be afraid. Teacher is a significant figure with a token from the Spirit Hall, and his formidable strength will surely aid you in acquiring a soul ring." The soldier standing amidst the four did not speak, merely observing the unfolding drama. From the dialogue between the master and disciple, it became evident to him that the blue-haired boy seemed to harbor affections for the little beauty beside him. The little girl sought to obtain a soul ring, but lacked the token to enter the soul-hunting forest. Thus, the blue-haired boy intended to leverage his teacher's token to separate the handsome boy and the little girl. Such machinations revealed the boy's ill intentions. Truly astonishing. He ought to reflect on his own appearance. To possess such thoughts at a young age, if this ugly child had a commendable talent for soul power, what might he become in the future? He could easily cause upheaval among respectable women. Many soldiers found the scene somewhat intolerable but refrained from commenting, recognizing it was not their concern. They were merely spectators. Moreover, the token held by the old man was indeed of high rank, beyond their jurisdiction to question. Not only that, if anything were to happen to the old man, they would be obligated to assist him. Such a predicament was truly exasperating. Witnessing the master's patronizing demeanor and Tang San's smug expression, Xiao Wu frowned and turned to Lonbai. "Brother Bai, let us just buy a hand token directly. It's only 30 gold soul coins each, which is quite reasonable." Instantly, the nearby soldiers widened their eyes in disbelief. What nonsense is this? 30 gold soul coins for a single-use hand token, and you consider that reasonable? This is not something children should be saying. In response, Lonbai, exasperated, playfully tapped Xiao Wu's forehead. "You must be wealthy, huh? Don't forget that you still owe me money." Xiao Wu pouted, covering her forehead, feeling a bit wronged. She merely found the master's condescending expression infuriating. "Lonbai, how dare you hit Xiao Wu?" On the other side, Tang San, witnessing Xiao Wu being playfully struck, erupted in fury, akin to a lovesick dog witnessing his goddess being reprimanded by her current boyfriend. Xiao Wu seeks to obtain a soul ring to enhance her strength. What gives you the right to impede her? I tell you, you are unqualified. Seeing Tang San so agitated, the master felt compelled to intervene with a hypocritical attempt at reasoning. "Lonbai, a single token can only admit 3 individuals. Moreover, Xiao Wu's soul power has already reached level 10. It is not that I intentionally exclude you, but I am only permitted to bring 1 additional person." The soldiers nearby erupted in laughter upon hearing this. This old fellow, taking advantage of the young boy's naivety, was weaving deceptive tales with ease, embodying the very essence of a mentor, yet only concerned with appearances. "Lonbai, I merely tapped Xiao Wu's forehead lightly. She didn't even protest. What do you two call yourselves?" After a moment of silence, Lonbai sighed and muttered quietly, "Alas, I had no intention of being so ostentatious." He then produced the token he had received earlier and handed it to the soldier. "Brother, this should grant me free passage through the checkpoint, correct?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances before quickly gathering around. "My goodness, is this token authentic? It appears to be of a high rank. How could this child possess a token with 4 insignias? Absurd. This should be the highest rank of martial soul token in Notting City." As the soldiers voiced their astonishment, Tang San, who had been boasting a moment ago, fell silent, his mouth agape in shock. He stared at Lonbai, now surrounded by soldiers, before glancing at his teacher. Suddenly, he realized that his teacher also appeared somewhat bewildered. rubbing his head. Tang San recalled that the token his teacher possessed only bore 3 insignias. If what the soldiers claimed was true, then could it be that the token in Lonbai's possession was of a higher rank than his teacher's? How could that be possible? His teacher had explicitly told him that the highest-ranked token in Notting City was the one he held, but it now seemed otherwise. Tang San wanted to inquire further, but upon seeing his teacher's flushed face, he decided it was best not to provoke this misfortune. What are you all clamoring about? Keep it down. Just then, a squad leader, munching on sunflower seeds, emerged from a nearby sentry post. Upon hearing the commotion, the soldiers quickly dispersed. One pointed at Lonbai. Captain, this child possesses a martial soul token with 4 insignias. We are uncertain of its authenticity. A child? The squad leader frowned, carelessly tossing a sunflower seed shell at the soldier. Are you messing with me? I have never seen a martial soul token with 4 insignias in my life. How could a child possibly have one? It's true. The soldier protested, feeling wronged. Are you still being stubborn? Fine, I'll verify its authenticity. If it turns out to be fake, you won't receive your wages for the month, the squad leader declared, tossing aside his sunflower seeds and striding over. Upon spotting Lonbai, his eyes lit up. Oh, a handsome young lad. You must be the one. Come, let me see that token. In response, Lonbai handed over the token. The squad leader leaned in, scrutinizing the token in Lonbai's hand. Moments later, he let out an exclamation. Holy crap. It's genuinely real. The soldier who had been chastised beamed with joy. Captain, I didn't deceive you, did I? Get lost. Are you slapping me in the face? You won't see a dime of your wages today. The soldier, huh? Ignoring the soldier, the squad leader turned to Lonbai and nodded. Kid, you're quite accomplished for your age. You may proceed, just be cautious. If you encounter danger, return here. We will assist you. Understood? What a kind-hearted individual. Lonbai nodded, stowing away the token before leading Xiao Wu toward the forest. Once they had ventured far, the soldier leaned in to quietly inquire, Captain, why didn't we stop such a young child? Moreover, that martial soul token for insignias is simply outrageous. Shut up. The squad leader slapped the soldier on the head. Do you not understand that the martial soul token represents absolute authority? It is beyond question or inquiry. Do you not remember the rules? If you keep talking, not only will you miss today's wages, but you might also lose your pay for the entire month. The soldier, he should have remained silent. On the other side, Tang San and the master gazed at the retreating figures of Lonbai and Xiao Wu, their expressions markedly different. Tang San's face was contorted in utmost displeasure. He could not comprehend why the blue and white had access to everything, even acquiring something as rare as a token. Meanwhile, the master's expression remained inscrutable. He never anticipated that this blue and white possessed a soul token of superior caliber, one that was unattainable for ordinary individuals. Could it be that this blue and white was a scion of some illustrious family? Chapter 22. Teacher, it seems it has perished due to your flatulence. Upon this thought, the master's attitude shifted. Perhaps he ought to pay more attention to Lonbai. Children, after all, always yearn for their teacher's acknowledgement. With this in mind, he strode forward and called out to Lonbai, earnestly advising, Lonbai, the hunting soul forest is exceedingly perilous. You and Xiao Wu should remain under my protection as your teacher. It is my duty. Otherwise, should anything happen to you, the academy will hold me accountable. Come now, I shall safeguard you. Upon hearing this, Lonbai pondered and nodded in agreement. After all, one should not turn down a free shield. Seeing Lonbai acquiesce, Tang San instantly regained his confidence. Haha, Lonbai. You truly desire the protection of your teacher, don't you? Remember to wipe your mouth if you've eaten something unclean. Otherwise, spouting nonsense not only disgusts others, but also sounds quite unpleasant. Lonbai retorted calmly. Having honed his skills on the Zhuan Grand stage, he was quite adept at banter. You, indeed. Tang San was infuriated, yet he found himself at a loss for words as he pointed at Lonbai. Lonbai raised an eyebrow. Excess fingers can easily be severed. Tang San felt a chill. He retracted his finger with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, hastily moving to stand beside the master, ceasing further conversation with Lonbai. Xiao Wu, witnessing Tang San's defeat, couldn't help but chuckle, wrapping her arms around Lonbai's. Brother Bai, your tongue is quite formidable. That blue-haired creature cannot hold a candle to you. Rest assured, my tongue is even more powerful. Xiao Wu. She found Lonbai's words somewhat perplexing. As they traversed the forest, the master suddenly bellowed, Come forth, Luo San Pao. With his hands forming seals at his chest, a surge of soul power manifested, conjuring an unsightly creature from thin air. It resembled a dog, albeit plumper, more akin to a pig. In simpler terms, it was a creature beneath even the lowliest of animals. What is this? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity, having lived in the forest as a soul beast for so long. She had never encountered such a bizarre being. Noticing Xiao Wu's confusion, the eager Tang San promptly explained, Xiao Wu, you see, this is Luo San Pao. My teacher's martial soul. Lonbai interjected, and a disgusting creature that employs flatulence as its means of attack. Flatulence? Xiao Wu gasped, hurriedly hiding behind Lonbai, peeking out cautiously, fearful of being overwhelmed by the stench. Lonbai, what nonsense are you speaking? Tang San, unable to tolerate Lonbai's disparagement of his teacher's martial soul, felt compelled to defend it. Yet, before he could utter a few words, he was silenced by the master's retort. The master regarded Lonbai with astonishment. How do you know? Tang San? Teacher, does it truly only expel flatulence? Observing the doubtful gaze of his disciple, the master's expression soured momentarily before he ultimately conceded. Indeed. Luo San Pao's method of attack is, in fact, flatulence. Upon hearing the master's admission, Tang San felt his perception of his esteemed teacher begin to crumble. What sort of individual possesses a martial soul that solely expels flatulence? Was his teacher merely a lowly figure? The master, sensing Tang San's incredulous gaze, felt a tinge of embarrassment yet remained silent, as he too was at a loss for a rebuttal. He produced 2 burlap masks, offering one to Tang San while donning the other himself. Although the quality of the burlap was poor, Tang San eagerly accepted it, for the thought of flatulence was utterly repugnant. Lonbai, I shall purchase 2. You all be cautious. Hearing this, Tang San's spirits lifted once more, finding solace in his mask, while Lonbai would have to endure the stench. No worries, we have something superior. With that, Lonbai unveiled 2 exquisite gas masks, which appeared quite valuable. Upon seeing those, Tang San touched the burlap mask on his face, suddenly realizing it seemed more like a mere ornament. His good humor evaporated, and he shot an indignant glare. The master, feeling slightly embarrassed, hurried ahead, saying nothing. Wow, Brother Bai, how did you anticipate everything? Gripping the gas mask, Xiao Wu's admiration for Lonbai grew ever stronger. Good fortune. Lonbai produced an all-purpose excuse. Humph, who would believe that? Xiao Wu clung tightly to Lonbai's arm, feeling utterly relaxed. With Brother Bai by her side, she felt as if there was nothing to worry about. Her affection for him deepened. Tang San, witnessing this scene, felt a sharp pang of jealousy in his heart. As they entered the forest, soul beasts became increasingly abundant, yet they were all rather weak. After walking for over 10 minutes, the master suddenly sensed something. He looked ahead, spotting a soul beast, the mandala snake, feeding. Xiao San, judging by its size, this should be a 150-year-old soul beast, and it pairs well with your blue-silver grass martial soul. However, the master paused thoughtfully. Such a well-suited soul beast is rare, yet its age is insufficient. What do you think? Tang San examined it, scratching his head. Teacher, that is an animal-type soul beast. Can my plant-type martial soul absorb it? The master hesitated before replying. According to my theory, it should be possible. A martial soul does not necessarily have to absorb soul rings of the same category. It merely needs to consider how the soul ring can enhance the martial soul. For instance, this 150-year-old mandala snake can augment the resilience, strength, and toxicity attributes of your blue-silver grass martial soul, all beneficial enhancements. Really? Tang San felt a surge of excitement. Honestly, he found this prospect rather appealing. After all, they were all 100-year soul rings. What difference could a few 100 years make? With this thought, he promptly resolved to capture the mandala snake. Once decided, Tang San turned to Lonbai, ready to boast. However, he noticed that Lonbai's attention was entirely elsewhere, searching the forest for something. Lonbai, do not look away. My teacher is about to procure a soul ring for me. Aren't you envious? Envious, indeed. Lonbai did not even glance, responding absent-mindedly. Seeing Lonbai's dismissive attitude, Tang San clenched his teeth, eagerly looking at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, look, my teacher is going to procure a soul ring for me. Envious, indeed. Xiao Wu mimicked Lonbai's tone, completely indifferent. You all. Tang San felt his head throb in frustration. The master patted him on the shoulder. Forget them. Capturing the soul ring is paramount. Lonbai, just wait. Tang San glared at Lonbai, blaming him for leading Xiao Wu astray. Once he obtained his first soul ring, he would surely trample him underfoot and humiliate him. With excitement in his heart, he followed closely behind the master. As they approached, the master began feeding Luo San Pao with white carrots, commanding, Luo San Pao, prepare. Upon receiving the command, Luo San Pao immediately began to dig into the earth, opening its mouth wide and inhaling deeply as the soil poured into its belly. Its abdomen swelled to resemble a gigantic balloon. The master glanced at the still-feeding mandala snake, channeling his soul power as the soul rings flew from his body, landing upon Luo San Pao. Flatulence akin to thunder, shaking the heavens. Luo San Pao. With the command issued, Luo San Pao soared into the air, followed by a resounding boom. Its belly shrank like a deflating balloon, and a thick, yellow gas erupted from behind, coalescing and spraying towards the mandala snake, which was still indulging in its meal. Xiao Wu, hearing the commotion, cautiously approached to observe. Upon witnessing the mandala snake indulging in its meal, she was suddenly assailed by a gust of yellow gas. A pang of sympathy for the creature struck her. After considerable effort, it had successfully hunted its prey, and in its moment of triumph, as it savored its spoils, it was unexpectedly met with an unfortunate demise. The sensation was grotesque. Little Dance grimaced, shaking her head vigorously. Were she the mandala snake, she would undoubtedly bear the trauma for life. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Little Dance approached Blue White, clutching his arm, and whispered, "Brother Bai, let us depart. The blue-haired monster and that master are simply revolting. You feel disgusted too? Very well, let us go." After careful observation, Blue White concluded that he could easily handle the soul beast on the outskirts of the forest. Given his strength, he had no need to rely on the ineffectual master who could only produce flatulence as a shield. Before leaving, Blue White glanced at Tang San, bestowing upon him a fortuitous doomsday judgment buff. This hypocritical man, who was constantly scheming against him, deserved a taste of misfortune to soothe his own restless heart. This time, with him present in the soul-hunting forest, if Tang San were to acquire a century-old soul ring, Blue White would no longer bear his name. After Blue White and Little Dance departed, the master and Tang San labored tirelessly against the century-old mandala snake. Victory appeared imminent. A smile crept across Tang San's face as he brandished his dagger, preparing to reap his reward. Finally, he would obtain a century-old soul ring, Blue White. You shall meet your end. Just as he raised his arm to strike the mandala snake, it suddenly rolled its eyes, extended its tongue, collapsed onto the ground, its belly turning white, and then it breathed its last. A ring of yellow soul rings slowly ascended. In an instant, the smile on Tang San's face froze. Staring at the yellow soul ring, his mind buzzed in disbelief. It died? Just like that? Father Snake, how could you perish so swiftly? Xiao San, what is the outcome? The master, weary from the exertion of his powers, approached. Teacher. Tang San turned stiffly, his face a mask of despair, pointing at the soul ring on the ground. It seems it was suffocated by your foul gas. Chapter 23. Now that it has come to this, let us massage the jade feet. Am I suffocated by my own foul gas? The master muttered these words, feeling an odd sensation. No, that is not the crux of the matter. He hastily approached, extending his hand to feel the yellow soul ring on the ground. Sure enough, his martial spirit reacted, not with attraction, but with repulsion. He had not yet reached the level to absorb the soul ring, hence the rejection. Yet, this also confirmed another matter. The fact that the soul ring responded to him meant that this century-old soul beast was indeed slain by him. What shall we do, master? Tang San felt a surge of despair. The master had just mentioned that encountering a soul beast compatible with oneself was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Having slain this mandala snake, his soul-hunting journey should have concluded, allowing him to reclaim Xiao Wu. But now, Tang San's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. How could a soul beast perish from foul gas? It was all due to Yu Xiaojiang's wretched martial spirit. Habitually, Tang San shifted the blame onto the master. After all, as the destined child, he could never be at fault. Beside him, the master furrowed his brow, wanting to question Tang San's ineptitude. He could not even time his finishing blow correctly. Yet, he refrained from speaking. For Tang San's dual martial spirits were of paramount importance to him. If he wished to achieve renown in the Douluo continent, he must keep Tang San firmly on his side. After a moment of contemplation, the master forced a smile and reassured, Xiao San, do not be hasty. This soul beast is merely 100 years old. It is not an ideal first soul ring. Since it has perished, it is fortuitous. I shall guide you to hunt other soul beasts that may prove superior. Waiting for you to say that. Upon hearing this, Tang San's demeanor transformed. He grew serious. Master, for the next soul beast, please refrain from releasing any more foul gas. The master was taken aback, realizing Tang San had shifted the blame onto him. Hiss. He inhaled sharply, silently chanting, the second individual in history to possess dual martial spirits. He is my disciple. His growth will undoubtedly benefit me. After silently repeating this several times, the master's heart gradually settled. He nodded, Xiao San, rest assured. I will definitely help you find a century-old soul ring. At this, Tang San nodded, feeling a flicker of hope. He turned to the master. Where shall we go now? I wish to acquire my first soul ring swiftly. I understand your urgency, but do not rush, the master replied. Casting a glance at the sky to confirm it was still midday, he looked at Tang San. We have ample time. Let us search slowly. We shall surely find a soul beast superior to this one. Tang San nodded, his heart filled with optimism. Seeing this, the master recognized that he had successfully soothed Tang San's spirit. He approached the corpse of the mandala snake, preparing to collect it. Master, what are you doing? The corpse of the soul beast could be sold for money. For instance, the mandala snake's fangs and venom sacs could be crafted into weapons. While its flesh was nutritious and edible, eat. Tang San gazed at the foul-smelling mandala snake, his stomach churning at the thought. He certainly would not consume such a thing. It seemed he could only sell it to others. After securing the item, the master and Tang San returned to the path. Where are Lonbai and Xiao Wu? The master immediately sensed their absence. Damn, that Lonbai has lost his mind, if he wishes to court death. He should not drag Xiao Wu along. Tang San exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. Better if that Lonbai perished, but why must he take Xiao Wu to her demise? Does he believe himself invincible? Master, we must hurry and retrieve Xiao Wu, Tang San promptly suggested. After a moment's deliberation, the master nodded. While we search for soul beasts, we shall also look for them. We shall not waste time. He gazed ahead at the path, silently cursing, offering protection and goodwill, and yet they refuse it, two ungrateful fools. On the other side, Xiao Wu linked arms with Lonbai. Brother Bai, let us proceed directly. Those two will not speak ill of us behind our backs, will they? What? Are you concerned about their opinions? Not particularly. Xiao Wu retrieved a carrot from her interspatial bracelet, taking a bite. That master is ultimately a teacher from Nodding Academy. I fear he may target us. Lonbai raised an eyebrow. Is that so? What else could it be? Xiao Wu responded, her mouth full of carrot, her speech somewhat muffled. In the academy, the teachers are the highest authority. We are but students. Do not fret on that account. Lonbai patted her head. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. You teach me? Hearing this, Xiao Wu blinked in confusion. Brother Bai, do you understand the knowledge taught in the academy? What is difficult about it? Lonbai chuckled. Not only the knowledge from the academy, if you wish to learn, I can also impart to you the knowledge of adults. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's thoughts took a turn. Brother Bai, knowledge of adults? Surely it cannot be something strange? What are you thinking? Lonbai lightly tapped her forehead. I speak of societal survival knowledge. You, my dear, do not even know what a gold soul coin is. It is evident you have never been in society. Oh. Xiao Wu felt a tinge of disappointment, thinking it might be some forbidden knowledge that was not allowed for her to learn. As her gaze wandered, suddenly, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. She released Lonbai's arm and dashed to the right, waving her hand as she ran. Brother Bai, come quickly. There is a small lake ahead. After walking all day, my feet are utterly exhausted. This girl, Lonbai face-bombed. Then sensed the activation time of the Misfortune judgment. Confirming it was still effective, he followed after Xiao Wu. Searching for Zhu Zhuqing cannot be rushed. It all relies on fate. As for bestowing Tang San with a good fortune buff, once the time arrives, it must be renewed immediately. Otherwise, how could he repay his kindness? And for now, let us enjoy a leisurely stroll. On the other side, what in the world is this? Gazing at the yellow soul ring before him, Tang San felt as though he might lose his mind. Being suffocated by the master's foul gas was one thing. But how could this colorful cat be so entranced that it ran headlong into a tree and met its demise? Ah, do these soul beasts harbor a grudge against me? Would they rather perish than become my soul ring? Xiao San, have you acquired the soul ring? The master's weary voice drifted from behind. Master, Tang San's face darkened. The colorful cat had died from running into a tree, not from foul gas. Now, he could not shift the blame anymore. The master approached and, upon seeing Tang San's expression, his lips twitched involuntarily. Is this disciple of mine truly lacking in wit? He cannot even execute a simple maneuver? Your father must be deranged to have brought you into this world. Despite his urge to scold, the master refrained from uttering another word. With a warm smile, he patted Tang San's shoulder. No worries, there is still time. Just do better next time. Thank you, master. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a wave of gratitude. He resolved that once he matured, he would repay the master's guidance. He could not allow the master to remain at the 29th level forever. Chapter 24. The hero saves the beauty. A glitch yet effective, the two continued their journey for several minutes. Along the way, they encountered no soul beasts, which caused Master to feel a sense of foreboding. In a forest devoid of sound, it signified the presence of formidable creatures lurking nearby. Just then, an unexpected event unfolded. An urgent sound of footsteps and the roar of a beast echoed ahead. Moments later, a young girl leaped out from the thicket. Despite her tender age, she possessed an alluring figure and a serene countenance, yet her expression was fraught with panic as she frantically fled from an unseen threat. Upon catching sight of Tang San and Master, her expression shifted, and she turned to escape in another direction, not diverting the danger towards them. The duo, quick-witted, promptly bent low and concealed themselves in the underbrush. In the next instant, a massive blue spirit cat sprang from the foliage. It sniffed the air, displaying a look of confusion. Under the influence of an ominous aura, it raised its head and fortuitously spotted the corner of Tang San's garment, hidden in the grass. Without hesitation, it pounced upon him. "Ah, teacher, save me! Teacher, save me!" Tang San, bewildered by the sudden attack, cried out in terror, his fear causing him to lose control. In this critical moment, Master reacted swiftly, summoning a powerful blast to temporarily drive the blue spirit cat away. However, the stench from the blast also enveloped Tang San, leaving him with an unpleasant taste in his mouth, akin to having just sampled something foul. Meow. The blue spirit cat, overwhelmed by the odor, instinctively covered its nose. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San scrambled to Master S' side, pointing in the direction the girl had fled, exclaiming, "That troublemaker ran that way. You must pursue her. Don't come after us." Upon hearing this, the blue spirit cat cast a disdainful glance at Master S' attack before turning and chasing after the fleeing girl. With a sigh of relief, Tang San collapsed onto the ground. As he sat down, he suddenly felt a dampness in his trousers. It appeared that fear had gotten the better of him, resulting in a small mishap. He discreetly glanced at Master, noting that his attention was elsewhere, and quickly adjusted his pants to conceal the evidence of his fright. The Gale Spirit Cat. It must be at least 800 years old. Master, oblivious to Tang San's predicament, remained focused on the direction the blue spirit cat had taken, his brow furrowed in concern. Hastily, Tang San dismissed his earlier embarrassment and urgently asked, "Teacher, can you defeat it? If so, we should go save her." His motivation was not solely noble. He recalled a time-honored tactic for winning a maiden's heart, being the hero who saves the damsel in distress. He recognized the girl as the beautiful, aloof maiden he had encountered at the restaurant. With Lonbai not present, it was the perfect opportunity to impress her. Even a minor accident could not deter his romantic ambitions. "I'm afraid my soul power has been too depleted. Victory is not guaranteed." Disappointed, Tang San pondered for a moment before proposing, "Teacher, what if we follow her? If that girl fights desperately, she might manage to enter the soul beast. And if she perishes, we could seize the opportunity." Master contemplated this suggestion for a moment, his eyes lighting up in agreement. He regarded Tang San with newfound respect, thinking, "This lad is no fool. He possesses the cunning reminiscent of Xiaogang in his youth." With that, the duo hurriedly set off to pursue. By a tranquil lake, Xiao Wu supported herself on the ground, her face flushed. Observing Lanbai's actions, she softly murmured, "Brother Bai, please don't linger there. It's a bit painful." "Painful? That doesn't seem right," Lonbai replied, puzzled. "Engaging in such activities should bring comfort, yet if you persist, even comfort can turn to discomfort." With that, Lonbai released her feet. Xiao Wu, relieved, felt her previously sore legs finally able to rest. She was astonished to discover that the soreness from walking had completely vanished. "Brother Bai, your foot massage is truly effective. My feet feel perfectly fine now." "Of course it works. I am a master of massage, a gentleman who would never exploit the guise of a healer." As he spoke, he continued to knead her shapely legs, marveling at the softness of a transformed spirit beast, far superior to human touch. Feeling his hands on her calves, Xiao Wu blushed and protested, "Brother Bai, my calves feel fine. No need for further massage." "How could that be? Blood circulation is essential." Lonbai insisted with a serious demeanor. "If you don't understand, refrain from questioning. Just trust me. I am a professional." "Okay," Xiao Wu conceded, accepting his expertise. As Lonbai continued his ministrations, suddenly he heard a familiar voice. "Is that Zhu Zhuqing?" Instantly, he abandoned his task, rising to peer into the forest. "Xiao Wu, come. I believe I have found your sister Zhu Zhuqing." "Sister Zhu Zhuqing?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, hurriedly putting on her shoes. However, Lonbai did not tarry, for he not only heard Zhu Zhuqing's voice, but also the roars of beasts. In such perilous moments, hesitation could lead to disaster. "Xiao Wu, I'll check it out," he called, racing into the woods. Following the sounds, he soon spotted Zhu Zhuqing in a clearing. desperately fighting against the Gale Spirit Cat. Her attire was tattered, clawed by the beast, leaving her with numerous wounds, and blood trickled from her lips. Her eyes filled with despair. She still had yet to confront her betrothal. She did not wish to die while still bearing the shame of being a coward-s fiancée. Escaping the Zhu family was only for this purpose. She could not perish, but she truly could not withstand this fight. In her moment of despair, a familiar voice rang out. Zhu Zhuqing. Get out of the way. Upon hearing that voice, Zhu Zhuqing felt an inexplicable sense of safety and trust. Without a moment's hesitation, she dodged to the side. In that instant, a golden cross sword shot forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar, pinning the ferocious Gale Spirit Cat to the ground. Meow. The Gale Spirit Cat, although wounded, thrashed violently, yet soon felt a piercing pain in its head, causing it to become disoriented. Moments later, another golden cross sword soared from afar, striking it between the eyes, ending its life in an instant. Is it dead? Zhu Zhuqing, who had been sitting on the ground, stared in disbelief, astonished that the beast that had nearly claimed her life was now lifeless. Are you all right? Hearing a voice, Zhu Zhuqing turned to see that familiar figure. Indeed, it was him. Ding. Zhu Zhuqing's affection for you has increased to 40. The rate of affection acquisition has improved. The current rate of affection acquisition is 1 for 5s. Ignoring the system's notification, Lonbai hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee. Gently wiping the blood from Zhu Zhuqing's mouth, his eyes filled with remorse. I'm sorry for arriving late. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer contain herself. She bit her lip and embraced Lonbai, feeling as if the pain from her wounds had lessened. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her mind. How wonderful it would be if her fiancé were he. I'm sorry, but it seems that there is no content to work with. Please provide the text you would like me to edit and translate. Chapter 25. I don't know. The moment I arrived, this cat had already perished. As Blue White sank into the embrace of soft fragrance, he discerned that the scent emanating from Zhu Zhuqing was entirely distinct from that of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu bore the sweet aroma reminiscent of delightful milk candies, while Zhu Zhuqing exuded a chilling, ethereal fragrance, subtle yet invigorating. A scent that could be sensed only when one drew near. It was not merely her body fragrance that captivated him. There was an alluring softness to her form as well. In contrast to Xiao Wu's delicate innocence, Zhu Zhuqing presented a more alluring figure. Her skin a pristine white exposed by the savage claws of the spirit cat that had marred her attire. As they embraced, Blue White felt the warmth and tenderness of Zhu Zhuqing's body. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Something had snapped underfoot. Realizing someone was approaching, he swiftly released Zhu Zhuqing and glanced at her torn garments, furrowing his brow. Without hesitation, he removed his own outer garment and draped it over her. Zhu Zhuqing, momentarily startled by his actions, stammered, "What are you doing? Do not misinterpret my intentions. Someone is coming. Yu Qing. You surely do not wish for them to see you in this state." At his words, Zhu Zhuqing regained her composure and surveyed her tattered attire, now more akin to rags than clothing. The claws of the spirit cat had indeed been viciously sharp, leaving her garments in tatters and exposing her fair skin. Panic surged within her at the thought of being seen in such a vulnerable state. "With me here, there is no need to fear. Just wear this," Blue White reassured, placing his shirt over her head. The potent scent of masculinity enveloped her, rendering her momentarily dizzy. "Do not move," he instructed, and she complied, allowing the fabric to shield her exposed skin. As she looked down at the oversized garment adorning her, it felt strangely comforting despite the oddity of the situation. Amidst this, her heart began to race unexpectedly, and a rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks. Ding. Zhu Zhuqing's affection for you has increased to 45. Affection points acquisition speed enhanced. Current affection points acquisition speed 1. 45 fives. At that moment, Tang San and the master emerged from the forest. Their eyes were immediately drawn to the lifeless spirit cat, shock etching their features. Upon a second glance, they beheld the shirtless Blue White and the disheveled Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San stood in dumbfounded disbelief. Why is this Blue White here again? He has stolen my chance to be the hero. The master, similarly astonished, was less focused on Blue White and more intrigued by the deceased spirit cat. Carefully summoning Luo Sanpao, he approached the creature to examine it closely, concluding that this 800-year-old spirit cat was indeed beyond salvation. Confusion clouded his mind. The evidence suggested that Blue White and the girl had been responsible for its demise. But how could that be? Blue White's profile indicated he was merely a 2-ring innate spirit power, a mere waste. With a food-type martial spirit of roasted chicken, how could he possibly slay such a formidable creature? With a serious demeanor, the master approached Blue White and inquired, "Who killed this spirit cat?" In response, Blue White first winked at Zhu Zhuqing and then feigned ignorance. "I don't know. It was already dead when I arrived. There was only a fainted, delicate girl at the scene. As a well-regarded student of Nodding Academy, I promptly assisted her, and then you arrived." The master nodded thoughtfully, glancing at the frail girl behind Blue White, and then at the lifeless spirit cat, lost in contemplation. In stark contrast, Tang San trembled with fury, grinding his teeth in frustration. A fainted, delicate beauty. Damn it, why does this Blue White always outshine me? Had he not been here, I would have been the one to assist her. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the tension. "Brother Bai, I finally found you." Xiao Wu dashed into view, her eyes widening in horror at the sight of the deceased spirit cat. Wow, this spirit cat must be at least 800 years old. Just as she prepared to commend the situation, her gaze fell upon the master, silencing her instinct to praise. "Xiao Wu, your timing is impeccable," Tang San exclaimed, pointing accusatorily at Blue White. "Look, this Blue White is flirting with another girl. He clearly does not value you." Xiao Wu, puzzled, followed his gaze and noticed the girl behind Blue White, falling silent. Tang San's expression morphed into one of delight. This Blue White has truly squandered his opportunity. Xiao Wu will certainly confront him, allowing me to reclaim her affection. The beauty may be charming, but she pales in comparison to Xiao Wu. As Xiao Wu approached Blue White, her eyes fixed on Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San braced himself, anticipating a slap. However, to his astonishment, Xiao Wu embraced Zhu Zhuqing like a sister, exclaiming, "Sister Zhuqing, I finally found you. Come here for a hug." Tang San's smile froze in disbelief as he watched Blue White juggle two affections, feeling utterly betrayed. Chapter 26. The Soul Guidance Device. Who doesn't have one? Xiao Wu, be gentle. Your sister Zhuqing is injured, Lonbai reminded gently upon noticing her actions. Injured? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was startled and quickly released her grip. She scrutinized Zhuqing closely before leaning in to pull down her collar to inspect further. The injury looks severe. Her chest is swollen. She must be treated. Zhu Zhuqing. In response, Lonbai swiftly delivered a light knock to her forehead. Ouch. Xiao Wu immediately covered her forehead, looking aggrieved. Brother Bai, why did you do that? That's not an injury. Don't move around carelessly. Not an injury? Xiao Wu mimicked the swelling at her own chest, looking puzzled. If that's not an injury, then what is it? It's clearly so swollen. Meanwhile, the master had finished his observations, internally reeling from shock. The mysterious expert had dispatched the 800-year-old Gale spirit cat with merely 2 strikes, one to the chest and another to the forehead. These were sword wounds, both penetrating. What kind of martial soul did that person possess? The damage was utterly terrifying. Could it be the 7-kill sword? Furrowing his brow, the master approached Zhu Zhuqing. Child, do you remember who killed this Gale spirit cat? Seeing someone inquire, Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Lonbai and replied, No. I only saw 2 beams of light flash, and then the Gale spirit cat was dead. I see. The master nodded. Well, if we cannot identify the culprit, let us not dwell on it. He turned his attention to the corpse of the Gale spirit cat, contemplating another matter. An 800-year-old soul beast. Such a large carcass could fetch a handsome price. He looked at Lonbai and the others. You all likely do not possess any soul guidance devices. Since that is the case, I shall take possession of this beast's corpse. You wouldn't be able to carry it anyway. As he spoke, the master began to collect the Gale spirit cat's body. Lonbai, are you really that greedy for such a small benefit? How shameless. He nudged Zhu Zhuqing, signaling her to claim the Gale spirit cat's body. Zhu Zhuqing quickly understood and cleared her throat, saying, Wait a moment. What is it? The master frowned. The expert said before leaving that this Gale spirit cat's body is for me. For you? Very well. The master stepped aside, nonchalantly saying, You may take it. But if you plan to carry it with you, be warned, the blood will attract even more powerful soul beasts. Don't say I didn't warn you. He had previously observed Zhu Zhuqing and confirmed that she did not possess a soul guidance device. With no such device, her desire for the soul beast's body was questionable. Hearing this, Tang San stepped forward, revealing his own soul guidance device, the 24 Bridge Mingwen, boasting, Little sister, see this soul guidance device? You must have one of these to store the body. Moreover, given the size of this soul beast, even my device may struggle to contain it. If you lack a larger storage device, you might as well give up and hand it over to my master. At that moment, Lonbai smiled and interjected. You needn't worry about that. Xiao Wu, go help Zhuqing collect the soul beast body. All right. Xiao Wu jingled the device on her wrist and skipped over to touch the soul beast's body. Instantly, the corpse vanished. She felt the device and exclaimed in surprise. This soul beast is so small, it hardly takes up any space at all, not nearly as large as you all described. Tang San and the master. Seeing Xiao Wu effortlessly collect the soul beast's body, Tang San's previously triumphant expression quickly fell. He stared enviously at the ring on Xiao Wu's hand. Swallowing hard, he hastily adjusted his clothing to cover the 24-bridge Mingwen night. How embarrassing. The master remained silent. Was that soul beast truly that small? If he were to collect it, he would have to dismember the beast and use several soul guidance devices to store the body. Yet, the ring on Xiao Wu's wrist appeared to have ample extra space. Just how vast was that ring's storage? The master dared not ponder further. He glanced at Lonbai, then at Xiao Wu, suddenly questioning whether he had been blind all along. How had he failed to recognize the extraordinary nature of these two? Lonbai possessed a soul master token of higher grade than his own, indicating significant background. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu possessed an expensive, oversized soul guidance device, marking her as no ordinary individual. Moreover, the girl, though a bit dusty, exuded an exceptional aura, suggesting she was not a simple character. After a moment of silence, the master forced a warm smile. Since the matter is settled, you three should follow me. The hunting soul forest is fraught with peril, and it is easy to encounter danger. As a great soul master, I have the ability to protect you. Upon hearing this, Lonbai sensed the timing of the misfortune judgment and nodded in agreement. All right. Seeing this, the master breathed a sigh of relief. Even if they could not become allies, he must not offend them. Tang San, let us continue searching for soul beasts. With that, the master took the lead. Along the way, Tang San occasionally stole glances at Xiao Wu. He was burning with curiosity about how she had acquired such an impressive soul guidance device and why its storage space was so vast. After much internal conflict, he finally couldn't restrain himself and asked, Xiao Wu, where did you get your soul guidance device? I remember you didn't have one. Hearing his question, the master shifted his attention, equally curious about how a mere work-study student like her could possess such a valuable device. This? Brother Bai gave it to me for free. It's not worth much, Xiao Wu replied casually while clinging to Lonbai's arm. Upon hearing this, the master stumbled slightly before quickly regaining his composure, pretending as if nothing had happened. What? Tang San reacted explosively, pointing at Lonbai in shock. You mean he gave it to you? How is that possible? Why isn't it possible? This thing is hardly valuable. I just had to give Brother Bai a kiss, and he gifted it to me, Xiao Wu replied nonchalantly. Now understanding, Tang San realized the earlier scenes stemmed from the soul guidance device. Lonbai was incredibly wealthy. Tang San's expression darkened, and he scoffed. What good is money? Without strength, it's all worthless. With that, he quickly followed the master's lead. At this moment, only the master could provide him with a glimmer of warmth. He clenched his fists, eagerly anticipating the master leading him to acquire his first soul ring. With that, he would surpass Lonbai in strength. So what if he was wealthy? In the Douluo continent, power was paramount. Seeing Tang San's utterly defeated expression, Xiao Wu felt perplexed. What is so strange about this? Is this thing really worth so much? Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile. As a member of a prominent family, she understood the value of soul guidance devices far better than Xiao Wu. She looked at Lonbai, a thought creeping into her mind. If she kissed him, would she also receive a soul guidance device? Lost in thought, Zhu Zhuqing snapped back to reality to find Lonbai gazing at her. She quickly lowered her head and muttered, in nothing. In response, Lonbai raised an eyebrow but did not press further. He sensed the timing of the misfortune judgment and bestowed a stroke of good fortune upon Tang San. Then, he reached out and took Zhu Zhuqing's hand, eliciting a startled gasp from her. Shh, keep it down. The swift blue and white swiftly covered Zhu Zhuqing's mouth and whispered, We are ready to leave. Let us venture to another place. Play. Upon hearing this word, Zhu Zhuqing appeared momentarily lost. As a scion of a prestigious family and a tool of the royal court, she had been immersed in the learning of royal etiquette and various skills since her birth. How long had it been since she had heard the word play? Gazing into blue and white's eyes, she gently nodded. All right, tread softly and follow me. With that, blue and white playfully patted Xiao Wu's bottom, without the need for further words. Xiao Wu instantly grasped blue and white's intention and quietly followed into the depths of the forest. Blue and white took Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand, as fragile as a willow's branch, and joined her, being led by a boy to partake in merriment. As Zhu Zhuqing observed blue and white silhouette, she felt as though a certain shackle had been released, and warmth blossomed within her heart. Ding! Zhu Zhuqing's affection for you has risen to 50, increasing the rate of affection value acquisition. Current affection value acquisition rate, 1.55, blue and white. What just transpired? Wasn't it merely a matter of taking her to the lakeside to cleanse ourselves? How did it result in an increase in affection? Chapter 27, Master. A useless martial soul remains a useless martial soul not long after the departure of the three. Tang San, particularly concerned about Xiao Wu, inadvertently glanced back and discovered that Lonbai and the others had vanished. Master, Lonbai and the others have disappeared. Without hesitation, Tang San reported to his master. Upon hearing this, the master furrowed his brow and cast a glance behind him, his expression inscrutable. After a brief analysis, he immediately directed his suspicion towards Lonbai. From the interactions among the trio, it was evident that Lonbai was the apparent leader. What does this ungrateful fellow intend to do? Does he believe he possesses the means to act so brazenly? Pondering this, the master turned to Tang San. Xiao San, what is your impression of Lonbai? Impression? Tang San recalled his previous encounters with Lonbai, and his fists involuntarily tightened. The master observed this, and his interest in Lonbai intensified. He is nothing but a detestable bully. A bully? The master was taken aback, but soon understood. It was natural for Tang San to embellish given his long-standing rivalry with Lonbai. He nodded. Where does this stem from? Upon hearing this, Tang San scoffed. Speaking with indignation, on the first day of our academy enrollment, we in Dormitory 7 have a tradition of vying for the position of dormitory leader through strength. As you know, I have been practicing martial arts since childhood and possess considerable strength. With my innate full spirit power, I easily defeated everyone and became the dormitory leader. Everyone respected me, but everything changed when Lonbai arrived. Upon entering Dormitory 7, he arrogantly shouted for the dormitory leader to come forward and demanded that I relinquish my position immediately. The others were terrified, and I was the only one who stepped forward. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged at me, and before I could react, he struck me with a punch. In the end, though I fought him while injured, his attacks were exceedingly treacherous, and I ultimately lost. After becoming the leader, he monopolized the innocent Xiao Wu and even forced her to share a bed with him. As he recounted this, Tang San's teeth nearly ground to dust, his fists clenched, veins bulging. Witnessing this display, the master could not help but believe him. Such emotions could not be feigned. There was genuine feeling behind them. Tang San continued, moreover, Lonbai sleeps in every morning and shirks his responsibilities. As a work-study student, he coerces the other dorm members into doing his chores. No matter how reluctant they are, they have no choice but to comply under his intimidating presence. And when you assigned us to clean the little garden, Lonbai simply commanded Xiao Wu to do it for him. Just this morning, Xiao Wu was left alone to tend to the garden. I wanted to help her, but she refused, saying that if Lonbai found out I assisted her, he would beat her to death. Having said this, Tang San was now seething with rage. Bang! In a fit of sorrow and anger, he struck a nearby tree, causing leaves to flutter down. With a tone laced with resentment, he added, "How I wish I possessed the strength to stop him." He then turned to the master. Master, I desire a century-old spirit ring immediately. With the power, I can reclaim my position as dormitory leader, ensuring that Xiao Wu and the others will no longer suffer under Lonbai's oppression. Upon hearing this, the master sighed, firmly patting Tang San's shoulder, and nodded. Xiao San, rest assured, as my disciple, I will ensure you acquire the finest spirit ring. Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San felt an overwhelming surge of joy. This performance had indeed proved effective. Master, please grant your disciple a century-old spirit ring swiftly. Meanwhile, the master was not oblivious. He recognized that Tang San had exaggerated, yet it mattered little. He was steadfastly in Tang San's corner. After hearing Tang San's account, he formed a general impression of Lonbai, arrogant, without a doubt. He had tolerated Lonbai's behavior multiple times, promising to protect them, but that ungrateful fellow remained unappreciative, displaying unparalleled hubris. A mere roasted chicken martial soul, even if it experienced rapid growth through fortuitous encounters, was still ultimately a useless martial soul. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. This mantra served merely to placate himself. As one of the three great clans, he understood the significance of a powerful martial soul all too well. Yet, he had no choice. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul had mutated into a worthless variant. Thus, he resorted to this self-deceiving mantra while nurturing Tang San's remarkable twin martial souls. hoping to prove that had it not been for his inferior martial soul, he too could become a formidable soul master. In this way, he could achieve both fame and fortune, striking back at all who looked down upon him. With these thoughts, the master felt a surge of satisfaction and anticipation for that day. Simultaneously, his favoritism towards Tang San deepened. A twin martial soul. Especially from the Haotian sect, such individuals were destined to become powerful. He regarded Tang San with gentleness. Come, Xiao San. I will certainly help you find a suitable century-old spirit ring. Thank you, master. Tang San was moved to tears. Thus, the two, an elder and a youth, each with their own thoughts, set off together. On the other side, the bully Lonbai was being severely reprimanded by two delicate young women. Brother Bai, you are too wicked. Sister Zhu Zhuqing is undressing, and you shamelessly do not avoid it. You lecher. Xiao Wu protectively shielded Zhu Zhuqing, scolding Lonbai with a fierce yet endearing expression. Lonbai, feeling somewhat exasperated, delivered a light flick to Xiao Wu's forehead. Ouch! Xiao Wu covered her flushed forehead, looking aggrieved. Why did you hit me? Because you slandered me. Xiao Wu fell silent. Lonbai reached out, gently pulling Xiao Wu away from Zhu Zhuqing, looking at her with softened demeanor. Do you have any clothes? Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the pouting Xiao Wu and quickly shook her head. Lonbai sighed and explained, Xiao Wu slandered me, which is why I had to teach her a lesson. You have done nothing wrong. I won't hit you. Zhu Zhuqing nodded thoughtfully. Since you do not have spare clothes, you may borrow mine. It is almost noon. I will go gather firewood, and after lunch, I can help you find a suitable spirit beast for your spirit ring. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing could hardly believe her ears and whispered, Help me find a suitable spirit beast? What's wrong? Lonbai raised an eyebrow, smiling. I offer to help you for free, and you do not want it? Are you looking down on me? No, no. Zhu Zhuqing quickly shook her head, stammering, I just find it hard to believe. Lonbai nodded in understanding. It is normal to be skeptical, after all. There are too few good people like me in this world. Huh. Zhu Zhuqing's mouth fell open slightly, momentarily taken aback. Seeing her dazed expression, Lonbai chuckled, ruffling her cat-like hair gently. All right, hurry and wash up. I will go gather firewood to prepare a meal. With that, he turned and left, leaving Zhu Zhuqing standing there, feeling as if she had just awakened from a dream, alongside Xiao Wu, who was still rubbing her forehead. Chapter 28. The second soul ring of the Seraphim martial soul. 100,000 years as she watched the blue and white figure fade into the depths of the forest. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze finally returned to her surroundings. She glanced at her own attire, feeling somewhat dazed. She found herself perplexed, unable to comprehend why this blue and white individual was so kind to her. Within the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire, all teachings had instilled in her a singular truth. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Because of this, her family was destined to serve as tools for the Dai family. From the moment she was born, her body and even her consciousness were meant to belong to a coward she had never met. Thus, it was only natural for her to believe that the strong would never regard someone like her, a weakling, as worthy of consideration. She had always held this belief. Yet today, amidst the stark dichotomy of black and white, she glimpsed a hue that was strikingly unique. Blue and white. Hey, Sister Zhu Zhuqing, what are you thinking about? A voice pulled her from her reverie, and she turned to see Xiao Wu, who was looking at her quizzically. Nothing. Zhu Zhuqing murmured, lowering her eyes and shaking her head. Noticing her demeanor, Xiao Wu tilted her head thoughtfully before suddenly clapping her hands. Sister Zhu Zhuqing, you've misunderstood. Zhu Zhuqing blinked in confusion. What misunderstanding? You misunderstood, Brother Bai? Misunderstood Bai? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brows. Could it be that Bai was not a good person, but rather a hypocrite? Allow me to explain, Xiao Wu said, wrapping her arms around Zhu Zhuqing's and leaning closer to whisper in her ear. In truth, Brother Bai is a wonderful person. When he tapped my forehead earlier, he was merely playing around. It looked painful, but it didn't hurt at all. So that was what it was about. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the rosy bruise on Xiao Wu's forehead. After a moment of hesitation, she chose not to respond, merely nodding gently. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's acknowledgement, Xiao Wu beamed. Exactly. Brother Bai is so kind. If it weren't for him, I might not have even found the Nodding Academy. Even if I had found it. Without money, I would have had to sleep on a wooden plank and would have been awakened by the cold. And if I hadn't been awakened, I would have starved to death. All because of him? The cascade of words startled Zhu Zhuqing, revealing that there had been more than she realized between the two. Indeed. Xiao Wu nodded. He wouldn't hit someone without reason. Even if he did, it wouldn't hurt. He is just such a good person. Xiao's admiration for Bai piqued Zhu Zhuqing's curiosity further. She pondered for a moment before asking, Sister Xiao Wu, how did you and Bai meet? Meet? At Zhu Zhuqing's question, Xiao Wu perked up, pride radiating from her. Humph. It was because I saved him. Saved? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in bewilderment. Yes. Come here. I must tell you all the details. Xiao Wu tugged Zhu Zhuqing to sit by a small lake, removing her shoes to dip her delicate feet into the shimmering water. As she played in the water, she recounted the moment she first encountered Bai. He was being chased by a wild boar. Then you helped him, got injured. And he treated your wounds with such care and gentleness? Indeed. Xiao Wu braced herself against a rock, her feet frolicking in the clear water. That's why I believe Brother Bai is sent by heaven to help me, and subsequent events have proven that he truly is sent by heaven to assist me. At this, Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. She could never believe in such notions of fate. If heaven truly existed, why would there be so much resentment in the world? Everything is determined by human effort. Trusting in heaven, she found it more reasonable to trust Bai. So this man truly is as he claims. A good person. Not only a good person, but also powerful and handsome. Zhu Zhuqing inhaled the scent of Bai's clothes, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Meanwhile, Bai, bare-chested and gathering firewood, was oblivious to the unfolding scene. Ding. Zhu Zhuqing's affinity towards you has increased to 55. The rate of acquiring affection points has risen. Current affection points acquisition rate, 1. 55 fives. Bai? What just happened? The young girl was experiencing the tender stirrings of first love, her feelings deeply concealed. Yet, there would always be some unintentional actions, such as. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Xiao Wu, her expression conflicted. After much internal struggle, she finally whispered, Sister Xiao Wu, what is your relationship with Bai now? Relationship? Xiao Wu blinked innocently. What kind of relationship could it be? We're simply mutual helpers and good friends, completely innocent. Mutual helpers and completely innocent? Zhu Zhuqing clearly had her doubts. She had observed the interactions between Xiao Wu and Bai and knew that while head pats might be normal, kissing on the cheek and playful slaps were decidedly less so. Yes, it's all mutual help. Perfectly normal. Xiao Wu maintained her naive belief in the normalcy of such actions. Zhu Zhuqing realized this revelation aligned with her thoughts, so she refrained from pressing further. If Xiao Wu and Bai were merely friends, then perhaps it wouldn't be inappropriate for her to draw a little closer to Bai. All right. Xiao Wu clapped her hands and stood up, looking at Zhu Zhuqing. Sister Zhuqing, I trust your misunderstanding about Brother Bai has been resolved. Now let us take a bath. It's the perfect time since Brother Bai, that lecher, is not around. We should make quick work of it. With that, Xiao Wu swiftly stripped Zhu Zhuqing of her garments. Taken aback, Xiao Wu gasped, Sister Zhuqing, you look so unfortunate. Your chest is bruised. Zhu Zhuqing. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, she fully grasped the girl's understanding and character, somewhat foolish. She was completely unaware of the natural process of female development. Was this not sheer folly? Sister Zhuqing, don't worry, Xiao Wu said earnestly. Brother Bai has a family tradition of massage techniques. Let him help you with it, and the swelling will go down. Massage? Yes, but you must first be clean before the massage can happen. With that, while Zhu Zhuqing was distracted, Xiao Wu wrapped her arms around her waist and leapt into the lake. I can do it myself. No, you must be clean for Brother Bai to help you with the massage. Is there such a rule? Absolutely. Massages are done on the bed. How can you go to bed with Brother Bai without being clean? Upon returning, Bai found himself greeted by a picturesque scene of two girls frolicking in the water. Quite a delightful sight indeed. However, Xiao Wu's exclamation about going to bed with Brother Bai left him perplexed. While it was often said that women were more lecherous than men, this felt overly direct. Shaking his head, he set the firewood down and prepared to light a fire, using his first martial soul to summon 3 roast chickens, without soul rings. These chickens bore only the taste of meat, akin to eating boiled meat without seasoning, bland and a waste to discard. Thus, he needed to roast them and add some spices. As the chickens roasted, Bai immersed himself in thought, checking his affection points. Ding, current affection points. 398, 5 points. Having shared moments with Zhu Zhuqing had unlocked 3 new affection points, earning him 300 points. Just enough to draw 3 prizes. Drawing a prize. Successfully deducted 100 affection points, remaining 298, 5. Prize drawn successfully, 100 gold soul coins. Continuing. Successfully deducted 100 points of loyalty value, remaining 198, 5. Extraction successful. a black and gold embroidered qipao for the young lady. Continuing. Successfully deducted 100 points of loyalty value, remaining 98. 5. Extraction successful. Second spirit ring of the Seraphim, 100,000 years. Chapter 29. The potent soul technique associated with the laws. A soul ring of 100,000 years. Upon hearing the system notification, Lonbai was taken aback, followed swiftly by a wave of exhilaration. He had intended merely to draw a few items, but found himself extraordinarily fortunate. Drawing a second soul ring and 100,000 years at that. It was simply inconceivable. In a typical scenario, acquiring a soul ring of such age at the second level would be an impossibility. Yet, the nature of the system defied conventional reasoning. Gazing at the blood-red soul ring of 100,000 years, Lonbai pondered for a moment, sensing an inexplicable intuition. It seemed that unlocking the values associated with specific areas significantly increased the probability of drawing extraordinary items. In contrast, the values acquired through ordinary means predominantly yielded gold soul coins. This lottery system might harbor hidden rules. Setting aside such thoughts, he turned his attention to the skills bestowed by the first soul ring from the novice gift pack. The skill was named Heavenly Execution. Heavenly Execution. You can utilize soul power to coalesce a holy light cross sword in your vicinity, shooting it forth in a designated direction. The holy light cross sword possesses a piercing effect and immense power. Cooldown, 1 second. This was a commendable skill, renowned for its power and minimal cooldown. However, it was prone to miss, yet with the assistance of the Fate Skull Soul Explosion, its accuracy improved considerably. Turning to the second skill, Lonbai fell into silence, followed by astonishment. Absolute balance. Michael is not only the king of angels, but also bears the title of the Angel of Death. He wields a sword in one hand and a balance scale in the other, using the scale of absolute balance to weigh the weight of souls during the final judgment. The souls of the wicked are heavy, plunging into hell, while the souls of the virtuous are light, ascending to heaven. Absolute balance. Skill effect. You can weigh the soul of any being. If it is dark and sinful, a maximum of 30% chaos vulnerability will be inflicted. If it is upright and virtuous, a maximum of 30% absolute defense will be conferred. Note, as the host is a cunning survivor and not a paragon of virtue, the system will implement slight modifications to the skill. Absolute balance. Skill effect. You can weigh the soul of any being. If it is an adversary, only their sins will be measured, inflicting a maximum of 20% chaos vulnerability. If it is an ally, only their virtue will be measured, granting a maximum of 20% absolute defense. Whether friend or foe lies within the confines of your thoughts. After perusing the skill description, Lonbai could not help but exclaim in admiration. Truly, it was a super divine Seraphim martial soul. This was merely the second soul skill, yet its effects were already intertwined with the laws. The subsequent soul skills were beyond his imagination. For now, he could only hope that the forthcoming skills would not pertain to his own soul. For as the system stated, he was no saint. He was merely an ordinary individual who, when capable, would perform a good deed. In this world, there are no absolute good people. The most common type of good person is akin to Tang San, who professes goodness while engaging in malevolence behind the scenes. For instance, a classic saying, "I do not slay kind soul beasts. I only slay evil ones." Then, whenever he wishes to kill a soul beast for a soul ring, he declares it evil, claiming, "I am righteous. It sought its own death. My actions are justifiable." Isn't this the epitome of hypocrisy? A double standard? Acting virtuous while being anything but. Shaking his head, Lonbai dismissed the nauseating thoughts of Tang San. This detestable notion was appalling to contemplate. Redirecting his attention, Lonbai observed another item, a dark black embroidered qipao, perfectly tailored for Zhu Zhuqing. Moreover, he recalled he possessed a pair of black stockings embedded with a minor soul concentration array. The combined image of the qipao and stockings evoked an involuntary thumbs up from Lonbai. Absolutely splendid. Turning towards the roast chicken, he noted it was beginning to sizzle, releasing an enticing aroma. It was nearly time for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to join him for the feast. Suddenly, while tending to the chicken, Lonbai heard Xiao Wu's exclamation. Was there danger? Startled, he sprang to his feet, rushing over to investigate. What had transpired? He gazed into the lake, momentarily dumbfounded. In the azure waters, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were attempting to catch something. The spring scenery was delightful. Upon seeing Lonbai, Xiao Wu waved eagerly. Brother Bai, you're here. Quick, come. There are fish in the lake. Zhu Zhuqing, with a frown, added. The fish are too slippery. We can hardly catch them in the water. Do you need assistance? Lonbai raised an eyebrow. Of course. Hurry and come down. Xiao Wu, oblivious to the world, was solely focused on catching fish. Wait. Don't Zhu Zhuqing, just realizing the implications, attempted to refuse. But with a splash, Lonbai had already plunged into the water. Zhu Zhuqing was left speechless. Seeing this, Xiao Wu promptly shouted, Brother Bai, the fish was right next to Sister Zhuqing. You go left. I'll go right. Not a problem. With that, Lonbai dove beneath the surface, swimming towards Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing thought, what is happening? I'm going to be exposed. After much effort, under the warm sun, Lonbai skewered 3 fish and set them over the fire to grill. 1 chicken and 1 fish per person should suffice for a hearty meal. Come on. Why are you so shy? Lonbai glanced back at the small wooden cabin, the very one he had drawn earlier. The commotion was actually Xiao Wu assisting Zhu Zhuqing in dressing. Logically, a qipao is typically worn by oneself. However, Xiao Wu, unfamiliar with such attire, was curious about how to wear it and had followed Zhu Zhuqing inside. Don't be shy. You look truly beautiful in that outfit. Brother, by 1T think less of you. I didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? Zhu Zhuqing fell silent. Forget it. I'll carry you out. Then, with a sudden exclamation, the door of the small cabin burst open, revealing 2 figures before Lonbai, one clad in pink, the other in black. Tada! Xiao Wu presented Zhu Zhuqing to Lonbai, exclaiming, Brother Bai, isn't she stunning? At that moment, Lonbai turned to Zhu Zhuqing, astonishment flashing in his eyes. Indeed, she was destined to be a goddess. Even in her youth, she radiated an extraordinary beauty, especially after donning the qipao. Her future goddess figure was already taking shape. Under Lonbai's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. Bowing her head, she dared not meet Lonbai's eyes. After a thorough appraisal, Lonbai's gaze settled on Zhu Zhuqing's long legs. It seemed he had only provided her with the qipao and not the stockings. Thus, she was currently without leg coverings. Zhuqing, come here for a moment. Hearing the call, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, then lifted her gaze to Lonbai. Slowly, she approached. Sit down. Obediently, Zhu Zhuqing took her seat. Lift your feet. Zhu Zhuqing was perplexed. Why should I lift my feet? Isn't it risky to do so in this outfit? Does he intend to take advantage of me? Chapter 30. Do you really think so highly of yourself? What are you thinking? Sensing Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, Lonbai felt somewhat helpless. He then reached out to retrieve a pair of black stockings. This garment requires the accompaniment of stockings to be complete. Stockings? Zhu Zhuqing looked over, her eyes lingering on Lonbai's hands. Curiously, she inquired, is this sheer fabric called stockings? What is its purpose? It's worn on the legs. Which is why I asked you to lift your foot, Lonbai explained, fully unfolding the black stockings for Zhu Zhuqing to examine closely. Oh. Only then did Zhu Zhuqing realize that Lonbai harbored no improper intentions towards her. Moreover, he was kindly offering to assist her in putting on the stockings. However, the prospect of having someone help her don such an item inevitably involved physical contact with her legs. The thought of being touched by a boy was rather embarrassing. Oh dear, Sister Zhu Zhuqing, what are you thinking? It's just a matter of lifting your foot. Is it really that difficult? At that moment, Xiao Wu dashed over to offer her assistance. With a gentle lift, she raised Zhu Zhuqing's long legs effortlessly. Startled, Zhu Zhuqing quickly swatted Xiao Wu's hands away, exclaiming, Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Let go. Ignoring her pleas, Xiao Wu turned to Lonbai, Brother Bai, hurry up. Sister Zhu Zhuqing's legs are so strong. I can barely hold them. Smart Xiao Wu, Lonbai praised, then shifted his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing's long legs. Such long legs. It would be a pity not to take them for a spin. Don't. Xiao Wu, let go? Just a moment. It will be done shortly. Xiao Wu was undeterred. She could hardly tolerate Zhu Zhuqing's hesitance. It was taking too long. It's just putting on stockings. Why act so coy? There's no one else here. If Brother Bai wants to help you, you should have already placed your little foot on his face. With Xiao Wu's assistance, Lonbai successfully helped Zhu Zhuqing into the black stockings. He casually stroked them, relishing the wonderful texture, warm and smooth. Once the stockings were on, Xiao Wu inspected them closely and couldn't resist touching them, exclaiming, Wow, these stockings feel so nice. She continued to caress them, unable to keep her hands to herself. Xiao Wu, please stop touching them. Zhu Zhuqing felt as if her legs were being overly handled, a tingling sensation coursing through her. Fine. Xiao Wu reluctantly withdrew her hands and turned to Lonbai. She then hopped over, wrapping her arms around his, pouting, Brother Bai, where did you buy these stockings? I want a pair too. Seeing Xiao Wu plead adorably, Lonbai chuckled, and produced a pair of white stockings from his possession. Don't worry, I won't forget you. Wow. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she reached for the white stockings, cradling them lovingly. They feel so comfortable. Thank you, Brother Bai. Overcome with joy, she hugged Lonbai's neck and planted a big kiss on his cheek. Just a small favor, Lonbai ruffled Xiao Wu's hair. This girl had grown accustomed to such intimate interactions with him. Zhu Zhuqing observed this scene with a furrowed brow, feeling a twinge of frustration. They had clearly established a friendship, yet their actions seemed overly affectionate. Lonbai, what are you coercing Xiao Wu into now? Suddenly, a strange cry erupted from the forest. Xiao Wu, startled, immediately dove into Lonbai's embrace. At the sound, Lonbai furrowed his brow and turned to look. It was indeed Tang San and the master emerging from the woods, dirty and disheveled, their faces grim. They looked as if they had been chased by a dog. Tang San, spotting Xiao Wu hiding in Lonbai's arms, became incensed. Lonbai, are you taking advantage of the situation to harass Xiao Wu again? Lonbai raised an eyebrow. Mind your words, Tang San. Which of your eyes saw me harassing Xiao Wu? I saw both of them. Then both must be blind. You should dig them out to avoid maggots. You, Tang San, having failed to obtain his first soul ring, dared not confront Lonbai directly. So he turned to the master. Master, this bully is bothering Xiao Wu again. You must teach him a lesson. The master nodded solemnly, proclaiming with fairness, Lonbai. As a fellow student, how can you bully Xiao Wu? Why do you heed that blue-haired freak's nonsense? Before Lonbai could respond, the forthright Xiao Wu stepped forward. With a stern expression, she pointed at Tang San. He's your disciple, so you can help him unconditionally? As a teacher, you should be fair. Pretending to be just as truly disgusting. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's remarks, the master frowned, taken aback. In Nodding City, who did not respect his name? Even if they did not show him respect, they would not openly confront him. How audacious was this girl, Xiao Wu? In his youthful arrogance, the master scolded, enough. Student Xiao Wu, you insult your teacher publicly, and according to school rules, I must punish you. Xiaogang, be quiet. Before the master's reprimand could finish, Lonbai interrupted with a smile. Old man, do you truly think so highly of yourself? His words stunned everyone present. The master fell silent, his brow furrowing as he clenched his fist behind his back. Truly audacious. He is utterly reckless. Anger surged within him, and he contemplated teaching this impertinent Lonbai a lesson. Yet, reason held him back. He was no longer young and impetuous. Lonbai's audacity in speaking to him like that indicated he possessed some capability. Acting rashly could lead to repercussions. Any retaliation must be executed discreetly. Thus, he slowly relaxed his grip. Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly stunned. How dare Lonbai act so brazenly? His teacher, even with a mediocre martial spirit, was still a great soul master. Was Lonbai truly not afraid? Master, this Lonbai is insufferably arrogant. He must be taught a lesson. Enough, Xiao San. I am the teacher and cannot stoop to the level of a child. What? To Tang San's surprise, the master did not explode with anger. But we should keep our distance from them and not engage. With that, the master turned and walked away. Seeing the master's demeanor, Tang San concluded that he had backed down. His already sullen expression darkened further, his teeth clenched in frustration. Could it be that this master was truly useless? Despite his superior strength, he dared not confront Lonbai? Gritting his teeth, Tang San shot a venomous glare at Lonbai before hastily following the master. Without his first soul ring, he too dared not act against Lonbai. Only able to endure in silence. Brother Bai, are they afraid? Xiao Wu asked, astonished as she watched Tang San and the master retreat. Moments ago, she thought the master was about to strike, and her heart was still racing. Just two useless individuals, pay them no mind. Lonbai tousled Xiao Wu's hair. Forget them. Let's eat. Okay. Having vented her frustrations regarding the master, Xiao Wu radiated joy, bouncing off to fetch roasted chicken and fish. Lonbai cast one last glance at the master and Tang San, whispering, Old man, you'd best not force my hand. Brother Bai, are you all right? Zhu Zhuqing's concerned voice came from behind him. Turning around, Lonbai smiled and said, What could possibly be the matter? You should be more concerned about whether they might be driven to madness. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, her cool brows and eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. In her worldview, power supersedes strength. Earlier at the restaurant, she had recognized the esteemed reputation of that master. Lonbai's decision to confront the master on behalf of Xiao Wu was perilous. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, Lonbai felt a twinge of helplessness. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward and took her small hand, reassuring her, Do not worry. I possess the capability, which is why I act thus. Really? You doubt me? Then behold this. With that, Lonbai unleashed his soul rings. This is the first soul ring, black, 10,000 years? How is this possible? Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth in shock. There's more. More? Zhu Zhuqing held her breath, watching intently. Upon seeing the circle of red soul rings that followed, she was rendered utterly speechless. How could this be? Chapter 31. The self-centered shrimp-headed Tang San. Ah, how delightful the aroma is. By the campfire. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the roasted chicken and fish on the rack. Previously, she had been a little rabbit, unable to consume meat and lacking interest in it. However, upon transforming into a human, her culinary horizons broadened significantly, incorporating meat into her diet. Though she had never tasted roasted chicken, surely anything cooked was fair game. Observing the succulent meat glistening with juices, Xiao Wu glanced around and swiftly hopped to the side to pluck a few large leaves. She spread them on the ground and began to retrieve the roasted chicken and fish from the rack. One for Brother Bai, one for Sister Zhuqing, and one for me. As she arranged the food on the leaves, Xiao Wu felt that something was missing. That's right. The big carrot. A little rabbit simply cannot forego a big carrot. She dashed to the small lake and washed 3 large carrots thoroughly. Once cleaned, she suddenly felt as though someone was watching her. Turning her head, her previously joyful expression instantly turned cold. Xiao Wu, what a coincidence. Are you here to wash something too? Tang San, not far away, was cleaning the dirt off himself with lake water. Upon seeing Xiao Wu approach, his face broke into a delighted smile. In response, Xiao Wu impulsively tossed the freshly washed carrots into the water and turned to flee, not wanting to spare Tang San a single glance. Xiao Wu. Tang San's smile froze on his face. He found it utterly incomprehensible. He had always stood by her side. But why did Xiao Wu remain ungrateful? Why he had her clean the garden while he helped her? Why he had playfully tapped her forehead, yet he stood up for her? He always assisted her, so why had things turned out this way? He was baffled. Lowering his head, the shrimp-headed Tang San fell into deep contemplation. It must be by he speaking ill of him in front of Xiao Wu. It had to be. Believing himself to be the destined one, he failed to consider Xiao Wu's feelings, directly projecting his thoughts onto her without realizing how foolish he truly was. After some speculation, he found his answer. All the blame lay with Bai He. He oppressed Xiao Wu, preventing her from displaying kindness towards him, or else he would reprimand her. Yes, that was it. Bai He, just wait and see. Once I obtain my first soul ring, I'll trample you underfoot and rescue Xiao Wu. Tang San clenched his fists. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the 3 carrots floating on the lake, and a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. This was undoubtedly Xiao Wu's way of showing that she knew he and the teacher had nothing to eat, so she intentionally got angry and gifted them to him. Xiao Wu, you are my divine savior. With exuberance, he leaped into the water to retrieve the 3 carrots, disregarding the dirt on them, and took a big bite. Though they bore a hint of earthy taste, at that moment, they were more delectable than spicy rabbit heads. Delicious, absolutely delightful. He glanced in Xiao Wu's direction, hoping to convey his gratitude through their eyes. In doing so, the carrot slipped from his mouth. Curse you, Bai He. Tang San gritted his teeth. Unwillingly turning back to approach the master, he asked solemnly, Master, when shall we hunt for soul beasts? Upon hearing this, the master opened his eyes and looked at Tang San, feeling vexed. He had previously arranged for Tang San to encounter several century-old soul beasts. Yet this fool could never seize the right moment. The soul beasts had either perished or fled, causing him to exhaust his soul power throughout the morning. He was now too fatigued to pursue any more soul beasts and had even been chased by a pesky century-old mad dog, leaving him in a wretched state. Despite his inner frustration, the master maintained a calm facade, responding evenly, There is no rush. Let us recuperate before seeking soul beasts. I shall certainly help you find a century soul ring. Thank you, master. Hearing these words, Tang San felt considerably relieved. After a moment's thought, he extended a carrot towards the master. Master, please have some. Upon seeing the offered carrot, the master felt somewhat better. At least he was not raising a thankless wolf. He accepted it and took a bite, the overwhelming earthy taste flooding his mouth. He frowned repeatedly, glancing at the carrot, which should have been clean. Where did this earthy flavor come from? His gaze shifted to Tang San's wet pants, and he finally understood the origin of the taste. Shaking his head, he concluded that having something was better than having nothing. As he continued eating, he suddenly caught a whiff of roasted meat. Turning his head, he spotted the roasted chicken and fish over by Bai He. The carrot in his mouth suddenly became difficult to swallow. Some things are most distressing when compared. He had been enjoying the carrot, but upon witnessing someone devouring roasted chicken, the sensation. Alas, master, are you all right? Nothing's wrong. The master cast one last glance at Baihe before retracting his gaze. If he looked again, he might lose control of his saliva. Over by Baihe. Catching a whiff, Tang San also felt the carrot lose its appeal. Damn Baihe. He was undoubtedly eating in front of them on purpose, deliberately tempting them. It was infuriating. Observing Tang San's expression, the master suddenly declared, Xiao San, do you fancy snake meat? If you desire it, I can roast that mandala snake we encountered earlier for you. The one that was suffocated by gas? Indeed. Forget it. I'll stick to the carrot. Tang San quickly distanced himself, pondering how one could possibly consume a snake that had met such a demise. On the other side, Xiao Wu wiped the sweat from her brow, looking at the 3 servings of roasted chicken and fish presented on leaves with satisfaction. She picked up a portion of the roasted meat and happily bounced over to Baihe. Brother Bai, this is for you. Such a good girl. Baihe chuckled, ruffling her hair. Brother Bai treats me so well. It's only right that I do this. Xiao Wu squinted her eyes in delight at Baihe's affectionate gesture. After reveling in the moment, she turned to Zhu Zhuqing beside her and curiously inquired, Sister Zhuqing, what is the matter? Hearing her voice, Zhu Zhuqing snapped back to reality and quickly waved her hand. It's nothing. Oh. Xiao Wu paid it no further mind and handed Zhu Zhuqing her serving. However, despite the enticing aroma and appearance of the food before her, Zhu Zhuqing felt no appetite. She remained preoccupied with thoughts of Baihe's 2 soul rings, one black, one red. This was illogical and utterly unheard of. She glanced at Baihe, who was lazily leaning against a tree, mouth agape, awaiting Xiao Wu's feeding. A look of contentment on his face. Aside from being exceptionally handsome, he was, in truth, an exceedingly ordinary individual. Lowering her head to examine the roasted meat in her hand, she pondered for a moment, then shook her head and mustered her spirits. Why dwell on such matters? Baihe was merely her benefactor. All she needed to consider was how to repay him. With this thought, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt much lighter. She gazed at Baihe beneath the tree, tightly clenching her small hand. Then, she regained her usual cool demeanor and approached him with small, graceful steps. Gently smoothing her chi pao, she sat beside Baihe, exuding an air of nobility. She extended her hand to take a chicken leg, leaning in closer. Brother Bai, please have some. With his mouth already stuffed with a chicken leg, Baihe could only respond with muffled sounds. Brother Bai says you should feed him directly. Xiao Wu, standing nearby, understood Baihe's meaning. Baihe was taken aback. That was not what he meant. Feed directly? Zhu Zhuqing glanced at him, nodded, and began to push the chicken leg toward Baihe's mouth. It seemed he couldn't accommodate it. I'll do it. Xiao Wu took the chicken leg from Zhu Zhuqing's hand, straddling Baihe and thrusting the chicken leg toward his mouth. Blue and white. He suddenly felt that the presence of beautiful women around him might bring about a slight disadvantage. Chapter 32. Affection soars to 70. Captivating Zhu Zhuqing, the ruckus from the blue and white group reached Tang San, igniting a flame of fury within him. How dare that despicable blue and white allow Xiao Wu to straddle him so intimately? Such brazen audacity. Tang San felt a throbbing pain at his temples. And having lost his appetite, he tossed aside the half-eaten carrot, ready to intervene. Xiao San, come back, his master urged. Why? Tang San pointed angrily at blue and white. That scoundrel has the audacity to let Xiao Wu do such things. Be patient. Once you acquire your first spirit ring, you will have the opportunity to defeat him personally, to trample him underfoot and bring him disgrace. At that point, Xiao Wu and that girl will naturally distance themselves from blue and white, and you shall claim the beautiful maiden for yourself. His master offered wise counsel. Do not forget, you are a twin martial soul. Even if blue and white currently holds the upper hand, in time, you will surpass him and easily vanquish him with one hand. Your ultimate goal is not him, but far greater opponents. Therefore, maintain a calm demeanor towards this weakling. Upon hearing this, Tang San pondered, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. His teacher was right. Blue and white was merely a stepping stone on his path to greatness. Once he obtained his first spirit ring, he would indeed be able to look down upon him. Thank you for your guidance, master. Tang San took a deep breath, letting go of his anger. He picked up the half-eaten carrot, wiped it clean, and took a bite, squatting down with a teasing smile directed at blue and white. Soon, your demise shall be upon you. After some time, the commotion from blue and white's group culminated in Xiao Wu sporting a red mark on her forehead. Observing the pitiful sight of her crouched beside him, blue and white sighed. This fellow truly lacked awareness, stuffing his mouth beyond capacity. How ridiculous. Brother Blue, are you still eating? Zhu Zhuqing asked quietly from the side. Glancing at the cool yet gentle Zhu Zhuqing, blue and white shook his head. No need, you should eat. Make sure you are well fed. We will be hunting spirit beasts shortly, which requires considerable stamina. Thank you. Not at all. Blue and White then turned to the distressed Xiao Wu and sighed again. He reached for a carrot and approached her. It was simple to appease Xiao Wu. All it took was to feed her until she was satisfied. Once they had eaten their fill, Blue and White stored the small wooden cabin back into the system. He then glanced at Tang San, who looked astonished from a distance. With the added buff from the Doom Judgment, he gave Tang San a thumbs up. Xiao San, keep it up. Wishing you swift success in obtaining your first spirit ring. With that, he led Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing away from the lakeside. On the other side, Tang San seethed. That wretched Blue and White had the audacity to mock me. Does possessing a vast space spirit tool make him superior? Clenching his fists, he walked up to his master. His teeth grinding. Master, I wish to expedite my journey to obtain my first spirit ring. Hearing this, his master frowned and assessed Tang San's spirit power. Are you prepared for this? Of course. I will make Blue and White regret his actions, Tang San declared, fists tightly clenched. Very well, his master replied. Weary of the situation. Though his spirit power was limited, he hoped Tang San could gather enough strength to secure a 100-year spirit ring. Turning to Zhu Zhuqing beside him. Blue and White inquired, Zhuqing, which spirit beast do you intend to acquire a spirit ring from? I have already decided on the Gale spirit cat, she responded. Pointing to the right side of the path. I initially aimed to hunt the descendants of that Gale spirit cat, which is why I was pursued. All right, let us proceed. I will assist you in defeating it. Thank you. You have expressed your gratitude numerous times already, Blue and White remarked, causing Zhu Zhuqing to feel a tad embarrassed. Xiao Wu, clinging to Blue and White's arm, chimed in, Oh, Zhuqing, you really should show some appreciation for Brother Blue's kindness. Mind your words. Blue and White playfully tapped Xiao Wu's forehead and quickly turned back to Zhu Zhuqing. Do not take her words to heart. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Ding. Zhu Zhuqing's affection for you has risen to 60, increasing the acquisition rate of affection points. Current affection point acquisition rate, 1.65. The speed at which it reached 60 was astonishing. It seemed Zhu Zhuqing had indeed faced much disdain while wandering alone. Thinking of this, Blue and White took her hand gently. Meeting his fate, rest assured, I will take care of everything. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, not pulling away from his grasp. Merely responding softly. Soon, meow. A sound echoed, followed by a chime as a 100-year Gale spirit cat was pierced into the ground by a golden cross sword. Though not dead, it thrashed wildly, scratching the earth and sending dust flying. Zhu Zhuqing, quickly. As Blue and White's words fell, Zhu Zhuqing summoned her phantom spirit cat martial soul. Gracefully leaping into the air with her long, dark legs, she drew twin daggers from beneath her chi pao and swiftly severed the Gale spirit cat's head. Instantly, a yellow spirit ring ascended. Gazing at the spirit ring before her, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of excitement, wishing to express her gratitude to Blue and White. But he interrupted her. Hurry and absorb it. There's no need for such formality among friends. All right. Zhu Zhuqing sat down promptly to absorb the spirit ring. Brother White. Why does Zhu Zhuqing always express her thanks? You little country bumpkin, Zhuqing has received noble education, where etiquette is highly valued, and it won't change overnight. Oh, nobility. No wonder she possesses such grace. I find it quite appealing. Blue and White raised an eyebrow. Moments later, Zhu Zhuqing completed her absorption of the spirit ring. Revealing her martial soul and gazing at the floating yellow spirit ring with a genuine smile. Little beauty, now that you have your spirit ring, where do you plan to go? Hearing Blue and White's voice, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed slightly, and she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Indeed. In her haste to escape, she knew only that Dai Mubai was in this empire but had no idea of his exact location. Noticing her hesitation, Xiao Wu curiously asked, Yu Qing, weren't you searching for someone? Surely you must have a general idea of where to find him? Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the two people she trusted most, hesitating before revealing her background. Marriage? To a coward. How can this be? Xiao Wu was the first to protest. Zhuqing, you are so beautiful. Why marry a coward you've never met? I do not wish to, but family alliances dictate such matters. I am merely a pawn. That is why I escaped, though I was not fully prepared. And now, here I am. I cannot return home. And I have no money. Xiao Wu pouted, pondering for a moment before her eyes lit up. She released Blue and White's arm and leaned closer to Zhu Zhuqing, softly suggesting, Zhuqing, why not accompany Brother White? He is powerful and wealthy, and he will take care of you. You will certainly not suffer if you stay with him. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned crimson. But, another but. You clearly have feelings for Brother White. I simply cannot comprehend why you are so hesitant. Brother White, continue. In a sudden burst of emotion, Xiao Wu impulsively pushed Zhu Zhuqing into Lanbai's embrace. Startled, Zhu Zhuqing lost her balance and found herself enveloped in a warm, masculine hold. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to," she exclaimed, attempting to extricate herself, only to be held tightly by Lonbai. Then, a voice resonated above her. "Do you truly have feelings for me?" At the sound of his words, Zhu Zhuqing stood frozen, her body tense. After a moment's hesitation, she gently nodded. Yes, her voice was as soft as a whisper. "What a coincidence. I found myself drawn to you just moments ago," Lonbai replied with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing blinked in surprise and gazed up at Lonbai, her voice trembling slightly. "Really?" Lonbai chuckled. "Would you rather it be untrue?" I don't wish for that," she stammered. "Then it is settled," he said, just as a notification echoed from the system. Ding. Zhu Zhuqing's favorability towards you has increased to 70, and the rate of affection points acquisition has risen. Current affection points acquisition rate, 1.75. Chapter 33, The Unrepentant Rabbit and the Cat. Upon hearing the voice transmitted by the system, Lonbai was somewhat taken aback to discover that the affection level had soared to 70. It must be due to the establishment of their relationship. It seems that oftentimes, as long as a woman genuinely likes someone, granting her a title can bring her joy for an extended period. Moreover, there was another matter. If his memory served him right, Xiao Wu's affection level was also 70. Was it not? However, this fellow did not display the same demeanor as Zhu Zhuqing. The personalities of the little rabbit and the little kitten are inherently different, which is entirely normal. Lonbai reached out to caress Zhu Zhuqing's smooth and beautiful back, inquiring, "How long do you intend to hold on?" At his words, Zhu Zhuqing, resembling a little kitten that had accidentally stepped into water, swiftly departed from his embrace, standing to the side with her head bowed in silence. Observing this, Xiao Wu squinted her eyes in exasperation, thinking that Sister Zhuqing was far too bashful. Was it truly necessary to act this way in front of Brother Bai? It was utterly unnecessary. Xiao Wu bounced over to Zhu Zhuqing's side and suddenly wrapped her slender arms around her waist, eliciting a gasp from Zhu Zhuqing. "Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Is it not permissible to give a hug?" Zhu Zhuqing replied, feeling as if she had fallen into a den of wolves. "All right. Now that you are with me, following Brother Bai, we are good sisters, so hugging is perfectly normal." Xiao Wu rested her little head on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, adding, "Since you cannot find that so-called cowardly prince right now, let us return to Nodding Academy for the time being." "Nodding Academy, does it require money?" Zhu Zhuqing, now overly concerned about finances, immediately thought of this question. With Brother Bai around, why worry about that? "We merely need to cheer him on," Xiao Wu responded, having grown accustomed to the carefree feeling of having Lonbai by her side. Thus, she spoke quite naturally about it. "Do not fret about these matters." Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, her gaze turning inquiringly towards Lonbai. Upon meeting her gaze, Lonbai smiled and extended his hand, assuring her, "Everything will be taken care of by me." Looking at the man's bright and clean smile, Zhu Zhuqing felt her shyness and the last vestiges of unease dissipate. Hesitantly, she raised her hand and placed it in Lonbai's palm. The sensation was warm, imbued with an unparalleled sense of reliability. "That is more like it." Observing this, Xiao Wu displayed a look of approval, before playfully squeezing Zhu Zhuqing's taut waist, and then hurriedly ran to Lonbai's side, taking his hand. The little rabbit led the way towards Nodding Academy, exclaiming, "Hurry up, I want to go back and sleep. I'm exhausted." The three walked side by side. But it was Zhu Zhuqing who found herself in the middle, with Xiao Wu, having learned of Zhu Zhuqing's extraordinary background, showering her with maternal affection. The two girls engaged in animated conversation, leaving Lonbai somewhat sidelined, merely holding hands. Nevertheless, this was ultimately a good thing. Zhu Zhuqing had just joined their group and was initially a bit uncomfortable, thus her bashfulness was understandable. After being engaged in lively dialogue with the chattering Xiao Wu, her demeanor softened considerably. She began to speak more, occasionally covering her mouth with a light laugh, a marked improvement from her previous, more aloof and melancholic demeanor. Holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand for some time now, Lonbai noted an increase in their intimacy value. Current intimacy value, 195, 5 points. Upon seeing this singular value available for one-time extraction, he pondered for a moment before glancing at Zhu Zhuqing beside him. Xiao Wu had just shared some amusing tales about Tang San that had elicited a smile from Zhu Zhuqing, lifting her spirits considerably. At this moment, he thought, perhaps it would be acceptable to propose something a bit risky. With that thought in mind, Lonbai tightened his grip slightly, playfully squeezing Zhu Zhuqing's hand. Feeling the pressure, Zhu Zhuqing turned to him and softly asked, "Brother Lonbai, what is it?" Xiao Wu also leaned in, eyeing Lonbai curiously. Gazing at the innocent expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face, Lonbai hesitated briefly before adopting a serious tone, stating, "Zhuqing, I would like to give your backside a light tap." Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing. At Lonbai's words, the atmosphere among the three became decidedly awkward. After a moment, Xiao Wu leaped into action, pointing at Lonbai and exclaiming, "Ha! Pervert! As if it weren't enough to slap my behind, you want to hit Sister Zhuqing's too. Pervert." Lonbai attempted to clarify. "I merely wish to verify something. It is nothing untoward, just a gentle tap. Pa, there is no one else here. If you want to hit someone, hit me." Xiao Wu's retort left Lonbai speechless. "I've already slapped yours countless times. Doing so again would not yield any results," he replied. "Xiao Wu, what kind of logic is that? My behind has been slapped so much that it has lost its value." After mulling over Lonbai's comment, she furrowed her brows and finally reached her conclusion, pointing accusingly at him. "You are simply lusting after Sister Zhuqing's body. Pa, pervert." Lonbai. At this juncture, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, pressing down Xiao Wu's hand while blushing as she looked at Lonbai. "Brother Lonbai, I believe you have your reasons for doing this. There are no others around, so go ahead." It seemed as if she had made a significant resolution. And then she released Lonbai's hand, turned around, and closed her eyes. Observing Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared to be offering herself up, Lonbai felt overwhelmed with emotion. "She truly moved me to tears." With his gaze lowered, Lonbai admired Zhu Zhuqing and her chi pao, silently giving her a thumbs up in his mind. He gently asked, "Are you ready?" Just be gentle," she replied. Taking a deep breath, Lonbai raised his hand. With a soft sound, Zhu Zhuqing let out a small hum, and the deed was done. Ding! Congratulations, you have unlocked the backside intimacy area, earning 100 intimacy points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lonbai rubbed his hands together, savoring the delicate sensation. All done. That was quick. Lonbai, women. Do you not realize you are playing with fire? How can you say that a man is too quick? Lonbai inquired. Shall we do it again? No. That won't be necessary. Zhu Zhuqing quickly turned to face Lonbai. However, upon catching sight of his face, she felt her head grow warm and swiftly turned away again. But why did it feel like she was about to be slapped again? So, Zhu Zhuqing spun around a couple of times before ultimately choosing to face Lonbai sideways. Lonbai, a wise choice. Extending his hand, he grasped Zhu Zhuqing's small hand, saying, "Let us go." Was that truly just a light tap? Zhu Zhuqing asked softly. Lonbai hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, "Could I touch her?" "Absolutely not." Zhu Zhuqing immediately rejected him, crossing her arms defensively and watching Lonbai warily. "Then it's settled," Lonbai said. Turning to Xiao Wu, "Lead the way. I shall close my eyes and meditate." Xiao Wu mimicked Lonbai's words, and as she took Zhu Zhuqing's hand from her chest, she reassured her, "Do not worry. Brother Bai would never do such things outside." Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "Oh, tonight, Brother Bai will massage your swelling in bed." Zhu Zhuqing? Chapter 34, The Golden Rooster Warrior of the Martial Soul, Soul Power at Level 10. Lonbai sank into contemplation, gazing at the over 200. With 2 opportunities, if the unlocked parts yield better luck in acquiring, he would at least obtain something of decent quality. Lottery. Deducting 100 points of, remaining 198, for points of. Drawing. Success. 20 gold soul coins. Trash. Continue the draw. Deducting 100 points of, remaining 98, for points of. Drawing. Success. Secret skill, martial soul camouflage technique. Lonbai. Indeed, it is real. The probability of drawing good items increases significantly when unlocking parts. Without further thought, he turned his attention to the so-called martial soul camouflage technique. Secret skill. Martial soul camouflage technique. You can disguise your martial soul as any type within your martial soul branches. And the release methods of martial soul skills can also be camouflaged at will. Upon reading this description, Lonbai instantly thought of 6 words. The art of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. With this skill, he need not fear revealing his super divine level Seraphim martial soul. Quite satisfactory. As Lonbai immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly sensed that Xiao Wu and the others had halted their steps. Puzzled, he opened his eyes. "Xiao Wu, what's wrong?" Hearing this, Xiao Wu hurried to Lonbai's side, pointing not far ahead. "Brother Bai, it's that blue-haired freak again." "Tang San?" Lonbai looked over in confusion, spotting the master with Tang San standing on the path leading out of the soul-hunting forest. Young and impetuous. Confident, arrogant, self-satisfied, and imposing. In short, he looked rather cocky. Brother Lonbai, something feels off. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow. He must be looking for trouble with us, but I don't recall provoking him. That blue-haired freak is truly disgusting. Xiao Wu understood and replied to Zhu Zhuqing, Sister Zhuqing, did you forget what I said before? This blue-haired freak enjoys creating trouble for no reason. Zhu Zhuqing's brows knitted even tighter. Is he out of his mind? Xiao Wu. A bit, perhaps. Lanbai, like a dragon king, curled his lips into a smile. All right, with me here, there is no need to concern yourselves with him. After saying this, Lonbai strolled forward with the two girls. As soon as they entered Tang San and the master's line of sight, Tang San immediately became agitated. He even refused to wait in place, striding towards Lonbai and the others. Pointing at Lonbai, he grinned, revealing 16 teeth. Lonbai, I've finally been waiting for you. Let us battle. Such confidence stems from acquiring the first soul ring. Lonbai raised an eyebrow. Speaking indifferently, I'm human. I do not wish to engage in a fight with the dog. But upon hearing Lonbai's words, Zhu Zhuqing accidentally laughed. Xiao Wu could not help but chuckle, peeking out from behind Lonbai, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. You. Tang San's expression darkened instantly upon seeing the smiles on the faces of the two girls. What use is talking? Strength is paramount. I want to fight you. Wagering for the position of the 7th dormitory leader. The position of the 7th dormitory leader? Lonbai spread his hands. Can we not be a bit more original? Original? Tang San frowned. What else do you wish to wager? It's not about what I want to wager. Rather, it's about what you possess, you pauper. You. I. Tang San clenched his fists, unable to retort. He could argue about other matters, but he was powerless to refute being called a pauper. Seeing this, Lonbai smirked disdainfully. Where did this little beggar come from, learning to fight without money? After saying this, he extended his arms, wrapping them around Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's waists, appearing exceedingly arrogant. A complete villainous demeanor. You. Tang San turned red with anger. At this moment, the master approached. Speaking calmly, Xiao San, you possess a valuable soul guide. A soul guide? Teacher, that seems overly precious. Tang San gulped, feeling hesitant to wager. You are a genius. Do you not believe in yourself? The brave shall prevail, while the cowardly shall perish. The master spoke with hands behind his back, posing a simple question. Such tranquil words stirred a tempest in Tang San's heart. Indeed, I am a genius reborn, the child of destiny. With blue silver grass in one hand and the Haotian hammer in the other, dual martial souls, the protagonist's fate, invincible courage. That mere Lonbai is but a stepping stone to my ascendance. Thinking this, Tang San took a deep breath and stood firm, pointing his thumb at himself. Lonbai, I wager all my wealth against you, not just the soul guide, but my clothes and more. Do you dare to wager with me? You actually. Lonbai began to act, retreating a step in feigned fear, his eyes filled with astonishment. You are so confident, could it be? You have already obtained the invincible first soul ring and become a soul master. Seeing Lonbai's act, Tang San laughed heartily. Haha, indeed. I have acquired a 99-year blue silvergrass soul ring, my soul power surging to the 13th perfect realm. Lonbai, you shall lose miserably. Lonbai was taken aback. The 13th realm, and it's a blue silvergrass soul ring that is highly compatible with your martial soul. Do not be shocked. Quickly present your wager. My entire being is worth at least 100 gold soul coins. Tang San raised his chin. 100. Lonbai hesitated for a moment, speaking weakly. I will give you 150. Let us be friends again, shall we? The master, why does this feel a bit off? Seeing this, the overly excited Tang San's mouth had already split from ear to ear, completely oblivious to the abnormality. He shouted loudly, You wishful thinker. So it is. Lonbai sighed. You are incompetent with the opportunity given. He turned to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, speaking gently. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, this battle, I cannot avoid, nor can I hide. Under the pressure of the blue-haired emperor, I must fight to seize a glimmer of hope. You two should stay further away from the battlefield. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. They longed to laugh. Yet, they absolutely could not laugh. Xiao Wu took out a carrot from her soul guide and tossed it into the bushes after losing her food. Tears naturally fell. Brother Bai, you must do your best. Zhu Zhuqing. Lonbai nodded solemnly. I. Well, certainly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu quickly pulled Zhu Zhuqing aside, leaning against a tree. Their shoulders could not help but tremble, evidently having already laughed or cried. Seeing this, Tang San's excitement reached its peak. He had endured for so long, being a turtle for so long. Finally, he could finally take revenge. Once he obtained the position of the 7th dormitory leader, He would surely teach those oblivious roommates a lesson. Oh, and Xiao Wu, she could only be his. Lonbai sighed, stepping before Tang San, quietly pleading. Tang San, could you refrain from slapping my face? Humph. It depends on my mood. It's hard to say. Tang San held his nose high, exuding extreme arrogance. Fine, then I shall have no psychological burdens. What? Tang San couldn't quite catch that. It's nothing. I was merely regretting offending you. Hee, too late. Tang San struck a pose, revealing his martial soul, and shouted, Tang San, martial soul blue silver grass. Level 13 control system soul master, come in battle. Lonbai stood firm, revealing his martial soul. Lonbai, martial soul golden rooster warrior, soul power at level 10. Chapter 35. A single move of Iron Mountain Lean. Tang San faces the ground. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were perplexed. Tang San, equally bewildered, was taken aback as he recalled that the blue-white martial spirit was supposed to be a roasted chicken. How had it suddenly transformed into an entirely unfamiliar spirit? With a frown of confusion, Tang San inquired, Golden Chicken Fighter, wasn't your martial spirit a roasted chicken? Why not ask your teacher? He knows all about this. Upon hearing this, Tang San turned to Master, who promptly masked his own bewilderment with an air of omniscience, solemnly stating, it must be a fortuitous encounter leading to a mutation in the martial spirit. Otherwise, he could not have ascended from innate 2nd-level soul power to 10th-level soul power. Understanding dawned on Tang San as he gazed arrogantly at Lonbai, a flicker of malice glimmering in his eyes. Lonbai, you are fortunate, but alas, you have crossed paths with me. Come, let me trample you underfoot and ensnare you with my blue-silver. Before he could finish his taunt, 2 slender strands of blue-silver grass erupted from the soil, ensnaring Lonbai's feet. Truly sinister. Zhu Zhuqing frowned at this turn of events. Quite normal, Xiao Wu remarked, nibbling on a carrot. She had grown accustomed to Tang San's underhanded tactics. The first time she witnessed him launch a sneak attack, she nearly rushed in to kick him. Now, knowing her brother by strength, she had resigned herself to the situation. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow and whispered, is this guy really in the same dormitory as you? Indeed, he's in the adjacent bed. After being pummeled into a pig's head by Brother Bai's ultimate technique, he has become much more subdued. Now that he has acquired his first spirit ring, he is eager to regain his dignity, truly relentless. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's disdain for Tang San reached its zenith. What a despicable act. No, he is even beneath the level of a petty villain. The lopsided battle continued. After ensnaring Lonbai's feet with blue-silver grass, Tang San swiftly followed up with a concealed weapon attack. The weapon, imbued with soul power, hurtled toward Lonbai's face. With lesser soul power and bound by the grass, Lonbai was unable to evade. The weapon would undoubtedly strike true. Tang San's face broke into a triumphant smile. Victory was already in his grasp. However, Lonbai remained unfazed, calmly raising his hand. Planning to use a counterattack? Tang San sneered, finding it laughable that martial techniques could withstand a weapon fortified with soul power. Yet, in the next moment, his laughter died abruptly. 3 golden soul coins suddenly appeared in Lonbai's hand, which he casually flicked, knocking the incoming weapon to the ground. Stunned, Tang San realized that those were indeed golden soul coins being used as projectiles. Lonbai, you dare to use golden soul coins as weapons? Not a concern. I have plenty of money. And Lonbai stomped the ground, shattering the blue-silver grass, then turned to Tang San with a smile. You should focus on how to defeat me, rather than lamenting your financial woes, you pauper. Another dose of harsh reality struck Tang San, causing him to panic. He activated Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, dashing toward Lonbai with a zigzag pattern. Dark Jade Hand. Such a clutch move? Lonbai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Tang San's arm. He remained stationary, waiting for Tang San's soul power-laden punch to approach. When it did, he casually reached out and seized Tang San's wrist. You've fallen into my trap. Tang San cackled, as at that moment, several strands of blue-silver grass shot forth from his sleeve, ensnaring Lonbai's arm. No, it is you who has been deceived. At the sound of Lonbai's words, Tang San's grin froze. Kuan Punch ultimate skill, Iron Mountain Lean. Lonbai bent his waist, a shadowy figure materializing behind him, and then thrust his shoulder upward with force. Bang! A muffled grunt escaped Tang San's lips as he arched his back, resembling a shrimp. The blue-silver grass snapped, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, followed by a spurt of blood. Brother Bai's Iron Mountain Lean is so impressive. Xiao Wu cheered, waving 2 carrots in excitement. Upon hearing her, Tang San turned, fury igniting within him, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Ah, Teacher, my chest is shattered. The master rushed forward to check, offering reassurance. No worries, it's not broken. Teacher, that detestable Lanbai is rather formidable. I seem unable to defeat him. Tang San's earlier arrogance had vanished. Hearing this, the master glanced at Lanbai in the distance and devised a plan. He placed a hand on Tang San's chest and secretly transferred a surge of soul power. Teacher, do not speak, the master chided softly. As long as they remain unaware, we shall claim our victory with honor. Understood. Tang San felt an overwhelming surge of soul power coursing through him, bolstering his confidence. He sprang to his feet, fiercely expelling a mouthful of blood. Lonbai, my earlier oversight shall not repeat. This time, you are destined for demise. With that, Tang San charged forward. His speed and ferocity amplified. Zhu Zhuqing, ever observant, sensed something amiss and muttered under her breath. So, both the old and the young possess such shamelessness. I hope Brother Lonbai remains unharmed. As Tang San advanced, Lonbai maintained his stance, unyielding. Underestimating me seals your fate. Tang San channeled all the soul power granted by the master into his fist. This punch, if it landed, would surely incapacitate Lonbai. Imagining himself standing over Lonbai's vanquished form, declaring his victory, Tang San envisioned Xiao Wu's admiration blossoming for him. Bang! Suddenly, Tang San felt his fist connect with the target. A smile crept back on his face. I've struck you, Lonbai. You're finished. Is that so? Lonbai replied, his expression unfazed. Tang San's momentary confusion gave way to realization as he looked up to see his punch, fortified with the master's soul power, effortlessly caught in Lonbai's single hand. Why are you no longer smiling? Lonbai sighed, slowly raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across Tang San's face. With a sharp crack, Tang San spun through the air, performing a dizzying 2,760-degree rotation before crashing face-first into the ground. The master, who had been standing with his hands behind his back, was rendered speechless. Impossible. A dual martial spirit body ought to withstand 20% of his soul power. A great soul master's 20% of soul power should be overwhelming against a soul warrior. Yet this. The master's mind reeled. Clap, clap, clap. Seeing Tang San's graceful fall, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but applaud. What a stunning display. 2,760 degrees in the air, followed by a perfect faceplant. Simply exquisite. She had initially thought Lonbai would struggle, but he had defended with such ease. Truly, he was an exceptional man worthy of her admiration. Lonbai? Tang San's voice broke through as he struggled to rise, a large handprint emblazoned on his face. Blood trickling from his mouth, one eye swollen. He glared at Lonbai with a vengeful gaze. You are not merely 10th level. How dare you toy with me? Chapter 36. The first soul ring of 10,000 years. The master is stunned. What are you playing at? Lonbai innocently raised his hands. I haven't even used any soul skills. Isn't this merely level 10? Moreover, it was against the rules for the master to grant you soul power. Hearing the nonchalant tone of Lonbai, Tang San could no longer contain his fury. He had lost his mind. Tang San let out a wild cry, his hands reaching for the 24 bridges bright moonlight at his waist. In an instant, a multitude of concealed weapons appeared in his grasp. Die! He shouted again, hurling the weapons frantically towards Lonbai. Brother Bai, be careful. Tang San's expression was exceedingly ferocious, and the flurry of dark weapons was so imposing that it even frightened Xiao Wu. It's a trivial matter. After reassuring Xiao Wu, Lonbai stood still, raising one hand. What is this Lonbai up to? The master stared intently at Lonbai's every move, and upon seeing a dark aura rise, his expression crumbled. That is, the first soul ring of 10,000 years. How can this be? This is absolutely impossible. The master felt as though his entire worldview had shattered. He had secretly studied the secret tomes of the Spirit Hall and the 3 major sects, integrating them to create his own 10 core theories of martial souls. Yet, in the face of Lonbai's 10,000-year soul ring, they were rendered utterly invalid. The master fell to his knees, his eyes vacant. Could it be that all the theories he had steadfastly believed in for years were wrong? Am I truly worthless? Die. Meanwhile, Tang San continued to shriek, wildly tossing the concealed weapons he had crafted. Covered in the barrage of projectiles, Lonbai merely raised his hand, grasping the golden cross sword that materialized beside him. No, it was a white envelope. He trembled. The soul power he emanated sent the incoming weapons flying. Then, raising the envelope, he aimed it at Tang San's head, whispering softly, Little San, Losing your mind in anger is truly beneath you. With a flick of his hand, he shot it out. Moments later, Tang San's actions came to an abrupt halt as his blue hair flew up. Huff, huff, huff. Tang San gasped for breath, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He shakily reached up to touch his head. There it was. His fingers continued upwards, and among his hair, he felt a bald spot. He had been reduced to a Mediterranean haircut by Lonbai. Uffed. Xiao Wu couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out. Ha ha ha, bald blue-haired freak. She pointed at Tang San, clutching her stomach as she leaned against Zhu Zhuqing, laughing heartily. Xiao Wu, you? Upon seeing Xiao Wu mock him, Tang San felt as if the sky had collapsed. The blood that had just subsided surged back. He pointed at Xiao Wu, gasping for breath, suddenly choking, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. Little San. Hearing the thud of Tang San hitting the ground, the master rushed over, checking Tang San's breathing. Noticing he was still alive, he sighed in relief. Frowning at Lonbai, he sternly admonished, Lonbai, what on earth do you intend to do? Lonbai replied, has this old fool gone mad? You brought Tang San to trouble me, and yet you question my intentions? The old and the young seemed quite in sync. With this thought, Lonbai raised an eyebrow. Are you blind? Can't you see? You. The master was so furious he gasped for breath, pointing at Lonbai. Who are your parents? I want to have a word with them. At this, Lonbai laughed, producing a martial soul token. Shall I call them over? Do you dare meet them, Master Yu Xiaojing? You. The master glared at the martial soul token in Lonbai's hand, his brows knitting tightly. In an instant, many thoughts crossed his mind. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp something. This Lonbai's records were forged by the Spirit Hall. They were false. He was not some innate level 2 roast chicken martial soul, but rather a golden chicken fighter with unknown innate soul power. No, perhaps not. As he had just released a soul skill, a golden figure with a middle part had flashed by. Golden figure. Spirit Hall. Could it be? The master's eyes widened as he pointed at Lonbai. You are from the Qian family. Lonbai still wore a smile, guess. Lonbai. As your teacher, how dare you mock me? Teacher, do you even deserve that title? Lonbai burst into laughter. As an educator, one must be fair and just. Yet you, an old fool, wielding your title as a grand soul master to intimidate ordinary people into silence, and shamelessly favoring your own disciples, have come to trouble me. A simple person. Tell me, do you think you are a teacher? You are nothing but a disgrace. You. A coarse speaker like you will surely be despised by the world. Brother Bai will be loathed? Are you joking? I like him immensely. At this, Xiao Wu skipped over and planted a kiss on Lonbai's cheek, disdainfully eyeing the master. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, standing beside Lonbai. Her gaze icy as she looked at the master. You three. The master's brow furrowed tightly, clenching his fists in frustration, yet feeling utterly powerless. His soul power was already scarce. Having given some to Tang San earlier, he was now nearly depleted. Simply put, he was now a useless being. Even with the strength of a grand soul master, if it came to a fight, he might not even win against the three of them. Yu Xiaojing. Take little San and leave. I will seek revenge for him. Suddenly, a weary voice echoed in his mind. The master froze, recognizing the voice as familiar. Without further thought, he trusted it. He also wished to escape. Lonbai, it has come to this. Let us end it here. The master sighed hypocritically. Attempting to reason, we are all young men. One should let go and move on after a dispute. This matter with little San shall be put to rest. I will return and properly educate him, ensuring he will not trouble you again. With that, the master prepared to carry the unconscious Tang San away. Wait. At that moment, Lonbai suddenly interjected. Jiangzi, have you forgotten something? The master frowned, turning around, his expression softening as he asked, what else is there? What else could there be? Lonbai pointed at Tang San. He still owes me his wager. Upon hearing this, the master hesitated for a moment, then decisively nodded, promptly removing all the soul guide devices from Tang San. Now may I leave? No, there are still his clothes. Hearing this, the master frowned. Lonbai, we are friends. One should leave a bit of leeway in dealings. Do you not understand this principle? Lonbai raised an eyebrow. You don't understand the principle of taking responsibility for your bets? The master was momentarily at a loss for words. In the end, he stripped Tang San of his clothes, tossing them onto the ground. Then he took his naked form and fled in embarrassment. After running a considerable distance, he glanced back and muttered softly. So what if it's the Spirit Hall? The Haotian Douluo stands against the Spirit Hall. Chapter 37, Haotian Douluo. Is that all? On the other side, Brother Bai. You are truly amazing. Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully as she leaped onto Lonbai, enveloping him in a warm embrace. It was sheer luck. Had it not been for the master's insufficient soul power, I might not have triumphed over Tang San. Upon hearing Lonbai's words, Xiao Wu pouted and murmured, "Humph. Always so modest, brother Bai. Can't you be a bit more assertive?" Assertive? Lonbai raised an eyebrow, effortlessly wrapping his arm around Xiao Wu's waist. "Is this the kind of assertiveness you mean? What are you doing? You're holding on too tightly. I can hardly breathe. Let me down." Xiao Wu began to squirm. But Lonbai's grip was too strong for her to escape. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Zhuqing stood by, astonished. By all accounts, shouldn't her bond with Lonbai be closer? Yet, why had she never experienced such intimacy? Xiao Wu seemed to do so with such ease. They had agreed to maintain a pure relationship, hadn't they? Zhu Zhuqing fell into contemplation. Once Lonbai had savored the sweet sin of Xiao Wu's presence, he gradually loosened his hold. As Xiao Wu's legs fell away, she landed on the ground. "You lecher. If there weren't anyone else around, I would definitely hit you." Seeing Xiao Wu's fierce yet adorable expression, Lonbai smiled faintly, saying, "Let us wait until there are others." Such a scoundrel. Xiao Wu shot him a glare before turning to embrace Zhu Zhuqing, nuzzling against her. "Sister Zhuqing, you're so soft, much better than the rigid brother Bai. That S muscle, you know nothing," Lonbai replied, slightly exasperated by her naivete regarding certain matters. "Xiao Wu, stop that," Zhu Zhuqing said, her cheeks reddening. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's voice, Xiao Wu lifted her head, feigning innocence. "I wasn't he doing anything wrong? You were nuzzling against my chest, and you still think that S not inappropriate?" Zhu Zhuqing sighed, resigned. After all, they were both girls. A little nuzzling wouldn't hurt. Right? She glanced at Lonbai, who shared her expression of helplessness, and they exchanged a knowing smile. "You entertain her," Zhu Zhuqing said quietly, nodding, embodying the demeanor of a devoted partner. Seeing this, Lonbai couldn't help but sigh. Zhu Zhuqing was indeed a product of noble upbringing, far more perceptive than the newly transformed Xiao Wu. She was a reliable companion. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, retained a childish temperament. Her straightforwardness was not a flaw, as she was generally more likable than Zhu Zhuqing. Without further thought, Lonbai turned his attention to the spoils on the ground, soul tools, and the foul-smelling garments of the hypocritical Tang San. He approached, disdainfully burning Tang San's clothing. It is everyone's duty to protect the forest environment. Such refuse must be cleared away. Finally, his gaze fell upon the 24 bridges under the bright moon soul tool. While it was quite decent, in comparison to the space ring, it seemed rather unnecessary, flavorless to consume, yet too valuable to discard. He picked it up, probing its contents with his consciousness, only to find a collection of refuse. Perhaps these scraps were treasures in Tang San's eyes, but to him, they were mere rubbish. There were even only a few copper soul coins left. "Let us go." After tidying up the area, Lonbai turned to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. "Yes." Xiao Wu tugged at Zhu Zhuqing, skipping excitedly ahead. The trio walked side by side along the path, nearing the forest exit. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to a figure nearby, a robust man cloaked in black, leaning against a tree while drinking. The pungent odor of alcohol reached Lonbai even from over 10 meters away. Xiao Wu was the first to react. As a soul beast, she possessed a keen sense of danger. Leaning towards Lonbai, she whispered anxiously, "Brother Bai, that person seems off. He is dangerous." Zhu Zhuqing's body tensed as well. She had encountered many powerful individuals in the Starluo Empire, though they often concealed their strength. The intangible aura of a strong presence was unmistakable. The man before them exuded that very essence, and even more so. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's tension, Lonbai gently squeezed her hand, reassuringly saying, "It's all right. He is just an old friend looking for me." "Friend?" Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. "Yes," Lonbai replied, glancing at Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, you and Zhu Zhuqing should head on first. I'll catch up with my old friend." "Brother Bai, is he really your friend?" Xiao Wu asked, skepticism in her voice. "Of course. If he were an enemy, he would have made his move by now." Lonbai pulled Xiao Wu closer and playfully patted her bottom. "Now be good and go ahead. Wait for me at the forest exit." Though Xiao Wu wanted to protest, Zhu Zhuqing gestured for her to stay silent. "Xiao Wu, we must trust brother Lonbai." With Zhu Zhuqing's encouragement, Xiao Wu nodded, turning to Lonbai. "Brother Bai, we're leaving. You must hurry to catch up." With that, the two girls departed. Moments later, the figure in the black cloak could no longer contain himself. He stood abruptly, waving his hand, causing the surrounding birds to fall silent. It was as if a barrier had been erected around them. He then lowered his hood, revealing a pair of eyes that scrutinized Lonbai with surprise. "You let the women flee in danger. You're quite the man. Lonbai shrugged, smiling. Isn't that a normal thing to do? How Douluo? Upon hearing Lonbai's address, Tang Hao paused, frowning. How do you know I am Hao Douluo? Just a guess. Do you believe it? Of course. Tang Hao began, a sudden realization striking him. How had he fallen into the conversational rhythm? It should have been him asking questions. This boy, who bullied his son, seemed to possess more skill than anticipated. Clearing his throat, he shifted the topic. Let us not discuss that. You know Tang San is my son, right? Lonbai nodded. Is there a problem with that? Impudent. Tang Hao was incensed, stepping closer. His voice low and menacing. You know he is my son, yet you still dare to insult him. If he seeks trouble with me, am I not entitled to retaliate? Lonbai countered, stroking his chin as he posed the question. You have quite the sharp tongue. Tang Hao fell silent, as Lonbai's logic was indeed sound. However, he dismissed it with a wave. It matters not. My Tang family has no shame. Reason? Allow me to present you with a reason. Tang Hao took another step forward, and in an instant, a multitude of soul rings appeared around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Black, 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 red. A vast pressure enveloped the area, bending trees in deference to Tang Hao, as if he were an emperor reigning supreme. Yet, there was one exception. Lonbai remained steadfast, unyielding, his posture straight, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, Is that all? Chapter 38, The Tyrant Tang Hao. The Haotian Hammer? What a worthless martial soul. Upon hearing Lonbai's words, Tang Hao was once again taken aback. He then erupted in fury. You insolent brat. How dare you? With the Haotian hammer manifesting in his hand, he was poised to teach Lonbai a lesson. Ah, indeed, like father, like son. A mere exchange of words incited their anger. Lonbai extended his hand, a card delicately held between his fingertips, striking the young to reach the old. Your Tang family truly carries on the family tradition. Huh. Even when beating a dog, one must regard its master. Little brat. Perhaps you should ponder how you'll beg for mercy later. Tang Hao leaped into the air, raising the Haotian hammer with an overwhelming might. A smile graced his face. With this strike, that little brat would undoubtedly be pinned to the ground, unable to move. How utterly tedious. Lonbai yawned, casually tossing the card aside. In an instant, the sky erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom. Tang Hao suddenly sensed a terrifying force descending from above. He looked up to discover it was, in fact, a bolt of lightning. With no time for contemplation, he hastily raised his hammer to block. Boom. The thunder struck, and Tang Hao was forcefully driven back to the ground. As the lightning dissipated, a golden-haired man clad in silver armor and a red cloak emerged, wielding a steel hammer. He had descended from the heavens, forcing Tang Hao back to the earth. In a brief separation, Tang Hao retreated a step, while the golden-haired man staggered back several paces. Yet, Tang Hao's expression was grim as he stared at the golden-haired figure, frowning as he inquired, Who are you? And from where do you hail, Spirit Master? I have never seen you before. The golden-haired man remained silent, merely guarding Lonbai's front. Realizing this individual only obeyed Lonbai's commands, Tang Hao's eyes widened in shock. You? Who exactly are you? I? Lonbai shrugged. I am merely an honest, ordinary person. What else could I be? Or do you desire for me to call you father? Lonbai's journey through the realm of Zhuan was not in vain. A single remark had him blushing with rage. Oh? And you consider yourself well-mannered? If so, how could you engage in such bullying of the weak? How Qian Renxue indeed? With a mocking tone, Tang Hao trembled with anger, roaring once more as he charged forward. Prepare yourself. Great samurai hammer. Thunder God, arise. Lonbai spoke nonchalantly, and the golden-haired man responded to the command. He raised his hammer, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck fiercely against the Haotian hammer. A tempest erupted from the epicenter, trees around them splintering under the force. Lonbai leisurely withdrew his final card, shielding himself from the oncoming storm. Observing the battle, he raised an eyebrow. The power of the Thunder God is inferior to Tang Hao's, relying solely on the formidable might of the Thunder God hammer to contend with him. If he detonates his spirit rings, we may be in trouble. Just then, Tang Hao suddenly bellowed, Detonate the rings. A crimson spirit ring around him expanded dramatically before exploding. Instantly, his aura surged. With wild abandon, he glared at Lonbai. Brat, you have forced my hand. Witness how I will teach you a lesson. Great samurai hammer. He raised his hammer again, attacking the Thunder God. The Thunder God, enveloped in lightning, was still struck down from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Aha, is that all you have? Tang Hao laughed maniacally, his eyes glowing red as he gazed at the fallen Lonbai, envisioning the terror on his face. Yet, Why did that little brat remain so composed? Tang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Roaring brat. Kneel and beg for mercy. Swear an oath to serve my son as a dog from this day forth. And I shall spare your life. What? Lonbai was taken aback, staring at Tang Hao in disbelief. You expect me to kneel before you and have your son serve me? That seems rather inappropriate. You. The smile on Tang Hao's face froze, his teeth grinding in fury. His hair standing on end, completely riled up. You insolent brat, you're courting death. With that, he raised the Haotian hammer once more. Lonbai remained unfazed. Examining the card in his hand, the Western deities seem ineffective. Perhaps it is time for an Eastern figure, one who wields a hammer. Who could it be? Suddenly, his eyes brightened. I've got it. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the card, a flash of light illuminating the area, causing the ground to tremble. Tang Hao had been observing Lonbai's expression. His Haotian hammer was already upon him, yet why did he still appear so unfazed? Truly seeking death. Tang Hao pressed down with the Haotian hammer. Moo. Suddenly, a thunderous bellow resounded from beneath the ground. Tang Hao's eyes widened, his body tense as he felt an overwhelming, brutish presence. Boom. The earth cracked violently, and a pair of spiraled bull horns rose to meet the Haotian hammer, sending the post-explosion Tang Hao flying away, suspended in midair. Tang Hao steadied himself, his Haotian hammer vibrating, his hands numb, but he had no time to dwell on it. His gaze was fixed below. As the dust settled, Tang Hao was left in a daze. What manner of beast was that? With blood-red eyes, a colossal form, and a body enshrouded in dark fur, radiating an aura of ferocity. More terrifying still, it wielded a gigantic purple gold hammer even larger than itself. The Bull Demon King, the Purple Thunder Hammer. It seemed that Tang Hao was doomed. Lonbai, in a leisurely manner, found a spot to sit on the ground, snacking while enjoying the spectacle. Tang Hao, to give it your all. Just don't die here. Hearing Lonbai's words, Tang Hao's mind felt like it was unraveling with pain. Gazing at the ominous bull demon below, he was overwhelmed with regret. Why? Why was he so blind? Why did he provoke this little brat? Had he not sought out trouble? He would not be facing this terrifying bull demon. Who exactly is this guy? Thunder God, Bull Demon King, go teach Tang Hao a lesson. He enjoys bullying the weak. Let us show him the might of numbers. Moo. The Bull Demon King dug its hooves into the ground, then suddenly leapt into the air. The Thunder God crawled out from a nearby pit, charging at Tang Hao with thunderous force. Tang Hao had no choice but to roar, martial soul true form. Unfortunately, it proved futile. The Thunder God raised his hammer, summoning bolts of lightning that transformed the air into a sea of thunder. As the storm subsided, a silver-white Thunder God materialized. Meanwhile, the Bull Demon King let out a roar, invoking the laws of heaven and earth. Its massive form dwarfed both the Thunder God and Tang Hao. The Thunder God and Bull Demon King joined forces with a single strike. They shattered Tang Hao's martial soul true form. He crashed heavily to the ground, momentarily rendered silent. Is he dead? Bring him to me. Upon hearing the command, the Thunder God soared into the pit, hoisting Tang Hao, who resembled a lifeless dog, with one hand. His arm hung limply, the one that had gripped the Haotian hammer, now broken by the Bull Demon King's strike. The Thunder God presented him before Lonbai. Observing the barely conscious Tang Hao, Lonbai raised an eyebrow, let him regain his senses. At those words, the Thunder God's hammer glowed. Tang Hao woke, his hair resembling a bomb gone off. As he slowly exhaled a plume of black smoke, utterly unrecognizable, he looked at the indifferent Lonbai before him, his body trembling as he pleaded for mercy. Little brat. No. Brother, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please spare me. Chapter 39. Tang Hao's Tribute. The swiftly advancing left leg bone of the wind demon, once proud and arrogant, Tang Hao now found himself in a pitiable state. As he gazed at the pleading expression on his face, Lonbai felt a sense of bemusement. Whatever happened to the iron-willed man? After enduring a savage beating, he was now begging for mercy? Could he not muster a bit of resilience? It was utterly perplexing. Lonbai shook his head, a look of regret crossing his features. Haozi, I preferred the defiant you of yore. At the sound of Lonbai's words, Tang Hao's countenance darkened. This impudent brat was truly insufferable. Yet, upon glancing at the two formidable beings beside Lonbai, he swallowed hard and, in a tone of humility, pleaded, Little brother. It was my folly not to recognize your greatness. I acknowledge my grievous error. Spare me the empty words, Lonbai interjected bluntly. We are adults here. If you desire my mercy, present me with a satisfactory price, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Adults. Tang Hao cast a furtive glance at Lonbai, his mind swirling with confusion. However, He quickly redirected his focus to the phrase satisfactory price. Thoughts began to churn within him. This young lad was accompanied by two exceedingly mysterious titled Douluo V guardians. Surely, he would not be lacking in golden soul coins. If he possessed ample golden soul coins, then he likely had no shortage of soul tools either. What could he possibly lack? Soul bones. Just the thought of it sent pangs of anguish through Tang Hao's heart. Soul bones were exceedingly rare, yet, in the name of survival, he had no choice but to relinquish them. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up, Lonbai admonished, his brow furrowing. No sooner had he spoken than the aura emanating from the bull demon king surged ominously. The terrifying demonic energy left Tang Hao, who had never encountered such fiends. Feeling dizzy. I have something of value, he shouted eagerly. At his words, Lonbai raised a hand nonchalantly, signaling the bull demon king to restrain its aura. Such a terrifying presence. Tang Hao gazed at the bull demon king, towering like a tree, and felt a rush of trepidation. Had he known that such powerful protectors accompanied Lonbai, he would never have dared to show his face, even if Tang San had suffered a broken leg. Quickly, Lonbai's tone was laced with impatience. I'll fetch it at once. Tang Hao, glancing at the fierce expression on Lonbai's face, felt a surge of anxiety. What if he offered the soul bone and Lonbai still refused to let him go? He had to be ready to flee. As he pondered, he retrieved the box containing the soul bone and announced, "This is the left leg bone of the wind demon tiger, aged 30,000 years, known for its swift movement. Little brother, you know that soul bones are incredibly difficult to obtain. This is my finest possession. The left leg bone of the wind demon tiger?" Lonbai raised an eyebrow. By its name, it seemed to pertain to speed. Although it was of no use to him, it could be beneficial to Zhu Zhuqing. Hand it over. At his command, Tang Hao immediately presented it with utmost reverence before bowing and stepping back. Lonbai examined the soul bone closely, with the Thunder God and Bull Demon King drawing near, seemingly scrutinizing the item. What a fortuitous opportunity. Realizing this, Tang Hao seized the moment. Arching his waist, he stealthily surveyed the escape routes. Then, with a powerful push from his legs, he unleashed a surge of soul power and dashed away, covering 100 meters in an instant. Lonbai, finally snapping back to reality, pointed at the fleeing Tang Hao and exclaimed in exasperation, "You scoundrel! Come back here!" Ignoring the call, Tang Hao buried his head and sprinted for dear life. "Tang Hao, should you dare to appear before me again, you shall not fare well." Lonbai bellowed in frustration. In a mere 3 seconds, Tang Hao had vanished from sight. Upon witnessing this, Lonbai's expression of fury swiftly dissipated. At that moment, the Thunder God transformed into a beam of light and disappeared. Indeed, his earlier reprimand of Tang Hao was a ruse to extract benefits. As the summoning card for title Douluo was on the verge of expiration, the thrill of the summoning card was undeniable, yet it was bound by time constraints. Suddenly, the Bull Demon King stirred, casting its gaze towards the distant road. Someone was approaching. Observing the left leg bone of the Wind Demon Tiger in his possession, Lonbai swiftly stored it in his system space. He then dispersed the Bull Demon King and feigned shock, staring blankly at the remnants of the battle strewn across the ground. Before long, a contingent of city guards approached, their steps deliberate and cautious, clearly on high alert after witnessing the devastation in the forest. Upon nearing, their eyes fell upon Lonbai. "Little brother, are you unharmed?" The previously amicable captain of the squad rushed forward, concern etched on his face. Seeing the captain's serious demeanor, Lonbai feigned a sudden awakening, replying, "I'm fine. Just a bit startled by the aftermath here." "That's a relief," the captain sighed, relieved. He remembered this young man wielding a level 4 martial soul token. If something had happened to such a person under his watch, he would have certainly faced reprimand. "Brother Bai, are you all right?" A familiar voice called out, and Lonbai turned to see Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing rushing towards him from behind the soldiers. Xiao Wu bounded ahead, leaping into his arms and holding him tightly, her expression fraught with anxiety. "Brother Bai, that wicked man didn't harm you, did he?" Beside her, Zhu Zhuqing approached with a worried look in her eyes. "What nonsense! Get down, that person is my friend. How could he possibly harm me?" Lonbai lightly tapped Xiao Wu's forehead in exasperation. Xiao Wu, upon receiving the gentle reprimand, let out a soft whine but refused to detach from him. Pouting, she murmured, "I don't care about friends or whatever. Your safety is what matters most, Brother Bai." Hearing her words, Lonbai felt a pang of affection and refrained from reprimanding her further. This little rabbit, when she acted coy, was undeniably adorable. With no option left, he embraced her, one hand supporting her bottom while the other wrapped around her waist. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Observing this scene, The captain could not help but feel envious. Little brother, is this little girl your child bride? You are truly fortunate. The soldiers nearby echoed his sentiments with envy. Damn it, if I had such a childhood companion, I wouldn't just be a lowly soldier today. Give it a rest. With your talent, being a soldier is already a commendable achievement. Damn it, is this a matter of talent? It's all about motivation. With a childhood sweetheart supporting me, my drive to cultivate would be unmatched. Too bad you don't have one. Damn. One soldier, clearly agitated, was about to challenge another. Enough. The captain barked. Mind your manners and do not embarrass yourselves in front of our young brother. Turning to Lonbai, he inquired, Little brother, could you share with me the details of what transpired here? Chapter 40. Mother, look. The beautiful sister actually wants to be held. Upon arriving here, the scene immediately caught my eye. The squad leader nodded and began to jot down notes on a piece of paper. After finishing, he nodded and said, All right, young brother. You may leave now. We need to observe here for a while longer. Okay, please stay safe, replied Lonbai politely, cradling Xiao Wu as he prepared to depart. Ah, wait a moment, young brother, the squad leader suddenly called out to him. What is it? Lonbai turned back, puzzled. It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask. The squad leader pointed at Zhu Zhuqing and inquired, Where did you buy that beautiful outfit on the young lady? It looks quite lovely. I wish to buy one for my wife. Oh, this? I made it myself. It's not available in stores yet. You made it yourself? The squad leader was taken aback. He scrutinized Lonbai once more, feeling utterly bewildered. This young man, so youthful, is already capable of designing clothing? Well then, I must mention one more thing. That young lady is quite astute. She came to find us the moment she heard the commotion. Her thoughts are very quick. The squad leader praised Zhu Zhuqing. Thank you for the compliment. We shall take our leave now, Lonbai replied on behalf of Zhu Zhuqing. With that, they turned and exited. Once the three had left, the soldiers began to chatter animatedly. Damn, I envy that young brother. Not only is he handsome, but the girls around him are also clever and beautiful. That's only natural. That young brother possesses a martial spirit token. He is no ordinary individual. Sigh. I envy him so much. Amidst the chatter, one soldier approached the squad leader with a serious expression. Captain, I have a feeling that young brother might be lying. Upon hearing this, the squad leader punched the soldier lightly, grumbling, Do you really think I'm foolish? I've already seen through him. And you, what about me? The squad leader clicked his tongue, scolding, No wonder you can only be a soldier. You don't even understand what questions to ask. Oh. The soldier fell into contemplation. All right, stop pondering. Go investigate a bit and take some notes. We'll regroup soon. The squad leader commanded with a wave of his hand. Yes. The squad leader watched the direction in which Lonbai and the others had gone and muttered, Damn, this kid is quite a character at such a young age. His thoughts are so mature. Lonbai and his companions made their way smoothly to the entrance of the forest. He playfully patted Xiao Wu's soft backside and said with feigned annoyance, You should get down now. You little chubby one, you're so heavy. My arm is sore. I won't. Xiao Wu twisted her waist, refusing to budge. Not getting down? Lonbai glanced at the bustling crowd in nodding city and chuckled. Then you might as well stay up there. Xiao Wu. Zhuqing, here is the token. Please show it to that soldier. All right. Zhu Zhuqing took the token, glanced at Xiao Wu, who was still clinging to Lonbai, pursed her lips, and turned to leave. Soon, the three were granted passage. Upon entering Nodding City, they immediately noticed the increase in foot traffic. All three of them were exceptionally good-looking, and they often attracted a crowd wherever they went. Especially with Xiao Wu still nestled in Lonbai's arms, the attention they garnered was nearly unanimous. Look at that girl. At her age, she still wants to be held? Goodness, in broad daylight. They're not shy at all. Wow. Mommy, look. That beautiful sister actually wants to be held. I'm 3 years old, and I don't want to be held anymore. How embarrassing. Hearing the innocent remarks from the children around her, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head slightly, quietly slowing her pace to distance herself from Xiao Wu and Lonbai. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed bright red upon hearing the child's candid words. As they walked along, Lonbai felt as though he was cradling a furnace in his arms. Holding on to her waist felt like his hands were on fire. Xiao Wu leaned closer to Lonbai's ear and whispered, Brother Bai, please loosen your grip. I don't want to be held anymore. The sweet scent of the milk candy wafted around him, and Lonbai felt invigorated. Hearing her words, Lonbai smiled and said, Weren't you just refusing to come down? What suddenly changed? There was no one in the forest before, but here there are so many people. Where are there more people? Just a few steps further. And you'll see even more at the snack street ahead. Don't rush. Ah, Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu instantly panicked. She pushed against Lonbai's hand that was holding her waist, but it was no use. Brother Bai, please loosen your grip. Feeling Xiao Wu squirming in his embrace, Lonbai felt even more inclined to tease her. Why? You were just so adamant about staying up. Why the sudden urgency to get down? Xiao Wu, I was wrong. Please let me down. Beg me, Lonbai said with a laugh. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu felt her body heat up even more. Xiao Wu stammered for a while. Brother Bai, I beg you, let me down. Now that's more like it. At his words, Lonbai finally released her. Instantly, Xiao Wu jumped down from his arms. She glared at Lonbai, her cheeks puffed up in anger, and with a small fist, she playfully hit his chest. I want to play with you anymore. With that, she quickly ran to Zhu Zhuqing and clung to her arm. Seeing Lonbai glance over, she turned her head away, not wanting to look at him. Lonbai could only shake his head in amusement. This little bunny truly couldn't handle the teasing. He then looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was gazing at him with her beautiful eyes, her lips moving slightly. I'll go comfort her. Lonbai instantly understood her meaning and smiled back at her. He sighed, grateful for the dependable Zhuqing. Soon, he would find an opportunity to gift her the soul bone. He hoped it would bring her joy. Before long, the three arrived at Nodding Academy. Lonbai was now preparing to help Zhu Zhuqing with her enrollment procedures. With sufficient funds, the enrollment process was straightforward, requiring no so-called credentials. Upon entering, Lonbai sensed an odd atmosphere. As the students noticed their attire, they displayed expressions of amusement, akin to that of onlookers observing a lamb awaiting slaughter. Ignoring the stares, they continued towards the administration building. Along the way, they overheard numerous remarks. Look, those outfits are from the work-study students. What audacity. A group of work-study students dares to provoke the troublemaker, Xiao Qinyu. What a pity for that little girl. She is so pretty. It's such a shame if she gets hurt. Serves them right. Who told that bunch of underclassmen to provoke Xiao Qinyu? Someone has already gone to report. I'm all set to watch the show. I expect this guy will be thoroughly beaten. After hearing these comments, Lonbai began to grasp the situation. Not long after, Boss Bai. Suddenly, a voice called out, belonging to a junior from the 7th dorm. His face bore bruises, and upon seeing Lonbai, he nearly broke into tears. Boss Bai, Wang Sheng is. No need to elaborate. I understand. Hearing this, the junior first looked relieved, then worried. Boss Bai, Xiao Qinyu is an upperclassman. We. Lonbai replied nonchalantly. What does being an upperclassman matter? Just take me there. The junior was taken aback but nodded vigorously. They're on the playground. I'll lead you there. Chapter 41. Simple banter, ultimate enjoyment before long. The young brother escorted Lonbai to the playground. As they approached, a large crowd at the center of the field captured Lonbai's attention. They clapped and cheered, as if witnessing a circus performance. Among them were Bai Lauda and Wang Shengge. The young brother observed the throng with trepidation, evidently intimidated by the older students. Understanding the situation, Lonbai directed his gaze towards the crowd, preparing to confront Xiao Qinyu. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing emerged from behind and whispered in Lonbai's ear. Should we seek a teacher? At this, Lonbai chuckled. What? Zhu Zhuqing, do you doubt my ability to win? Not at all. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, speaking softly. In moderately sized cities, the local bullies often have some background. It's unwise to provoke them. Upon hearing this, Lonbai glanced at the serious expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face and smiled. He reached out and gently ruffled her cat ear hairstyle. You think things through well, but I, Lonbai, am not some petty individual who merely crawls out of a back alley. Feeling his touch, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed as she nodded. Just be careful. Rest assured, I shall exercise caution, Lonbai declared, striding confidently towards the gathering, pondering Xiao Qinyu's identity. The son of the Lord of Nodding City. Rather unimpressive, then. I shall beat him into submission. As he entered the crowd, a dull thud echoed. Following it came anguished cries and the sound of a body hitting the ground. Lonbai furrowed his brow and tapped the shoulder of the student in front of him. Excuse me, could you please make way? Hearing this polite request, the student graciously stepped aside. As Lonbai passed, the student caught sight of his attire and was momentarily dumbfounded. A work-study student? Why is this fellow not hiding outside the academy, but here instead? Is he looking for trouble? Wow, he seems polite, but turns out to be a fool. The student shook his head and edged closer to witness the spectacle. This little brat, as a work-study student, with poor talent and no money, should learn to keep his head down. Xiao Qinyu, brimming with arrogance, berated Wang Sheng, who lay on the ground, feeling a heart-wrenching pain in his chest. Beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead as he propped himself up to face Xiao Qinyu. his tone resolute. A work-study student is still a person. Why should I keep my head down? At this retort, the older students erupted into laughter. Someone remarked, clearly a hot-headed youth. He won't listen to the lessons Xiao Lao imparts. He deserves to be beaten. The crowd continued to laugh, indifferent, simply enjoying the show. Looks like that kick didn't quite hurt you yet. A tall and burly senior approached, a sneer of bullying etched onto his face. He lifted his foot and placed it atop Wang Sheng's head, the gritty shoe's sole digging into his scalp, causing sharp pain. As a work-study student, you should bow your head. As he prepared to force Wang Sheng's head into the sand, a clear, resonant voice interjected, "Foolish creature, your words are clearly misguided." The senior turned to see who had spoken, only to slip and tumble heavily to the ground, pain searing through his body. After a moment of stunned confusion, rage ignited on his face as he bellowed, attempting to rise and confront this audacious individual. However, he found himself pinned down by an overwhelming force, unable to move. Lonbai stood with a foot planted on the senior's back, smiling as he addressed Xiao Chunyu and his entourage. Let me clarify. It is not the work-study students who should bow their heads, but rather those who consider themselves strong. The atmosphere shifted in an instant. The spectators' laughter faded, and the mocking expressions on Xiao Chunyu and his companions froze in place. A profound silence enveloped the scene. After a long pause, one person murmured, "How can someone so polite deliver such sharp insults so effortlessly?" Another replied, "Simple banter, ultimate enjoyment." Their exchange revived the atmosphere, and the crowd's interest surged. A work-study student daring to provoke an upperclassman? This spectacle promised to be exhilarating. I wager that within 3 minutes, this work-study student will be begging Xiao Lao for mercy. Not necessarily. He seems quite capable. Make way, make way. Xiao Wu pulled Zhu Zhuqing through the throng. As Xiao Wu squeezed in, she spotted Lanbai at the center and instinctively prepared to assist him. But Zhu Zhuqing promptly restrained her. "Why are you stopping me, Zhuqing?" "Baiga needs our help," Xiao Wu questioned, confused by Zhu Zhuqing's action. "We needn't intervene. Trust in Lonbai," Zhu Zhuqing replied, glancing towards a group of bruised work-study students on the other side of the crowd. After a moment's thought, she turned to Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, those work-study students should all recognize you, correct?" "Of course. I'm the second strongest in Dormitory 7. Good. With that." Zhu Zhuqing led Xiao Wu to the front of all the Dormitory 7 members. Pointing at Wang Xing on the ground, she instructed, "You will go and bring that one over here." The members of Dormitory 7 looked momentarily perplexed at Zhu Zhuqing's orders, but upon seeing her grip on Xiao Wu's hand, they quickly snapped back to reality. They obediently rushed forward to retrieve Wang Xing. "Don't pull me. I can still fight," Wang Xing protested as he was hauled over, still in a fervent state, eager for revenge. "Calm down, Wang Sheng. Xiao Wu is here. Perhaps Bai Lauda has given instructions. Just listen for now," a nearby young brother advised. At this, Wang Xing ceased his struggles and turned to see a girl he did not recognize. She was quite beautiful, far more so than the village flower back home. "Who are you?" "I am one of Bai Lao Da's people," Zhu Zhuqing replied hesitantly, her voice cool. Upon hearing this, the crowd responded with an "oh." Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed slightly, and she quickly interrupted, "Enough. Keep your voices down and listen to me." Once all the injured individuals were gathered, Zhu Zhuqing spoke softly to them. "When the teacher arrives, you all." Meanwhile, Xiao Wu watched in awe as Zhu Zhuqing meticulously analyzed the situation, her mouth agape, realizing that after a fight, one could still proceed in such a manner. Chapter 42. Very well, I shall face you all alone on the other side. Amidst the crowd's spirited discourse over how long this in turn could endure before kneeling in supplication, Xiao Chunyu grinned. With an air of arrogance, he approached Lonbai, declaring, "Young man, youthful exuberance is not always a virtue. Without it, what distinguishes you as a youth? Quite the articulate lad you are." He toyed with his ear and tilted his head. "Did I not just hear you call me a fool?" "I referred to you as a self-proclaimed strongman fool," Lonbai retorted, eliciting a momentary pause from Xiao Chunyu, who swallowed his words. The audacity of this in turn to set a trap with his words was infuriating. Lonbai, noticing Xiao Chunyu's agitation, inquired with a smirk, "Does that mean you consider yourself the fool you just mentioned?" "Shut your mouth." Xiao Chunyu snapped, his anger flaring. Bearing the notorious title of the local tyrant from Nodding Academy, he was accustomed to having the final say, never encountering such verbal sparring. Infuriated, he strode forward, revealing his martial spirit. Xiao Chunyu, martial spirit wolf. A level 11 and 1-ring battle spirit master. "Young man, let us engage in battle. All this idle chatter can wait until you've proven yourself." In response, Lanbai waved dismissively. "No, I prefer one-on-one duels. One-on-one. Are we not already engaged in one? Xiao Qinyu frowned. Oh, I mean a true one-on-one, Lonbai clarified. Gesturing to the upperclassmen, I alone shall challenge all of you. Gasps erupted among the crowd, as if struck by lightning. Eyes widened in disbelief as they processed Lonbai's audacious claim. Did he just say he would take on Xiao Qinyu and his crew by himself? Cheng Fan, quick. Slap me. Am I dreaming? Smack. Ouch. This is no dream. Bold, utterly bold. Whose subordinate is this? Such bravery. The atmosphere surged with excitement as the onlookers fervently discussed Lonbai's proclamation. Even Xiao Qinyu, previously brimming with anger, found himself momentarily taken aback by Lonbai's confidence. Young man, do not think your looks will spare you from punishment, he warned. Xiao Qinyu, since he wishes to challenge us all, why not accept? Came a voice from behind. Indeed, with so many interns, he is the most arrogant. Let us give him a lesson. Xiao Qinyu chuckled at the fervor of his peers. Since this in turn seeks a fight, let us not hold back. If anyone is to be blamed, it is his own reckless words. Young man, reveal your martial spirit, he began, but then dismissed it. Forget it. He is merely an intern. Let us not waste time. Brothers, charge. At his command, the eager upperclassmen unleashed their martial spirits and charged forward. Facing the grinning mob, Lonbai exhaled a breath of resignation. He resolved not to use spirit techniques against these opponents. A single strike from his celestial hand would likely obliterate them. Thus, he would rely on sheer spirit power and martial skill instead. He unveiled his martial spirit. Assuming the guise of Master Tai Chi, a golden silhouette materialized behind him. Taking a deep breath, he mentally set a timer. 1 minute to resolve this. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, engaged in conversation with her dorm mates, was startled by a sudden crash. Curiosity piqued, she turned to witness a spectacle. Is that ancient martial arts? She wondered, captivated. Each movement of the man exuded mastery. He was undoubtedly a grandmaster of this art. His confident demeanor was undeniably alluring. Zhu Zhuqing stood transfixed, as did her dorm companions, all in awe. Isn't this supposed to be a spirit master duel? Why is Bai Lao not even using spirit techniques? Xiao Qinyu, initially amused, grew concerned as the first opponent fell to Lonbai's skillful blows. He dismissed it as luck. However, as the second and third opponents succumbed, doubt crept in. Why are my mental techniques ineffective? Why did his control techniques falter? How can his fists overpower my strongest spirit techniques? Dumbfounded, Xiao Qinyu stared at the intern he had deemed foolish. Lonbai stood as an invincible deity, effortlessly countering every attack, radiating golden light. Could he truly be a divine being? As Xiao Qinyu's bewilderment deepened, Lonbai dispatched the last of his adversaries. Standing at the center of the chaos, he muttered. 30 seconds, half a minute left. Are you ready? Xiao Qinyu glanced at his moaning subordinates, his smile faltering. His legs trembled. This in turn was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Why does such a master emerge from the ranks of interns? 20 seconds left, Lonbai mused, raising an eyebrow. If you do not come at me, I shall come to you. He stepped atop one of the fallen students, advancing toward Xiao Qinyu. As Lonbai approached with a benign smile, Xiao Qinyu felt an icy dread wash over him. The realization dawned. He could not win. With each step closer, his legs quaked, his teeth chattered. When Lonbai emanated a golden aura, Xiao Qinyu succumbed, kneeling and pleading, Brother, I was wrong. Please do not strike me. Lonbai was taken aback. You were supposed to fight until submission. How did you yield without even a blow? While the ability to adapt is a mark of a true man, Lonbai regarded Xiao Qinyu with disdain. The strong confront the stronger, the weak, the weaker. With Xiao Qinyu's capitulation, onlookers were left in stunned silence, their snacks forgotten. They gazed at the unassuming intern, and soon, astonishment erupted within the crowd. My heavens! Could it be true? He is just a first-year intern. How can he be this powerful? Unbelievable! This handsome lad is beyond impressive. Is this a performance? How can Xiao Qinyu kneel? Who cares about Xiao Qinyu? He pales in comparison to Bai Lao. As the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, the crowd gazed in awe at the solitary figure standing amidst the chaos, their eyes filled with reverence and disbelief. At that moment, a voice shouted, The teacher is coming. Everyone make way. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinyu, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly brightened with excitement. As the little tyrant of Nodding Academy, he realized that this time, he might just attempt to report to the teacher. Chapter 43. Zhu Zhuqing's perfect assist. What is happening here? Why are you all gathered around? A stern voice commanded, and the crowd parted to reveal a middle-aged teacher with a serious expression and deep furrows on his forehead. He was the same teacher who had previously punished Tang San in the small garden. "Teacher, you finally arrived." Upon seeing the teacher, Xiao who had been kneeling on the ground, rushed over, calling out loudly. The middle-aged teacher's brow furrowed even deeper upon spotting Xiao. "Xiao, it's you again. Bullying your classmates? Do you really think I won't punish you?" "This is a misunderstanding, teacher. I am the victim this time." Xiao pointed at Lonbai and shouted. "That work-study student said he was unhappy with us and wanted to teach us a lesson, and then he knocked my poor classmates down. Look, they're all on the ground." Hearing this, the middle-aged teacher glanced at the senior students rolling on the ground. He then turned his attention to Lonbai, who stood in the center, and his frown deepened. He looked at Xiao with sharp eyes. "Do you take me for a fool, Xiao? You expect me to believe that a first-year work-study student could take down all of you?" "It's true." Xiao immediately ran over and pulled a bystander student, commanding, "You must tell the teacher that what I said is true." Hearing Xiao's authoritative tone, the middle-aged teacher furrowed his brows and said, "Student, just speak the truth. With me here, he won't dare to do anything to you." The student glanced at Xiao, swallowed hard, and quietly said, "Teacher, what he said is true, but..." Before he could finish, Xiao interrupted, "Enough, it's not your concern." He turned to the middle-aged teacher, "Teacher, you've seen and heard everything. Now, can we assign blame?" He pointed at Lonbai. "My father is the Lord of Notting City. If he finds out I've been wronged, he will surely be furious. You must punish him severely." After hearing Xiao's words, the middle-aged teacher looked at Lonbai. "Do you have anything to say?" To be honest, he had a rather good impression of Lonbai. He was polite and courteous. Logically, he shouldn't have resorted to malicious fighting. At the center of the incident, Lonbai remained calm. He pointed to the side. "Of course, I have something to say, teacher. Please look over there." Following Lonbai's gesture, the middle-aged teacher's expression changed dramatically as he saw several motionless work-study students lying on the ground. He no longer reprimanded Xiao and quickly walked over. He turned to Ma Xiaowu and asked, "What happened here? Who did this?" Ma Xiaowu pouted, wiped her tear-streaked face, looking utterly pitiful. "Teacher, Xiao said we work-study students were too arrogant for no reason and wanted to beat us to establish dominance. And then, sob." As she spoke, it seemed she recalled something sorrowful, and she began to cry, turning to hug Zhu Zhuqing, burying her face in her chest. Zhu Zhuqing. Upon seeing such a lovely little girl crying, the middle-aged teacher's anger surged. Yet, he managed to retain his composure. Taking a deep breath and crouching down to inquire about the injured. "How are you all? Are you all right? Teacher, is that you?" Wang Sheng struggled to sit up. Looking around with unfocused eyes, the middle-aged teacher quickly reached out to support him. "I'm your teacher. Are you all right, classmate?" Wang Sheng gasped for breath, his voice laced with tears. "Teacher, my eyes. I can't see clearly." "What?" The middle-aged teacher was taken aback. "Losing sight in your eyes. What does that signify?" It indicated a serious head injury. "Quickly, go call for help from the infirmary." Without further thought, the middle-aged teacher urgently sent someone to the infirmary for assistance. He then looked at the other students lying on the ground, his tone wavering. Are you all right?" "Teacher, I feel dizzy and want to vomit," the student said, gagging a few times. Dizzy, wanting to vomit. As a teacher, he understood all too well. These were signs of a concussion. That reckless Xiao had struck with such ferocity. Attacking someone, especially targeting the head, was simply life-threatening. At that moment, the female medical teacher from the academy's infirmary arrived. Upon seeing a large number of students lying on the playground, her face paled instantly. She hurriedly began to examine them. The final verdict was that most work-study students suffered minor injuries, but a few displayed severe psychological trauma, with impaired vision and concussions. The senior students only had superficial injuries, not even classified as minor wounds, thanks to Lanbai's measured approach in handling the situation. Upon hearing the female teacher's assessment, the middle-aged teacher's face darkened ominously. He turned to Xiao, who was ready to flee, and his anger could no longer be contained. With a surge of spirit energy, he lunged forward, grabbing Xiao by the collar and reprimanding, "Come. We are going to the principal's office. This time, we must call your parents." "Call my parents?" "No." Upon hearing those three words, Xiao panicked. "You can beat him up. He only has minor injuries. But calling my parents, this is a matter of life and death." "No? Humph. After such a significant incident, your status as the Lord's son is of no consequence. Prepare to face disciplinary action." Disciplinary action. Xiao was utterly bewildered. Disciplinary actions could follow him for a lifetime. Seeing the notorious Xiao Qinyu finally face justice, the onlookers erupted in cheers. Great. This Xiao Qinyu has been arrogant and domineering because of his status as the Lord's son. Today, he has finally been punished. That work-study student is truly remarkable. Xiao Qinyu has been so oppressive for so long, and no one could do anything about him. With the arrival of this semester, oh dear, Xiao Qinyu is done for. He has kicked a hard rock. Lonbai, you are my hero. Amidst the crowd's voices, Lonbai paid no mind. He approached Zhu Zhuqing with a smile and quietly asked, Zhuqing, was it your idea? Zhu Zhuqing blushed at Lonbai's close proximity, lowering her head and softly responding. Well done. Lonbai praised her. This is what I should do. Zhu Zhuqing humbly replied, yet her eyes sparkled with joy from Lonbai's compliment. And me. Hearing Lonbai's praise, Ma Xiaowu, who had been feigning tears in Zhu Zhuqing's embrace, could no longer contain herself. She quickly raised her face, pleading for praise. Lonbai fondly patted her head. You did great too. Tonight, I will take you out for a delicious meal. Really? Ma Xiaowu nearly leaped for joy upon hearing about the treat tonight. Sensing Ma Xiaowu nudging her in a certain way, Zhu Zhuqing quickly whispered, Ma Xiaowu, stop jumping. We are still in the act. Oh, upon hearing this, Ma Xiaowu took a deep breath and buried her head back into Zhu Zhuqing's chest. Watching this scene, Lonbai felt a twinge of envy towards Ma Xiaowu. When would it be his turn? Chapter 44. Xiao Wu. My stomach is completely filled by the situation was swiftly resolved. In a bid to maintain his authority, the city lord reprimanded Xiao Qinyu, punishing him and confining him to his quarters, leaving him utterly humiliated. Moreover, the city lord compensated Wang Xing and the others, granting each of them 20 gold soul coins. It could be said that Wang Sheng and his comrades effectively profited from the beating they received, ensuring their sustenance for a long time to come. Given Xiao Qinyu's previous habit of bullying others, a mere apology would typically suffice. However, they regrettably encountered Lonbai this time. Lonbai and his group escalated the matter significantly. Upon learning of this, the city lord had no choice but to discipline his son and provide recompense to quell the situation. In the infirmary, Wang Xing and the others lay on their beds. Gazing at the gold soul coins in their hands, their faces nearly splitting with joy. Brother Wang, it seems that Big Brother Bai truly has a way. In the past, we would have not only endured a beating but also lost our dignity. Big Brother Bai is not only powerful but also remarkably clever. One must concede to that. Oh, you mean you didn't recognize that before? Don't speak carelessly. My admiration for Big Brother Bai is as endless as, well, you know, it's boundless. Meanwhile, in another room, the master was frantically rifling through books. He tossed the last book to the ground, his face a mask of confusion as he cradled his head. Impossible. How could that first soul ring of Lonbai be 10,000 years? This cannot be. After pondering for a long while, he finally conceived a possibility. Could it be that the Spirit Hall has made new advancements in soul ring research? His eyes widened in realization, the conjecture appearing increasingly plausible. It no longer matters. Regardless, Lonbai will surely face the wrath of the Haotian Douluo, he muttered to himself. At that moment, a gust of wind suddenly burst through the tightly shut window. The fierce wind scattered the books on the floor, and a shadowy figure leaped into the room. Who is it? The master quickly stood, soul rings pulsating. It is I. Upon hearing that voice, the master was startled, hastily bowing in respect. Is that you? Lord Haotian Douluo? Indeed. Tang Hao removed his hood and sat on a nearby stool, inquiring, Yu Xiaojiang, do you have any water? Please bring me some. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at Tang Hao, noticing his fatigued expression, and slightly furrowed his brow but refrained from asking more. Certainly, please wait a moment. He fetched a cup and filled it with water, presenting it with both hands. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang noticed Tang Hao's peculiar behavior. Instead of reaching for the cup with his closest hand, he used his left hand instead. Confused, he dared not inquire further. After Tang Hao finished the water, he sighed and looked at the master. You must be aware that Tang San is my son. Yu Xiaojiang nodded, flattering. A tiger father does not breed a dog. From the first moment I saw little San, I felt a sense of familiarity. Upon witnessing his second martial soul, I realized he is your son, Lord Haotian Douluo. No wonder he possesses such exceptional stature and talent. Hearing the phrase a tiger father does not breed a dog, Tang Hao felt a sharp pain in his right arm. The implication was Tang San was soundly beaten by Lonbai, and I am being reprimanded by his family? How embarrassing. What kind of character has little San provoked? The master, noticing Tang Hao's sullen expression, felt a twinge of anxiety. Did he say something inappropriate? The phrase a tiger father does not breed a dog is not derogatory. Is it? Enough. No need to elaborate further. Take this. Tang Hao interrupted Yu Xiaogang, producing a token from his cloak and tossing it to him. This. The Pope's order? Recognizing the item, Yu Xiaogang was taken aback. You are a master in the field of martial soul theory. I trust little San's growth under your guidance. This Pope's order is your trump card. Do not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. A master in the field of martial soul theory. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang felt a pang of insecurity. Had he previously exuded confidence in accepting this title? That confidence began to wane upon witnessing the 10,000-year soul ring on Lonbai. Do you understand? Understood. Yu Xiaogang nodded, but a question arose in his mind. Lord Hao Douluo, you didn't kill that Lanbai, did you? Upon hearing Lonbai's name, Tang Hao's arm throbbed painfully, his expression darkening. Do not mention that individual again. Understood. Yu Xiaogang quickly fell silent. Gazing at the cup in his hand, Tang Hao finished the last sip, sighed, and stood up. Yu Xiaogang, please inform little San that he must not oppose Lonbai any longer. If possible, he should attempt to befriend him. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang felt a jolt of surprise and promptly bowed. Understood. Very well, I must take my leave. During this time, I entrust little San's care to you. I have other matters to attend to. With that, a rush of wind swept through the room. Yu Xiaogang raised his head, only to find Tang Hao had vanished without a trace. He stared at the Pope's order in his hand, utterly perplexed. Do not oppose Lonbai anymore. What on earth happened to Lord Hao Douluo after I departed? Master. Suddenly, the door to his room swung open. The master quickly concealed the Pope's order. Turning to frown at Tang San. Little San, didn't I teach you to knock first? Tang San rubbed his bald head, offering a feeble excuse. I was just in a hurry to return to the academy, so I didn't pay attention. You. Fine, let this be the last time. Thank you, teacher. Tang San, feeling somewhat anxious, asked, Teacher, did you really send someone to teach Lonbai a lesson? If so, I'll return and mock him right now. Upon hearing this, the master hastily interjected, Silence. You must not oppose Lonbai any longer. Tang San, halted by the master's reprimand, scratched his bald head in confusion. But didn't you also find Lonbai insufferable? Why are you suddenly defending him? Seeing Tang San's bewildered expression, the master took a moment to regain his composure and kindly explained, regardless of the circumstances, you must absolutely refrain from opposing Lonbai. If possible, you should seek ways to befriend him. Do you understand? Be friends. Tang San was immediately incensed. Lonbai had stolen his Xiao Wu, and he was expected to swallow his pride and befriend him? It was utterly absurd. Yet, despite his internal turmoil under the master's admonition and guidance, Tang San reluctantly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side, I'm so full. My stomach is completely filled by Brother Bai. Xiao Wu beamed with satisfaction, patting her belly. Observing her contentment, Lonbai chuckled. I fear you might find it difficult to sleep later. What is there to fear? Just give my belly a gentle rub, Brother Bai. Xiao Wu clung to Lonbai's arm, flashing a sweet smile. I simply cannot resist you. Nearby, Zhu Zhuqing, cradling her toiletries, also wore a faint smile. With Brother Lonbai, I will no longer have to endure the hardship of sleeping outdoors. Lonbai opened the door, and a chorus of welcoming voices erupted from within. Welcome back, Big Brother Bai and Sister Xiao Wu. Seeing the members of the 7th dormitory lined up by the door, Lonbai paused for a moment before smiling and waving. There's no need for such formality. We're all classmates. Yes, Big Brother Bai has spoken. Witnessing the admiration in their expressions lifted Lonbai's spirits. He turned to bring Zhu Zhuqing closer, introducing her. This is Zhu Zhuqing. She will henceforth be your third sister. Please welcome her. The crowd erupted into applause when suddenly someone inquired, Big Brother Bai, did you misspeak? Shouldn't it be sister-in-law? Indeed. It ought to be sister-in-law. Earlier, she had already acknowledged on the playground that she belonged to Big Brother Bai. Greetings to the sister-in-law. The crowd cheered in unison, causing Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face to flush crimson. She clutched Lonbai's hand tightly, her anxiety palpable. All right, enough of this nonsense. Go and enjoy yourselves. Lonbai waved his hand, dispersing the crowd. He then turned to Zhu Zhuqing and reassured her, pay no mind to their antics. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Lonbai, biting her lip, and softly confessed, actually, the title sister-in-law is rather charming. Seizing the moment while Lonbai was momentarily distracted, she leaned in and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Hastily, she grasped Xiao Wu's hand and retreated inside, leaving Lonbai standing at the entrance. After a brief moment, Lonbai regained his composure and touched the imprint of her lips on his cheek, pondering, who claimed Zhu Zhuqing was an aloof goddess. She seems quite proactive. Chapter 45, Xiao Wu and I went to sleep, while Tang San remembered to tidy up. Upon entering the 7th dormitory, Zhu Zhuqing noticed Lonbai approaching, her expression a mix of shyness and anticipation. She inquired, "Brother Lonbai, where will I sleep?" Lonbai pointed to the beds shared by him and Xiao Wu, replying, "You can sleep here." Here? Zhu Zhuqing looked at the two beds combined into one, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Oh, it means you'll be sleeping with us," Xiao Wu explained, demonstrating by hopping onto the bed and rolling around, exclaiming, "Sister Zhuqing, look. We have such a large bed. It's perfectly fine for 3 people. Sleeping with you, you too?" Zhu Zhuqing questioned, doubting her own ears. So, before her arrival, Xiao Wu had already been sharing a bed with Lonbai? This relationship seemed to progress rather swiftly. "Indeed, I didn't have money to buy a blanket. So Brother Bai took me in." Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. "With so many gold soul coins, you claim you can't buy a blanket?" Perceiving Zhu Zhuqing's bewilderment, Lonbai decided to let her adjust on her own. "I broke a bit of a sweat. I'm going to take a shower now." He playfully touched Zhu Zhuqing's cat ears and turned toward the washroom. "Shower, sleeping together." Zhu Zhuqing blinked, watching Lonbai's retreating figure, her cheeks flushing. Observing Xiao Wu rolling on the bed, she hesitated but then resolved to act. Since she had decided to follow Brother Lonbai, if Xiao Wu could sleep with him, why couldn't she? With this thought, Zhu Zhuqing claimed the large bed as her own. She approached Xiao Wu, saying, "Xiao Wu, please get up for a moment. I'll tidy up the bed so it will be more comfortable for Brother Lonbai when he lies down." Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes at Zhu Zhuqing. "Sister Zhuqing, how considerate of you. I didn't expect that." Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red as she poked Xiao Wu's waist. "Stop it. I'm not joking." Xiao Wu jumped off the bed, adding, "I want to help too. Brother Bai is not just yours." Hearing Xiao Wu's enthusiastic voice, Zhu Zhuqing smiled. Serving Brother Lonbai alongside Xiao Wu was not an unwelcome prospect. In the distance, Wang Sheng and the others observed Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu working together to tidy the bed, feelings of envy bubbling within them. "When will I have a girlfriend to help me with my bedding?" He wrapped his quilt around his head, convinced that as long as he didn't see it, Big Brother Bai would remain single. After showering, Lonbai confirmed his cleanliness and exited the washroom. As he stepped out, he noticed Xiao Wu rebuking a bald man. "Go away, I've already said no." Xiao Wu, just accept it. "I was wrong before. I misjudged you and Lonbai. This is my apology gift." Contemplating this, Xiao Wu realized that since Tang San acknowledged his mistake and came to apologize, she had little reason to refuse him. "All right, I'll take it." As Xiao Wu extended her hand, Tang San felt a surge of excitement. The teacher's words had proven true. After the incident in the forest, he and Xiao Wu had become adversaries. Now, trying to win back her heart seemed like a distant dream. However, if he admitted his fault and sought friendship with Lonbai, perhaps there was still a chance. Gazing at Xiao Wu's delicate hand, Tang San's desires ignited. If he could just touch that hand. Just as he was about to reach out, a hand suddenly swatted his away. "Who?" Tang San fumed, only to wilt upon seeing who it was. "What do you want?" "Brother Bai, hurry over. It's cold after your shower." Xiao Wu, sitting on the bed, waved her hand at Lonbai. "Okay." Lonbai dismissed Tang San, taking a seat on the bed. Xiao Wu quickly moved closer, wrapping her arms around his waist. The sweet scent of milk wafted from her, and feeling her warm, soft body, Lonbai was taken aback. "What are you doing?" "I'm keeping you warm." "Oh." Xiao Wu is so considerate. Lonbai affectionately ruffled her hair, and Xiao Wu wore an expression of bliss. Nearby, Tang San watched the closeness between Lonbai and Xiao Wu, his heart shattering into pieces. He had merely fantasized about holding Xiao Wu's hand. Yet this Lonbai could be so intimate with her right in front of him. After patting Xiao Wu's head, Lonbai suddenly remembered Tang San's presence and frowned. "By the way, Xiao San, what brings you to our Xiao Wu?" "You're Xiao Wu." Hearing that intimate address caused Tang San's heart to ache sharply. Ouch. So painful. "Xiao San, do not be adversarial. Seek friendship with Lonbai." Just as Tang San's emotions threatened to explode, he recalled the teacher's advice. "Yes, friendship." Forcing a smile that barely touched his eyes, he extended the roasted meat he held. "Lonbai, I was wrong before. This is my apology." "An apology?" Observing Tang San's strained smile, Lonbai deduced the underlying intention. There were 2 possibilities. The first, Tang Hao would never confront Tang San, so he might have sought the teacher to relay a warning. The second possibility was, he had poisoned the meat. With this thought, Lonbai smiled gently. "Accepting the offering. Thank you. That was easy." Tang San, astonished, gazed at Lonbai's warm smile, feeling a shift in his perception. Perhaps Lonbai wasn't he so bad after all. His mood lifted slightly. Since Lonbai accepted his apology, he could now attempt to communicate normally with Xiao Wu. As long as he treated her well, he believed he could win her heart back one day. I'll take my leave now. Enjoy your meal at your leisure. With that, Tang San forced a smile at Xiao Wu before turning to leave. Thud. Just as he turned, he heard the sound of roasted meat hitting the ground. Stunned, he slowly turned back to see the fallen meat, his body freezing in shock. Oops, I accidentally dropped it. Sorry, Xiao San, I wasted your good intentions. As he observed Lonbai's ever-gentle smile, Tang San felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. He trembled at the sight of the meat on the floor. That was all his savings spent on that roast. It's fine, brother Bai. Since the blue-haired monster gave us this meat, we can do whatever we want with it. It has nothing to do with him, so no need to apologize. Xiao Wu stated nonchalantly, completely disregarding Tang San. Xiao Wu has a point. Lonbai nodded in agreement. Turning to the visibly upset Tang San, Xiao San, it's getting late. Could you help clean up the meat on the floor? I just showered. And working makes me sweat. The sequence of Xiao Wu's disdain and Lonbai's orders was too much for Tang San. He gasped for air, scratching his bald head, using the pain to suppress his frustration. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. If you possess the ability, wait for me for 30 years. He clenched his teeth tightly, his voice slipping through the gaps. All right, I will sweep. I shall do it right away. Chapter 46. The night raid of two maidens. Hello, blue and white. You are quite hot. Tang San suppressed the humiliation within and began to clean up the barbecue mess on the ground. With each sweep, he felt an intense pang in his heart. This was all his savings, now strewn across the floor. Blue and white patted Tang San's shoulder heavily, speaking earnestly. Little San, you are truly a good person. I misjudged you before. Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Tang San forced a smile and replied, It's nothing. You are the leader. This is what I should do. Indeed, blue and white gave Tang San a thumbs up. After you finish, remember to rinse with water and dry it off. Understood? Yes, understood. All right. Take your time. I'll go to sleep with Xiao Wu now. Be gentle. With that, blue and white wrapped his arms around Xiao Wu's slender waist, drawing her into the quilt. Her cheeks flushed. Brother Bai, don't touch there, it tickles, but didn't you say you wanted me to touch? The blue-haired creature stood nearby, and Xiao Wu warned, if you touch, I might not be able to hold back my sounds. That's all right. Let him hear. He can't see anyway. Then you may proceed, but be gentle, of course. As the words fell, the quilt began to move rhythmically. Tang San, hearing their exchange, was already on the brink of a distorted expression. Upon witnessing the quilt's rhythmic motion, his face contorted even further. His complexion turned a shade akin to that of liver. His bald head resembling some creature from the Cthulhu mythos, twisted in madness. Listening to the strange sounds emanating from within the quilt, he steeled himself and blocked his ears with soul power. Grimacing, he labored to assist blue and white. At last, after considerable effort, he completed the task, sweating profusely. He was too exhausted to wash up, physically and mentally drained. He could not fathom why Xiao Wu was so obedient to blue and white, allowing him to touch her freely. Enveloped in doubt, he cocooned himself in the quilt, peering through a small opening to spy on blue and white and Xiao Wu's bed. The quilt continued to sway rhythmically, indicating that blue and white was still at it. Blue and white, you wretched fellow. Tang San's fingers began to scratch the bed frame uncontrollably. At that moment, the dormitory doors swung open. Tang San turned in shock to see the beautiful girl he had encountered in the forest. What was she doing here? Zhu Zhuqing entered, laden with bags, evidently just returning from shopping. Upon crossing the threshold, she sensed someone was watching her. Following the gaze, she discovered it was the bed next to hers. That sinister little man? Frowning slightly, she chose to ignore it, walking over to her bed. Upon seeing the rhythmic movement on the bed, Zhu Zhuqing paused for a moment. What were they doing? As a thought crossed her mind, a blush crept onto her face. Cautiously removing her shoes, she climbed onto the bed, inching closer, and upon a closer look, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Blue and white peeked out from under the quilt and, upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, smiled. Where have you been? I thought you got lost. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the blushing Xiao Wu and replied softly. I went to buy some blankets. Blankets? Blue and white was momentarily taken aback. Blankets. Tang San, overhearing, was filled with joy. Great. Now Xiao will have to sleep with blue and white. Right. Zhu Zhuqing continued, bringing over the newly purchased blanket and pillow. I noticed there was only one blanket for such a large bed. 3 people might not be enough, so I bought another blanket and pillow. Having a pillow makes for a more comfortable sleep. Listening to Zhu Zhuqing recount her shopping, Blue and White felt a strong desire to express that sleeping with them both was far more delightful than any pillow. Yet, seeing Zhu Zhuqing's eager face, he held back his words. You are quite considerate, Zhuqing. Well, it's what I should do. Ha ha. Tang San laughed inwardly, reveling in the irony. Blue and White, you too have your moments of defeat. He rolled around in his bed, resembling a wriggling worm. Zhu Zhuqing, like a diligent housewife, arranged the bedding, handing the softest pillow to Blue and White. Then she turned to Xiao Wu. Come, Xiao Wu, let us sleep together. Okay. Xiao Wu, with little thought, felt that sleeping with Zhu Zhuqing was just as good as sleeping with Brother Bai. Or perhaps, Zhu Zhuqing's soft body was even more comforting. Watching the innocent and adorable Xiao Wu leave his warm embrace, Blue and White felt a pang of heartache. But there was little he could do. Xiao Wu simply did not comprehend the complexities of relationships, which was why she could sleep beside him. It was precisely because she was oblivious to such matters that she could not understand his feelings. No helping it. Blue and White observed Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, 2 lovely maidens, frolicking in the same quilt. He quietly rose to turn off the lights. Then he returned and nestled into his own quilt. What bliss! What sheer delight! Blue and White, today is your day. Tang San, in the next bed, reveled so much that the bed frame trembled. One might think he was engaged in some nocturnal endeavor. Blue and White lay in his quilt, sighing. Well, I suppose I'll take things step by step. There is plenty of time ahead. Xiao Wu will eventually realize the joys of my warm embrace. With this thought, Blue and White closed his eyes and began to drift into slumber. Gradually, the dormitory fell silent. The moonlight poured through the window, blanketing the floor like a sprinkle of salt. In a shallow sleep, Blue and White suddenly felt his quilt being lifted, a cold breeze rushing in, groggily awakening. He turned to see a pair of wine-red eyes glowing in the darkness. Brother Bai, I'm back. A soft, delicate voice caressed his ear, and Blue and White instantly awoke fully. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu gently affirmed, lifting the quilt and swiftly burrowing in beside him. Blue and White was enveloped in the sweet scent of milk candy, and soon a soft body pressed against him. What is this? I like sleeping with you. Sister Zhuqing's body is too cold. I can't sleep. Xiao Wu's voice was weak, clearly exhausted. Pressing close to Blue and White, she savored his warmth, letting out a comfortable little hum. A small foot boldly nestled between his legs, and her smooth, pale arms wrapped tightly around him, her cheek resting on his chest. Blue and White felt Xiao Wu's warm breath like a gentle brush on his chest, causing a slight tickle. He had no choice but to maintain this position to sleep. Gently, he placed his hand on Xiao Wu's beautifully contoured back, caressing it softly. The sensation was as delightful as ever. Just as he was about to drift off, the quilt stirred once more. Blue and White was perplexed. Why were both of them invading his space tonight? Brother Bai, did I come at a bad time? Zhu Zhuqing stammered, her nervousness evident. Seeing the usually aloof goddess in such an adorable state, Blue and White smiled gently. He shifted Xiao Wu to the side, reaching for Zhu Zhuqing's small hand. No, your timing is perfect. Thank you for not rejecting me, Brother Bai. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's heart settled instantly. How could I ever reject you? Blue and White wrapped an arm around her slender waist. You're half out in the cold. That won't do. Hold me tightly. She clung to Blue and White, her long legs entwined with his. Brother Bai, you're so warm. Blue and White was startled. No, I meant to say that your body is quite warm, and I truly appreciate it. If you enjoy it, feel free to embrace me whenever you wish. From the moment the lights went out, Tang San in the adjacent bed was filled with an electrifying excitement. He was elated to witness Lonbai being bested at last. He felt exhilarated as if he had consumed a stimulant and found it impossible to fall asleep. Gazing intently at Lonbai's bed, a peculiar smile crept across his face. Just as he assumed that Lonbai was alone for the night, the bed began to stir. Activating his purple extreme demon eye, he witnessed the adorable Xiao Wu, with her hair cascading around her, slowly emerging from the covers, and then burrowing into Lonbai's blanket. At that moment, Tang San was utterly bewildered. Why would Xiao Wu stealthily invade Lonbai's space? He was perplexed. Peeking out, he listened intently. I enjoy sleeping beside you. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's gentle voice, Tang San gasped in disbelief. It was indeed Xiao Wu who cherished the idea of sharing a bed with Lonbai. His body began to tremble, and he clutched the edge of the bed, his fingers digging into the wooden surface. It's fine. It's fine. It's perfectly normal. Xiao Wu had previously slept with Lonbai. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Just when he thought the ordeal was over, his purple extreme demon eye revealed yet another strikingly beautiful girl emerging from the covers. Her expression tense as she quietly nestled into Lonbai's sheets. Tang San. Creak. His nails dug into the bed frame, and he nearly ground his teeth to dust. How could this be? He forced himself to deactivate his purple extreme demon eye. Yet, the images from earlier continued to flicker in his mind. Lonbai, you are truly despicable. You are utterly despicable. Chapter 47. This is the first time for me and Brother Bai. It must not be lost as the days passed monotonously for Tang San. Time slipped away unnoticed. Life was rather enjoyable for Lonbai, who cradled one sibling in each arm. During this period, Tang San's misfortunes added a touch of amusement to their otherwise plain existence. Today marked the departure for Shrek Academy. Brother Bai, do not discard the pillow and quilt. They are still usable, Lonbai remarked, eyeing the quilt in her hands that had been mended numerous times. Why keep a torn quilt? What's wrong with it being torn? Xiao Wu pouted, snatching the quilt from Lonbai and snuggling it affectionately. This is our first time together with Brother Bai. It must not be lost. Seeing Xiao Wu's adorable expression, Lonbai paused for a moment before readily conceding. All right, as you wish. Brother Bai, you are so kind. Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully as she gathered the quilt and pillow. Although these quilts had seen much use, Zhu Zhuqing ensured they were aired out on sunny days, maintaining their comforting feel akin to a newly purchased item. The mended patches were a result of Lonbai's vigorous movements, causing the delicate quilt to tear. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing, skilled in needlework, found mending to be a trivial matter. Xiao Wu, pack these as well, Zhu Zhuqing said, approaching with a large bundle of clothing and handing it to Xiao Wu. Understood, Xiao Wu replied, her eyes suddenly brightening as she pulled out a small qipao. Teasingly, she remarked, Sister Zhuqing, why do you still have the qipao Brother Bai gifted you as a child? With your ample bosom, you must have outgrown it long ago. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed as she stole a glance at Lonbai, then feigned annoyance, threatening to strike Xiao Wu. Mind your own business. Hurry and pack it away, or I shall hit you. Ah, Brother Bai, quickly stop Sister Zhuqing. She intends to hit me. Xiao Wu cried out. Seeing this, Lonbai hurriedly embraced Zhu Zhuqing. Enveloped in her fragrant presence, the texture of her skin smoothed to the touch. All right, if you like it. I shall find a way to buy you another one in the future. Upon hearing the gentle voice of the man before her, Zhu Zhuqing nodded shyly. MHM. You truly are incorrigible. Tang San, who was also packing, observed this harmonious scene of wives and concubines with gritted teeth. It was one thing for Zhu Zhuqing to be his. But why did Xiao Wu cling to him so incessantly? Tang San, filled with frustration, continued to pack his belongings. As for the quilt, it had long become musty and foul. Throwing it away seemed inconsequential, as the next batch of work-study students would clean up after him. Have you finished packing? Report. Brother Bai, all is ready. Xiao Wu jumped in front of Lonbai, saluting with enthusiasm. Under Lonbai's protection, her carefree nature remained vibrant and full of life. All packed, Zhu Zhuqing confirmed, joining them. Good, let us depart. With both women having tidied their dormitory, Lonbai prepared to lead them away. Wait for me, Xiao Wu. Tang San hastily followed suit. Blue-haired weirdo, why are you following us? Xiao Wu frowned, finding Tang San's persistent presence over the years quite bothersome. I am also heading to Shrek Academy, it is on my way. Tang San shamelessly flashed a grin. Xiao Wu huffed in dissatisfaction but said nothing further. At that moment, the door swung open, and a female teacher entered, notebook in hand. Upon seeing Lonbai, she inquired, Students, have you tidied your respective beds? You cannot leave if they are not clean. Of course they are clean. Teacher, look, that is our bed. Lonbai pointed to his own bed. 2 beds. And what about the other? Report. Teacher, the 3 of us sleep on the same bed. Xiao Wu raised her hand in response. 3 people, 1 bed? The teacher scrutinized Lonbai, a glint of intrigue flashing in her eyes as she adjusted her glasses. Young man, what is it like to share a blanket with so many? Report. Teacher, it is quite comfortable. Lonbai replied, unperturbed. Ah, you young ones, off you go. The teacher chuckled, marking a check on her notebook before allowing the trio to leave. However, she then turned her gaze to Tang San, her smile vanishing as she regarded him with disdain. Little blue hair, is your bed tidy? Tang San was taken aback. He couldn't fathom why the teacher addressed Lonbai as young man while referring to him as little blue hair with such contempt. Yet, That was not the most pressing issue. His foul-smelling quilt had not been discarded. Tang San hesitated, then pointed to Wang Sheng's bed. Teacher, mine is also tidy. The teacher glanced over and nodded. Fine, you can. Just as she prepared to mark it, Lonbai turned around, perplexed. Hey, Xiao San, isn't your bed over there? Why point to Wang Sheng's? Tang San glared at Lonbai, his fury boiling over. What? The teacher cast her eyes upon the disheveled bed, which not only bore the stench of decay but was also marred with numerous claw marks, a truly shocking sight. Her expression darkened immediately. Lonbai, how dare you deceive your teacher? Tang San, alarmed, waved his hands. Teacher, let me explain. No need for explanations. The teacher pointed towards the dormitory. I give you 1 hour. I will return to inspect. The entire dormitory must be spotless, understood? Faced with the teacher's wrath, Tang San, though unwilling, had no choice but to comply. Xiao San, do your best. Xiao Wu and I will be waiting for you at Shrek Academy. Lonbai said with a smile before departing with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Damn you, Lonbai. Tang San glared at Lonbai's retreating figure. His teeth clenched in frustration. Little blue hair, what are you waiting for? Do you find an hour too long? The teacher's gaze turned icy. Apologies, teacher. I will begin immediately. Tang San, filled with trepidation, dropped his belongings and hurriedly set to work. At the school gate, Xiao Wu exclaimed, Brother Bai, your reminder was perfectly timed. That blue-haired weirdo's expression was simply hilarious. That is what he deserves for leaving his trash for the next batch of work-study students. Utterly uncouth. Indeed, that uncouth blue-haired weirdo is revolting. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing pointed to a carriage approaching in the distance. Brother Bai, the carriage I reserved has arrived. Before them, a carriage rolled in, quickly halting. The driver, an elderly man, looked anxious as he called out to Lonbai. Young man, there is no time to explain. Hop on. Lonbai, is this truly the right old man? Zhu Zhuqing, it should be. Lonbai gave the 2 girls a playful pat on their backs. Well then, let us board first. As soon as Lonbai and the 2 girls climbed aboard, the old man whipped the horse, causing the carriage to bolt forward, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. The 2 girls, unable to steady themselves, tumbled into Lonbai's embrace. Before Lonbai could savor the moment, a voice came from behind. Damn it, Ma Lao San. You were speeding through the city again. Stop right there. Turning around, Lonbai was surprised to find the retired squad leader pursuing them. The squad leader had certainly aged, sporting a noticeable beer belly. Rumor had it he had already become a grandfather. Time indeed spares no one. Lonbai shook his head, choosing not to intervene further, and gazed ahead. Ma Lao San, you must hasten. If caught, there will be a penalty to pay. You jest, young one. Who do you think I am? I have traversed the equestrian realm for 2 decades. The young man replied, hold on tight. I am about to gallop. At this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were taken aback, instinctively leaning closer to Lonbai. In response, Lonbai, embracing the 2 maidens, mused to himself. The sensation was quite delightful. Chapter 48, the 100,000-year soul ring and the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor. Soon, the trio arrived at Soto City. Come on, kid, give it your all. Lonbai praised, tossing 10 gold soul coins. Ma Lao San caught them, startled, and glanced at Lonbai, only to realize he had already walked away. He shouted, Kid, you gave too much. Without looking back, Lonbai replied, It's just a tip. Save it for your wife to buy some medicine. Hearing this, Ma Lao San was taken aback and turned to look at the cart, only to find the medicine he had bought for his wife had mysteriously emerged from beneath the seat, neatly arranged upon it. As Ma Lao San touched the gold soul coins in his hand, he muttered, Damn it, you little rascal, you deserve 2 beautiful wives. Walking down the street. Brother Bai, what's wrong? Lonbai turned to Xiao Wu. She looked up at him, blinked, and softly confessed. I've realized that I'm really starting to like you more and more. Suddenly, she leaned in and kissed him on the left cheek. After the kiss, she released his arm and dashed away. Ding. Xiao Wu's affection for you has risen to 80, increasing the rate of acquiring affection points. Current affection point acquisition rate, 1.85. Lonbai stood there, momentarily stunned. Brother Bai. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's voice, he turned his head, only to feel his right cheek ambushed as well. Ding. Zhu Zhuqing's affection for you has risen to 80, increasing the rate of acquiring affection points. Current affection point acquisition rate, 1.85. Then, she too fled. Bewilderment swept over him. What on earth was happening? Hadn't he simply given Ma Lao San 9 gold soul coins? Why had his long-stagnated affection suddenly surged? The thoughts of women are truly inscrutable. shaking his head. Lonbai felt somewhat speechless. Wait, had the system awakened from its slumber? In the original narrative, the system had entered a state of dormancy during this time. During this period, Lonbai had diligently cultivated, elevating his soul power from level 21 to level 30. He was just one soul ring away from a breakthrough. Xiao Wu often flaunted the white silk soul-boosting garment he gifted her, and her soul power had advanced faster than his, reaching level 27. A great soul master with 2 yellow soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing also adored the black silk he presented, her cultivation progressing swiftly as well, now at level 25. A great soul master, also with 2 yellow soul rings. Tang San, as expected, had tirelessly trained to level 23, a great soul master. However, due to the luck buff Lonbai had bestowed upon him, both of his soul rings were 10-year white ones, unbelievably powerful, the kind that even the Xiantian skill couldn't save. Perhaps, with Lonbai's efforts, the world's first white ring Duel would soon emerge. Without further contemplation, Lonbai immersed himself in the system. As soon as he entered, a voice resonated in his mind. The novice protection period has ended, and the affection point store is now open. The novice protection period had ended? Lonbai's expression darkened. The novice protection period was self-evident, a comprehensive enhancement buff. Now that it was gone, it wasn't a good sign. However, upon hearing the subsequent announcement, his displeasure dissipated instantly. System dormant update, providing update compensation. 100,000-year Seraphim soul ring. Viewable. 100,000-year right leg bone of the blue silver emperor. Viewable. Your sanctuary. The woodland cabin has been upgraded to a luxurious villa. Viewable. 100,000-year soul ring. 100,000-year right leg bone of the blue silver emperor? And a luxurious villa? How delightful. Suppressing the urge to click and view immediately, Lonbai focused his thoughts and opened the affection point store. The first item that caught his eye was Level 1 Soul Power. Unconditionally increase your soul power by 1 level. Price, 2,000 affection points. 10,000 your soul ring, soul bone. Duration, unconditionally increase any soul bone duration. Price, 10,000 affection points. More items yet to be unlocked. After a cursory glance, Lonbai nodded slightly. It was quite decent. If he didn't want to rely on luck, he could steadily purchase instead. Brotherby, hurry, we found a shop that sells delicious food. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's voice pulled him back to reality. He looked ahead to see Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing waving at him. Bystanders around them displayed expressions of envy and jealousy. Damn it, finding a wife is already difficult, and this guy has 2 beautiful girlfriends. People compared themselves and felt exasperated. Surely it was the power of wealth. Otherwise, how could this little rascal manage? Unfazed by the envious gazes of the passers-by, Lonbai smiled lightly. He quickly walked over, took both girls' hands, and teased. Since you both stole a kiss, this meal is on you. Of course, both girls replied in unison. The bystanders, upon hearing this, clenched their fists in despair. So it was these 2 beautiful girls who volunteered. In the Douluo continent, at 30 years of age, yearning for reincarnation. After a satisfying meal, Xiao Wu, still brimming with energy, eagerly led Lonbai and Zhu Zhuqing on a shopping spree, cheerfully dubbing it a date. Then, as they continued their outing, they found themselves at a hotel. The Rose Hotel, such a lovely name. Let's go sleep together, Xiao Wu exclaimed, pointing at the resplendent Rose Grand Hotel. At her words, the surrounding onlookers wore bemused expressions, most of whom looked at Lonbai with envy and resentment. Lonbai face-bombed. Zhuqing gagged Xiao Wu's mouth. Understood. Zhu Zhuqing promptly wrapped a piece of black silk around Xiao Wu's mouth. Xiao Wu, looking aggrieved, protested. Come on, don't look at me like that. Isn't it fine to take you to sleep? Lonbai took Xiao Wu's hand and led her towards the Rose Hotel. At the hotel reception, Lonbai inquired, Miss, do you have any rooms available? The receptionist glanced at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, instantly revealing a knowing expression, and greeted them with a warm smile. Of course we do, but there's only one, and it's quite a romantic room, perfectly suited to your needs. Romantic. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. Though she was unaware of what it truly meant, the words sounded delightful. The receptionist's smile grew even more enthusiastic. Ah, your little girlfriend can hardly wait. Would you like me to help you book a room? We even offer complimentary gifts with the room. All right. Lonbai took out the gold soul coins and handed them over. Excellent. Wishing you a delightful night. The receptionist presented the room key with both hands. As Lonbai reached for it, he found only air. Excuse me, I want that room. Turning around, Lonbai frowned slightly. Before him stood a tall figure. About 6 feet, with flowing golden hair, a strikingly handsome face, and peculiar eyes, possessing dual pupils. It was Dai Mubai. He was embracing a pair of scantily clad twin sisters, exuding arrogance. And the room key that belonged to Lanbai was now in his possession. Chapter 49. Zhu Zhuqing, the golden-haired scoundrel, blue-white, strike him. Upon realizing that her long-cherished plan to share a hotel room with Brother Bai had fallen through, Xiao Wu was instantly incensed. "You rascal, return my Brother Bai's room card at once." Hearing Xiao Wu's voice, Dai Mubai immediately shifted his gaze from Lanbai to her, his eyes lighting up. This girl is truly beautiful. Just imagine the pleasures of having her in bed. His eyes glinted with a predatory intensity as he fixated on Xiao Wu. Startled, she quickly hid behind Lonbai. "Brother Bai, this person's gaze is utterly repulsive." As the scene unfolded, Dai Mubai frowned, tilting his head to look at Lonbai. "Kid, do you have any idea you're blocking my view?" "Oh," Lonbai replied nonchalantly, stepping forward and reaching out. Slap. The sharp sound echoed throughout the hall, leaving everyone in stunned silence. It was not just Dai Mubai who was taken aback. The entire lobby of the Rose Hotel was in disbelief. The receptionist's jaw dropped as she struggled to comprehend the spectacle. Did she just witness the famed genius of Soto City, Dai Mubai, being publicly slapped? Xiao Wu blinked in confusion. When did Brother Bai become so fierce? He never acted this way before in bed. Could it be for my sake? The thought sent a wave of sweetness through her heart. Zhu Zhuqing remained rooted in place, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings as she plotted her escape route. Despite the shock of those present, Lonbai remained unfazed. He retrieved the room card from Dai Mubai's grasp, wiping it down with a dismissive gesture. "Did your mother never teach you not to stare at what doesn't concern you? Or perhaps you have no mother?" Crack. It was not the sound of grinding teeth, but the sound of Dai Mubai's fist clenching tightly. Slowly, he straightened his head, his eyes radiating a dangerously intense aura. "Say that again." "Oh, so you've played with too many women, and now you're suffering from kidney deficiency and tinnitus, is that it?" Lonbai nodded knowingly. "Sorry, I'm not a parrot. I won't repeat what I've said." Dai Mubai's grip tightened, his aura escalating with each passing moment. "Do you know who I am? You're not even a renowned courtesan of Soto City. Why should I care about your name?" "You." The danger in Dai Mubai's eyes was palpable. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the hotel entrance. "Damn, I finally found the place. I'm exhausted." It was Tang San. The moment Lonbai spotted him, an amusing thought crossed his mind. He beamed with excitement and turned to threaten Dai Mubai. "Golden-haired scoundrel, don't get cocky. My elder brother is here. If you want to fight, why not face off with him?" "Elder brother?" To be honest, Lonbai's statement startled Dai Mubai. He glanced toward the entrance, just in time to see Tang San. "Is he really your elder brother?" "Humph. Who else could it be?" Lonbai waved enthusiastically at Tang San. "Brother Tang, come over here." Hearing Lonbai's voice, Tang San paused momentarily before rushing over with delight. "Brother Lonbai, you're really here." He then turned to Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, what a coincidence." Xiao Wu stifled a laugh and nodded at Tang San. Tang San's heart soared when he saw Xiao Wu smile at him. "She smiled at me." His years of effort were finally paying off. Seizing the opportunity, Lonbai interjected, "Brother Tang, this golden-haired scoundrel is causing me trouble." "Trouble?" Tang San's eyes widened as he turned to Dai Mubai. "Who are you? And why are you troubling my brother Lonbai?" "Ha!" Dai Mubai chuckled, finding this newcomer quite amusing. "Excellent. Ladies, step aside. I will teach them a lesson." "All right, but do hurry. We can hardly contain ourselves." "You vixen. I'll make sure you enjoy yourselves later," Dai Mubai retorted with a sly grin. He then shifted his gaze back to Tang San. "So, you're this kid's brother, huh?" "Of course, but who are you, and why are you looking for Lonbai?" Before Tang San could finish, Dai Mubai interrupted him. "Enough chit-chat, let us just settle this with a fight." He revealed his martial spirit. Dai Mubai, martial spirit, White Tiger, level 37 Assault Soul Master. "Come on," Dai Mubai declared his strength, causing 3 individuals present to gasp in astonishment: Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu's mouth fell agape. Although she typically exuded an optimistic and carefree demeanor, she held her loved ones dear to her heart. Zhu Zhuqing had been searching for a cowardly prince named Dai Mubai for as long as she could remember, and now it seemed she had found him in the flesh. Hiding behind Lonbai, Xiao Wu suppressed her excitement and whispered, "Brother Bai, your slap truly found the right target." "Just a usual operation," Lonbai replied, directing his gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat dazed. "Dai Mubai?" She stared at Dai Mubai. Feelings of hatred mingled with confusion surfacing in her eyes. Everything she had experienced had been due to this unfamiliar Dai Mubai. Enduring disdain, running away from home, wandering aimlessly. Then, meeting Lonbai, experiencing tenderness, youthful affection, and ultimately revealing her true feelings. If it weren't for him, she might never have left home, nor would she have encountered her one true love. During her time with Lonbai, her resentment toward Dai Mubai had dissipated considerably, leaving only indifference. It was a feeling of regarding him as less than human, almost like an object. Suddenly, immersed in her thoughts, Zhu Zhuqing felt a warm hand clasping hers. What was this? She looked up to find it was Lonbai. Nothing. Really? Lonbai held her hand gently, his voice soothing. I've already given him a slap. If you want more, I can help you out. Really? Zhu Zhuqing's voice rose in surprise, her tone brimming with excitement. Shoo. Lonbai placed his finger on her delicate lips. We mustn't let them notice. Zhu Zhuqing smiled softly, her beautiful eyes locking onto Lonbai's, and suddenly, she playfully licked his finger with her soft tongue. Lonbai. Ding. Zhu Zhuqing's affection for you has increased to 85. The rate of affection points acquisition has accelerated. Current affection points acquisition rate, 1. 85 fives. In the midst of his astonishment, Zhu Zhuqing leaned closer to his ear, the fragrant warmth enveloping him as her breath brushed against his earlobe. Thank you, brother Lonbai. Lonbai chuckled as he stroked Zhu Zhuqing's cat ear hairstyle. You belong to me. It is my duty. Besides, I've long found the golden-haired scoundrel displeasing. At Lonbai's words, tears glimmered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. She felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered such a wonderful person as brother Lonbai. Moreover, the title golden-haired scoundrel was a perfect encapsulation of Dai Mubai's character. Chapter 50. Dai Mubai's brutal assault on Tang San. Lonbai's fierce striking of Dai Mubai. Alas. Lonbai, you scoundrel. Tang San, witnessing the closeness between Lonbai and Zhu Zhuqing, felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Here I am, shielding you from harm. And you dare to frolic with a beautiful maiden behind my back. Are you even human? Dai Mubai also noticed the intimate exchange between Lonbai and Zhu Zhuqing, where they seemed on the verge of kissing. How infuriating. Why does this lad have two such stunning women by his side? I, the golden-haired white tiger, have encountered countless beauties but have never seen anyone as exquisite as these. And yet, this young man, cradling one in each arm, what gives him the right? Is it his superior looks or his youth? How maddening. But the most infuriating of all is this blue-haired brat named Tang San. Are you that boy's lapdog? I told you to fight with me, and you actually comply? How infuriating. Come on, make your move. Dai Mubai could scarcely contain his desire to crush this meddlesome blue-haired boy. Seeing Dai Mubai's fury reaching its peak, Tang San faltered, Big brother. Let me explain. I actually, shut your mouth. Dai Mubai, uninterested in affording Tang San any opportunity for explanation, lunged forward with a powerful punch. The forceful strike, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, emanated the overwhelming strength of the white tiger. So formidable. Blue-silver bind. The white soul ring shimmered as Tang San instinctively unleashed his soul skill. Yet, Dai Mubai's fist was too powerful, his soul power too overwhelming. The feeble blue-silver grass was utterly incapable of restraining him and was torn apart effortlessly. How is this possible? Tang San barely managed to evade. How ridiculous. Just as Dai Mubai's punch seemed to lose momentum, another fist surged upward from below. A feigned attack? Tang San gasped, left with no choice but to watch as the colossal fist struck his abdomen with tremendous force. Oof. Tang San clutched his stomach, spitting out a mouthful of bile. Before he could recover, a second punch landed squarely on his chin. His body performed a flawless somersault in midair before crashing down, unconscious. A white soul ring dares to appear and embarrass itself. Has it never faced defeat? Useless. Dai Mubai tossed his hair back, adjusting his collar with a swagger that exuded dominance. Truly, the #1 genius of Soto City, Master Dai Mubai, was remarkably handsome. This stunning scene left the receptionists utterly entranced. Master Dai Mubai, invincible. The twin sisters nearby cheered, their legs rubbing together, their faces flushed. They were nearly elevated to ecstasy. Dai Mubai's expression was one of arrogance, clearly relishing the adulation. However, he found it peculiar. Why were those two beautiful women not screaming in delight? Was his defeat of the blue-haired boy not impressive enough? Turning to look, Dai Mubai's smile faltered. Those two gorgeous women were actually laughing and flirting with that young man. Dai Mubai observed as the well-proportioned and aloof woman covered her mouth, giggling, her eyes radiating joy. At this sight, Dai Mubai was utterly captivated. This woman, with a devilish figure and angelic face, was stunning. But why could she not smile at him? Dai Mubai's expression darkened, and he slammed his fist onto the reception desk, producing a resounding thud, Hey, kid. Your big brother is down for the count. It's your turn now. His tone was brash, embodying the ferocity of a beast vying for a mate. Upon hearing this, Lonbai glanced at him with impatience before affectionately tousling Zhu Zhuqing's cat ear hairstyle. Zhuqing, keep a close watch. MHM. Zhu Zhuqing, who had previously shown little expression, became animated after Lonbai's gesture. Go, brother Bai. Defeat the golden-haired beast. Xiao Wu cheered, clenching her tiny fists in support for Lonbai. How absurd. Dai Mubai scoffed. He looked at Xiao Wu, thinking to himself, Woman, behold your man as I trample him beneath my feet. What are you looking at, golden-haired lecher? Lonbai, with a gentle smile, obstructed Dai Mubai's view. Kid, do you truly wish to die? Dai Mubai found this remark amusing, wearing a look of disdain. Do you want to sleep with an older sister? I can plead for you. You know the twin sisters nearby teased playfully. Men are drawn to beautiful women. And women are no different. Forget it, I'm pressed for time. Golden-haired lecher, you go first, lest I bully you. Lonbai beckoned Dai Mubai to strike. At this, the twin sisters burst into laughter, their tone dripping with scorn. This little brat, though young, speaks so boldly. Let him perish. How arrogant. Surely he must be a fool. Dai Mubai shook his head, dismissing it. Who cares? He had wealth and power. What did it matter if he eliminated a fool? Come at me. Dai Mubai unleashed another punch. Lonbai glanced at his third soul skill, a smirk gracing his lips as he stood still. Truly a fool. Dai Mubai, unconcerned, delivered a solid punch directly to Lonbai's face. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing this unfold, instinctively changed their expressions. Just as they were about to rush forward to aid Lonbai, the next moment, a dull thud echoed as Tang San, lying on the ground, was propelled upward by an immense force, rolling through the air before landing back down. Awakening from his unconsciousness, Tang San was bewildered, unsure why he was being struck again after already being downed. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, twin sisters? Dai Mubai was dumbfounded. Disbelief etched on his face. How is this possible? What soul skill is this? Lonbai's smile remained gentle, golden-haired lecher. Do you know why one must declare their martial soul before a duel? Why? Because there are far too many tricksters in this world. As he spoke, a golden phantom gradually materialized behind Lonbai. It was indistinct, but one could discern. It wielded a cross sword in a scale. The golden phantom gazed at Dai Mubai, the scale quivering slightly. In an instant, one side of the scale plummeted. 15%. Your transgressions are rather numerous, aren't they? Lonbai's smile faded as he clenched his fist, delivering a powerful blow to Dai Mubai's face. Bang! The towering figure of Dai Mubai was sent sprawling backward, crashing to the ground. The atmosphere in the hall fell silent. The receptionist stood frozen, utterly bewildered. How could the once formidable Master Dai Mubai suddenly be on the ground? Was that young man truly so strong? The twin sisters were equally astonished. They had followed Dai Mubai for quite some time and were fully aware of his strength. A level 37 spirit ancestor, and yet he was knocked down by this young man in front of them? How could this be possible? Kid, you. As Dai Mubai attempted to rise, a sudden pain surged through his mind. In that moment of distraction, Lonbai swiftly closed in, delivering a series of slaps to the downed Dai Mubai's face. As he struck, he inquired, 15% of chaotic vulnerability, how great were your sins? How many virtuous women did you force? How many lives have you taken? Smack, smack. The slapping echoed throughout the hotel lobby. The receptionists were stunned, realizing that Dai Mubai had endured over 30 slaps before they remembered to fetch the hotel manager. Meanwhile, the twin sisters, witnessing this scene, wasted no time in turning to leave. Their relationship with Dai Mubai was purely transactional. There was no emotional attachment whatsoever. In an instant, only Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the unconscious Tang San remained in the room. Zhu Zhuqing gazed upon Lonbai's relentless assault on Dai Mubai, her beautiful eyes sparkling and her smile radiant. Especially upon hearing of the coercion of virtuous women and the act of abortion, her compassion for Dai Mubai dissipated entirely. He deserved to be punished. Not only was he cowardly, but at such a tender age, he engaged in debauchery. Indulging in such vices was one thing, yet forcing virtuous women was utterly unforgivable. After a while, a middle-aged man's voice resonated. Enough, enough. Sir, please cease your actions. The Spirit Hall has already dispatched individuals. Chapter 51. The Spirit Hall? No more pretenses. I shall reveal my true self. Only when the middle-aged man shouted loudly did Lonbai cease his actions of slapping Dai Mubai. As he stood, he realized that Dai Mubai had already been knocked unconscious. It was no wonder he hadn't retaliated during the assault. Lonbai had mistakenly believed he enjoyed such treatment. "Brother Lonbai," Zhu Zhuqing called out from a distance, her voice imbued with tenderness. Noticing her, Lonbai approached. 58, quite satisfying. Isn't it? Yes, indeed. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. The shadows of her childhood, when she was viewed through a lens of prejudice, targeted by her family, and left trembling in the dark, desolate forests without daring to rest, had vanished entirely due to Dai Mubai. She grasped Lonbai's hand, observing its reddened state, and gently inquired, "Brother Lonbai, does your hand hurt?" At her words, the nearby receptionist was astounded. This handsome young man had struck the face of the esteemed Dai Mubai, who now lay swollen and battered, yet he was concerned about his own hand. How absurd. "It's nothing. My hand is quite calloused from training. Hitting him was painful. But I feel no discomfort," Lonbai replied. "Thank goodness. If your hand were to be injured, that would be quite regrettable." Zhu Zhuqing sighed in relief. "Of course. My brother Bai is exceedingly brave," Xiao Wu chimed, playfully linking her arm with Lonbai's. "You talk too much," Lonbai teased, giving her forehead a light tap. At that moment, the receptionist approached them, her demeanor shifting. "What is going on?" "Nothing much," Lonbai replied. The receptionist discreetly glanced at the hotel manager before whispering, "I must warn you, due to the brawl involving soul masters, the manager has already sought assistance from the spirit hall. They should be sending someone shortly. Although Dai Mubai was at fault, he is wealthy and influential, and the spirit hall may show him favoritism. It would be wise for you to leave." Upon hearing this, Lonbai nodded. "Thank you, but we are not afraid." Seeing his nonchalant attitude, the receptionist shot him an incredulous look. "Honestly, for a handsome guy like you, you should heed my warning. It's as if you've mistaken my kindness for folly." With that, she turned away, casting occasional glances at Lonbai. "Brother Bai, you have quite the charm," Xiao Wu teased with a sly smile. "Your words are too much, Zhuqing. Silence her." "Understood." Zhu Zhuqing promptly produced a black silk and bound Xiao Wu's mouth. Xiao Wu protested, "Zhuqing, how could you betray our sisterhood?" "Traitor." Soon, individuals from the spirit hall arrived. An elderly man in a black robe, his face lined with age, unleashed his soul power upon arrival. The immense pressure immediately subdued everyone within the Rose Hotel. "What has transpired here?" he asked, his voice icy. "Sir, it's like this." The middle-aged man recounted the incident of Lonbai striking Dai Mubai, concluding with the assertion that Dai Mubai was the most talented youth of Soto City, with the White Tiger as his spirit, implying his extraordinary status. Dai, White Tiger. Esteemed status. The elder quickly grasped Dai Mubai's significance. "Where's the assailant?" "He is right there." The middle-aged man pointed unhesitatingly at Lonbai. The elder's icy gaze bore down on Lonbai, interrogating, "Why did you assault him without cause, and so ruthlessly?" Lonbai raised an eyebrow at the elder's words. "Are you certain you do not wish to gather further opinions? Such a need is unnecessary. Dai Mubai lies on the ground while you stand unscathed." "This is evident to all," the elder replied, his bias toward Dai Mubai unmistakable. "Your judgment appears rather hasty," Lonbai countered. "Hasty?" The elder's soul power surged, exerting pressure on Lonbai and his companions. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing instinctively summoned their spirits to counteract the force. Lonbai sighed, exasperated. He preferred to remain low profile. Yet it seemed he was perpetually compelled to respond. "What are you sighing for? Are you preparing to admit fault?" The elder's pressure intensified. "Enough. I shall not waste words with you." Lonbai produced the 4 insignia spirit tokens. Upon seeing the tokens, the receptionist gasped, "Is that a spirit token?" "He is also of the spirit hall." The spirit token. The elder scrutinized the emblem in Lonbai's hand, his brows furrowing deeply. Yet, he hesitated to acknowledge it. In weighing the significance of a 4 insignia spirit token against that of a prince from the Star Luo Empire, the latter clearly bore greater importance. Thus, he could not let Lonbai off the hook. "This may not suffice," the elder stated flatly, retracting his pressure. "Not enough?" Xiao Wu blinked in slight panic. She feared nothing more than being taken to the spirit hall. Zhu Zhuqing, remaining still, grasped Lonbai's hand, recalling her planned escape route. Sensing the tension from Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, Lonbai sighed again, realizing he could no longer conceal his identity. "Very well." He addressed the elder with exasperation. "I truly detest being ostentatious, but I have no choice." The elder looked perplexed. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Nonsense." "Then look at this." Lonbai slowly revealed a Pope token from his robes. "This is." The elder squinted, his expression shifting to one of utter shock. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, then suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "Forgive my offense, O esteemed Pope." "The Pope? Both the receptionist and the hotel manager gasped in unison, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Before the Pope, all of you kneel, the elder bellowed, unleashing his formidable soul power, forcing the middle-aged man and the receptionist to their knees. Both fell prostrate, their faces pale, shouting, "Forgive our offense, O esteemed Pope." In an instant, the entire Rose Hotel plunged into silence. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, standing behind Lonbai, were equally bewildered. When did Brother Bai acquire such a token? No more pretenses. I shall reveal my identity. Why bother? Lonbai shook his head, weary of conversing. Remember, do not disclose my presence here, and handle this matter appropriately. Do you understand? Understood. The elder responded with a voice full of conviction. Seeing this, Lonbai waved his hand dismissively. All right, rise. I'm off to rest. Without awaiting a response, he took one companion by each hand and ascended the stairs without sparing another glance at the elder. The elder gazed at Lonbai's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "Truly the demeanor of a formidable individual, sir. How should we proceed with the two?" The cautious middle-aged man inquired. The elder assessed Tang San and Dai Mubai, deliberating before resolutely declaring, "Drag them out and dispose of them in the trash." The middle-aged man was taken aback. To cast a prince of the Star Luo Empire into the refuse? The elder's gaze was cold. Do as I say, or you shall incur the wrath of that esteemed individual, and the Rose Hotel will cease to exist. The middle-aged man swallowed nervously. Understood. I shall dispose of them immediately. Chapter 52. Xiao Wu, lie down. We are about to begin. In the rose-themed room, Lonbai gazed at the peculiar space before him with a somewhat bewildered expression. Xiao Wu popped her head out, inquiring, "What's wrong, Brother Bai? We've arrived. Hurry and open the door. I want to sleep." Zhu Zhuqing stole a glance at Lonbai but remained silent. "You might not find sleep here," Lonbai murmured as he swiped the access card. The door swung open, revealing a vibrant red ambience, with everything inside adorned in crimson hues. "Wow, how beautiful! No wonder that golden-haired creature fought us for this room," Xiao Wu exclaimed, darting inside, her curiosity palpable as she explored every nook and cranny. "It's not merely a matter of aesthetics." Lonbai shook his head, stepping into the room. "Brother Bai, what's inside?" Within mere moments, Xiao Wu uncovered a covered object. As she lifted the veil, an array of peculiar trinkets came into view. "Wow, these items are so adorable," she exclaimed, picking one up and presenting it to Lonbai, her face alight with curiosity. "Brother Bai, do you know what this is? How does one use it?" Observing the object in her hand, Lonbai raised an eyebrow, smiling as he replied, "This is a tool that can make you more charming. Would you like to try it? Become charming?" Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. I want to try." At this, Lonbai turned toward the door, intending to close it, only to find Zhu Zhuqing still lingering outside. "Zhuqing, what's the matter?" "And nothing," she stammered, her fingers fidgeting nervously. After a moment of thought, she resolutely stated, "I'll go buy some late-night snacks. You all enjoy yourselves." With that, Zhu Zhuqing hurried away. Lonbai felt a warmth in his heart. Zhuqing was indeed considerate, understanding the need for replenishment after their playful escapades. He stepped forward, firmly closing the door and sliding the room card through the gap, ensuring Zhu Zhuqing would see it upon her return. "Xiao Wu, lie down on the bed. We are about to begin." Hurry up." Days passed, and both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had fully recuperated. They had explored and savored every corner of Soto City with Lonbai, their long legs weary from extensive wandering. After resting at the hotel for a considerable time, they regained their energy. As the enrollment period for Shrek Academy approached, Xiao Wu pouted, "Such a shabby academy, yet there are so many people in line? How strange." Zhu Zhuqing pondered briefly. Perhaps they possess unique qualities. Hearing this, Lonbai gently stroked her cat ear hairstyle. A catchy slogan coupled with a modicum of talent is quite normal. "Is that so?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded, placing complete trust in Lonbai's words. After some time, it was finally their turn. "It's you, Dai Mubai." The instructor assisting with enrollment immediately recognized Lonbai, his gaze turning fierce. Lonbai raised an eyebrow, greeting, "Hello. How do you speak?" Dai Mubai exploded in anger. He recalled waking up the next day to find himself amidst an unbearable stench in a heap of garbage, surrounded by a crowd pointing and laughing. His reputation was tarnished. Moreover, the foul odor clinging to him was utterly revolting. Even now, he could still sense the lingering stench. The enrollment instructor frowned. "Mubai, what's the matter? Do not take your anger out on the new students." "Yes, teacher." Dai Mubai suppressed his fury. The elderly instructor raised his head. looking at Lonbai with a languid voice that brooked no dissent. The enrollment fee is 10 gold soul coins, non-refundable if you fail. Non-refundable? How can that be? Xiao Wu protested. Having grasped the value of the gold soul coins, she became rather frugal. It was already difficult for Brother Bai to support her and Sister Zhuqing. She couldn't waste money carelessly. That is our Academy's rule. If you are unwilling, you may leave. Brother Bai, we, Xiao Wu, don't fuss. Lonbai stepped forward, producing 30 gold soul coins, and politely stated, "Hello, we are 3, and this is the enrollment fee." 3? The old man glanced at the trio, a slight smile forming as he commented, "You are fortunate. All sisters, no other relations." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai perked up. So, they were merely sisters? Did this mean he still had a chance? The girl in leather, possessing a devilish figure and an angelic face, was utterly captivating. "Do as you wish." The old man extended his hand. "I need to test your bone age. Anyone over 13 will not be accepted." Soon, the two girls passed the bone age test. Xiao Wu, 12 years old, soul power level 27. Zhu Zhuqing, 11 years old, soul power level 25. Upon hearing this, Xiao was taken aback. Her eyes wide in disbelief as she turned to Zhu Zhuqing. "Sister Zhuqing, you're only 11? "Yes," Zhu Zhuqing replied with a slight smile. "What's the matter, little sister Xiao Wu?" Xiao Wu's face was filled with incredulity as she sought Lanbai's reaction, only to find he was stifling laughter. "Brother Bai, Sister Zhuqing, you've kept this from me for so many years? You're so mean." All right. Zhu Zhuqing wrapped her arms around Xiao Wu, offering comfort. "We've called each other this way for years. Let us continue as we are. It's no big deal." Would Xiao Wu buried her face in Zhu Zhuqing's chest. At this moment, only Brother Bai and this place could provide her small heart with solace. Well, Dai Mubai watched the two girls, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had never encountered such an alluring scene or such captivating women. 11 years old. Not yet of marriageable age. I still have a chance. Suddenly, a voice jolted Dai Mubai from his reverie. "Golden-haired creature, where is your mother?" Following the voice, he glared at Lonbai, a proud smile forming on his face. "You should consider how to pass the bone age test first." In his recollection from yesterday, this Lonbai seemed quite capable, exuding an adult aura. Moreover, 12-year-old Xiao Wu called him brother. Therefore, Dai Mubai felt a strong inclination that he was certainly over 12. Perhaps, even more than 13, which would bar him from entering Shrek Academy. If that were the case, then Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were. Dai Mubai grew excited. Having toyed with flirtatious women long enough, a change of pace would be delightful. At level 37, he was stronger than both Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. With time at Shrek Academy, he had countless ways to make them submit. Observing Dai Mubai's expression, Lonbai felt a wave of revulsion. Such a young age yet already a lecher, his inner thoughts were clearly vile. At most 20%. He possessed a 15% chaotic vulnerability, indicating profound moral corruption. Truly, there were no decent individuals. "Come now, extend your hand for the bone age test." Upon hearing this, Lonbai extended his hand for the old man to assess his bone age and soul power. As soon as the old man touched Lonbai's hand, his brows furrowed deeply. Sensing this, Dai Mubai felt exhilarated. His guess had indeed been correct. The old man lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Lonbai intently, and spoke with a furrowed brow. "Use the other hand." Lonbai extended his other hand. The old man placed his fingers upon it, and his expression shifted. His murky old eyes glinting with newfound brightness. "Child, what is your name?" Chapter 53. The favor of the little princess Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing the old man's words, Dai Mubai keenly sensed something amiss. "Name?" He pointed to the application form before him. "Isn't it right here?" Before the old man could respond, Dai Mubai interjected, "Kid, the teacher is asking you a question, so answer it properly instead of putting on an act." Dai Mubai, silence. The old man bellowed, casting a fierce glare at Dai Mubai. "Teacher, you." Dai Mubai was taken aback, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. He quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I'll keep quiet." The old man's voice was loud, drawing the attention of those waiting in line. Among them was a girl whose aura was particularly striking. Her noble presence was ethereal, akin to a celestial lady from the aristocracy. Dressed in a simple white gown devoid of any superfluous adornments, she exuded a sense of purity. With her short hair grazing her ears and skin as radiant as lychee, her delicate features and approximately 1.65-meter height created a harmonious figure. Her smile resembled a gentle spring breeze, warming the hearts of everyone around her. Upon hearing the commotion, she slightly turned, her gaze instinctively drawn to Lonbai. Captivated by his aura, Is he a genius? She pondered. Humph. No matter how talented he is, I am the princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Meanwhile, after reprimanding Dai Mubai, the old man turned his attention back to Lonbai, his expression transforming into one of utmost satisfaction. Glancing at the application form, he praised. Lonbai, what a splendid name. The moment I laid eyes upon it, I felt a surge of youthful vigor. The blue and white evoke a serene state of mind. Blue skies and white clouds embody unparalleled purity. Lonbai thought to himself, what is this old man doing? Suddenly extolling the virtues of my name? There was so much more that the name Lonbai represented, including the secret beneath the girl's skirt. Well done, you are qualified. The old man thumped Lonbai's hand, signaling that he could enter the academy. Qualified? Dai Mubai exclaimed, bewildered. His dreams had not yet been realized. How could it be over? Dai Mubai, are you questioning me? The old man's displeasure was evident. Ever since Dai Mubai returned a few days prior with an unpleasant odor, he had been acting strangely. To dare to question him was utterly absurd. And no. Dai Mubai reluctantly gestured for Lonbai to pass the test. Hearing this, Lonbai smiled and said, Senior Dai Mubai, I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Scoundrel. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, turning his head away. He could not easily escape this predicament. Brother Bai. Upon seeing Lonbai pass the test, Xiao Wu immediately hugged his arm and asked, Brother Bai, how old are you? Lonbai affectionately flicked her forehead, saying indulgently, Don't worry, I'm older than you. You shall forever be my little sister, so don't think about riding on my back. As expected, Xiao Wu nodded, clinging to his arm, muttering softly, Humph. I can ride on you in bed. What did you say? The faint sound reached Lonbai's ears, and he thought he must have misheard. Xiao Wu's face turned crimson. It's nothing. You misheard. Lonbai, of course, did not believe her. Just as he was about to press further, he suddenly heard the old man's surprised voice. Are your family members aware that you are here? Lonbai turned to see an elegant and exquisitely beautiful girl. The little princess Ning Rongrong had indeed arrived. Upon hearing Lonbai's words, Xiao Wu also turned her gaze, her eyes sparkling. What a beautiful girl. And she is even comparable to Sister Zhu Zhuqing in terms of figure. Zhu Zhuqing, standing nearby, glanced over and acknowledged, that is indeed true, but in terms of size, I surpass her. Noticing the gaze of the three, Ning Rongrong smiled lightly before turning her attention back to the admissions old man, speaking in a calm and unhurried tone. It is said that the academy admits all, and since I meet the requirements, there is no reason for the academy to refuse my admission. Would you not agree? Upon hearing this, the admissions old man fell silent, clearly conflicted. Finally, he sighed. Very well, you are accepted. Thank you, Ning Rongrong said politely. Then, she cast a cold glance at Dai Mubai behind the admissions old man, her eyes glinting with frost. If you look at me with that disgusting gaze again, I shall ensure you regret it. Ning Rongrong's sudden and fierce words startled Dai Mubai, who quickly lowered his head and remained silent. He was baffled. In the past, when he leered at girls, none had dared to retort, let alone curse at him. Yet just a few days ago, after glancing at Xiao Wu, he had been beaten by Lonbai. Today, he had merely gazed at Ning Rongrong and was met with scorn. Dai Mubai felt wronged. Were women not meant to be for men's enjoyment? What harm was there in a mere glance? The admissions old man was thoroughly disappointed in Dai Mubai, coldly admonishing. Dai Mubai, mind your words and actions. You cannot afford to provoke her. Cannot afford to provoke her? Dai Mubai scoffed internally. He was a prince of noble lineage. Surely there was no one he could not confront. Though he thought this, he still nodded seriously. Understood, teacher. Seeing Dai Mubai being warned by the beautiful girl, Xiao Wu smiled gleefully. The golden-haired brute truly deserves it. I cannot fathom why Sister Zhuqing would be engaged to him. Zhu Zhuqing quickly interjected. Xiao Wu, don't speak carelessly. I have no connection with him now. I am me, and the golden-haired brute is the golden-haired brute. He understood. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. Hello. What brings such joy? To Lonbai's surprise, Ning Rongrong approached them directly, her exquisite features adorned with a gentle smile. Her soft voice was quite endearing. Xiao Wu. She is speaking to you. Lonbai playfully tapped Xiao Wu on the rear. I told you not to smack my backside in public. Xiao Wu shot Lonbai a glance before bouncing over to meet Ning Rongrong. Let us talk about that golden-haired brute. He was also looking at me with lecherous eyes before. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt much more amiable towards Xiao Wu. Did you scold him too? Not exactly, but... Xiao Wu pointed at Lonbai, recounting the events of that night in detail, her emotions palpable as she spoke. Ning Rongrong stole several glances at Lonbai, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding. Ning Rongrong's favorability towards you has increased to 30. The rate of acquiring favor points has accelerated. Current favor point acquisition rate. 1. 3 fives, Chapter 54. 2 white soul rings. Tang San is unqualified. A jolt of surprise coursed through Lonbai's heart as he couldn't help but exclaim internally, Xiao Wu, you are my deity. To his astonishment, under Xiao Wu's narration, Ning Rongrong also successfully triggered the system's bonding value. Now, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, 3 exquisite beauties, each boasting an appearance and figure rated above 95, had all developed a bonding relationship with him by simply holding hands and caressing delicate feet daily. They could earn 3,000 bonding points. My dear brother Bai helped me beat up the golden-haired monster and then had him tossed into the trash heap. How delightful! Xiao Wu exclaimed, her joy palpable. You should have been there. Had you witnessed it, you would have been even more thrilled than you are now. Upon finishing her tale, the 2 lovely maidens unconsciously drew closer, cementing their friendship. Witnessing this scene, Lonbai was taken aback. Indeed, the social interactions among women often commence with gossip. At that moment, Ning Rongrong approached, extending her delicate hand. Hello, I am Ning Rongrong, with Ning as in tranquility and Rong as in glory. Gazing at the refined and confident young lady before him, Lonbai offered a warm smile, grasping her hand gently. I am Lonbai. With Lon symbolizing the blue sky and Bai signifying white clouds. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong glanced at the half-handshake offered by the gentleman and teased. You are nothing like Xiao Wu describes, so domineering and savage. Raising an eyebrow, Lonbai replied, humans possess multifaceted natures. Being a gentleman and being wild are not mutually exclusive. Are they? Ding. Ning Rongrong's favorability towards you has increased to 35. Bonding point acquisition speed has increased. Current bonding point acquisition speed is 1. 35 fives. Indeed. Ning Rongrong acknowledged, fully understanding the sentiment. Although she outwardly appeared to be a docile girl, her inner pride was unparalleled. Just as Lonbai and Ning Rongrong were establishing a friendly rapport, an untimely voice interrupted, Xiao Wu, what a coincidence. You are reporting at this time too. The 4 turned to see a tuft of blue hair in the registration line. Ning Rongrong remained silent, as she did not know Tang San. However, it seemed that Tang San was acquainted with Lonbai and the others, and likely quite well, perhaps they were friends. That blue-haired monster again, Xiao muttered, refusing to even glance in his direction. Hearing the term blue-haired monster, Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in realization. It appeared that Lonbai and his companions had an unfavorable relationship with this blue-haired individual. Yet why was he still pursuing Xiao Wu? Noticing the confusion in Ning Rongrong's large eyes, Xiao Wu pulled her closer, and the 4 formed a small circle. Sister Rongrong, wait, how old are you? Me? Ning Rongrong pointed to herself. Xiao Wu nodded gravely, asserting that since Zhu Zhuqing had been her sister for so long, she could not accept another girl younger than herself as a sister. Ning Rongrong glanced at Lonbai, feeling somewhat hesitant to disclose her age in front of a man. Observing her discomfort, Xiao Wu chimed in. Oh, don't regard Brother Bai as just a man. Think of him as our big sister instead. Lonbai. Ning Rongrong appeared surprised. Is that truly your dynamic? Of course. We 3 have shared the same bed since childhood, Xiao Wu declared. Ning Rongrong was rendered speechless by this revelation. After a moment, she solemnly regarded Lonbai and cupped her hands in greeting. Sister, greetings. Though somewhat speechless, Lonbai reciprocated the gesture, greetings, greetings. However, Xiao Wu was merely jesting. Do not take her words to heart. Ning Rongrong replied, no problem, we are all sisters. Lonbai facepalmed, utterly at a loss for words. Observing his bewildered expression, a glimmer of mischievous satisfaction danced in Ning Rongrong's eyes. Through this trivial interaction, the bonds among the 4 grew significantly closer. After some discussion, they learned that Ning Rongrong was 13 years old this year. Thus, when arranged by age, she was the eldest among them. However, after deliberation, it was unanimously decided that Lonbai would assume the role of the big sister. Following her were Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. Originally, Xiao Wu had been the eldest upon exiting the forest, but since joining Lonbai, her status had plummeted to that of a younger sister. In response, Xiao Wu furiously declared, Brother Bai, you shall not sleep tonight. How disgusting! Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Tang San was not only ugly but also treacherously malevolent and hypocritical, worse than a scoundrel. Exactly. I can hardly bring myself to converse with him, Xiao Wu pouted indignantly. Best to maintain a distance from him, Zhu Zhuqing advised. Ning Rongrong nodded. Yes, If we cannot provoke him, we can certainly avoid him. That was not a worry. Xiao Wu cheerfully clung to Lonbai's arm, exuding dependence. With brother Bai here, any demon or ghost shall be driven away. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, seizing Lonbai's other arm. Ning Rongrong observed this scene, and a thought flitted through her mind. With both arms occupied, where could she embrace? Pa. What am I thinking? Our relationship has reached that level. Why? I'm only 12 years old, and my soul power meets the requirements. Why can't I enter Shrek Academy? Suddenly, a peculiar cry drew the attention of the four. It was Tang San, clearly distressed as his qualifications fell short. Dai Mubai promptly stepped forward, coldly stating, "Little blue hair, lower your voice, or don't blame me for being rude." The irritable enrollment elder interjected, "Look at your martial soul, the most worthless blue-silver grass. Moreover, your 2 soul rings are white. With such a soul ring configuration, what does it matter if your soul power is adequate? Our Shrek Academy only accepts monsters, not waste." The crowd behind them erupted in laughter at these words. Xiao Wu covered her mouth, her laughter bright and charming. "I thought only we believed the blue-haired monster was useless. It seems everyone recognizes him as such." Tang San glared at the enrollment elder, frustration evident on his face. His teacher had given him orders. He must enter Shrek Academy. But now, suddenly, an idea struck him. He hurriedly retrieved a piece of paper from his bag and handed it over. "You should know you Xiaogang. He is my teacher. You must let me in." Upon hearing this, the enrollment elder took the paper, glanced at it, and confirmed its authenticity. However, he felt an overwhelming urge to scold this foolish Tang San. With so many people queuing to register, could he not have waited to mention the back door? Presenting it openly in front of everyone tarnished Shrek Academy's reputation, was he unaware? Such foolishness would surely invoke public ire. Seeing the elder hesitate, Tang San's lips curled into a smile, filled with self-satisfaction. Surely, his teacher held considerable influence. "Elder, if you are wise, quickly allow me entry." Finally, the enrollment elder spoke. His voice icy as he commanded, "Dai Mubai, here. Dispose of this waste Tang San and toss him onto the refuse heap." "Understood." Dai Mubai beamed, eager for the task. Manifesting his white tiger martial soul, 3 soul rings vibrated with energy, instantly overwhelming the queuing crowd. Are you insane? My teacher is Yu Xiaogang. You cannot treat me this way." Tang San's expression darkened as he instinctively began to retreat. Arrogant. The enrollment elder stood abruptly, revealing 6 soul rings. This seemingly unassuming old man was actually a 6-ring soul emperor. "Our Shrek Academy only admits monsters, not waste like you." He rushed forward, seizing Tang San with one hand and, with a mighty heave, hurled him into a nearby heap of refuse. A worthless individual is merely that, worthless. The old man settled down, casting his gaze upon the next person, and continued. Chapter 55. Tang San and Ma Hongjuan's canine conflict. The gathered crowd was taken aback by the old man's conduct regarding admissions, quickly shifting to feelings of joy and approval. Truly, Shrek Academy exemplified fairness and justice. With this in mind, they turned their gazes toward the refuse heap. There, Tang San, who sought to gain entry into Shrek Academy through underhanded means, had his head buried in the trash, his legs flailing in a manner suggestive of impending asphyxiation. What an absurdity! Without further ado, the crowd resumed the process of paying their fees to enroll. Xiao Wu covered her mouth, laughing heartily. "I'm dying of laughter. That blue-haired weirdo still thinks he can take shortcuts." Ning Rongrong observed with a curious expression. "Is that Yu Xiaogang you mentioned truly formidable?" How audacious for Tang San to declare, "You must let me in." Zhu Zhuqing remarked. "He possesses some influence in Notting City." Bye-bye, noticing Ning Rongrong's confusion, explained, "Yu Xiaogang is referred to as a master by the folks in Notting City, having invented the 10 core theories of martial souls. Yet, his soul power is rather meager, so he is merely a theoretical master. Consider him a man of empty reputation." "Empty reputation?" Ning Rongrong nodded, concluding that both the blue-haired oddball and Yu Xiaogang were ineffectual, and it was rather fitting that 2 such individuals had formed a mentor-student relationship. Before long, the enrollment concluded. Once everyone had finished, the admissions officer turned to Dai Mubai. "Go, summon that fool Tang San back." Dai Mubai furrowed his brow. What purpose does calling back such a waste serve? The admissions officer replied, "His teacher is Yu Xiaogang, regardless of Tang San's shortcomings. He must be accepted. It is a privilege." Yu Xiaogang. Privilege? Dai Mubai was somewhat taken aback but nodded, approaching to call Tang San back. Upon being summoned, Tang San appeared bewildered, unsure of what was transpiring. "Step inside," the admissions officer gestured, too apathetic to elaborate further. Tang San's face lit up with joy. repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, thank you. The admissions officer's expression darkened at Tang San's actions. Get away from me. I'm not dead yet. Tang San froze momentarily. My apologies. He then picked up his belongings and headed toward Shrek Academy, inwardly muttering, that old fool, I offer you respect, yet you refuse it. You are on a path to self-destruction. Upon entering the academy and spotting Bai and the others, Tang San's spirits soared as he rushed over. Xiao Wu. I made it in too. However, upon seeing Tang San's filthy appearance, Xiao Wu's expression turned icy. Blue-haired weirdo, you stink. Keep your distance. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong also frowned, instinctively retreating behind Bai. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? As all the girls distanced themselves from him, Tang San felt his pride wounded. Unable to harbor animosity toward anyone else, he directed a resentful glare at Bai. It was all that blue-haired fellow's fault for getting him into this predicament. Bai remained unfazed. Tang San turned to Dai Mubai. Hey, where can I find water? I need to clean up. Dai Mubai, uninterested, retorted. I don't know. How can you not know? Tang San, growing anxious, felt Xiao Wu's disdain acutely and could hardly endure his own foul odor. He pointed at Dai Mubai. You've lived here for years. How could you possibly not know where water is? Dai Mubai chuckled, looking at Tang San with derision. I genuinely don't know. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What can you do about it, little blue-haired one? At this, Tang San's expression darkened further. Yet, he found himself powerless against Dai Mubai, whose strength and experience far surpassed his own. He might even need to find ways to curry favor with him in the future. As Xiao Wu continued to share laughter with some beautiful girls at his expense, Tang San anxiously scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a red-haired chubby fellow and hurried over. Hey, do you know where I can find water to wash up? Hurry and tell me. Ma Hongjun, caught ogling the ladies, was startled by Tang San's sudden approach, grumbling, Are you an idiot? I don't know. Go find it yourself. You, Tang San, incensed that the shorter chubby fellow dared to speak to him so disrespectfully, felt a surge of anger. He summoned his blue-silver grass martial soul and revealed 2 white soul rings. Fatty, I'm giving you one last chance. Are you going to tell me or not? Ma Hongjun, taken aback. What is this blue-haired weirdo? He dares to threaten me, the evil fire phoenix Ma Hongjun, before even entering Shrek Academy? Meanwhile, Bai, noticing the commotion, began to stoke the flames. Little San, this fatso is truly intolerable. He won't even divulge something so trivial. What a bully. Bai had noticed Ma Hongjun's lecherous gaze wandering over the 3 girls earlier and had intended to intervene but found himself surprised that Tang San acted first. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to incite further conflict. It was a delightful spectacle, a dog-eat-dog scenario. Indeed. Xiao Wu and Bai shared a profound understanding. And without needing to speak, she grasped his intentions immediately. Tang San, ignited by Bai's words, felt a surge of fury, with Xiao Wu echoing his sentiments. His anger reached a boiling point. You overstep your bounds, fatso. You are courting death. Tang San's martial soul began to resonate. Receive my attack, blue-silver bind. Ma Hongjun's expression darkened as he swiftly dodged, cursing, Little blue-haired guy, are you insane? What have I done to provoke you? From a distance, Dai Mubai, upon hearing the commotion and grasping the situation, became animated, shouting, Ma Hongjun, this little blue-haired one enjoys causing trouble. Teach him a lesson. Show him the authority of our senior. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Tang San froze. This chubby fellow was also a member of Shrek Academy? Then whatever he said had to carry more weight than Tang San's. He wanted to withdraw, but it was too late. Hearing Dai Mubai's encouragement, Ma Hongjun grinned at Tang San. A mere blue-silver grass martial soul dares to act tough? It seems you haven't been taught a lesson yet. Today, let me show you what a top-tier martial soul looks like. Evil Fire Phoenix. Ma Hongjun roared, and a fiery phoenix, shaped like a rooster, soared behind him. He opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating Tang San's blue-silver grass completely. With a wicked grin plastered on his chubby face, he rushed forward and landed a powerful punch on Tang San's face. Smack! Tang San was sent flying. What an arrogant waste. Thinking he could show off with just a blue-silver grass, he was seeking his own demise. Ma Hongjun spat disdainfully. Ha. Xiao Wu, clutching Bai's arm, nearly doubled over with laughter. Brother Bai, this blue-haired weirdo is truly amusing. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong also wore smiles, though their focus lay not on Tang San but rather on Ma Hongjun. The evil fire phoenix seemed quite impressive. How would it compare to my 7 treasure glaze tile? Chapter 56, Transfer of Harm. Tang San unjustly attacked Zhu Zhuqing remarked with a grave expression. The phoenix is a divine beast, far superior to my nether cat. Her gaze shifted toward Ma Hongjun with a newfound respect. Upon hearing the voices of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, Lanbai interjected with a smile. It's merely an ordinary martial spirit, and if I am not mistaken, it possesses particularly repugnant side effects. Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing turned to Lanbai in unison. Side effects? Indeed, Lanbai affirmed. His martial spirit is known as the Evil Fire Phoenix. I have heard tales of a rather rotund lad, youthful yet notorious for peering at women of all ages. He has been caught numerous times, but each time he claims it is unavoidable due to his martial spirit, which exudes a wicked fire, necessitating female companionship for relief. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing gasped in horror. Xiao Wu, aghast, cast a look of disdain at Ma Hongjun. Isn't this chubby boy quite young too? If he is lurking around Shrek Academy daily to gaze at girls, does that not put us in grave danger? Zhu Zhuqing frowned, contemplating the same concern. Furthermore, compared to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, given her physique, would she not be his prime target? Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes narrowed, radiating an aura of menace. All right, all new students, come over here. Dai Mubai bellowed at Lonbai and the others. As for the issue concerning Ma Hongjun, Lonbai had already devised a plan. But it was not the right time to share it. He decided to set it aside for now. Let us not dwell on this. Move along, he urged. And the three girls followed suit. Tang San, dragging his luggage, approached as well. However, upon attempting to greet Xiao Wu, he was met with her loathing gaze, which sent him retreating in an instant, feeling an icy chill settle in his heart. Once everyone had gathered, Dai Mubai declared, "Now that we're all here, follow me. I will lead you to the fourth challenge." Soon, they arrived at a location where a robust middle-aged man stood. Dai Mubai approached him and whispered something in his ear. Subsequently, the man cast a sinister glance at Lonbai. Lonbai remained impassive, knowing full well that Dai Mubai was speaking ill of him to Xiao Wujing. "Teacher, that one is Lonbai." Xiao Wujing turned to regard Lonbai, merely giving him a cursory glance before sweeping his gaze across the group. He laughed heartily. How delightful. Such a plethora of little prodigies this year. What a pleasant surprise. However, his tone shifted abruptly. You are all still in your formative years. Even if you are remarkable among your peers, do not presume to be overly arrogant. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Lonbai, singling him out. Lonbai, I have heard that you previously engaged in a contest with Mubai. Although it was a sneak attack, to triumph at the age of 12 is commendable. Yet, one must not harbor a venomous heart. To mock after victory is the mark of a petty individual. This time, I shall pay particular attention to you during the assessment. Before Lonbai could respond, Xiao Wu passionately retorted, "Teacher, that golden-haired rascal is lying. You cannot trust him." Zhu Zhuqing added coolly, "Dai Mubai is not only a coward but also a scoundrel." Enough. Further discussion yields no benefit, Xiao Wujing dismissed. His intention was to suppress the new students' hubris, instilling a sense of subservience to ensure they followed the academy's and teachers' directives unquestioningly. Tang San, observing Lanbai's predicament, felt a surge of delight. Nothing else could bring him joy, but witnessing Lanbai's misfortune was a source of satisfaction. Xiao Wu and the others furrowed their brows but, due to Xiao Wujing's authority, could only stifle their grievances. Seeing the group endure in silence, Xiao Wujing felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing this as the perfect beginning for instilling submissiveness. He turned to Dai Mubai. "Mubai, explain the rules to them." "Yes, teacher," Dai Mubai replied, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he looked at Lonbai. "The rule for the fourth challenge is simple. Endure Xiao Wujing's attacks for the duration of a stick of incense, and you will emerge victorious." Xiao Wujing interjected, "I must clarify one point. I will suppress my strength and will only use the first 3 soul skills." Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong gasped. "We can use soul skills?" "Of course. How else could we unlock your potential?" Xiao Wujing grinned shamelessly. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai chuckled at Lonbai. "This should be quite simple for you, right?" Lonbai remained unfazed. "It's manageable. Indeed, quite arrogant." Xiao Wujing laughed. Xiao Wu turned to Lonbai. "Be careful, brother Bai." "I understand. You need not worry. I have my methods," Lonbai assured her, contemplating Xiao Wujing's soul skills. Unmoving King, Mighty King Palm, Gravity Enhancement. Tang San felt a pang of jealousy as he observed Xiao Wu's concern for Lonbai. What methods? Just wait to be thrashed, he thought resentfully. Lonbai, possessing keen hearing, caught Tang San's words. It seemed he would have to deliberately allow Xiao Wujing to land a few blows. With that in mind, Lonbai considered his third soul skill, damage transfer. You can transfer any damage received to any person or object bearing a guilty soul. When transferring to someone with lower soul power, you can transfer the entirety of the damage. When transferring to someone with higher soul power, the damage is transferred proportionally based on their soul power level. With this ability, coupled with the flight and healing capabilities granted by the right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor, he felt no fear towards Xiao Wujian's hulking martial spirit. The only aspect to be cautious of was the gravity enhancement of the third soul skill. At that moment, Ning Rongrong spoke up, "Lonbai, you need not fear. I shall discreetly inform you that my martial spirit is the Seven Treasures glazed tile, the most formidable support spirit. I shall bestow buffs upon you." Lonbai was taken aback by Ning Rongrong's concern, but merely nodded slightly. "Thank you." "It's nothing," Ning Rongrong replied, narrowing her eyes. "I simply cannot tolerate that insidious golden-haired rascal." "Regardless, I appreciate it," Lonbai responded. "Have you all finished your discussions?" Xiao Wujian clenched his fists, brimming with anticipation. "I am about to begin." No sooner had he spoken than he shot forward, aiming directly at Lonbai. Ning Rongrong swiftly dodged aside. Unleashing her martial spirit. 7 treasures are renowned, the first for strength, the second for speed. With a graceful motion of her delicate hand, a light and agile power instantly enveloped Lonbai. Feeling the surge of energy, Lonbai couldn't help but clench his fist, acknowledging, truly, the strongest support spirit. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had just taken cover when they noticed Xiao Wujian had already reached Lonbai, who appeared to be in a daze. Xiao Wu panicked, "Brother Bai, be careful." "Ha ha ha. This Lonbai seems utterly petrified." Seeing Lonbai standing motionless, the onlookers could not suppress their laughter. Under their eager gazes, Xiao Wujian landed a powerful punch on Lonbai's abdomen. Tang San, reveling in laughter, suddenly felt a heavy blow to his own stomach. With a cry, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his belly, and violently expelled the steamed bun he had consumed that morning. Ning Rongrong was left bewildered by the scene. Why was it that when Xiao Wujian struck Lonbai, he remained unscathed, yet Tang San was the one who ended up vomiting? Chapter 57. The Flight of the Blue Silver Emperor's Right Leg Bone. Xiao Wujian's shock upon witnessing the move executed by Lonbai. Dai Mubai's expression darkened considerably. He too had fallen prey to this technique, initially believing that his punch would not only strike Lonbai, but also end his life. However, to his astonishment, that blow had been effortlessly neutralized. It became apparent that Lonbai possessed a skill akin to damage transfer. What kind of martial soul does this lad possess? And how can he wield such formidable soul abilities? He muttered softly to himself. Xiao Wujian's fist landed solidly on Lonbai, and seeing no reaction, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth? Young man, what martial soul allows you to acquire such a soul skill?" "Merely a trash martial soul." After speaking, Lonbai moved swiftly, utilizing the skill of the Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone to soar into the air. The third soul skill could not be activated in succession, and the cooldown period had yet to expire. Flight. Xiao Wujian's eyes lit up. Standing on the ground, he scrutinized the scene, frowning. No martial soul revealed. Yet he can fly. Could it be a soul bone? How could such a young child possibly possess a soul bone? Beside him, Ning Rongrong wore an equally perplexed expression. As the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, her extensive knowledge led her to consider the possibility of a soul bone. She found herself increasingly intrigued by Lonbai, who had become an enigma. Dai Mubai swallowed hard, feeling a sense of foreboding. It was clear he had positioned himself as Lonbai's adversary. Initially, he had thought Lonbai merely a fortunate, slightly gifted country bumpkin. Yet the moment he witnessed Lonbai utilizing a soul bone, he understood that this was no ordinary rural lad. To possess a soul bone at such a tender age indicated he was likely a prodigy from a prestigious family or sect. Unfazed by the astonishment of those below, Lonbai welcomed their disbelief, relishing the passage of time as he awaited the incense stick's duration to elapse. Xiao Wujian's formidable diamond bear martial soul boasted an exceedingly strong defense. For an ordinary person to breach Xiao Wujian's defenses was akin to an impossible dream. The punch Lonbai had just received felt like it bore the weight of soul power from a level 50. This implied that Xiao Wujian was employing level 50 soul power along with his previous 3 skills against them. Were it not for Lonbai's utilization of his second soul skill, which granted him a 20% absolute defense, the damage he endured could have been far greater. Xiao Wujian gazed up at Lonbai, a smile gracing his face. "Not bad, young man. But do you truly believe that soaring into the sky renders you untouchable?" As he spoke, his diamond bear martial soul manifested. Gravity enhancement. His third soul ring shimmered as he pressed his palm downward toward Lonbai. In an instant, Lonbai, suspended in midair, plummeted at an alarming speed. Xiao Wujin's eyes widened. It seemed as though Lonbai had deliberately descended. However, he paid it little mind, dashing forward to deliver a punch. Yet, Lonbai remained motionless, standing his ground. Bang! In the next moment, Xiao Wujin's fist collided with Lonbai. Dai Mubai, watching from the sidelines, felt a sharp pain across his face. Before he could comprehend the situation, he let out a pained cry and collapsed to the ground. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Wujin turned his gaze, exclaiming, "What the?" As he looked back, Lonbai, having escaped the gravitational pull, continued to ascend into the sky. Zhu Zhuqing beamed at this sight, fully aware that Lonbai was acting on her behalf by targeting Dai Mubai. She felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that Lonbai could inflict punishment without suffering harm himself. "Lonbai is quite vengeful," remarked Xiao Wu, who couldn't help but curl her lip at the scene. Yet, she found it inconsequential to strike the golden-haired brute. Dai Mubai remained dazed for a considerable time before finally rising from the ground, glaring up at Lonbai with a swollen face, shouting, "What do you mean, kid? Why transfer the damage to me?" Lonbai smirked, countering, "Do you truly lack awareness of the answer to that question?" Dai Mubai's expression darkened further upon hearing this. He understood all too well. Yet, what did it matter? As a newcomer, was he not expected to be bullied by the more experienced? This was the way of the military and of work. Did he not grasp the concept of hierarchy and seniority? How dare this newcomer resist? "Teacher, I'm not deceiving you, right? This new student is insufferably arrogant." Hearing Dai Mubai's words, the dim-witted Xiao Wujin nodded gravely. This fellow named Lonbai was indeed devious and treacherous. Gazing up at Lonbai, Xiao Wujin once again summoned his martial soul. Gravity enhancement. However, this time, his gravity enhancement proved ineffective. Lonbai had keenly sensed the range and intensity of the gravitational pull when he had been drawn down earlier. With an understanding of his limits, and with Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure, glazed tile amplification, his flight speed had significantly increased. Thus, Xiao Wujin's reliance solely on gravity enhancement could not bring him down. "You little rascal." Xiao Wujin was genuinely incensed now, repeatedly employing gravity enhancement, hoping to immediately bring Lonbai crashing down. "Go for it, teacher." Dai Mubai yearned to see Lonbai toppled as retribution for his grievances. With the relentless efforts of the two, Lonbai, caught off guard, was indeed pulled down by gravity enhancement. "Ha! Finally, I've brought you down." Xiao Wujin increased his soul power slightly and advanced swiftly, delivering a palm strike. Yet, Lonbai remained unmoved. Observing this scene, Dai Mubai's right eyelid twitched furiously, alarm bells ringing in his mind as he frantically shouted, "Teacher, don't strike him." The dim-witted Xiao Wujin finally noticed something amiss about Lonbai just as he intended to withdraw his strength. Lonbai smiled, advancing instead, positioning himself to receive Xiao Wujin's palm strike. Bang! As expected, Dai Mubai was sent flying. This strike was the strongest blow Xiao Wujin could muster with his level 50 soul power. Dai Mubai, at level 37, was struck and suffered a collapsed rib cage, soaring sideways into a nearby ditch. The sound of his splash echoed through the air, leaving the scene in stunned silence. Seeing this, Lonbai leisurely ascended back into the sky. After a moment, clap, 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 Zhu Zhuqing led the applause. Xiao Wu chimed in immediately. "Teacher Xiao is truly impressive." With just one palm, he sent that golden-haired brute flying. Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment before smirking and joining in the applause, for she too had little fondness for that golden-haired rascal. "You all." Xiao Wujin stood there dumbfounded, believing Dai Mubai's one-sided account and targeting Lonbai had already shown his lack of judgment. Now, amidst this chaos, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Chapter 58. The Celestial Punishment's Piercing Effect. Xiao Wuji's pegged to the ground in the end. Xiao Wuji's could only direct his gaze towards the hovering figure of Lonbai, shouting, "You boy, soaring above to evade battle. What skill is that? Come down and face me." Upon hearing this, Lonbai furrowed his brow. Was this fellow's martial soul truly the mighty golden bear, or had he simply become like it? Muscles without intellect? "If you intend to target me, I can evade. Why must we clash head-on?" Lonbai replied, somewhat helplessly. "As you mentioned, I only need to endure for the duration of a burning incense stick. There's no need for a fight, is there?" Xiao Wuji's was rendered speechless by Lonbai's retort. Indeed, he had a point. However, he felt compelled to impart some discipline to these newcomers, to train their submissiveness. Observing Xiao Wuji's displeasure and contemplative demeanor, Lonbai understood his thoughts. The so-called entrance examination of Shrek Academy was, in essence, akin to contemporary military training. Nicely put, it was called quality development, less charitably. It was a method of instilling a sense of servitude, subtly enforcing unconditional obedience to instructors, equating to the blind following of teachers and leaders. This phenomenon was commonplace, not only in academies but also in companies with their so-called wolf culture. Yet, Lonbai chose to disregard it. Xiao Wuji, mulling over his thoughts, decided not to engage with Lonbai any further. He furrowed his brow and shouted, "Lonbai, you cannot pass the test this way. You must fight me." The three girls present frowned at this declaration. Xiao Wu exclaimed, "What nonsense! You clearly said that enduring for the duration of a burning incense stick is enough." Zhu Zhuqing added, "Indeed, these so-called experts still relish imposing their will on others." Ning Rongrong remarked, "It seems Shrek Academy isn't all that impressive. Perhaps even inferior to the neighboring Tiando Royal Academy." Their words, neither too loud nor too soft, reached Xiao Wuji's ears. Frustrated, he pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Lonbai, if you do not attack me, I shall employ other soul techniques to bring you down." In response, Lonbai was left speechless. He had never encountered such a request for someone to strike him. Very well, he thought, as he hovered in the air. A faint golden light began to emanate from him. Suddenly, a vague golden silhouette appeared behind him. Xiao Wuji squinted to discern it, muttering, "Is that his martial soul? Damn it, what kind of martial soul is it? I can't see clearly under the sunlight." As he continued to observe, a chill ran down his spine. He sensed he had been marked by something. Who could it be? Looking up at Lonbai, he noticed a golden cross sword had inexplicably appeared in his hands. Lonbai regarded Xiao Wuji's and murmured, 80%, not bad. The sin lies within the realm of ordinary people, but a lack of intellect is truly vexing. He glanced at the cross sword in his grasp. The celestial punishment skill bore a piercing effect. Anyone familiar with gaming would understand what that implied. Piercing was effective against heavy armor. There was no way Xiao Wuji's could withstand this strike. "Xiao, be careful," Tang San, who had just managed to suppress his stomach discomfort, couldn't he help but scoff. Does this Lonbai truly think so highly of himself? How audacious to warn the teacher. Clutching his stomach, he sat on the ground, disregarding his pain, eager to witness the spectacle, preparing to mock Lonbai later. Be careful? Xiao Wuji's dismissed this warning, feeling his previously heightened sense of danger dissipate entirely. What could a mere newcomer do to harm him? "Come at me, boy." Xiao Wuji's first soul ring shimmered. Immovable king body, unfazed by Xiao Wuji's disdain. Lonbai focused on selecting his target. Ultimately, he chose the abdomen. "Xiao, I advise you to dodge," Lonbai reiterated. Xiao Wuji's remained unimpressed. "No need. I challenge you to strike. A newcomer like you could never breach my defenses." Not only he, but Ning Rongrong also doubted Lonbai's capability. Despite Xiao Wuji's lack of intellect, the defensive prowess of the Golden Bear was beyond question. How could a freshman like Lonbai possibly harm Xiao Wuji's? In the distance, Tang San was readying his scathing remarks. Lonbai nodded. After multiple fruitless attempts to persuade, he decided it was of no consequence. With a swift motion, he summoned another golden cross sword. Formed from soul power, the two swords effortlessly melded into one. Lonbai raised the cross sword high, casting a detached gaze upon the figure of Xiao Wuji's below. In that moment, Xiao Wuji's was suddenly overwhelmed by an aura of authority that left him breathless. In a daze, he envisioned himself standing on an execution ground, with Lonbai hovering above him as the executioner, delivering the final decree. Lonbai's indifferent voice echoed, "Celestial punishment." The air was sliced with an extreme sharpness, producing not a whisper of wind. Everything fell silent until the sound of flesh being pierced resounded. With a thud, the sound of solid stone being penetrated followed, as Xiao Wuji's body crashed into the ground, leaving the scene enveloped in silence. Tang San, seated on the ground and watching the spectacle, was utterly stunned. This was not right. Everything about this was amiss. How could this be? Lonbai was merely a newcomer. Moreover, Tang San's eyes widened as he gazed upon the weapon that had pinned Xiao Wuji's to the earth. The golden cross sword, that familiar wound. Distant memories surged forth. Tang San was shocked. This insufferable Lonbai had been feigning ignorance all along. He possessed the ability to slay the 800-year-old Gale spirit cat in the soul-hunting forest. No wonder. Tang San sat there, ashen-faced, realizing that even with the teacher's soul power aiding him, he had been unable to defeat Lonbai. He had always been toying with him. The audacity of this insufferable Lonbai. Suddenly, he felt a tightness in his chest, gasping for breath. Overcome with rage and distress, he collapsed to the ground. Nearby, Ma Hongjun glanced at Tang San's fallen form, but chose to ignore him. He dashed away, intent on reporting the incident. Lonbai descended, looking at the pinned Xiao Wujis with an expressionless countenance, devoid of any guilt. He had warned him several times to be cautious. Yet he had chosen not to heed the advice, even pleading for a confrontation. Such a request had been unprecedented in his life. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to it. As Lonbai landed, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing rushed over, flanking him with chattering voices. Xiao Wu asked, "Brother Bai, that old fellow is bleeding. Will he come after us? Shouldn't we run?" Zhu Zhuqing added, "I saw that red-haired guy heading to report. Our time is limited." Ning Rongrong, who had just arrived, overheard their conversation. Though speechless, she felt a tinge of envy for the camaraderie among the three. Many wished to share in joy, yet few could endure hardship together. Chapter 59. Flinder was astounded. Who could have done this? When would she also acquire such companions to share in the hardships? Ning Rongrong sighed silently at this thought. As for the chattering of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, Lonbai merely smiled and patted their heads, saying, "All right, Teacher Zhao's martial spirit is the mighty golden bear. A top-tier beast martial spirit. This minor abdominal piercing injury is of no consequence. Am I right, Teacher Xiao?" Lonbai turned to Xiao Wujie, who was now lying on the ground. At this moment, the golden cross sword that had adorned Xiao Wujie's body had vanished. The blood continued to flow profusely, yet, despite this, upon hearing Lonbai's voice, Xiao Wujie managed to grin and replied, "Indeed, such a trivial injury is insignificant to me." Though he spoke thus, inwardly, he was cursing vehemently. "Damn it, this Lonbai hit way too hard. That strike nearly pierced me through." He maintained his silence, however, for fear of embarrassing himself. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from afar. Lonbai looked over and saw Ma Hongjun accompanied by Oscar and Flinder approaching. Ma Hongjun was at the forefront, pointing at Lonbai and the others, exclaiming, "Teacher, they're the ones who injured Teacher Xiao." Flinder, upon arrival, hurried to assist Xiao Wujie. After examining his injuries, he couldn't help but inhale deeply. "This is a piercing injury. You must understand, Xiao Wujie is known as the Immutable King, possessing the formidable mighty golden bear martial spirit, which grants him exceptional defense and attack power. To breach his defenses and inflict injury is an impossible feat without immense attacking strength. Moreover, this piercing wound is clearly a sword injury. Could it be?" Flinder cast a glance at Lonbai and the others, pondering if someone among them possessed a martial spirit even more powerful than the strongest offensive martial spirit, the seven-killing sword. With this thought, Flinder's eyes brightened, the lenses of his glasses gleaming even in daylight. "Oscar, you tend to Xiao Wujie." "Understood." Oscar promptly displayed his martial spirit and, with a hint of mischief, proclaimed, "I have a big sausage." Instantly, a sausage materialized in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the sausage into Xiao Wujie's mouth. "Whoa, Oscar. Your sausage is too big." Xiao Wujie nearly choked. The three girls nearby each had their own reactions. Xiao Wu looked perplexed. Zhu Zhuqing bowed her head in silence. And Ning Rongrong blinked, a faint smile curving her lips. Clearly, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were reminded of something amusing. Flinder clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. His expression grave. Who inflicted Xiao Wujie's injuries? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing inched closer to Lonbai. Sensing their tension, Lonbai chuckled and boldly stepped forward, declaring, "I did it." Flinder turned to Lonbai, frowning and about to speak, but was interrupted by Lonbai. "Let me clarify. It was Teacher Zhao who requested that I strike him. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with everyone present." Seeing Lonbai's unwavering confidence, Flinder began to believe him, albeit only partially. However, the matter could not conclude so simply. Xiao Wujie's injuries would require monetary compensation for treatment. With this in mind, Flinder prepared to speak. Even so, before he could finish, Lonbai produced a pouch containing 100 gold soul coins from the system, tossing it over casually. Flinder instinctively caught it, his eyes shining even brighter. Upon opening the pouch and inspecting its contents, Flinder nodded in satisfaction and quickly stowed it away. "All right. Since Xiao Wujie brought this upon himself, we shall consider this matter resolved." Hearing this, Ma Hongjun was left dumbfounded. How much did Lonbai just give? Flinder, that greedy fellow, resolved the issue in an instant. However, Ma Hongjun could not voice his thoughts, for Xiao Wujie had not spoken up. After Flinder settled the matter, he suddenly noticed a figure in blue lying nearby. Frowning, he inquired, "Who is that? Why are they lying here?" Lonbai and the others remained silent. Ning Rongrong, Seeing this, could not be bothered to speak. Ma Hongjun was equally disinclined to say anything. Flender, observing the group's indifference towards Tang San, turned to seek out Dai Mubai. Upon looking around, where was Dai Mubai? Flender was bewildered. Hadn't he entrusted the task of leading the new students to him? Why had this fellow abandoned his post? Ma Hongjun suddenly recalled. Teacher, it seems he fell into a ditch. Flender frowned. A ditch? What was he doing in there? Ma Hongjun pointed at Lonbai, saying, it seems it was his doing. Seems like. Flender shot a glance at Lonbai and waved his hand. Enough of this. Where is Dai Mubai? Lead me to him. The two soon found the slumbering Dai Mubai in the ditch. Flender looked at Dai Mubai, whose chest had collapsed, utterly speechless. I asked you to look after the new students, and yet you ended up fainting yourself? Oscar, treat him. Flender tossed the task over to Oscar. Teacher, I can't treat both at once. Oscar was overwhelmed, with one person pierced and another with a collapsed sternum. He was merely a novice healing soul master. Not a physician. Just treat them. No need for excuses, Flender retorted dismissively. If Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai were to go to the hospital, the cost would be astronomical. He had just acquired these 100 gold soul coins, and they were not to be squandered. Flender's gaze then fell upon Tang San on the ground, his brow furrowing. Does no one know this fellow? The crowd remained silent. Flender, still frowning, approached, only to be assaulted by a foul stench. He glanced from a distance and turned to Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun, drag this beggar out and toss him into the garbage heap. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. Why me? Dai Mubai is injured, and Oscar must care for both Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai. Who else is there but you? Ma Hongjun pointed towards Lonbai and the others. They're unoccupied too. Hearing this, Flender furrowed his brow. Lonbai and the others had just provided gold soul coins, so it would be inappropriate to command them. Thus, he admonished, you are a senior. Seniors ought to set an example for the juniors. Do you not know this? Hurry along. With no choice, Ma Hongjun reluctantly approached Tang San. Gazing down at him, he grimaced. The stench was unbearable. The clothes were reeking of refuse, and he had been vomited upon earlier. The combined odors of garbage and stomach acid were enough to make anyone retch. This was intolerable. Ma Hongjun reached into his pocket, intending to pull out a tissue, but instead, he retrieved a large, red pair of underpants. Hastily shoving them back, he dug into another pocket, finally producing a tissue. He pressed it to his nose and began to drag Tang San away. Chapter 60, is the White Tiger Martial Soul Noble? What am I then? What did I just witness? Ning Rongrong blinked, watching Ma Hongjun drag Tang San away from the academy, feeling a tinge of existential doubt. What he had just pulled out was indeed a pair of red underwear. Or perhaps it was a lace-trimmed women's panty. Two possibilities arose. 1. Ma Hongjun had stolen it, which could be considered somewhat normal. 2. It belonged to Ma Hongjun, and he wore it himself. Ning Rongrong. With this thought, she hurried closer to Lonbai. Only by the side of Lonbai and the others could she feel a sense of security. After a while, Oscar was on the verge of exhaustion from the healing. It was then that Dai Mubai finally regained his senses. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Lanbai and Zhu Zhuqing being affectionate and laughing together. He was incensed. Dai Mubai struggled, attempting to rise from the ground. Oscar, startled, quickly cautioned, Dai, don't move yet. Your rib has not healed. At his words, Dai Mubai suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his body weakened, collapsing back to the ground. Noticing Dai Mubai's movements, Lonbai and the others glanced over. Kid, why did you bring this upon me? Dai Mubai exclaimed, his golden hair bristling in anger. In response, Lonbai chuckled. You first slandered me, and now you ask why I harmed you? Slander. Dai Mubai retorted stubbornly, what slander? Lonbai dismissed the need for explanation. You know it yourself. Seeing Lonbai's nonchalant demeanor, Dai Mubai was infuriated and turned to Flander. Teacher, you must stand up for me. Enough. Flander interrupted decisively. He had just spoken with Xiao Wu and pieced together the events, realizing the cause of the matter. If he were to pursue accountability, Dai Mubai would undoubtedly face punishment. Presently, he was more curious about Lonbai's martial soul. The ability to transfer damage, whether through contact or not, was extraordinarily formidable. He had never encountered a martial soul that possessed such a skill. He turned to Lonbai. Your name is Lonbai, correct? With a soul power level of 32, you were able to injure Xiao Wu. Quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment. It was merely luck, Lonbai replied modestly. Flander nodded in satisfaction and addressed Dai Mubai and Oscar. Do you see? This is what a good student looks like, humble in the face of praise. Upon hearing Flander commend Lonbai, Dai Mubai's expression darkened significantly. his face clouded with displeasure. Oscar, however, did not react much, merely clapping in a routine manner. To Oscar's response, Lonbai found him rather likable. After all, in the original work, Oscar was the only character Lonbai did not dislike. Aside from his somewhat lewd soul skill, he was quite normal. As for the other three, Lonbai was too lazy to comment. Nevertheless, Flanders' praise seemed deliberate. Typically, when he commended others, it was for a reason. Sure enough, Flanders' next words were, however, Lonbai, I am quite curious about your martial soul, which possesses such a skill. As soon as Flanders spoke, the crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed on Lonbai. Clearly, they too were intrigued by what Lonbai's martial soul could be. Among them, Ning Rongrong's interest was particularly fervent. As the proud princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she yearned to befriend someone of such caliber. What kind of martial soul could wield such a grotesque ability of damage transfer? After a moment, seeing Lonbai remain silent, Dai Mubai jumped in, eager to provoke. Heh. Is there someone who dares not reveal their martial soul? It must be something disgusting. Nonsense. Xiao Wu could not tolerate anyone insulting Lonbai. With her hands on her hips, she retorted, Is your white tiger martial soul so impressive? It's just a dog, akin to someone like you. Dai Mubai was furious. As a member of the royal family with the white tiger martial soul, it was his sole advantage that set him apart. With the white tiger martial soul and the name Dai, he would forever be superior. This is the white tiger martial soul, the most noble martial soul in the world. Do you understand? Xiao Wu wrinkled her nose, pondering for a moment, yet failing to conjure a rebuttal. Hey, can't refute, can you? Dai Mubai gloated. You. Xiao Wu thought for a moment, the white tiger martial soul? Where's the nobility in that? It's not noble at all. Although she said so. Her voice grew progressively weaker, clearly lacking conviction. Dai Mubai's derisive laughter echoed, filled with mockery. Is the white tiger martial soul truly noble? Suddenly, Lonbai, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Indeed, it's not noble at all. Dai Mubai rolled his eyes, as long as it's more noble than you. Noble? Lonbai laughed. A mere beast martial soul is deemed noble? Then take a look at this. Just as Dai Mubai was about to scoff, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. Staring into the radiant glow, Dai Mubai stood frozen. It wasn't just him. Flander and the others were equally astonished. The brilliant golden light shone under the sunlight. As if a deity had descended, the sun's brilliance did not overshadow the angelic radiance. Rather, it merged with it, elevating the angel to a more magnificent stature. Hey, an angel. Flander swallowed hard, suddenly realizing a shocking truth, his eyes wide with disbelief. He began to count. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. 4 pairs. Impossible. This can't be. Even the angels of the spirit hall were merely 6-winged. How could your martial soul possibly be an 8-winged angel? 8-winged angel. Dai Mubai was bewildered. If the white tiger martial soul represented the royalty of the Star Luo Empire, then the angel martial soul was the emperor of the Douluo continent. How could he, a mere prince of the Star Luo Empire, compare his white tiger to an angel? It was indeed an angel martial soul. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in astonishment. She had considered many possibilities but never imagined Lonbai's martial soul would be an angel. The angel martial soul seemed to surpass her 7 treasure glazed tile tower. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were shocked but maintained a composed demeanor. It might seem strange for others, but in Lonbai's case, it felt quite normal. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had developed a blind trust in Lonbai. All right. Flander clapped enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. Such a genius. Excellent. It seems our Shrek Academy has struck gold this year by enrolling such prodigies. Seeing Dai Mubai dumbfounded, Lonbai promptly retracted his martial soul. In truth, they were unaware that this 8-winged angel was merely a fade, not his true Seraph martial soul. The Seraph martial soul was far more powerful and sacred than the so-called 8-winged angel, a fact that was instantly recognizable. Thus, he was not ready to reveal his true martial soul just yet, as anyone who had seen a 6-winged angel martial soul would easily discern the difference. After a round of praise, Flander glanced at the sky. It's getting late. It's your first day, and since there are no classes, I want to say much more. Now, let us assign dormitories. Dai Mubai. Never mind. Oscar, you take the new students to their dorms. Boys and girls separate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged knowing glances, each seeing in the other's eyes the same proposal, to sleep alongside Lonbai. Chapter 61. The extravagantly luxurious Villa Flinder was taken aback. Teacher, I do not intend to stay in the dormitory. Upon hearing this simultaneous declaration, Flender turned in confusion to see two young ladies, frowning as he queried, "If you do not plan to reside in the dormitory, where will you stay? Our academy has a rule forbidding young women from renting accommodations outside." This regulation had its reasoning. When Flender founded Shrek Academy, he sought counsel from other institutions and discovered this stipulation. His curiosity led him to inquire further. And he learned that some female students renting off campus were not merely seeking rest. They were exploiting the night to engage in unsavory activities. In a short span, one such student had corrupted 20% of the female students at the academy, turning the city into a notorious den of vice that attracted many. Seeing Flender's disapproval, Dai Mubai interjected, "We have our own rooms. We do not need to rent." "Your own rooms?" Flender asked, perplexed. He had been here long enough to be certain he had never encountered Dai Mubai and his companions before. "Where did you acquire such rooms? Are you suggesting to purchase a house?" The thought left Flender in a state of disbelief. Is this what wealthy individuals do? Forgoing the dormitory to buy property? With such funds, they could construct a small dwelling adjacent to the dormitory. No, Dai Mubai shook his head. "Our rooms are portable." Flender was even more bewildered. "Portable? Young man, I am aware of your affluence and leisure, but there is no need to deceive me about this matter." Ning Rongrong glanced at Dai Mubai with skepticism. After all, the very idea of carrying a house around seemed far-fetched. Dai Mubai, feeling cornered, retorted, "I know you're wealthy, but you don't have to joke about such things." Flender, maintaining a serious demeanor, insisted, "If you do not have a residence like Ma Hongjuan's, you absolutely cannot stay off campus." Dai Mubai chuckled mockingly, "Dai Bai, you aren't contemplating taking these two lovely ladies to a love hotel, are you?" In response to Dai Mubai's sarcasm, Dai Bai shot back, "You, with your mind solely on debauchery, should refrain from casting aspersions." Dai Mubai's expression morphed into one of incredulity as he heard this. "Enough," Flender interjected, attempting to mediate. "If you lack housing, you must stay in the dormitory. Renting off campus is not an option." Dai Bai sighed, "Very well." Flender, surprised, asked, "You agree?" "No." Dai Bai shook his head. "I will show you the house." Flender was left bewildered. Dai Mubai couldn't help but laugh. "Are you jesting? You intend to present a house?" Ning Rongrong's gaze was equally curious. How could one possibly produce a house? Was Dai Bai attempting to deceive them? Ignoring the puzzled gazes of the others, Dai Bai walked to an open area. "Step back a little. Do not get hurt." Dai Mubai scoffed disdainfully. "What a charade." Flender frowned. He had once held a favorable view of Dai Bai, but now he seemed less convinced. Ning Rongrong approached Xiao Wu, whispering, "Is Dai Bai joking? How could he be jesting?" Xiao Wu, having witnessed Dai Bai producing a small wooden house from a soul guide device, was filled with confidence in him. Ning Rongrong nodded. "I see." Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she regarded Dai Bai. Could he truly conjure a house? Dai Bai, surveying the space before him, felt it was still a tad small. After all, the system had upgraded the previous wooden house into a lavish villa. The term villa alone suggests grandiosity. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped back and called out, "Everyone, please step back a little. Make way." Flender found this ridiculous. There was already a space of 100 square meters. Was that insufficient? It seemed absurd. Yet, considering the gold soul coins at stake, he relented and stepped back. As did Xiao Wu and Oscar. However, Dai Mubai remained unmoved, gazing at Dai Bai as if he were a fool, his eyes brimming with derision. Dai Bai disregarded Dai Mubai's scorn, focusing instead on the task at hand. This should suffice. He extended his hand. Dai Mubai, observing Dai Bai's actions, smirked coldly, only for his expression to freeze in disbelief. His eyes widened as the sunlight above him was obscured, casting a shadow across his face. "What is this? So large?" With a resounding crash, a magnificent villa descended from the sky. It was not merely a house. This villa boasted a swimming pool and a backyard lawn. Aside from the absence of smart furniture, it was indeed the epitome of modern luxury. How could it possibly be this grand? Flender was utterly flabbergasted. The sudden appearance of such an opulent and colossal villa shattered his worldview. This was an occurrence that defied all logic, yet it was unmistakably before him. How on earth had Dai Bai accomplished this? Flender's mind raced, ultimately concluding, it must be the Spirit Hall. Surely, the Spirit Hall had developed something far more powerful. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened as well. The internal space of a soul guide device was not extensive, a fact universally acknowledged in the Douluo continent. Yet, now, her understanding was being dismantled. A house of this magnitude could actually fit within a soul guide device. The Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had mentally prepared for this. They too were taken aback upon witnessing the villa. They distinctly remembered Dai Bai's house being a modest wooden structure. How had it transformed so dramatically? Suddenly, an exclamation shattered the group's astonishment. They turned to see Dai Mubai trembling at one corner of the house, appearing almost deranged. Upon closer inspection, they realized one of his feet was pinned beneath the house. Ha! Xiao Wu laughed unabashedly. Brother Bai warned him to stand back, but he didn't listen. Now look. His foot is trapped. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled as well. Ever since encountering Dai Mubai, she found joy in witnessing his misfortune. Clearly, she held a grudge against him. By the heavens! Flender circled the villa, his mouth agape in awe. This is absurd, utterly absurd. It's a miracle. Dai Bai flew over from the opposite side. Teacher, do you believe me now? Look, my request for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to vacate the dormitory has been approved. I accept. Flender nodded fervently. He now recognized that Dai Bai was not someone to be trifled with. Having Dai Bai choose to study at Shrek Academy would undoubtedly bring prestige to his institution. Yay! Xiao Wu leaped in delight. Finally, I need not fear being spied upon by unsavory individuals. Ning Rongrong, overhearing Xiao Wu's comment, recalled that unpleasant fat man, her brows furrowing in concern. If young women were prohibited from renting off campus, it seemed she had no choice but to stay in the dormitory. A single young woman occupying a dormitory room. Surely, she would be vulnerable to prying eyes. Chapter 62. Ning Rongrong, living alone in the dormitory. Wouldn't he invite peeping? Ning Rongrong began to waver. Logically speaking, her relationship with Lonbai and the others had not yet reached that level of closeness. To express a desire to live with them, such words were evidently beyond her. Moreover, the bond shared by Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lonbai was clearly extraordinary. The thought of them embracing each other. Yet, as a support-type soul master, living alone in the girls' dormitory felt perilously unsafe. What if someone were to spy on her? Ning Rongrong could already envision the scene. At night, alone in her dormitory, she would tiredly arrange her bedding and, while stepping into the bathroom to shower, a dark figure would suddenly intrude through the window. It would eavesdrop on her bathing sounds. A lewd grin spreading across its face. Listening intently, it would conceal itself in the visual blind spot outside the bathroom door, humming softly. A handkerchief laced with narcotics poised, waiting for her to emerge, just as she, having washed away her fatigue with warm water, lazily stepped out of the bathroom. Yearning to embrace the softness of her bed, that shadow would pounce upon her. The overwhelming strength of an assault-type soul master would render her a support-type soul master, utterly defenseless. She would find herself forcefully grasped by the neck, her mouth and nose covered by the drug. After a brief struggle, she would succumb to unconsciousness. And then, what would happen next? Ning Rongrong shivered at the thought, too fearful to imagine the aftermath. This was not mere fanciful thinking. Her apprehension was grounded in reality. The evidence was starkly simple. First, this was a rural area, and the Shrek Academy was quite dilapidated, with security nearly non-existent, making it all too easy for anyone to sneak in. Second, there was that revolting gaze from Dai Mubai, and the leering of that red-haired, rotund fellow. No. She absolutely could not live alone. Resolute, Ning Rongrong turned her gaze towards Lonbai and the others, who were still engrossed in discussion. Xiao Wu, clutching Lonbai's arm, appeared curious. Brother Bai, how did the little wooden cabin suddenly become so spacious? And it's quite beautiful too. In response to Xiao Wu's curiosity, Lonbai affectionately tousled her hair, reiterating, the blessings bestowed by heaven. Just tell me if you like it. Of course I like Brother Bai's house, Xiao Wu replied joyfully. Zhu Zhuqing, hearing Lonbai's words, merely smiled without further comment. She had no inclination to ponder the concept of divine blessings, but it mattered little. As long as Brother Bai was well, she was content to assist him wholeheartedly. Dai Mubai, sitting on the ground, furiously devoured Oscar's large sausage, his eyes blazing with resentment. This scene caused Oscar to wince in pain. His sausage was being treated so brutally. His phantom limb. It hurt so much. Dai Mubai glared at Lonbai, finishing off the sausage in his hand, then turning to Oscar. More? Oscar felt empty inside, his expression bitter. Boss Dai, I truly have nothing left. Nothing left? Dai Mubai shot him a glare. Hurry up. With no other choice, Oscar could only produce the last remnants he had. Dai Mubai unceremoniously shoved Oscar's sausage into his mouth, mumbling through a mouthful. Oscar, which of those three women do you think is the most beautiful? Oscar, exhausted and devoid of desire, glanced around and replied nonchalantly, they're all pretty average, but that Ning Rongrong is quite nice, pretty enough. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Dai Mubai cast him a sidelong glance. What kind of taste do you have? Her figure is so mediocre. It wouldn't be enjoyable at all. Just her face is decent. Oscar, feeling utterly drained, simply nodded in agreement. Right. Damn it. Dai Mubai shoved Oscar's sausage back into his mouth, his eyes peering at Zhu Zhuqing, growing increasingly animated. Tonight, I absolutely must find a few girls to indulge with. Oscar remained silent, while Dai Mubai reveled in his desires. He, feeling utterly depleted, lacked any interest. As their conversation continued, Dai Mubai suddenly sighed. What a pity that Soto City lacks such beautiful women. Ever since I encountered these three, I find those gaudy ones utterly unappealing. Oscar, taken aback, responded, Boss Dai, you're handsome, wealthy, and a seasoned player. Dealing with these inexperienced girls should be a piece of cake, right? While there was truth to his words, Dai Mubai clenched his fists, glaring at Lonbai, who was surrounded by two beauties, feeling exceedingly vexed. That brat was obstructing him at every turn, causing him endless trouble. Oscar looked at Lonbai. Oh, I just realized something, he exclaimed, astonished. Boss Dai, are you saying he is monopolizing two beauties? Is there any other possibility? Dai Mubai retorted fiercely. Oscar remarked, well, he must have some skills. This comment sparked Dai Mubai's ire. What did you say? Nothing, just joking. Oscar quickly deflected. He then pointed towards Ning Rongrong. That beauty seems to be single, right? Boss Dai, this is an opportunity. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, recalling the warning from the recruiting elder. I can't afford to provoke her. He truly could not fathom why, as a prince of the empire, he would be intimidated by this young girl. Oscar looked at Dai Mubai. You're formidable, why not give it a try? You might succeed. Look at her frowning. It's clear she is facing some difficulties. If you go help her, won't you become familiar over time? After pondering for a moment, Dai Mubai nodded. That makes sense. With that, he rose gracefully from the ground, brushed off his clothes, and concealed any lustful glances in his eyes. He approached Ning Rongrong with an elegant demeanor. Yet halfway there, his steps faltered. For Ning Rongrong had moved closer to Lonbai. Dai Mubai watched as Ning Rongrong conversed with Lonbai, his face reddening with frustration. That scoundrel Lonbai. Wasn't he it enough to have two? Did he really need to monopolize three? He could hardly handle two at a time. Three would be utterly exhausting. Meanwhile, Lonbai, engaged in laughter with Ning Rongrong, since to gaze upon him and turned to see the menacing expression on Dai Mubai's face. His response was a middle finger. Dai Mubai's face flushed. Ning Rongrong, noticing Lonbai's gesture, looked puzzled. Brother Bai, what's wrong? Lonbai retracted his hand. It's nothing. Just a golden-haired creature is feeling jealous of me. Golden-haired creature. Ning Rongrong blinked, glancing at Dai Mubai. Upon seeing his flushed face, she also directed a middle finger at him. Chapter 63. Tang San. What? Lonbai is sleeping with the girls? Upon seeing Ning Rongrong's middle finger, the already flushed Dai Mubai's face turned even more grim, filled with a surge of anger. Damn that Lonbai. Beside him, Lonbai, noticing Ning Rongrong's gesture, gained a deeper understanding of this little princess from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It seemed she had quite a penchant for mischief. Moreover, with her royal status, she appeared fearless. Even knowing Dai Mubai's princely identity, she would still defiantly display her middle finger. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also observed the exchange between Lonbai and Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu, who already referred to Ning Rongrong as sister, was delighted to see her sister being so playful. Zhu Zhuqing, however, found herself warming up to Ning Rongrong. Regardless, as long as she despised Dai Mubai, she was on her side. All right, Lonbai turned to Ning Rongrong. What were you about to say to me? Hearing Lonbai speak, Ning Rongrong glanced at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, hesitated for a moment, and then softly said, I want to live with you. Zhu Zhuqing. This Ning Rongrong. Has she taken a liking to Lonbai so quickly? Indeed. Outstanding men always radiate a certain charm in the eyes of girls. Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, quickly agreed. Of course, if Sister Rongrong wants to live together, that is perfectly fine. I have no objections, but this matter should be decided by Brother Bai. Upon finishing her words, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously turned to Lonbai. Ning Rongrong also looked at Lonbai, her eyes filled with ambiguous meaning. Seeing all three women gazing at him, Lonbai pondered for a moment and did not give a direct affirmative. Instead, he inquired, Why do you wish to live with us? Because it's not safe for me to live alone, Ning Rongrong replied candidly. Those three, the blonde, the redhead, and the blue-haired, they don't seem like good people to me. And what if I'm a bad person? Lonbai teased, narrowing his eyes. Ning Rongrong squinted back, her tone nonchalant. Then I'll just accept my fate. At her words, Lonbai was left speechless and waved his hand dismissively. Fine, I concede. Just go clarify things with Flander. As long as he agrees, it will suffice. Ning Rongrong beamed at Lonbai's concession. Thank you. I'll go speak with Flander right away. With that, she swiftly made her way towards Flander. Observing Ning Rongrong leave, Xiao Wu appeared puzzled. Brother Bai. Why did you say you lost? Before Lonbai could explain, Zhu Zhuqing interjected. Brother Bai initially wanted to tease Ning Rongrong, but she caught on. Which is why she said, then I'll just accept my fate. Oh, Xiao Wu seemed to grasp some of it. Stop overanalyzing, Lonbai chuckled, affectionately ruffling Zhu Zhuqing's cat ears. Watching Ning Rongrong's cheerful figure depart, a smile slowly crept upon his lips. The outcome of this contest was yet to be determined. Moments later. You wait, fatty, 30 years of ups and downs, don't underestimate the youth. Tang San, filthy and burdened with equally dirty luggage, shouted at Ma Hongjun. Humph. Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes at Tang San, uninterested in his words. 30 years of ups and downs. His paltry blue-silver grass martial spirit had nothing on the evil fire phoenix. All right, Flander clapped his hands to silence the crowd. A swift glance silenced the restless Tang San, as Flander's sharp gaze compelled him to quiet down. Once the room hushed, he began to speak. You have all successfully passed the Shrek Academy's test. From this moment on, you are students of Shrek Academy. The crowd erupted in applause. With night falling, there would be no classes for the day, and everyone was instructed to head to their dormitories, wash up, and rest, as a new life awaited them the following day. With that, Flander turned to Dai Mubai. Mubai, you're the eldest. Take good care of the younger students. Understood? Dai Mubai replied solemnly. Understood. Good. Now take the younger students to the boys' dormitory. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai glanced at Tang San, frowning. Tang San, let us go. I'll show you to your dorm. Hearing this, Tang San quickly dragged his luggage to follow Dai Mubai, feeling utterly repulsive in his current state. However, as they walked, he suddenly realized that only Dai Mubai was beside him, along with the fatty and the lecherous guy. That damn Lonbai was nowhere to be seen. Tang San frowned and glanced back. The sight startled him. Why was Lonbai walking in another direction? And Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and that noble girl were following him. What the heck? Tang San exclaimed, quickly looking at Dai Mubai. Hey, why isn't Lonbai coming with us? He is a boy too. Dai Mubai didn't even turn his head. That guy has his own place. He won't be staying in the dorm. His own place? Tang San muttered this phrase, a new question popping into his mind. Why were the girls following him? Oscar chimed in. The girls are all staying with Lonbai. What else could it be? What? Tang San was incensed. A boy sharing a space with girls. Was that even reasonable? The foul-smelling Tang San exploded in anger. Why did Lonbai get to monopolize so many girls? Could he handle it all by himself? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun remained silent. They too wished to ask, but Lonbai would never respond. Even Flander, upon witnessing Lonbai's martial spirit and his immensely vast storage soul guide, had become like a sycophant, agreeing to everything Lonbai said. Seeing Dai Mubai remain unresponsive, Tang San turned to the relatively friendly Oscar. Did Lonbai use some trick to convince the teacher to let him live with 3 girls? Oscar pondered for a moment before replying, I don't think so. It seems those 3 girls insisted on being with him. Flander initially didn't allow it, but the 3 girls insisted on being with Lonbai. TSK, so enviable. Tang San was left dumbfounded. He found Oscar's response hard to believe. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and that girl with a noble aura. Why? Why did they insist on living with that damned Lonbai? Was he 1,000 times better than that scoundrel? Moreover, the issue of mixed-gender living arrangements had been acceptable at Notting Academy, where everyone shared the same dormitory under many watchful eyes. Even if Lonbai wanted to make a move on Xiao Wu, he wouldn't have had the opportunity. But now, without the protection of Knight Tang San, Xiao Wu, wouldn't she be taken advantage of by Lonbai? Just the thought of that scene brought Tang San unbearable anguish. Xiao Wu, my Xiao Wu. Tears welled in Tang San's eyes, nearly spilling over. Chapter 64, Little Dance. Brother Bai, shall we take a bath together? What is this fool doing? Dai Mubai glanced at Tang San, who was looking down, and inquired of Oscar. Oscar shrugged. I don't know. He just reacted like this after a few casual remarks. Dai Mubai frowned and chose to ignore it. He opened the dormitory door and pointed to the bed near the bathroom. Tang San, that bed now belongs to you. Tang San's eyes brimmed with tears, and upon seeing his bed, the tears streamed down his face. Damn it. They all deserve to die. Each one of them. The cursed Lonbai, the damned Dai Mubai, the wretched fatty, the lecherous man. They all have their demise awaiting them. 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline. Patience. A momentary setback is nothing to fear. He possesses a twin martial soul. It is only a matter of time before he catches up to Lonbai. By then, the blue-silver will ensnare them all. One by one, they will perish. Filled with resentment and the stench of despair, Tang San entered the dormitory, dragging along his foul-smelling luggage. As Tang San left a trail of dirty footprints, Oscar frowned and quietly asked, "Boss Dai, isn't this kid a bit disgusting? Shouldn't we have left him out of our dorm?" "I know," Dai Mubai replied nonchalantly. "So, I want to be staying in the dorm tonight. I need to vent my frustrations. It'll just be you and Mahonjun tonight." With that, Dai Mubai pocketed his keys and turned to leave. His body was ablaze with fury and desire. If he didn't fiercely indulge in some roasted chicken, he wouldn't be able to release his pent-up emotions. "Oscar." He glanced at Ma Hongjun, feeling somewhat comforted. "Old Ma, thankfully I have you." "Nope," Ma Hongjun interrupted directly. "I need to vent my own frustrations tonight. Otherwise, I'll feel stifled." Oscar was dumbfounded. "So what does that mean?" Ma Hongjun grinned and patted Oscar on the shoulder. "Tonight, you'll sleep with this foul creature. Farewell." With that, he too departed. Watching Ma Hongjun's figure vanish, Oscar turned to the stinking Tang San in the dormitory, feeling utterly numb. Oscar exclaimed, "Damn it. Don't you dare use my soap. Do you not realize how repulsive you are?" Tang San retorted, "Damn. Patience. Just wait until I grow stronger. They will all meet their end." Meanwhile, Lonbai was exploring various locations with Little Dance. Ultimately, the three women simultaneously settled on a serene countryside. At the foot of a mountain, beside a pond, a small stream babbled past. The flowers bloomed vibrantly, and the air was filled with the songs of birds. A perfect embodiment of nature's beauty. Little Dance clutched Lonbai's arm. "Brother Bai, let us settle here." "All right, I'll follow your lead." Lonbai was indifferent to the choice. He had intended to choose a random spot. Had Little Dance not been tugging at him, a location would have long been decided. After surveying the area, Lonbai summoned a luxurious villa. The villa landed with a thud, kicking up dust, yet it showed no signs of trembling. A testament to its sturdiness. Reviewing the villa's features. Villa characteristics: indestructible, superior soundproofing, infinite energy, biometric security, self-updating. Indestructible. The villa cannot be destroyed by any attack. Superior soundproofing. In any room, once the door is closed, no sound can escape, completely eliminating eavesdropping. Moreover, during intense activities, no noise will be produced. Infinite energy. The villa is equipped with an energy conversion array, as long as there is soul power nearby. Air conditioning and refrigeration can be used freely. Biometric security. The villa has a protective shield that can fend off attacks from beings below the tidal Douluo level. After biometrics are registered, access is seamless. Self-updating. The villa comes with a waste disposal system that automatically decomposes garbage, promoting environmental sustainability. Upon finishing the villa's specifications, Lonbai could only utter one word: impressive. "Brother Bai, why can't we get in?" Little Dance, eager to enter, discovered an invisible barrier preventing her from passing. Zhu Zhuqing also tested the barrier, realizing its robustness. Alone, she could not breach it. Ning Rongrong gazed at the magnificent villa, increasingly awed by Lonbai's mystique and strength. Is this the power of the spirit hall? Truly formidable. Observing Little Dance's adorable demeanor, Lonbai affectionately ruffled her hair and produced a circular object. "Everyone come over, line up, and place your hands on this." Little Dance was the first to dash forward. Extending her small hand, "How do I do it?" "Palm down, just place it on top." "Got it." Little Dance promptly laid her hand on the device. Lonbai instructed. "All right, next." Soon, all three women had registered their biometrics. Lonbai nodded. "You can enter now." Hearing this, Little Dance eagerly reached out and, sure enough, felt no barrier this time. "Sister Shuqing, Sister Rongrong, hurry." Little Dance joyfully grabbed Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shuqing's hands, rushing inside. Like a curious child, she explored every nook and cranny, frequently exclaiming in awe, "Wow, the floor is so smooth and cool. Wow, the walls feel so comfortable. Wow, this fabric is so silky." Little Dance's exclamations were ceaseless. Everything in this house was a new experience for her. "Brother Bai." Little Dance turned to Lonbai, her eyes sparkling with joy. "This will be our home from now on, right?" Lonbai smiled gently, "Of course." Little Dance bounced over, leaping into Lonbai's embrace and giving him a hearty kiss. "You are truly wonderful." Ding. Little Dance's affection for you has increased to 90. The rate of affection gain has increased. Current affection gain rate: 1.95. Hearing the system's notification, Lonbai smiled slightly. It seemed that the final affection level required reaching such heights. This was a way of providing little dance with a home. Ding. Ning Rongrong's affection for you has increased to 40. The rate of affection gain has increased. Current affection gain rate. 1. For 5s suddenly. An unexpected voice broke the moment. Upon hearing it, Lonbai glanced at Ning Rongrong in surprise, noticing her gazing at Little Dance's back with a hint of envy. All right. Lonbai patted Little Dance's bottom, whispering in her ear, let us go take a bath. After all, you've had a busy day and must be tired. A bath. Little Dance squirmed in Lonbai's embrace, pouting, I don't know where the washroom is. Brother Bai, please take me. Feeling the warmth of her soft body against him, Lonbai paused for a moment before affectionately saying, all right. Carrying Little Dance to the bathroom. Lonbai discovered a large bathing pool inside. In simple terms, it could accommodate 4 or 5 people bathing together without issue. Lonbai playfully tapped Little Dance's bottom. We arrive, this is it. Little Dance looked into the bathroom, and, upon seeing the oversized bathing pool, her eyes lit up. She turned to Lonbai, proposing, Brother Bai, Sister Rongrong, Sister Zhuqing, let us all bathe together. Lonbai, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, trailing behind. Chapter 65. Ning Rongrong's first deep understanding of Lonbai. This seems rather inappropriate. Lonbai rubbed his nose and discreetly glanced at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. In truth, he was indifferent. As a man of integrity, what was wrong with sharing a bath with Xiao Wu? Lonbai was inherently a principled individual. What harm was there in enjoying a romantic bath with Xiao Wu? However, Ning Rongrong was still present. Although not a stranger, they had only recently met. In their acquaintance was shallow. It was rather embarrassing for Ning Rongrong to witness such a scene so soon after spending the night at his home. Brother Bai, Xiao Wu said, observing Lonbai's hesitance with a slightly sullen expression. With a pitiful tone, she asked, do you not wish to? Lonbai. Faced with Xiao Wu's adorable demeanor, he found it utterly impossible to decline. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Rongrong, Zhuqing. If you do not wish to join, you may wait for the next turn. He gestured towards the living room, saying, there is a television, a PS5, an Xbox, and controllers over there. You may entertain yourselves. Upon hearing the mention of the television, Zhu Zhuqing's expression momentarily displayed confusion. What were these peculiar items? She had never heard of them before. Ning Rongrong, however, was not daunted. Regardless of her understanding, she nodded and said, all right, you and Xiao Wu go ahead. Just keep the noise down, all right? Upon hearing this, Lonbai looked at Ning Rongrong, and upon noticing the mischievous glint in her eyes, he smirked and nodded slightly. Rest assured, I shall be cautious. All right. Xiao Wu, eager for the bath, could hardly contain her excitement. She dashed out of the bathroom and wrapped her arms around Lonbai's, playfully saying, hurry up, I can hardly wait. Inhaling the sweet scent of Xiao Wu. Reminiscent of a little bunny, Lonbai smiled at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Before he could utter a word, Xiao Wu had already pulled him inside. She stuck out her little tongue at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, flashing a peace sign before shutting the bathroom door. Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong. The two stood at the bathroom door for quite some time until voices emerged from within. Brother Bai, could you help me with my clothes? The lingerie you bought me is rather tight. Tight? Lonbai replied, astonished. It seems our little Xiao Wu is still developing. Developing? Xiao Wu huffed. I am already an adult. I can handle anything. All right. Lonbai responded, his tone indulgent. Then came the sound of clothes being removed. Raise your arms. I'm stuck. Growing up really hasn't changed anything, Xiao Wu remarked. How could it not be useful? You will come to understand in due time, Lonbai replied. In due time? When will that be? Well, that depends on you. On me? Lonbai chuckled softly, opting for silence. Moments later, the sounds of undressing ceased. Brother Bai, I'm going to run the water. Remember to turn the red switch. That releases the hot water. Hot water? How marvelous. Brother Bai, your house is incredible. Is it just the house that is amazing? Brother Bai is amazing too. Even more so than this house. That is more like it. Upon hearing this, both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong felt a flush rise to their cheeks. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously turned towards the living room as directed by Lonbai. Upon reaching the living room, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong discovered an assortment of peculiar objects on the coffee table. It appeared to be the television and the other gadgets Lonbai mentioned. Curiosity sparked in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she picked up a coal-like item and examined it closely. Is this an exercise tool? Ning Rongrong shook her head and casually grabbed a white brick-like object. Is this for stabilizing a table leg? Zhu Zhuqing also shook her head. Ning Rongrong. She instinctively glanced toward the bathroom, where laughter and playful sounds occasionally emerged. It seemed that Lonbai and Xiao Wu were thoroughly enjoying themselves. This Lonbai was indeed somewhat enigmatic. Ning Rongrong glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who exuded grace and beauty. A woman so stunning could be drawn to him as a concubine. It made her wonder what Zhu Zhuqing saw in Lonbai. Ning Rongrong's gaze was unabashed, and Zhu Zhuqing immediately sensed it. She turned to Ning Rongrong and quietly asked, "What is it?" Not feeling embarrassed to be caught in the act, Ning Rongrong seized the opportunity to lean closer. With an air of nonchalance, she inquired, "Zhuqing, how did you meet Lonbai? I can tell by your demeanor that you seem willing to stay by his side as a concubine." At this, Ning Rongrong waved her hand, clarifying, "Concubine is not a derogatory term. I am merely curious. No need to feel tense." Zhu Zhuqing smiled serenely and turned her gaze towards the night scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Beyond the glass lay a tranquil expanse of countryside, dotted with the flickering lights of fireflies dancing in the night. She regarded the view and began to speak, her voice cool and laced with nostalgia. "My encounter with Brother Lonbai was quite serendipitous." Ning Rongrong blinked in surprise. "Serendipitous? I sense an intriguing tale." Zhu Zhuqing turned to meet Ning Rongrong's wide eyes brimming with curiosity and smiled. "It was one afternoon when I was overwhelmingly hungry, yet found myself without money and too timid to dine at a restaurant. Ultimately, I could no longer resist and sought out a restaurant to order a bowl of plain noodles." Zhu Zhuqing was an excellent storyteller, her words delicately woven, like wine aging gracefully over time, becoming richer and more flavorful with each passing moment. Ning Rongrong, filled with curiosity, occasionally interjected with questions about the details, proving herself to be an attentive listener. And so, one shared their tale while the other listened. Through Zhu Zhuqing's narration, Ning Rongrong began to delve deeper into the essence of Lonbai, her expressive eyes shimmering with wonder and unspoken intrigue. Inside the bathroom, Lonbai and Xiao Wu were engaged in a spirited water fight. As it was Xiao Wu's first experience with a hot bath, she was brimming with excitement. Her skin a radiant blush, her cheeks flushed and delicate, as though one could squeeze water from them. Incoming. In the steamy bathroom, Xiao Wu stood at the far left of the tub, scooping up hot water and splashing it towards Lonbai. Due to the thick steam, Lonbai failed to see Xiao Wu's movement and ended up with a mouthful of bathwater. He quickly spat it out, glaring at Xiao Wu. "This is too much. Prepare yourself." Lonbai scooped up a basin of water and retaliated by splashing it back at Xiao Wu, who squealed, "Hey, Brother Bai, that's against the rules. You can't use props." "Who says I can't?" Lonbai retorted, unbothered by the rules, intent on avenging his earlier misfortune. Chapter 66. Playing with Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong was astonished at last. Xiao Wu could no longer endure being splashed. With a loud shout, she leapt from across the bath. Lonbai, momentarily caught off guard, was overwhelmed by Xiao Wu and fell into the bath. After a brief moment of daze, Lonbai's first sensation was, so soft. The second was, so hot. The third was, so fragrant. As the warm softness enveloped him, Lonbai instinctively squeezed. It felt even softer. "Oh, Brother Bai, what are you doing? Don't squeeze around, it tickles." Xiao Wu's little head popped out from beneath the water, her pouting, tender lips displaying her dissatisfaction. Gazing at Xiao Wu in the bath and the position of his hand, Lonbai was slightly taken aback, then squeezed again. "Oh, what are you doing?" Xiao Wu's face flushed, her body growing a bit weak. Seeing her reaction, Lonbai was about to press his advantage when a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Ning Rongrong's affection for you has increased to 45, and the rate of acquiring affection points has risen. Current affection point acquisition rate, 1. 45 fives." Lonbai was perplexed. Why was her affection increasing randomly? He had done nothing at all. Could it be? He glanced at Xiao Wu's flushed face and attempted another squeeze. "Ding. Ning Rongrong's affection for you has risen to 50, and the rate of acquiring affection points has increased. Current affection point acquisition rate, 1. 5 fives." Lonbai was astonished. He squeezed again, but this time, Ning Rongrong's affection did not increase. Did it fail? He remained undeterred and squeezed once more. Still nothing. With a slight frown, Lonbai decided to apply a bit more force. "Ah, so ticklish. Stop squeezing." Xiao Wu cried out, feeling a little pain. Lonbai softly coaxed, "Just one more time. Let me try. If it doesn't work this time, I won't squeeze again." Hearing Lonbai's gentle words, Xiao Wu pouted and sensed something unusual in her body. After a moment, she replied, "All right, Xiao Wu, Truly adorable, Lonbai complimented in his heart. He held his breath, focused, and squeezed once more. Yet, the system remained silent. However, from Xiao Wu came a sound. So ticklish, I don't want to play anymore. Frowning, she removed Lonbai's hand and swam to the other side of the bath. Feeling the warm softness depart, Lonbai sighed. He still hadn't been able to increase Ning Rongrong's affection points. It had worked before. What could be the reason for this sudden change? Contemplating this, Lonbai looked toward Xiao Wu on the other side of the bath. He thought, perhaps he should conduct more experiments. In the living room, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had nearly finished their conversation. Through this deeper understanding of Lonbai, Ning Rongrong discovered that he truly seemed to be a good man, indeed. An extraordinary one. She glanced at the cool goddess Zhu Zhuqing and couldn't help but marvel internally. Brother Bai is indeed exceptional. Xiao Wu, lively and spirited. Sister Zhuqing, serene and graceful. Which of them isn't among the most beautiful girls? Just as Ning Rongrong pondered her own type, the bathroom door suddenly swung open. A wave of warm steam billowed forth, and Xiao Wu emerged, bouncing in her pink pajamas. Her cheerful demeanor indicated that this bath had been quite enjoyable for her. Her skin was smooth, her lips tender and glossy, resembling a delicate water lily. Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were momentarily captivated. Sister Zhuqing, Sister Rongrong. What are you staring at? Xiao Wu asked, feeling slightly uneasy under their gazes. She lifted her small feet, glancing around at her body. Is there something to see? Noticing Xiao Wu's innocent expression, Ning Rongrong finally spoke. Xiao Wu, was there some miraculous elixir in the bathroom? I feel as though you've suddenly transformed. Transformed? Xiao Wu's mouth fell open in confusion. Did that mean she had previously been an old rabbit? Now, after her bath, she had become new? Zhu Zhuqing, seeing her confusion, smiled and explained, what Rongrong means is that you look very clean now. Oh, Xiao Wu understood, pinching her arm to feel her skin. Indeed, she looked much fresher. Hot water surely did the trick. Hot water. Bathing. Ning Rongrong was astonished at Xiao Wu's words. With a cheeky grin, Xiao Wu replied, yes, hot water. Brother Bai's house has endless hot water. Endless hot water? Ning Rongrong was genuinely amazed. In the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, if she wanted hot water for a bath, she had to instruct the servants to prepare it well in advance. Because of this, she usually went to distant hot springs, where the water was continuously flowing. However, due to the distance, she always had to bring a large entourage for protection, as it was easy to be spied upon. In short, bathing in hot water outside was a tremendous hassle. But here, a house with a bathroom that provided endless hot water. What a concept! It was simply astounding. The little princess from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was left in awe. Not only was Ning Rongrong impressed, but Zhu Zhuqing, the noble young lady beside her, was equally astonished. Bathing in hot water at the Zhu family was also quite troublesome. Without a certain status, one could not expect servants to prepare hot water for bathing. To have a hot bath, one had to do it themselves. Moreover, one had to chop wood. Zhu Zhuqing, who had experienced this during a dark period, could certainly relate. During that time, she had no servants by her side. Cooking and bathing were tasks typically handled by others. But due to her sister's oppression, those servants dared not attend to her. Thus, everything fell upon her shoulders. During that time, she hardly had a chance to touch hot water. Even drinking water was from the well, let alone bathing in hot water. At Notting Academy, she had not had a hot bath either, and she often missed the refreshing sensation of bathing in hot water. No one had mentioned it before, and she had almost forgotten, until now, remembering the comfort of a hot bath. At that moment, Lonbai emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a bathrobe, and looked at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu and I have finished bathing. Are you going one by one or together? The two exchanged glances, both seeing the eagerness in each other's eyes. They simultaneously raised their hands. Together. All right. Lonbai raised an eyebrow, sensing their urgency. Although puzzled, he gave it little thought. After all, bathing in hot water was a familiar experience for him. Yay! Ning Rongrong cheered and hurried into the bathroom. Zhu Zhuqing, more demure, stood up and paused beside Lonbai. She turned, planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, and softly thanked him before entering the bathroom. Lonbai wiped his face, muttering, "Is this the aloof goddess?" Then it struck him. He seemed to have unlocked all the affection points on Zhu Zhuqing. This meant he had one opportunity for a grand lottery draw. Chapter 67. The lottery begins. The third martial soul. The extermination, sword formation. Upon this thought, Lonbai reclined lazily on the sofa, preparing to commence the lottery. Xiao Wu, noticing Lonbai's demeanor, nestled closer, pouting with curiosity as she inquired, "Brother Bai, what are these square objects for?" They are meant for watching television," Lonbai replied, picking up the remote control and turning on the television. The screen lit up with the animated series Peppa Pig, a creation of artistic whimsy. Xiao Wu's large, captivating eyes widened in astonishment as she watched Peppa Pig. Seizing the opportunity while Xiao Wu was engrossed, Lonbai shifted his focus to the system, examining the accumulated points. He possessed over 7,000 points, saved from previous moments spent with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing at the Rose Hotel. He had refrained from drawing until now, eagerly awaiting this moment. System, commenced the lottery. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu leaned against Lonbai's shoulder, still watching Peppa Pig. Suddenly, she sensed a shift in Lonbai's body and turned to see his brows knitted in concern, as if troubled by some dilemma. Hesitating briefly, she chose not to inquire. She trusted that if something was amiss, he would confide in her. In the system's space, Lonbai gazed at the dwindling points and the nearby gold soul coins. His expression troubled. "What is happening? Am I truly this unlucky?" After some contemplation, he recalled that the system had previously mentioned the expiration of his novice protection period. The splendid items he had drawn earlier were indeed bolstered by that protective grace. With only 4,000 points remaining, Lonbai pondered his next move and ultimately resolved to proceed with the draw. If his memory served him correctly, interactions with Ning Rongrong had unlocked several point segments, and his luck had been consistently favorable. System, continue the lottery. Lottery in progress. Congratulations. You have won 1,000 gold soul coins. Lottery in progress. Congratulations. You have won 100 gold soul coins. Lottery in progress. Lottery in progress. Congratulations. You have won a black and white cat ear-made outfit, inscribed with a miniature soul gathering formation. Lottery in progress. Congratulations. You have won a young girl swimsuit, inscribed with a miniature soul gathering formation. Lottery in progress. Congratulations. You have won a bunny girl outfit, inscribed with a miniature soul gathering formation. Lottery in progress. Congratulations. You have won a fitted, sturdy leather outfit, inscribed with a miniature soul gathering formation. Lottery in progress. Congratulations. You have achieved level 5 soul power. Lottery in progress. Congratulations. You have obtained a summoning card for a title Douluo from another world. Before long, the lottery concluded, and Lonbai felt a sense of satisfaction with the results. Considering that his novice protection period had expired, the items obtained in just 4 days were quite impressive. Excluding the gold soul coins, a detailed account revealed 2 black and white cat ear-made outfits, 1 bunny girl outfit, 3 young girl swimsuits, 2 sturdy leather outfits, 2 pairs of Parisian stockings in black, 2 in white, 1 summoning card for a title Douluo from another world, and 1 level 5 soul power. Lastly, he had acquired a body enhancement pill. Body enhancement pill description. This pill can quintuple your physical strength. Note, young man, the body is the foundation of revolution. Gazing at the array of garments, Lonbai smiled. It was no wonder that the goddess point system understood the inclinations of men so well. Whether made outfits or bunny girl costumes, each was undeniably exquisite. Not to mention the alluring swimsuits, they were truly formidable assets. As for the enhancement of strength, he had also drawn level 5 soul power and a pill to bolster his physical capabilities. Soul power, in essence, could be cultivated with time. Yet physical prowess required diligent training, a process often arduous and time-consuming. In summary, he had garnered an impressive array of items through 7,000 points over 3 days, a significant gain indeed. With ample time at his disposal and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing by his side, accumulating points would merely be a matter of time. Additionally, Ning Rongrong had also unlocked points. He would need to schedule a time to engage with her for more point accumulation, purely for that purpose, without any ulterior motives. Calming his mind, he momentarily set aside thoughts of maid outfits, bunny girl costumes, and swimsuits, directing his focus towards the highest-tier lottery ticket. Transitioning to the ultimate draw, he silently recited a mantra within his heart. The system responded by commencing the transformation, and a golden dragon descended from the heavens, morphing into a radiant wheel of fortune. With a resplendent glow and an air of simplicity, the familiar interface appeared, along with its coveted rewards: the human-faced demon spider martial soul, the azure dragon martial soul, the Haotian hammer martial soul, the 8 spider lance's external soul bone, the Earth Dragon King's torso bone, the hammer of Thunder God, the extermination sword formation, the flowing blade like fire, and the million-year ice silkworm soul ring. All were treasures of great value. Yet, Lonbai hoped fervently to avoid drawing from the first row, particularly the worthless Haotian hammer. Any item from the subsequent row would be readily accepted. Ba, may fortune smile upon me, and may the deities bless me with inner strength. Suppressing his excitement, Lonbai intently declared, commence the lottery. Confirm usage of the highest tier lottery opportunity. Confirm. Usage successful, lottery in progress. Draw complete. You have obtained the unique innate spiritual treasure, martial soul extermination, sword formation. Upon hearing the phrase extermination sword formation, Lonbai exhaled in relief, his breath steadying with joy. The extermination sword formation stood as the pinnacle reward from the highest tier lottery, with the extermination sword formation and the Seraphim martial soul. He now possessed 2 unparalleled martial souls, a rarity among 3 life martial soul holders. Each of these extraordinary souls could establish a sect on their own merit, and now, both resided within him. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lonbai placed the made outfits and other items into the system inventory, slowly opening his eyes. He was unprepared for the curious gaze of Xiao Wu, who met his eyes with a blush, swiftly averting her gaze as she murmured, "It's nothing. I noticed you seemed quite excited, so I came over to take a look." Lonbai chuckled, "Your perception is rather keen." Xiao Wu blinked. Leaning against the sofa with an air of innocence, her voice filled with curiosity, "What good fortune have you uncovered?" Inhaling the sweet scent of her presence, Lonbai feigned mystery. "It is a great treasure indeed." Chapter 68. Xiao Wu in a bunny outfit. Ning Rongrong peeking enviously. Xiao Wu, intrigued, observed her surroundings while Ning Rongrong, filled with envy, stole glances. "Dabaobei?" Xiao Wu's curiosity piqued, while old Pig Peiqi feigned disinterest. She reached out, wrapping her blue and white arms around him, pouting adorably as she coaxed, "Brother Bai, please tell me." Seeing Xiao Wu's endearing demeanor, Lonbai couldn't help but entertain a playful thought. "Do you truly wish to know? If I share this secret with you, you must wear it." "Wear it?" Xiao Wu pondered, her eyes sparkling with realization. "Is it new clothing? Wow, how did you guess?" Lonbai feigned disappointment. Hee. Xiao Wu clasped Lonbai's arm, nuzzling against him. "Good brother, hurry and show me the new outfit." With that, Lonbai revealed the bunny costume from his inventory. Xiao Wu immediately leaped into his embrace, snatching the attire from his hands. Eagerly, she held it up against herself. At first, she was fascinated, but then her brow furrowed as she murmured, "This outfit is quite revealing." "Indeed, it is. I designed it specifically for you, and you would look stunning in it," Lonbai candidly remarked. "However, this is something you can only wear at home, not outdoors. Designed just for me." Xiao Wu's face lit up with delight, her heart soaring with sweetness. Clutching the costume, she declared, "Brother Bai, wait for me. I will change into it right now." With that, she dashed into an adjacent room. The sound of fabric brushing against skin echoed from within. Soon, the door swung open. Xiao Wu emerged, clad in the alluring bunny outfit, her cheeks flushed. "Brother Bai, do I look good?" Lonbai nodded at the bashful bunny girl. "Indeed, you look lovely." "Really?" Xiao Wu bounced closer, standing before him. She pulled out 3 white items, asking, "Brother Bai, I don't need to wear these bunny ears, right?" "Of course not," he replied. Xiao Wu nodded, placing the other 2 items before Lonbai, her tone laced with curiosity. "But what about these 2 bunny tails? One of them looks rather strange. How does it attach?" Gazing at the odd bunny tail, Lonbai inhaled sharply. "Isn't this just a toy?" he thought, exasperated with the system. "You won't need this today. I'll teach you how to use it next time." He tucked the bunny tail away. Xiao Wu's curiosity surged. She was eager to understand how the bunny tail functioned, but since Brother Bai promised to teach her later, she decided to wait. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Zhu Zhuqing, her face flushed, hurriedly wrapping herself in a bathrobe. From within, Ning Rongrong's voice called out, "Hey, Zhuqing, don't run away. I won't bite you." Lonbai was taken aback, watching as Zhu Zhuqing, blushing fiercely, ignored the comment and swiftly shut the bathroom door. Once she realized Ning Rongrong wouldn't follow, she exhaled in relief, only to notice Lonbai and Xiao Wu's curious gazes fixed upon her. Her face reddened once more. Clutching the bathrobe tightly, she felt her form becoming increasingly evident. Lonbai's heart raced at the sight. His previous indifference towards her physique was now overshadowed by a palpable attraction. Standing there, Xiao Wu chimed in, "Brother Bai, your gaze is rather intense." Lonbai quickly diverted his eyes, feigning innocence. "What are you talking about? I have no interest in such attributes." Xiao Wu smirked. a teasing glint in her eyes. The playful banter only deepened Zhu Zhuqing's embarrassment. A sudden chill swept through, causing her to shiver after stepping out of the warm bathroom. Lonbai, noticing, expressed concern. "Zhuqing, don't just stand there. Go put on some clothes." "Okay," she nodded, retreating to her room, each step causing her form to sway enticingly. Lonbai couldn't help but glance over, acknowledging the natural allure of movement. "Would you like to touch?" laid bare in his mind. He instinctively nodded before quickly shaking his head, asserting, "I am a gentleman and have no interest in such things." "Is that so?" Xiao Wu teased, leaping onto the sofa with a playful smirk, crossing her arms in a provocative manner. If Zhu Zhuqing represented a ripe fruit, Xiao Wu was akin to a zesty lime, smaller yet irresistibly appealing. "Do you like it?" Lonbai, maintaining his seriousness, shook his head. Xiao Wu, undeterred by his denial, lunged at him, pressing her zestful form against his face. Startled, Lonbai inhaled deeply, enveloped by the sweet scent of her presence. Losing his balance, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. The snug fit of the bunny outfit made the embrace all the more delightful. Seizing the moment, Xiao Wu beamed triumphantly, only for Zhu Zhuqing to poke her head out, whispering, "Xiao Wu, could you pass me my sleepwear?" Still caught up in the playful engagement, Xiao Wu ignored her, pressing down on Lonbai. Eventually, he heard Zhu Zhuqing's plea and, taking charge, flipped their positions. A swift tap silenced the exuberant Xiao Wu. "Why hit me when you clearly enjoy this?" She pouted, confused. Lonbai maintained a stern demeanor. "Don't let her feel slighted. Return Zhuqing's sleepwear." With a sulky expression, Xiao Wu reluctantly retrieved a bundle of clothing from her storage. Inside were Zhu Zhuqing's garments, purchases made during their outings at Nodding Academy, where Lonbai had indulged both women with gifts. "Brother Bai here." Xiao Wu tossed a sheer black lace nightgown at him, the lingering scent of Zhu Zhuqing enveloping the air. With a serious demeanor, Lonbai handed it to the blushing Zhu Zhuqing, who quickly accepted it, retreating behind the door. Suddenly, Lonbai interjected, "Zhuqing, wait. What is it?" Zhu Zhuqing peeked out again. "Try this on." He offered her 2 leather outfits, intricately designed with a microarray for enhancing her cultivation. Gazing at the leather, Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Lonbai, nodded silently, and retreated once more. Beside them, Xiao Wu couldn't help but sulk. "Why does Zhuqing get 2 outfits while I only receive 1? These are essentials. Of course, one should have a spare," Lonbai replied. As he withdrew his gaze, he noticed the bathroom door slightly ajar. "Wait, was Ning Rongrong peeking?" Chapter 69. Zhu Zhuqing in leather. Ning Rongrong's complete defeat in the bathroom. Ning Rongrong stood bare, her exquisite figure fully visible. She withdrew her gaze from the doorway and sauntered back to the bath, submerging herself completely, save for her large, expressive eyes. How generous of Lonbai to purchase clothes for both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. I wonder if you would do the same for me. No, no, no. Ning Rongrong quickly shook her head, splashing water around. What was she thinking? Her relationship with Lonbai was not particularly deep. Why would he buy her clothes? Absurd. Her hands glided over her smooth skin, her eyes vacant as she pondered. The absence of Zhu Zhuqing's robust touch was palpable. Soon, she finished her wash and retrieved a pristine garment from her soul guide. She examined her reflection in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. Even without new clothes, she would undoubtedly outshine the 2 girls. I, Ning Rongrong, am the most beautiful in the world. Stepping out, she caught the attention of Lonbai and Xiao Wu, who instinctively turned their gaze her way. After exchanging mere greetings, they returned to their television show. Xiao Wu asked, "Brother Bai, why does Peppa Pig's dad have a pig's trotter?" Lonbai replied, "Because her father is deceased, but the director believed that despite Peppa's age, she retains a child's heart. Thus, they allowed her to dig him up from the ground and preserve him with salt, occasionally taking him out to play." Xiao Wu exclaimed, "You what a ridiculous plot." "I want to change it," she declared. "Brother Bai, is the show wolf and granny good?" "Not bad," he said. Ning Rongrong, standing nearby and anticipating compliments, felt a pang of disappointment. She glanced at herself, then at the vibrant characters on the screen, realizing perhaps their allure overshadowed her beauty. With that thought, she relaxed. She strolled over to the sofa, observing the peculiar items before her, and then glanced at Lonbai and Xiao Wu sprawled on the couch. Hesitating for a moment, she cautiously sat down. Ning Rongrong. This is so comfortable. The cushion enveloped her, softer than her own bed. How remarkable. Where did Lonbai acquire such material for his furniture? She pressed her hand against the back of the sofa, which yielded just as pleasantly. Lying back, she felt her rigid body melt into relaxation. Oh, how delightful. As she settled into the sofa, she felt an unexpected gaze upon her. Turning to look, she noticed Lonbai and Xiao Wu observing her with curious expressions. Clearing her throat, she quickly explained, I have a similarly comfortable chair at home. I just wanted to compare. Lonbai, surprised, asked, You have one too? This is a modern sofa, you know. Douluo continent is an ancient Western world. How could such a thing exist? Of course. My home is quite impressive. We have these chairs everywhere. Ning Rongrong fibbed, unwilling to lose face. That's great. This sofa is merely decent. I have an even more comfortable one in my room. Would you like to try it? Even more comfortable? Ning Rongrong was taken aback by his words. Noticing her expression, Lonbai smiled knowingly, aware of her pride and unwillingness to appear inferior. However, to conquer a proud woman, one must tread upon her most cherished pride. Indeed, this sofa is the least comfortable one in my house, he remarked casually. Ning Rongrong. She nodded absently, nestled into the sofa, lost in her thoughts. Seeing her silence, Xiao Wu couldn't hold back any longer. She turned to Lonbai, Brother Bai. Is there really a sofa more comfortable than this? Would you like to try it? I can fetch it for you, but it's a single chair. At the mention of a single chair, Xiao Wu shook her head, clinging to Lonbai's arm and leaning against him, exclaiming, Single is fine. No sofa could ever be as comfortable as you. A human sofa with built-in temperature control. How could it not be comfortable? Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, nestled in the sofa, observed the interaction between Xiao Wu and Lonbai. For some reason, despite lying on such a comfortable surface, she felt a chill. She longed to join them, but intruding on their moment felt inappropriate. In the midst of her internal conflict, the door swung open. The three turned to see Zhu Zhuqing emerge, clad in a form-fitting leather outfit. At that moment, they were all captivated. What defines a devilish figure? This was it. The black leather accentuated Zhu Zhuqing's curves, showcasing her voluptuous silhouette. The fabric clung to her body, emphasizing her chest, waist, and hips, an exquisite embodiment of the golden ratio. Zhu Zhuqing was not just notable for her bosom, her posterior was equally impressive. The intersection of her long legs and slender waist was the true highlight, perky and elegantly curved. What are you all staring at? Zhu Zhuqing startled at their collective gaze, particularly from Lonbai and Ning Rongrong. She was aware of Lonbai's admiration for her physique and relished his attention, feeling secure in her unique position in his heart. Yet, why was Ning Rongrong's gaze so fervent? Zhu Zhuqing recalled the earlier moment in the bathroom when Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes frequently darted toward her chest. Did she have an affinity for women? Surely not. Zhuqing, you look stunning in that outfit, Lonbai complimented, never one to hold back praise for beauty. Hearing his compliment, a blush crept across Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks as she humbly replied, It's your discerning eye, Lonbai. Oh, how I envy you. Xiao Wu exclaimed, rushing over with outstretched arms, employing her playful grip to squeeze Zhu Zhuqing's ample bosom, burying her face into it, and muffling in frustration, Why don't I have such a figure? Brother Bai loves this kind the most. Chapter 70. Ning Rongrong, can I join in? Little Wu, let go of that girl. Lonbai rushed over and pushed Little Wu aside, speaking sternly, The ribs are the most delicate parts. If you squeeze them like that, you might easily damage them. Do you understand? You should knead them like this. Beside them, Little Wu murmured, Brother Bai, Rongrong is still watching. Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly pushed away Lonbai's hand. TSK. Fine. Lonbai was not in a hurry, after all. Once they reached the bed and turned off the lights, no one would be able to see. He could do as he pleased. He took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and sat down on the sofa, comfortably embracing both girls while watching television. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong felt like an outsider, lowering her head. It dawned on her that it wasn't the television that was captivating, but rather her own lack of beauty. Zhu Zhuqing had received compliments when she emerged. Yet she had received nothing. This could only indicate that she was not pretty enough. No, it must be the clothes. If only she had new attire. She would undoubtedly be more beautiful than Zhu Zhuqing. With this thought, Ning Rongrong regained some confidence. After a while of watching television, they all began to feel drowsy. Noticing Little Wu was dozing off, Lonbai turned off the television and tapped her gently. Little Wu, wake up, it's time for bed. Little Wu rubbed her eyes and sleepily reached out, Brother Bai, carry me. With a resigned sigh, Lonbai lifted her by the waist. Little Wu instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her legs entwining around his waist. Lonbai supported her bottom with one hand and looked at Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, come with me. I'll find you a room. Ning Rongrong nodded, watching as he casually led her to a room where the bed was already made, complete with blankets and all necessities. After showing her how to turn the lights on and off, Lonbai embraced Little Wu and left with Zhu Zhuqing. At the door, Ning Rongrong stood in a daze. What was happening? Why did Lanbai take little Wu and Zhu Zhuqing straight to his room? Unable to contain herself, she called out, "Brother Bai, shouldn't little Wu and Zhu Zhuqing sleep with me since they are girls?" Before Lanbai could respond, Zhu Zhuqing softly interjected. "Little Wu and I have always slept with Brother Bai since we were young." Ning Rongrong blinked in confusion. Together? In the same bed? Zhu Zhuqing nodded, unashamed. Accustomed to sleeping with Lonbai, Ning Rongrong was completely stunned. Girls and boys sleeping together? Although they had a good relationship, this felt too intimate. Were they going to undress? She instinctively asked. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Lonbai chuckled at her question. Of course, we undress. How else do we sleep? Without lingering on Ning Rongrong's shocked expression, he walked inside while holding little Wu. Zhu Zhuqing, blushing, did not contradict Lonbai's fib. She switched off the lights in the living room and quickly followed him inside. Click. The door shut tightly. Ning Rongrong, still in shock, took a long time to recover. A boy and two girls were going to sleep together, and it was not merely sleeping. They were going to undress. What kind of situation was this? Ning Rongrong imagined the scene. How scandalous. She had only heard of such stories in the town's risky tales. She never expected it to unfold right before her eyes. Was she feeling the urge to join? No. Perhaps Brother Bai did not find her appealing. With this thought, her spirit sank. Indeed, when she emerged from the bath earlier, Brother Bai's gaze had been indifferent, unlike the way that blonde-haired fellow had looked at her. One was pure, the other was disgusting. The contrast was stark. If only Brother Bai looked at her with that kind of gaze, perhaps she wouldn't feel repulsed. But ultimately, it was clear that Brother Bai found her unattractive. Biting her lip, Ning Rongrong silently entered the room and closed the door. The next day, little Wu burst out of the room, covering her mouth and rushing to the bathroom, leaving Ning Rongrong bewildered. What milk? Zhu Zhuqing emerged from the room, dressed in leather. Ning Rongrong pointed towards the bathroom. That milk? The one in her mouth. Zhu Zhuqing looked puzzled. She just accidentally got her hair in her mouth. She didn't drink any milk. After some commotion, the four of them arrived at the playground for their first class. When Lonbai and the others arrived, everyone else was already there. Seeing Lonbai, a weak Dai Mubai spoke up sarcastically. "Hey, kid, where were you last night? Why arrive so late on the first day of class?" Last night, Lonbai wrapped his arm around Zhu Zhuqing's waist with a sigh. Zhuqing was just too passionate, and I had to pamper her for a bit longer. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing pursed her lips and looked down, saying nothing. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, Dai Mubai's expression darkened. The previous night, he had visited the archives and discovered that Zhu Zhuqing was not merely a namesake of his childhood fiancée, but rather the very same person. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with joy. Recalling Zhu Zhuqing's devilish figure and angelic face, he couldn't contain his excitement and rushed to the Rose Hotel, indulging in 3 girls throughout the night. Yet, he still felt unsatisfied, as none of them were Zhu Zhuqing. Today, he resolved to turn over a new leaf, to stop his previous ways and genuinely pursue Zhu Zhuqing to restore his image. But little did he know, Zhu Zhuqing's bond with Lonbai was so strong. Damn it. How infuriating, Dai Mubai thought. Zhu Zhuqing was supposed to be his fiancée, his possession, and should obey him. Don't be so upset, Blondie. If you get any angrier, Zhuqing won't have anything to do with you, Lonbai coldly retorted. Just wait. Dai Mubai glared at the calm Zhu Zhuqing and turned away, clenching his fists, deciding not to engage with Lonbai any further. Tang San, witnessing Dai Mubai being ridiculed by Lonbai, couldn't help but smirk silently. It felt great. Lonbai wants tea so bad when he wants tea targeting him. All right. Everyone, stand in line. Flinder observed Dai Mubai's defeat but said nothing, as Lonbai held a higher position in his eyes than Dai Mubai. What's a prince from the Star Luo Empire compared to someone from the Wuhuan Hall? Once everyone stood in line, Flinder adjusted his glasses and began, "I am Flinder. And this is Shrek Academy." After the introduction, he announced, "All right, new students, today's training starts now. We will run 5 laps. What? 5 laps? Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others exclaimed in disbelief. Oscar cried in despair, "Principal, you must be mistaken. We used to only run 1 lap. Why 5 laps today? Are you trying to kill us?" Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan's faces turned grim. After all, they had spent the previous night indulging and were utterly exhausted. Running 5 laps, this is a sentence of death for them. Chapter 71. 50 kilometers, team competition, rewards and punishments. Upon hearing Oscar's loud exclamations, Flander frowned. The plan for the day lies in the morning. Do you not comprehend this saying? After careful consideration, It became evident that the physical fitness of soul masters is intrinsically linked to the speed at which they cultivate their soul power to enhance our physical capabilities. Rigorous training is indispensable. Running 5 laps is not a punitive measure on my part. It is entirely for your benefit. The human body must push beyond its limits to achieve growth. Therefore, we must persevere in our physical training, especially for support-type soul masters. Indeed. I am speaking directly to you, Oscar. Upon hearing this, Oscar's countenance dimmed. What is that expression? Flander inquired, observing him closely. Did you not sleep well last night? To this, Oscar nodded earnestly. Teacher, it is not that I am unwilling to run. I truly did not rest well last night. He lamented. Last night. As he prepared for sleep after his usual evening routine. He was just on the verge of drifting off when a sound akin to nails scraping against wood jolted him awake. To his dismay, he discovered that it was Tang San, in a nightmarish state, clawing at the wooden surface in his sleep. Oscar, witnessing Tang San's ghastly expression, dared not rouse him. After listening to Oscar's tale, the others turned their gazes towards Tang San. Flander was the first to speak. Tang San, do you have a problem? Tang San, perplexed, stammered. Huh? Flander continued. Should I say, do you suffer from a sleep disorder? If so, I could assist you in seeking treatment. Tang San's face turned a shade of green at Flander's kindness. The previous day, after witnessing Lonbai take 3 girls to another location to sleep, jealousy had consumed him. Unbeknownst to him, this incident had infiltrated his dreams. In his slumber, he lay in bed, concealed beneath the covers, watching Lonbai and the 3 girls engage in various antics, nearly driving him to madness. Perhaps due to a habit of being a green-haired turtle, even when infuriated. He had no inclination to intervene. Instead, he merely hid beneath the covers, secretly observing Lonbai and Xiao Wu's intimate moments. At one point, Xiao Wu had even called for his assistance, saying, Tang San, stop peeking. Push harder. Bai Ge has no strength left. Yet, he had indeed disregarded the act of peeping. Perhaps due to a lack of inspiration, he found himself unable to dream vividly. Tang San, what are you thinking? Your complexion is dreadful. You cannot possibly be ill, can you? Flander's voice broke through Tang San's reverie. The loudness of it jolted him back to reality. He quickly shook his head at Flander. No, I am not ill. Flander thought to himself, this Tang San is as foolish as a simpleton. That bastard Xiaogang has taken on such a useless disciple? Has age rendered him blind? Noticing Flander's expression of exasperation, Tang San awkwardly averted his gaze. To his dismay, he saw Xiao Wu pointing at him, beaming as she conversed with Lonbai. Without a doubt, they were mocking him. Curse be it. However, that dream from last night could not possibly be true. Damn Lonbai. Meanwhile, Lonbai also sensed Tang San's stare. In response, he merely smiled slightly, wrapping an arm around Xiao Wu's shoulder and planting a kiss on her cheek. Bai Ge, what are you doing? There are so many people around. Could you not engage in such acts? Xiao Wu poked his waist, signaling him to be more discreet. This was merely an accident. He should exercise caution in the future. Lonbai agreed casually, then glanced at Tang San. Upon seeing his contorted expression, he withdrew his gaze, satisfied. The first order of business this morning was to torment Tang San alongside Xiao Wu. On the other side, Flander observed Tang San's distorted expression with a furrowed brow. He muttered softly, I must find an opportunity to contact you Xiaogang and see if we can expel this troubled Tang San. Clearing his throat, he announced, all right. Each lap measures 10 kilometers, totaling 5 laps. You are not permitted to rest until you have completed them. Should you have any objections? Now is the time to voice them. What? Ning Rongrong gasped in disbelief. She had initially thought a lap merely meant running around the training ground. Little did she know, each lap was 10 kilometers. Xiao Wu's face mirrored her shock as she exclaimed to Lonbai, 10 kilometers per lap, 5 laps. Bai Ge, is this not sheer bullying? In response to Xiao Wu's lamentations, Lonbai remained unfazed. After all, he had consumed a stamina-enhancing pill the previous night. Whether it be 50 kilometers or 500, he could easily complete the distance given time. He simply ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, stating, exercising is beneficial. A healthy body ensures our future offspring are robust. Hearing this, Xiao Wu pouted, gazing at Lonbai, Bai Ge. Why do I feel as though you are reveling in this chaos? Lonbai replied, not at all. If you run, I shall surely run alongside you. We are in this together. Xiao Wu, having spent many years beside Bai Ge, knew well how to adjust her posture whenever he playfully patted her backside. She was confident that Bai Ge did not take the 50 kilometers seriously. Humph. When the time comes that I can no longer run, I shall have Bai Ge carry me. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she felt lighter in spirit. Zhu Zhuqing, however, exhibited little change in expression. 50 kilometers was a trivial distance. She had traversed far greater distances before. She vividly recalled the time she escaped from the Zhu family, having run considerably more than 50 kilometers. Upon hearing Flanders' words, Tang San contemplated voicing an objection, but upon observing the astonishment of his peers, he decided against it. He cast a glance at the composed Lonbai, internally cursing, "You are showing off, are you? Just wait until you are too exhausted to continue." As a reincarnated individual, Tang San had trained his body from a young age. Although he could not match Lonbai's soul power, he was confident his physical fitness far surpassed Lonbai's. With this thought, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Why not seize this opportunity to decisively outpace Lonbai? This notion excited him, and he quickly raised his hand. "Teacher, I have a question." Flander, seeing it was Tang San, furrowed his brow, pondering. What madness is this guy up to? Yet, maintaining composure, he nodded in response. "Speak, what is it?" Tang San's voice captured everyone's attention. Under their watchful eyes, he stood tall and declared, "Teacher, I believe that without competition, there is no motivation for running. Therefore, I propose we treat this training session as a competition. Without competition, there is no motivation?" Flander pondered, realizing the wisdom in Tang San's words. He nodded. "Indeed, Tang San, your insight is commendable." After surveying the 8 individuals present, he contemplated. Competitions among soul masters often take the form of team events. We might as well utilize this training session to cultivate teamwork. Thus, you 8 shall divide into 2 teams, with 4 members each, free to choose your own partners. Be mindful, this training is a competition. And with competition comes rewards and penalties. Choose your teammates wisely and decide amongst yourselves. Chapter 72, Dai Mubai reveals his identity. Zhu Zhuqing laughs coldly as Flinder's words faded. The 8 individuals exchanged glances. In the next moment, Dai Mubai swiftly pulled Ma Hongjun and Oscar closer to him. Then, with a smile, he turned to Zhu Zhuqing and gently said, "Zhuqing, come join us. With our 3 strong boys, we can easily assist you, a single girl." "What the heck?" Tang San exclaimed anxiously. Although he possessed decent physical fitness, he couldn't possibly manage 2 girls, especially Ning Rongrong, who, though stunning, exuded an air of nobility that rendered her incapable of running. Asking her to cover 50 kilometers seemed utterly ludicrous. Merely finishing would be an achievement. He rushed toward Dai Mubai, but before he could reach him, he was met with a fierce glare from Ma Hongjun. "You'd better stay away, blue-silver grass waste." Ma Hongjun snapped. Tang San's face darkened at the remark, yet he meekly pleaded, Not that I mean to intrude. But we all reside in the same dormitory. You 3 should let me join you." "Get lost." Ma Hongjun barked again, realizing that his thick skin had its limits. Tang San could only smile and concede. All right. He stepped aside, his expression falling instantly. "You glutton, just wait until I grow stronger. I'll be the first to ensnare you with my blue-silver grass and lead you to your doom. Just wait." Dai Mubai was quite pleased with Ma Hongjun's reaction. The 2 shared a camaraderie easily formed over their mutual interests. He turned back to Zhu Zhuqing, his voice becoming even more tender. "Zhuqing, come with me. I shall assist you." With his handsome appearance and gentle words, he was undoubtedly an attractive figure to young maidens. Had Zhu Zhuqing been an innocent girl, she might have been swayed. However, she had already seen through Dai Mubai's facade. Gazing at him with her frosty, beautiful eyes, Zhu Zhuqing spoke softly. Her tone melodic yet pointed. "What did you just say?" "Flinder, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Tang San. What did you just say?" Zhu Zhuqing repeated. Her words laced with an unexpected sharpness that elicited laughter from Ning Rongrong, who chimed in with her tinkling voice. "How amusing. I never thought our cold and graceful Zhuqing would utter such words." With a serious expression, Xiao Wu raised her hand to correct her, saying, "Zhuqing, that's not right. It should be, what are you barking about?" "Oh," Zhu Zhuqing nodded earnestly and rephrased, "What are you barking about?" Dai Mubai was momentarily stunned, utterly bewildered by Zhu Zhuqing's unexpectedly charming insult. He had envisioned countless scenarios, but none included Zhu Zhuqing rejecting him so brazenly. In his experience, women had always flocked to him, eager to be embraced by his charm. He simply could not fathom why a woman would refuse him. Yet today, he faced rejection, and it left him incredulous. His expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Zhu Zhuqing, his voice cold as ice. "What did you just say?" Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of unease wash over her under his scrutinizing gaze. Growing up in the Zhu family, she had been conditioned to submit to royalty, to act as a servant. But after living carefree alongside Lonbai, she had nearly forgotten the repugnant lessons of her upbringing. Yet, Dai Mubai's terrifying stare reignited those childhood memories, and she instinctively took a step back, fear creeping in. Just then, Lonbai stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Zhu Zhuqing's waist, serving as her steadfast support. Feeling the reassuring strength beside her, Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Lanbai's confident profile, and a surge of courage flooded her being. The fear of the Imperial family dissipated entirely. Hearing Lanbai's voice, Dai Mubai lifted his chin defiantly. "Kid, this is my family matter. What are you doing here? Who cares about your family matters? You, the golden-haired lecher, think you have a say?" Zhu Zhuqing retorted fiercely. "I severed all ties with the Zhu family long ago. I am who I am, not merely the second miss of the Zhu family. The engagement you made with the Zhu family has nothing to do with me. Remember this, if you bother me again, I won't be so courteous." Her words left the crowd in stunned silence. Flender adjusted his glasses, opting to remain silent as he watched the spectacle unfold. A prince of the Starluo Empire faced off against the second miss of the Zhu family, backed by powerful figures from the Spirit Hall. He certainly couldn't afford to offend either side. Ma Hongjun and Oscar stood speechless, their astonishment palpable, while Tang San was utterly flabbergasted. He had learned of Dai Mubai's royal status the previous night from Oscar, so that revelation held little shock for him. What truly astounded him was the realization that the Zhu Zhuqing he had encountered in his childhood was indeed the second miss of the noble Zhu family. No wonder she had exuded such an extraordinary aura upon their first meeting. "Lonbai, you fool. If it weren't for you, would this noble lady not have been his?" Ning Rongrong reveled in the unfolding drama, regarding the prince as insignificant compared to Zhu Zhuqing's status. She eagerly anticipated Dai Mubai's reaction. After all, being rejected by a woman was undoubtedly a grave blow, akin to a tale from a storybook. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, a cold snort escaping him. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and their poverty. Just wait and see. However, Dai Mubai's response left her disappointed. His expression was one of deep distress, feeling that this woman had stripped him of all dignity. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile. "Yu Qing. If there is no engagement, then so be it. We can simply be friends again." Zhu Zhuqing frowned. "Do not call my name. Your voice disgusts me." Dai Mubai's face contorted slightly, but he refrained from replying, diverting his gaze toward Flender. "Teacher, what punishment will the losers of this competition face?" Flender approached, noting the intensity in Dai Mubai's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "This is our first competition, and I hold it in high regard. So the punishment will be somewhat severe. Lonbai, do you have any objections?" Seeing Flender direct the question to him, Lonbai smiled nonchalantly, deciding to stoke the flames further. "Of course, no problem. The heavier, the better." Flender was momentarily taken aback by his response. "I wanted you to suggest a lighter punishment, not escalate it." "Fine." Flender nodded decisively, conceding since neither side expressed dissent. After a brief pause, he announced the rules: a 50-kilometer team race. No tools or soul power allowed. It will rely solely on physical strength to determine who finishes first. The victors will have the right to command the losers for 1 hour. Chapter 73. Upon hearing the punishment. Dai Mubai and Tang San were overjoyed upon hearing Flander's words. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but then Ma Hongjun immediately shouted in delight, "Excellent. This punishment chosen by you, teacher, is truly fitting." He clapped his hands and exchanged mischievous glances with Dai Mubai and Oscar, resembling a rather grotesque figure, which was quite distasteful. Observing Ma Hongjun's antics, Dai Mubai couldn't help but share in the amusement. As fellow participants in such escapades, he understood Ma Hongjun's intentions perfectly. An hour of unrestricted commands, with all the boys on their side, while the other side, apart from Lonbai, was entirely composed of girls. If they were to lose, then... The corners of Dai Mubai's mouth widened as he began to indulge in fantasies. Noticing Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's exuberance, Oscar discreetly glanced at Ning Rongrong, and he too began to nod and applaud. After all, he harbored a bit of selfish motivation. Tang San, witnessing this, quietly positioned himself next to Dai Mubai and the others. This time, he had to secure victory. The prospect of commanding others was a punishment he would relish, especially if it meant embarrassing Lonbai thoroughly. In contrast to the raucous cheers from Dai Mubai and his companions, the three girls frowned upon hearing Flander's words. The punishment seemed exceedingly unfair to them. "Brother Bai, what do you think?" Xiao Wu looked to the steadfast Lonbai for guidance. Hearing Xiao Wu's voice, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong also approached. Ning Rongrong cast a sidelong glance at Flander and whispered to Lonbai, "Lonbai, Flander is clearly biased towards the group of colorful-haired rascals. This punishment holds no appeal for us." "Indeed," Xiao Wu nodded, "we're all girls. There is no need for us to command them. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, believing that since Lonbai had spoken, the harsher the punishment, the better. Thus, it was of little consequence what the punishment entailed. After all, Brother Bai would surely prevail. With the three girls surrounding him, Lonbai fell into contemplation. Truth be told, he felt somewhat disadvantaged, unable to contain herself any longer. Ning Rongrong directed her gaze at Flander and protested, I disagree. This punishment is entirely unjust for them. We girls have no obligation to request their assistance. Flander was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of reflection, he realized Ning Rongrong had a point. Within the academy, there was rarely a situation that required summoning Dai Mubai and the others. Moreover, based on his understanding of them, it was evident that once they won, they would undoubtedly command the girls to engage in suggestive tasks. Flander recognized this clearly. Though Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were young, their experiences with women far exceeded his own. Their minds were filled with inappropriate thoughts. As Flander pondered, Dai Mubai interjected with a smile, Miss Ning Rongrong. This punishment is quite normal. Are you perhaps afraid? Ma Hongjun immediately chimed in, provokingly adding, I think they're just scared they won T-win. After all females are incapable and can only stay home to bear children and cook. At Ma Hongjun's remark, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of anger and retorted coldly. You fat fool. If you say such things, why has your mother put you out of your misery? I'm merely speaking the truth. Ma Hongjun muttered under his breath, retreating behind Dai Mubai to avoid further confrontation. He sensed Ning Rongrong's formidable presence and dared not provoke her further. Ning Rongrong huffed. When I try to reason with you, all you do is throw around the term female. If I were to invoke the notion of female disadvantage, what gives you the right to compare yourselves to us fairly? She puffed out her chest defiantly. Let us not even mention the significant disparity in physical strength between males and females. Furthermore, you boys should try balancing 2 water balloons on your chests and see how you fare against us. Unfortunately, as Ning Rongrong delivered her impassioned speech, Dai Mubai and the others remained largely unaffected. Their attention only peaked when she puffed out her chest. Their eyes widened in surprise. Tang San was captivated, while Ma Hongjun's eyes glinted with mischief as he licked his lips, exhibiting an utterly lecherous demeanor. Oscar, already harboring feelings for Ning Rongrong, found his admiration intensifying. Noticing the 4 of them staring unabashedly, Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows and clenched her small fists, demanding, What are you all staring at? In response, the 4 cleared their throats and diverted their gazes elsewhere. How infuriating. Ning Rongrong felt exasperated. These individuals seemed to know nothing beyond their base desires. Reasoning with them was futile. Lonbai, however, remained a breath of fresh air, even last night, when she had just emerged from her bath. He hadn't cast more than a fleeting glance her way, let alone gawk at her bosom. Such a ragtag bunch. Fuming, Ning Rongrong strode over to Lonbai, deciding not to engage further with the colorful-haired rascals. Observing her irritation, Lonbai stepped forward and proposed, in that case. The original intention of this competition was to enhance physical fitness. This unrestricted command punishment deviates from that purpose. Therefore, he turned to Flander, Teacher, I propose we alter the punishment too. The losers must run an additional 10 laps, and if they fail to complete the laps, they shall forfeit their meals and sleep, as well as pay the victors 1,000 gold soul coins. Additionally, the losers will pay an extra 100 gold soul coins to Principal Flander as a token of appreciation for his efforts as the referee. What do you think, Principal Flander? Upon hearing Lonbai, a prominent figure from the Spirit Hall, Flander finally decided to interject. I find this proposal quite commendable, reasonable, and aligned with the original intent. Flander wholeheartedly endorsed the suggestion. After all, who wouldn't he want to earn an extra 100 gold soul coins for officiating? I object. Ma Hongjun was the first to raise his voice, pointing at Lonbai. 10 extra laps equates to 100 kilometers. How is that even possible? You might want to consult Principal Flander about that. Lonbai raised an eyebrow in response. To this, Flander, enticed by the prospect of earning 100 gold soul coins, stepped forward. Hongjun, you are all soul masters. A soul master's body absorbs soul power, which in turn nourishes your physique. 150 kilometers is a mere trifle, and with determination, you can complete it easily. Even so, we still have to pay soul coins if we lose? Ma Hongjun questioned, perplexed. Are you really that dim? Lonbai retorted, exasperated. Do you not understand the principle of 3 parts training, 7 parts nutrition? If you don't replenish your body after training, what are you even training your pathetic willpower? Bravo. Xiao Wu applauded enthusiastically, her cheeks flushed. Ning Rongrong joined in, mimicking Xiao Wu's gestures. she thought to herself. Lonbai's words were undeniably persuasive. Those with experience always spoke with authority. Although she didn't fully grasp the meaning of 3 parts training, 7 parts nutrition, she felt it was sufficient to simply applaud. Damn it, Ma Hongjun wanted to retort, but realized he was at a loss for words. He didn't comprehend the phrase 3 parts training, 7 parts nutrition, and thus found himself unable to argue back. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, his face reddening with frustration. Chapter 74. 4 people in a group with 3 burdens. Dai Mubai scoffed. All right. At that moment, he placed a firm hand on Ma Hongjun's shoulder. As they exchanged glances, a mutual understanding passed between them. Among the trio, their bond was the strongest. Hongjun, what are you arguing with them about? Dai Mubai smirked. Have you forgotten? Out of 4, 3 are women. How could they possibly outrun us? Indeed. Ma Hongjun suddenly felt enlightened. Based solely on physical prowess, how could the 3 women compete with them? Was it due to their ample chests or shapely figures? The outcome in bed was uncertain, but when it came to running, what chance did they have? Seeing this, Dai Mubai displayed a confident smile. He turned to Flanders with a courteous demeanor. Teacher, we agree to Lonbai's proposal. The losers must run 10 extra laps without resting until completion. And they must also pay a fine of 1,100 gold soul coins. Excellent, Flanders nodded. Have you divided into teams? If you're ready, I will set a time. Right away. Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zhuqing, lifting his chin and speaking in an authoritative tone. Woman, you still have a chance to come under my protection. Otherwise, after the run, you will not only have to pay but also endure 10 extra laps. Can you bear such a punishment? Having said this, Dai Mubai felt quite pleased with himself. As a prince, even his martial spirit was that of the king of beasts, the white tiger. When addressing a woman, this was the tone to adopt. However, Zhu Zhuqing showed no reaction. Instead, she casually linked arms with Lonbai, declaring her stance. Witnessing this, Dai Mubai's expression twisted slightly. Inwardly cursing, how ungrateful. He turned to Flanders. Teacher, our team is set. I, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and this waste, Tang San. Upon hearing the term waste Tang San, a sigh of relief escaped Tang San. So what if he was labeled as such? He had borne that title for quite some time. It mattered little. As long as he avoided punishment, bearing infamy while still earning gold soul coins, what was there not to relish? Tang San bent at the waist and forced a smile. Lonbai, just wait to pay up. You'll regret crossing Dai Mubai and his crew. Tang San's malicious gaze did not faze Lonbai. He merely smiled and shielded Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing behind him, addressing Flanders. Teacher, my team is ready as well. Very well, Flanders grinned, indifferent to the outcome. For he would receive 100 gold soul coins regardless of the victor. However, he secretly hoped Lonbai would win, as he was the one who had proposed rewarding the referee with 100 gold soul coins. That would be advantageous for him. Yet alas, it was clear Lonbai was destined to lose. Everyone knew the significant disparity in physical capacities between males and females, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were somewhat stronger. Ning Romrong, the delicate princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, was frail, likely unable to manage much physical exertion. Running 50 kilometers? Simply finishing would be a feat. Such a pity, truly regrettable. Flanders shook his head and continued to lead the way. Upon reaching the entrance, he explained the starting and finishing points of the lap, stating he would monitor the proceedings. Any use of soul power would result in disqualification and would also affect the team. After his explanation, Flanders, feeling a pang of sympathy, approached Lonbai and whispered, Lonbai, how about I lessen the punishment a bit? Absolutely not. Dai Mubai, whose attention had been fixed on Lonbai, immediately followed Flanders and interrupted. Teacher, he pointed at Lonbai, coldly asserting, this is a rule he set. It cannot be altered at the last minute. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun and Tang San rushed over, chiming in, yes, yes, it absolutely cannot be changed. He set the rules, and they must remain. He brought this upon himself. Amidst their flushed faces, Lonbai smiled calmly at Flanders. It's all right, teacher. As they said, one reaps what one sows. Since I established the rule, it cannot be modified. Flanders, hearing this, could only shake his head in resignation and finally said, very well, we shall proceed as you wish. Just give it your all. Losing is inconsequential. After all, you have plenty of money. It's merely a trifle. Lonbai did not respond to Flanders' dispirited remarks. Lose? They hadn't even begun yet. How could one declare defeat? Until the final moment, who could ascertain the outcome? Seeing Lonbai's seemingly resigned demeanor, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others wore delighted expressions. The prospect of thoroughly humiliating Lonbai was exhilarating. For the first time, Dai Mubai offered Tang San a pleasant expression, patting his shoulder in praise. You, my friend, have quite the clever ideas and critical moments. Ah, Tang San feigned modesty. You flatter me, Dai. You're quite spirited. Dai Mubai laughed heartily. In contrast, the atmosphere surrounding Lonbai was markedly less jubilant. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had no issues. Both possessed commendable physical capabilities. One was a human transformed from a soul beast, and the other was an agile assault-type soul master, naturally adept in speed, while her ample bosom might hinder her pace. It was surmountable. Thus, they felt no trepidation regarding the 50-kilometer run. However, it was a team event, and their strengths did not guarantee that others would fare well. For instance, Ning Rongrong. At that moment, she wore a troubled expression. Her previous confidence vanished. Observing this, Xiao Wu approached and wrapped her arm around Ning Rongrong, offering comfort. Don't worry, Rongrong. Just give it your best. Even if we lose, we won't blame you. After all, we're a small team. Xiao Wu raised her small fist, encouraging Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's expression softened slightly, yet her anxiety deepened. The kindness of Xiao Wu and the others made her fear of letting them down even more pronounced. Just then, a large hand rested on her shoulder. Turning, she found Lonbai. Don't overthink it. Just do your best. I'm here with you. Listening to Lonbai's clear and reassuring words, Ning Rongrong's panic dissipated instantly. She nodded, regaining her previous pride. Rest assured, I will definitely outperform you. Ding. Congratulations on unlocking the shoulder touch feature. Reward of 100 touch points. Hearing the system notification, Lonbai smiled. Then let us see who comes out on top. With the 8 participants prepared, Flanders issued the command. The race begins. In an instant, Dai Mubai and his trio charged forward as if they were in a final sprint. The 3 women clenched their teeth and followed suit. Meanwhile, Lonbai maintained a leisurely pace, his steps light and effortless, quickly catching up with the 3 women. Chapter 75, Sister Zhuqing, why aren't you swaying? The 8 individuals moved with remarkable speed, raising clouds of dust in their wake. Flander observed this scene with a sense of nostalgia. This, he thought, was the essence of youth. However, reflecting on their earlier behavior, he could only hope that Lonbai and Dai Mubai were merely exchanging playful banter. Shaking his head, he mused, it is entirely normal for teenagers to engage in a bit of roughhousing and verbal sparring. Competing for the affection of girls is also quite natural. I shall not concern myself with it any longer. With that, Flander revealed his martial spirit and joined the fray. Haha, Boss Dai, we are definitely superior. 4 of us against 3 girls. What gives them the right to compete with us? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, sprinting ahead, panting heavily while conversing with Dai Mubai. Observing the breathless Ma Hongjun beside him, Dai Mubai furrowed his brow. Perhaps bringing this rotund fellow into the team had been a miscalculation. When it came to running, the girls seemed to possess a slight edge over Ma Hongjun. However, it was too late to reconsider. The team was already formed, and regret was futile. Dai Mubai replied, you better not hold us back. This time, we must decisively slap Lonbai's face, and that Zhu Zhuqing's as well. Rest assured, no matter how stout I may be, I can outrun those girls. Ma Hongjun's forehead was already glistening with sweat, yet his bravado remained intact. Those 3 girls had chests that were increasingly ample, causing them to lose balance while running. How fast could they possibly be? Indeed, Oscar and Tang San chimed in, agreeing that Xiao Wu and her companions were not up to par. Girls naturally possess weaker physiques. And with those ample chests, their running would be hindered. They were indeed aesthetically pleasing, but when it came to running, they became burdensome. Hearing the banter around him, a smile crept onto Dai Mubai's face. Stealing a glance behind him, however, that smile swiftly vanished. Damn it. That insufferable Lonbai is still chatting with Zhu Zhuqing at this moment. Does he truly disregard me? Ma Hongjun and the others noticed Dai Mubai's gaze and turned to look as well. Upon witnessing Lonbai laughing and chatting with the 3 girls, their expressions soured. You bastard. This is a competition. Do you treat it as a leisurely outing with girls? Even more infuriating was the fact that they were surrounded by males, while Lonbai was flanked by beautiful women. Was this called a competition? This was nothing short of indulgence. It was an outing. Damn it. Tang San was consumed by jealousy, but soon he found solace in a thought. What was there to be jealous of? Once they emerged victorious in this competition, they would not only earn gold soul coins but also enjoy a respite while watching Lonbai laboriously running. Let him relish his moment of ease. When the competition is lost, he would have to run an additional 10 laps. 100 kilometers should be enough to exhaust him. With that thought, Tang San's mood instantly brightened. Enjoy your fleeting moments of joy, Lonbai. He cast one last glance before turning his focus back to the task at hand, pushing himself to run harder. Goodness, that lad truly has it easy, running alongside 3 girls. What a stroke of luck. Oscar watched the scene with envy, his eyes gleaming. Running beside girls, one could simply turn their head to behold stunning peaks. Not to mention, 3 peaks. It was a feast for the eyes. Oscar nearly drooled at the sight. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, forcing themselves to shift their focus elsewhere, as they too were envious. Yet, for the sake of victory, such jealousy was inconsequential. Transforming jealousy into motivation, Ma Hongjun buried himself in running. As he continued, he soon heard a heavy panning sound beside him. Glancing over, he found it was Dai Mubai. At that moment, Dai Mubai's complexion was pale, as if he were on the verge of collapse. Surprised, Ma Hongjun inquired, "Boss Dai, what's wrong? We've only run 5 kilometers. How could you be this exhausted?" Dai Mubai gasped for breath, explaining, "I overexerted myself last night and haven't yet recovered." Overexerted yourself? Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in shock. You previously battled the twin sisters all night without this much fatigue. Just how intense was it last night? A smile surfaced on Dai Mubai's face, filled with pride as he declared, 3 old hens, not a wink of sleep all night. What the heck? Ma Hongjun was taken aback. It was known that old hens were the most industrious, and Dai Mubai had managed to engage with 3 of them all night long. To not have perished in bed was already impressive. He intended to commend Dai Mubai further, but soon a troubling thought crossed his mind, and his expression turned peculiar. "Boss Dai, you won't struggle with this 50 kilometers, will you? Damn it." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's face darkened. "I am a son of royalty. While I may not excel in everything, I excel in endurance. Even if I had a sleepless night, I can still run this 50 kilometers. With that, he turned to Oscar and Tang San, speaking with gravity, "You must not hold me back, understood?" Oscar and Tang San nodded in agreement. "Understood. Rest assured, Boss Dai." Seeing their response, Dai Mubai was satisfied. He pushed through with his weary legs, glancing back to find no sign of Lonbai and the 3 girls. Hee. Lonbai, prepare to lose. Meanwhile, at the back. "Oh dear, I'm so tired." Ning Rongrong pouted, feeling utterly drained. As the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she had been accustomed to a life of ease and had never engaged in strenuous exercise before. This was her first experience with intense physical activity, and it was alongside a boy. "Come on, Rongrong. It's only the first lap," Xiao Wu encouraged, running effortlessly. Her long legs moved gracefully, her rabbit ears dancing in the wind. Although her bosom was not overly large, it still attracted attention with its gentle rise and fall. Generally, girls with larger chests would experience discomfort while running, but Xiao Wu was unperturbed. Lonbai had personally purchased a supportive garment for her, providing exceptional comfort and eliminating any concerns of sagging. You needn't worry. I'm perfectly capable of running." Ning Rongrong noticed Xiao Wu bounding ahead with ease, and her competitive spirit ignited, providing her with newfound motivation. "I am the invincible princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school." Shifting her gaze, she looked at Zhu Zhuqing, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Staring at the magnificent peaks, Ning Rongrong swallowed hard and quietly asked, "Sister Zhu Zhuqing, with such a significant burden, do you not feel weighed down?" "Weighed down?" Zhu Zhuqing, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, shook her head coolly. "Not really." "Not really?" Ning Rongrong gazed enviously at Zhu Zhuqing's impressive form, suddenly feeling perplexed. After staring intently for a while, she finally noticed something peculiar. "Sister Zhu Zhuqing, why aren't you swaying?" It was evident that after running such a distance, her own bosom was swaying considerably, causing some discomfort. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing, whose assets were even more pronounced, showed no signs of movement. This was utterly defying physics. Lonbai, hearing such scandalous words, quickly turned his gaze. "Bosom? Swaying? What an indecent phrase." Chapter 76. The Method of Fire Suppression by Ma Hongjun was this. The usually aloof and demure Zhu Zhuqing blushed at Ning Rongrong's candid words. She glanced around, ensuring that there were no other male beings present besides Lonbai, before her flustered face regained its composure. Stealing a furtive glance at Lonbai, she softly explained, "This is all thanks to brother Lonbai." "Lonbai?" Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in surprise. "What does this have to do with him?" "The ball is soft and usually sways a bit. While it is normal for it to sway, the leather outfit brother Lonbai gifted me seems rather extraordinary." Zhu Zhuqing lifted her hand to support her bosom and elucidated, "This leather outfit has remarkable shaping effects. During intense activities, the ball does not sway or droop at all. Is it really that good? Ning Rongrong was astonished. Of course, whatever Brother Bai produces is bound to be a masterpiece. Little Wu bounced over, pulling out her pink garment from her chest area. Look, this snug little outfit was also a gift from Brother Bai. It fits me perfectly, just like Brother Bai's hand. Upon hearing Little Wu's suggestive words, Lonbai, who was eavesdropping nearby, felt a bit embarrassed. Although it was the truth, there was no need to state it so directly. Observing the shaping leather on Zhu Zhuqing and the snug outfit on Little Wu, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of jealousy. They both had gifts, yet she had none. Why is that? After all, she is the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Alas, it ultimately came down to her relationship with Lonbai not being close enough. Lonbai, who had been watching from the side, naturally sensed Ning Rongrong's low spirits. After a moment's thought, he understood her feelings. So, this Ning Rongrong's competitive spirit is quite strong. She even wants to compete over receiving gifts. Seeing Ning Rongrong's pitiful expression, Lonbai swiftly approached her and gently patted her shoulder. Ning Rongrong jumped in surprise, and upon seeing Lonbai's face, her heart skipped a beat. She blinked and asked, "Brother Lonbai, do you need something from me?" "Well, I actually have a garment that would suit you perfectly. But since we have only just met, I refrained from giving it to you to avoid any misunderstandings." Then, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with hope. Under her hopeful gaze, Lonbai continued, "If you can keep pace with us and complete a 50-kilometer run, I will gift you that outfit. Rest assured. It is even more exquisite and splendid than what Xiao Wu and Xuqing have." Upon hearing Lonbai's words, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, "Really? Of course it's true." Lonbai smiled, ruffling her hair. "Ding. Congratulations on unlocking the head pat attribute. Reward, 100 pat points. That's wonderful, Brother Lonbai. You can count on me to keep up with you all and finish the race." With Lonbai's promise, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt invigorated. Her chest no longer ached, and her legs felt light. She could easily run 100 kilometers. It was truly strange. Back at the 7-treasure glazed tile school, her father and grandfather frequently gifted her new garments and fine items, yet she had never felt as joyful as she did today. Could it be that she has developed feelings for Lonbai? Ning Rongrong stole another glance at Lonbai, biting her lip in silence. "Brother Bai, you are biased." Little Wu pouted, as she playfully leaped onto Lonbai, wrapping her arms around his neck and twisting her body. The dual spheres engaged in a fierce contest against Lonbai's arms. Lonbai was taken aback by the sudden onslaught, but fortunately, his physical prowess allowed him to stabilize quickly. He effortlessly held Little Wu's petite form while maintaining his speed. Inhaling the sweet scent of Little Wu, Lonbai bemusedly remarked, "What am I being biased about?" "You are biased," Little Wu insisted, leaving it to Lonbai to guess. Amused by Little Wu's antics, Lonbai smiled slightly and pulled out a treat from his pocket. "Open your mouth." Hesitating for a moment, Little Wu complied, widening her mouth. "Make it bigger, otherwise, it won't fit." "Little Wu, oh mine is big, bear with me." Before long, Lonbai had fed Little Wu to her satisfaction. Content. She snuggled against his neck, unwilling to move. "All right, now that you're full, it's time to get moving." Lonbai playfully patted Little Wu's rear. "Humph." After planting a kiss on Lonbai's cheek, Little Wu sprang down, energized by her meal. Ning Rongrong observed the intimate interaction between Lonbai and Little Wu with a tinge of envy. However, this was not the time for envy. They were still in a race. Completing this 50 kilometers would earn her a reward from Brother Lonbai. With this thought, Ning Rongrong dismissed her envy and rubbed at her slightly sore chest, quickening her pace to match Little Wu's. The group continued their run. Up ahead, Dai Mubai was panting heavily, utterly exhausted. After crossing the starting point, he weakly inquired, "Ma Hongjun, which lap is this?" After a considerable time, Ma Hongjun's voice, sounding as if he were on the verge of collapse, finally replied, "This is the 3rd lap. Why do you sound like you're dying?" Dai Mubai turned to look and was startled by Ma Hongjun's appearance. The chubby fellow was drenched in sweat, resembling a greasy pig. "Did you also?" "Last night. My fiery urges were too strong, and I wanted to find Sue Hua. She refused to indulge me, so I pressed her, and she threatened to tell her family." "Damn it. What a shameless girl." Ma Hongjun's voice was filled with indignation. As a spirit master, she wouldn't even entertain this? "Indeed, she is shameless," Dai Mubai nodded. "And what did you end up doing?" "I ended up finding a widow over 50 in the village. After much persuasion and offering a gold soul coin, I finally got what I wanted." Dai Mubai gasped, his face contorted in disgust as he continued to run. "Over 50. Just a widow. Is it really that bad?" Ma Hongjun vented his frustration. "I've done it multiple times. Using a gold soul coin, how could I only do it once? Even without my fiery urges, I would still want to." He grinned proudly. I left her half dead, unable to move, before I finally came out. Ma Hongjun boasted. Impressive, right? Even a widow was left half dead by me. Truly impressive, Dai Mubai acknowledged. But, can you manage this 50-kilometer run? Ma Hongjun's face paled. I will try my best. Trying your best is not enough. You must finish. Suddenly, a clear voice interrupted. Oh dear, what are the two of you arguing about? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun turned to see Lonbai, looking relaxed and carefree, showing no signs of fatigue. Dai Mubai exclaimed in disbelief. When did you catch up? I've been here for a while, and Xiao Wu and the others are right behind. Lonbai smirked. Glancing at the pale-faced Dai Mubai and the sweat-drenched Ma Hongjun, golden-haired freak, can you still run? Impossible. Dai Mubai turned to look and was utterly shocked. Little Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were merely 10 meters behind them. What astonished him further was that aside from Ning Rongrong's somewhat heavy steps, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing appeared rather at ease. Despite their glistening sweat, they exhibited no signs of fatigue. It was evident they still possessed ample energy. How could this be possible? Dai Mubai was bewildered. From any perspective, it seemed implausible for girls to outrun boys. Yet, the reality lay before him. And even his disbelief could not alter the truth. Chapter 77. The colorful feathered group with such remarkable stamina. Could he possibly be human? How is this even conceivable? Observing Dai Mubai's rather grim visage, Lonbai couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, he believed that Dai Mubai would surpass Ning Rongrong in prowess. However, upon closer inspection, he realized the absurdity of the situation. This fellow appeared even more haggard than Ning Rongrong. Truly pathetic for a man to be outpaced by a woman. After uttering this remark, Lonbai disregarded the contorted expression on Dai Mubai's face and slowed his pace to rejoin the three women. As he ran, he offered encouragement to Ning Rongrong, exuding an air of effortless ease. Dai Mubai, whose legs felt like jelly, watched Lonbai's demeanor, his twisted face nearing a breaking point. Damn it, this brat is insufferable. He is taking advantage of our fatigue from last night. Ma Hongjun cursed. Hearing Ma Hongjun's voice, Dai Mubai fell into a contemplative silence. At that moment, Oscar chimed in. Fatty, how do you know he didn't expend energy last night? Ma Hongjun turned to see Oscar and Tang San following closely behind them. Their condition markedly superior to his and Dai Mubai's. Tang San, typically stoic, was suddenly struck by a wave of dread upon hearing Oscar's words. If Lonbai had indeed exerted himself last night, did that imply that Xiao Wu? Tang San felt his heart shatter. He clenched his teeth, his fists tightening until his nails dug into his palms, forcing himself to suppress the spiraling thoughts. Yet, the anguish was inescapable. Memories of last night flooded his mind. Xiao Wu had been with Lonbai. His breathing grew increasingly labored. That damned Lonbai. If he has exhausted himself last night. Ma Hongjun's face quivered with jealousy as he recalled his own dismal circumstances. Green-eyed with envy, he lamented how he had been left with no choice but to pursue a widow in her 50s, spending a gold soul coin in the process. What gave Lonbai the right? Merely his handsome looks? His formidable martial spirit? His noble status and wealth? As Ma Hongjun enumerated his grievances, he gradually fell silent. His spirit crushed. Dai Mubai observed the expressions of Tang San and Ma Hongjun, his own countenance twisting further in frustration. The realization that Zhu Zhuqing had succumbed to Lonbai's advances struck him like a blow. How could it be that his fiancée, whose physique and beauty were perfectly to his taste, had spent the night with another man? Dai Mubai was on the verge of madness. Steady yourself. The competition is paramount. Rationality pulled him back from the brink. He forcefully slapped Ma Hongjun and Tang San, barking, for heaven's sake, focus. Do you wish to run an additional 100 kilometers? In an instant, Ma Hongjun and Tang San snapped back to reality, their faces paling. 100 kilometers would surely cost them their legs, while 1,100 gold soul coins would cost them their lives. They had initially thought it would be a simple matter of earning easy money, only to find that Lonbai and the trio of women could keep pace with them. No, we absolutely cannot allow them to surpass us. Brothers, let us push ourselves. Tang San shouted, attempting to rally himself and Dai Mubai. Are you calling for your mother? Dai Mubai smacked Tang San on the head, grumbling. Your voice is so grating it startled me. Tang San, taken aback by the blow, instinctively shrank his head, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Go, Lonbai. Suddenly, a sweet and melodious voice pierced the air, capturing the attention of the colorful feathered group. They turned to see Lonbai running in a feigned state of exhaustion, flanked by three stunning beauties who cheered him on. Each of the three ladies possessed a distinct voice, yet all were melodious, complementing their graceful figures and exquisite features. How delightful it would be to be enveloped by such enchanting company. Sensing the gazes of the colorful feathered group, Lonbai feigned even greater fatigue, whispering, "Xiao Wu, I need your strength." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek, the sound resonating. "What a bastard!" He just pretending. Ma Hongjin's teeth nearly ground to dust as he witnessed this scene. Tang San clenched his fists, feeling his resolve shatter. Yet he swallowed his anger, vowing to remember this slight and seek revenge. Dai Mubai cursed loudly, "Stop staring and focus on running. That brat is trying to distract us." He struck Tang San's head once more, demanding, "Are you even listening?" Tang San stumbled from the impact, nearly collapsing. He had intended to retaliate, but upon seeing Dai Mubai's twisted expression, he swallowed his words. It was evident that Dai Mubai was seething with rage directed at Lonbai, and he had no recourse but to vent his frustration on Tang San. Damn it. Tang San felt tears welling in his eyes. Following the slap, Dai Mubai's spirits lifted slightly, his legs finding a bit of strength. Glancing back at Lonbai, who was now encircled by 3 women, he sneered. "With over 20 kilometers to go, I refuse to believe none of your team will fall behind. Remember, in a team race, all 4 must finish." His earlier observations indicated that Ning Rongrong was nearing her limit. What good was it if one had exceptional stamina? Winning against them single-handedly was futile when he had to carry a dead weight. Brother Bai, it seems they're accelerating," Xiao Wu suddenly remarked. Noticing the colorful feathered group picking up speed, Lonbai paid little mind to her comment. From his reconnaissance, he had determined that Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were nearly spent, unable to maintain high speed. Their recent surge was merely a desperate attempt to keep up. "Run faster if you wish, but endurance will soon betray you," he mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Brother Bai, I'm so tired." Ning Rongrong, panting, struggled to keep up. Her hair was disheveled, and beads of perspiration glistened on her flushed face. "Is this all you can manage?" Lonbai teased. "I swear, I've never felt this exhausted even after sharing a bed with you," Ning Rongrong retorted, her playful banter revealing a lingering energy. With that, Lonbai chose not to press further. As they approached the final 10 kilometers, the colorful feathered group resembled exhausted hounds, tongues lolling and utterly spent. Ma Hongjun lamented, looking as though he had emerged from a river, while Oscar moaned in agony. Tang San gritted his teeth, pushing forward with Lonbai's spirit fueling his steps. Dai Mubai, too, was on the brink of collapse. In the depths of his fatigue, Dai Mubai glanced back, his heart sinking as despair washed over him. Why did Lonbai still appear so carefree? Was he not weary? Golden-haired freak, should you not hurry? Lonbai's smile was fervent as he reminded them, "If you lose, you'll have to run an additional 100 kilometers. Chapter 78. The Colorful Fur Team's Despair Bastard. Upon hearing Lonbai's words, Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming pressure in his heart. He had initially believed that this competition would be an effortless victory. Yet, who could have anticipated that Lonbai, accompanied by 3 girls, could steadily close the gap? No wonder he had previously stated that the heavier the punishment, the better. It turned out he genuinely possessed such capabilities. "Boss Dai, what should we do? I might really die if I keep running." Ma Hongjun was on the verge of madness. The 50 kilometers had already drained him of life. If he had to run an additional 100 kilometers, would he not perish on the road? "Boss Dai, think of a way. I don't want to run anymore." Hearing Ma Hongjun's voice, Dai Mubai felt a surge of helplessness as well. At that moment, Tang San suddenly spoke up. "Boss Dai, I recall there is an uphill path ahead with a pile of logs nearby. We could set a trap." Upon hearing Tang San's suggestion, Dai Mubai's eyes lit up. He turned to Tang San, excitement coursing through him, and nodded fervently. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be cunning despite your lackluster appearance and strength." Tang San smirked. "It's all for the team. All right, I'll follow your lead." Dai Mubai felt re-energized and charged up the slope with all his might. The others quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, Lonbai noticed their unusual behavior. Just as he was puzzled, the perspiring Zhu Zhuqing chimed in. "Lonbai, brother, I remember there are some trees up the slope." Could they possibly realizing Zhu Zhuqing's insight? Lonbai acknowledged, "Zhuqing is brilliant. They could indeed pull off such a scheme." Zhu Zhuqing felt a flutter of joy at the compliment. "That group is too devious," Xiao Wu pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Lonbai gently ruffled her hair. "This is competition, silly." Xiao Wu huffed. "Their trick won't work on me, and Zhuqing should be able to evade it too. But what about Rongrong? There is only one path." Listening to Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, who had remained silent, felt a wave of despondency. As a support-type spirit master, she could barely keep up with Lonbai's casual pace. Though she hated to admit it, She was now holding him back. In such a situation, relying on her abilities might not even allow her to escape unscathed. Noticing Ning Rongrong's gloomy demeanor, Lonbai turned to her and smiled. Don't worry. I have a plan. At his words, Ning Rongrong looked at him, and upon seeing his confident expression, she felt considerably more at ease. Lonbai was so strong, surely he wouldn't deceive her. On the other side, the colorful fur team had already ascended the slope. Dai Mubai immediately directed Tang San and Oscar to move the logs from the roadside. Observing Dai Mubai's haughty command, Tang San muttered a curse under his breath, but continued to endure and move the logs. Oscar and Tang San brought the logs over. Gazing at the massive round logs and the drop below, Dai Mubai hesitated. Boss Dai, if those roll down, they want to get hurt, right? Ning Rongrong is a support-type spirit master. What? Dai Mubai looked at Oscar in astonishment. Are you fond of her? Oscar chuckled but did not respond. However, it was evident to anyone that he had developed feelings. Huh. Dai Mubai patted Oscar on the shoulder. You rascal, I thought you were uninterested in women. Turns out you have quite the taste. That Ning Rongrong is indeed beautiful, especially with her elegant demeanor. One can tell she hails from a distinguished background. Even my teacher has warned me against provoking her. Provoke her? Oscar was taken aback. Boss Dai, you're a prince, the future heir. How could you not provoke Ning Rongrong? I'm not sure, but Dai Mubai grinned knowingly. Oscar, if you truly have the means, you should win her over. That way, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. Upon hearing this, Oscar nodded and couldn't help but ask, Boss Dai, since we know we can't provoke her, why set a trap for them? Idiot. Ma Hongjun, exhausted and disheveled, grumbled, if they see the danger, they'll naturally dodge it. If they aren't injured, it's not called a trap. Don't you understand that? All right, Oscar conceded. Enough chatter. They're catching up. Push. Tang San was too preoccupied to worry about injuries. He knew that losing meant losing all the gold spirit coins he had painstakingly saved for 6 years. He had hoped to win 250 gold spirit coins from Lonbai. But who would have thought a group of girls could run so fast? Dai Mubai glanced down, his eyes glinting with malice. Quick. The Haven T looked up. Let us push the logs down before they notice. Before Dai Mubai could finish, Tang San silently thought, I'm sorry, Xiao Wu. I believe you can dodge. Even if she didn't it wouldn't be fatal, just a minor injury. With that thought, Tang San's gaze hardened as he pushed the massive log down with all his might. The log rolled violently, producing a terrifying sound. A smile spread across Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's pale faces. If even one of the 4 girls was injured, victory would be theirs. Brother Bai. They're coming. Xiao Wu, having anticipated the danger, quickly shouted a warning. Lonbai calmly observed the 4 heads peeking over the slope, his expression unfazed. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing. Be cautious. Once you reach the top, prepare for the final sprint. Don't worry about me. I'll catch up. Understood? Understood. Xiao Wu glanced at the weak and exhausted Ning Rongrong, then back at Lonbai. Brother Bai, what about Rongrong? With unwavering confidence, Lonbai replied, Don't worry. Leave it to me. I trust you. Shall we turn to Zhu Zhuqing? Let us go ahead. All right. Zhu Zhuqing, tense as she watched the logs rolling down, prepared herself. One was a rabbit, the other a cat, both possessing long and agile frames. They exchanged determined glances, and as the log was about to collide with them, they leaped gracefully over it. The 2 girls landed without pausing, heeding Lonbai's instructions, and bolted toward the finish line without looking back. Let us go. Dai Mubai saw only Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had leaped over the log while Lonbai and Ning Rongrong remained below, grinning. He knew they had succeeded. The colorful fur team wore smiles as they turned toward the finish line, sprinting with all their remaining strength. In the final kilometer, the colorful fur team was on the brink of exhaustion, yet they surged forward with every last ounce of energy. You're all a bunch of bastards. Trying to sabotage others in a competition. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's voice rang out from behind. Tang San turned to see Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing catching up. Dai Mubai remained silent, pushing himself to sprint. With 2 of Lonbai's group falling behind, what did it matter if Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were faster? They were still destined to lose. Before long, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, undeterred in their speed, reached the finish line. They anxiously gazed into the distance, yet could not discern the figures of Lonbai and Ning Rongrong. Dai Mubai, observing the worried expressions of the 2 women, let out a cold chuckle. Heh. What does it matter if you 2 are swift? Lonbai and Ning Rongrong have fallen behind. Without their presence, success is not achieved. He turned to Ma Hongjun and the others, shouting, Brothers, charge. A smile spread across Ma Hongjun's face, glistening with perspiration. Tang San and Oscar wore similar expressions. They had already triumphed. With their last ounce of strength, the four of them sprinted fiercely. As the finish line loomed ever closer, the smiles on their faces began to transform. In unison, they exclaimed, "We have won." Celebrating halfway with champagne is hardly a commendable habit. A sudden voice resonated from behind. The expressions of the four froze abruptly. Just as they turned to look, a figure zipped past them with remarkable speed. It was none other than Lonbai. Moreover, he was cradling an exquisite and graceful figure in his arms. The four were left in utter disbelief. Damn it. After running 50 kilometers, how can you still have the strength to carry a beautiful woman and sprint faster than us? Chapter 79, Ma Hongjun. With no money, I can only resort to unpleasant means. No. No. Please, stop. The four members of the colorful fur team screamed internally. Yet, that figure darted like the wind, swiftly carrying Ning Rongrong towards the finish line. And then, they crossed it. At the moment when Lanbai embraced Ning Rongrong and surged past the finish, the strength that had sustained the colorful fur team suddenly vanished. It disappeared. In an instant, all fatigue enveloped them. They felt the soreness in their legs, a deep ache radiating from within. The pace of the colorful fur team gradually slowed, transforming from running to walking, and finally to a mere shuffle. Oscar's lips trembled. After a few steps, his legs buckled, and he fell to his knees with a thud. This sound was a harbinger, followed by the others collapsing to the ground. Their legs were utterly powerless. After the adrenaline faded, all that remained was pain. Ma Hongjun knelt upon the ground, his entire pig body trembling uncontrollably, akin to a pig destined for slaughter. Why is this happening? He murmured. I worked so hard. Last night. I exerted myself, leading to my weakness today, yet I tried my utmost. I ran 50 kilometers with every ounce of strength and even used my cunning to trap Lonbai. But why did I still lose? Is it heaven? Is it unfair? Was it just because I indulged a little too much? Why must fate conspire against me? Tang San felt a surge of madness as he gazed at Lonbai and the three uniquely charming beauties at the finish line, chatting and laughing. His already unattractive visage twisted further in agony. Why? I am a reborn individual, a child of destiny. Yet, I lost even in a running competition. Victory eludes me. The beauties are not mine. Even the fruits of 6 years of hard work are about to slip away. Those are earnings forged by my own hands. Lonbai. Victory, beauty, and hard-earned money all belong to him. Without him, this match would have been won by Xiao Wu and the others, and my efforts wouldn't vanish. Besides, I could have secured 250 soul coins. But there are no what-ifs. Lonbai, it's all his fault. Damn it. Tang San's nails dug fiercely into the soil as he stared at Lonbai at the finish line. He could understand how Lonbai evaded traps. But he could not comprehend why he, after running 50 kilometers, still had the energy to keep pace with them. Moreover, he was carrying a tall, elegant beauty in his arms while doing so. This defied all logic. Among the colorful fur team, only Dai Mubai fared slightly better, kneeling on the ground. He merely experienced the ordinary fatigue of his legs. His expression remained dark, though not contorted. The 250 soul coins were barely manageable for him. His sullen demeanor stemmed from that accursed Lonbai. It was all his doing. Had anyone else participated, victory would have been assured. But Dai Mubai's expression darkened further. Because of Lonbai, not only had he lost face, but his plan to punish Zhu Zhuqing had also failed. This defeat was utterly catastrophic. Brother Bai, you are amazing. We won, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she rushed over to plant a fervent kiss on Lonbai's face. Zhu Zhuqing, though equally pleased with the victory, merely observed from the side with a smile in her eyes, lacking the same excitement as Xiao Wu. Wow, Xiao Wu. You're so wet. Don't cling so tightly. Lonbai attempted to push Xiao Wu away. Not a chance. Xiao Wu pressed her fragrant, sweaty body tightly against Lonbai's arm, trapping it in her embrace. Breathing in her sweet aroma, Lonbai understood her intention. Given your exhaustion, I shall let you be this time. Pouting, Xiao Wu huffed a couple of times in silence. Lonbai smiled indulgently and then turned to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, how are you? If you're tired, feel free to rest. I'm fine, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. 50 kilometers is nothing. Really? Lonbai glanced at the tight leather outfit clinging to Zhu Zhuqing, accentuating her curves. After running, she was drenched in sweat, and the leather adhered closely to her skin, exuding an enticing allure. Noticing Lonbai's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, neither blocking his stare nor shying away. Instead, she stretched, showcasing her perfect physique before him. Feeling the intensity of Lonbai's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing felt a thrill in her heart, yet maintained her frosty demeanor. I'm not tired. It's just my sweaty hands that feel a bit uncomfortable. Sweaty hands, huh? Lonbai mused, suggesting, your leather isn't completely sealed. You could take off your high heels, and the sweat could flow out from your feet. That's true. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, moving aside to find a stone to sit on. She removed her high heels, revealing her fair, exquisite feet, with rosy toes and nails glistening like rubies. Sensing Lanbai's even more fervent gaze, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed, but she said nothing. After removing her heels, a gentle breeze blew, bringing a refreshing sensation to her toes. Suddenly, she recalled something and turned to Lonbai, asking softly, Brother Bai, when night falls, could you help me massage my feet? Lonbai nodded, of course. I'll be happy to massage any area that feels uncomfortable. I want one too. I want one too. Xiao Wu chimed in, clinging to Lonbai's arm. No problem, one at a time, Lonbai replied with a smile, then looked at the silent beauty. Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, do you need one? I. Ning Rongrong was still enveloped in the comforting embrace of Lonbai, as if awakening from a dream. Her beautiful eyes blinked, mischief igniting her heartbeat as she tentatively asked, Brother Bai, could you help me massage my chest? At this, Lonbai paused for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. If that's what you desire, I can oblige. My hands are quite strong. Ning Rongrong. Oh no. This seductive prank won't work on this man. He seems to be a bit of a lecher too. Wait, why say a bit? Upon hearing the exchange between Lonbai and Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She clearly sensed something amiss. Could it be? Is a 3P about to become a 4P? A crisis. Though she thought this, she remained silent, waiting to see what Brother Bai would do. Lonbai observed the bewildered expression on Ning Rongrong's face, a smirk playing at his lips. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. It was Flinder, his expression one of astonishment. Incredible. I can't believe it. Lonbai, you all won. Chapter 80, Tang San's hard-earned money. All gone fortune favors the bold. Lonbai remained humble. Upon hearing his words, the girl clinging to his arm, Xiao Wu, rolled her eyes in exasperation. Really? Can't Brother Bai even pretend to be a bit impressive? What are you rolling your eyes for? Lonbai retorted, playfully tapping Xiao Wu on the forehead. She pouted and fell silent. You two seem to have a good relationship, Flander observed with a hint of envy. Before shifting his gaze towards the group of four with colorful hair. Frowning, he inquired, what on earth are those four doing? At his words, Lonbai, Xiao Wu, and the others turned to look. Xiao Wu scoffed, if they're weak, then they're weak, but why are they kneeling on the ground? Weak? Flander instantly grasped the situation. He had long known that Dai Mubai was a womanizer, so it was only a matter of time before he suffered from such weakness. Those rascals, could it be that they were taken out by Dai Mubai last night? Such behavior at such a young age would surely lead to trouble. With that thought, Flander's expression turned cold as he shouted, what are you all doing kneeling there? Get over here immediately. Hearing Flander's somewhat angry voice, Dai Mubai hurriedly attempted to rise from the ground, only to realize that his legs had betrayed him, leaving him unable to stand. The excesses of the previous night, compounded by a grueling 50 kilometers today, had taken their toll. He felt utterly drained. These fools, Flander thought, watching the four colorful-haired individuals struggle to rise. He approached them with visible disdain. Seeing this, Lonbai gave Xiao Wu a playful pat on her backside. Let us go see what's happening. Okay, Xiao Wu exclaimed eagerly. But suddenly, as if struck by a mischievous idea, she pouted, looking up at him with big, innocent eyes. Brother Bai, my feet hurt so much. I can't walk anymore. Lonbai raised an eyebrow. So, upon sensing his acquiescence, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up as she extended her arms. Carry me. All right, hop on, Lonbai replied. Do I have to move myself? Xiao Wu pouted, wrapping her arms around his neck. With a firm push, she swung her long legs over his arm. Feeling the softness of her skin against his, Lonbai couldn't help but squeeze her gently, pleased with the moment. Don't scratch my thighs, it tickles, Xiao Wu blushed. I'll definitely do it next time, Lonbai teased as he lifted her and followed in Flander's footsteps. Observing Lonbai carrying Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong inexplicably felt her own feet growing heavy. Yet, unfortunately, Lonbai's embrace was already claimed by Xiao Wu. With no other choice, she could only trot along behind them. As they approached, Flander's gaze fell upon the kneeling group of colorful-haired individuals, his frown deepening. You're all boys, yet your physical condition is worse than that of the girls? What a disgrace. At his words, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun felt utterly wronged. If they hadn't gone out to enjoy themselves last night, they wouldn't be in this state. Was this their fault? They could only blame those fiery women. At that moment, Oscar interjected loudly. Teacher, I couldn't sleep last night, because Tang San wouldn't stop making noise, so it's not my fault. Upon hearing this, Tang San immediately retorted, what does that have to do with me? Last night, I was. As he spoke, Lonbai and Xiao Wu approached, catching Tang San's eye. Seeing their intimate interaction caused a surge of anger within him, and he mustered the strength to stand. Report, teacher. I absolutely did not disturb anyone's sleep last night. They simply couldn't keep up. Flander nodded, looking at the three on the ground. Since Tang San has said this, what do you have left to argue? You. Oscar pointed at Tang San, nearly fainting from frustration. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, their resentment building against Tang San. Damn it, it was fine when all four of us couldn't stand up. But now that Tang San is up, the disparity is painfully clear. You have 10 seconds left. Hurry up and stand up. Flander's voice was stern. If the villagers see you in this state, it will tarnish the reputation of Shrek Academy. Yes, the three responded in unison. Dai Mubai attempted to rise, but his legs remained uncooperative, a sense of emptiness washing over his body. Xiao Wu observed his struggle with disdain. Brother Bai, is he trying to? Hearing this, Dai Mubai, filled with anger, collapsed back to the ground, glaring at Xiao Wu. Seeing his glare, Lonbai stepped in. What are you staring at? It's true, isn't it? Can't you take a joke? You brat. Dai Mubai trembled with indignation. Flander's voice turned cold. It is indeed true. Don't blame others for saying so. Dai Mubai. Damn you. Lonbai. At this moment, Oscar chimed in. Dai Lauda, use your spirit power. We're not in a competition now. Dai Mubai felt a jolt of realization. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Before using his spirit power to stand, he shot a glare at Oscar. Shut up. I was just trying to see if I could stand without relying on spirit power. Oscar, taken aback by Dai Mubai's response, could only scratch his head in resignation. Suddenly, Lonbai interjected, all right, he prefers kneeling. Why remind him? Oscar nodded in understanding. Oh, I see. Dai Mubai shot a glare at Oscar, fist clenched, but remained silent as he stood up from the ground. Ma Hongjun, seeing this, followed suit, albeit with trembling legs. Enough, Flander began slowly. The competition is over, and the victors are Lonbai and Xiao Wu. He then turned to Dai Mubai, his eyes gleaming with the prospect of money. Losers must face the consequences. Each owes 250 gold soul coins, settled on the spot. Dai Mubai snorted, tossing a pouch of coins without hesitation. For him, 250 gold soul coins were not a significant expense, as he frequently indulged in luxuries at the Rose Hotel. Dai Mubai's willingness was straightforward, but the other three faced a dilemma. Oscar fumbled in his pockets for a while before managing to gather 250 gold soul coins. Ma Hongjun turned his hopeful gaze towards Dai Mubai, who after some reluctance, finally relented and helped him out. The bond between the two was strong. Dai Mubai knew this money would be a one-way street, yet he still gave it. Finally, it was Tang San's turn, whose face was as grim as if he had just lost his parents. Lonbai smiled. Little San, hurry up and pay. After years of hard work, this amount should be nothing to you. At this, Xiao Wu chuckled. Brother Bai, how much could a blacksmith like him possibly have? Who says I have none? Tang San had initially thought to evade, but upon seeing Xiao Wu's mocking expression, he felt heat rising to his cheeks. He reached into his pants and retrieved his precious, odorous pouch of coins. After extracting a silver soul coin and 5 copper soul coins, he reluctantly handed them to Flander. Looking pained, Flander, gazing at the pouch emitting a strange odor, felt a rare sense of disgust. This Tang San is utterly repulsive. Couldn't he find a soul tool to keep his coins in? The master should have provided him with a soul tool. Could it be that this Tang San has sold it? What a fool. The master has indeed been blind in taking on this disciple. Chapter 81. Tang San, in a fit of rage, clashed with Ma Hongjun. After collecting the gold soul coins from Dai Mubai and the others, Flander, ever the miser, reluctantly handed them to Lonbai. Lonbai, this amounts to 1,000 gold soul coins, a reward for your victory. You four should divide it among yourselves. Understood. Lonbai gazed at the pouch in Flander's hand and reached out to receive it. Damn you, Lonbai. Tang San's eyes were fixated on the gold coins in Lonbai's grasp, his heart bleeding. 6 arduous years. 6 whole years. Does he even comprehend how those years were spent? Throughout this time, he had lived frugally, subsisting solely on plain steamed buns for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Sometimes, if he earned a little extra, he would treat himself to something better. He toiled away, on the verge of establishing a prosperous life from nothing, only to have his initial investment snatched away by Lonbai. Curse you, Lonbai. Tang San's expression was one of utter desolation, as Tang San simmered in silent fury. He felt a sudden thump at the back of his head. Damn it, who was that? He turned with indignation to find Ma Hongjun, his face contorted with rage, his eyes burning with fiery resentment. Oh, Ma Ge, do you need something from me? Seeing Ma Hongjun's fierce expression, Tang San immediately cowered. Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix was naturally a nemesis to his blue-silver grass martial soul, not to mention that Ma Hongjun's soul power level surpassed his. Thus, Tang San prudently chose to back down. What do you want? Ma Hongjun, upon hearing this, exploded with fury, leaping up to slap Tang San on the head, cursing. You useless fool. Training is one thing, but what's this nonsense about a competition? If it weren't for your insistence on competing, would I have lost money? Tang San nearly retorted but held back. When he had suggested the competition, Ma Hongjun had been so confident, praising him as a person of great potential. Now that they had lost, he was here hurling insults. Tang San suppressed his urge to lash out, forcing a conciliatory smile. Ma Ge, I was only thinking of the team. Team? Ma Hongjun scoffed. What team do you belong to? Tang San pointed towards Dai Mubai and the others. But upon catching a glimpse of their disdainful gazes, mirroring Ma Hongjun's, he realized the futility of his argument. Who on earth would consider you part of a team? With a resounding slap, Ma Hongjun sent Tang San crashing down, adding, if there were dogs around, we'd surely choose one to replace you, believe it or not. The contempt in his words left Tang San momentarily stunned. He stared at Ma Hongjun's corpulent visage, fury igniting like dry straw. That damned fat pig dares to lecture me? Reflexively, he glanced at Xiao Wu, only to find her obliviously nestled in Lonbai's embrace, exchanging flirtatious banter. At that moment, Tang San's pinned-up rage became unbearable. You fat pig, you're nothing but a glutton. With a furious shout, Tang San unleashed his blue-silver grass martial soul, casting blue-silver bind towards Ma Hongjun. Caught by surprise, Ma Hongjun found himself ensnared. However, he remained unfazed, a mocking grin appearing on his chubby face. Blue-silver grass, just a worthless martial soul. Channeling his soul power, Ma Hongjun summoned his wild chicken martial soul, flames bursting forth from his mouth. Phoenix fire line. Just as he prepared to unleash the fiery attack, a sudden pain in his chest interrupted him. Looking down, he spotted a glimmering silver needle embedded in his body. Before he could comprehend the situation, Tang San's hands transformed into delicate ivory as several silver needles appeared, glinting with purple light in his eyes. With a swift motion, he propelled the needles towards Ma Hongjun's chest. The needles pierced through, disrupting Ma Hongjun's soul power flow, causing his phoenix fire line to detonate within his own mouth. With a resounding explosion, Ma Hongjun's face was transformed into a charred spectacle. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San's rage erupted, propelling him forward to deliver a fierce kick that knocked Ma Hongjun to the ground. Ah! Ma Hongjun's wail echoed, the sudden agony rendering him disoriented. The sound of his suffering was music to Tang San's ears, drawing Lonbai's attention. Raising an eyebrow, Lonbai noted, 13%. Why is there so much sin on this dog? Ah, it makes sense. In the Douluo continent, there seems to be no mention of contraception. As a lecher, having been with so many women, it is only natural for him to occasionally encounter trouble. And when a woman falls into such a predicament, she simply takes a potion, resulting in the demise of the fetus. With enough of these abortive remedies, a woman naturally becomes unable to conceive. A double-edged sword. In an era devoid of advanced technology, women are truly pitiable. Yet, in a world too advanced, they are left with nothing but time to spare for martial training. Nearby, Flinder had noticed the altercation between Tang San and Ma Hongjun, but merely frowned, choosing not to intervene. After all, he held no fondness for either of them. Ma Hongjun's character was well known. Having established Shrek Academy near this small village, the students inevitably crossed paths with the locals, leading to Ma Hongjun's lewd behavior. Complaints frequently reached Flinder's ears, detailing Ma Hongjun's lecherous antics. As for Tang San, there was no need for elaboration. Given the conflict between the two, Flinder opted to watch from the sidelines. As a teacher, he could not chastise Ma Hongjun without appearing to bully the weaker student. However, if Tang San, being another student, were to confront Ma Hongjun, it could be framed as a mere contest of skills. Thus, Flinder observed the unfolding drama with detached amusement. Meanwhile, Lonbai discerned Flinder's intentions and silently commended him, recognizing that this approach was far superior to that of certain titled Douluo. Nearby, Tang Hao, who had been secretly observing the clash, suddenly felt an itch at the tip of his nose. Fortunately, he reacted in time to stifle a sneeze. Otherwise, he would have been discovered. Shaking off the irritation, he continued to watch the battle between Tang San and Ma Hongjun, remaining silent. Chapter 82. Tang Hao's arrival and renewed disappointment in Tang San. He had arrived long before. The moment Tang San suggested converting the training session into a competition, Tang Hao was already present. With his formidable strength as a title Douluo, he could observe unnoticed, as few could detect his presence. Thus, he had been keeping a watchful eye on his son, Tang San. Upon hearing Tang San's proposal to transform the training into a contest, Tang Hao immediately grasped his son's intentions. It was a clever maneuver to leverage his strengths for personal gain. Indeed, he was Tang Hao's son. Astute. However, after the conclusion of the competition, his pride swiftly dissipated. The image of Tang San's cleverness morphed into that of a fool, an utter fool. Yet, Tang San was undeniably his son. It was hardly surprising. The fault lay with his companions. Dai Mubai. Upon hearing this name and recognizing the white tiger martial spirit, Tang Hao understood Dai Mubai's identity. But so what? What could a prince of the Xingluo Empire do against him? He, Tang Hao, feared not the spirit hall, so why should he fear a mere prince? Tang Hao was already formulating a plan to confront him later that night. Then there was Ma Hongjun. This wretched glutton dared to bully his son? Truly courting disaster. As for Oscar, he was acceptable, no need for reprimand. Finally, there was Lonbai. After observing, Tang Hao was astonished to find that Lonbai seemed not to target Tang San. Rather, it was Tang San who often provoked Lonbai. Tang Hao furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of irritation. He had advised Tang San 6 years prior to befriend Lonbai. Had this son of his simply ignored that counsel? Never mind. Tang Hao shook his head, choosing not to intervene further. Glancing at the sky, he noted it was still midday, and nightfall was yet far off. He would have to wait until evening to teach Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun a proper lesson. Blue-silver grass is worthless. Cease this at once. Ma Hongjun was caught off guard by Tang San's hidden weapon and was utterly dazed, unable to resist. By the time he regained his wits, Tang San, quick as lightning, launched another secret weapon at him. Finally, seizing an opportunity, Ma Hongjun activated his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, forcing Tang San back. Ma Hongjun, trembling as he rose from the ground, glared at Tang San with a vicious expression. Blue-silver grass waste. How dare you? As he spoke, his soul rings flickered, and flames erupted from his mouth. Tang San's complexion changed dramatically as he hastily summoned several strands of blue-silver grass, simultaneously evading the attack. However, Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire was swift, and Tang San could not escape in time. Just as the flames were about to engulf him, they were unexpectedly intercepted by Flander. Ma Hongjun, enough? Flander declared sternly. Realizing his soul skill had been thwarted, Ma Hongjun, despite his anger, had no choice but to relent. Yet, he pointed at Tang San defiantly. Blue-silver grass waste. From now on, lower your head and submit when you see me. Tang San remained silent, having thoroughly vented his frustrations earlier. Now, he felt invigorated, his spirits lifted. Brother Bai, how entertaining it is to watch a dog fight a dog. Upon hearing the lively voice of Xiao Wu, Tang San turned to see her laughing with Lonbai, which only deepened his irritation. Damn it! How delightful it would be to teach Lonbai a proper lesson. After reprimanding Ma Hongjun, Flander turned to Tang San and then addressed the group, extending his hand. In addition to the 1,000 gold soul coins, there is a referee fee of 100. Each person owes 25 gold soul coins. At Flander's words, Oscar exclaimed, What? What are you exclaiming about? Flander frowned. We agreed on this beforehand. Your silence implied consent, did it not? Are you reluctant to pay after losing? Well, you all thought you would certainly win, didn't you? Since victory was expected, why did you not achieve it? Losing means you must honor your commitments. Pay up. Following Flander's admonishment, Oscar and the others begrudgingly produced their gold soul coins for Flander. However, Tang San did not join them. He had no money left. On credit, Flander would never forgive Tang San's debt. Fine. Tang San wore a desolate expression. After the transaction was completed, Flander's demeanor brightened, and he prepared to leave. Dai Mubai and the others felt a flicker of joy. Did this mean they would not have to run the 100 kilometers? Seeing the smiles on Dai Mubai and the others, Lonbai quickly raised his hand. Teacher, they still have 100 kilometers of punishment left to run. At this declaration, the smiles on Dai Mubai and his companions' faces froze instantly. They stared wide-eyed at Lonbai, who was holding Xiao Wu, as if fire could burst from their eyes. This scoundrel, enjoying the company of a beauty, had the audacity to speak out, truly despicable. Before Lonbai could respond to their furious glares, Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself. With a frown, she mimicked Lonbai's tone and exclaimed, "What are you looking at? A loss is a loss. Do you think you can escape punishment?" Xiao Wu spoke swiftly, her tone far from cordial. It was worth noting that just moments ago, they had set a trap with logs to ensnare them. How vile! Those four from the colorful feather group were simply asking for scorn. Indeed. Flander turned to Dai Mubai and the others. Dai Mubai, why are you still dawdling? Take your companions and go run. Yes, Dai Mubai replied, his face stern as he shot a glance at Lonbai before turning to leave. 100 kilometers, 10 laps. Without Lonbai here, he could run fewer laps. And no one would know. With that thought, his mood lightened somewhat. However, Flander interjected with a smile, you are not allowed to cheat. Since I have collected the 100 gold soul coins, I will watch you complete the 100 kilometers before I leave. Should I discover any cheating, you know the consequences. Upon hearing Flander's words, despair enveloped Dai Mubai and the others. What do we do now, Daileta? Ma Hongjuan's face was one of utter hopelessness. He was already exhausted and could barely rise after running 50 kilometers. Now, to run 100 kilometers? Was that not a death sentence? Dai Mubai's expression darkened, and he fell silent. Dragging his weary legs, he began to run. Observing this, Ma Hongjuan's expression soured as he caught sight of Tang San. Seizing the moment when Tang San was distracted, he kicked him to the ground. Blue-silver grasswaist, this is all your fault. As Tang San and Ma Hongjuan clashed once more, Flander pretended not to notice. As long as no harm came to anyone, he had no qualms. Teacher, we wish to visit our dormitory. We are too dirty and wish to wash up. Hearing Lonbai's voice, Flander's face broke into a smile. Go ahead, no worries. There are no classes today. Rest well, for tomorrow I will take you to Soto City for a significant event. Understood. Lonbai nodded, then carried Xiao Wu away. The sky was bright, but he felt the need for a bath. It seemed it was time to try out the outdoor swimming pool in the backyard. Coincidentally, he had 3 swimsuits for young ladies in hand. Young ladies. Lonbai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, uncertain if the swimsuit would suit her. With such a figure, perhaps it would not work. If forced, it could potentially spill out from the sides. Chapter 83. Xiao Wu donned a swimsuit, perfectly accentuating her curves. Observing the scene as Lonbai departed with the 3 young ladies, Flinder could not help but feel a pang of envy. This young man had managed to capture the attention of all 3 girls in the Shrek Academy. Flinder shook his head, fully aware that this was a choice made by the girls themselves. No wonder Lonbai. How outrageous. You dare to shoot arrows at me. Hearing the commotion, Flinder turned, his brow furrowed in concern. It was entirely understandable. What manner of individuals were these 4, aside from Lonbai? Oscar, a food-type soul master, was inconsequential. Dai Mubai, though endowed with considerable soul power and handsome looks, was merely a prince of the Star Luo Empire. Wealthy, attractive, and privileged, yet regrettably, he treated women with disdain, objectifying them and engaging in debauchery. Then there was Ma Hongjuan, another who indulged in hedonism. In many respects, he was even more detestable than Dai Mubai, lacking wealth, looks, and status. As for Tang San, sigh. Flinder remained silent, shaking his head in dismay. Yu Xiaogang should be arriving soon, and they needed to have a serious discussion. He still could not fathom why, despite both being from Nodding Academy. Lonbai had chosen Tang San as his disciple when he was so extraordinarily gifted. Was this not sheer folly? Words failed him. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu snuggled against Lonbai's neck, reclining in his embrace, nibbling on a snack, her legs swinging leisurely, embodying serenity. Ning Rongrong, trailing behind, observed this scene. Her legs growing increasingly weary, she gazed at Xiao Wu, envy evident in her eyes. The bond between Xiao Wu and Lonbai was undeniably close. Her legs ached, almost as if Lonbai were holding her too. With a sigh, Ning Rongrong turned her attention to Zhu Zhuqing beside her. Her gaze landed immediately on Zhu Zhuqing's impressive figure. So grand and towering, how she longed to touch. What are you looking at? Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's voice pierced her thoughts. Ning Rongrong blinked, returning her gaze. Nothing much. Zhu Zhuqing. There was always a lecherous gaze upon her form. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's silence, Ning Rongrong leaned in closer, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand. Hey, Zhuqing, aren't your legs sore? Not particularly, Zhu Zhuqing replied coolly. At this, Ning Rongrong's eyes narrowed. Not particularly? How could she still be fine? Even with her own endurance, she could only manage 40 kilometers before exhaustion set in. Yet Zhuqing, younger and presumably more fatigued, seemed unaffected. Actually, Ning Rongrong pointed ahead at Lonbai. You could also vie for his affection. Let him carry you too. Zhu Zhuqing. Honestly, my feet are fine. How prideful she was. Ning Rongrong remained unconvinced. In her eyes, Zhu Zhuqing was merely playing hard to get. Soon enough, they arrived at the villa. Upon reaching their destination, Xiao Wu promptly leapt from Lonbai's arms, seizing his hand and dashing toward the bathroom. Hurry. I'm all sticky and it's unbearable. Lonbai teased. Yet you asked me to hold you earlier? That was because. Ah, never mind. Let's just wash up. With that, Xiao Wu pulled Lonbai into the bathroom. In a flurry, she shed her clothes and dove into the bath. Lonbai found himself at a loss for words. Their bath together was leisurely. When Xiao Wu emerged, her cheeks flushed and her body relaxed. The heat of the water had its effects. Just as she reached for a robe, Lonbai called out, presenting her with a swimsuit. Xiao Wu, try this on. Clad in her robe, she turned, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Brother Bai, what is this peculiar attire? Seeing her inquisitive expression, Lonbai patiently explained. This is called a swimsuit. As the name implies, it is worn for swimming. A swimsuit? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled as she rushed to accept it from Lonbai. Examining it closely, this texture is so strange, it feels cool to the touch. Thank you, Brother Bai. Overjoyed, she cherished the swimsuit, her love for water evident. Without a second thought, she discarded her robe and began changing before Lonbai. He was taken by surprise, taking in the sight of her entire form. His initial thought was, so fair and delicate. The sensation must be delightful. Indeed it was. Brother Bai, don't just stand there. Come help me with this. It's so odd, I can't figure out how to put it on. Lonbai readily obliged, assisting her in donning the swimsuit. First, the bottom. Yes. That should be done first. The top would be simple thereafter. After a flurry of activity, Lonbai concluded. The swimsuit felt quite pleasant as well. Once they emerged, Xiao Wu's swimsuit immediately drew the attention of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. The garment clung to her skin, showcasing her exquisite figure. Her hair cascaded elegantly down her back, her curves soft, with proportions just right, not too large, not too small. The golden ratio of her waist and hips was flawless. With long legs that were exceptionally alluring. One could only imagine the delight in caressing those beautiful legs. As Xiao Wu stepped out, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze remained fixed on her. An unspoken envy palpable in the air. Wow, Xiao Wu, what is that outfit you're wearing? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she approached. Eager to touch her slender arms and gently prod her flat abdomen, almost drooling at the sight. If not for her noble beauty, such actions would seem quite lewd. Sister Rongrong, please don't touch my belly. It tickles. Xiao Wu quickly shielded herself from Ning Rongrong's grasp. Humph. Ning Rongrong pouted, teasing, your brother Bai can touch. But I cannot? Xiao Wu's face flushed, and she murmured, Brother Bai is special. He doesn't mean to touch. His massage technique requires contact with the body. Massage technique. Ning Rongrong blinked, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing's chest and then at Lonbai, her eyes narrowing. Is Zhu Zhuqing's figure also enhanced by your hands? Lonbai. What on earth? How can Ning Rongrong say such things? Was this truly appropriate for someone of her age to utter? Chapter 84. The Colorful Furball's Face Punishment. Lonbai and others host a pool party then. Lonbai casually admitted, yes, Zhuqing was raised by me. Zhu Zhuqing. She glanced at Lonbai, who wore a cheerful smile, bit her lip, and said, I'll go take a shower first. You all can chat. With that, she lowered her head and swiftly entered the bathroom. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's reaction, Ning Rongrong was astonished. Is it true that you raised her all by yourself? Indeed. If you wish, I could assist you as well. My techniques are quite seasoned and painless, Lonbai replied. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong imagined the scene. A faint blush creeping onto her face. She shot Lonbai a disapproving glance. Dream on. She has already grown. Any larger, and it wouldn't look appealing. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was utterly bewildered by the conversation, her expression one of innocent confusion. What do you mean by growing or not growing? Ning Rongrong glanced at Xiao Wu, saying, Adults are speaking. Children shouldn't interrupt. Lonbai interjected. Xiao Wu can still chime in. Chime in about what? She can chime in about anything. Wow, how cheeky of you. Ning Rongrong was taken aback by Lonbai's words. You're not any better, she retorted. The exchange left Xiao Wu even more perplexed. What do you mean by chiming in? Chiming in about who? Enough of this. I'm off to shower. I want to go and rub Zhu Zhuqing's shoulders, Ning Rongrong declared, preparing to enter the bathroom. But was quickly stopped. Ning Rongrong asked, What's the matter? This, your new outfits, Lonbai replied, pulling out 2 swimsuits and handing them to Ning Rongrong. New outfits? She inspected the leather swimsuit in her hands, frowning slightly, because she had never felt such fabric before. It was cool, smooth, and very thin. After Lonbai explained further, Ning Rongrong quickly understood. She glanced at Xiao Wu and reassessed Lonbai. Truly impressive. As a fellow connoisseur, he even designed the outfits himself for a little fun. Ning Rongrong tucked the swimsuit away confidently. Rest assured, I will ensure Zhu Zhuqing wears it. With that, she charged into the bathroom, radiating excitement. Soon after, sounds of splashing and laughter filled the air from within. Seeing this, Lonbai turned to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, wait here for a moment. I need to prepare a few things. Understood, brother Bai? Xiao Wu replied, obediently. Gently ruffling Xiao Wu's hair, Lonbai headed upstairs. The luxurious villa gifted by the system was well equipped. Since there was a pool, a barbecue was a must. The villa had everything: barbecue grills, charcoal, sunshades, and lounge chairs. There was no need to worry about running out, as the villa had a refreshing property. Any used charcoal would replenish by the next day in the storage room. As for the meat, he had a plentiful supply of soul beast meat stored in his system, along with various drinks and beers. This afternoon to evening promised to be a perfect pool party. While Lonbai busied himself, Xiao Wu, intrigued by the peculiar noises from the bathroom, tiptoed over to peek. Upon witnessing the scene inside, Xiao Wu was utterly astonished. Why are the two sisters so close together? Xiao Wu, is that you? Ning Rongrong, who was teaching Zhu Zhuqing, felt a sudden gaze and turned to see Xiao Wu's curious eyes. Xiao Wu responded softly, why yes, it's me. Don't just spy, come in. Ning Rongrong warmly invited her to join. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, but her curiosity got the better of her, and she slipped inside. The atmosphere quickly became lively. Xiao Wu, are you curious about how Zhu Zhuqing's figure developed so beautifully? Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu nodded. I think Brother Bai seems to like it a lot. Of course, Brother Bai is a man. He must appreciate Zhu Zhuqing's figure, a true wife who can nourish the entire family, Ning Rongrong remarked. Do you wish for your figure to grow like hers? Ning Rongrong asked. Of course, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Then listen closely. When you sleep with Brother Bai, ensure to let him massage that area. Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was absorbing forbidden knowledge. Zhu Zhuqing. She longed to refute it but refrained, seeing how engaged Xiao Wu was. Meanwhile, Lonbai had set up the sunshade. The midday sun was blistering. It was essential to have shelter. Once the barbecue grill, meats, and chilled beverages were prepared, Lonbai reclined on a nearby lounge chair. Suddenly, he heard a noise and looked up. In the distance on the hillside, he spotted four slowly moving figures. Recognizing the colorful fur, he could easily guess who they were. While Lonbai enjoyed a cold soda and swam in the cool pool, the colorful furball quartet was still jogging up the hill. The disparity in their worlds became apparent. Lonbai sighed, and at that moment, he caught sight of three stunning figures out of the corner of his eye. Turning his head, he was momentarily captivated. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing in their swimsuits were enchanting. Among them, Xiao Wu's swimsuit fit her best. Her figure was the epitome of youthful beauty. Next was Ning Rongrong, who was quite standard, yet certain areas were notably more pronounced than Xiao Wu's. Lastly, Zhu Zhuqing's swimsuit was the least fitting, as certain areas were quite ample. The sight of her feet barely touching the ground is truly captivating. The ancients were not mistaken. The three girls peeked around the villa to ensure no outsiders were watching before stepping out with confidence. Their fair, delicate feet contrasted strikingly against the meticulously trimmed lawn, creating a visually arresting scene. Lonbai sat on the lounge chair, thoroughly absorbed in the view, devoid of any ulterior motives. Suddenly, he spoke. Zhu Zhuqing, could you turn slightly so I can have a better look? Ning Rongrong, overhearing Lonbai, glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes widening in realization of his intentions. Indeed, it was quite alluring. Startled by Lonbai's request, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated but then turned her body. As she did, Lonbai admired the way her form spilled enticingly from the confines of her swimsuit. Is that good? Zhu Zhuqing felt flustered under Lonbai's intense gaze. Yes, it's perfect. Lonbai remained seated, gesturing to them. There are barbecued meat and roasted carrots, along with delicious juice. Feel free to indulge. Hearing about the roasted carrots, Xiao Wu couldn't contain herself. She dashed over, grabbing a carrot and thrusting it into Lonbai's hands, her lips forming a small pout. Brother Bai, feed me. Lonbai, aren't they the same? You just want me to feed you because it tastes better. Very well. Meanwhile, on the hillside, the colorful furball quartet was struggling to keep moving. Their legs felt weak, and their clothes were drenched with sweat. Even their colorful fur, usually smooth, clung damply to their faces. Villagers who caught sight of them were alarmed, exclaiming monsters. As they fled, persevere, persistence is victory. Through hardship, we shall succeed. Tang San motivated himself inwardly, pushing onward. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a savory aroma. His stomach growled in response, and his eyes lit up, following the scent eagerly. Only to arrive at the cliff's edge. Peering down, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that Lanbai's house? What are he and the three girls doing? Chapter 85. Jealousy. Why is Lonbai so carefree? Tang San squinted his eyes, straining to see what Lonbai and the three girls were doing. After a considerable time, he finally discerned that they were enjoying the summer. Goodness! This exclamation was loud enough to draw the attention of the other three colorful-haired creatures nearby. Ma Hongjun took a glance but saw nothing, and in a swift motion, slapped the back of Tang San's head. You useless blue silvergrass, what are you looking at? Why the loud outburst? The slap made Tang San stagger, nearly causing him to fall. He shot a glare at Ma Hongjun, but upon encountering Ma Hongjun's fierce gaze, he immediately indicated the location of the villa. Over there, the house behind that large tree. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai and the others turned to follow Tang San's gesture. Upon seeing the oddly constructed house, Dai Mubai exclaimed, "What is that? A house? Why is it built like that?" Oscar chimed in, "Boss Dai, to be honest. It looks peculiar, but it's quite beautiful. The color of the house is lovely." Ma Hongjun scoffed, "Beautiful? What does beauty matter? At the end of the day, it's still just a house." Yet, despite his words, there was a tinge of envy in his tone, as this was the first time he had seen such a stunning house. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun slapped Tang San on the head again, scolding, "You useless blue silvergrass, it's just a house. Why are you making such a fuss? Stop hitting me." Tang San had grown accustomed to Ma Hongjun's slaps and remained in a state of restraint, naturally responding, "Look beneath that house. There's a shimmering reflection. It seems like a pond. And beside the pond, that damned Lonbai." Lonbai. Upon hearing this, Tang San's words immediately caught the attention of Dai Mubai and the others, who perked up and squinted in that direction. Indeed, they spotted something. Oscar exclaimed, "Whoa, it really is that Lonbai, and the other three figures. Could they be Ning Rongrong and the others?" 3. Dai Mubai, upon hearing this, grabbed Oscar and urged him to point out the location. Following Oscar's direction, Dai Mubai's eyes finally landed on the four figures. It was indeed them. He was stunned. Not only did he see their silhouettes, but he also noticed they had changed into a different set of clothes. Did this mean? While they were exhausting themselves running, Lonbai was bathing with Zhu Zhuqing and the others. Perhaps it was a romantic bath, a contest of beauty? Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun also spotted them, exclaiming, "Goodness, those clothes. So strange, revealing arms and thighs." As he spoke, Ma Hongjun instinctively licked his lips. Unable to see the details clearly, he leaned in for a closer look. However, as he took a few steps forward, he suddenly lost his footing and tumbled down. Whoa! Ma Hongjun's face changed dramatically as he desperately clawed at the sand and grass below. Eventually, in his struggle, he managed to grab onto a small tree. "Boss Dai, help me." Upon hearing the commotion, Dai Mubai's expression changed, and he looked at Tang San. "Useless. Use your blue-silver grass martial soul to save him." Tang San, secretly amused, felt conflicted but ultimately decided to help, as their common enemy was Lonbai. If he could assist, it might lead to him being accepted into their fold. He felt quite pleased with himself until Ma Hongjun slapped him again. "Damn it. Don't think I didn't see you smirking." Tang San. "Ugh, that fat idiot." He gritted his teeth in frustration but felt powerless. After scolding Tang San, Ma Hongjun continued squinting, hoping for a clearer view. If he wasn't mistaken, the three girls were wearing rather revealing attire. Quite scandalous. Ma Hongjun strained to see, but all he could make out were four small silhouettes and their strikingly fair skin. Dai Mubai was also watching, but his expression grew increasingly grim. The extremely revealing clothing was worn by Zhu Zhuqing. She was his fiancée. How could she wear such attire in front of another man? Was this akin to him being cuckolded? Oscar was equally troubled. Ning Rongrong. Oh no, is Ning Rongrong, why was she wearing such clothing and getting close to the barely clad Lonbai? The fabric looked so thin, if they were close. Wouldn't that mean skin-to-skin contact? Ning Rongrong, oh no. How could his white moonlight do such a thing? Why would she allow Lonbai such liberties? Tang San, accustomed to being the green-haired turtle, still felt a pang of pain at this scene. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, carrying with it a rich aroma of grilled meat. Gurgle almost simultaneously, the stomachs of the colorful-haired quartet began to rumble. Their faces grew even darker. They were struggling through their arduous run, while Lonbai was camping with three scantily clad beauties, with lovely maidens by his side and delicious food in front of him, not to mention a clear pond nearby to frolic in. Goodness! The four of them once again felt an urge to strangle Lonbai. Why should he be the one to enjoy such pleasures? At that moment, the aroma of barbecued meat wafted to Ma Hongjun, causing his mouth to water. He swallowed hard and looked at Oscar. Quick, quick, get me a sausage. I'm starving. This. Oscar frowned and shook his head. That's not allowed. Teacher Flanders said we can't use our soul power, not even for sausages made with soul power. Ma Hongjun casually glanced around and frowned. What are we afraid of? He may not even show up. Upon hearing this, Oscar hesitated but nodded. He summoned his martial soul. I'll conjure a large sausage. Just as he began to speak, Oscar's mouth was suddenly covered. Oscar looked up hesitantly, only to meet Flanders' glasses glinting with a white light. Flander coldly asked, "What are you doing?" Oscar glanced at Ma Hongjun, only to realize he had vanished without a trace. You bastard. You were using soul power, weren't you? Teacher, please let me explain. Oscar pointed in the direction of Ma Hongjun. It was Ma Hongjun who. Enough. Flander interrupted sharply. It's pointless to discuss other matters. I only saw you using soul power, which is against the rules. You must face the consequences. Oscar's expression darkened. Consequences? What consequences? Simple, Flander smiled. Run another lap. Oscar's eyes widened. What? What do you mean what? This punishment is lenient enough. Now go run. Yes. Oscar faced the task with a grimace, dragging his weary legs to continue running. Chapter 86. In swimsuits, Xiao Wu's mind went blank. Ma Hongjun, you glutton. Oscar cursed at Ma Hongjun. He had clearly stated that it was not permissible, yet Ma Hongjun insisted on proceeding. Ultimately, it was Oscar who bore the consequences. How frustrating. Observing Oscar and the others obediently running, Flander nodded slightly. It is not the lack of skill that is worrisome. Rather, it is the soul masters who are aware of their inadequacies yet choose not to strive for improvement. Instead of feeling envious of others like Lonbai, they ought to work harder. Is not harboring jealousy merely a manifestation of a weak mindset? However, what were they just watching? With this thought, Flander mimicked their posture and glanced down the cliff. His martial spirit was that of an owl, granting him excellent vision, and soon he discerned the peculiar sight. It was Lonbai, along with Xiao Wu, Ningrongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Goodness, they truly know how to indulge. Flander was taken aback. Barbecue, beautiful women, swimming. They had all the joys of summer. No wonder Dai Mubai and the others wore such envious expressions. He felt a twinge of jealousy himself. Flander shook his head repeatedly. As a child, during sweltering summers, he would leap into a pond for a refreshing dip. Though the pond was filthy, the relief was undeniable, even if it often resulted in a stern reprimand from his parents. Sigh. Flander let out a breath, choosing not to dwell on it further. It was simply that Lonbai possessed the ability, wealth, and intellect. His envy was futile. His primary task now was to supervise Dai Mubai and the others. Having collected 100 gold soul coins, he had to fulfill his supervisory duties diligently. Otherwise, losing credibility would make future financial endeavors exceedingly difficult. With one last glance, he suppressed his envy and departed. Not long after he left, a hooded figure emerged from the nearby forest. Casting a glance at Lonbai's villa, the figure sighed heavily after a prolonged silence. Such a young age. Xiao San, you are disappointing. Time spent in merriment always flies by swiftly. At the pool party, Lonbai and the three girls were indeed having a splendid time. At least, Lonbai was thoroughly enjoying himself. Aside from the occasional need to find a spot to relieve himself, everything was delightful. While nestled against the three girls, Lonbai also noticed the envious gazes from the four members of the colorful hair group. Their overwhelming jealousy was impossible to ignore. By now it was past noon, and the sun had lost some of its earlier fervor. Seated on a sun lounger, Lonbai was attempting to ease himself. The reason was quite simple. Zhu Zhuqing's swimsuit was too eye-catching. The contrast of her black swimsuit against her fair skin was striking. Additionally, the swimsuit lacked any constricting features, causing Zhu Zhuqing's movements to be more pronounced. The peaks were unmistakable. Those in the know would understand. Several times, Lonbai thought those two ample forms might spring forth from the swimsuit, yet each time, they remained restrained. This left his mood fluctuating wildly. His emotions stretched to the limit. Brother Bai, why are you sitting there? Aren't you going to swim? Xiao Wu's voice broke through his thoughts. Turning to look, he saw Xiao Wu emerging from the water. The pool water clung to her swimsuit, which was already snug against her skin, accentuating every detail. Noticing this, Lonbai quickly bent down and whispered, "It's nothing. I'm just resting." Resting? Xiao Wu tilted her head, concern evident as she approached to crouch beside him. Brother Bai, are you feeling unwell? As Xiao Wu leaned in, Lonbai found himself feeling even more uncomfortable under her gaze. Brother Bai. Xiao Wu was startled, quickly moving to sit beside him on the sun lounger. She wrapped her arms around his, pressing her warm body against him, asking with genuine concern, Brother Bai, are you unwell? Lonbai. He longed to say, if you move away, I would feel much better. Yet, the sight of Xiao Wu in her youthful swimsuit was simply too alluring. That innocent and naive demeanor was overwhelming. Hearing Xiao Wu's voice, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who were engaging in a water fight, turned their attention toward them. Xiao Wu, what's wrong with Brother Bai? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, unable to suppress her concern upon noticing Lonbai's distress. Brother Bai seems. Xiao Wu began, intending to express her concern about Lonbai's condition. But before she could finish, her words were silenced by Lonbai's lips. He hastily explained, it's nothing, nothing at all. Xiao Wu was just being silly. Zhu Zhuqing? Upon hearing Lonbai's tone, Zhu Zhuqing was unconvinced. After pondering for a moment, she swam toward the edge of the pool. Seeing this, Lonbai felt a jolt of panic. He was still feeling quite uncomfortable. Could he withstand Zhu Zhuqing's scrutiny? If she and Ning Rongrong discovered the truth, it would be utterly disastrous for him. Such a situation must not occur. With that thought, Lonbai began to seek a way out. Ultimately, he directed his gaze toward Xiao Wu, who was closest to him. Sensing his unusual stare, Xiao Wu wondered, Brother Bai, why do you look so strange? Before she could voice her concern, Lonbai swiftly wrapped his arm around her waist, lifting her effortlessly and placing her onto his lap. Xiao Wu. In that instant, her face flushed crimson. In broad daylight, with Brother Bai clad only in shorts and herself in a form-fitting swimsuit, sitting on his lap. Xiao Wu's mind was in turmoil. Feeling the rise in Xiao Wu's temperature, Lonbai leaned closer to her ear and whispered, don't move, don't make a sound. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu fell silent, merely nodding slightly. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing approached the pool's edge, stepping onto the stairs with the grace of a beauty emerging from the water. Inadvertently, her chest brushed against the edge of the pool, causing a noticeable tremor. Lonbai. Xiao Wu. She sensed a peculiar energy. What was that sensation? Brother Bai, are you all right? Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly approached, her cool demeanor betraying a hint of concern. It's nothing, Lonbai replied, straightening up with a slight smile. Zhu Zhuqing scrutinized Lonbai's expression, noticing that he showed no signs of distress. In fact, his complexion appeared even more flushed than usual. However, Xiao Wu seemed somewhat peculiar. Why was her face so red? Even her fair skin bore a hint of rosy hue. Xiao Wu, you. I'm fine. I'm perfectly all right. Xiao Wu stammered, her words tumbling over one another. Zhu Zhuqing? Nearby, Ning Rongrong approached. Upon noticing Xiao Wu and Lonbai's seating arrangement, her eyes narrowed slightly. As a little witch, she had already seen through Lonbai. Sensing Lonbai's embarrassment, Ning Rongrong quickly grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand, saying, Zhuqing, let's not linger here. Come. Accompany me to the bathroom for a towel. It's getting breezy, and the water is quite cold. Upon hearing this, Lonbai shot Ning Rongrong a grateful glance. Oh, but what about Xiao Wu? Zhu Zhuqing still felt a twinge of concern. It's truly nothing, Ning Rongrong insisted, pulling Zhu Zhuqing along. From a distance, she gestured a perfect rescue sign to Lonbai. Witnessing this scene, Lonbai couldn't help but reflect. Sometimes, the little witch proves to be the most perfect ally. Hearing the commotion, the blushing Xiao Wu lifted her head, somewhat displeased. Brother Bai, clearly, I am. You? What are you? I am. Xiao Wu struggled to find an appropriate descriptor. Helping Brother Bai in a crisis, what did that even count as? Chapter 87. Intimate Massage. Tang San fainted embracing Xiao Wu. Lonbai felt quite uncomfortable. However, after the absence of Zhu Zhuqing's provocation, he began to feel significantly better as the discomfort gradually subsided. He glanced at Xiao Wu, who was biting her lip and frowning, seemingly lost in thought. Her expression was rather amusing. Noticing the absence of others nearby, he approached her almost without hesitation and planted a kiss on her cheek. What are you doing, Brother Bai? Xiao Wu exclaimed, startled by Lonbai's sudden action. She shifted her little bottom, inadvertently stirring something within Lonbai. Be careful, it's quite dangerous, he gently warned, his tone laced with mischief. Dangerous? Xiao Wu blinked, momentarily confused. She then attempted to move again. Initially, she felt nothing, but upon a second attempt, the sensation became apparent. Her countenance stiffened. What was that down there? It resembled a carrot, but its temperature seemed a tad elevated. What are you thinking? Lonbai leaned closer, whispering into her ear, his voice laced with a hint of seduction. Xiao Wu remained silent, her expression reflecting a sense of being in a wolf's den. a perilous thrill akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Seeing her bewildered expression and flushed earlobes, Lonbai smiled and let his hand glide up her thigh. The moment his skin made contact, Xiao Wu's body jolted and her temperature surged. Such a delightful sensation, Lonbai mused inwardly. Truly, as a transformed soul beast, her skin, appearance, and physique were exquisite. It was akin to the transformation seen in fairy tales, where spirit beasts could choose their forms. As a rabbit, Xiao Wu embodied the grace and demeanor of her kind, with her skin radiant and smooth, exuding an air of innocence and compliance. Under his tutelage over the past 6 years, her temperament had softened considerably, no longer as rebellious as before. For instance, at this moment, as Lonbai's hand ascended, Xiao Wu offered no resistance. Instead, she gritted her teeth, enduring his touch, her face flushed and her large eyes shimmering with unshed tears. She occasionally let out soft whimpers, but otherwise remained silent. Meanwhile, Tang San, having witnessed the summer revelries of Lanbai, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, found himself running with a distracted mind. His weary body dragged along the path, yet surprisingly, he kept pace with Dai Mubai and the others, not due to his own speed, but rather because their stamina had waned. Dai Mubai, endowed with a beast spirit, possessed formidable physical prowess, yet after battling 3 ancient Koan for an entire night, he, too, felt utterly exhausted. The same was true for Ma Hongjun. As for Oscar, his frail constitution, being a food support spirit master, rendered him equally weak. Hence, it was only natural that Flander paid him special attention, insisting he engage in more exercise. Huff, huff, Tang San gasped for air, his lungs feeling as if they were on fire. His complexion was ashen, limbs weak, swaying with each movement. He was utterly fatigued. This only intensified his jealousy towards Lonbai. Why was it so unfair? As he ran, he suddenly realized that he was drawing closer to Lonbai's residence. This thought reinvigorated him, and he cast his gaze toward the house. Upon doing so, he was struck dumb. By the poolside, 2 figures were entwined, and one of them was decidedly exploring the other inappropriately. If he was not mistaken, the one doing the exploring was Lonbai, and the one being explored. Tang San swallowed hard, only to find his lips parched, devoid of moisture. Thus, the swallow was dry and uncomfortable. The rabbit ears. Tang San's face fell. Within the entire Shrek Academy, only one person adorned herself with rabbit ear accessories, and that was Xiao Wu. So, the one at the mercy of Lonbai's advances was indeed Xiao Wu. With a resounding thud, Tang San could no longer maintain his stance. Overwhelmed by fatigue, he crumpled to the ground, his body limp, yet his eyes remained fixated on Lonbai's house, staring blankly at the sight. Xiao Wu was still being subjected to Lonbai's advances. Why was the world so unjust? He was the reincarnated one, the destined child. Yet this Lonbai. Upon hearing the thud, Dai Mubai and the others turned slowly to witness Tang San's pitiful state. Frowning slightly, Oscar chose to return. Tang San, what's wrong? Oscar inquired, his brow furrowed. But Tang San appeared oblivious, his ears seemingly deaf to their concerns. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun approached him, worry etched on their faces. Could this waste of blue-silver grass have collapsed? Ma Hongjun speculated. Indeed, a true waste. I labored through the night, and still managed to run this far. He slept the entire night yet cannot keep up with me, Dai Mubai remarked. Certainly dramatic, Ma Hongjun added, slapping Tang San lightly on the head, intending merely to rouse him. Yet, to their shock, Tang San toppled over. Whoa! Ma Hongjun gasped, quickly retreating, losing his balance and landing on the ground. He stared incredulously at the fallen Tang San, his voice trembling. Dai Lauda, did you see that? I didn't mean to. I was just trying to wake him. Dai Mubai and Oscar were startled, but soon regained their composure. With a serious expression, Dai Mubai crouched down and checked Tang San's breath, sighing in relief. It's all right. He merely fainted, not dead. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun's expression relaxed somewhat. He muttered, as long as he's not dead. Where's Flander? Dai Mubai pondered, glancing around but failing to spot their teacher. He then turned to Oscar. Oscar, use your soul power. Oscar frowned. Why would we use soul power? That old man is likely resting somewhere. If you use soul power, he might sense it and come out. Upon hearing this, Oscar realized the wisdom in it. However, recalling his recent unwarranted punishment, he was unwilling to comply. If Flander sensed the soul power and emerged to impose further penalties, he might not survive the day. Oscar's stance became resolute. You all can use your soul power to draw him out. I refuse to do so. At this, Dai Mubai paused, sensing something amiss. Could using soul power invoke punishment? With this thought, he turned his gaze toward Ma Hongjun. Chapter 88. The first soul ring of the sword array of extermination and the soul power enhancement card. Ma Hongjun, summon Flanders using your soul power. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's command, Ma Hongjun, without hesitation, complied. He and Dai Mubai shared a long-standing camaraderie, and it was worth noting that he had just repaid a debt to Dai Mubai. As expected, the moment Ma Hongjun exerted his soul power, Flanders emerged from a shadowy corner. Ma Hongjun, add one more lap. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. Huh, what do you mean by that? Flanders frowned. Did I not mention before? No usage of soul power is allowed. Using soul power constitutes a violation of the rules. Ma Hongjun pointed at Tang San on the ground. But there are no buts, Flanders interrupted coldly. He was always firm and resolute, leaving no room for debate. Ma Hongjun trembled, yet under Flanders' unwavering gaze. He found himself at a loss for words. Observing this, Flanders nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Dai Mubai interjected respectfully. Teacher, Tang San inexplicably collapsed while running. Fortunately, I noticed in time. Would you like to check on him? Tang San lay sprawled on the ground, covered in dirt and sweat, merging into a muddy mess. Flanders frowned and crouched down to inspect him, his expression indifferent. What a waste, he fainted after just 9 laps. Dai Mubai, you did well to alert me. I shall exempt you from 1 lap. Dai Mubai smiled, scratching his head. It was my duty. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun was utterly dumbfounded by this turn of events. Why is it that he called for Flanders, yet I am punished while Dai Mubai receives a reward for merely speaking a word? Is this fairness? Has Flanders lost his sight? Though he felt an urge to voice his discontent, the sight of Dai Mubai's demeanor silenced him. After all, he owed him money. All right. Flanders addressed Dai Mubai and the others. You all hurry up and run. If you haven't completed your laps by evening, there will be no rest. No rest, even in the evening. Ma Hongjun exchanged glances with Oscar, and without further ado, they began to run diligently. Dai Mubai nodded at Flanders and turned to complete his remaining 5 laps, his pace considerably steadier. Although he had 1 less lap, compared to Ma Hongjun, he had 2 laps less to run, which felt exhilarating. However, thoughts of Lonbai and the 3 girls quickly dampened his spirits. Why doesn't he that Lonbai just go away? What a waste. As a soul master, fainting from running, Flanders regarded the unconscious Tang San with disdain, but nonetheless grasped his collar and lifted him away, heading towards the infirmary. On another front, Lanbai had thoroughly indulged in his desires when Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing made their entrance. Seeing them, he had no choice but to retreat. Xiao Wu was fervently resisting Lanbai's advances, yet the moment his hand withdrew, she felt a strange sense of discomfort. The sensation had been rather pleasant. Zhu Zhuqing approached, holding 2 large bath towels. Lonbai, here are the towels. Dry off, or you might catch a cold with the wind. Zhu Zhuqing's thoughtfulness was evident. Lonbai chuckled teasingly as he accepted the towel. Unfazed by his jest, Zhu Zhuqing's expression brightened slightly. I'll help you dry your back. At her words, Lonbai hesitated but did not refuse. Zhu Zhuqing took the towel and pressed it against him. As she dried her hair, her form inadvertently brushed against Lonbai's back, soft and inviting. Xiao Wu remained oblivious, focused on drying herself off. The sun was setting, and the air had turned quite chilly. Catching a cold would not do it all. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong observed everything with keen eyes, her gaze narrowing as she licked her lips, intrigued by the scene. That evening, they gathered to watch television. This time, Ning Rongrong sat closer, joining Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who flanked Lonbai, all clad in swimsuits. With the villa's air conditioning, what they wore mattered little as long as it was aesthetically pleasing. As the show Imperfect World played, the protagonist declared, "Who dares claim invincibility? I shall slay until no one dares to assert supremacy." The striking visuals and bold words elicited applause from Xiao Wu, her small hands clapping enthusiastically. Gazing at the grand world depicted on screen, Xiao Wu turned to Lonbai, her eyes sparkling. Brother Bai, is that world real? Those people are so powerful. They can crush mountains with a single punch. Only a titled Douluo could achieve that, right? Before Lonbai could respond, Ning Rongrong scoffed. Of course it's fake. My grandfather is a titled Douluo, and he can't destroy a mountain in 1 blow. Oh, I see. What a pity, Xiao Wu replied, somewhat disappointed. The scenes on screen were magnificently grand, captivating even the hearts of the girls. Zhu Zhuqing, raised with noble education, shared a similar yearning for strength. Noticing their expressions, Lonbai chuckled. It's merely an animated show. Do not take it to heart. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing nodded, returning their attention to the cartoon, evidently entranced by the battles unfolding. Seeing this, Lonbai delved into the system. It was time to enhance his power through the lottery. If memory served him right, he had unlocked several desirable features while running with Ning Rongrong earlier. Surely, this lottery would yield some exceptional rewards. System commenced the lottery. Soon, the lottery concluded. Having exhausted all his points, he acquired 520 gold soul coins, level 5 soul power, the first soul ring of the sword array of extermination, and 5 soul power enhancement cards, which could unconditionally elevate the soul power level of any soul master under level 40. Reflecting on his haul, Lonbai felt a sense of satisfaction. The level 5 soul power spoke for itself, remaining a top-tier reward from the lottery. The first soul ring of the sword array of extermination arrived sooner than he anticipated, although it had been simplified to a martial soul. Its potency far exceeded that of the inferior Haoyan hammer. As for the 5 enhancement cards, their utility was vast. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and Rongrong could all benefit from them. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately decided not to grant any of them to the girls. It wasn't he out of stinginess, rather. He harbored his own intentions. It had been ages since he last visited the Spirit Hall. Chapter 89. The arrival of night at the Spirit Hall. It has been quite some time since he last visited the Spirit Hall to collect the papal decree. Subsequently, he refrained from returning due to the lack of suitable artifacts as divine gifts. After all, as an invincible deity, he could not solely indulge in taking. Bibi Dong is no fool. One does not ascend to the position of Pope's consort by being simple-minded. If he were to demand without offering anything in return, it would only be a matter of time before Bibi Dong devised a trap to test him. In this ebb and flow, the truth of his utter lack of offensive capability would be uncovered. When that moment arrives, aside from the angel family, Qian Daolu and the others, no one would regard him with any seriousness. It would be challenging to maintain the facade of a hidden powerhouse. With a sigh, Lonbai withdrew from the lottery space. Upon regaining his senses, he noticed Xiao Wu's excitement. The voice emanating from the television declared, "Who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to speak of being undefeated?" Xiao Wu, exuberant, waved her small fist and exclaimed, "Well said. Let us defeat those ancient emperors." In comparison to Lanbai, who do you think is more formidable, Sher Hao or Lanbai? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wu responded, "Is that even a question? The person on the television is undoubtedly stronger." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wu sensed 2 peculiar gazes upon her. With a perplexed expression, she slowly turned to find Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing regarding her with oddly scrutinizing eyes. Xiao Wu pondered, who was that voice? It sounds so familiar. Could it be? She blinked, glancing at Lonbai behind her, who was smiling warmly, exuding an aura of springtime gentleness. Xiao Wu felt a sudden awkwardness and tentatively asked, Brother Bai, you didn't hear that, did you?" With a grin, Lonbai replied, "What do you think? You didn't hear anything?" "No, I did hear it." Xiao Wu exclaimed in distress, "Oh no, oh no, oh no. It's all the television's fault." The battle scenes were simply too grand and captivating. Now I've accidentally said something wrong. As her mind raced, Xiao Wu quickly sorted through her thoughts. Yes, she merely believed that Sher Hao on television possessed immense strength. She never claimed he was powerful in real life. What difference does it make? He isn't real. With that realization, Xiao Wu felt invigorated and turned to Lanbai, stating earnestly, "Brother Bai, the people on television are only strong in their abilities. Ultimately, they are not real. Yet you, my brother Bai, are the strongest in reality." "Oh," Lonbai raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "In what regard?" At this, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong leaned in closer, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Xiao Wu hesitated, furrowing her brows as she contemplated. After a considerable pause, she arrived at an answer. "Strength." Lonbai pressed further, "And stamina." "And?" Xiao Wu pondered again, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Strength and stamina seemed to encompass the essence of power. What else could there be? Noticing Xiao Wu's hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing interjected with a gesture. She pinched the air twice, prompting Ning Rongrong to look on in confusion. But Xiao Wu suddenly understood, realizing there was indeed another aspect. Zhu Zhuqing, satisfied, lowered her hand. "Well done, you figured it out. Brother Bai, I know now, the rest also." Xiao Wu pressed her hand to her chest. "Ernest, your bear-hugging technique is quite impressive." "Lanbai?" Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing. What she meant was clearly massage techniques. How could Xiao Wu conflate it with bear-hugging techniques? Was it possible that Lanbai and Xiao Wu had been practicing bear-hugging techniques in private? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at her own large bear, lost in thought. Lonbai, observing Xiao Wu's serious demeanor, felt utterly bewildered. What bear-hugging technique? Ning Rongrong, approaching with a playful grin, leaned against Xiao Wu's arm, cheerfully squeezing it. Looking at Lonbai's dazed expression, Xiao Wu too felt a bit confused. Had she misspoken? Brother Bai's bear-hugging technique was indeed remarkable. A mere squeeze had her feeling weak. Even more so than a massage. Never mind. Lonbai snapped back to reality, ruffling Xiao Wu's hair. I forgive you. I'll step out to the restroom. You all continue to play. With that, Lonbai got up and left. Seeing this, Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Surely, the moment of praising others had passed, right? No, it had not. As soon as Lonbai departed, Ning Rongrong's mischievous side emerged. She reached out with her delicate hand and grasped Xiao Wu's bosom, squeezing it firmly twice while exclaiming, "Indeed. So soft. What are you doing?" Xiao Wu gasped, her cheeks flushed as she hastily pushed Ning Rongrong's hands away. Don't be shy. If your brother Bai can touch, why can't I? Ning Rongrong grinned mischievously, rising to pin Xiao Wu down. Oh no, this is inappropriate. Xiao Wu cried out, but no one came to her aid. Zhu Zhuqing simply watched, cool and detached. Noticing Xiao Wu's delicate and easily toppled form, Ning Rongrong grinned wickedly. Hee hee, call out all you want. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to help you. Raw throat, raw throat. Ning Rongrong froze mid-action. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who had been watching quietly, could not suppress a laugh. Under Brother Bai's protection, Xiao Wu was truly too naive. Yu Qing. Why are you laughing? Ning Rongrong turned her gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing's large bear. I'm just watching, don't? Before Zhu Zhuqing could finish, Ning Rongrong reached out, seizing her shoulder strap and pulling her over. In an instant, the three young women created a ruckus, their playful antics painting a vivid scene. Though unfortunately, Lonbai was absent, missing this delightful spectacle. In the restroom, Lonbai washed his face and gazed at his reflection in the mirror, muttering to himself. I wonder if Bibi Dong has retired for the night. Without further thought, he retrieved 5 soul power growth cards from his system inventory. Divine Presence, activate. In an instant, a radiant light flashed through the restroom, and Lonbai's entire figure vanished. As night deepened, within the spirit hall, in Bibi Dong's training chamber, all was silent. Yet, the Pope Bibi Dong continued her diligent practice. She had already become the most powerful being in the entire Douluo continent. Despite this, she persevered in her training, not for any trivial reason, but due to the emergence of that angel. The divine's arrival, an unparalleled divinity, far surpassing her own might. Before that angel, she sensed no possibility of victory. This was a grim realization, yet simultaneously a hopeful one. The very presence of this being signified that there truly exists a divine realm in this world. Chapter 90, Qian Renxue knelt with a blushing face. It was precisely for this reason that Bibi Dong devoted herself to arduous training, yearning for the day when she could transcend barriers and ascend to divinity. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through her chamber. Who could it be? At this hour, the spirit hall had already closed its doors, and nothing should be amiss. Despite her thoughts, the knocking persisted, growing louder and more urgent. With a slight frown, Bibi Dong emerged from the purple waters, her nightgown clinging tightly to her alluring curves. In that moment, she exuded a soft yet tantalizing aura. However, beneath her gentle exterior lay a sharp, predatory edge. The training chamber was constructed beneath her room for the sake of tranquility, using her soul power to dry her garments. She soon arrived at her door. Upon opening it, the attendant outside, in a rush, dared not meet Bibi Dong's gaze. He quickly bowed and announced, Your Holiness. He has descended. He has descended? Bibi Dong's brow furrowed. The term descended was unmistakably significant, referring to the angelic being who had not graced them with his presence for a considerable time. And now, he chose to appear in the dead of night. After a moment's contemplation, Bibi Dong coldly replied, You may leave. I am aware. Yes. The attendant promptly turned to depart. Wait. At that moment, Bibi Dong called him back. The attendant hastily knelt again. Hidden in the room's shadows, Bibi Dong instructed, Summon Qian Renxue to the hall. The attendant, taken aback, quickly nodded, understood. He then hurried off towards Qian Renxue's quarters. Indeed, few were present. Above the spirit hall, Lonbai floated listlessly in midair. Since his arrival, only a handful of elders had come forth, disheveled and not fully dressed. Upon reaching the hall, they knelt in the center without even casting a glance at him, their heads bowed low, ignorant of their purpose. Somewhat bored, Lonbai reclined in the air, awaiting Bibi Dong's arrival. Before long, he sensed a piercing gaze. Turning his head, he beheld Bibi Dong emerging from the corridor, clad in her nightwear. Was this an act of disdain or urgency? Regardless, it mattered little. She was a feast for the eyes. Lonbai admired the elegance of Bibi Dong's nightgown, a delicate shade of pink mixed with purple, beautifully tailored to accentuate her figure. Although her bosom did not rival Zhu Zhuqing's, it was still commendable, slightly larger than Xiao Wu's. Her slender waist was remarkable. And it was hard to believe that after giving birth to Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong maintained such an exquisite figure. Perhaps it was due to her rigorous training and self-discipline. Truly, she was a formidable woman, a fact that pleased Lonbai immensely. As Lonbai continued to admire Bibi Dong, he heard footsteps approaching from another direction. To his surprise, it was Qian Renxue. What was she doing at the spirit hall at this hour? Mother, do you require my presence? Qian Renxue greeted Bibi Dong promptly. Bibi Dong's expression remained impassive as she replied coldly, no need for formalities. Go, greet the Divine One. The Divine One. Qian Renxue's brow knitted slightly. She had heard of this Divine One from others, who first descended several years ago. At that time, she was not present and had thus missed the encounter. Filled with curiosity, she had returned often, yet had never witnessed the Divine One's arrival. Rumors suggested that he had not appeared for a long time, and gradually, she lost patience and ceased her frequent visits. Yet now, having returned unexpectedly, she found herself in the midst of the Divine One's descent. As she walked toward the hall, golden light shimmered on the ground, gentle yet imbued with an undeniable, intangible pressure. This was an experience she had never known. As the wielder of a God-given martial soul, the six-winged angel, she had never felt such pressure from another's martial soul. Yet this time, she felt it profoundly. The Divine One's rank far surpassed her own. Upon reaching the center, Qian Renxue's footsteps trembled. Though the Divine One did not intentionally release his pressure, she found her legs quaking. Taking a deep breath, she slowly raised her gaze to the heavens. Upon seeing the sacred angel, her heart thundered within her chest. Her legs gave way, and she knelt before the Divine One, struggling to breathe as a flush crept across her face. So powerful. Is this truly the Divine One? Merely a glance rendered her body uncontrollable, trembling and weak. Beside her, Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed. Indeed, the Divine One possessed a commanding dominance over those with angelic martial souls. She gazed coldly at the kneeling Qian Renxue, her expression unreadable, offering no assistance. In midair, Lonbai mused, what's wrong? Is he so terrifying? Just a glance and she turns crimson and collapses? Surely not. After a moment, he understood. It was the pressure of the martial soul. Observing Qian Renxue, flushed and gasping, Lonbai attempted to adjust the release of his pressure. The instant the pressure dissipated, Qian Renxue felt the change and understood that the Divine One had chosen to restrain his power. In light of previous accounts of Qin Lu being forced to kneel for 10 minutes, Qian Renxue realized this was a special consideration from the Divine One. But why? Qin Lu was her grandfather, an immensely powerful title Douluo V. By rights, the Divine One should have favored him. Yet, the reality was evident, leaving Qian Renxue perplexed. Rise. As she pondered, a gentle, divine voice resonated in her mind. At the command, Qian Renxue stood and bowed towards the Divine One, saying, Thank you, my lord. No harm done. This scene unfolded before the elderly onlookers and Bibi Dong, each displaying varied expressions. The elders perceived it as the Divine One's favor towards Qian Renxue, seeing her as a blessed saint. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. The Divine One's favor towards Qian Renxue was not a positive development for her. The Spirit Hall was something she had seized from the Qian family through sheer strength. Should the Divine One favor Qian Renxue, her position as Pope would be jeopardized. Unbeknownst to Lonbai, his unintentional actions would evoke such significant reactions. Yet, it mattered little. He was simply a member of the harem, waiting for the right moment to assert his power. The harem's playful squabbles were entirely normal. The immediate concern was to garner some advantages from Bibi Dong and showcase his divine prowess. Such an unconditional elevation of soul power was likely something even Bibi Dong had never encountered. Chapter 91. Acquiring the Soul Bone. Right leg bone of the clear void magic leopard in the depths of the Spirit Hall, which should have been shrouded in darkness during the late hours of the night. A flicker of light illuminated the surroundings. In the grand hall, Lonbai gazed thoughtfully at the two women clad in delicate nightgowns below him. Pondering a question, how might he cultivate a closer connection with Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue? No, that is not it. Lonbai shook his head, casting aside his earlier musings. How does one effectively project an aura of authority? After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. He would exploit human nature and propagate misinformation. A single statement, once passed through the mouths of many, would inevitably morph into something entirely different from its original form. This is the essence of rumor. With this thought in mind, Lonbai spoke gently. Except for Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue, everyone else may leave. His voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly within the minds of all present. Upon hearing his words, the elderly men kneeling on the ground exchanged glances filled with confusion. However, none dared to voice their thoughts. They all rose, bowing low and avoiding eye contact as they filed out of the hall. The guards stationed nearby also turned to leave, anxious to avoid incurring the ire of the divine presence. Soon, only Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue remained in the grand hall, standing before Lonbai in their light nightgowns, motionless with their heads bowed, awaiting his divine command. Bibi Dong's mind raced as she speculated on the intentions of the celestial figure before her. Initially, Qian Renxue had collapsed to the ground, and the once indifferent deity seemed to soften his divine aura in response to this display. The preferential treatment afforded to Qian Renxue was glaringly evident. Previously, when Qian Douluo had been in this very spot, he had also been brought to his knees by the divine pressure, unable to lift his gaze. Yet, the deity had not even glanced in his direction. This was truly astounding. Could it be that a titled Douluo was deemed lesser than a great spirit master? Contemplating this, Bibi Dong deduced that Qian Renxue's innate talent must surpass that of Qian Douluo, thus earning her the deity's favor. It must be so. The notion of divine favor brought an ache to Bibi Dong's head. She was acutely aware of what such favor signified. Moreover, the fact that Qian Renxue was the recipient of this divine attention was evident to all present. Those who lingered in the spirit hall at such an hour were the core figures of the organization. The deity's preferential treatment of Qian Renxue in their eyes signified the preordained selection of the next pope. And now, as the current pope, Bibi Dong had yet to abdicate her position. Thus, the implications of this situation weighed heavily upon her. As Bibi Dong pondered these matters, Lonbai spoke. Pope Bibi Dong. Yes, how may I serve you? Bibi Dong replied. Do you possess any usable soul bones? Soul bones. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, and the word Saint Sun flashed through her mind. Yes, if you desire them. I shall fetch them all. With that, Bibi Dong prepared to depart in search of the soul bones. Although it pained her to part with them, she recognized that these soul bones held little value for her. If relinquishing them would earn her the deity's trust and a pathway to ascension, she would gladly comply. To her, the prospect of attaining divinity rendered all else trivial. After being persecuted by Qian Xuanji, she had ceased to trust anyone but herself. Only through her own strength could she seize control of her destiny. Do not take them all, Lonbai interjected, halting her progress. Merely relay the names of the soul bones to me. I shall select one. Understood, Bibi Dong acknowledged, lowering her noble head as she stepped forward to enumerate the soul bones currently held by the spirit hall. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue stood nearby, her expression one of disbelief as she regarded her mother, Bibi Dong. This demeanor of the Pope was a sight Qian Renxue had never witnessed in her lifetime. The might of this divine figure was truly formidable. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Qian Renxue felt a burgeoning respect for the deity. On the other side, after listening to Bibi Dong's account of the soul bones, Lonbai could not help but feel astonished. It was not merely the quantity of soul bones that surprised him, but rather the sheer abundance within the spirit hall. Bibi Dong had just mentioned over 20 unclaimed soul bones, some acquired from the hunting of magical beasts, while others had been obtained from those who opposed the spirit hall. After years of accumulation, they had gathered such a collection. For Lonbai, who had little experience with soul bones, this was indeed a significant number. However, quantity alone was of little use, as the quality varied greatly. None of the soul bones that piqued his interest were present among them. He currently possessed 2 soul bones, the Fate Skull, a unique artifact found nowhere else on the continent, and the blue-silver Emperor leg bone, which was rare but not singular. The inventory of the spirit hall lacked any soul bones that could rival his own. As Lonbai contemplated his options, Bibi Dong, too, was deep in thought. This divine figure must be assisting the Saint Sun in acquiring a soul bone. Naturally, it should be one that perfectly suited him, whether for offense or agility. Perhaps, through the functionality of the soul bone, they would uncover the whereabouts of the Saint Sun himself. After a moment, Lonbai reached a decision. Since there were no soul bones that appealed to him, he would instead seek one for Zhu Zhuqing. As for Xiao Wu, even if he were to procure a soul bone for her, she would undoubtedly refuse. As a spirit beast that had transformed, how could she possibly desire a soul bone? Ning Rongrong was still in the process of training, making Zhu Zhuqing the ideal candidate. Intelligent, beautiful, and fiercely loyal. She would make the perfect companion. With this in mind, Lonbai recalled the soul bones Bibi Dong had mentioned. Zhu Zhuqing was a speed-oriented attack spirit master, and the spectral cat was renowned for its unparalleled swiftness. In the world of Douluo, teamwork was paramount. While individual specialization was acceptable, mediocrity was not. If the spectral cat was famed for its speed, then it must be pushed to its utmost limits. Lonbai had nearly settled on a choice. Floating in the air, he spoke slowly. Bibi Dong, please retrieve the right leg bone of the clear void magic leopard. The right leg bone of the clear void magic leopard, an agility-type soul bone. Yes, Bibi Dong affirmed, preparing to turn and fetch the soul bone. At that moment, Lonbai continued, this divine gift shall be bestowed upon Qian Renxue. She is your daughter and possesses commendable talent. Upon hearing Lonbai's words, Bibi Dong paused in her tracks, momentarily taken aback before swiftly regaining her composure. She turned and nodded. Thank you. Little Shui, be grateful for the divine gift. Hearing her mother's words, Qian Renxue finally emerged from her astonishment. She gazed ahead. Kneeling in reverence, her voice filled with deep respect. Thank you for the divine gift, esteemed deity. Chapter 92, for the forlorn Qian Renxue, whom no parents cherish. I shall assume the role of her father. Rise, dear child. My fondness for the pitiable Qian Renxue remains unwavering. Since her tender years, she has been scorned by her biological mother, dispatched to the Tiando Empire to impersonate the crown prince, Shui Qinghe, and to dwell in the shadow of the Emperor Shui. In such perilous circumstances, a single misstep could lead to her demise. It is evident that she has cultivated a profound sense of independence, exhibiting exceptional intelligence and poise, with innate talents that shine brightly. Alas, she was born into the Wuhuan Temple, the daughter of Bibi Dong. Despite Bibi Dong's support for Huliena as the next pope, she refused to extend the same assistance to her own daughter, Qian Renxue. This unfortunate child, devoid of a father's presence and scorned by her mother, resembles a wildflower, left to thrive in solitude. Perhaps I can offer her a modicum of warmth. Assuming the role of Qian Renxue's father and bestowing upon her the love of a parent is certainly within my capacity. Once Bibi Dong departed, the hall was left with only Lonbai and Qian Renxue. The silence enveloped them, and Qian Renxue felt a flicker of unease. Yet, the mentality she had honed from years of disguise came into play. Despite her inner turmoil, she maintained an expression of serene elegance. Observing Qian Renxue, Lonbai smiled gently and spoke softly, Xiao Shui, come here. At the sound of the Divine One's gentle voice resounding in her mind, Qian Renxue felt a sudden catch in her breath. Such a tender tone, paired with the term Xiao Shui. Why would the Divine One address her so? Noticing her momentary distraction, Lonbai discerned her thoughts. After all, she was but a child, overwhelmed by the affectionate call of her deity. Lonbai couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of his esteemed status. Seizing the moment, he continued, what are you dawdling for? Qian Renxue snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply as she approached Lonbai's feet. Standing on the ground illuminated by divine light, she felt an overwhelming aura that surpassed her own, bringing her a sense of tranquility. Under the divine radiance of the Divine One, her six-winged angel martial spirit rejoiced, as if it had encountered its source deity. Concurrently, she sensed the flow of her soul power within her body becoming more harmonious, even accelerating her absorption of soul power significantly. Truly, the angelic deity possessed remarkable abilities, with the emitted sacred light proving so beneficial. Closing her eyes, she focused on this divine light. Suddenly, she felt the light cascading down upon her. Startled, just as she was about to open her eyes, a warm hand rested upon her head, followed by Lonbai's voice. Close your eyes and feel. Is this divine grace? The thought crossed Qian Renxue's mind as she immediately complied, shutting her eyes and feeling the warmth of the hand atop her head. The first sensation was peculiar. As Bibi Dong's daughter, she had never experienced anyone stroking her hair, not even in her childhood. Bibi Dong had never shown her such intimacy. Thus, this was her first encounter with such a gentle gesture. The second sensation was a blend of restlessness and shyness. At her age, she grappled with an outward rejection of intimacy while yearning for it within. From a young age, she had heard countless tales where the protagonists fought for their families. Thus, little Qian Renxue longed for a warm family. However, the indifferent Bibi Dong never bestowed her kindness, let alone maternal love. In many ways, she was a child starved of affection, resigned to the belief that she would never experience the love of a mother or father. Yet today, it seemed she had felt a glimpse of it. Whether through the term Xiao Shui or the hand that caressed her hair, she sensed a comforting reliability. Do not overthink, came the voice from above. At this, Qian Renshue's cheeks flushed as she began to cast aside her tangled thoughts, focusing instead on the moment. Lonbai, amused by the scene, observed her reaction. Indeed, she was a child deprived of love. Bibi Dong's parenting approach was lacking. Thus, this responsibility fell to him. He was quite adept at playing the role of a father, while Qian Renshue's worldview had yet to solidify into that of a cold, unfeeling machine. He felt compelled to guide her otherwise. Xiao, are you ready? Lanbai asked softly, though Qian Renxue was uncertain of what she was being prepared for. She had an instinctual assurance that it would not bring her harm. I am ready. Excellent. Lanbai's hands glided down to rest upon Qian Renshue's delicate shoulders, gently leaning his forehead against hers, which was still tightly closed. 5 soul power enhancement cards floated into existence, shattering one by one, merging into Qian Renshue's being. As Lanbai's hands settled on her shoulders, Qian Renxue felt a wave of confusion. When she sensed the peculiar warmth on her forehead, she nearly opened her eyes in fright. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, she recognized it was the Divine One's touch. What was happening? Understanding dawned. Yet it left her even more bewildered. Was the Divine One taking advantage of her? How could such a lofty deity engage in such acts? No, absolutely not. Qian Renxue could not bring herself to accept such thoughts. In the next moment, the unusual sensations coursing through her body confirmed her suspicions. What is this? Qian Renxue was astounded. She felt pure waves of soul power flooding into her, her soul power level steadily climbing. 38, 39, reaching 40. A leap of 3 levels. Is this the might of the Divine One? It was nothing short of miraculous. Only 3 cards were required? Lonbai was somewhat taken aback. Realizing Qian Renshue's soul power was extraordinarily high, she had scarcely any time to train while undercover, yet her cultivation had not faltered. Truly impressive, she was indeed his daughter. Once the transfer of soul power concluded, Lonbai affectionately patted Qian Renshue's hair before ascending back into the air. As the warmth departed, Qian Renxue felt an inexplicable emptiness within her. Upon opening her eyes, she bowed her head respectfully and said, "Thank you, Divine One. No need for thanks." At that moment, Bibi Dong arrived, holding a wooden box containing the right leg bone of the calming magic leopard. Lonbai glanced at the time, forgoing pleasantries as he waved to accept the box, stating simply, "Very well," before departing. After Lonbai left, Bibi Dong regarded the somewhat dazed Qian Renxue with a furrowed brow. What did he leave behind? Snapping back to reality at her voice, Qian Renxue responded respectfully. The Divine One infused me with divine power, aiding me in breaking through 3 levels. You mean, an unconditional breakthrough of 3 levels? Yes, mother. Sister. Bibi Dong was taken aback by Qian Renshue's revelation. She hurried to her side, grasping her arm to gauge her soul power. After a moment, she released her grip, her mind in turmoil. A perfect breakthrough? Is he truly a deity? Chapter 93. Unlocking the affectionate connection with Qian Renxue. Listening to her mother's murmurs, Qian Renxue momentarily froze, realizing that her mother did not fully believe in the divine being. It was only upon witnessing the unconditional enhancement of soul power that she began to comprehend. No. Qian Renxue understood that Bibi Dong was a woman laden with suspicion. Even when confronted with the divine being's assistance in augmenting her soul power, she would remain skeptical. Despite being somewhat neglected, Qian Renxue was still a part of Bibi Dong, a fragment of her being. Yet, even so, she felt isolated. Every experience from her childhood underscored the chilling and closed-off nature of Bibi Dong's heart. Consequently, her mother would never completely trust anyone or anything, viewing only partners as allies, not as individuals worthy of total faith. Reflecting on this, Qian Renxue inexplicably felt a chill and sadness envelop her. She was unaware of the traumas Bibi Dong had endured in the past. She had inquired, but no one dared to reveal the truth. Yet, her keen intellect allowed her to infer certain things. Mother, dear mother. Qian Renxue allowed Bibi Dong to grasp her hand, feeling the increasing pressure at her wrist. The intensifying grip indicated her mother's emotional instability. Gradually, even Qian Renxue felt pain. Her hand had turned a deep crimson, losing sensation. Nevertheless, she remained silent, silently enduring Bibi Dong's turmoil. A deity? An angelic divinity. The cursed lineage. Bibi Dong was now engulfed in agitation. The emergence of this divine being disrupted her meticulously crafted plans, but more importantly, it instilled a sense of crisis within her. The Qian family was an ancient lineage of angels, and by rights, the spirit hall belonged to them. Yet, She found herself an outsider. Despite possessing a formidable soul and dual spirit abilities, she could not contend with a divine entity. Having endured persecution from the Qian family, she had concealed her strength for years, ultimately exacting revenge by slaying Qian Xuanji and seizing the spirit hall. Just as she was on the cusp of transforming it into her own empire, this angelic deity appeared. Cursed legacy. Why was it denied to her? Why must she endure and suppress her grievances after being wronged? Cursed lineage. Bibi Dong's breathing grew heavy. In her moment of irritation, she suddenly heard muffled cries of pain. Looking up, she noticed Qian Renxue with furrowed brows, visibly suffering. Bibi Dong, as if awakening from a dream, hastily released her grip on Qian Renxue's hand. Once freed, Qian Renxue's arm fell to her side, her hand now a purplish hue, clearly a result of impaired blood flow. Witnessing this, a flicker of pain pierced through Bibi Dong's icy heart. Instinctively, she inquired, "How is your hand?" Qian Renxue glanced at Bibi Dong, and upon seeing the subtle pain in her mother's eyes, her words faltered. Noticing Qian Renxue's prolonged silence, Bibi Dong frowned and commanded, "Speak." Startled, Qian Renxue hastily replied, "It's nothing. It will be fine shortly." Observing her anxious demeanor, Bibi Dong fell silent for a moment before taking Qian Renxue's hand, channeling her soul power to restore circulation. The venomous energy of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, under Bibi Dong's control, bore an unexpected gentleness. Qian Renxue could sense it distinctly, her heart racing uncharacteristically. This was abnormal. Her mother was not herself. In her confusion, Qian Renxue's hand soon regained its fair complexion. Bibi Dong silently released her hand, gazing deeply into her eyes without uttering a word, then waved her hand dismissively. "You may rest." Yes. The atmosphere between them was already tense, and Qian Renxue complied without hesitation. After bowing, she turned to leave. As she stepped into the dimly lit corridor, the enveloping darkness brought her a sense of security. It was then that she realized her heart was racing fervently. She squeezed the hand that had just been held by Bibi Dong, still warm from her mother's touch. Strangely, Qian Renxue felt a surge of elation, her steps growing lighter. That night, she encountered two fortuitous occurrences. Her mother had shown her concern for the first time, and there was the powerful yet gentle divine being. In the hall, Bibi Dong watched Qian Renxue's retreating figure, clad in her nightgown, gradually fading into the distance. She felt the tranquil waters of her heart stir with ripples. Why had she caused the child pain yet remained silent? After much contemplation, Bibi Dong failed to find an answer. Perhaps she understood but was unwilling to confront it. Never mind. Bibi Dong chose to set the matter aside, shifting her thoughts to another issue. Moments later, she pinched her brow and shook her head slightly. No, after all, she belonged to the Qian family. With a cold expression, Bibi Dong cast one last glance in the direction Qian Renxue had departed before turning away. Meanwhile, Lonbai returned to the restroom with the soul bone in hand. Looking at the wooden box, he nodded with satisfaction. The leg bone possessed the ability of teleportation and could enhance the speed of the soul master upon fusion. It was a perfect match for Zhu Zhuqing. Unlike Xiao Wu, who was carefree and playful, Zhu Zhuqing, being of noble birth, thought more profoundly. Previously at Notting Academy, she had managed all aspects of their livelihood and leisure. If she had possessed a soul-guiding device, Lonbai would have already lavished her with gold soul coins and relieved himself of such concerns. As his devoted partner, she deserved a proper reward. He planned to massage her delicate feet later that evening. Just as he prepared to leave with the wooden box, the system's voice resonated in his mind. "Beep, congratulations on unlocking the affectionate connection with Qian Renxue. Beep, Qian Renxue's affection for you has risen to 20. Increasing the rate of affection value acquisition. Current affection value acquisition rate, 1.25. Beep. Congratulations on unlocking the head affection point with Qian Renxue, awarding 100 affection points. Beep. Congratulations on unlocking the shoulder affection point with Qian Renxue, awarding 100 affection points." Surprised by the system's notifications, Lonbai pondered whether his touch during his transformation into a Seraphim would also count. Suddenly, he recognized an oversight. As a divine being, he could certainly use his status to touch Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue. Being a deity, such seemingly inappropriate actions would not be perceived as lewd by them. After all, he was a divine entity. How could he harbor ill intentions toward mere mortals? Lonbai found this notion entirely justifiable. Chapter 94, Another Soul Bone? Ning Rongrong's jealousy after a 10-day cooling-off period. Lonbai did not dwell on it for long. Holding the wooden box, he pushed open the bathroom door. Upon seeing the three women in the hall, he froze in place, staring at them without blinking. The trio engaged in playful banter on the sofa, turned their gaze towards him upon hearing the door creak open, momentarily struck dumb by his presence. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to suspend in time. Are you making tofu? Throwing a party without me? Lonbai was the first to shatter the silence. Little Wu? Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong. It's all Rongrong's fault. She wants to strengthen me. Little Wu quickly pushed Ning Rongrong aside, adjusting her swimsuit straps to cover herself modestly. Her cheeks flushed as she hurried to Lonbai's side, clinging to his arm and pouting. I like brother Bai. I don't like girls. Seeing this, Lonbai smiled faintly, gently ruffling her hair. I was just joking. Little Wu blinked her large eyes. Really? Lonbai replied, not really. Little Wu. Lonbai smirked. You'll just have to prove it in bed later, understand? I understand. I will definitely prove it. She beamed, prompting Lonbai to reward her with another affectionate pat on the head before he approached the sofa. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was still struggling with her swimsuit straps, which had slipped down due to Ning Rongrong's playful tugging. The fit was already challenging, and now she had to invest considerable time to adjust it properly. As she wrestled with the fabric, Lonbai kindly pressed down on her shoulders to assist. Don't just stand there. I'm holding it down for you. Pull the straps up, he instructed. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was barely above a whisper. Okay. Her cheeks flushed as she felt his warm hand, and she began to lift the straps. With Lonbai's help, she managed to secure the straps in place. Thank you, she murmured. Don't mention it, Lonbai replied, giving her a gentle squeeze before settling down on the sofa with Little Wu. Hey, brother Bai, what about me? I want to help too, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Her hands pressed to her chest, her straps completely fallen. Lonbai glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, Zhuqing needs help because hers is too big. You can manage on your own. Ning Rongrong. You're not using your chance wisely, are you? Still looking down on me? Ning Rongrong huffed, tugging at her straps until she finally managed to put on her swimsuit properly. She rubbed her chest, glancing enviously at Zhu Zhuqing's ample figure. In her heart, she mused that if only brother Bai would assist her daily, her own would surpass Zhu Zhuqing's. The television continued to play, having transitioned from an imperfect world to a martial arts spectacle. Yunlanzong, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth. Upon hearing this somewhat familiar phrase, Little Wu turned her head in confusion, thinking she had heard a blue-haired creature utter something similar. Who was the original? Noticing that Little Wu was no longer focused on him, but rather on the television, Lonbai shifted his attention back to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, come here for a moment. Upon hearing his voice, Zhu Zhuqing, blushing, moved closer. With each step, her figure swayed enticingly. Lonbai couldn't help but admire how well-made her swimsuit was. However, he mused that while it could enhance her allure, it could also lead to an unforeseen spectacle if the straps were to give way. Feeling Lonbai's intense gaze, Zhu Zhuqing shyly asked, Brother Bai, what's wrong? Nothing. Just come a little closer. Oh. Zhu Zhuqing obediently complied, and as she nestled close, Lonbai felt satisfied enough to retrieve the wooden box. Upon seeing the familiar wooden box, Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brows. What is this? Is it a soul bone? Ning Rongrong immediately recognized it as a special case designed for soul bones. Yes, it is a soul bone, Lonbai replied with a smile, opening the box to reveal the right leg bone of the empty bright demon leopard. Ning Rongrong, upon seeing the unfamiliar soul bone, leaned against Little Wu's leg, scrutinizing it closely. An unknown soul bone. What kind is it? The right leg bone of an empty bright demon leopard, 30,000 years old. 30,000 years old empty bright demon. A soul beast renowned for its speed. Ning Rongrong gasped, realizing that such a treasure was beyond the reach of their 7 treasures, glazed tile school. Indeed, Lonbai responded casually. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been listening to their conversation, felt a stirring in her heart. She understood that this was a gift from brother Bai meant for her. But she couldn't help but wonder why he had chosen to gift her a soul bone again after previously giving her one at Nodding Academy. Little Wu hadn't received one. Lonbai wrapped his arm around Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist, asking, Do you like it? Feeling the warmth of his strong embrace, Zhu Zhuqing nodded. I do, but I can't accept it. Ning Rongrong, overhearing this, was taken aback. My goodness, Zhuqing, are you from a wealthy family? You're refusing a soul bone. Why? Lonbai inquired. Why not? You already gifted me one before. The second should go to Little Wu since she arrived before me, Zhu Zhuqing explained. Ning Rongrong was left speechless, realizing that Lonbai had indeed gifted Zhu Zhuqing a soul bone previously. Lonbai, focusing solely on Zhu Zhuqing, smiled as he turned to Little Wu. Little Wu, would you like a soul bone? Little Wu didn't hesitate. No. Here, Lonbai teased, squeezing Zhu Zhuqing's waist. If you look down on the soul bone I offer, I might just have to throw it away. Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong, consumed by envy, chimed in. You could give it to me instead. Who are you? I don't recognize you. Lonbai dismissed her entirely. Ning Rongrong. As the princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. She had never endured such indignity. Ultimately, Zhu Zhuqing accepted the soul bone and suggested that Lonbai accompany her to the bathhouse. Citing the dangers of merging with the soul bone and the need for protection due to perspiration, Ning Rongrong observed their retreating figures, her eyes glinting with understanding. Sweating. Could they avoid sweating while doing that? She couldn't help but wonder what they were up to. Soon, it was time for bed. On the large bed, both women extended their freshly washed, delicate feet towards Lonbai, ready to bask in his attentive service. In the boys' dormitory, chaos ensued. Damn it, Tang San, are you trying to get yourself killed by using my soap again? Watch out, or I'll make you pick it up. Oscar shouted in despair. I have no money. Will using it kill me? Tang San retorted, defiantly facing away from Oscar. The teacher is on the way, when he arrives. I'll buy you a new bar, Tang San added, his back turned. Oscar, seeing Tang San's posture, was tempted to confront him. However, he quickly devised a new tactic. Casually remarking, Hey, Tang San, do you think little Wu is taking a bath with Lonbai right now? Tang San froze, turning sharply to Oscar, coldly stating, Ning Rongrong might already be making out with Lonbai. You're asking for trouble. Oscar, incensed, lunged at Tang San, who was equally unwilling to back down. Thus, the two young men engaged in a spirited tussle within the dimly lit, yellow-tinted bathroom. The sound of clapping echoes incessantly. Chapter 95, The Two Blokes in the Dimly Lit Bathroom. The sound of rhythmic slapping echoed incessantly. Outside, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, lying motionless, were startled by the commotion. They exchanged a bewildered glance and, despite their exhaustion, sat up, bending forward towards the bathroom. Cautiously, they opened a crack in the door, peering inside. Through the narrow opening, they simultaneously caught sight of Tang San and Oscar entangled on the floor. Their eyes widened in shock, a wave of disgust washing over them. Quickly, they shut the bathroom door, unwilling to risk another glance, fearing they might be tainted by the sight. How revolting. It was one thing for Tang San to be a homosexual, but Oscar, after spending so much time together, he had concealed his true nature. Was it possible that he found neither of them appealing? Ma Hongjun squinted at the visibly perturbed Dai Mubai and whispered, Dai, did you two ever share any intimate moments? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression darkened, and he shot a glare at Ma Hongjun. Shut it. Speak another word, and I'll make you regret it. Rolling his eyes. Ma Hongjun relented. All right. I want to say another word. Just then, the sounds from the bathroom ceased. Shortly after, the door swung open, and Tang San emerged. Trousers on, but his expression was one of agony. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun immediately grasped the situation. He had been taken advantage of. They exchanged glances. Astonished to discover that Oscar was the aggressor. What's wrong? Tang San asked, slightly bewildered by their scrutinizing gazes. Nothing, they replied, averting their eyes. Tang San muttered something incomprehensible, placing his clothes in a basin before fetching water to wash them. At that moment, Oscar emerged, exuding confidence. A stark contrast to Tang San's defeated demeanor, resembling a victorious rooster. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged knowing looks. There was no doubt about Oscar's inclinations. While both were washing clothes, Oscar suddenly exclaimed, Tang San, why are you using my laundry detergent again? Haven't you learned your lesson from earlier? With shamelessness. Tang San retorted, you already taught me a lesson in the bathroom. Is it too much to use your detergent just once? Absolutely. If you want it. Go buy your own. Oscar lunged for the detergent, while Tang San held it aloft to keep it out of reach. Thus, Oscar resorted to standing on tiptoe behind Tang San in a futile attempt to snatch it away. The sight of two nearly naked men pressing against each other left Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun green with revulsion. As men who prided themselves on their heterosexuality, they found their disdain for homosexuality to be overwhelming. Yet, Oscar was their friend. With no other option, they both stood and exited, deciding to return once the tension had eased between Oscar and Tang San. As they walked along the dimly lit path, Ma Hongjun, seeking conversation, asked, Dai, when you were close with Oscar, did he ever give you any strange looks? Didn't I tell you to refrain from such inquiries? Dai Mubai replied coldly. I was merely curious. Ma Hongjun sensed Dai Mubai's agitation and realized something must have transpired. Then, a thought struck him. Dai, if Oscar is indeed gay, what does that imply for his soul skills? At the mention of soul skills, Dai Mubai recalled Oscar's infamous ability. I have a large sausage. His face drained of color. If memory served, just yesterday, he had consumed numerous sausages from Oscar. One was insufficient, and he had insisted on devouring 3 at once, ultimately draining all of Oscar's soul power. In other words, he had completely exhausted the homosexual Oscar. Oh no. Dai Mubai felt a wave of nausea wash over him. In the next moment, he expelled the lavish meal he had just consumed, startling Ma Hongjun, who quickly dodged to avoid the mess. Once he had emptied his stomach, Dai Mubai leaned against a tree, his eyes vacant as he looked at Ma Hongjun. Do you have anything to wipe my mouth with? Hand it over. Sure. Ma Hongjun hastily retrieved a red cloth from his pocket and handed it to Dai Mubai. Without looking, Dai Mubai took it and wiped his mouth. Suddenly, a familiar scent wafted up to him. Curious, he pulled the cloth away and squinted at it, realizing it was not a handkerchief but a woman's underwear. And not just any underwear, it was bright red. As he unfurled it, he noticed it was adorned with lace. Excitedly, he turned to Ma Hongjun, grinning mischievously. Ma Hongjun, you sly dog. You've pilfered something? Haven't you? Whose beauty does this belong to? Ma Hongjun's expression turned blank for a moment before he quickly rummaged through his pockets. To his dismay, the underwear he had taken was gone. Realizing this, he felt utterly foolish. It was his tool for pleasure. Noticing Ma Hongjun's hesitation, Dai Mubai pressed, Come on. This has an intriguing scent. I must know where you got it. Ma Hongjun's mind raced with panic. He knew he couldn't reveal the truth without facing Dai Mubai's wrath. Actually, the owner of this underwear is a lady from the red light district on the west side of Soto City. I went there once, but never returned. Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow. You can't be serious. They say the women there are riddled with diseases. Aren't you afraid? What diseases? Ma Hongjun replied, eager to maintain his facade. It's all just rumors. The women there are affordable and beautiful. They want to tell you the truth. Oh, Dai Mubai nodded. Gazing at the lace underwear in his hand, determination surging within him, he resolved to pay a visit next time he had the opportunity. Chapter 96, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun are brutally beaten by Tang Hao. Seeing that Dai Mubai remained silent, Ma Hongjun realized that he had successfully deflected the situation. As for the consequences, he had given them no thought at all. The red light district was inherently filthy and chaotic. How could someone like Dai Mubai, accustomed to finer things, willingly venture into such a place for scraps? Unfortunately, he remained oblivious. It was precisely because of his lie tonight that Dai Mubai found himself tainted by an illness of character. All right, return my belongings to me, Ma Hongjun demanded, snatching his precious item back. Wait, let me have one more whiff. Fine, he conceded, unable to refuse. Dai Mubai held the vibrant red lace underwear to his nose and inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly as if smoking, his eyes rolling back in pleasure. Witnessing this spectacle, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, Hurry and give it back. All right, you're so stingy. Dai Mubai reluctantly returned the red underwear, which Ma Hongjun immediately stuffed back into his pocket. Such a treasure, it must look exquisite on that Kuan. Dai Mubai's desire to visit the red light district grew ever stronger. We should head back, Ma Hongjun suggested. Dai Mubai surveyed his surroundings. They had wandered quite far, nearing the villa of Lonbai. Oscar and Tang San, even if they were celebrating love, should be done by now. Let us go, Dai Mubai declared as he made his way toward the dormitory. However, he had barely taken a few steps when a shadow suddenly emerged from the darkness ahead. Startled, Dai Mubai shouted, Who goes there? Ma Hongjun, reacting swiftly, summoned his wild chicken spirit to dispel the surrounding darkness, revealing the figure cloaked in black with a hood. Furrowing his brow, Dai Mubai called out, Who are you? What do you want lurking in the shadows? The hooded figure remained silent, advancing towards them, with soul rings beginning to materialize beneath their feet. The initial disdain of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun morphed into alarm. A title Douluo. Dai Mubai's tone shifted to one of deference. Might I inquire who you are and why you visit Shrek Academy at this late hour? Are you here for Flander? Before Dai Mubai could finish his sentence, the cloaked figure struck, conjuring a massive purple hammer that swung down upon them. The expressions of both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun shifted dramatically, and without a moment to think, they exerted all their strength to defend themselves. Alas, they were overwhelmingly overpowered. The blow sent them both spitting blood. In the dead of night, their cries echoed painfully through the small grove, lingering long after. On the other side, Lonbai was nestled under the covers with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Caressing the smooth skin in his grasp, each movement of his fingers elicited soft, delicate sounds from the blanket's occupants. The breathy moans, stifled yet fervent, sent shivers down his spine. Hearing these sounds, Lonbai pressed a bit harder, only to feel a gentle foot nudge him from the darkness. He chuckled. What is this? Can't you handle the pressure of my massage? Zhu Zhuqing responded softly. It feels a bit strange. I couldn't help it. That's just the way it is, Xiao Wu chimed in from behind Lonbai. If it's not ticklish, then brother by isn't doing it right. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Then go ahead and do as you please, brother Bai. I will endure. At this, Lonbai smiled and slowly began to explore further up. Zhu Zhuqing felt his warm hand and trembled slightly. Just as Lonbai was about to reach his destination, a scream pierced through the tranquil night from afar. Zhu Zhuqing jolted, quickly emerging from the covers and rushing to the window to peer outside. What's wrong? Lonbai, clad only in his shorts, emerged from the bed, with Xiao Wu clinging to him like an octopus, appearing languid. Zhu Zhuqing remained focused on the darkness outside. I think I just heard a scream. Lonbai raised an eyebrow. A scream? Really? No sooner had he spoken than another scream echoed from the shadows. It's happening again. Brother Bai, listen. Upon hearing this, Lonbai furrowed his brow. The sound struck him as oddly familiar. Suddenly, another scream erupted, this one distinctly different from the last, where the previous cries were of normal distress. This one resonated like a pig being slaughtered. Lonbai's expression brightened, recognizing the source of the screams. He concluded it must be Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun in distress, being assaulted in the dead of night. Given the circumstances, it was likely Tang Hao's doing. What a predicament. It seems Tang San has missed his chance to unleash his rage, and I had thought Tang Hao would refrain from intervening. Apparently, seeing Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun torment Tang San was too tempting to resist. How amusing, dogs biting dogs. Yet, this was of little concern to him. The pressing matter was, Lonbai leaned closer to Zhu Zhuqing's soft form, whispering sweetly in her ear, forget about that. Let us indulge in some delightful activities. Zhu Zhuqing's body tensed, but she offered no reply. Observing her reaction, Lonbai took charge, wrapping his arms around her waist and leading her back to bed. That night, while Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun faced their punishment, Lonbai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing reveled in their own playful escapades. The following day, Lonbai and the three girls arrived at the training grounds, brimming with energy. Upon their arrival, they noticed that the colorful feather squad had yet to appear. Flander, upon noticing, wore a stern expression, glancing at the time before continuing to wait. Soon, the assembly time arrived. Flander's brow furrowed deeply. These four have become increasingly reckless. They must be taught a lesson. With that, he stormed toward the boys' dormitory, prompting Lonbai and the others to follow closely. Ning Rongrong quietly asked, "Did you hear any strange noises last night?" The mention of strange noises caused Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks to flush. She feared her sounds had reached Ning Rongrong's room. Lonbai affectionately ruffled Zhu Zhuqing's cat-ear hairstyle and smiled at Ning Rongrong. Of course, if I'm not mistaken, those were the cries of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. I heard them too. Ning Rongrong was excited, curious about the misfortune that befell them, which had elicited such desperate cries. Approaching the boys' dormitory, the surrounding squalor caused the three girls to frown in discontent. Ning Rongrong, relieved, clung tightly to Lonbai's sturdy arm. Thinking how unbearable it would be to reside in such conditions, even with daily baths, one would still carry an unpleasant odor. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing walked gingerly, careful not to step in the mud. Brother Bai, carry me, Xiao Wu exclaimed, quickly devising a solution. All right, Lonbai responded, and with a graceful leap, Xiao Wu wrapped her legs around him, sticking her tongue out playfully at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, reveling in her triumph. Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of jealousy, while Zhu Zhuqing merely smiled, unfazed. Upon reaching the boys' dormitory, Flander found the door tightly shut. With a stern demeanor, he kicked it open, and upon seeing the scene inside, his expression darkened further. Chapter 97. Tang San, he hit me with a large sausage yesterday. What on earth were you all doing in the dormitory? Flander's face turned extremely grim. Was this how Dai Mubai conducted himself as the dorm leader? The surroundings should be cleaned daily. Can't Dai Mubai even manage the duty roster properly? What a waste. Flander walked into the dormitory with a stern expression. Upon reaching the relatively clean floor, Lonbai set down Xiao Wu, who had been on his back. He leaned in to take a look, and his expression changed oddly. Last night, he had only heard the screams of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. But why were Oscar and Tang San also covered in injuries? Oscar's wounds made sense. Perhaps Tang Hao had been unsatisfied with just 2 hits and had dragged Oscar out for a thorough beating. But surely Tang Hao wouldn't strike Tang San, his own son. Seeing Lonbai's strange expression, Xiao Wu's curiosity piqued. She cautiously peeked around Lonbai, her large eyes glancing inside. Immediately, she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Why are there 4 pig-headed people living in here? Upon hearing this, Lonbai affectionately patted her little head and replied, You called them pig-headed, and the filthy, chaotic environment certainly resembles a pigsty. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. listening to Flinder's scolding and the comments from Lonbai and Xiao Wu. The expressions of the four colorful-haired group members in the dormitory stiffened. Oscar rushed forward with a distressed face to complain. He pointed at Tang San, who was sprawled on the bed. Teacher, this isn't my fault. It's all Tang San's doing. He stole my soap and laundry detergent. I told him to put them down, but he wouldn't. Flinder's face darkened at this. You fought over such a trivial matter? Xiao Wu and Lonbai couldn't hold back their laughter. They had thought it was something serious, but it was merely about stealing soap and detergent. What is so funny? Why are you so happy? At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't resist their curiosity and stepped through the mud to investigate. As they arrived, they saw Xiao Wu and Lonbai laughing heartily. Sister Rongrong, these colorful-haired freaks are so petty. Xiao Wu leaned in closer to Ning Rongrong's ear and recounted the events in detail. Is that it? Ning Rongrong looked at the pig-headed Oscar in shock. Is he really that petty? How absurd. If I were to ask him for help, I might end up being beaten too. Lonbai is much better. Even though I live in his house, he has asked me for a single penny. With this thought, Ning Rongrong gazed at Oscar with utter disdain. The expression on Ning Rongrong's face left Oscar bewildered. Wait, I was the one who had my detergent stolen and got beaten up. I'm the victim here. But why does Ning Rongrong despise me? He didn't realize that everything is worse when compared. Flinder furrowed his brow. Enough. Why are you being so petty? He turned to Tang San, who was still sprawled on the bed. Tang San, get up and prepare for class. Upon hearing this, Tang San began to wail. Teacher, it's not that I don't want to get up. It's just that my backside suffered greatly last night. Flinder's face darkened. What do you mean by suffering greatly? Tang San gritted his teeth, propping himself up and pointing at Oscar. He hit me with his large sausage yesterday. Lonbai. He glanced between Oscar and Tang San, suddenly realizing that these two might have some latent tendencies. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing. Although they didn't quite understand, it felt utterly disgusting. Ning Rongrong. The diversity of species is truly fascinating. Flinder was furious upon hearing Tang San's words. And he stepped forward, grabbing Tang San and tossing him out. Why are you all so troublesome? Why is it that Lonbai and Xiao Wu are so harmonious? Tang San landed in the mud with a thud, letting out a strange cry. He quickly scrambled to his feet, frantically rubbing his backside. His posture was too indecent, causing the three girls to simultaneously emit a sound of surprise. Don't look, or you might get a needle eye. Lonbai hurriedly pressed Xiao Wu's head into his embrace. Xiao Wu complied, letting out a couple of whines, lying still in Lonbai's arms. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing. Goodness. Tang San, now covered in mud, felt even more humiliated by the scene. Damn Flinder. He made me look foolish in front of Xiao Wu. Flinder ignored Tang San entirely and turned to Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who were on the other two beds. What is going on with you two? Ma Hongjun's pig-like face moved slightly, making two unintelligible sounds. What did you say? Flinder leaned in, frowning. Ma Hongjun, we got beaten up. Who doesn't know you got beaten up? Do you think I'm blind? Flinder rolled his eyes at the equally pig-headed Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, you explain. Dai Mubai, fueled by hatred, recounted the events of last night. After a moment, Flinder fell silent. A title Douluo, with a martial spirit of a purple hammer, given these 2 points. The answer was glaringly obvious. How did these two fools provoke him? Flinder couldn't figure it out. Teacher, you must help me get revenge. Dai Mubai was nearly in tears as he spoke. Each word he uttered caused his pig-like face to twitch in pain. Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing this scene from outside, curled the corners of her lips slightly, evidently in good spirits. Although her strength couldn't teach Dai Mubai a lesson, seeing someone else do so was quite satisfying. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's change in mood, Lonbai squeezed her little hand. With 2 soul bones enhancing you, if he dares to trouble you again, he won't stand a chance. Zhu Zhuqing considered this and nodded in agreement. Lonbai was right. The soul bones had increased her speed and provided her with 2 soul skills. If Dai Mubai were to underestimate her as a soul master, Zhu Zhuqing could deliver a fatal blow. And all of this was thanks to Lonbai. Meeting Lonbai at Nuoding Academy was truly a blessing from the heavens. In the dormitory, Dai Mubai continued to lament about how terribly he had been beaten. But after Flinder learned of Tang Hao's identity, he decided not to pay much attention. If they had been attacked by the Haotian Douluo, it was undoubtedly Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's own fault. They had only themselves to blame. Enough. Flinder interrupted directly, commanding, I'm giving you 1 hour to get out of bed and gather on the playground. Huh. Dai Mubai was taken aback. Shouldn't you show some concern for your injured students? Did he just get beaten senseless by that guy last night, without any consequences? Ignoring Dai Mubai's astonished gaze, Flinder left with a parting remark about fines for tardiness. Dai Mubai glared at Flinder's retreating figure, cursing inwardly. That old fool. Chapter 98. Did Tang San discover the board crystal? Flander and the 4 members of the blue and white team made their way back to the training ground. An hour passed, and Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others were still delayed. Dai Mubai's handsome face wore that same foolish expression. However, Tang San and Oscar seemed to have recovered considerably. Despite their earlier altercation, they had refrained from using their soul power. In contrast, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had received a thorough lesson from Tang Hao, who, for reasons unknown, had been on high alert for any potential rescue attempts during their beating. As if he had previously been caught bullying someone weaker, Xiao Wu had already arrived. Tang San's first action was to greet her with a cheerful smile. Xiao Wu responded with a sigh of exasperation, feeling rather disheartened, and chose to ignore him. Tang San was accustomed to her indifference and thought to himself that at least she hadn't scolded him, right? Once everyone had gathered, Flanders surveyed the group and began to speak. After yesterday's training, it is time to commence actual combat today at Soto City. Soon, Flander led the 8 of them to Soto City. Upon entering the city, he paused and pointed towards a variety of shops lining the streets. He remarked, "To excel in our craft, we must first sharpen our tools. Dai Mubai should know what we aim to achieve in Soto City." Called out, Dai Mubai replied, "We are headed to the Soul Arena to engage in combat against other Soul Masters." Indeed, Flander nodded. Engaging in combat is no trivial matter. Here, you will find various shops offering items that may assist you in battle. You may purchase according to your needs, or if you are confident in your abilities, you may choose not to buy anything. Hearing this, Tang San confidently declared, "I will not purchase anything. I have faith in my own strength." Confidence? Oscar interjected, exposing, "I think you simply lack the funds." Upon hearing Oscar's words, the others smirked in amusement, leaving Tang San feeling utterly embarrassed. He shot a furious glare at Oscar, as if ready to confront him again. Xiao Wu, finding the situation uninteresting, turned away and playfully clung to Dai Mubai's arm, saying, "Big brother Bai, let us go explore and see what delicious food we can find." Xiao Wu's intent was clear, and everyone present heard her. At that moment, Dai Mubai and the others realized they had yet to have breakfast. Let's go. Xiao Wu tugged at Dai Mubai's arm. "All right," Dai Mubai replied, glancing towards the nearby shops in search of a breakfast spot. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "I recall there's a street for breakfast about 80 meters ahead. Let us head there." Dai Mubai was slightly taken aback and turned to Zhu Zhuqing, asking, "Zhuqing, have you been here before?" "No." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. "I memorized the route when we came here previously." Dai Mubai, somewhat surprised, complimented, "You're still as impressive as ever, Zhuqing." "It's nothing. It was quite simple." Zhu Zhuqing blushed slightly at the praise. "Simple indeed. I couldn't remember it." Dai Mubai remarked, patting Zhu Zhuqing's cat ears encouragingly. "Just be mindful." Zhu Zhuqing allowed Dai Mubai to stroke her head, savoring the moment. Damn that Dai Mubai. The 4 members of the colorful fur team, who were witnessing the scene, nearly ground their teeth in frustration, especially Dai Mubai, who felt a surge of jealousy. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was supposed to be his fiancée. He wished he could slap Dai Mubai into oblivion, dragging Zhu Zhuqing by the hair to give her a couple of slaps for her so-called feminine virtue. "You wretched girl. The Zhu family and I have a betrothal agreement, and yet you have no intention of fulfilling it." Dai Mubai was seething with rage, completely oblivious to his own childhood escapades. Had Zhu Zhuqing been unattractive or not attended Shrek Academy, you would never have given this matter a second thought. In his eyes, the benefits were for him to reap, while the burdens could be cast aside. As for Zhu Zhuqing's earlier claim of severing ties with the Zhu family, Dai Mubai couldn't care less. While Dai Mubai was busy rewarding Zhu Zhuqing with affectionate gestures, he suddenly sensed a hostile gaze and turned to meet the eyes of the boorish Dai Mubai. Raising an eyebrow, he mockingly addressed him, "Golden-haired pig-head, where's your mother?" Dai Mubai's mouth twitched in irritation at the insult, glaring at him before shifting his gaze elsewhere. Zhu Zhuqing looked on, puzzled. "Brother Bai, what's wrong?" "Nothing," he replied, taking her hand. "Let us go get breakfast." "Okay." Zhu Zhuqing glanced back at Dai Mubai, her expression neutral, though her distaste was palpable. Flanders said nothing, recognizing that this was a matter between individuals, well beyond his jurisdiction. As he saw Bai and the others preparing to depart, he quickly called out, "We shall meet at the entrance of the Soul Arena in 1 hour. Understood?" Bai did not turn back, merely gesturing an okay with his hand. He led Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing away, with Ning Rongrong promptly following suit. As they passed by Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong shot him a cold glance. After observing him earlier, her loathing for him had reached its peak, if she had not misjudged. This Dai Mubai harbored significant animosity towards Bai and even more towards Zhu Zhuqing. The reason was glaringly obvious, pure jealousy. She wished her grandfather would come and eliminate this golden-haired fool. After spending several days in each other's company, Ning Rongrong had come to regard Bai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing as her own. Anyone daring to bully her friends would not go unpunished. If anyone dares to bully my sister Zhuqing, I will make you pay dearly. She muttered under her breath, hastening to catch up with Bai. After Bai and the three girls departed, only Flander and the colorful fur team remained. Flander cleared his throat. I shall go have my meal. You are welcome to do as you please. But remember, we reconvene at the arena in 1 hour. As Flander walked away, Dai Mubai turned to Ma Hongjun. Where shall we eat? Ma Hongjun scratched his head. There should only be one breakfast street here. Dai Mubai's forehead twitched in irritation as he replied coldly, then let us have lunch instead. With that, Dai Mubai led the two of them to another location. Tang San instinctively followed, but was quickly halted by Ma Hongjun's reprimand. Blue Silvergrass, we each pay our own way for meals. Do you have the money? I. Tang San's face turned a mix of red and green as he met Ma Hongjun's mocking gaze, muttering, who cares? He left without looking back. Humph. A waste is a waste. Still hoping for a free meal, Ma Hongjun gloated, entirely unaware that he, too, was indulging in a free meal. Before long, Bai had filled the three girls with food. Xiao Wu, with a fried dough stick in hand, continued to munch as they walked. Unable to stop even after she was full, knowing she could ask Bai to rub her belly later. While they walked, Bai suddenly heard Tang San's voice. Filled with excitement and urgency, Boss, can you lower the price on this board crystal? I'll go borrow some money right now. Chapter 99, Blue and White, Banjing? I want it. Banjing. How familiar it is. Blue and White furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. He seemed to have encountered this term in the original text. Crystal shop. Banjing. Oh, now I remember. It appears to be a type of crystal that contains a substance known as Fa Jing. After reaching an age of 100,000 years, it evolves into Banjing. Moreover, it seems that Banjing can be crafted into, what was it? Cat whisker needle? Dogtail needle? Regardless. Blue and White vaguely recalled that this item possessed considerable destructive potential. Additionally, Tang San had once inflicted wounds upon Zhao Wujie using this very item during the practical assessment of the fourth experiment upon his enrollment. The timeline seems off, though. Yet it also appears correct. When Tang San first arrived in Sotua City, he had no soul-guiding devices and was merely carrying a quilt in his hands. That night, he was even discarded into a garbage heap by his own companions. The following day, he awoke in a daze from the refuse, reeking and with his quilt soaked in garbage water. He had no time for shopping, after all. However, destiny is indeed formidable. Even if Tang San did not discover Banjing at that time, fate still led him to the crystal shop. It's just that. This hypocrite had lost all his money yesterday. With this thought, Blue and White patted Xiao Wu's rear, signaling her to step aside. Although Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were unaware of what had transpired, upon seeing Xiao Wu obediently move aside, they followed suit and stepped away. Xiao Wu was munching on a youtiao. Moments later, Blue and White saw Tang San rush out of the crystal shop, looking distressed. He glanced around and quickly ran back in the direction he had come from. It seemed he was going to borrow money from Dai Mubai and the others. Observing this, a smile crept upon Blue and White's face. Little San, since fate has allowed me to witness this, I cannot remain indifferent. Blue and White gave Xiao Wu a light pat on the rear and declared, let us go. I'll take you to buy some sparkling stones. Sparkling stones? Having just finished her youtiao, Xiao Wu casually pulled out a piece of tissue from her ring to wipe her mouth and hands. Looking at the shop before her, she questioned, crystals? What use do they serve? I've seen plenty before, and no one wanted them. Hearing this, Blue and White raised an eyebrow and replied, then you need not purchase any later. Zhuqing, Rongrong, let us go. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and followed Blue and White into the crystal shop, with Ning Rongrong hastily following suit. This left Xiao Wu standing outside, bewildered. Once she regained her senses, she felt a bit speechless. She shouldn't have spoken up earlier. Welcome. What would you like to buy? The female attendant greeted them with a smile. Blue and White nodded, just browsing. Just browsing. Upon hearing this, the attendant assessed Blue and his companion's attire, and her enthusiasm diminished significantly. The truth was, Blue and his friends were not clad in high-end clothing, but rather in peculiar outfits. For instance, that woman with ample bosom was wearing a full leather ensemble. Such attire simply could not be deemed upscale. As for the handsome young man before her, he too was dressed in common attire. It was evident he wore street market goods. With this in mind, the female attendant lost interest in engaging further. She casually remarked, "Feel free to browse. Just call for me or any other attendants if you need assistance." Blue and White replied. After the attendant departed, he turned to the two ladies behind him. "Don't just stand there. Browse at your leisure. If you find something you like, bring it over. I'll cover the cost." Zhu Zhuqing responded, "Thank you, Brother Blue." Upon hearing this, Blue and White frowned. "We share the same bed as brothers. There is no need for thanks between us. Hurry and buy, get more, and don't return without at least 10 pieces, understood?" Zhu Zhuqing. She vowed never to thank Brother Blue again. It was already hard enough to choose one piece, and now she had to get 10. "Go on." Blue and White lightly patted Zhu Zhuqing's backside. Zhu Zhuqing. To avoid being spanked in front of others, she reluctantly went to select crystals. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, seeing Zhu Zhuqing depart, shyly added, "Brother Blue, thank you." Blue and White nodded. "No need to thank me. Just remember to pay." Ning Rongrong. "This isn't right. Shouldn't it be that I'm to buy 10 pieces? Why does this script seem different?" Noticing her expression, Blue and White raised an eyebrow. "What are you dawdling for? You don't think I'll cover your expenses, do you? You live in my house. And I haven't even asked you for rent yet." Ning Rongrong. She truly wished to suffocate this fellow. With a huff, Ning Rongrong turned and dashed off toward Zhu Zhuqing's direction. Zhu Qing's character is so much better, rubbing her chest and pinching her face. She doesn't even make a sound. Truly splendid. Watching Ning Rongrong leave, Blue and White began searching for the banjing that Tang San had discovered. It seemed to be a yellow crystal. After searching for a while, Blue and White felt helpless. He found many yellow crystals, but had no idea which contained the banjing. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Wu entering through the door. Upon spotting Blue and White, Xiao Wu immediately bounced over, wrapping her arms around his arm. "Brother Bai, what are you looking for?" Blue and White held several yellow crystals and replied, "Ancient crystals, though I cannot discern their age." "Ancient crystals? Leave it to me." Hearing this, Xiao Wu became intrigued. If Brother Bai could not tell, she surely could. Taking the crystals from Blue and White, she examined them closely and quickly confirmed, "This is indeed very ancient. At least 100,000 years old." Xiao Wu then handed a regular yellow crystal to Blue and White. "This." Blue and White examined it, but could see nothing particularly special. However, recognizing that expertise lies in specialization, he chose to trust Xiao Wu's judgment. "All right. We'll buy it." After pocketing the crystal, he glanced at Xiao Wu. "Do you have anything you wish to purchase? I'll cover the cost." "Something to buy?" Xiao Wu pondered for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. "I want to buy some luminous stones. If laid in the swimming pool at night, they would look magnificent." Blue and White waved his hand. "All right, let us buy them." Meanwhile, the female attendant, lacking customers, had been observing Blue and White. It wasn't anything personal. It was simply that this charming young man was quite the eye-catcher. However, upon hearing his boastful remarks about not allowing anyone to return without 10 pieces, the attendant's impression of him shattered. This was far from being refined. He was merely an arrogant young man. How embarrassing it must be to be exposed. The attendant thought about this and increasingly found the handsome face unfortunate. Realizing it belonged to a conceited brat. What a pity, truly a pity. Chapter 100, The Shocked Waitress and Tang San's Fury in No Time. Xiao Wu had found the luminous stone she desired. Zhu Zhuqing took quite a while to select 10 pieces of crystal that she found somewhat pleasing. As a noblewoman, her taste was indeed quite refined, and the crystals she chose were rather exquisite. Ning Rongrong, however, did not take any. She had no fondness for crystals, and besides, she was the one footing the bill. Lonbai glanced over at her and inquired, "Do you not want any?" Ning Rongrong shook her head. "I'll pass. These stones are both expensive and useless, merely for display." Lonbai replied, "Why not take one? I'll cover the cost." "Really?" Ning Rongrong was taken aback. "Of course." Ning Rongrong smiled slightly. "In that case, I shall graciously accept." Soon, she returned with a piece of crystal. Observing this, Lonbai turned to the nearby waitress. "Please package this. I am ready to pay." "Pay?" The waitress was astonished. "Are you serious?" She looked at the 3 beautiful ladies beside Lonbai, hesitating momentarily before approaching. After packaging the crystals, the waitress quoted a price to Lonbai, expecting to see shock on his face. However, Lonbai responded with surprise, 200 gold soul coins? The waitress, taken aback, thought to herself, young man, shopping with ladies in a crystal store is not advisable, didn't you know? Consider this a lesson. Just as she pondered this, she heard Lonbai's voice again. It's surprisingly cheap. I expected it to be 500. The waitress's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just say? Lonbai frowned slightly, wondering how someone so inept could work as a waitress. I said, I will buy it. As he spoke, he retrieved a pouch from the system, weighed it briefly, and pulled out a dozen gold soul coins before handing the pouch to the waitress. Count it. 200 gold soul coins. The waitress, still in a daze, accepted the pouch and counted, finding the amount to be exact, with an extra coin. She gazed at the handsome young man before her, marveling. What kind of big shot is this? There's an extra coin, she said, handing it back. Without even glancing at it, Lonbai waved his hand nonchalantly. Consider it a tip. The waitress thought to herself, cursing her previous mockery of him. Why did I ever belittle him? This is not arrogance, but humility. And such a generous tip. I am truly foolish. Upon learning that these few stones cost 200 gold soul coins, Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brows. Lonbai, this is rather expensive. In response, Lonbai shook his head calmly. Not at all. As long as you are pleased, that is what matters. Beep. Ning Rongrong's affection for you has increased to 55. The rate of affection acquisition has risen. Current affection acquisition rate, 1. 55 fives. Hearing the system prompt, Lonbai glanced at Ning Rongrong but remained silent. Having been spoiled since childhood, her affection was difficult to cultivate. Achieving 55 in such a short time was commendable. Let us go. Time is of the essence. After settling the bill, Lonbai prepared to lead the three ladies to the arena. Just then, the door of the crystal shop swung open, revealing the disheveled blue-haired Tang San, who had arrived late. Lonbai, what are you doing here? Tang San frowned upon seeing Lonbai. Xiao Wu immediately retorted. What business is it of yours? My brother Bai can go wherever he pleases. Silenced by his beloved's rebuke, Tang San could only respond awkwardly, I was just curious. Nothing more. With that, he hurried towards the counter where the board crystal was kept. Moments later, a shrill scream echoed from within. Who took my board crystal? Lonbai turned to see Tang San emerge with a thunderous expression, eyes darting around until they locked onto Lonbai. Lonbai, was it you? Did you steal my board crystal? Tang San's words were frantic. The joy of discovering the board crystal had turned to despair upon its theft. The already beleaguered Tang San felt on the verge of a breakdown. The board crystal was not just an ordinary item. It was his key to redemption. Crafted into the dragon whisker needle, it was incredibly potent. The needle ignored the physical toughness of soul masters. Once stealthily injected, the muscles would contort and contract, making extraction nearly impossible without special techniques, and it was reusable. For Tang San, it was a treasure beyond measure. Yet now, his precious treasure was gone, snatched away by his archenemy. How could Tang San not explode in fury? Return the board crystal to me. I found it first. He reached out to snatch it back, only to be thwarted by Lonbai's hand. Raising an eyebrow, Lonbai commented, So what if you found it first? Whoever pays first owns it. You should understand this. Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, added, Blue-haired freak, don't throw a tantrum here, just scram. Seeing Xiao Wu siding with Lonbai only deepened Tang San's scowl. He shouted into the store, Owner, where are you? Come out and testify. I found that board crystal first. After a few calls, the previous waitress approached. Observing the situation, she quickly grasped the dynamics at play. You come here and settle this. Tang San saw the waitress as his savior. You witnessed it. I had already agreed on a price with the owner, and I merely stepped out to borrow some money when it was snatched away. Please, tell me. Should he return it? The waitress regarded the frenzied blue-haired youth and coolly replied, No, the esteemed guest has already paid, so this crystal is no longer our concern. If you wish to have it, you may negotiate with this esteemed guest. Do you understand now, blue-haired freak? Xiao Wu scoffed. Tang San was left speechless, staring incredulously at the waitress. She ignored him and smiled sweetly at Lonbai. Please take care. Goodbye. Lonbai returned her smile, dismissing the raving Tang San as he turned to leave. Why? I found it first. Tang San exclaimed in confusion, directing his anger at the waitress. Sir, please leave. You are not welcome here. The waitress's expression hardened as she clapped her hands. Instantly, two imposing figures, both with soul rings indicating their formidable status, surrounded Tang San. Initially, he intended to retaliate, but upon seeing the fierce-looking men, he felt a chill run down his spine and dared not utter a word. Clutching the borrowed gold soul coins tightly, he turned and left, seething internally. Damn you, Lonbai. Chapter 101, Lonbai and Zhu Zhuqing share a kiss. Dai Mubai goes mad on the road. Xiao Wu clung to Lonbai's arm, her smile radiant. Ha ha ha, Brother Bai's expression was so hilarious, that blue-haired monster. And he talks about first come, first served. It's just too funny. Little San has always been like that. It's quite normal, Lonbai chuckled, gently ruffling Xiao Wu's hair. He turned to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, are you familiar with the route to the Soul Arena? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment before nodding. I remember. It's not far ahead. Lonbai agreed. Good, lead the way. Okay, Zhu Zhuqing replied, stepping ahead to guide them. Meanwhile, Lonbai's thoughts drifted into the system. He noticed the display showing 1,800 points. Contemplating, he realized he still had 200 points available to unlock additional features. This meant he could certainly acquire something worthwhile. With that in mind, he began the lottery draw. Soon, the results were in. 1,500 gold soul coins, primary soul power, a storage ring, and a Dark Knight dagger. Surprised by the outcome, Lonbai set aside the gold soul coins for the moment, as his total was nearing 5,000. With the points he possessed, gold soul coins felt insignificant to him. The primary soul power was also of little value. He had already reached level 40 and only needed one more soul ring to ascend to the rank of soul master. His focus shifted to the last two items. The storage ring. Item description. It possesses an expansive 30 cubic meters of space, though it cannot store living beings. It was somewhat similar to Xiao Wu's wristband, but the storage ring offered significantly more space, though the difference between 20 and 30 cubic meters may seem trivial. One learns in school that an additional 10 cubic meters is far more than a mere third increase. Next was the Dark Knight dagger. Item description. A weapon from another realm, now downgraded to a common item in the Douluo continent. The holder will gain a night effect. Inherent effect. Night. In darkness, your form is greatly concealed. Breathing rate, heartbeat, and footsteps are significantly reduced. Accompanying skill, Shadow Dance. Upon activation, the holder enters an invisible state, gaining a 100% speed increase, but leaving a shadow that lasts for 2 seconds at the original location every half second. Note: assassins hidden in darkness are the most lethal. Reading these descriptions, Lonbai was momentarily stunned. What was happening? The system could actually yield weapons? Nevertheless, it was acceptable. This would not be particularly useful for those with weapon spirits, but was quite advantageous for spirit beasts. Moreover, its characteristics seemed to align perfectly with Zhu Zhuqing. Lonbai, we've arrived. Just as he was lost in thought, a cool voice drew his attention back. Opening his eyes, Lonbai beheld a magnificent circular structure, resounding with thunderous cheers that stirred the very blood within him. Ah, I'm glad for you, Lonbai smiled, gently stroking Zhu Zhuqing's cat ear hairstyle. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. This is what I ought to do. Nearby, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, who had arrived earlier, cast jealous glances at Lonbai and the others. Ma Hongjun, indignant, exclaimed, "Damn it! That's clearly Boss Dai's woman. This Lonbai is utterly shameless." Oscar chimed in, right. Having Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing is more than enough. He still wants to keep Ning Rongrong around. How disgraceful. What the heck? Ma Hongjun, taken aback, turned to Oscar. Are you interested in that rich girl? Huh? Oscar feigned innocence, scratching his head. What are you talking about? Don't spread rumors. Seeing Oscar's poor acting skills, Ma Hongjun scoffed. You're clearly lying, yet you pretend otherwise. Oscar, hearing this, quickly shifted the topic. Don't talk about me. It's mainly about Zhu Zhuqing. She is Boss Dai's woman. He glanced at Dai Mubai, whose expression was stormy. Boss Dai, don't you think Lonbai is too shameless? All of you, shut up. Dai Mubai's eyes nearly bulged in anger. He was evidently furious. That damned woman. He had an engagement with her, yet why did she never spare him a glance? When she did, it was always icy. Yet, when she looked at Lonbai, she seemed so gentle and at ease. Why? Is this how the Zhu family teaches their etiquette? That shameless woman. Dai Mubai's pig-like face quickly flushed red. What is wrong with this golden-haired mutt? Lonbai was acutely aware of Dai Mubai's gaze, so malevolent that he could not ignore it. Yet, having already insulted him, why was this golden-haired fool still not learning his lesson? Did he require a stronger provocation? With this thought, Lonbai glanced at the obedient Zhu Zhuqing, and an idea formed in his mind. Since Dai Mubai was already furious, why not escalate his anger further? With that in mind, Lonbai inched closer to Zhu Zhuqing, nearly pressing against her. Startled, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively took a step back, but Lonbai's soft voice whispered in her ear, "Don't move." Upon hearing his voice, Zhu Zhuqing halted, her face flushing as she stood frozen in place. How obedient. A smile crept onto Lonbai's face. Then, before Dai Mubai's very eyes. Lonbai gently kissed the corner of Zhu Zhuqing's lips. Snap! The sudden sound made it clear to Lonbai that Dai Mubai was about to lose his mind. As for Zhu Zhuqing, at the moment their faces drew near, her mind went blank. What was Lonbai doing? Only when that warm, moisture-laden kiss brushed against her lips did she come to her senses. In an instant, her fair and exquisite face was engulfed in a crimson hue, leaving her standing there in shock, while both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed simultaneously. What wow? Lonbai playfully tapped Xiao Wu's forehead. As for Ningrong, he refrained from doing so. They were not yet at that level of intimacy. Ouch! Xiao Wu clutched her head, wincing from the sharp tap. At that moment, Flanders' voice resonated from behind. Is everyone here? Lonbai turned to see Flanders stroking his beard as he approached. After posing his question, a prolonged silence ensued, prompting him to frown and look at the oldest among them. Dai Mubai, is everyone present? Called out by Flanders. Dai Mubai, still simmering with rage, glanced around casually and replied, all present. All right then, Flanders said, striding forward, let us enter the soul arena. Teacher, wait. Lonbai suddenly interjected. What is it? Flanders, pleased with Lonbai's initiative, softened his tone. Lonbai responded, Dai Mubai is older and perhaps forgetful. Clearly, Tang San has yet to arrive. Chapter 102. Entering the Battle Soul Arena and registering for the competition. Upon hearing this, Flanders finally came to a realization. A cursory glance revealed that Tang San was indeed absent. Observing this, Flanders shot a disdainful glance at Dai Mubai, his expression replete with contempt. As the dormitory leader, he had failed to manage his responsibilities. Being older, he should at least have acted as a class monitor. Even matters as simple as point allocation were mishandled. How unfortunate that he was the oldest. Preoccupied with carnal desires, it seemed his intellect had stagnated. With a sigh, Flanders turned to Dai Mubai and inquired, Dai Mubai, do you still wish to retain your position as leader? No, I conceded to Lonbai. Dai Mubai fell silent at this remark. He had been seething with anger, barely paying attention, but unexpectedly, Lonbai had seized upon his weakness. Noticing Flanders' disappointed expression, he glanced over at Lonbai, who appeared utterly unfazed, engrossed in an intimate exchange with Zhu Zhuqing. Damn it! Dai Mubai's smile abruptly froze. Everyone had gathered. At that moment, Tang San arrived late. Seeing this, Dai Mubai approached with a stern face, rebuking, Where have you been? Why did you arrive now? Do you have any idea how long we've been waiting? Tang San was taken aback by Dai Mubai's outburst. He had merely followed behind Lonbai and stopped briefly for a few steam buns. He had not exceeded any time limit. Why was Dai Mubai suddenly attacking him? Had he lost his mind? Just as Tang San contemplated retaliating, he recalled that he still owed Dai Mubai money and swallowed his words. My fault, I apologize. Very well, let this be a lesson, Dai Mubai replied, his anger somewhat alleviated by Tang San's compliance. What a shameless scoundrel. Tang San silently cursed. Enough, time is of the essence, let us proceed. Flanders, observing the exchange, was somewhat pleased with Dai Mubai's response and began leading the group toward the Battle Soul Arena, explaining in a rehearsed manner, the Battle Soul Arena, as the name suggests, is a venue for soul masters to engage in combat. Here, the focus is on honing your practical skills, gaining experience, and fostering rapid growth. As soul masters, you cannot remain sequestered within the academy indefinitely. You must evolve, embrace the trials of battle to emerge as formidable warriors, revered by the masses. As they listened, Lonbai and the others nodded in understanding. Soon, Flanders guided the 8 of them into the arena, arriving at the front desk. Go ahead. Reveal your identities as soul masters and collect your initial badges. Lonbai stepped forward first to claim his badge, a bright iron insignia. Observing this, Flanders exchanged a knowing glance with Dai Mubai, who understood the cue and retrieved a copper badge from his pocket. Flanders continued to elucidate. The badge you hold serves as proof of your qualifications within the Battle Soul Arena. Each time you vanquish an opponent, you will earn points. The more points accumulated within your badge, the higher its rank will ascend, starting from the Iron Battle Soul badge, progressing to the Copper, Silver, and Gold Battle Soul badges, and so forth. Pointing at the copper badge in Dai Mubai's hand, he added. Dai Mubai's badge signifies that he is no longer a novice in the Battle Soul Arena. He has become an experienced contender. At merely 14 years of age, he stands as the youngest holder of a copper Battle Soul badge in Soto City. Hearing Flanders' words, a sense of pride blossomed on Dai Mubai's face. He instinctively glanced at Lonbai, only to find him still engrossed in his flirtation with Zhu Zhuqing. Damn. After all my efforts to impress. And he pays me no mind. Indifferent to Dai Mubai's gaze, Lonbai preferred to revel in his moment with Zhu Zhuqing. It was undeniable that her figure was astonishingly exquisite, soft beyond belief. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, after childbirth, her bosom would further augment during lactation. The mere thought left Lonbai awestruck, imagining the transformation. Not only would the child and father be well fed, but Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong might also benefit. The vision was too delightful, and Lonbai dared not dwell on it further. Overthinking could lead to exposure. Observing Lonbai's intimate exchange with Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai's smugness evaporated instantly. This scoundrel was undoubtedly indulging in lewd thoughts. Furthermore, Flanders continued to speak, explaining the rules of the Battle Soul Arena, which included singles, doubles, triples, and even 7-person matches. You may choose how you wish to engage in combat. I have but one requirement. You must participate. At this, Ning Rongrong nodded. She was not suited for singles, but could partake in doubles or triples if paired with a strong ally. With this in mind, she turned her gaze toward Lonbai, who she deemed the strongest. As for the boastful Dai Mubai, he was the epitome of mediocrity, flaunting his copper badge as if it were a grand achievement. How petty! Lonbai was far superior, modest yet powerful. Well, I have conveyed all that is necessary. The decisions are yours to make. Flanders concluded, hands clasped behind his back. Should you have any further inquiries, feel free to consult Dai Mubai. Shrek Academy mandates one requirement. Before graduation, you must obtain a silver battle soul badge. Failure to do so will result in denial of graduation. With that, Flanders departed abruptly, leaving the trio of girls exchanging glances. Bewildered, Flanders had rushed off without explaining the registration process. If they needed assistance, Dai Mubai stood there, puffed up with pride, exuding an obnoxious air that repulsed the 3 girls. Lonbai, keenly aware of the rules, noticed Xiao Wu and the others looking lost, so he spoke up. Let us proceed to register. Brother Bai, have you been here before? Xiao Wu asked, surprised. This is my first visit. But I eavesdropped on some conversations earlier and grasped the process. Wow, Brother Bai is so clever, Xiao Wu exclaimed, planting a kiss on Lonbai's cheek. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong followed suit, choosing to ignore Dai Mubai. Witnessing this, Dai Mubai's expression soured instantly, as he glared at Lonbai's retreating figure. He ground his teeth. Damn you, Lonbai. Should we cross paths in the arena, I will ensure you receive a proper lesson. Ma Hongjun, let us go. The colorful-haired companion followed suit. Lonbai, observing the registration, discovered that the nearest matches available were singles. Thus, the trio signed up for a single match to test their mettle. Ning Rongrong refrained from registering as her role was solely supportive. In the meantime, Dai Mubai and his companions also opted for singles. During the waiting period, Dai Mubai frequently cast glances at Lonbai, who was still engrossed in his flirtation with the 3 girls, filled with anticipation. He had underestimated Lonbai during their previous encounter, this time, in the arena. He was determined to teach him a lesson. As he contemplated, the broadcast announced, contestants number 32, Zhu Zhuqing, and 38, Dai Mubai. Please proceed to Arena 3 for the Soul Master Duel. Upon hearing the announcement, Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, but soon elation washed over him. What fortune! He had never anticipated encountering Zhu Zhuqing in a solo match. It seemed the heavens had intervened, granting him the opportunity to teach that shameless woman a lesson. With this thought, Dai Mubai instinctively cast his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, only to find her flirting with Lonbai. Witnessing this scene, a smile crept across Dai Mubai's face. Flirt away. Just wait and see how I will make you understand the essence of virtue. At that moment, the broadcast reiterated the announcement. With a haughty grin, Dai Mubai sauntered past Lonbai and the others, meeting their gazes with a provocative glance before striding towards the passage leading to the arena. Go, Dai Mubai. Show your might, cheered Ma Hongjun and Tang San, eager for the spectacle. They were well aware of the animosity between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, and upon hearing the announcement, they fell silent. However, upon witnessing Dai Mubai's taunting smile, they realized that he intended to teach Zhu Zhuqing a serious lesson. Although striking a woman was frowned upon, they were merely spectators, and the more dramatic, the better. Amidst the raucous cheers from the crowd, Zhu Zhuqing remained unfazed. Though Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged worried glances, Xiao Wu leaned in, concern etched on her face. Sister Zhuqing, are you confident? Dai Mubai is a soul sovereign. He won't be easy to handle. Ning Rongrong, noting Zhu Zhuqing's calm demeanor, speculated. It should be fine, right? How can it be fine? Xiao Wu replied, still anxious. Sister Zhuqing only has a soul power of 27. How can she possibly compete with that golden-haired dog? What? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, taken aback. She had thought there was only a slight disparity in their strengths, given Zhu Zhuqing's serene expression. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing spoke. No, my soul power exceeds 27. Ning Rongrong sighed in relief. Then how much is it? 28. Ning Rongrong was perplexed. 27 and 28 are almost the same. Without breaking through to Soul Sovereign, both levels are equivalent. Only upon breaking through and acquiring a soul skill does one experience a significant enhancement. Otherwise, 27 and 28 are essentially unchanged. Ning Rongrong was left bemused and suggested, why not forfeit? If you don't step onto the field, it should count as a forfeit, right? Her voice was low. But Ma Hongjun and the others nearby overheard. They shouted, no way. Is there really someone afraid to step onto the field? At these words, Lonbai frowned slightly. His icy gaze fixed on them as he coldly commanded, Trash, be silent. The trio fell silent, intimidated by Lonbai's piercing glare. However, Ma Hongjun, feeling rebellious, attempted to retort but was suddenly struck by a wave of pressure emanating from Lonbai. The terrifying aura rendered him speechless, and he quickly swallowed his words. Lonbai, sensing the silence, turned his attention back to Zhu Zhuqing. Come, I will take you to the entrance. All right, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Lonbai then addressed Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Rest assured, Zhu Zhuqing will undoubtedly triumph. Upon hearing Lonbai's words, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, remaining silent. The gap between level 28 and a soul sovereign was significant, and winning would be challenging. Yet, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong had no doubts about Lonbai's confidence. Sister Zhu Zhuqing, just do your best. If you can't win, conceding isn't shameful. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, understood. You can watch from the second floor, Lonbai instructed, gently taking Zhu Zhuqing's hand. Let us go. With that, he led her down another corridor. Once Lonbai departed, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing ascended to the second floor. In the arena, Dai Mubai, with his golden mane, strutted confidently, exuding an air of arrogance. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes. Does this guy really think he looks cool with that pig head? Ning Rongrong chimed in. That golden-haired pig head is revolting. Humph. Dai Mubai's strength speaks for itself. Your words are meaningless, came the retort from Ma Hongjun and the others, who had caught up. Red-haired freak, move further away. Ning Rongrong scornfully regarded Ma Hongjun. Unfazed, he ambled away, thinking it irrelevant since Dai Mubai would soon deliver a resounding defeat to them. Zhu Zhuqing was merely a 28-level soul master, lacking the soul skill to compete with Dai Mubai. He trusted his judgment. The number of soul skills directly correlated with one's strength. Meanwhile, Lonbai looked at Zhu Zhuqing and inquired, Are you confident? I have a 50% chance. Zhu Zhuqing answered candidly. Lonbai had gifted her 2 soul bones, granting her 4 soul skills. Even though Dai Mubai's soul power exceeded hers by 9 levels, she felt she could hold her ground. 50%? Such confidence? Indeed. Zhu Zhuqing gazed into Lonbai's eyes, grateful for the 2 soul bones he had given her. With them, I am fortunate enough to defeat the golden-haired freak. Upon hearing this, Lonbai smiled and raised an eyebrow. I can elevate your chances to 90%. Do you believe me? 90%? Right now? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. She had never doubted Lonbai's words, for she trusted him implicitly. Of course. It will require a price. A price? The notion of some sinister requirement crossed Zhu Zhuqing's mind. Then, perhaps not. What? You wouldn't even want to kiss me? Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned. What I mean is, Lonbai stepped closer, pressing her delicate form against the wall. The price is a kiss. As she felt the warmth of Lonbai's breath, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed. After a moment's hesitation, she leaned in and pressed her lips against his. In that instant, Lonbai retrieved the remaining soul power enhancement card from his system. Zhu Zhuqing savored the kiss, feeling quite comfortable, but sensed nothing else. Just as she was about to pull away, she suddenly felt a surge of pure soul power flowing from her lips. Soul power enhancement. 29. 30. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in shock, utterly bewildered by the experience. Once Lonbai had enjoyed the moment, he gazed at the now rosy-cheeked Zhu Zhuqing and remarked, See, I didn't deceive you. Zhu Zhuqing licked her lips, looking at Lonbai. Suddenly, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, she kissed him again. However, this time, no enhancement occurred. Nevertheless, she relished the experience. After a prolonged exchange, Zhu Zhuqing finally released Lonbai, panting lightly. Lonbai felt slightly dazed. He had nearly lost his breath. Lonbai, await my good news. Zhu Zhuqing felt invigorated, brimming with energy and confidence. Wait a moment, Lonbai called out, then retrieved a dagger, declaring, This dagger is crucial. Chapter 104. The crowd was astonished. The great spirit master defeated the spirit ancestor? The announcement continued. Now, please welcome contestant number 32, Zhu Zhuqing. On the second floor, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong listened intently to the broadcast, their brows furrowed. Beside them, Ma Hongjun scoffed. Is she afraid to go on stage? The red-haired monster fell silent. Xiao Wu immediately retorted. Ma Hongjun replied, as expected from someone who shares a bed with her. Just then, a cheer erupted from the arena. The audience turned to see Zhu Zhuqing had emerged. I knew it. Sister Zhuqing is always the best. Xiao Wu cheered. Hey, are you still calling her that, red hair? Ha, foolish to step up knowing she can't win. Ma Hongjun continued to taunt. Xiao Wu frowned, preparing to confront him. Forget it, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong interjected. Arguing with that red-haired monster is utterly pointless. Oh, Xiao Wu nodded, conceding. Ma Hongjun seethed with frustration. Had those two beautiful women been sleeping too closely with that blue-white guy? Their sarcasm is clearly inherited. Just wait. Let us see how Dai Mubai teaches Zhu Zhuqing a lesson. Ma Hongjun said fiercely. Do you dare come at me? Dai Mubai stood tall, looking down at Zhu Zhuqing with arrogance. Zhu Zhuqing, however, remained silent, too indifferent to acknowledge the golden-haired brute. Yet, she rubbed her lips, feeling a twinge of pain. That kiss had been rather intense, leaving her lips swollen. Dai Mubai observed her closely, and a smirk crossed his face. Was she trying to entice him? But as he looked closer, he noticed. Her lips were indeed swollen. Dai Mubai was stunned. As an experienced combatant, he understood what that signified. Zhu Zhuqing had just been kissing someone else. He glanced up to the second floor, searching for the blue-white figure, but found none. Damn that blue-white. He fumed. With the match about to begin, how can they still be cozying up in the corridor? Damn it. His expression twisted with rage. Zhu Zhuqing, the beautiful lady, was supposed to be his fiancée. Yet, she did not recognize him as the prince. Instead, she was kissing another man right before his eyes. Is this how the Zhu family educates their daughters? Dai Mubai was beside himself with anger. Just as the referee signaled the start, Dai Mubai eagerly unleashed his spirit. Dai Mubai, White Tiger Spirit, level 37 Spirit Ancestor. His words dripped with fury. Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained unchanged. She gently rubbed her lips and coolly stated, Zhu Zhuqing, Nether Cat Spirit, level 30 Great Spirit Master. The announcement sent shockwaves through the audience. What is happening? How can a Great Spirit Master and a Spirit Ancestor be matched against each other? Damn, I shouldn't a bet on this girl just because she is pretty. I want to change my wager. Oh no, if such a beautiful girl gets hurt, it will be disastrous. That golden-haired brute better hold back. Level 30. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong on the second floor were bewildered. Hadn't Zhu Zhuqing herself claimed she was only level 28? How had she suddenly become level 30? What does level 30 matter? Without spirit rings, she is bound to lose. Ma Hongjun maintained a smug demeanor. Just then, a voice cut through the chatter. Stop barking. It's annoying. At that, Ma Hongjun's eyes narrowed as he met the gaze of the blue-white figure. In an instant, he shrank back. The memory of blue-white pinning Xiao Wu to the ground was still fresh. Brother Bai, you're back. Xiao Wu joyfully approached. Do you think Sister Zhuqing can win? Blue-white patted her head confidently. Of course she can win, and it will be a complete victory. Humph. Ma Hongjun scoffed, his expression filled with disdain. Complete victory? How absurd. In the arena, Dai Mubai charged at Zhu Zhuqing as soon as she announced her spirit. White Tiger Light Wave. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a white energy blast. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes turned cold as she manifested her nether cat spirit. Two cat ears formed atop her head, and a sleek black tail appeared behind her, enhancing her already graceful figure. With her long legs propelling her, she swiftly dodged the incoming energy sphere. The sphere crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. Nether cat? Huh. Merely a subordinate spirit to my white tiger. Dai Mubai shouted, charging forward, spirit energy surging. However, despite the intimidating appearance of his white tiger spirit, his speed was lacking. Time and again, as he lunged at Zhu Zhuqing, she effortlessly evaded him. After several rounds of pursuit, Dai Mubai's legs began to weaken from exhaustion. His face contorted in fury. Zhu Zhuqing, if you have the guts, face me head on. Why are you running? Are you not a man? His words elicited laughter from the audience. Does that golden-haired brute not understand? Why would a nimble spirit master engage in a head-on clash with a power-type spirit master? Just because he has golden hair? Hilarious. This lady is a goddess. She is no mere man. No wonder his spirit ancestor level matches with a great spirit master. It seems he lacks common sense. The audience's remarks reached Dai Mubai's ears, causing his already furious expression to twist further. He bellowed, White Tiger transformation. Dai Mubai's body began to swell, doubling his attack power, speed, and defense. He fixed his gaze on Zhu Zhuqing at the other end of the arena and charged forward. Zhu Zhuqing stood elegantly, unflinching as Dai Mubai barreled toward her. This must be the third soul skill Brother Bai mentioned. His speed remains painfully slow. What a coward. A charming smile graced her lips as she retrieved a sleek black dagger from beside her thigh. Feeling the spirit energy coursing through it, Zhu Zhuqing's confidence surged. You cannot escape. Dai Mubai, now closing in on Zhu Zhuqing, unleashed a mighty punch, his spirit energy swelling. Boom. The powerful energy struck the arena, creating a massive crater and sending dust flying. Had he hit her? The audience gasped in shock. That golden-haired brute shows no mercy. Such a beautiful goddess. And he dares to strike her. She is too lovely. I'd be afraid to even hold her. Damn it, I'll remember that golden-haired monster. Just wait until I see you outside. Just then, they noticed Zhu Zhuqing was unscathed amidst the dissipating dust. Indeed, as the haze cleared, a black silhouette stood firm. But soon, the crowd realized something was amiss. The silhouette was multiplying. Dai Mubai stared in horror at the increasing number of black shadows before him. No. The nether cat doesn't possess this soul skill. How could Zhu Zhuqing have it? Suddenly, a shadow appeared right in front of him. Dai Mubai swung his fist. But it met only air. The shadows continued to emerge, and he swung desperately, but each time he missed. Where are they? Where are they? Dai Mubai frantically scanned around, but he could not spot a single new shadow. As he began to retreat, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. His pupils dilated in fear, paralyzed and unable to move. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing's disdainful voice rang out. You have lost, coward. Chapter 105. Dai Mubai's teeth were crushed at the moment Zhu Zhuqing's voice resonated. Dai Mubai was utterly bewildered. How could this be possible? It was simply inconceivable. As a man with a strong sense of masculinity, he could not accept the reality of being subdued by a woman he believed to be inferior in every way. She must have cheated. There was no other explanation. And yet, I have not yet lost. After a brief silence, Dai Mubai suddenly retaliated. White Tiger transformation. With a roar, he activated his transformation, preparing to turn and subdue this woman who he deemed inferior. However, in terms of speed, Zhu Zhuqing was evidently faster. As the light flickered around Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned icy. She lifted her foot and delivered a swift kick to the back of his knee. With a loud thud, Dai Mubai crumpled to the ground, and simultaneously, a dagger pressed against his neck. The cold blade grazed his skin, drawing a small trickle of warm blood. As the blood seeped out, he felt his body gradually grow cold, a chilling realization dawning upon him. If he dared to move again, the dagger would surely slice through his throat. Dai Mubai finally calmed down. The victor was clear. The winner was contestant number 32. Zhu Zhuqing. What a shocking upset. The announcer's voice echoed across the arena, causing an uproar among the spectators. Oh my goodness. That aloof goddess is incredible. If I'm not mistaken, she doesn't even have a third soul skill. At level 30, she must have just recently broken through, and yet she wins the match. Unbelievable. How could this happen? I should never have placed my bets. The odds were 30 to 1. My money. What the hell? Losing to someone 7 levels below? This is ridiculous. You, golden-haired, pig-headed man, better not let me see you outside, or you're done for. I adore that aloof goddess. If I could marry her, I'd be willing to remain impotent for life. Wait, if you're impotent, why would you want to marry? In an instant. The audience erupted into discussions filled with shock and disbelief. After all, it was unprecedented for a level 30 soul master to defeat a level 37 soul sovereign. This had never occurred in the soul arena before. It was a historic first. On the second floor, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and others were equally dumbfounded. How? How is this possible? Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the kneeling Dai Mubai, utterly dazed. Dai Mubai was referred to as Boss Dai not merely for his age, but also for his unparalleled strength. A level 37 soul sovereign should have easily dealt with a level 30 soul master. So why did he lose? Brother Bai, look at that pic. His expression is hilarious. Xiao Wu exclaimed, bursting into laughter upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's victory. She had intended to ask Lonbai what kind of charm he had cast on Zhu Zhuqing, but inadvertently caught sight of Ma Hongjun's foolish expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing this, Lonbai casually glanced at Ma Hongjun before ruffling Xiao Wu's hair. Don't look. It's an eyesore. Right. I need to look at Brother Bai more to cleanse my eyes. Xiao Wu tightly clutched Lonbai's arm, filled with joy. Initially, she thought Zhu Zhuqing was destined to lose, but who would have expected her speed to be so astounding? That foolish tiger couldn't even lay a finger on Zhu Zhuqing. It was utterly hilarious. Hey, Fatso, your boss I lost. Don't you have anything to say? Ning Rongrong taunted Ma Hongjun without reservation. After all, he had previously belittled Zhu Zhuqing both openly and covertly. How could he dare to demean someone as exceptional as Zhu Zhuqing, who had a great temper and an alluring figure? Ma Hongjun felt utterly humiliated by Ning Rongrong's words, his face flushed with embarrassment. Yet he could not muster a single retort. After a long pause, he finally managed to stammer, She was just lucky. It doesn't mean anything. Huh. Pathetic. Ning Rongrong couldn't be bothered to argue further and dismissed him with a wave. In the arena, Zhu Zhuqing withdrew the dagger from Dai Mubai's neck after the referee announced the results. She immediately searched the second floor for Lonbai's figure. Upon seeing Xiao Wu waving her arm, she also spotted Lonbai standing there. Once their eyes met, that reliable figure raised a hand and waved back. A smile graced Zhu Zhuqing's face as she stood on tiptoe, waving at Lonbai. Instantly, the audience erupted into cheers. Oh my! The aloof goddess smiled. How beautiful! She is looking at me. She is definitely looking at me. Shut your mouth. She is clearly looking at me. How dare you? Come at me if you're brave enough. As the spectators bickered, a few groups in the stands broke into a scuffle. Lonbai, witnessing this chaos, was taken aback. Goodness! Zhu Qing merely smiled and waved at him. How did this escalate into a fight? Ultimately, Lonbai attributed the commotion to Zhu Zhuqing's overwhelming charm. These onlookers simply could not resist. Ding! Zhu Zhuqing's favorability towards you has increased to 90. The rate of affection points acquisition has risen. Current affection points acquisition rate, 1.95. Her favorability has increased again. By helping her defeat the formidable Dai Mubai, it must have risen to 90. He pondered how to gain the remaining 10 points. Perhaps he would need to eliminate Dai Mubai? Or maybe, have Zhu Zhuqing bear a child? On the arena floor, Dai Mubai felt the cold blade withdraw, and his stiff body began to pulse with warmth as blood flowed again, gradually reviving his limbs. Struggling to rise from the ground, he caught sight of Zhu Zhuqing waving goodbye. With her devilish figure and flowing black hair, such a stunning beauty should have been his. But now, it was all gone. Everything was lost. Dai Mubai glared at Lonbai in the stands, his pig-like face contorted with rage. For some reason, he could not shake the feeling that Zhu Zhuqing's victory was somehow linked to Lonbai. After all, how could Zhu Zhuqing, who entered school at level 27, suddenly advance to level 30? And what about that soul skill he had never seen in the Yuming Spirit Cat Clan? She had remained hidden for so long. This was no ordinary first or second soul skill. Lonbai, it was all because of him. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth, consumed by fury. Suddenly, he heard a crack from his mouth. Wincing in pain, he reached inside and pulled out a broken tooth. He had indeed bitten it off. As he watched Lonbai beckoning him to come up, Zhu Zhuqing turned to leave. Passing by Dai Mubai, she coldly remarked, Dai, remember, I have no further ties to you. If you dare to trouble me again. She shot him a glance before walking away briskly. She found herself yearning for the warmth of Lonbai's arm. This time, she must reward him properly. Chapter 106, Betting to Win 6,000. Tang San and others were jealous upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words. Dai Mubai felt a chill run through him. He understood the implication of her statement. If he were not surnamed Dai, he would be insignificant. The unspoken words that followed were not lost on him either. Damn that wretched woman. Zhu Zhuqing is invincible. As Zhu Zhuqing ascended to the second floor, Xiao Wu opened her arms to greet her with a warm embrace. Zhu Zhuqing patted Xiao Wu's back and chuckled, saying, No one is invincible. It's merely that the one surnamed Dai is too weak. Xiao Wu squinted at Zhu Zhuqing, puzzled. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Zhu Zhuqing felt slightly bewildered under Xiao Wu's scrutiny. Humph, Zhuqing, quickly confess. Have you and Brother Bai had a deep conversation? Zhu Zhuqing gasped. How do you know? How could I not? Xiao Wu replied smugly. Your tone when you're being modest is identical to his. It's obvious you've had an in-depth discussion. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. She thought Xiao Wu had discovered her secret about sneaking a nibble of a big carrot. All right, Xiao Wu, humility is a virtue. Lonbai approached and ruffled Xiao Wu's hair. Brother Lonbai, Zhu Zhuqing said, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. They were all family. Lonbai merely smiled and gently touched her cat ear hairstyle. Since leaving the cold and derisive Zhu family, Zhu Zhuqing had no intention of returning. She was a solitary soul. Yet hearing those words warmed her heart. Brother Lonbai, Zhu Zhuqing said, biting her lip as she moved Xiao Wu aside and wrapped her long, delicate arm around Lonbai. Xiao Wu, pushed aside, exclaimed, What? Am I being rejected? From a distance, Dai Mubai who had just reached the second floor, witnessed Zhu Zhuqing embracing Lonbai. His already low spirits sank further. A slight clench of his jaw caused a crack, and a fragment of his broken tooth fell out. Damn it, Dai Mubai thought, trembling as he touched his missing tooth. How infuriating. He barely restrained himself from grinding his teeth. Boss Dai, are you all right? Ma Hongjun and the others rushed over. I'm fine, Dai Mubai replied darkly. That doesn't seem like it. It's hilarious, Tang San chuckled from the sidelines, though he couldn't see Lonbai being humiliated. Witnessing Dai Mubai's misfortune was quite satisfying. Ma Hongjun, noticing this, quickly flattered Dai Mubai, claiming that the woman merely had good luck. And when you let your guard down, she pounced on the opportunity. It was a hollow victory. After some compliments, Dai Mubai's expression softened slightly. Indeed, if he had stood still and allowed Zhu Zhuqing to attack, he would have certainly won. As Dai Mubai pondered this, an announcement suddenly echoed through the venue. Mr. Lonbai, please proceed to the third floor of the duel arena to collect your 6,000 gold soul coins. Time is of the essence. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, the three impoverished souls, were bewildered. What is happening? Collecting gold soul coins? 6,000 of them. This is money we could never earn in our lifetime. Brother Lonbai, they're calling for you. Zhu Zhuqing released Lonbai. Wait here a moment. I'll be right back, Lonbai said as he dashed toward the staircase. Hey, Lonbai, how did you acquire so much money? Tang San couldn't help but ask, his curiosity piqued. Betting, of course. 30 times the odds. If they hadn't restricted my bets, I would have won even more. Unfortunately, I only have 6,000. It won't last long. Lonbai casually flaunted his winnings. Upon hearing this, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar's minds went blank. 30 times the odds? He bet on Zhu Zhuqing. Is he really that confident in her? Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing had indeed won 6,000 gold soul coins. Tang San clenched his fists, his eyes turning crimson. After 6 arduous years of labor, living on steamed buns and fountain water, he had barely saved over 200 gold soul coins, only to see them snatched away by Lonbai. Meanwhile, Lonbai had casually won 6,000. This is a golden opportunity that I cannot miss. Tang San's mind raced. He still had Dai Mubai's 20 gold soul coins to borrow. If he placed a bet, he could turn his fortunes around. With determination, Tang San hurried to follow Lonbai, eager to discover where the betting point was located. Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged glances and promptly followed suit. Ma Hongjun, being poor, would never pass up a chance to earn money. Oscar, once well off but now impoverished due to Lonbai's winnings, felt the urge to capitalize on the situation. Soon, Lonbai retrieved the 6,000 gold soul coins. The three impoverished souls behind him gazed at the coin pouch with eyes wide open, envy radiating from them. 6,000 gold soul coins. So much money. Quit staring. It's not for you, Lonbai said, unable to tolerate their greedy gazes. Hearing this, Tang San and the others clenched their fists. This Lonbai is insufferably arrogant. Just wait. With my destiny as a reborn individual, I'll perform a miraculous feat. I'll turn 20 gold soul coins into 20,000. Then I'll be wealthier than you, Lonbai, and Xiao Wu will return to my side. Lost in his fantasies, Tang San nearly drooled. Enough of this nonsense, Lonbai thought, pulling Zhu Zhuqing closer and shaking the pouch of coins, saying gently, This is all thanks to you. I'll treat you to a feast later. No need. It's what I ought to do. Lonbai raised an eyebrow. If you refuse, I'll treat you to carrots tonight. At this, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, her earlobes flushing with a deep pink hue. Carrots? What kind of carrots? I want some. Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. I'll have some for you. They're quite large, and I fear your little mouth might not be able to handle it. Large? Xiao Wu scoffed. Humph. How big could they be? I could finish any carrot in one bite. All right. We'll see tonight. Thank you, brother. Bye. Xiao Wu beamed, thrilled at the prospect of a big carrot feast. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Xiao Wu, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes were already narrowed in curiosity. Big carrots. Can one really not finish them in one bite? Later, as Tang San and the others walked together, they overheard Lonbai's words, their expressions peculiar. Oscar, the lecherous master, Tang San, the reborn, and Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, seasoned veterans, all understood the implications of Lonbai's remarks. In unison, they cursed, Damn that Lonbai. Their hearts swelled with envy and resentment. Chapter 107. Ning Rongrong, Oscar's lewdness. I favor by Lon under the envious and resentful gazes of the 4 members of the colorful feather squad. Bai Lon and his companions arrived at the venue for the doubles competition. Initially intending to participate in the trio event, They were deterred by the presence of Ning Rongrong, whose presence hindered their collective progress. Thus, they opted for the doubles competition instead. Upon sighting the doubles competition sign, Tang San's eyes lit up with excitement, and he prepared to rush over to inquire if Xiao Wu would partner with him. However, before he could reach her, Xiao Wu had already sensed his approach. Tang San, Xiao Wu, would you be willing to? Xiao Wu's delicate face turned cold. Get lost. Thus, Tang San dejectedly retreated. Witnessing this scene, Oscar burst into laughter. Tang San, are you foolish? Xiao Wu is closest to Bai Lan. If she participates in the doubles, they will undoubtedly team up. Inviting her is just asking for trouble. In response to Oscar's mockery, Tang San rolled his eyes and muttered, as if you could invite her. Oscar what? The challenge ignited within Oscar, and he grinned lewdly at Tang San. You underestimate me. Watch closely. He then tousled his hair and cleared his throat. Striding confidently toward Bai Lan and the others, approaching Ning Rongrong, he flashed a gentlemanly smile. Miss Ning Rongrong, may I invite you to be my partner? Ning Rongrong was taken aback, gazing at the unexpected Oscar with confusion. If she remembered correctly, this fellow possessed a food-type martial spirit. What could he possibly offer to partner with her? You, what do you bring to the table? Oscar replied, I have large sausages. At this, a vein throbbed on Ning Rongrong's forehead, and her charming face instantly turned frostier. Get lost. Oscar, momentarily stunned, blinked in disbelief. I said to get lost. How lewd. When will you learn from Bai Lan? With that, Ning Rongrong disregarded Oscar and rejoined Bai Lan and the others. Oscar, bewildered, thought to himself, did I not just compare my offer to carrots? How is that lewd? I mentioned sausages, and he spoke of carrots. Are they not synonymous? He gulped, inching closer. Actually, I believe what Bai Lan and I both said is quite similar. Is this not preferential treatment? Ning Rongrong arched an eyebrow. What? Do you have an objection? I am indeed treating you differently. How can you compare to Bai Lan? She dismissed him with a disdainful look. Oscar was left speechless. Because of his affection for Ning Rongrong, she had always appeared to him through the lens of a white moonlight filter. Yet, why was his beloved white moonlight so harsh towards him? Feeling like a wilted eggplant, he trudged dejectedly toward the colorful feather squad. Ha! Tang San couldn't contain his laughter at Oscar's dismal fate. Oscar, filled with pent-up frustration, turned on Tang San. What are you laughing at, you blue-haired fool? Oscar lunged at Tang San, and the two engaged in a tussle filled with crude banter. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, observing, were baffled. Wait, why are you two fighting after being rejected by a woman? Shouldn't you be supporting each other? Bai Lan and his companions merely shot them a disinterested glance. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong whispered to one another, Sister Rongrong, you're so unlucky to be entangled with someone like him. Ning Rongrong nodded. Aren't you in the same boat? True. A hug, please. Xiao Wu's face was sorrowful, just as Ning Rongrong was about to comfort her. She realized Xiao Wu's words were not directed at her, but at Bai Lan. Ning Rongrong. She then turned her gaze to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong, a hug, please. And with that, she buried her face into Zhu Zhuqing's ample bosom. Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong snuggled eagerly. But Zhu Zhuqing was at a loss, casting a desperate glance toward Bai Lan. Understanding the silent plea, Bai Lan approached with a serious demeanor, gently pulling Ning Rongrong from Zhu Zhuqing's embrace and covering Zhu Zhuqing's bosom with his hand, saying earnestly, This is my space. Do not intrude. Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing. Nearby, witnessing this, Dai Mubai felt an urge to retaliate. That bastard. This damned Bai Lan clearly disregards me. Dai Mubai, panting heavily, clenched his fists, searching for something to strike. His gaze eventually landed on Ma Hongjun, whose rotund face seemed the perfect target. Dai Mubai grinned, tightening his fists. Hongjun. What are you up to? Ma Hongjun instinctively took a step back. What do you want? We've borrowed quite a bit of money from you, right? Yes, but... Just practicing. Don't worry, it won't hurt. One punch, and I'll wave a golden soul coin. Without waiting for Ma Hongjun's consent, Dai Mubai swung a punch, venting his frustration. Meanwhile, Bai Lan remained oblivious to their antics, turning to register for the competition. Brother Bai, I wish to team up with you. Xiao Wu clung to Bai Lan's arm, nuzzling against him. Zhu Zhuqing silently squeezed Bai Lan's other arm. Seeing both arms occupied, Ning Rongrong felt momentarily lost. Who am I? Where am I? Where are my arms? Amidst the delightful massage from the two girls, Bai Lan remained composed, contemplating his choices before decisively stating, Rongrong, let us team up. Zhu Zhuqing. Was her bosom no longer useful? Xiao Wu, bewildered, pouted at Bai Lan with an innocent look. Brother Bai, do you prefer Sister Rongrong over me? Ning Rongrong was equally flabbergasted. Logically, it seemed she should not be the chosen partner. Could it be that Bai Lan truly favored her? Pampered by admiration. Ning Rongrong felt her heart race unexpectedly. Ding. Ning Rongrong's favorability towards you has increased to 60. The rate of acquiring affection points has intensified. Current rate of acquiring affection points. 1.65. Upon hearing this notification, Bai Lan raised an eyebrow but offered no explanation, extending his hand. Will you join me? Of course. Ning Rongrong joyfully grasped Bai Lan's hand, elated beyond measure. Chapter 108. The Kunbai team versus the Nyoma team beside them. Xiao Wu pouted, visibly displeased. Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat unhappy as well, though her expression remained neutral. All right, go help us register. Lanbai gestured towards the counter. No problem, Ning Rongrong replied cheerfully. Eager to assist, even at Lanbai's behest. Once Ning Rongrong had walked away, Lanbai pulled Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing into his embrace, smiling as he said, Rest assured, you are still my favorites. The reason for choosing Rongrong as a partner was primarily due to the challenges faced by a support soul master in the arena. We are family. We must help each other. Understand? Family. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, slowly comprehending. So, Lonbai intended to take Ning Rongrong as a concubine? This was not entirely unacceptable to her, given her noble upbringing where such arrangements were common. In nobility, having multiple wives and concubines was not unusual. It could be said that as long as one was willing, wealthy, and the other party consented, one could have as many concubines as desired. Naturally, authority played a role. The unwilling had little choice. Zhu Zhuqing's reaction fell well within Lanbai's expectations. Despite her noble lineage, a modern individual educated in history would know that medieval nobility often exhibited more depravity than commoners. Nobility merely represented a combination of wealth and power. If one possessed more wealth and greater influence, what was nobility but a facade? Listening to Lanbai, Xiao Wu began to understand as well, though she was too apathetic to dwell on it. In her eyes, Lanbai's choice to team up with Rongrong was simply to assist her sister. Brother Bai is quite nice, she thought, gazing at him with pride. This was her beloved brother Bai. You two should form a team. Zhu Zhuqing's strength is sufficient to elevate Xiao Wu's rank, Lanbai suggested. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Rest assured, with me around, Xiao Wu will certainly not come to harm. Good. Off you go, Lanbai said, giving both women a playful pat. Just then, the Kai Mao group arrived. But compared to the harmony of wives and concubines on Lanbai's side, their group was more aggressive. The pigheads have arrived? Lanbai greeted with a chuckle. The four members of Kai Mao group grimaced at the remark and hurried off to register. After a brief intermission, an announcement rang out. The Kunbai team and the Nyoma team, please proceed to Arena 1 for the Soul Master Duel. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong immediately sprang up, wrapping her arms around Lanbai's. The not-so-small bunny nuzzled against him. It's our turn, let us go. Lanbai, momentarily taken aback, realized that the Kunbai team referred to him and Ning Rongrong. Kunbai? What does that mean? He inquired. Ning Rongrong narrowed her eyes, a smirk forming at the corners of her mouth. It has been included. Lanbai remained puzzled. With a gentle smile, Ning Rongrong explained. If you separate the characters in Koan, you'll understand. Suddenly, Lanbai's eyes widened in realization, astonished at the implication. He had always known that Ning Rongrong possessed a playful spirit, but this was beyond expectation. Observing her noble and elegant visage, he pondered deeply. As a man, how could he be more reserved than a woman? I see. Thank you for the explanation. My younger brother has already regurgitated, he jested. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled. You can count on me to empower you, she declared, playfully licking her lips. Wait. Lonbai quickly suppressed his reaction, realizing the audience around them. It would be quite inappropriate to provoke public ire. All right, Lonbai said, giving her a firm squeeze. Save your enthusiasm for later. Once we're home, we can indulge however you wish. Pride radiated from Ning Rongrong as she raised her delicate chin, thinking, what right does he have to compare himself to me? After regaining composure, Lonbai shook his head and followed. He thought to himself that if not for the crowd, he would have shown Ning Rongrong what true vigor entailed. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu tugged at Zhu Zhuqing's hand, guiding her to the second-floor railing to watch the match. The Kai Mao group, lacking other pursuits, joined them in observing. Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun watched intently, eager for betting opportunities. As Lanbai and Ning Rongrong took their positions, two figures emerged from the opposing passageway. True to their team name, they bore the traits of bulls and horses. One was a burly male soul master with dark skin, and the other, a tall female soul master with fiery red hair and a striking physique, reminiscent of a wild mare. Two little kids? The male soul master scoffed. Aren't you supposed to be nursing at your mother's side? What brings you here? Seeking death? Ning Rongrong bristled at the insult, about to retort when Lonbai restrained her. Words are meaningless. Teaching them a lesson will be far more effective. The wild mare, intrigued, remarked, if your mother is out of milk, I could take her place and nurse you. The audience erupted at this suggestion, shouting in excitement. Lonbai remained silent, his expression unreadable, while the wild mare laughed provocatively, her assets shaking with her mirth. Enough of this banter, let us send them back to their mothers, the male soul master called out. I am Nyoji, a level 32 assault type soul master with the beast martial spirit, wild bull. The female soul master followed suit. I am Mazi, a level 31 agility type soul master with the beast martial spirit, wild horse. Lonbai was slightly taken aback, incredulous that anyone would choose such names. Mazi flaunted her attributes, inciting a chorus of howls from the audience. Little kids, reveal your martial spirits. Ning Rongrong huffed. I am Ning Rongrong, a level 26 support type soul master with the 7 treasure glaze tile as my martial spirit. As Lonbai was about to speak, Nyoji interrupted, his tone mocking. 26? You're just here to gift us points. Don't bother announcing. It's better to lose quickly and leave. Very well, if you wish not to announce, so be it. Lonbai exchanged a glance with Ning Rongrong, signaling her to step aside. He can handle these two alone. Chapter 109, the battle commences. Nyoji is vanquished on the second floor. Observing the scene, Tang San and Ma Hongjun felt a stir in their hearts. Tang San turned to Ma Hongjun. You all intend to place your bets, don't you? Who are you wagering on? Oscar raised his hand. I believe. The combination of Ning Rongrong and Lonbai possesses genuine combat prowess, which primarily lies with Lonbai alone. The opposing side has 2 soul masters. It's difficult to ascertain the situation, but the Nyo-Ma combination should hold a slight advantage. Ma Hongjun's emerald eyes glimmered with insight, inquiring. I recall. This Lonbai seems to have injured teacher Xiao Wuji, right? Dai Mubai, overhearing their dialogue, scoffed. Injured? That was merely luck. Teacher Xiao only utilized a soul power of level 40 and his first 3 soul skills. Furthermore, Lonbai's strike caught teacher Xiao off guard, lacking any defense. Lonbai was fortunate that blow landed on Xiao Wuji. There is no need to regard him as anything more than an ordinary soul master. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Tang San and Ma Hongjun fell into contemplation, realizing Dai Mubai's assertion held merit. They were present during that incident. Lonbai had insisted that Xiao Wuji employ his soul skills, yet Xiao Wuji refrained, resulting in Lonbai's opportunity to injure him. Thus, it would seem, Lonbai was indeed merely a soul master. Noticing Tang San and Ma Hongjun still deep in thought, Dai Mubai kindly reminded, if you wish to place your bets, you ought to hurry. Once they commence their fight, the betting will be closed. Right. Ma Hongjun suddenly awoke from his reverie, rushing headlong to the 3rd floor without a backward glance. That glutton, Tang San mused, watching Ma Hongjun's retreating figure, his expression conflicted. For reasons unknown, he harbored an inexplicable confidence in Lonbai. Yet seeing Ma Hongjun's silhouette, he resolved, forget it. Betting is part of the game. Moreover, it's evident that the Nyo-Ma combination appears to be the strongest. Here I go. With that, Tang San seized the borrowed money and dashed to the 3rd floor. Oscar observed the unfolding scene, casting a glance at Lonbai and Ning Rongrong. A flicker of contemplation passed through his eyes, and he hastily followed suit. He was not inclined to bet on the Nyo-Ma combination, nor did he trust Lonbai. However, he had unwavering faith in Ning Rongrong. After all, she was his guiding light. Oscar firmly believed that the person he cherished would never be lacking. Hence Ning Rongrong's judgment must also be sound. In the stands, upon hearing the disparity in strength between the 2 sides, some hastily adjusted their bets. That handsome lad is bound to lose. What a pity. Indeed. It was unfortunate that such a beautiful girl would be trampled by a wild bull. How dreadful. Trampled? Where? Goodness. Is your mind filled with filth? On the arena, oh, the handsome lad knows how to protect the lady. The alluring wild mare smirked, her fingers tracing her lips. I must say, I am growing fonder of you. Stop being flirtatious. If you don't make a move, I shall. Nyoji, unwilling to engage in further banter, summoned his martial soul. His legs transforming to become immensely robust. Horns sprouted from his head, and after a few pawing motions, he charged towards Lonbai. Ma Hongjun frowned slightly. What a brute. Nyoji's momentum was fierce, a black wild bull spirit looming above him, exuding tremendous pressure. Sensing this, Ning Rongrong immediately summoned her martial soul, exclaiming, 7 treasures glazed tile. First, strength. Second, speed. Strength enveloped Lonbai, who stood his ground, his gaze indifferent as he watched the bull charge. Has he been frightened? Truly useless. Niuji was unconcerned. Seeing this young lad seemingly intimidated, he decided to send him on his way swiftly. With reckless abandon, Niuji unleashed his soul skill. A dark glow enveloping him, massive bull horns manifesting. On the second floor, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing felt a tightening in their chests. Xiao Wu could not help but cry out, "Brother Bai, quickly dodge." Zhu Zhuqing clenched her jade-like hands, fixated on Lanbai's figure. Nearby, Dai Mubai's face broke into a grin as he watched the unfolding scene. Collide. It would be best if he could crush him. Dai Mubai silently roared within, fervently wishing for Niuji to obliterate Lonbai. Closer, even closer. Dai Mubai's eyes widened, a smile creeping onto his lips as he anticipated the moment Lonbai would be sent flying. Bang! The collision occurred. Yet, Dai Mubai was left stunned. What just transpired? Not only him, but the audience in the stands were also left bewildered. All they witnessed was a black wild bull charging forward. Then a flash of golden light. Niuji lay sprawled on the ground, pinned by a golden cross sword. In the stands, could someone explain what just happened? I am at a loss. You ask me, and I ask who? I simply saw that handsome lad wave his hand, and the wild bull toppled. What else? He was defeated in a single strike. Instantly, the stands erupted in chaos. All were dumbfounded. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, relieved, realized how formidable Brother Bai was. That large brute had been vanquished in an instant. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her captivating eyes sparkling with admiration. Seeing this, Dai Mubai sneered, "Don't be hasty. There is still one more on the opposing side, he has T1 yet." Just as he spoke, the alluring wild mare launched her assault. Her martial soul revealed itself. A fiery red mane sprouting from her tailbone, moving at an astonishing speed. As she closed the distance, she accelerated, reaching a point near Lonbai where her speed surpassed that of Zhu Zhuqing's by a factor of 2. Charging with intent, Lonbai instantly discerned the nature of the sexy wild mare's soul skill. Such soul masters can be both strong and weak. They possess immense power once fully charged, but the peak of their might can be challenging to control. In simpler terms, it is easy for them to misfire. Be careful, Brother Bai. Ning Rongrong, observing from afar, felt a pang of worry at the sight of the wild mare's aggressive advance. This display was far more formidable than that of the wild bull. A cascade of crimson soul power engulfed the arena. Yet, Lonbai remained unfazed, casting a reassuring gesture to Ning Rongrong without a hint of trepidation. His current soul power stood at level 40, and against the sexy wild mare, he felt an overwhelming advantage. Why doesn't he flee? The wild mare's brow furrowed. She was all too aware of the sheer force behind her next kick. Previously, a 39-level beast martial soul user had been struck by her kick, resulting in a collapsed ribcage, leaving him unconscious against a wall, nearly losing his life. While this handsome lad had managed to counter the wild bull, it was not necessarily indicative of his strength. Niuji's martial soul was merely an exceptionally ordinary wild bull spirit. Her own martial soul far surpassed his. With this kick, she feared that this handsome lad might sustain severe injury. With this thought, the sexy wild mare instinctively eased the ferocity of her attack. After all, as the elder sister, she adored young men like Lonbai, whose fair and delicate appearance was most appealing. Hurting him would not bode well. Chapter 110, The Powerful Blue and White. The seductive mare seeks a relationship. The stationary blue and white sensed a decrease in the opponent's pressure and raised an eyebrow. Since this fellow had somewhat restrained their strength, he decided to do the same. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the spectators, the seductive mare, enveloped in a swirling crimson aura, delivered a powerful kick towards the still blue and white. Ning Rongrong, who was fixated on blue and white, did not blink. Ready to concede at any moment, blue and white, in a gesture of goodwill, aimed to assist her in scoring. He certainly did not want to be injured on her behalf. The seductive mare leaped into the air, her long legs extended as she struck. A faint smirk graced blue and white's lips as he pointed his sword towards the ground, softly uttering, "Trapped immortal." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a long sword, exuding an ethereal blue aura, materialized behind him, plunging into the ground. Instantly, a 20-meter radius was illuminated by a ghostly blue light. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The seductive mare's pressure was slowed to nearly a tenth of its original speed, her form gliding slowly through the air. An expression of disbelief flickered in her eyes. A soul ring of a millennium was impressive indeed, and the first soul skill was quite remarkable. With that, Blue and White advanced towards the airborne seductive mare. Within the confines of the trapped immortal sword S effect, he remained entirely unaffected. With a swift motion, he struck her smooth abdomen with a powerful palm. At that instant, the time-slowing effect of the trapped immortal sword faded away. Boom. The seductive mare was struck in the abdomen by Blue and White's palm. Her accumulated momentum shattered, propelling her 8 meters away. The audience erupted in astonishment. Initially, they believed this lad was doomed against the seductive mare, yet the tables had turned dramatically. Not only had she failed to harm him, but she had also been sent flying herself. Who was this young man? Such prowess. Goodness, I'm impressed. Why didn't you mention how formidable you were earlier? The seductive mare had not yet conceded, and neither had Blue and White claimed victory. On the second floor, Xiao Wu cheered. I knew it. Brother Bai is invincible. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled at Xiao Wu's excitement. Why were you so worried just now? Worried? Me? I was merely concerned for Rongrong. If she were to be inadvertently harmed, it would be catastrophic. Xiao Wu blinked innocently. Yes, I was indeed worried about Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing chose not to press further, finding amusement in Xiao Wu's feigned innocence. In the arena, the seductive mare gradually rose from the ground. One hand pressed against her abdomen, a pained expression on her face. She gazed at Blue and White and said in a sultry tone, lucky for me. I have a palace injury insurance. Otherwise, if you had damaged me, it would be hard to find someone to compensate. Blue and White was taken aback. Palace injury insurance? Did she mean what he thought she did? Seeing Blue and White flustered by her words, the seductive mare smiled slyly, her enchanting gaze sweeping over him. This innocent young man was precisely to her taste. Having encountered many lecherous men, she had never before met someone so pure and handsome. Beside them, Ning Rongrong could no longer remain composed upon witnessing Blue and White being flirted with by a brazen woman. She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Blue and White's. Lifting her chin defiantly, humph. If you speak out of turn, my brother Bai will ensure you have a pregnancy insurance. The seductive mare raised an eyebrow. So, another woman had set her sights on this charming young man? Blue and White sighed. Why, as a man, was he being teased by 2 such bold women? Shouldn't he be the one flirting with them? He gently patted Ning Rongrong's arm, signaling her to release him, before turning to the red-clad woman opposite him. All right. Let's fight if you're going to. No more of this chatter. The seductive mare understood that with Ning Rongrong present, any verbal advantage would be futile. Therefore, she decided to gain an advantage physically. Given Blue and White's earlier actions, it was evident he was holding back. The seductive mare licked her lips enticingly, her crimson aura surging forth towards Blue and White. He prepared to engage, though he couldn't shake the peculiar feeling that this woman did not appear to be one who would attack. No. Was she attempting to seduce him? Blue and White was taken aback. This bold temptress seemed even more audacious than Ning Rongrong. At least Ning Rongrong had the sense to use excuses, while this woman was practically offering herself up. Just as Blue and White was momentarily stunned, the mare pounced, pressing her ample form against his face, forcefully bringing him down to the ground. The referee's voice boomed through the arena. Incredible. This powerful duo, holders of the Iron Fighting Soul Badge, can defeat their opponents even without the aid of herbs. This seductive mare, through sheer force, has brought down the Lonbai duo. The spectators were riveted by the spectacle, with many lamenting their own circumstances, envious of Blue and White. Why is it not me being crushed beneath her? How is it that even our female opponent is getting so close to him? Blue and White, while pinned beneath the seductive mare, was left speechless. This woman was undeniably voluptuous, her weight considerable. If she were to sit on his waist, he feared he might be crushed. At least Zhu Zhuqing had a balanced figure. Enough, sister, if you continue like this, the headlights and taillights will be exposed for all to see, he whispered, attempting to maintain some semblance of dignity. With a smirk, the mare playfully slapped him on the face. Don't worry, I know my limits. After a struggle, Blue and White finally managed to escape her grasp, feeling sore all over, particularly in certain areas. Yes, his 8-pack abs were tender from her relentless teasing. Charming young man. Would you be interested in exchanging contact information? The mare whispered seductively in his ear. Blue and White hastily declined. No, I can't afford to maintain another relationship. Can't afford to maintain. The mare glanced at Ning Rongrong, taking in her delicate figure, puzzled. This little girl looks so frail. Yet she is so fierce at night? Fierce? She can pester me all night without letting up, Blue and White responded, recalling the night Xiao Wu had clung to him, forcing him to keep her company. The mare stared at Ning Rongrong, gasping in surprise. One must not judge by appearances. Ning Rongrong, feeling utterly bewildered by their scrutiny, could only stare back in confusion. Chapter 111. online invitation what transpired? Ning Rongrong felt that the gaze of that imposing woman was rather peculiar, almost as if she were scrutinizing a lecher. Could she be considered a lecher herself? Probably not. Ning Rongrong believed she was quite demure, merely engaging in the occasional risk of banter. Hey, have you chatted enough? My dear Lonbai requires 100 gold soul coins for his overtime. The woman. Lonbai. The woman turned to Lonbai. Are you really not considering it? In response to her online invitation, Lonbai firmly declined. Sister, I am a respectable individual, and as you can see, I genuinely cannot sleep at night, hence I cannot work overtime. Very well, she replied, her expression one of regret. It was a rare chance to encounter a charming young man for a deeper connection, only to have him turn her down. How unfortunate. She shook her head and called out to the referee from the platform. I concede. This young man is both strong and formidable. I have been overwhelmed and cannot compete. Lonbai. The spectators in the stands. The referee. All right. Since this lady has failed to outmaneuver the Qianbai duo in the equestrian game, I hereby declare the victors to be the Qianbai duo. Applause everyone. As the referee's impassioned voice echoed, no male in the crowd clapped, save for the women. Lonbai was acutely aware of this and did not press the matter. He took the elegant Ning Rongrong and gracefully exited the Soul Arena, amidst the envious gazes of numerous men. As for the defeated Lu Ji, he was taken away by a healing soul master. Although it was a penetrating injury, it was not deemed fatal in the Douluo continent. Moments later, the crowd erupted in exclamations. Oh, I just remembered, I bet on. Luma, this Qianbai duo is merely playing the fool. Utterly dishonest. As Lanbai and Ning Rongrong ascended to the second floor, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing approached them. Xiao Wu wrapped her arms around Lanbai's, nuzzling against him. Brother Bai, you are invincible. Lanbai, you just said the same to Zhuqing, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu quickly amended. Brother Bai and sister Zhuqing are united as one, thus unbeatable. United as one? Ning Rongrong wore a mysterious smile, leaning closer to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed. Let us discuss unity later. I placed 50 gold soul coins on this. With odds of 10 to 1, I am bound to profit immensely. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the third-floor exit. Lonbai glanced over to find Tang San and Ma Hongjun, still engrossed in their betting discussions. Sighing, Tang San lamented, unfortunately, I only have 20 gold soul coins on me. Still, earning 2 would be satisfactory. At least I won't be unable to afford soap. Ma Hongjun smugly reassured Tang San, casting a glance at Oscar behind them. Unlike certain individuals who foolishly wagered on Lonbai winning, isn't that just absurd? Tang San understood whom Ma Hongjun referred to. Smirking slightly, indeed, it is foolish to forego easy money. Oscar, feeling insulted, remained silent, regretting his choice. As the trio walked, they soon reached the second floor, where Tang San and Ma Hongjun spotted Lonbai surrounded by 3 women. You, Lonbai, what are you doing here? Tang San stared, bewildered. After a moment, his expression turned odd. You weren't defeated by the Luma duo, were you? At this remark, Ma Hongjun chuckled. It seems our judgment was spot on. The money has come swiftly. In response to their mocking tone, Lonbai felt utterly confused and turned to Xiao Wu. What are they talking about? Xiao Wu replied. They are claiming their eyes are blind and their ears deaf. Hey, Xiao Wu, how can you insult people? Tang San interjected defensively. Humph. Xiao Wu snorted, refusing to respond. Ha ha ha. Ma Hongjun, witnessing this, patted Tang San's shoulder. No worries. Once we win, I'll treat you to a delightful outing. Tang San was elated, ready to express his gratitude, but upon seeing Xiao Wu beside him, he restrained himself, maintaining a stoic silence. You've returned? At that moment, Dai Mubai approached. Ma Hongjun, we should be preparing to take the stage soon, right? Boss Dai, Ma Hongjun replied, then whispered to Tang San. Wasn't Lonbai wiped out? Such a pity. Tang San lamented. I really wanted to see him get beaten up. Even if we win, it wouldn't he feel worth it? Dai Mubai looked perplexed. What are you talking about? Lonbai won. Both Ma Hongjun and Tang San froze. What? Seeing their reaction, Dai Mubai had no choice but to repeat, albeit reluctantly. I said, that little rascal Lonbai won. Won? Ma Hongjun and Tang San stared blankly, their voices trembling as they asked, Boss Dai, please don't jest with us. He truly won? Dai Mubai, growing irritated, thought to himself, do these 2 lack ears? He won, indeed. Are you understanding me now? At his outburst, despair washed over Ma Hongjun and Tang San as they gazed vacantly upwards. Lonbai's victory signified that their wager on the Luma duo had failed. They gasped in disbelief. their minds racing with a singular thought. Why? Why on earth did that damn Lonbai have to win? Couldn't they have earned a little money? Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from behind them. Ma Hongjun and Tang San turned stiffly, directing their gaze at Oscar, their eyes filled with a resentment deeper than that of a lifelong celibate. Oscar, caught in a moment of elation, was met with their piercing stares, sending a shiver down his spine. As he met Ma Hongjun's gaze, he felt an impending doom. You are truly detestable. In unison, Ma Hongjun and Tang San lunged at Oscar, initiating a chaotic brawl. Fueled by rage, they shouted, "How dare you show off? Wagering successfully is such a big deal, huh? Let us take you down." Oscar, as a support-type soul master, had no means of defense against their onslaught, being brutally overwhelmed by the two. His own defeat was painful, yet the success of others stung even more with jealousy. Lonbai and the three women looked on, speechless. Xiao Wu sighed at Tang San and the others, while Ning Rongrong remarked, "Gambling dogs deserve no sympathy. Do not pity them. It is no loss if they are beaten." Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Although Lonbai had also gambled, she understood that for him, it was not about the gamble, but rather the belief in his own victory. Thus, it could not be classified as gambling. Chapter 112. Winning too much. The authorities come knocking after receiving a beating. Oscar teamed up with Tang San to participate in a doubles match. Meanwhile, Lonbai began placing bets, without a moment's hesitation, betting against the incompetent Kai Mao Tuan. This was not merely due to their perceived ineptitude, rather, it stemmed from a conviction in the team's lack of skill. In truth, even if Kai Mao Tuan were to falter, fortune still favored them under the auspices of destiny. Unfortunately for them, Lonbai could bestow upon them a misfortune buff, resulting in Kai Mao Tuan's consistent defeats. Consequently, Lonbai amassed a fortune of 4,000 gold soul coins, which ultimately drew the attention of the Soul Arena. The officials intervened, manipulating odds and orchestrating match fixing, costing him 100 gold soul coins. Thus, the perpetually losing Kai Mao Tuan finally secured a victory, prompting Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun to almost weep with joy. In the eye of the storm, Lonbai understood that this victory was a warning from the Soul Arena, signaling him to cease his winning streak. However, Lonbai, never one to instigate trouble nor shy away from it, scoffed at the notion of match fixing. He remained resolute, believing that the officials could not possibly arrange for every match to be fixed. And so, under the watchful eyes of the Soul Arena, he continued to wager until the arrival of a mysterious figure clad in black. "Mr. Lonbai, our boss wishes to speak with you," the figure stated coldly, eliciting immediate resistance from the three girls. Xiao Wu, stepping forward, demanded, "Who are you to take my brother by away?" The black-clad figure, exuding the oppressive aura of a soul sage, replied curtly, "Mr. Lonbai, please accompany me. Our boss is expecting you." The presence of a soul sage startled the three girls. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, preparing to assert her identity as the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Eager to protect Lonbai, just as she moved forward, she felt a firm grip on her hand. Lonbai's reassuring voice followed, "Do not worry, I shall go alone. Your status is too conspicuous." Seeing Lonbai's confident smile, Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, patting her white rabbit proudly, "Call for me if needed. I shall teach them a lesson." After a playful quip, Lonbai turned to the black-clad man, "Lead the way." Unfazed, the soul sage proceeded for the Soul Arena. Having established a stronghold in Soto City for many years, was not intimidated by a mere girl. The soul sage could only chuckle coldly at the thought of a little girl threatening them, knowing full well the arena operated under a veil of official protection. No matter the status of one's father, even a noble of the Tiando Empire could find themselves out of their depth here. Thus, the black-clad soul sage maintained an air of superiority as they ascended to the highest floor. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the soul sage paused before a door adorned with golden edges, addressing Lonbai, "Go on in, our boss awaits you." "Very well," Lonbai replied, stepping forward to grasp the handle. Just as he was about to enter, the soul sage coldly interjected, "Remember to be respectful when speaking to our boss." With a calm smile, Lonbai responded, "Politeness is mutual. Is there anything else to discuss? If not, I shall enter." The soul sage's gaze darkened as he regarded Lonbai, growing increasingly frigid. "No, go in." Lonbai said nothing further and pushed the door open. Stepping into the opulent interior that mirrored the extravagance of the exterior, adorned in ostentatious gold, reflecting the nature of its owner. Inside, he surveyed the room, noting 3 individuals present. His gaze landed on a familiar figure seated in a luxurious chair, the old man in the black robe he had encountered at the Rose Hotel. The old man remained fixated on the battle taking place below, seemingly indifferent to Lonbai's presence. Upon entering, a bespectacled man, evidently in charge, quickly noticed him. Adjusting his glasses, he approached with a stern expression. "You are Lonbai, correct?" "Indeed," Lonbai replied, taking a seat casually and grabbing a handful of seeds to munch on. "I hear your boss has summoned me?" The bespectacled man was taken aback by Lonbai's nonchalance. How could he treat this place as his own, behaving so casually? Regaining his composure, the man cleared his throat, his expression serious. "Lonbai, our boss is pleased to meet you, but your tone and demeanor earlier were rather displeasing." Lonbai continued to snack on the seeds, responding, "Allow me to clarify. I was simply speaking normally, and my bets were legitimate. I did not arrange for any match fixing." "Surely, the Soul Arena can withstand this modest sum of money?" The bespectacled man retorted. "What do you mean by modest? You just won thousands of gold soul coins from a 30-to-1 matchup. Is that what you consider a modest sum?" He scoffed, reflecting on the man's incredulity. Taking a deep breath, the bespectacled man attempted to reason. "Our boss has proposed 100 gold soul coins to you, but you must cease your betting here. Do you understand? 100 gold soul coins?" Lonbai chuckled. "Is that your attempt to brush me off?" 200? The man suggested tentatively. Lonbai remained silent. 300? He pressed again. Still no response from Lonbai. Frowning, the man offered, "For 100, this is the highest we can go." 500, he added. "I advise you not to be ungrateful." Observing the man's increasingly frigid demeanor, Lonbai remained unfazed, slowly shaking his head. "Not sufficient." The man's expression shifted from cold to indifferent as he adjusted his glasses and turned to the rotund figure nearby, whispering in his ear. The rotund man then approached the black-clad elder, respectfully stating, "Sir, I have matters to attend to. Please continue as you see fit." Without turning, the elder acknowledged him with a nod. The rotund man then returned to Lonbai with a congenial smile, twirling a decorative walnut in his hand. "Young man, your pride is understandable, but the situation has reached a critical point. My concessions have been made, yet you remain unyielding, making my task difficult." "Difficult?" Lonbai raised an eyebrow. "If it is difficult, then perhaps you should abandon the endeavor." Chapter 113. Young man, do not be too arrogant. As the words left Lonbai's lips, the once amiable expression of the rotund boss transformed dramatically. His demeanor turned icy and fierce as he coldly declared, "Young man, do not be too arrogant. Do not be too arrogant?" Lonbai rose, a smile gracing his face. If a young person is not arrogant, what then distinguishes them as young? With a sharp crack, the walnut ornament in the boss's hand was crushed. The oppressive aura of his soul sect was unleashed without restraint, exuding a powerful presence as he coldly demanded, "Do you truly consider me an easy target to bully? Have I not shown you enough courtesy?" Nearby, the bespectacled man swiftly sought refuge, peering out with a sinister grin, eager to witness the unfolding drama. He had long harbored disdain for Lonbai, who, despite his youth, possessed both striking looks and formidable strength. Such unfairness was intolerable. In the face of the arena owner's fury, Lonbai nonchalantly cracked a sunflower seed, responding with remarkable calmness. "Let me clarify. First, I have not violated any rules. It was merely a casual gamble. Second, you breached the rules first by arranging for a fixed match, resulting in my losses. Third, if memory serves, it was you who invited me here, correct, boss? Yet, you appear to treat me as if I were a thief caught in the act. Tell me, does this not seem unjust? Should you continue to oppress me in this manner, I shall report you to the Spirit Hall." The arena owner was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing the weight of Lonbai's arguments. Damn it, this kid speaks with such logic. I find myself unable to refute him. Just as the arena owner was rendered speechless, an ancient voice resonated from behind. Instantly, he felt a jolt of recognition and turned to see a distinguished figure from the Spirit Hall. His heart steadied as he cast a cold smirk at Lonbai. "So, you wish to report me to the Spirit Hall? Let me inform you, this esteemed individual behind me is a prominent figure from the Soto City Spirit Hall. If you wish to make your accusation, do so quickly. I doubt he will assist you." "Oh?" Lonbai's gaze shifted, becoming oddly intriguing. The arena owner felt his heart race inexplicably. "What are you staring at?" With an innocent expression, Lonbai replied, "Nothing much. Just step aside so you do not obstruct the old man's view." The arena owner gasped in shock. Had he heard correctly? This was a significant figure from the Spirit Hall, and the boy dared to refer to him as old man. Did he not fear for his life? Swallowing nervously, the arena owner retreated, anxious to avoid incurring the wrath of the esteemed individual. As he sidled away, the elder's gaze naturally fell upon Lonbai. prompting an exclamation of surprise. You. The arena owner seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself. Young man, you are truly courting disaster. My lord, you need not intervene. Just give the word, and I shall teach this insolent child a lesson. With that, the arena owner rolled up his sleeves, ready to assert his dominance. A smug smile adorning his face. Had the boy only complied, he would have received a monetary reward instead of punishment. Yet, here was this insolent child, rebuffing even a distinguished member of the Spirit Hall. This was his chance to exact a harsh lesson upon the boy, without the need to part with any money, while simultaneously currying favor with the Spirit Hall's powerful figure. It was a win-win situation. As he contemplated this, the arena owner's hand was raised high. Lonbai continued to regard him with an air of indifference, seemingly unfazed. Is he truly daft? The arena owner mused, dismissing the thought as he persisted in his intentions. Just as his hand, imbued with soul power, was about to descend. You dare. Suddenly, a hand struck from the side, catching the arena owner completely off guard. He was sent flying, screaming as his ample body executed a perfect 720-degree spin before crashing to the ground with a thud that reverberated throughout the room. Outside, a cloaked soul saint noticed the tremors and smirked. This child has ignored my warning. Now he faces the consequences. Within the room, the bespectacled man was left slack-jawed, bewildered by the rapid turn of events. Just moments ago, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. He removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming that the figure sprawled on the ground was indeed his boss. Why had this occurred? His gaze turned to the old man in black, only to discover that the elder had inexplicably knelt before the young boy. My lord, I apologize for the disturbance. I shall handle this rotund man. Lonbai looked down at the kneeling elder and, satisfied, extended a hand to assist him up. In your old age, you should refrain from kneeling so often. It is bad for your knees. The elder, overwhelmed with gratitude, responded, Thank you for your concern, my lord. As he prepared to kneel again, Lonbai interjected. Enough of that. Seeing Lonbai's dismissal, the elder complied and ceased his kneeling. Lonbai then took a seat, casually snacking on sunflower seeds as he inquired. As a member of the Spirit Hall, what brings you here? My lord, you may not be aware, but the Soto City Soul Arena stands strong due to the support of our Spirit Hall, the elder replied respectfully. Oh? Lonbai was taken aback. He had long known the Spirit Hall held immense power over the Douluo continent, but he had not anticipated their control extended even to the small Soto City in its pivotal Soul Arena. Noticing Lonbai's astonishment, the elder hastily elaborated. When the Soul Arena was first established, many sought to disrupt it. Ultimately, it was our Spirit Hall that intervened, subduing those troublemakers and ensuring the arena's survival. Understanding dawned on Lonbai. The Soul Arena, a venture intertwined with illicit fighting and gambling, would naturally attract the attention of those operating in the gray areas. Those Soul Masters were not foolish. Upon discovering a lucrative opportunity, they would undoubtedly attempt to capitalize on it. Suddenly, a thought struck Lonbai, prompting him to ask, By the way, what share does the Spirit Hall hold in the Soul Arena? Share? The elder was momentarily perplexed. To simplify, does the Spirit Hall have complete control over the Soul Arena? Of course, the elder declared confidently, his expression fervent. Under the strong leadership of His Holiness the Pope, our Spirit Hall will never ally with the weak. Chapter 114, The Boss, Regret. Utterly regretful, the term domineering and resolute echoed in Lonbai's mind as he recalled the petite yet assertive demeanor of Bibi Dong. Her refusal to collaborate with the weak aligned perfectly with her character. At that moment, the plump boss, who had been knocked unconscious by a slap, regained his senses. His already ample face was swollen grotesquely from the strike of the old man in the black robe. Upon waking, he gazed at the dark-clad elder with confusion, seemingly unaware of the reason behind the assault. My lord, I was merely assisting you in disciplining that insolent brat, he stammered. But before he could finish, the old man's expression darkened. Who are you calling a brat? Silence. This esteemed guest is from our Spirit Hall. The elder's words trailed off as he shifted his gaze to Lonbai. The latter merely waved his hand dismissively. Understanding the unspoken cue, the elder realized that this individual preferred to keep his identity concealed. This esteemed guest is from our Spirit Hall. How dare you lecture him? The plump boss was rendered speechless. The Spirit Hall held immense power in Douluo continent, and this young man was their esteemed guest. Surely he must be a scion of some empire or major sect. The boss trembled, hastily rising to his knees and bowing repeatedly. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I was blind to your greatness, my lord. Please, spare me. Lonbai remained unresponsive to the boss's pleas. He grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, stood up, and walked towards the door. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, the plump boss held his breath. Was this young man truly going to let him off the hook? Creak, the door opened, and Lonbai suddenly halted, his voice cutting through the air. Well, I have made up my mind. Since you failed to recognize a mountain of greatness, you shall no longer occupy this position. Lonbai's words were delivered with a chilling calmness, yet to the plump boss, it was akin to a thunderclap. He had dedicated his life to the soul arena. And due to prolonged absence from home, his children were not his, and his wife had left him. He had thought that even without a family, a powerful career would allow him to find a new partner. Yet, in an instant, he had offended a formidable figure emerging from the shadows of the world. And now everything was lost. How foolish. Why provoke this young man? It was merely a gamble for some extra cash. Why did he have to manipulate the odds and arrange for a fixed match? But alas, it was too late for regrets. The plump boss broke down in tears, wailing, my lord, please spare me." His cries echoed, but Lonbai had already departed. On the second floor, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were still worried about Lonbai. After all, that black-clad soul saint was a force to be reckoned with. Despite Lonbai's strength, he was merely a soul master and could not stand against him. Why has Brother Bai returned yet? Xiao Wu fretted. Her brows knitted as she stared at the exit on the third floor. Seeing Xiao Wu's concern, Zhu Zhuqing whispered comfortingly, "Do not worry, Brother Lonbai will be fine." Not far away, Dai Mubai chimed in with enthusiasm upon hearing their conversation. "You newcomers may not know, but the Soul Arena is not a place where business is conducted honestly." In response, Ma Hongjun laughed derisively. "A place that engages in underground fighting and gambling cannot possibly be honest. You are all rather naive. I reckon Lonbai may not even come out unscathed." Tang San, hidden nearby, could not suppress a smirk. Though he had lost money today, witnessing Lonbai's misfortune was even more satisfying than winning. "Shut your mouths," Ning Rongrong interjected, hands on her hips, eyebrows raised. "You lot only wish for Lonbai's downfall, don't you? How disgusting." In response to Ning Rongrong's words, Ma Hongjun merely made a face, disregarding her protest. "You fat fool." Ning Rongrong rolled up her sleeves, ready to teach Ma Hongjun a lesson. Just then, a voice interrupted. "Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, what are you doing?" The seven turned to find Flinder approaching, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a head of gray hair. "Teacher." Upon seeing the figure, Tang San rushed over eagerly, like a dog greeting its master. "Calm down, Xiao San," the master replied with an air of indifference. "Yes." Tang San promptly complied, for the only warmth he had received since leaving Nodding Academy came from the master. Flinder, noticing the confusion on their faces, introduced. "This is Yu Xiaogang, a close friend of mine and Zhao Wujia's, and a member of the Golden Iron Triangle. Let us welcome him with applause." Upon this introduction, Dai Mubai and the others quickly clapped in unison, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing reluctantly joined in. Tang San felt a sense of satisfaction from the applause, reveling in his association with the esteemed teacher. Yu Xiaogang, however, received the applause with a neutral expression. He scanned the room, his brow furrowing slightly as he inquired, "Where's Lonbai? Why isn't he here?" As soon as Yu Xiaogang posed the question, the applause ceased abruptly. The expressions of Dai Mubai and the others turned peculiar, filled with confusion. Why did he immediately notice Lonbai's absence? Could it be that Lonbai was his disciple? Impossible. If Lonbai were his disciple, he and Tang San would surely have a close relationship. Yet, if Lonbai were not his disciple, why would he care so much? Tang San felt a chill at this thought. In truth, he had sensed Yu Xiaojang's admiration for Lonbai during their time at Nodding Academy. However, due to their previous conflicts, Yu Xiaogang had hesitated to take Lonbai as his disciple. Now, 6 years later, it appeared that his teacher still held Lonbai in high regard. "Lonbai, you are truly despicable," he thought. "Not only did you steal my Xiao Wu, but now you seek to steal my teacher as well. Wait, where is Lonbai?" Flinder began searching around. That young man was exceptionally capable, adept in both conduct and action. How could he be absent today? In response, Tang San scoffed. "That fellow has angered the owner of the Soul Arena and has likely been taken away by the arena's enforcers. He may very well be facing punishment right now." "What?" Yu Xiaogang and Flinder were taken aback. Dai Mubai raised his hand, feigning a sorrowful expression. "Teacher, what Tang San says is true. Lonbai, he might." Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out from the exit of the third floor. Everyone turned to see Lonbai being escorted by a black-clad soul saint. "All right, you may leave now." Upon reaching their destination, Lonbai waved his hand dismissively at the soul saint behind him. "Yes, my lord." Should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to command. The Soul Saint's demeanor was one of utmost respect. After all, this young man had just single-handedly dismissed his boss from his position. He was undoubtedly a person of great significance. Chapter 115. Xiao Wu. What's wrong with eating Brother Bai's carrot? Brother Bai, you're back. Are you all right? Upon seeing Lonbai descend from the third floor, Xiao Wu hurried over, wrapping herself around him. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong approached, their faces filled with concern. Ning Rongrong leaned in, her hands roaming over Lonbai's body to ascertain that he had not lost any weight. No loss up top. And none down below either. As Ning Rongrong's hands wandered, Lonbai's expression darkened. What are you doing? Come to my room tonight. And you can touch to your heart's content. I'm not interested. Ning Rongrong reluctantly withdrew her hands. She fiddled with her fingers and mused, even in this state. He asked still, if he were to change states, I doubt Xiao Wu would be able to eat. Nearby, the black-clad soul saint observed Lonbai surrounded by three uniquely captivating women, feeling a twinge of envy and resentment. Though not young, he had encountered countless beauties, from village flowers to fair-skinned, leggy seductresses. Yet, upon witnessing the trio around Lonbai, he realized those so-called beauties paled in comparison, the disparity greater than that between Shi and Dong. Goodness, he internally lamented. Indeed, handsome and wealthy young men are quite sought after. One lovely lady is not enough. He commands the affections of three, and their camaraderie is commendable, devoid of rivalry. Unbeknownst to him, Lonbai remained oblivious to the black-clad soul saint's envy. He lifted Xiao Wu from him, saying, All right, there are so many people here. Aren't you embarrassed clinging to me? Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes. Then can I hold your arm? She extended her hand, and Lonbai obliged, pulling her close to him. Not far off, Tang San, standing beside Xiaogang, felt a pang of jealousy at Xiao Wu's dependency on Lonbai. Damn it, the distance between me and Lonbai is widening. Soon, I may never win Xiao Wu's heart back. Yet, despite this realization, he found himself powerless, relegated to the sidelines. Clenching his fists in frustration, My lord, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, the black-clad soul saint said, having consumed his fair share of dog food. Rest assured, I will certainly seek you out if needed, Lonbai replied with a smile, patting the soul saint's shoulder. Now, off you go. The black-clad soul saint offered no further pleasantries, nodding before retreating, his demeanor reminiscent of a eunuch. The onlookers were left utterly astounded, particularly Dai Mubai and Tang San. They shared a singular thought. What on earth is happening? In their minds, Lonbai's return should have been marked by bruises and a humbled demeanor, crawling back after being disciplined. Yet, the previous scene suggested the opposite, that Lonbai had indeed bested the black-clad soul saint. It was utterly illogical. Nearby, Flinder and Xiaogang exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the confusion in the other's eyes. Flinder leaned closer to Xiaogang, whispering, After living with you for 6 years, have you discovered anything about Lonbai's identity? Xiaogang replied, No. I only know he has a profound connection with the spirit hall. Beyond that, I am in the dark. Flinder rolled his eyes. That 8-winged angel spirit is a glaring indicator of his ties to the spirit hall. Do you have no other insights? Xiaogang shook his head. None, and I dare not inquire further. Flinder furrowed his brow and sighed. Fine, let us consider him an ordinary student, after all. There is little of value in Shrek Academy to attract attention. Just the three of us old fellows and Lu Erlong. There's nothing noteworthy. Xiaogang nodded slightly. Flinder then added, However, I have one more question for you. He glanced at Tang San with a look of disdain, quietly asking, Are you getting old, blind, and slow-witted? How could you take such a student under your wing? Student? Xiaogang paused, then realized Flinder was referring to Tang San. What is wrong with him? What is wrong? With a spirit power of merely 22 and 2 white rings, he is utterly useless. Were it not for your recommendation, I wouldn't have allowed him into the academy. You best provide an explanation, or I will let him drag down Shrek Academy. A single rotten apple spoils the barrel, you understand? Xiaogang, overwhelmed by Flinder's barrage of criticism, remained silent, knowing Tang San's current state was indeed lacking. He decided to address the matter later when they returned to the academy, as it was too sensitive for discussion now. Sensitive. Flinder adjusted his glasses, falling silent. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and the others continued to murmur. They were aware of Lonbai's connection to the spirit hall, but the battle arena should have no ties to it. Did Lonbai have acquaintances even in the Soto City battle arena? At that moment, Flinder stood up, clapping his hands to gather everyone's attention. Since Lonbai is all right, Those who need to compete should do so, and those who need to rest should take their leave. Let us not linger here idly. It's 11:36 in the morning. We will practice at the battle arena until 4 this afternoon. You may go eat now and rest, then continue in the afternoon. Understood, the crowd responded in unison. Finally, we can leave this noisy place, Xiao Wu exclaimed, seizing Lanbai's arm and pulling him outside. Brother Bai, let us go eat something delicious. I want to eat your big carrot. Tang San, eavesdropping nearby, widened his eyes in shock. Carrot? What carrot? His outburst drew everyone's attention. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged knowing glances, a smirk forming on their lips. They understood all too well what she meant by carrot. Flinder and Yu Xiaogang looked over, their expressions a mix of surprise. The young ages of Lonbai and Xiao Wu left them questioning how they could engage in such antics. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, Xiao Wu felt perplexed. Were these people foolish enough to have never encountered a carrot? Chapter 116. Flinder's Fury, over 60 consecutive losses? Upon encountering Xiao Wu's innocent and naive gaze, Ning Rongrong instantly comprehended that Xiao Wu harbored no ulterior motives. With a frown, she chastised, "Foolish Tang San, what on earth are you thinking? Xiao Wu simply has an affinity for carrots, which are readily available in the Blue and White Soul Guide. Is it not perfectly normal for her to enjoy eating carrots? What vile thoughts are you entertaining?" Xiao Wu, with her innocent expression and plaintive tone, remarked, "Carrots, aren't they vegetables? They're everywhere. Is it not normal to eat carrots? Why do you all look at me like that?" Witnessing Xiao Wu's genuine demeanor, both Flinder and Yu Xiaogang felt a flush of embarrassment. Indeed, what absurd notions had they been entertaining? After living for so long, their minds were cluttered with distasteful ideas. How could they impose such thoughts upon these innocent children? Flinder, wishing to dispel the awkwardness, declared, "You all should continue with what you were doing. I will return at 4 o'clock this afternoon to assess your progress. Be diligent and do not be lazy." "Understood," replied Lonbai and the others. With that, Flinder and Yu Xiaogang departed. The expressions of the 4 members of the colorful fur team fell dismally. They had just experienced a string of defeats, with even Dai Mubai descending from a copper soul badge to an iron soul badge. The prospect of Flinder returning to evaluate their performance was daunting, as they feared a severe reprimand. "Let us go," Xiao Wu exclaimed, eagerly grasping Lanbai's hand and pulling him outside. "Come on." Lanbai turned back to glance at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who watched him leave with the 3 girls. The colorful fur team of men wore morose expressions. Why was it that Lanbai could be surrounded by 3 beautiful women? Jealousy aside, they acknowledged that they still had to focus on their tasks. Dai Mubai, with a cold tone, urged, "Let us go. After we eat, we will continue competing. I refuse to believe we cannot win." With determination, Ma Hongjun clenched his fist and declared, "Yes, united we stand, our strength unbreakable." Oscar, fueled by the sentiment, added, "What is a mere Lonbai? Can the 3 of us not defeat him?" At that moment, Tang San, eager to agree, suddenly changed his expression, realizing. Why did Oscar refer to 3 individuals? Was he not one of them? Unfortunately, no matter how distressed Tang San appeared, Dai Mubai and the others paid him no mind. Leading the charge, Dai Mubai stated, "Let us go. I'll treat you all to a meal this afternoon. I expect you to exert yourselves more, understood? Victory is imperative." Ma Hongjun and Oscar, their expressions serious and spirits high, followed suit. And so, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, what? Flinder gazed at the 4 colorful fur members, his expression darkening. He pointed a trembling finger at each of them, declaring, "Ma Hongjun, waste number 1, 1 victory and 68 losses. Oscar, waste number 2, 0 victories and 51 losses. Tang San, waste number 3, 0 victories and 53 losses. And finally, you." Flinder's finger quivered as it pointed at the golden-haired Dai Mubai, his face as dark as ink. Dai Mubai, as the dorm leader, "I will not even mention your nefarious glances at Ning Rongrong. I shall refrain from addressing the abysmal state of our dormitory. However, you..." Flinder's voice trembled with rage, nearly choking on his words. "You have not only failed to progress in the soul arena, but have regressed. From copper soul badge to iron soul badge." As he uttered this, Flinder's body shook with fury, his voice barely escaping him. Dai Mubai, unable to retort, could only bow his head, for he had indeed suffered a day of defeats. Why was this happening? Dai Mubai screamed internally, unable to grasp the situation. Despite having a mix of wins and losses previously, today, it felt as though he had been cursed, constantly faltering over trivial details, such as being overly tense and biting his tongue, leading to a collapse of soul power. He had even been hindered by Ma Hongjun. That wretched fatso had tripped him up while running. The most infuriating incident was when he had been on the verge of victory only to have Ma Hongjun suddenly breathe fire into his face. A match that could have been won with ease was lost. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Dai Mubai shot a twisted glare at Ma Hongjun, flames of fury nearly bursting from his eyes. Feeling the intensity of the gaze, Ma Hongjun felt a chill run down his spine and dared not look up. After a prolonged moment of simmering anger, Flinder turned to Lonbai and the others. His tone icy as he inquired, "Lonbai, what of your record?" To be honest, he had lost hope. Dai Mubai, a 37th level soul master, had suffered consecutive defeats that day. What could Lonbai, accompanied by 3 girls who had yet to reach the 30th level, possibly achieve? Lonbai, pulling Xiao Wu closer, responded nonchalantly, "Xiao Wu and I participated in a duo match, but due to the scarcity of opponents, we played very few matches, only 35 in total." "What? You were playing instead?" Flinder's expression darkened. He had thought Lonbai to be a diligent lad, yet it turned out he had been goofing off during training. Dai Mubai, overhearing, paused, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his face. Despite his numerous losses, at least he had put forth effort. While Lonbai had the audacity to slack off, he could hardly wait to see him berated. Indeed, Lonbai replied with a sense of entitlement. There were too few opponents in the duo matches. It's only natural to take a break rather than do nothing. Flinder gasped in disbelief. "You lazy boy, think you can justify your idleness?" Dai Mubai and Tang San exchanged amused glances, enjoying the spectacle. What a character, openly admitting to laziness. Flinder was bound to unleash a tirade upon him. Taking a deep breath, Flinder attempted to suppress his nearly uncontrollable urge to curse. "Enough with the nonsense. Let us focus on the results. How many matches did you lose?" "0. Lost 0 matches?" Flinder's expression shifted, incredulous. Lonbai shook his head, clarifying, "Not lost. We won 0 matches." "Won 0 matches? Then that still counts as 0. Flinder's voice trailed off abruptly. His eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon Lonbai, his throat constricted as though seized by an invisible hand, struggling to comprehend. He bellowed, "What? You lost 0 matches?" Lonbai nodded affirmatively. "You mean to say you won all 35 matches?" "Indeed." Flinder fell silent, disbelief washing over him. Impossible. It was absolutely inconceivable that he, accompanied by the 30-level Xiao Wu, could possibly achieve 35 consecutive victories. "You are lying," Dai Mubai shouted in astonishment. "How can he win 35 matches while I have lost over 50? The comparison was disheartening. Dai Mubai felt as though he might lose his mind. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, the soul badges. After 35 matches, an iron soul badge can be upgraded to a copper soul badge. Lonbai produced the soul badge to prove it. Chapter 117. Dai Mubai went mad and was knocked out by Flander upon witnessing Dai Mubai's bizarre outbursts. Flander's brow furrowed, his gaze shifting to Lonbai, filled with doubt. After all, even the seasoned veteran Dai Mubai faced consecutive defeats today. How could this newcomer, Lonbai, possibly achieve an uninterrupted winning streak, let alone a staggering 35 victories? Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Lonbai, where's your soul badge?" Dai Mubai stepped closer, his eyes fixated on Lonbai, demanding, "Quickly produce your soul badge. Anyone can boast. If you have the ability, show us the real thing." "Why are you barking like a dog?" Since Dai Mubai had spoken, Xiao Wu, standing nearby, had furrowed her brows tightly. This golden-haired beast was acting like a rabid dog, unable to tolerate other success. "You." Dai Mubai, chastised by Xiao Wu, turned ashen, his face darkening. With a cold smirk, he retorted, "Am I barking like a dog? Are you covering for Lonbai? He must be boasting, right?" Upon hearing this, Tang San rushed over to support Dai Mubai. His intention was clear, to curry favor with Dai Mubai while also feeling envious of Lonbai, who was protected by Xiao Wu. "Dai, you're correct. Lonbai has no proof. Xiao Wu, you can't side with him like this." "I stand by brother Bai. What business is it of yours?" Xiao Wu huffed, wrapping her arms around Lonbai's waist, showcasing their closeness. Tang San's expression darkened further upon witnessing this, his fist clenched tightly. "Get lost." Seeing Tang San's agitation, Dai Mubai scoffed, pushing him aside. He turned to Lonbai, provocatively stating, "Lonbai, I am certain you are merely boasting." It was indeed a trivial matter. Yet Dai Mubai's jealousy had escalated it. Lonbai frowned, regarding Dai Mubai with an indifferent tone. "Am I boasting? Very well. Since you think so, shall we place a bet?" "A bet?" Dai Mubai raised his chin, a smile gracing his face. "What shall we wager?" "Let us not wager anything too grand, for I desire what you do not possess." Lonbai produced the badge from his pocket, holding it tightly. Let us bet on your position as leader. If I win, when the teacher is absent, I shall be the highest authority, and you all must obey my commands. How does that sound? The position of leader. Dai Mubai pondered, a smirk curling his lips before he nodded. Fine, produce the badge. To him, the title of leader was insignificant. He saw himself as part of a faction with Ma Hongjun and Oscar, while Lonbai was aligned with Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. As for Tang San, he was merely a freeloader. Even if Lonbai were to claim the title of leader, they would not heed his commands. Seeing Dai Mubai's readiness to wager, Lonbai nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Aren't you interested in my wager? Why would I care?" Dai Mubai retorted, his irritation boiling over. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lonbai. "I simply cannot stand your baseless boasting. Show it." His arrogant demeanor prompted even the usually good-natured Zhu Zhuqing to intervene. Just as she was about to speak, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth, whispering, "Shoo, let Brother Bai handle this." With Ning Rongrong's intervention, Zhu Zhuqing fell silent. "Hurry up." Ma Hongjun was eager to see Lonbai in a predicament. Oscar and Tang San also gathered around. "Very well, open your eyes wide and behold this badge." Lonbai opened his hand, revealing a copper soul badge. At that moment, the atmosphere in the arena grew tense, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Dai Mubai's arrogant expression froze in place. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing the bewilderment of the crowd, nearly burst into laughter. "What is this? Speak." Lonbai slapped the copper soul badge onto Dai Mubai's face, leaving a crimson mark. Yet even then, Dai Mubai remained silent. His face flushed and eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at the copper soul badge in Lonbai's hand. He had once possessed that badge, having spent countless hours to earn it. Yet today, he had lost it in a single day, downgrading it from a copper to an iron badge. It was bad luck. But why? Why had this wretched Lonbai managed to win 35 consecutive matches in one day, transforming an initial iron badge into a copper one? How could this be? Aha, stunned, aren't you, golden-haired beast? Xiao Wu, unable to contain her laughter, clung to Lonbai's arm. "You." Dai Mubai clenched his fists tighter. "Let me tell you something else." Xiao Wu produced her own soul badge, declaring, "My soul badge is also copper. My brother Bai single-handedly led us to victory without me even having to lift a finger, winning us the copper soul badge." "What?" Tang San exclaimed in disbelief. Winning alone was already challenging, let alone with a liability. In a 2-against-1 scenario, and still achieving 35 consecutive victories was simply impossible. "You cheated. You must have cheated." After a prolonged silence, Dai Mubai screamed, his eyes glaring at Lonbai, his face contorted with rage. Xiao Wu, startled by Dai Mubai's fierce gaze, flinched. The golden-haired beast was terrifying when enraged. Ma Hongjun and Oscar, standing beside Dai Mubai, were equally taken aback, witnessing his fury for the first time. "You cheated. You absolutely cheated." Dai Mubai shrieked as he lunged toward Lonbai, attempting to grab his collar. At that moment, Flander, who had been observing quietly, frowned. With a cold grunt, he delivered a swift chop to Dai Mubai's neck, knocking him to the ground, unconscious. Flander's sudden intervention caught Ma Hongjun and Tang San off guard. He scoffed, "Enough. This Dai Mubai has truly become more useless. He cannot accomplish anything. Instead of learning from Lonbai, he resorts to slandering him. Such a weak-minded fool." Flander was evidently furious. Dai Mubai's daily escapades, seeking companionship from women under the guise of diversifying his experiences, had long been understood by Flander. Yet, considering his talent, Flander had turned a blind eye. However, this fool, upon encountering someone with superior talent and integrity like Lonbai, had become utterly foolish. Indeed, one cannot appreciate the light without experiencing darkness. The disparity between this waste, Dai Mubai, and Lonbai was simply insurmountable. Chapter 118. Ma Hongjun. 1 man, 3 women. A night of tragedy after venting his frustration on Dai Mubai, who lay on the ground. Flander felt considerably relieved. Yu Xiaogang, noticing Flander's anger had subsided, approached and patted him on the shoulder, saying in an understanding tone, "It's always like this. It's always like this." During his time at Nodding Academy, he too had compared Tang San and Lonbai Chuan, and the disparity was immense. Unfortunately, he had already had a falling out with Lonbai Chuan, making it impossible to establish a Minor-Mentee relationship with him. Thus, he devoted himself to nurturing Tang San, hoping that one day his twin martial spirits would catch up to Lonbai Chuan. Yet, it seemed further away than ever. To surpass Lonbai Chuan, he would need to wait for his second martial spirit to manifest. Useless scoundrel. Flander concluded his tirade. feeling a weight lift from his heart. He glanced at Lanbai, and his expression shifted instantly, transforming into a cheerful smile. Lanbai, I hope we didn't scare you just now. Flanders' sudden change in demeanor astonished Ma Hongjun and the others. Just moments ago, he was fuming. Now he was amiable and congenial. What the heck? This is blatant favoritism. Even if Lanbai is stronger and more capable than us, and even more handsome. How can you, as a teacher, show such bias? If Flander could hear their inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort. Is it not entirely normal for a teacher to favor exceptional students? I have extended privileges to Dai Mubai as well. As Flander transitioned to a smiling face, Lanbai anticipated it, shaking his head. It's fine. Dai Mubai truly deserves some discipline. Lanbai approval of his own actions made Flander feel that this young man was indeed to his taste. By the way, teacher. Lanbai gestured toward Dai Mubai sprawled on the ground. He and I made a wager earlier. As the teacher, you witnessed it. You can serve as a witness, right? Of course, Flander nodded. In truth, he had considered this long ago, but since Dai Mubai had not committed any grave errors, he felt it inappropriate to relieve him of his position as class leader directly. Clearing his throat, Flander addressed Ma Hongjun and the others. You have all seen that Dai Mubai has exhibited improper conduct and an unwholesome character. He just made a wager with Lanbai, and now that he has lost. From today onward, Lanbai will take over as your class leader. When the teacher is absent, you must obey Lanbai commands. If you do not comply, whatever punishment Lanbai chooses to impose, I will not intervene. Do you understand? The mention of punishment sent a chill through Ma Hongjun and Tang San. Their faces paling. Dai Mubai had never had such privileges. Why should Lanbai? Damn it. More favoritism. Seeing that Ma Hongjun and Tang San had yet to respond, Flander felt his authority as a teacher being disregarded. He sternly rebuked. Did you hear me? Yes, we heard. Ma Hongjun reluctantly affirmed under Flander's fierce gaze. Very good. Flander nodded with satisfaction. He turned to Lanbai. Myself and Master shall take our leave. Today's lesson is concluded. You may enjoy some time outside. But remember to return to Shrek. As he was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something and asked Lanbai, if I am not mistaken. Zhu Zhuqing should have reached level 30 by now? Indeed, Lanbai confirmed with a nod. Excellent. Flander pondered. Tomorrow, it will be Xiao Wu's turn to teach. So he will take you to the Star Doe Forest to hunt for spirit rings. Oscar needs a new spirit ring too. Therefore, make sure to return to Shrek early this evening. Understood? Lanbai replied. Understood, no problem. Satisfied with Lanbai response, Flander nodded and, along with you Xiaogang, turned to leave. Soon, only Lanbai and the 8 others remained. Dai Mubai lay on the ground like a discarded rag, ignored by all. Lanbai, uninterested, took Xiao Wu's hand. Let us go out and enjoy some delicious food. Yes, but I want to eat big carrots first. Xiao Wu had been longing for Lanbai big carrots ever since hearing that Zhu Zhuqing had tasted them. The thought of not having them for a day made her feel restless. Let us see how it goes, Lanbai chuckled, ruffling her hair. All right. Xiao Wu pouted, somewhat disheartened. Don't rush. Ning Rongrong cheerfully interjected, wrapping her arm around Xiao Wu's. Zhuqing has already had them. Brother Bai will surely treat you soon. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head in silence. Comforted by Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu felt much better. Oh, I'm not in a hurry as long as Brother Bai gives me some. That's the spirit. Ning Rongrong winked at Lanbai, as if seeking praise. Lanbai smiled and said, let us head to the most luxurious place for dinner. We won 1,000 gold soul coins today, so money is no object. Yay. Xiao Wu squealed with delight, snuggling closer to Lanbai. Feeling the softness of her embrace lifted Lanbai spirits. Today had been quite fruitful. Not only had he rightfully claimed the position of leader, but he had also earned 1,000 gold soul coins. With such wealth, he could acquire anything he desired in Soto City, unfazed by the envious glances from Ma Hongjun and his companions. Lanbai smiled gently at them before departing with the 3 women. Damn that Lanbai. Ma Hongjun seethed as he watched Lanbai leave with 3 beautiful women. Jealousy burning within him. He had just made an impressive show, winning the affections of those 3 lovely ladies. Now, at 4 in the afternoon, he could only imagine what Lanbai had planned for the evening. After dinner, he would undoubtedly seek out aphrodisiacs and book a room at the Rose Hotel. 1 man and 3 women, a night of revelry until dawn. Imagining such a tantalizing scene, Ma Hongjun clenched his fists in frustration, nearly driven mad. My beast spirit is no weaker than Lanbai. It's only because he was born into wealth and has access to resources that he has grown so rapidly. Damn rich second generation. Dai Mubai? Dai Mubai? Oscar squatted in front of Dai Mubai and poked him, but received no response. Seeing this, Tang San chuckled and suggested, "Why not slap him a few times? It might wake him up." After a moment's thought, Oscar realized that Tang San's idea held merit. Thus, he climbed on top of Dai Mubai and rolled up his sleeves, delivering several sharp slaps. Tang San nearly doubled over, laughing at the sight. After 19 resounding slaps, Dai Mubai's face was swollen and bruised, finally stirring awake. Ma Hongjun rushed forward, feigning concern. Dai Mubai covered his face, his expression dark. The burning pain in his face was excruciating. Yet, instead of asking about his condition, his first question was, "Where's that guy Lonbai Chuan?" Lonbai Chuan. Ma Hongjun hesitated and then replied honestly, "He took Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong to a hotel. One man with 3 women. Tonight is likely to be quite tumultuous." Chapter 119. Ma Hongjun and Tang San set their eyes on the same woman. What? Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Dai Mubai nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. That damn scoundrel, Lonbai, actually took Zhu Zhuqing to the Rose Hotel for a 3-way rendezvous. The mere thought of that scene hardened Dai Mubai's fists. Those wretched beings, indulging in such debauchery, and with a woman so stunning. Noticing Dai Mubai's evident fury, Ma Hongjun hastily attempted to change the subject. "Boss Dai, what shall we?" After a moment of contemplation, Dai Mubai slammed his fist onto the ground. He turned to Ma Hongjun, his voice cold and demanding, "That beauty you mentioned yesterday, is she in the red light district?" At this, Ma Hongjun's heart raced. Swallowing hard as he confirmed, "Yes, she's over there. Boss Dai you." A smile crept across Dai Mubai's face. "Since that wretched Zhu Zhuqing is frolicking with Lonbai right before my eyes, I too shall seek some release. Let us go? Tonight S on me, red light district. Let us enjoy ourselves." Ma Hongjun hesitated, voicing his concerns. "The red light district? I've heard it's rife with disease. Just hearsay. Have you ever seen it?" Dai Mubai exclaimed confidently, patting his back. "Even if there are issues, we might not encounter them. I refuse to believe that on my first visit, I would run into trouble." Despite Dai Mubai's fervent assurances, Ma Hongjun remained apprehensive. But, enough, Dai Mubai cursed, looking at Ma Hongjun with disdain. "If you're too scared to join, I'll take Oscar and Tang San instead." Upon hearing this, both Ma Hongjun and Tang San's faces lit up with delight. Someone else was footing the bill. What a stroke of luck. Wait, I'll go. Ma Hongjun quickly relented, eager to join. "Then it's settled. I'll invite for tonight. It will surely be more exhilarating than with Lonbai." Tang San promptly praised. "Boss Dai, you truly live up to your reputation, not only strong in combat, but also in other pursuits." Seeing Tang San seize the opportunity to speak, Ma Hongjun's expression darkened, and he shouted, "Shut up. Everyone knows that already. Do you need to point it out? You fat fool." Tang San silently cursed inwardly. Stepping aside, before long, Dai Mubai led the trio to the red light district. This area was the slum of Soto City, synonymous with filth and disorder, where unspeakable acts were commonplace. As they entered, a small wooden door swung open, revealing a frail old man who hastily emerged, pulling up his trousers. Startled by the colorful crowd, he glanced back nervously and fled. Then, footsteps echoed from within as a woman draped in a piece of cloth emerged, revealing half of her bosom, pale skin flushed with a hint of red. She looked timidly at the group, softly asking, "Are you here for me?" From the moment the woman appeared, Ma Hongjun's eyes widened, fixated on her chest, drool escaping the corner of his mouth. He was visibly aroused. Tang San too was captivated. The woman was delicate and youthful, her porcelain skin evoking a sense of pity. Despite his youthful appearance, Tang San, as a reincarnate, possessed a maturity beyond his years. His preference leaned towards such fragile, enchanting women. The two lecherous gazes made the woman uneasy, prompting her to take a step back, inadvertently igniting the flames of desire in Ma Hongjun and Tang San. The thought of overpowering her, bringing her to tears, was utterly tantalizing. Dai Mubai, noticing the lustful expressions on Ma Hongjun and Tang San's faces, smirked. "Ma Hongjun, I didn't realize you had a taste for this kind." Yes, Boss Dai. You promised to treat me." Ma Hongjun eagerly urged Dai Mubai, desperate for funds as his desires surged. "Ha ha, look at you, so pathetic." Dai Mubai reveled in the moment. Ma Hongjun nodded fervently. "Yes, I'm pathetic, just a mere phoenix seeking to indulge. More like a common chicken," Dai Mubai retorted. "Right, common chicken." Ma Hongjun, consumed by lust, echoed Dai Mubai's words without thought. I like your straightforwardness. We're quite compatible. With a playful slap on Ma Hongjuan's cheek, Dai Mubai withdrew a gold soul coin from his pocket. Here, tonight's expenses are covered. Thanks, Boss Dai. Thank you. Ma Hongjun reached for the money, only to be suddenly halted by Tang San. Blue Silvergrass fool, what are you doing? Ma Hongjuan's face flushed with rage. He was on the brink of indulgence. What does that damn Blue Silvergrass fool want? Dai Mubai furrowed his brows, intrigued by Tang San's sudden interference. Tang San stammered. His face flushed. Having spent considerable time in Douluo continent without experiencing intimacy, he was now utterly tormented by desire. Especially with that alluring woman before him, she resembled a pure little rabbit, captivating his heart. What do you mean Dai Mubai chided. What can a loser like you accomplish? Feeling belittled, Tang San snapped back. I want her too. Dai Mubai burst into laughter. Well, Tang San, I never expected you to share such inclinations. That is splendid. With newfound respect for Tang San, Dai Mubai believed that those who shared such interests were true brothers. Reaching into his pocket, he produced 2 gold soul coins. Placing them in his palm, Tang San quickly snatched one, and Ma Hongjun clumsily grabbed the other. They both raced towards the woman's door, colliding with a loud thud and promptly entangling themselves in a scuffle. Damn it, Blue Silvergrass fool, I spotted her first, Ma Hongjun yelled. Tang San retorted defiantly. So what? Just because you saw her first, does that mean she is yours? Fury ignited within Ma Hongjun. I set my sights on her. She is mine. Do you dare to challenge me? Dai Mubai observed the spectacle, barely containing his amusement, and suggested, why argue? Why not just share her? It would be much more enjoyable. In his worldview, shaped by royal upbringing, women were mere vessels for pleasure. In bed, they were human. Outside, they were not. Such trivial matters should never jeopardize brotherly bonds. Chapter 120. The Affection of Dai Mubai. Shall we go together? Ma Hongjun and Tang San immediately halted their actions. After a brief contemplation, they resumed their quarrel. Tang San exclaimed, Damn it, I can't stand being with this fatso. Ma Hongjun retorted, Do you think I would want to join you? The woman in the house observed this scene and let out a sigh of relief. Though she had come out to work as a Kuan, it was a desperate choice. Born into a rural family with no wealth or power, her father had left with fellow villagers, claiming he would earn a fortune. Her mother, eyes gleaming with hope, happily sent him off, eagerly anticipating his return during the new year, when he would bring them a better life. However, the years dragged on, and her father never returned. As time passed, the light in her mother's eyes dimmed, transforming from hopeful anticipation to a numb resignation. After several years, her mother had accepted the harsh truth of her father's abandonment. She gradually emerged from the pain of losing her father and even met a boy she fancied. Life seemed to hold promise once more. But on a fateful day, while gathering wild fruits in the fields to feed herself and her younger brother, she was abruptly informed that her father had returned. Overjoyed, she rushed home, only to be met with her mother's cries. Her father had returned, but only as a lifeless corpse, burdened by a mountain of debt, 8,000 gold soul coins. The family debts fell onto her shoulders, as her brother was still underage. She, an ordinary girl without money, power, or even a martial soul, was left to shoulder this impossible burden. The boy she liked was merely the only son of a poor family, without the means to help her, rendering their affections futile. Desperate, her family sold her to a brothel. She vividly remembered the tears of the boy she loved, yet what could that emotion accomplish? After a tumultuous journey, she found herself in the red light district, working as a Kuan. Fate was cruel, and she felt powerless. With a vacant expression, she watched a chubby red-haired man and a skinny blue-haired one argue passionately in the muddy street. Disgust churned within her like sludge. Yet she could not chase them away or refuse their presence. Instead, she was compelled to greet them with a smile. Waiting for one of them to emerge from the mire, wearing a victorious grin, eager to embrace her. A bitter smile, more painful than tears, stretched across her cracked lips. A reflection of her inner turmoil. Dai Mubai let out a hearty laugh, clapping Oscar on the shoulder. Come on, let them have their fun. Let us go enjoy ourselves. Oscar glanced at the woman in the house, harboring a fondness for her. But alas, he felt overshadowed by Ma Hongjun and Tang San. Entering the vibrant, boisterous interior, he observed the myriad of women lining the streets, swallowing hard. Hearing the sound, Dai Mubai playfully inquired, Which one catches your eye? Oscar shook his head vigorously. Boss Dai, I'm not really knowledgeable about this. Could you select one for me? Such a waste. Dai Mubai chastised, pulling a gold soul coin from his pocket and handing it to Oscar. You don't need me to choose. I'll teach you the simplest method. Simple method? Oscar looked perplexed. It's quite straightforward, Dai Mubai said, casting a mischievous glance at Oscar. Just listen to what the second one says. Upon hearing this, Oscar gasped, his eyes widening. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Go on, go on. Dai Mubai waved him off, turning to leave. I'm off to find my own pleasure. After bidding Oscar farewell, Dai Mubai strode deeper into the establishment. He had heard that the further one went in, the better the offerings. While Ma Hongjun and the others could only afford the most inexpensive, Dai Mubai intended to indulge in the finest. As he ventured slowly and deliberately, he was pleasantly surprised by the quality of the women. They were far more diverse than those at the Rose Hotel, each exuding an alluring charm that stirred his interest. Dai Mubai retrieved the red underwear he had borrowed from Ma Hongjun, inhaling its scent with a glimmer in his eye. Ah, where can I find such delightful company? As he searched, a strikingly different figure caught his eye among the throng of women. A girl, battered and bruised, sat in the corner, her head bowed, utterly still and silent. Intrigued, Dai Mubai approached her, shaking his golden hair and adopting an air of a domineering prince. With a casual tone, he commanded, "Hey, woman, lift your head." The girl looked up, revealing a similarly scarred visage. Upon seeing Dai Mubai, she hesitated before regaining her composure. I am not He. My name is Chu Yuxian. Interesting. This is getting entertaining. Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with interest as he raised her chin with a finger, scrutinizing her closely. A treasure indeed. Though not as ethereal as Zhu Zhuqing, you are certainly a solid 8.5 out of 10, far better than those twin sisters. What do you want? Chu Yuxian pushed his hand away, her brow furrowed. Dai Mubai smirked, tossing 10 gold soul coins in front of her. 10 gold soul coins for one night. Is that sufficient? Her frown deepened as she scrutinized him. After a moment, she looked back at him and said, not enough. Oh, this is getting more interesting. Dai Mubai tossed another 30 coins. Still not enough. Fine, let us make it 50. He observed a slight tremor in her shoulders as she finally acquiesced. All right, I'll accept your offer for one night. Now you're being reasonable, Dai Mubai grinned, manifesting the 50 coins with his soul power and placing them in her hand. Without hesitation, he hoisted her onto his shoulder, savoring the sensation of her softness. Ah, what bliss awaits us in the chamber. He could hardly contain his excitement as he carried her into a dimly lit room, firmly shutting the door behind them. Unbeknownst to him, as darkness enveloped them, a smile of vengeance crept across the battered face of the woman. Chapter 121. The Plain-Spoken Clan. Maiden, my name is Chu Yuxian. I am a Kuan and a citizen of the Star Luo Empire. As for why I find myself in Soto City, it is undoubtedly the doing of the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. People often say that being a Kuan brings its share of suffering. Yet as a genuine Kuan, I can attest that the hardships are merely a fraction of the whole. Regrettably, I belong to that unfortunate fraction. I have transformed from a graceful and refined young lady of a distinguished family into a wandering Kuan, trampled into the mud by the lofty royal lineage. The royals of the Star Luo Empire are all golden-haired, their hue reminiscent of something indescribable. The aristocratic education I received has left me unable to articulate even that. Truly, it is quite exasperating. Today marks the 36th day of my affliction. With no money for sustenance, I resorted to deceiving a simple-minded dog. You may wonder why I do not seek treatment. How can I afford to eat, let alone pay for medical care? Thus, in order to survive, I lured him into my bed to procure funds for food. Alas, in the dim confines of a shadowy room, my illness was discovered. He struck me and took the money away. As I sat at the street corner, contemplating the inevitability of starvation, a golden-haired boar approached me. How utterly absurd. He resembled a golden-haired beast. I scrutinized the face of this simpleton. It bore a striking resemblance. Yet, I could not be certain. However, after testing the waters with money, I was convinced. A Kuan for 50 gold soul coins. Undoubtedly a prince. He expressed his desire to bed me. Afflicted as I am, I could only laugh. Meanwhile, on the rural path leading to the villa, Xiao Wu was utterly satisfied, one hand cradling her arm while the other rubbed her belly. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, appeared pained. Her gaze at Xiao Wu filled with disbelief. Xiao Wu, you ate so much, and you merely feel full? Was it a lot? Xiao Wu blinked in confusion. Not much? Ning Rongrong counted on her fingers, listing the numerous dishes Xiao Wu had consumed. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, and assorted delicacies. She breathlessly recounted 18 dishes before pausing to gaze at Xiao Wu. With so many dishes, You still claim you didn't eat much? Xiao Wu felt a bit embarrassed, but suddenly her eyes lit up as she turned to Lonbai. Brother Bai, do you think I ate a lot? Understanding her intent, Lonbai gently patted her head. Not much, just a little. He content with Lonbai's affirmation. Xiao Wu turned to Ning Rongrong, triumphantly declaring, Sister Rongrong, see? Brother Bai says I didn't eat much. Ning Rongrong, you shameless couple. Only know how to flaunt your affection, right? Sooner or later, I shall join you. Yet, it was not yet time for that. With no other choice. Ning Rongrong's gaze shifted to the cold and silent goddess, Zhu Zhuqing, who was beside her. With a mischievous chuckle, she wrapped her arms around Zhu Zhuqing's waist, playfully teasing her, leaving Zhu Zhuqing momentarily stunned. It took her a moment to realize she had been accosted by Ning Rongrong. Amidst their playful banter, Lonbai led the three women back to the villa. The trio entered the bathroom hand in hand. Lonbai intended to assist them with their bathing, but was firmly rejected by Ning Rongrong. Lonbai, the little witch, had suddenly transformed from an ally into an adversary, catching him off guard. Yet, there was little he could do. Three women in a single act was no trivial matter. Even if he insisted, he merely wished to bathe quietly, under Ning Rongrong's persuasion. Xiao Wu ultimately declined his offer. In response, Lonbai exhibited an unusual persistence. He then sought Zhu Zhuqing's permission to observe their bathing. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing sternly refused. However, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, If you wish, next time I shall bathe with you. Lonbai was quite pleased with Zhu Zhuqing's words and readily agreed. Zhuqing, my goddess. Ning Rongrong observed the shift in Lonbai's expression, narrowing her eyes at Zhu Zhuqing. Humph. The seemingly aloof goddess is more proactive than I imagined. If only I could properly enjoy your charms in the bathroom. After the three women entered the bathroom, Lonbai made his way to the living room, switched on the television, and began watching A Hand Covers the Sky. The gods are dead, the demons are extinguished. Why do I still live? Listening to the modern television, Lonbai immersed himself in the system. A glance revealed he had merely a little over 2,000 points of affection value. Quite vexing. It appeared that Ning Rongrong's affection value had not yet reached its peak. After all, he had only two hands, Xiao Wu on the left and Zhu Zhuqing on the right. Ning Rongrong had no room for affection, which explained her incomplete value. A solution must be found. Otherwise, losing a few hundred affection points daily could accumulate to several thousand in a week, tens of thousands in a month, and hundreds of thousands in a year. A significant loss. However, it seemed he had nearly unlocked all of Ning Rongrong's attributes. Now, only one particular part remained unaddressed. Never mind. For now, he should check the rewards he had just drawn. Looking at the rewards, Universal Detox Pill, a waste pill produced by a certain alchemist in the Celestial Realm, downgraded version. Chapter 122, Unlocking Ning Rongrong. Acquiring the highest level lottery. A useless pill, or perhaps a downgraded version. Yet it is still referred to as a universal antidote. Lonbai suppressed the urge to scoff and continued reading. Description. Although it is a useless pill, downgraded version, it is entirely sufficient in the lower realm of Douluo continent. Capable of resolving any poison, with no toxin left unresolved. Lonbai, I cannot be bothered to critique this. He turned his attention to another item. Shenong Cannon. Shenong? One of the three sovereigns, after tasting countless herbs, representing all plants, authored this canon, making a tremendous contribution to humanity. Description. The immeasurable merits of Shenong have elevated the Shenong canon to a legacy of merit. You may choose to integrate the Shenong canon into your memory. Upon doing so, you will possess the omniscient ability to create and resolve poisons. What a treasure! Without a moment's hesitation, Lonbai opted to integrate the Shenong canon into his memory. He settled onto the sofa. Suddenly, a wave of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, almost overwhelming him, causing a splitting headache. Frowning in endurance, it took him a full minute to fully assimilate the vast information. Upon glimpsing the various herbs and their annotations, Lonbai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Shenong truly deserved his title as one of the three sovereigns of humanity, having dedicated his life to writing the Shenong canon. Silently, he expressed his gratitude. Rubbing his temples to alleviate the pain, Lonbai soon heard the sound of the bathroom door creaking open. Turning to look, he saw Ning Rongrong emerging, wrapped in a bathrobe. Her hair was elegantly styled, with a damp strand clinging to her forehead. Her cheeks were flushed, and her porcelain arms tightly embraced the robe. Her delicate feet, bare and exquisite, left tiny imprints on the floor. Such allure. Perhaps Lonbai's gaze was too intense, for Ning Rongrong immediately sensed it. Her eyes narrowed slightly, one hand on her hip, her figure arching in an enticing pose. She threw him a flirtatious glance and coyly asked, Lonbai, do you think I'm beautiful? Lonbai. This girl. Infuriating. As Lonbai's gaze grew increasingly heated, Ning Rongrong swelled with pride. She knew she could not compete with Zhu Zhuqing's robust charms. But her allure was certainly on par with Xiao Wu's. Just a mere subordinate to her, Lonbai was. With a triumphant spirit, Ning Rongrong slightly lifted the edge of her bathrobe, revealing her smooth, rounded thigh. Her delicate fingers brushed her lips, her voice sultry. Lonbai. If I let you have a glimpse, would you be willing to be my pet? Lonbai. He glanced at the pristine thigh revealed beneath the bathrobe. Just an inch more, and he would behold a tantalizing paradise. Ning Rongrong's seduction was lethal to any man. Yet, having undergone nightly temptation training with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, Lonbai had developed considerable resistance to such allure. To become her pet. Was she jesting? Thus, facing Ning Rongrong's temptation, he raised an eyebrow and smiled, replying lightly, Ning Rongrong, you are quite bold. Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong bit her silver teeth, shooting him a fierce glare. She let go of her robe, flipped her hair, and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Lonbai recalled something and called out for her to stop. What is it? Though reluctant, Ning Rongrong halted, her gaze cold as she regarded him. Come here. Lonbai beckoned. Ning Rongrong, slightly hesitant, approached him in her bathrobe. Just as she reached a short distance from him, Lonbai abruptly pulled her into his embrace, his hands exploring without restraint. Ding. Congratulations, you have unlocked Ning Rongrong's chest area, gaining 100 points in value. Ding. Congratulations, you have unlocked all areas of Ning Rongrong, receiving the highest level lottery spinning wheel with one chance to draw. Indeed, it was the last area. A few days prior, during a running competition, Lonbai had embraced Ning Rongrong, thoroughly exploring her form, yet he had not acquired the highest level lottery opportunity. Hence, he pondered and ultimately focused on Ning Rongrong's alluring figure. This evening's trial had indeed revealed this missing aspect. What are you doing? Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback by Lonbai's sudden advance. Observing her expression, Lonbai tightened his grip and raised an eyebrow. You truly cannot discern this? Feeling the pressure upon her chest, a rare blush crept onto Ning Rongrong's face. Noting this rosy hue, Lonbai was taken aback. In his recollection, Ning Rongrong was supposed to be an open-minded girl. She should have laughed and playfully retaliated instead of blushing at his boldness. Why was she suddenly shy? Seeing this unusual demeanor from Ning Rongrong, Lonbai's playful spirit ignited. He continued to tease and squeeze. After a prolonged moment, Ning Rongrong finally emerged from her astonishment, her body tingling with sensation. Lost in a flurry of thoughts, she neither resisted nor responded, allowing Lonbai to continue his playful ministrations. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the bathroom. Xiao Wu, isn't Rongrong going to fetch the body lotion? Why hasn't she returned yet? Zhu Zhuqing, she should be back soon. Xiao Wu, by the way, is what Rongrong said earlier true? I can hardly wait. Zhu Zhuqing, it should be true. I noticed it was indeed fair and fragrant. Hearing this, Lonbai leaned closer to Ning Rongrong, whispering in her ear. What did you share with Xiao Wu and the others? Ning Rongrong stammered. I just was going to the room to get body lotion, because applying it makes the skin exceptionally radiant and infused with a sweet fragrance. After sharing with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, they urged me to go get it. Body lotion. Lonbai was somewhat astonished. When did Douluo continent acquire such a product? Shouldn't body lotion be exclusive to modern times? No. What Ning Rongrong referred to as body lotion might not be what he imagined. It could very well be a concoction created by the natives of Douluo continent using milk or similar ingredients intended for skin whitening. Thus, calling it body lotion is not entirely unfounded. Lonbai, where did you acquire your body lotion? What? Are you, a grown man, interested in such things? Ning Rongrong looked at him, puzzled. Just curious, Lonbai rolled his eyes. I merely wish to know. I shall take you to find it tomorrow. Ning Rongrong tightened her grip around his neck. For now, you should help me feel comfortable first. Chapter 123, New Rewards. Great virtue and great might. Baby dragon. After Ning Rongrong had been pampered to perfection, she finally left the embrace of Lonbai with a satisfied heart. She took a bottle of body lotion and walked into the bathroom. Xiao Wu exclaimed, Sister Rongrong, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long. Ning Rongrong replied, Well, I'm here now. Zhu Zhuqing asked, Sister Rongrong, how has your skin suddenly improved so much? Xiao Wu added, Hey, that's true. Did you? Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu pressed on, Have you been secretly using body lotion without us knowing? Ning Rongrong, feeling relieved, shyly responded. I applied it right after getting out of the water. It works better that way, so I used it early. Xiao Wu replied. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing noticed something else. Her curiosity piqued. Why is your area so red? Adhering to the principle of asking when in doubt, Zhu Zhuqing inquired, Sister Rongrong, why is that part so red? Ning Rongrong was taken aback, stammering before finally saying, Didn't I mention earlier? When applying body lotion, one must be meticulous, especially in that area. It needs to be massaged well for better absorption. Xiao Wu exclaimed, Oh, I see. Zhu Zhuqing, she seemed unconvinced, realizing that massaging and rubbing are two distinct techniques. Outside the bathroom, Lonbai listened for a while and couldn't help but admire Ning Rongrong's cleverness. It was impressive how she turned the situation around. Not wanting to intrude, he rubbed his hands together and focused his thoughts inward. Gazing at the highest-tier lottery opportunity, he felt a surge of excitement. Ordinary lotteries were mere trifles, but this top-tier lottery was of significant importance. A goddess with a score above 90 could only unlock a lottery chance once. Each draw diminished the chances. System, switched to the highest-tier lottery soon. A golden dragon descended, illuminating the spinning wheel with dazzling light. The rewards were refreshed. Lonbai's spirit surged as he noticed that the rewards had changed. Some items had vanished while new ones emerged. The previous rewards like the flowing blade of fire and the face-eating spider martial spirit were gone, replaced by intriguing items such as the vast sea and sky shield, Dragon King egg, and artifacts from other realms. Impressed, Lonbai mused that his current martial spirit sufficed. He didn't need more. 3 martial spirits were already commendable, and acquiring additional ones would necessitate finding more soul rings, which had a low extraction probability, complicating his upgrade process. Looking at the shimmering items, Lonbai took a deep breath and silently declared, System, commence the lottery, using the highest tier lottery chance. Please confirm. Confirm, usage successful. Drawing in progress. Draw complete. You have earned a little dragon, Douluo V, downgraded juvenile version. Little dragon. Upon hearing these words, Lonbai was momentarily stunned. Just then, a voice emanated from the television. Great virtue and great might, baby dragon. Oh my goodness. By the light goddess divine scepter, what am I witnessing? This cannot be a dream. Lonbai turned his gaze to the television, which was broadcasting a program about the tomb of gods and demons. A thought sparked in his mind as he looked at the system's description, Little Dragon, Douluo downgraded juvenile version and ultimate being from a higher magical world. Description: possesses unparalleled aptitude. Note: a simple introduction, simply powerful. Lonbai, is this a capable ally? He glanced at the bathroom, where the 3 girls were still inside, wondering what they were doing for so long. Without further thought, he retrieved the little dragon's egg. It was a golden egg, shimmering with light, covered in fine scales. When he tried to pry it with his nail, he found it impossible. Raising an eyebrow, he summoned his first soul skill, transforming it into a cross sword, and prodded the egg. To his astonishment, the piercing effect sword could not penetrate the little dragon egg. Impressive. Even the unborn egg was so formidable. How powerful must the being inside be? Surely, it wouldn't be able to overpower Emperor Tian with just 1 claw upon birth perhaps, but not likely. If it were an unaltered little dragon, it could surely defeat Emperor Tian effortlessly. However, due to the system's downgrading, the little dragon could only surpass all soul beasts in rank. Not bad. Retracting the cross sword, Lonbai leaned in closer, clearly hearing the heartbeat from within the shell. It was alive. Just when it would hatch remained mystery. Inside the bathroom, Xiao Wu protested, Sister Rongrong, don't touch randomly. Ning Rongrong replied, what is there to fear? If you can't do it yourself, I'll help you. Xiao Wu insisted, no, your technique is too strange. Ning Rongrong, then what about Zhu Zhuqing retorted, no, you have other intentions towards me. Ning Rongrong asked, so, are you not going to apply it? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing responded in unison, I'm going to find brother by Lonbai. Ning Rongrong, darn Lonbai, stealing her chance to show off. As the 3 girls chattered, the bathroom door swung open. Ning Rongrong, wrapped in a bathrobe, emerged first, casting a glance at the sofa where Lonbai sat, huffing disdainfully. Lonbai, it's not like Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing didn't allow it. Why are you blaming me? Soon after, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing followed out of the bathroom. Upon seeing Lonbai, Xiao Wu dashed over, clutching his arm and playfully saying, Brother Bai, stop watching TV, let us go to bed. Connecting the dots from earlier, Lonbai immediately understood Xiao Wu's intentions. Naturally, he was more than willing to comply with her request. Nodding, he affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair. All right, let us sleep. Yay, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Swiftly turning off the television with the remote, and tugging Lanbai's arm toward the bedroom, eager for him to massage her and Zhu Zhuqing. The following day, Xiao Wu rose energetically, scrutinizing her skin closely. Her large eyes sparkled with astonishment. It truly had become more youthful and fragrant. Thank you, brother Bai, Xiao Wu exclaimed, leaping onto Lanbai's sleeping form. The still dreaming Lanbai felt a soft pressure against him, groggily waking to find Xiao Wu nuzzling him affectionately. This little rabbit, so lively so early in the morning? Not wanting to fall behind, he reciprocated. Just then, a freshly awakened Zhu Zhuqing stumbled upon a rather blush-inducing scene. After some playful scuffling, Lonbai led the three girls outside toward the training grounds, arriving just in time. He had initially thought they would be the last to arrive, only to find the colorful-haired quartet absent, with only Xiao Wujia, the burly figure, standing there. Chapter 124, Xiao Wujia. What kind of useless being are you, Tang San? Upon the arrival of Lonbai and others, Xiao Wujia inquired gruffly, Lonbai, have you seen Dai Mubai and the others? Lonbai harbored no fondness for Xiao Wujia, whose brawn outweighed his intellect. His foolishness, demonstrated by being manipulated by Dai Mubai to target Lonbai, only deepened Lonbai's disdain. He replied coolly, I don't know. You don't know? Xiao Wujia frowned. Weren't you with Dai Mubai yesterday? Just because we were in class together doesn't mean we stuck around afterward. Xiao Wujia mumbled to himself. Damn it, where could Dai Mubai have gone? He's not in the dormitory, and hasn't he shown up for class? Unfazed by Xiao Wujia's frustration, Lonbai was disinclined to wait. After a moment's thought, he asked, Are we heading to the Stardo Forest today? Xiao Wujia nodded yes. It might take about 2 days. Roughly when will we arrive at the outskirts of the Stardo Forest? Xiao Wujia pondered for a while. Around 2 or 3 this afternoon. All right, understood. Lonbai took Xiao Wu's hand and addressed Xiao Wujia. You wait for them. We will head off first. Let us meet at the market on the outskirts of the Stardo Forest at 2:30. Without waiting for Xiao Wujia's response, Lonbai led the 3 women away. I'm to wait for them. Xiao Wujia stared blankly at their departing figures. What the hell? A teacher is being ordered around by a student? This Lonbai. Utterly disrespectful. Xiao Wujia felt an urge to explode, but found himself powerless. After conversing with Flandra the previous day, he realized Lonbai's formidable background, an 8-winged angel martial spirit, undeniably linked to the powerful spirit hall. How infuriating. Watching Lonbai and the 3 women grow distant. Xiao Wujia's displeasure was palpable. Yet, he was powerless to act. When the new students enrolled, he had intended to discipline them, planting the notion that their teacher was an insurmountable force. This should have been a straightforward task for him. But who could have foreseen the emergence of a thorn like Lonbai? That damned fellow. He couldn't comprehend how a mere 30-something level youth could so effortlessly shatter his defenses. That night, Xiao Wujia tossed and turned in bed, utterly baffled. How could a 30-something level youth breach his defenses with a single strike? If word got out, what would happen to his reputation as the unmovable king? Sigh. Whatever. Xiao Wujia watched Lonbai's silhouette fade into the distance, silent and contemplative. Truth be told, at this moment, he harbored a secret hope that Lonbai might encounter some misfortune outside, just to diminish his overwhelming presence. Otherwise, managing the aura of a top-tier figure was proving arduous. He found himself longing for the days when it was merely Dai Mubai and the others at the academy, where he commanded respect like a local emperor. However, Lonbai's arrival had repeatedly humiliated him. Sigh. Xiao Wujia sighed again, continuing to stand on the playground, awaiting Dai Mubai and the others' arrival. Yet, he waited for 2 long hours. It was nearly 10 o'clock when Dai Mubai's quartet sauntered through the school gates, each supporting one another, appearing disheveled and unsteady. What happened? As the colorful-haired group approached, Xiao Wujia frowned, scolding, What on earth were you doing? Don't you know there's class today? The quartet jolted at his reprimand. Dai Mubai forced a grin. Teacher, it was an accident. We had a gathering last night and ended up drinking too much. A gathering? Xiao Wujia scrutinized the trio of foreign students beside Dai Mubai. Tang San, already less than handsome, looked pallid as if he hadn't eaten well in days, hunched over. Oscar appeared similarly disheveled, his frail frame trembling uncontrollably. Ma Hongjun looked slightly better but was still lacking energy, occasionally arching his back for reasons unclear. Xiao Wujia snorted. You don't look like this is the result of drinking. Dai Mubai, still dazed from the previous night, struggled to retort. At that moment, Tang San quickly interjected, Teacher, we ran 100 kilometers earlier. It's normal not to have recovered fully. Right. Dai Mubai chimed in, casting Tang San a grateful glance. Xiao Wujia considered this excuse and found it somewhat reasonable, nodding, Fine. I'll let this go this time. Upon hearing this, Tang San smiled knowingly, realizing that Xiao Wujia's intellect was somewhat lacking. From the outset, he had managed to deceive Xiao Wujia with a couple of words. All right, I want to hold your tardiness against you. Xiao Wujia surveyed the sky, preparing to set off. This time, they would run all the way to the Stardow Forest. No carriages allowed. Stardow Forest? That far? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, alarmed. What is the matter? Xiao Wujia snapped back. As Soul Masters, can't you handle this distance? What do you need me for? Understood, the teacher is right. Dai Mubai glared at Ma Hongjun, signaling him to be quiet. Dai Mubai's got the right mindset. Let us go, Xiao Wujia declared, leading the way. Noticing Xiao Wujia hadn't waited for Lonbai, Tang San found it puzzling and questioned, Teacher, did you forget about Xiao Wu and the others? They left a while ago. You all are just dilly-dallying. Hurry up. They left. Tang San was taken aback. He suddenly realized a troubling thought. Xiao Wujia forbade him and Dai Mubai from taking the carriage, but Lonbai and the three women, beyond Xiao Wujia's control, could ride freely and do as they pleased. Why should he be subjected to the whims of this crude teacher while Lonbai had no restrictions? Especially since he felt utterly drained. Walking to the Stardow Forest would surely take a toll on him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt aggrieved. Unable to hold back, Teacher, I also wish to act independently. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wujia halted, his expression darkening. He had already harbored resentment towards Lonbai for his independence, but due to the latter's formidable Spirit Hall lineage, he refrained from reprimanding him. Now, this useless Tang San had come to provoke him. It was truly asking for trouble. Tang San, who do you think you are to act independently? The sudden outburst stunned Tang San. He merely made a suggestion. If it was unacceptable, so be it. Why was Xiao Wujia suddenly angry? Dai Mubai, witnessing this, immediately spoke up. Tang San, Teacher Xiao has been more than lenient. Don't push your luck. Tang San, yes, it was my fault. Humph. How dare you compare yourself to Lonbai? Useless. Xiao Wujia scolded, then turned his gaze away from Tang San. Though he held a grudge against Lonbai, he still acknowledged his formidable abilities. As for Tang San, he was nothing but a complete waste, even less than a hair on Lonbai's head. Chapter 125. The close-knit family of the Pekingese. That accursed Xiao Wuji's words fell upon Tang San's ears like daggers, eliciting a silent vow within him. Once he matured, Xiao Wuji would meet his demise. What are you staring at? Hurry up. Dai Mubai's reprimand jolted Tang San from his reverie. Frowning, he recalled how he had just lent Tang San a hand, yet it appeared that his companion was oblivious to this act of camaraderie. Could it be that this fellow was truly a simpleton? Initially, Tang San had restrained himself around Dai Mubai, harboring thoughts of vengeance. However, following the delightful experiences of the previous night, their rapport had returned to that of normal friends. As the saying goes, we have shared the same roof and endured hardships together, which solidified their bond as good friends. Furthermore, Tang San sensed a palpable shift in Dai Mubai's demeanor towards him after their shared escapades. Had he known that embracing the Pekingese identity would earn him Dai Mubai's approval, he would have pursued it long ago. Yet, it was not too late. Now he had a confidant to stand against Lonbai. Meanwhile, Lonbai was escorting three young ladies towards Suatua City. Xiao Wu, nestled against Lonbai's arm, sleepily inquired, Brother Bai, where are we headed? ISNT the Stardow Forest in the opposite direction? We're making a trip to Suatua City, Lonbai replied. Suatua City? Xiao Wu's confusion deepened. Why are we going there? To have breakfast and buy some supplies. Lonbai exhibited unwavering patience with her Navi questions. Oh, Xiao nodded. But won't we be late? Do not fret about that, Lonbai reassured her, ruffling her hair. By the time we arrive, it will be around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and we will reach swiftly by carriage. With everything arranged, Xiao Wu's spirits lifted as she exclaimed, All right then. I want to eat soup dumplings. Zhu Zhuqing interjected, I want noodles. Ning Rongrong chimed in cheerfully, I want Brother Bai's big carrot. Zhu Zhuqing responded with a raised eyebrow, big carrot? Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Xiao Wu suddenly recalled Lonbai's promise from the previous night about sharing his big carrot with her. With a pout, she gazed at Lonbai and said, Brother Bai, you promised to give me your big carrot last night. I forgot. Are you not going to share it with me? Lonbai was taken aback, having genuinely forgotten. What is the fun in mere teasing? I promise, next time. With no recourse, he could only placate Xiao Wu with a vague promise. It was broad daylight, and he could not risk being discovered. Next time Xiao Wu sulked, pouting her lips. Hey, Xiao Wu suddenly, Ning Rongrong waved at her. Casting a glance at Lonbai, Xiao Wu freed her arm from his grasp and turned to hug Ning Rongrong, whispering, "What's up? Don't rush for the big carrot." Ning Rongrong comforted before revealing her intent. "To prevent you from forgetting tonight, I can remind you later, ensuring Brother Bai shares it. And I'll be your witness." "A witness? That sounds good." But after agreeing, Xiao Wu pondered a serious question, locking eyes with Ning Rongrong. "You won't try to snatch Brother Bai's big carrot from me, will you?" At Xiao Wu's words, Ning Rongrong straightened her posture. "How could I? I have no interest in Brother Bai's big carrot." Xiao Wu scrutinized Ning Rongrong's eyes, searching for a hint of deceit. After a prolonged examination, Ning Rongrong maintained her disinterested demeanor, which eased Xiao Wu's concerns. "All right." Xiao Wu gripped Ning Rongrong's arm with determination. "Tonight, I shall claim Brother Bai's big carrot." Ning Rongrong nodded emphatically. "Yes, claim it." Zhu Zhuqing, observing from the side, pondered. Why does Xiao Wu want Brother Bai's big carrot so much? After one bite, it's all sour. It's really not that tasty. Meanwhile, Lonbai listened to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's enthusiastic plotting with a bemused expression. It seemed that tonight he must broaden Xiao Wu's horizons and enlighten her that the world holds more than just orange carrots. As the chatter between Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong continued, Lonbai arrived at Sotua City. He turned to Zhu Zhuqing, instructing, "Zhuqing, please find a carriage and meet us at the city gate by 10. After securing the carriage, head to the breakfast street, specifically the beef noodle shop, and reserve a bowl for me." "Understood." Zhu Zhuqing nodded and promptly departed, following the mental map of Sotua City. "Xiao Wu, let us go," Lonbai beckoned. And Xiao Wu eagerly ran to embrace his arm, her spirits soaring. Noticing his empty arm, Lonbai pondered before glancing at Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, would you like to join Xiao Wu?" Upon receiving Lonbai's invitation, Ning Rongrong maintained her composure externally while her heart swelled with joy. Indeed, her charm was irresistible even to Lonbai. However, she planned to bask in her pride. Crossing her arms, she haughtily remarked, "Humph, don't you know to say please?" "Oh, then never mind." Seeing Ning Rongrong's reaction, Lonbai chose not to press further and turned to depart with Xiao Wu. Wait. Ning Rongrong hurriedly caught up, wrapping Lonbai's arm in her embrace. Rubbing against him a few times, she proclaimed, "This is a reward for you." Lonbai was bewildered. "What is this? A mere rub counts as a reward? Without Zhuqing's size or softness, how is this a reward?" Yet, upon hearing the sound of his affection points rising, Lonbai complimented, "It's quite warm. Thank you for the reward." Ning Rongrong felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her at Lonbai's praise. This was the first time he had commended her, and it felt wonderful. Despite having received countless compliments throughout her life, Lonbai's words held a unique charm that resonated deeply. As her progress with Lonbai surged, she wondered when she would fully integrate with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. If that were to occur, she could freely express herself around Lonbai without fear of reproach. Meanwhile, Lonbai sensed his affection points rising and suddenly received a notification. Ding. Ning Rongrong's affection for you has increased to 65. The rate of affection point acquisition has risen. Current affection point acquisition rate, 1. 65 fives, another 5 points? Was it due to the earlier invitation or the compliment? Likely both. It seemed that women truly enjoyed being praised. Zhu Zhuqing was like this, and so was Ning Rongrong. It appeared he should offer more compliments in the future. After all, a few kind words could foster goodwill. What harm could come from that? Meanwhile, Xiao Wu led the four on their journey. Throughout the trek, Tang San and Dai Mubai lamented their fate, nearly begging Xiao Wu for a ride in the carriage. Yet, they understood this was an unrealistic plea. Tang San, feeling utterly exhausted, cast a resentful glance at Xiao Wu's retreating figure, silently cursing, muscle-bound and dim-witted fool. Chapter 126, Ma Hongjun ignites the clothing of female students after a long and arduous journey. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and their companions arrived at a bustling transfer station leading into the Stardow Forest. Oscar, at the end of the line, lamented, "I can't go on. I'm going to die. Let us take a break." Being a support soul master, his physical condition was already poor. Last night's intense activities, coupled with excitement, had robbed him of sleep. This morning, he had been dragged along an 80-kilometer mountain trek, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Ma Hongjun was equally distressed, drenched in sweat and trembling. "Teacher, let us rest a bit. I really can't continue." Dai Mubai's face turned pale as he surveyed the marketplace around them. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he rushed forward to suggest, "Teacher, there isn't an up ahead. We're about to enter the Stardow Forest." Let us pause for a moment and have something to eat. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Xiao Wujie finally reacted. He glanced at the inn ahead and nodded. All right. With Xiao Wujie's consent, the 4 members of the colorful feather team found new energy, dragging their weary legs towards the inn. Ignoring the astonished gazes of others, they each claimed a long bench and collapsed onto it, panting heavily. Sweat dripped from them onto the benches, creating a foul odor that made nearby diners retreat in disgust. After resting for a while, Dai Mubai raised his hand and shouted, "Someone, I want food." The innkeeper, having recognized the extraordinary abilities of these 4, hurriedly approached. Well aware that he could not afford to offend soul masters. Enduring the stench, he took their orders and quickly retreated. "Why is he running so fast?" Dai Mubai remarked, bemused, as he watched the innkeeper's retreating figure. Nearby patrons rolled their eyes, acutely aware of their own foul odor. When the food arrived, the colorful feather team began to devour it ravenously. Spectators gasped at the sight, exclaiming, "They eat worse than a 500-pound sow." To which another replied, "At least your pig doesn't smell as bad." The first speaker fell silent, acknowledging that in terms of odor, the soul masters indeed had the upper hand. The speed at which the colorful feather team consumed their meal was remarkable. Soon, they had cleared their plates, licking them clean. The innkeeper collected the shining plates, only to discover a sticky residue upon inspection. Bringing it to his nose, he was assaulted by a putrid stench that made him feel nauseous. "Boss, do we still need this plate?" he asked, his face contorting in disgust. "Of course we do. What is with that expression?" the boss retorted. The innkeeper handed him the plate, which he sniffed, only to turn pale and immediately vomit. "Boss." The innkeeper stood in shock. "Get rid of it. Throw it away." After regaining his composure, the boss, furious, demanded, "Who licked this plate?" The innkeeper's expression shifted as he quickly responded, "Don't shout, boss. It was the soul masters." At the mention of soul masters, the boss fell silent, knowing that they were revered figures in Douluo continent. He, a mere cook, had no intention of crossing them. "Curse it. My life has been dedicated to honest work. How did I end up with these soul masters? I hope someone teaches them a lesson." Inside the inn, after the colorful feather team had their fill, they sprawled across 2 long benches, monopolizing the seating and leaving one table devoid of chairs. Despite their boorish behavior, others felt powerless to confront them, as the soul masters were beyond compare to mere farmers and hunters. Their resentment simmered silently. Just then, the inn's door swung open, and a group of students clad in fiery red uniforms entered, chatting animatedly about their meal choices. Unfortunately, the colorful feather team's position was close to the entrance, and thus, Ma Hongjun and Tang San were roused from their slumber. Ma Hongjun, irritable, opened his eyes and, before even sitting up, bellowed, "What is going on? Can't a person get some sleep?" His booming voice silenced the students from Tsanghue Academy, who instinctively hushed upon seeing the unattractive figure before them. One female student, dressed in a short skirt, furrowed her brows and retorted, "This is a public place. Normal conversation is expected." Provoked, Ma Hongjun clumsily rolled off the bench, his beady eyes blazing with fury. Upon noticing the beautiful girl with her long, fair legs, his anger dissipated, replaced by a lecherous gaze. Hungry after their meal, his thoughts turned impure, and he unconsciously licked his lips, leering at her exposed skin. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, the girl was shielded by a stout male student who stepped forward, angrily confronting Ma Hongjun. "What are you staring at?" Seeing his prey obstructed, Ma Hongjun frowned. "I was about to ask your name. Can't you see someone is trying to sleep? Do you understand manners?" The muscular student, fueled by rage, replied. "Stop dodging the question. What were you looking at? Our class flower is not someone you can gawk at. Are you seeking death?" The heated exchange drew attention from onlookers, who silently cheered for the students to take down the colorful feather team. Awakened by the commotion, Dai Mubai and the others roused from their stupor. With the male students from Tsanghue Academy rallying behind their comrade, the colorful feather team found themselves at a disadvantage. The muscular student seized the moment, his confidence soaring. "You fatso, apologize." "Apologize? Dream on." Despite his poor character, Ma Hongjun's soul power was substantial. As tensions escalated, the muscular student charged forward, swinging a fist the size of a sandbag. Startled, Ma Hongjun reacted instinctively, unleashing a blast of phoenix fire. The searing flames sent the muscular student flying into the crowd of Tsanghue Academy students. The fiery inferno spread, igniting the skirt of the fair-legged girl, revealing her delicate skin beneath. Her figure was enchanting, a sight that nearly blinded Ma Hongjun with desire. Chapter 127, The arrival of Lonbai. Dai Mubai's calamity extinguished the fire. Quickly extinguished the fire. A robust male student shouted in panic, utterly bewildered by the fact that the rotund figure had resorted to using a soul skill. Did this glutton intend to take a life? The eruption of Ma Hongjuan's phoenix flames had transformed the inn into chaos in an instant. After considerable effort, they finally managed to quell the blaze. Meanwhile, the instigator, Ma Hongjun, wore a mischievous grin as he fixated on the fair-skinned chest of a female student, his mind consumed by lustful thoughts. The fire of desire had seized control of his senses, and his body instinctively moved toward her. Just as the students of Tsanghue Academy extinguished the flames, their adrenaline surged. They witnessed Ma Hongjuan's lewd actions. The muscular male student, infuriated by the sight of his tent-like bulge, roared in rage and unleashed a punch, manifesting his martial spirit. However, Dai Mubai was quick to respond. With the manifestation of his white tiger martial spirit, he met the incoming blow head-on. Although they were not paragons of virtue, their strength was undeniable. The formidable punch sent the Tsanghue Academy student flying, as the nearby students hastily covered the exposed body of the female student. They glared angrily at the four troublemakers. "You lunatics! You set fire to the inn and assaulted us. This is outrageous." Dai Mubai, with a cold smirk, remained unperturbed. To him, the weak ought to kneel and accept their fate. Thus, he taunted, "Tsanghue Academy, a pathetic institution. If you lack competence, do refrain from embarrassing yourselves." His words ignited a fury among the Tsanghue Academy students. "You worthless, incompetent fools." Ma Hongjun, snapping back to reality, joined in the mockery. "You dare disturb my slumber. You deserve this punishment." His proclamation incited not only the Tsanghue Academy students, but also the ordinary bystanders, who seethed with indignation. "Though we may lack wealth and power, we are not to be treated as mere refuse by you soul masters. We contribute value to Douluo continent." Noticing the disdainful gazes of the ordinary people, Ma Hongjun sneered even more. "What are you staring at? You wretches are even more useless than the trash from Tsanghue Academy." The crowd of ordinary folk fell silent. Their heads bowed in shame, wishing for the demise of the arrogant glutton. The students from Tsanghue Academy recognized that Ma Hongjun was emboldened by his companion's strength, the golden-haired behemoth. "What did you say?" Ma Hongjuan's taunting was met with indignation from a female student, her eyes ablaze with fury as flames enveloped her. "Repeat that, if you dare." As tensions escalated between Ma Hongjun and the Tsanghue Academy students, a voice suddenly echoed. What transpired here? The familiar tone brought joy to the faces of the Tsanghue Academy members as they turned toward the entrance. A bespectacled middle-aged man strode in. "Teacher, they injured our students and even burned my clothes." The female student burst into tears. "What? Who did this?" The middle-aged man fumed, unable to tolerate such disgrace. "Those four colorful-haired rascals." The female student pointed accusingly at Ma Hongjun and his companions. "Colorful-haired rascals?" The middle-aged man scoffed, spotting the red-haired, golden-haired, blue-haired, and brown-haired individuals. He advanced with purpose, soul power manifesting in his grasp, swiftly capturing the fleeing Ma Hongjun. "Which academy do you belong to possess such a lack of decorum? Are you without parents?" Feeling the overwhelming force of the soul power, Ma Hongjun trembled, unable to speak. The middle-aged man's gaze fell upon Dai Mubai. "You were the one who injured our student, weren't you? So, you must be the leader. Speak. Which academy do you represent?" Faced with the inquiry, Dai Mubai's expression darkened. Assessing the middle-aged man's soul power, he took a measured step back, positioning himself behind Oscar. A glance exchanged between the trio signaled understanding. Oscar swiftly produced sausages to hand to Dai Mubai, while Tang San readied himself for action. "Speak," the middle-aged man demanded, oblivious to their subtle maneuvering. His temper remained in check, allowing Dai Mubai the opportunity to retaliate. "Are you for deaf?" The middle-aged man frowned, turning to his students, intending to summon them to clarify the situation. At that moment, Dai Mubai launched his assault. White Tiger transformation. White Tiger's radiant wave. He unleashed his utmost power, the attack converging upon the middle-aged man's back. Yet the latter reacted swiftly, a green shield materializing behind him. The impact of Dai Mubai's assault resonated. Yet the shield remained unscathed, while the backlash left Dai Mubai's fingers numb. Unrefined, truly despicable behavior. The middle-aged man trembled, 5 soul rings manifesting before the crowd. White, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Oscar gasped, realizing they faced a soul king. Before they could react, the middle-aged man delivered a powerful kick to Dai Mubai's abdomen, sending him crashing through tables and chairs, expelling the food he had just consumed with a loud retch. As Oscar and Tang San contemplated escape, a hefty figure was hurled toward them, causing despair to erupt in the vicinity. The middle-aged man stood with arms crossed, regarding Dai Mubai with an icy demeanor. "Which academy do you belong to?" Dai Mubai, clutching his abdomen in defeat, hastily pleaded, "Please, stop. I'll tell you." "Then speak swiftly." As Dai Mubai swallowed nervously, the inn's door swung open. A familiar voice called out, "Why does this inn smell so peculiar, as if it has been scorched?" Dai Mubai turned to see Lonbai and the trio of young women. His face brightened with joy. Lonbai's arrival was timely indeed. "Aren't you aiming to be the leader? This time, let me give you the opportunity," he exclaimed. "Lonbai, come quickly. This middle-aged man is bullying our Shrek Academy." The middle-aged man was taken aback, turning to see Lonbai and the young women. His agitation subsided slightly. "So, you are their companions, come to assist them?" Suddenly singled out, Lonbai found himself speechless, but after a moment of contemplation, he grasped the situation. For ruffians had harassed innocent girls, and Dai Mubai sought to drag him into this mess. Chapter 128, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai Bao Tiua. What a brain. Though perhaps a bit too small. As the middle-aged man's attention shifted to Lonbai, a smile appeared on Dai Mubai's face. Tang San and Ma Hongjun, standing nearby, gave Dai Mubai a thumbs up. "Well done, Dai. What nonsense is this?" Upon seeing the attention directed at Lonbai, Xiao Wu was the first to object. She stepped forward, declaring, "Though we are classmates, this matter has nothing to do with us." "Classmates?" The middle-aged man received this information with a cold gaze. "Then you are all in cahoots. How can you be so unreasonable?" Xiao Wu was somewhat bewildered. "Enough, let me handle this," Lonbai said, placing a carrot in Xiao Wu's mouth. He patted her bottom, signaling her to play with Zhu Zhuqing. "Xiao Wu." Zhu Zhuqing immediately pulled Xiao Wu closer. "You little rascal, you still know to protect the girls first?" The middle-aged man glanced at Lonbai with a hint of appreciation. Stop. Lonbai quickly interjected, speaking earnestly. "First, I may be young, but I am not inexperienced." Upon hearing this, the female students from Songhue Academy, who had been infatuated with Lonbai, became even more enthusiastic. "Not inexperienced? Then she isn't considered an elder chasing after younger ones." Second, Lonbai raised a second finger. "I do indeed have a connection with these four colorful-haired creatures, and I am their leader." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was taken aback. The audacity of this boy to admit it outright. It was as if he had disregarded him entirely. However, just as the middle-aged man was about to explode with rage, Lonbai interrupted him. "But," he pointed at the colorful-haired quartet, speaking coldly, "like you, I too am quite weary of those who think only with their lower halves. Unfortunately, I have already enrolled." At these words, the middle-aged man looked at Lonbai with some sympathy. He cleared his throat. "While you have a point, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Otherwise, where would the reputation of Songhue Academy go?" "Teacher, I completely understand your concerns." Lonbai smiled. "Thus, I shall provide you with a perfect answer." "A perfect answer?" The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. Just then, Lonbai had already approached Dai Mubai and the others, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "What? Lonbai, what are you planning?" Dai Mubai and the others felt a chill run down their spines under his gaze. "Do not resist, it will be over swiftly." "What?" Dai Mubai wanted to inquire further, but Lonbai had already made his move. With a gesture resembling a sword, a ghostly blue long sword flew from his hand, embedding itself into the ground. Dai Mubai felt as though Lonbai had become a blur, moving with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he found himself kneeling on the ground, alongside Ma Hongjun, who was similarly kneeling. What just happened? The middle-aged man, who had been observing Lonbai, was equally astonished. He had not even blinked, yet suddenly the red-haired creature and the blonde beast were kneeling before him. With a smile, Lonbai turned to the middle-aged man. "Teacher, who among these two was the most detestable?" For some reason, the middle-aged man found this charming young man quite convincing. After a moment's thought, he pointed to Ma Hongjun. "Him, Ma Hongjun." As he spoke, Lonbai placed his hand on the back of Ma Hongjun's head, applying force suddenly. Bang! A crack appeared in the wooden floor. "Ah, Lonbai, are you insane?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed in outrage. To which Lonbai calmly replied, "Do you still have the audacity to flirt with respectable women?" Then came another. Bang! Wood splintered. Before Ma Hongjun could curse again, Lonbai halted his hand. Another strike. Bang! 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 Ma Hongjun was forced to bow repeatedly, each strike rhythmic in its intensity. The middle-aged man, witnessing this scene, was completely dumbfounded. What was happening? Wasn't he the one with a grudge against that red-haired creature? Why did it seem like this charming young man was even angrier? Bang! Bang! The students of Tsanghue Academy stood in stunned silence. Goodness! This person looks so amiable. Yet he strikes with such ferocity. His head is bleeding, and he still continues. Among them, the female students looked at Lonbai with admiration. This charming young man was not only handsome when speaking gently, but even when striking. He was incredibly captivating. Onlookers were equally astonished. Wow, this young man is remarkably fierce. His forceful bowing is so impressive, especially when he is thrashing that arrogant fatso. So exhilarating. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, kneeling beside them, was equally perplexed. What on earth was Lonbai doing? Has he lost his mind? This situation had taken an unexpected turn. It should have been himself using cunning tactics, casually addressing the middle-aged man, and then letting Lonbai and the man engage in a war of words. But reality was far from the fantasy he had envisioned. Bang! 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 Until Ma Hongjun finally lost consciousness, blood streaming from his forehead, Lonbai finally ceased his assault. He counted silently in his mind, approximately 100 forceful blows had been delivered. As a rather obnoxious fatso, Ma Hongjun had a surprisingly sturdy head. Lonbai clapped his hands with a bright smile. Turning to the middle-aged man, "Teacher, are you satisfied with my answer?" Chapter 129, Xiao Wujia's Days this. As Xiao Wujia caught sight of Lonbai's gentle demeanor, the middle-aged man felt utterly bewildered. If it weren't for the two colorful-haired creatures on the ground, their foreheads bleeding, he might have relished the opportunity to engage in a heartfelt conversation with this refined and charming young man. However, after witnessing him force those two creatures to bow violently, while still wearing that cheerful expression, it was simply too bizarre. The students of Tsanghue Academy stood in a state of shock. One female student, noticing her teacher's prolonged silence, could not help but interject, "Teacher, don't just stare blankly." The middle-aged man responded, "You want me to stop staring? Shouldn't you reflect on what you're saying? Is this even the right moment for me to speak? What if that smiling lad gets upset and decides to retaliate? Are you going to take responsibility for that?" In silence, the middle-aged man pondered. Meanwhile, Tang San and Oscar remained mute, fearing that any utterance might attract the middle-aged man's attention, leading them to suffer the same fate as Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, who lay unconscious on the ground. How utterly humiliating. The atmosphere grew quiet for a moment. The ordinary onlookers, unable to contain themselves, began to cheer. Well struck, young hero. Others quickly joined in. Indeed, that detestable fatso had been irking me for ages. His slurping while eating was louder than my pig at home. Indeed, not only was he a nuisance during meals, but he was also ugly and utterly oblivious to his own shortcomings, making lewd remarks toward women. He deserved a beating. The crowd erupted in applause. The head chef of the inn, hearing the commotion, stealthily emerged from the kitchen. He grabbed a nearby waiter, inquiring, "What is happening? Did that incendiary fatso meet his end? Oh dear, under the management of the spirit hall, we might face serious consequences." The waiter pointed at Lonbai. "Look there, it's him. He just knocked out that fatso and the golden-haired, pig-headed fellow." They were indeed knocked out. The head chef leaned out to see, and he was met with the sight of the fatso and the golden-haired, pig-headed man, bleeding from their foreheads and rolling their eyes. "Well done. Well done." The chef gazed at Lonbai's figure with admiration. Perhaps the cheers were too loud, for suddenly, the inn's door swung open, and a burly middle-aged man strode in. It was Xiao Wujia. He scanned the room and spotted Lonbai, the three girls, and the unconscious Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, while Tang San and Oscar slumped in a corner. In the entire Shrek Academy, only Lonbai and the three girls remained standing. What on earth happened here? Xiao Wujia's brow furrowed as he looked at Lonbai. Before Lonbai could respond, Tang San and Oscar rushed toward Xiao Wujia, crying out, "Teacher, you must help us." Oscar, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, "Help? What kind of help?" Xiao Wujia was taken aback. Tang San, with urgency, recounted the events with embellishments. "What? The Tsanghue Academy students bullied our Shrek Academy members?" Xiao Wujia's anger flared. Although their academy was not widely known, the reputation of their golden iron triangle and his title as the unmovable king were well established. How dare this insignificant Tsanghue Academy provoke Shrek Academy? His eyes darted around until they landed on the middle-aged man. He demanded, "Who are you to bully our Shrek Academy students?" The middle-aged man responded, "What is going on? It was clearly your student who set fire to our female studentess' clothing." Furrowing his brow, the man began to explain to Xiao Wujia. After listening to the man's account, Zhao Wujia felt perplexed. That doesn't add up. What you say contradicts what Tang San told me. Why is there such a discrepancy between our students' accounts? The middle-aged man's frown deepened. At that moment, Lonbai stepped forward. What he said is true. It was Ma Hongjun and his group who provoked Songhui Academy. We are the victims here. Hearing Lonbai defend Songhui Academy, Zhao Wujia felt displeased. In the same academy, they should stand united. How could one turn against their own? Even if there was no justification, they ought to side with their own. However, having spoken, he found it difficult to retract his words. Pointing at the unconscious Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, he questioned, then what happened to them? How could the Songhui Academy members be so ruthless? No. Lonbai raised his hand. I did that. Zhao Wujia was momentarily speechless, incredulously asking you. Did that? Yes. Lonbai nodded. It's perfectly normal to teach a lesson to scoundrels who lack proper upbringing. Perfectly normal. Zhao Wujia was flabbergasted. He never would have imagined that the one who assaulted Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai was none other than their own Lonbai. Why would you do such a thing? Lonbai looked at Zhao Wujia, his brow slightly furrowed. Did this man truly not understand? Was there a need for justification in punishing scoundrels? As a morally upright young man of the new era, wasn't this his duty? Because I am the leader. They were in the wrong. So I had to punish them. It's as simple as that. Zhao Wujia was left speechless. He realized that Lonbai seemingly did not regard Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun as his own. All that remained was his exasperation. All right, Zhao Wujia conceded. Now that you've taught them a lesson, just help them to a chair. Let us consider this matter settled. Lonbai shook his head. I won't help. Zhao Wujia frowned. Why not? Dirty. With that single word, Lonbai waved goodbye to the three girls and led them to a clean table. Raising his hand, he called, Waiter, we would like to order. Certainly, esteemed guest. The waiter, seeing his idol summon him, rushed over with a beaming smile. A stark contrast to his earlier demeanor toward the colorful-haired group. Just bring us some meat, and if you have any wine, please include that as well, along with a plate of peanuts. How fortuitous. The waiter exclaimed, to be honest, our boss just procured a cow from a farmer today. The meat is exceptionally fresh. Good gracious. Just as the waiter began his recommendation, someone nearby could no longer contain himself, grumbling. What a waiter. When I asked earlier if there was any beef, you didn't say a word. The waiter shot him a glance. You, a woodcutter, eating beef? This beef is reserved specifically for these esteemed guests. Well then, that is fine. Satisfied with the waiter's response, the man simmered down. Please wait a moment, I'll fetch your beef right away. Seeing the waiter's enthusiasm, Lonbai had no further comments. All right, but ensure it's well cooked. Chapter 130. Everyone. This handsome fellow is the epitome of normalcy. In the Western worldview, Lonbai particularly emphasized, he truly cannot stomach a medium-rare steak. Understood. The waiter responded promptly and hurriedly pulled the owner back to the kitchen. Observing Lonbai accompanied by three women as they ordered, Zhao Wujia couldn't help but think, what a nonchalant attitude he has towards the situation. This Lonbai possesses remarkable strength, yet he seems oblivious to his own position. Among classmates, how could there be infighting? Even aiding the Songhui Academy against his own? Zhao Wujia frowned and instructed Tang San and Oscar, go. Move Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai aside and tend to their injuries. Tend to their injuries. Oscar grimaced. It seemed he would once again have to shove his sausage into the mouths of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. Songhui Academy, witnessing the scene, realized that this matter had passed and found seats to settle down. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu leaned closer to Lonbai and whispered in admiration, Brother Bai. You were so impressive when you overpowered the red-haired and golden-haired monsters just now. Indeed, quite dashing. Even the usually reticent Zhu Zhuqing chimed in. Perhaps it was because Lonbai had struck Dai Mubai. It was not merely a question of being handsome. Lonbai gently shook his head, stating, I do not punish them. Sooner or later someone else will. This is nothing noteworthy. Hearing Lonbai's words, Xiao Wu scrunched her little nose and leaned in to playfully bite his ear. Hey, Xiao Wu. What are you doing? Lonbai was taken aback. Punishing you. You ought to be a little more modest. Lonbai, what fool would boast about such things? Those who haven't shown off in centuries might still do such a thing. I, on the other hand, display my prowess daily. Do I need to flaunt it? This is called humility. Zhu Zhuqing defended Lonbai, affirming, yes, indeed. Lonbai wholeheartedly agreed with Zhu Zhuqing. In life, a touch of humility is preferable. Is this humility also practiced in bed? Suddenly, Ning Rongrong's teasing voice interrupted. Instantly, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed. Lonbai's behavior in bed could hardly be described as humble. Oh. It seems quite vigorous. Ning Rongrong chuckled at Zhu Zhuqing, nearly bursting into laughter. Vigorous? Xiao Wu was puzzled. She ate a lot and slept early, completely unaware of the events that unfolded in the late hours. However, she often clung to Lonbai's back. If there were vigorous activities at night, surely she would awaken. Yet, why had she never been disturbed? How strange. At that moment, just as Ning Rongrong was teasing Zhu Zhuqing, the waiter announced, "Dishes are served." The waiter approached with a large platter of fragrant beef. The platter was overflowing, enough to serve at least 8 people. So much. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the abundant beef. If I were to consume all of this, Xiao Wu touched her little belly. Imagining the scene, it would be far more terrifying than pregnancy. Lonbai glanced at it and frowned. Waiter, did you bring too much? I certainly did not order this much. No, what you see is a gift from our boss. No charge. Oh, thank you. What for? It is precisely because you dealt with those 2 colorful-haired monsters that we can enjoy peace. Merely a trifling effort. The waiter chuckled and set down the beef, then rushed to the kitchen to fetch a plate of peanuts. The peanuts were piled so high they nearly spilled over, leaving the Tang Hao Academy members bewildered. They glanced at their own table, where they could count their peanuts in 10 seconds, then back at Lonbai's table, which was a mountain of peanuts, feeling as if the world was conspiring against them. Damn it. We are all soul masters. Why is there such a disparity? The middle-aged man noticed the students' stealing glances and quickly called out, Hey, stop staring and eat your own. Oh. Reluctantly, everyone began to eat. But these peanuts, they were gone in just 2 bites. The female students frequently glanced at Lonbai's table, captivated by the 3 beautiful girls and the handsome man. The female students were almost drooling at the sight of Lonbai. Perhaps her gaze was too intense, and the next moment, Lonbai noticed her staring. After hesitating, he waved and called out, Why not come over to share? After all, we can't finish all this. Lonbai's voice was loud enough for Tang San and Oscar, who were healing Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, to hear. Tang San, seeing Lonbai inviting the female student, scoffed. Humph, calling Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai rascals. Yet this Lonbai is no better. Oscar's face was pale, clearly overexerted in using his soul power. But upon witnessing Lonbai's gesture, he pondered, Lonbai isn't being a rascal. He is merely inviting a girl to join him for a meal, which is far better than what Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai do. Damn it. Which side are you on? Tang San nearly blurted out. Oscar, is speaking the truth also to be rebuked? Tang San glanced at Lonbai and remarked, That female student will surely refuse. Do you believe it? Oscar, perhaps. Just as he finished speaking, the female student excitedly stood up and looked at Lonbai. Really? Of course, not wasting food and sharing is a virtue. To do both while inviting a beautiful lady to dine together is indeed commendable. Lonbai's words had a melodious tone. By the end of his statement, the female student was elated, promptly leaving the Tang Hao Academy group to join Lonbai. Tang San and the others stood dumbfounded. Why? Just moments ago, that female student seemed quite averse to our Shrek Academy members. Oscar contemplated, saying, Is it possible she only dislikes us? Upon hearing this, Tang San fell silent. Meanwhile, the members of Tang Hao Academy watched as their class flower approached Lonbai. They were all stunned. After a moment, a shorter student nudged a nearby burly male student with his elbow and quietly asked, So, have you pursued the class flower all these years? The burly male student fell silent. Being the class flower's admirer, he had been the first to stand up when Ma Hongjun teased her. Yet, who could have known? Deep feelings are no match for unexpected fortune. The burly male student covered his face, hiding his sorrow. Seeing this, the shorter student also fell silent. The only beautiful girl in the class, just like that, whisked away by another academy. How infuriating. Comparing people truly raises one's blood pressure. During the meal, Lonbai glanced at the sky. Dusk. It seemed they could not enter the Stardow Forest today. They must rest for the night first. In the heart of the Stardow Forest, Lonbai looked at Xiao Wu. She showed little reaction. It seemed she was so well protected by him that she felt no longing for home. This is indeed a testament to his protective capabilities. What's wrong? Noticing Lonbai's gaze, Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes. Lonbai shook his head. It's nothing. Eat less, or you won't be able to walk. Xiao Wu pondered for a moment and suddenly understood Lonbai's meaning. Smiling, she replied, Humph, don't worry, no matter how full I am. I can still manage to eat Brother Bai's big carrot. Lonbai, that was not his intention. Chapter 131, The Enormous Carrot? How big could it be? The enormous carrot? Is it not simply a carrot? How big could it possibly be? The female student, initially somewhat embarrassed about mooching food and drinks, gradually became more cheerful due to the amiable demeanor of Xiao Wu and Lonbai. Upon hearing her question, Lonbai fell into silence, struggling to find the right words. He certainly could not say that the enormous carrot was. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, amusement flickering in their eyes, yet they remained silent. The female student was perplexed. Why did the atmosphere at the table suddenly feel strange? Oh dear, an enormous carrot is just an enormous carrot. What else could it be? After all, only Brother Bai possesses that enormous carrot. Xiao Wu naturally explained to the female student. Oh. The female student nodded, but soon found herself ensnared by another question. Why was it said that only Brother Bai possessed that enormous carrot? The term enormous carrot. Only Brother Bai has it. The two beautiful companions beside her fell into silence upon hearing this. As the female student continued eating, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Her chewing halted abruptly, and her wide almond-shaped eyes turned towards the graceful Lonbai. Her mouth gradually gaped open. What was happening? Lonbai felt a bit dazed. And no, nothing is wrong. As the female student caught Lonbai's enchanting gaze, she hurriedly averted her eyes, lowering her head and instinctively shoving beef into her mouth. Not daring to look at Lonbai even once. Lonbai, am I being perceived as a pervert? It's all Xiao Wu's fault. Lonbai playfully flicked Xiao Wu's forehead, producing a dull thud. Xiao Wu was bewildered. What had just happened? Why did Brother Bai hit her? She hadn't done anything wrong. But if she hadn't done anything wrong, then Brother Bai surely wouldn't have hit her. This point, Xiao Wu remained steadfast in her belief. Thus, she began to ponder where she had erred. Yet, after much contemplation, she still could not arrive at a conclusion. At last, a light bulb moment struck. No way. Upon realizing something, Xiao Wu promptly took action. She picked up a piece of beef with her chopsticks and leaned her soft body against Lonbai's arm, presenting it with an air of offering. Brother Bai, please eat Lonbai. Faced with Xiao Wu's penitential gaze, Lonbai had no choice but to accept it. Indeed, seeing Lonbai consume the beef she had offered, Xiao Wu's spirits soared. She truly was clever and quick-witted. Meanwhile, the female student remarked, the sour, pungent taste of dog food. On another front, with the assistance of Tang San and Oscar, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun gradually regained consciousness. Upon awakening, they both let out a yelp, clutching their bandaged foreheads and gasping in pain. Damn, that hurts. Dai Mubai exclaimed while clutching his forehead. Ma Hongjun, being more robust, quickly recovered after a few moments of pain. Is the matter resolved? He turned to Oscar, who appeared pale. It is resolved. Songhui Academy has forgiven us. Forgiven? Ma Hongjun's lips twitched. Damn, clearly. It was the female students of their class who were inappropriate, parading in short skirts that revealed their fair, long legs. Should he be blamed for that? Why are they the ones forgiving us? Frustrated, Ma Hongjun turned to search for the figure of Songhui Academy. To his surprise, he spotted Lonbai's table. He was dumbfounded and couldn't help but inquire. Oscar, why is that long-legged beauty at Lonbai's table? Oscar glanced over. Oh, Lonbai merely invited her to dinner. Dinner? Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in disbelief. In their world, sharing a meal was merely the prelude to more intimate encounters. Could it be that this long-legged beauty and Lonbai are becoming involved? Damn it, am I not as handsome as that lad Lonbai? Yet, why did she become furious when I flirted with her earlier? But when Lonbai invites her, she readily accepts. This is utterly unreasonable. Jealousy boiled within Ma Hongjun. Enough, Ma Hongjun, stop looking. At that moment, Xiao Wujing, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Teacher, you are here too. Ma Hongjun only then noticed Xiao Wujing. If I weren't here, who knows what kind of trouble you foolish lot would cause? Xiao Wujing scolded sharply. Ma Hongjun. Damn, not only was I beaten, but now I am being scolded. Since regaining consciousness, Dai Mubai had not uttered a word. His mind was consumed with one thought. When did Lonbai become so powerful? What was that ethereal blue sword? It could seemingly slow down time. All right, settle down. Xiao Wujing barked. The four members of the colorful fur group immediately straightened up. Xiao Wujing scanned the room and spoke solemnly. I truly do not understand what you imbeciles are thinking. I do not blame you for causing trouble, but you lot dare to provoke issues without the capability to resolve them? Has a donkey kicked your brains out? After being scolded by Xiao Wujing, the colorful fur group lowered their heads like quails, silent. Foolish, excessively foolish. Xiao Wujing berated, paused, then continued. I just inquired. And there is a soul king from the fifth ring on the opposite side. If it were in the wild, without me, he could have easily killed you. Do you understand? The colorful fur group nodded vigorously. Xiao Wujing, seeing this, felt somewhat satisfied. He added, however, The way this matter was handled was quite wise. Handled? Wisely? Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai looked at Xiao Wujing, utterly confused. Yes, I mean, Lonbai did exceptionally well. What? Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai erupted in protest. What do you mean Lonbai did exceptionally well? He forced us to bow until our heads bled. Xiao Wujing. Are you blind? Do not look at me with such eyes. In the face of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai's incredulous stares, Xiao Wujing's expression grew serious as he scolded. You two should use your brains to consider if Lonbai had not intervened in the wild. What would your fate have been? Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai fell silent. Seeing this, Xiao Wujing declared, death. And now? You only have some superficial wounds and a minor concussion, nothing more. This is indeed an excellent outcome. Lonbai handled it quite appropriately. Furthermore, Xiao Wujing gestured towards Lonbai's table, exasperated. Look, just look. Despite being of the same species, how can the disparity be so vast? Others can dine and flirt with the female students of Tsanghui Academy, while you merely fill your bellies before attempting to flirt or even incinerate their garments. You are Shrek Academy students, not ruffians from the alleys of Suatua City. Do you have any shame? Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai hesitated for a moment before nodding. Do we need to feel shame? Xiao Wujing was infuriated. No, you have already lost all semblance of it. Do you understand, fools? The colorful fur group. Xiao Wujing seems to have a point. But what about being forced to bow by Lonbai? Chapter 132, Xiao Wujia. Lonbai, you are foolish. The thought of being wronged made Dai Mubai's countenance darken. As the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, how could he endure such humiliation? Dai Mubai, what are you thinking? At that moment, Xiao Wujia's voice reached him. I. Dai Mubai raised his head, only to meet Xiao Wujia's gaze, which resembled that of a fool. Dai Mubai, what do you mean? Xiao Wujia leaned in closer, observing Dai Mubai, whose golden hair resembled a pig's head. I see that you seem quite displeased. Teacher, I am not. Xiao Wujia's usual pressure was not overwhelming. Yet when he became serious, his aura as a soul sage emerged, terrifying indeed. Dai Mubai was directly pinned to his chair, unable to utter a word. I am trying to reason with you, yet you are lost in thought. Do you even want to succeed, Dai Mubai? Seeing Xiao Wujia's fearsome demeanor, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and the others dared not utter a word, fearing Xiao Wujia's displeasure. Tang San muttered to himself, I never expected this seemingly simple-minded man to be so formidable when roused. It seems that the time for reckoning has not yet come. I must cultivate a good relationship with him. Dai Mubai swallowed hard and bowed his head, saying, Teacher, I was wrong. Very well. Recognizing one's mistakes and seeking to amend them is of great significance. Xiao Wujia was somewhat satisfied with Dai Mubai's attitude of repentance. All right. He stood up and said, There is still some time before nightfall, so I shall refrain from saying much. Remember to rest early. We will enter the Stardow Forest at dawn. I shall take my leave to rest. In order to guide you lot, I must be fully focused tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai hurriedly stood and respectfully said, Teacher, take care. The other three colored hair monsters also stood and echoed, Teacher, take care. Xiao Wujia's expression remained impassive as he walked directly towards the inn. As he passed by Lonbai and the three women, he paused, lowered his head, and softly said, Lonbai, we will rest at this inn tonight. Understood? Understood. Lonbai waved his hand dismissively, indicating he had heard. All right, I will rest first. Ensure your safety. With that, Xiao Wujia turned and departed. Meanwhile, Lonbai continued to indulge himself, flirting occasionally with the four beautiful women, creating a harmonious scene. Damn that Lonbai. The four members of the colored hair group, witnessing this scene, were nearly furious. Why was it that when Xiao Wujia spoke to them, it was with reprimands and orders? Yet with Lonbai, he was amiable and gentle? Why was that? Was it because he was more handsome than us? Because he was more powerful than us? Because he was wealthier than us? Because he was more reliable than us? Because he conducted himself with decorum? Because he... The colored hair group pondered several whys. As they considered this, they suddenly realized. Lonbai seemed to excel in every domain compared to them. Morality, intellect, physique, aesthetics, and labor, in all aspects. The colored hair group fell silent. After a prolonged silence, Oscar turned to Tang San and quietly asked, Hey, Tang San. I heard you and Lonbai grew up together. Who exactly is he? Please enlighten us. Grew up together? Oscar's words immediately attracted the attention of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. Seeing the three of them looking at him, Tang San felt somewhat speechless. What does it mean to grow up together? It was more like being overshadowed by him since childhood. Almost in everything, Lonbai outperformed him. For instance, in dormitory relations. At Notting Academy, That insufferable Lonbai had somehow bewitched Wang Xing and the others, who obediently followed his every command. Lonbai would instruct them, and they would comply. At times, before Lonbai even spoke, Wang Sheng would lead the others to assist him with all his tasks. It was utterly absurd. Tang San had inquired before, and Wang Xing's response was, Lonbai's the boss. It is only natural for us little brothers to help him out. Only natural. Tang San was stunned on the spot. Why was it that when he was their leader, they did not consider it natural? Why did Lonbai receive such treatment? Speak up. As Oscar saw Tang San in silence, he could not help but poke him. Oh, Tang San, as if awakening from a dream, instinctively glanced at Lonbai not far away. Upon seeing him cozying up to the four beautiful girls, envy and resentment flared in his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke. Oscar is right. I indeed grew up with Lonbai, as we attended the same academy. Nodding Academy, you must have heard of it, right? Nodding Academy? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun looked utterly bewildered. Oscar could not help but mutter, what a useless academy. I've never even heard of it. Tang San. Well, of course, you would consider your own academy worthless. It does not matter that you have not heard of it. Just know that I, Lonbai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing all came from Nodding Academy. Oh, Ma Hongjun and Oscar nodded. However, Dai Mubai was somewhat perplexed and could not help but ask, Zhu Zhuqing also came from your academy? Yes, Tang San nodded. Wait a minute. Dai Mubai straightened his posture, fixing his gaze on Tang San with a doubtful tone. Do you know where Zhu Zhuqing is from? Where is she from? Tang San shook his head. How would he know where Zhu Zhuqing was from? At Nodding Academy, Zhu Zhuqing had been Lonbai's girlfriend. He had no means of inquiring. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow. You spent so many years together at the junior academy, and you do not even know her background? Tang San felt overwhelmed and somewhat at a loss. You do not understand. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were always clinging to Lonbai, never leaving his side. I had no way to inquire. Damn, Dai Mubai. Dai Lauda, you still have feelings for Zhu Zhuqing, huh? Ma Hongjun teased. That Zhu Zhuqing lives with Lonbai every day. She might have been with him already. Why do you keep lamenting about her? Oscar nodded in agreement. A girl who has been with someone else is not worth much. Dai Lauda, you should shift your focus. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun immediately retorted, stop talking nonsense. The girl you like, Ning Rongrong, also lives with Lonbai. She might not be a virgin either. What the hell? Oscar's eyes widened, and he instantly retaliated against Ma Hongjun. You fat pig. Don't say such things. Ning Rongrong is so noble and elegant. She is undoubtedly a virtuous girl. How could she possibly do such a thing with Lonbai after knowing him for such a short time? Ma Hongjun was startled and exclaimed, damn. Don't get so worked up. I was just saying. After Ma Hongjun's apology, Oscar calmed down and coldly huffed. Ning Rongrong is my white moonlight. She is beautiful, pure-hearted, and kind. If you slander her, I will not let you off easily. Chapter 133, Tang San, with Xiao Wu not being pregnant. I have a chance. Oscar's declaration was resolute, his voice resonating loudly enough for nearly half of the inn's patrons to hear, including Lonbai and the three ladies. His words struck them with considerable astonishment, particularly Lonbai. He turned to glance at Oscar and then, with a peculiar expression, looked towards Ning Rongrong, softly remarking, pure at heart. Xiao Wu immediately mimicked Lonbai's tone as she directed her gaze at Ning Rongrong, saying, a moonlight white. Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment, attempting to formulate a similar phrase but found herself at a loss. She opened her mouth to speak, glancing at Ning Rongrong, beautiful and kind-hearted. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, narrowing them slightly before exclaiming, are you saying I'm not beautiful? Am I not kind-hearted? Ning Rongrong began to question while playfully squeezing Zhu Zhuqing. No, stop. Don't squeeze. Zhu Zhuqing struggled to escape Ning Rongrong's grasp, which seemed to cling to her like glue, making it impossible to break free. Just because you say stop doesn't mean I will. Ning Rongrong squeezed even harder, and the scene left the female students of Tsanghue Academy utterly mesmerized. Wow, are all the beautiful girls around this handsome lad so fiery? One female student thought. They're getting all cozy in public. She licked her lips, almost daring to ask, could I join in? However, her modesty held her back, and she merely inched a little closer, hoping that when the two ladies' playful skirmish escalated, she might inadvertently be drawn into it. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's fluffy companion endured a rather thorough squeezing by Ning Rongrong. Although hidden from view, one could easily imagine it transforming into a rosy hue. Beg me. Ning Rongrong's voice took on a villainous tone, while Lonbai observed the spectacle with great amusement. A certain charming figure named Elle had aptly stated that the most captivating sight in the world is indeed a beautiful woman in conflict. Although, at present, the two goddesses, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, were not truly fighting, their antics were certainly vigorous enough to be considered a fierce engagement. Lonbai was thoroughly entertained, relishing every movement Zhu Zhuqing made. "Brother Lonbai, help me." Zhu Zhuqing's desperation was palpable as her icy demeanor softened into one of vulnerability. Moved by her plea, Lonbai swiftly intervened, dislodging Ning Rongrong's grasp and pulling Zhu Zhuqing into his embrace, savoring the softness of her presence. Addressing Ning Rongrong with a serious tone, he chided, "You vixen, do not go too far." As he spoke, Lonbai placed his hand protectively over Zhu Zhuqing's companion. "Only I am permitted to touch her." Xiao Wu, who had been enjoying her beef, paused in shock. The female students were equally stunned. How dare he intrude on their closeness? How can he just place his hand there? Ning Rongrong felt a sense of emptiness as Lonbai's warmth withdrew from her grasp. However, Lonbai's expression remained stern. With Zhu Zhuqing now out of reach, she turned her gaze towards Xiao Wu. "No way." Xiao Wu quickly clung tightly to Lonbai. Ning Rongrong, with a huff, decided, "Fine. I will just attend to my own." With a fierce glare at Lonbai, she stood and headed upstairs. Lonbai watched her leave, inquiring, "Where are you going?" Without looking back, Ning Rongrong replied, "Upstairs, to rest." Lonbai was skeptical about her intentions. Going to rest? Is that truly the case? Regardless, he embraced Zhu Zhuqing, secretly relishing the moment. Although Zhu Zhuqing had been startled by Ning Rongrong's earlier actions, she found solace in Lonbai's presence and could only endure and enjoy. Unbeknownst to Lonbai, the four members of the colorful feather group had been observing their little drama unfold. When they witnessed Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing getting cozy, their expressions became rather amusing. Upon seeing Lonbai pull Zhu Zhuqing into his arms, their composure shattered. Damn it, Lonbai. Why does he consistently attract beautiful women? And why are they so intimate? Zhu Zhuqing, in particular, was a prized affection of Dai Mubai. Tang San and the others turned their gaze towards Dai Mubai, where they could clearly see his barely contained rage. Ma Hongjun hurriedly consoled him. "Dai Mubai, it's all right. There are plenty of fish in the sea. No need to be fixated on one flower." Oscar quickly chimed in. "Zhu Zhuqing is merely a bit more endowed, more attractive, exudes a more captivating aura, and has a more graceful figure. Although I've never encountered another like her, you have the means to find someone even more beautiful, with an even better figure and gentler temperament. Why not enjoy 5 instead of just 1? As soon as Oscar made his remark, the atmosphere at the table fell into an abrupt silence. Ma Hongjun and Tang San gaped at him, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. "Do you even hear yourself?" they seemed to convey. Oscar, perplexed by their reactions, muttered, "Isn't that correct? Isn't 5 better than 1? "Shut up." Ma Hongjun and Tang San barked in unison. Oh, Oscar scratched his head and, under their glare, promptly sealed his lips. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun turned to Dai Mubai, offering reassurance. "Dai Mubai, Oscar was just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart." Tang San added, "Indeed, hugging and cuddling is nothing unusual. Look at Xiao Wu." He pointed to her. "During our time at Notting Academy, she and Lonbai shared a bed for 6 whole years, and she didn't end up pregnant." Ma Hongjun was left speechless, staring incredulously at Tang San, mentally berating him for his lack of tact. Noticing Ma Hongjun's gaze, Tang San felt confused, then realized, oh. Actually, Zhu Zhuqing also shared a bed with Lonbai for 6 years, just like Xiao Wu, and nothing happened. Ma Hongjun was at a loss for words. "Shut up." Tang San, perplexed, wondered, what did I say wrong? He liked Xiao Wu too. Isn't it normal for them to be close? As long as there is no inappropriate contact or pregnancies, it's acceptable. What Tang San did not realize was that, influenced by the affectionate interactions between Xiao Wu and Lonbai, he had developed a rather indifferent attitude towards their closeness. As long as he could reclaim Xiao Wu's heart once he gained strength, everything would be fine. Chapter 134. The Delusions of Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun scolded Tang San back and hurried to console Dai Mubai. He owed Dai Mubai a considerable sum of money, and it wouldn't do to neglect his flattery. Therefore, he found himself in the position of being Dai Mubai's loyal follower, a role he felt compelled to embrace. Ma Hongjun continued to chatter in front of Dai Mubai, and although it was somewhat tiresome, Dai Mubai seemed to appreciate it. After a moment, Dai Mubai's emotions settled, and he sighed, deciding to share his situation with Zhu Zhuqing. "All right, Ma Hongjun, I am fine." Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun breathed a sigh of relief. He had just exhausted the flattery he had learned throughout his life, and if Dai Mubai had remained upset, he would have been unable to contain his frustration. "It's great to hear, Boss Dai. As Dai Mubai felt better, Tang San and Oscar also approached, as they too were indebted to Dai Mubai and thus considered themselves his followers. Seeing Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar display such concern for him brought a sense of satisfaction to Dai Mubai. If only he could replace them with beautiful women, his delight would have been amplified. Unfortunately, such a transformation was not possible. After a brief silence, Dai Mubai began, "There is something you may not know, and I wish to share it with you." Ma Hongjun eagerly chimed in, "Boss Dai, please, we are all ears." Tang San and Oscar echoed his sentiment. And seeing their compliance, Dai Mubai nodded with appreciation. He spoke with a serious tone, "You may not believe this, but it is indeed true." Ma Hongjun nodded fervently. "Whatever Boss Dai says, I believe." Tang San and Oscar also nodded vigorously. "Really?" Dai Mubai felt a wave of emotion wash over him, realizing how fortunate he was to have such good friends by his side. However, Ma Hongjun noticed Dai Mubai's inexplicable expression of ecstasy and felt a flicker of disdain. Was Dai Mubai being foolish? What was this sudden surge of emotion? If not for the debt, he would rather not be in this position. Tang San and Oscar exchanged glances, feeling somewhat bored. "Absolutely true," Dai Mubai exclaimed, grasping Ma Hongjun's hand with enthusiasm. "Good brother." Ma Hongjun returned the sentiment with equal fervor. Dai Mubai then pulled Tang San and Oscar closer, proclaiming, "Women are like clothing, but brothers are like family. Good brothers." Tang San quickly added, "Boss Dai speaks the truth." With all three affirming his words, Dai Mubai felt a sense of relief. He began to recount his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing. "I have hardly worked at all. Do you know where my money comes from?" Oscar shook his head. "No, but I trust that Boss Dai's wealth is legitimate." Tang San nodded. "Boss Dai is handsome and affluent. He must be a member of some prestigious family." Ma Hongjun agreed, wanting to add something but realizing they had already sung his praises. After a moment's thought, he remarked, "Not only is he handsome and rich, but he's generous too. He treated us to a meal yesterday." Their flattering words resonated with Dai Mubai, who basked in their admiration. "Indeed, Tang San's observation is closest to the truth," he said, stroking his golden hair. "I am indeed a scion of a noble family from the Star Luo Empire." "Star Luo Empire?" Tang San gasped slightly. "Indeed," Dai Mubai replied, a smile playing on his lips as he prepared to unveil a significant revelation, and not just any family. Tang San widened his eyes, hesitantly asking, "Could it be?" "Indeed," Dai Mubai's eyes narrowed. "I am the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, a royal heir." Tang San's astonishment was palpable as he struggled to comprehend this revelation. "Amazing, Boss Dai. You are simply incredible." Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged glances, feeling incredulous. Could he not act a bit more convincingly? They thought, noting his exaggerated emotional display. Yet, Dai Mubai reveled in their reactions, tousling his hair and patting Tang San's shoulder with his greasy hand. Stay low-key, this is no big deal." Tang San muttered under his breath. Doesn't he realize how sweaty he is? How disgusting. But he owed Dai Mubai money. Right, my bad. It's only natural for someone of your stature to elicit such reactions from us common folk. Dai Mubai beamed with pride, while Tang San rolled his eyes internally. Once Dai Mubai had finished reveling in his moment, Ma Hongjun asked, "Boss Dai, with your wealth, why not pursue a beautiful woman instead of fixating on Zhu Zhuqing? Surely, you can't be infatuated with just one flower." Dai Mubai paused, contemplating. In truth, he might have developed feelings for her. After all, Zhu Zhuqing was the most alluring and elegant woman he had ever encountered, not to mention his childhood betrothed. However, he could not concede this to Ma Hongjun. "Huh. You are mistaken," he scoffed. "What you do not realize is that she, Zhu Zhuqing, is actually a noble lady from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. Moreover, we have been betrothed since childhood." This had led to a quarrel between them, and given the circumstances, they would surely understand. The trio nodded in understanding. Dai Mubai's expression turned cold as he continued, "That woman inexplicably left the Zhu family and became involved with Lonbai. Upon reflection, she must have fled from our engagement. Perhaps she had heard of my notorious reputation and decided to escape. Such a woman, who disregarded promises, was utterly despicable. Yet, being a magnanimous person, he intended to forgive her and discuss matters with her. But who would have thought she would harbor such disdain for him? That malicious individual must have been behind it all." The trio listened in silence, their expressions varying as they processed the information. During their previous argument, Zhu Zhuqing's stance had clearly indicated that Dai Mubai was the coward who fled in fear. Seeing the lack of response, Dai Mubai concluded, "Thus, I am not infatuated. Rather, I seek to prove myself, to conquer her with my charisma, and then..." He smiled coldly. Then I shall leave her in disbelief, pregnant, and cast her aside." The three applauded enthusiastically. Punishing a wicked woman was indeed exhilarating. Indeed, Boss Dai has suffered greatly, abandoned by a deceitful woman. Zhu Zhuqing appeared so virtuous. Who would have expected her true nature? Dai Mubai silenced them, his gaze earnest. "Therefore, you must find a way to assist me in winning, conquering Zhu Zhuqing." Understood? They exchanged glances, recognizing the absurdity in each other's eyes, yet they nodded in agreement. Understood. Good brothers. With the support of these three allies, Dai Mubai felt he had made significant progress toward conquering Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 135, sated and playful on the other side, after finishing their beef. The female students of Tang Hao Academy reluctantly departed. Are they going mad? Xiao Wu furrowed her brows upon hearing the voice of the colorful hair group. Lonbai glanced over and affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, saying, "Ignore them. They are merely jesters. Come, it is already dusk. Having satisfied our hunger, it is time to indulge in some fun." "All right, I want to eat big carrots," Xiao Wu exclaimed. "Very well. With that," Lonbai wrapped his arms around Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu's waists, leading them upstairs. Meanwhile, the others from Tang Hao Academy observed the female students returning, their faces aglow. They swarmed toward them, chattering inquisitively. Ultimately, they concluded that Lonbai is a young man of exceptional character and charm in the Douluo continent, deserving of the most flattering accolades. The onlookers gazed at the infatuated female students with bemusement, then turned their attention to the burly male student, who had harbored feelings for one of them for many years. Perhaps it was not merely a crush, but an openly acknowledged affection, as everyone except the female student was aware of it. "Brother, do not fret. That fellow is merely a fleeting moment for her, while you shall always be her steadfast and gentle harbor. Indeed, our encounter with that lad is but a passing one. After this separation, there shall be no further connection. True love requires patience. The silent figure outside the hotel at midnight is the most touching." "Exactly, brother. The devoted admirer will ultimately have it all." With each comforting word, the burly male student regained his confidence. He nodded earnestly. "You are right. True love requires waiting for the clouds to disperse and reveal the bright moon. I shall not give up." Seeing the burly student re-energized, everyone felt invigorated. This was their king of devoted admirers. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Tang San had overheard the conversation of the Tang Hao Academy students. After a moment of contemplation, they nodded in agreement. These individuals, despite their lack of strength, exhibited commendable insight. True love requires patience, the clouds parting to reveal the moon, the devoted admirer ultimately receiving his due. All were profound sayings. Tang San sighed. He had just witnessed Lonbai embracing Xiao Wu as they ascended the stairs, nearly causing a mental upheaval within him. He contemplated pursuing another girl instead. Yet, just as he was about to abandon hope, the words of the Tang Hao Academy students inspired him with strength. "Xiao Wu, my beloved, I shall never forsake you. The clouds shall part to reveal the moon. Xiao Wu, my cherished light." Tang San's face radiated with newfound vigor. Oscar, listening to the Tang Hao Academy's discourse, found their sentiments quite reasonable. True love requires waiting. What a perfect statement. Oscar clenched his fists, now convinced that as long as he remained steadfast by Ning Rongrong's side, she would eventually notice him, drawing near. Onward. Strive. Persevere. True love requires waiting. The devoted admirer ultimately receiving his due? Dai Mubai fell into silence. To be honest, he had just told Tang San and the others that he would conquer Zhu Zhuqing with his charisma, indulge for a while, and then abandon her. That was a mere facade. Since the first time he laid eyes on Zhu Zhuqing at the enrollment point, he had been smitten. How could someone so beautiful, so aligned with his tastes, be so unattainable? But why was there a Lonbai by her side? Not only did he overshadow Dai Mubai in every aspect, but even the strength he prided himself on paled in comparison to Lonbai's. That eerie azure glow had left him utterly defenseless. Was that accursed eight-winged angel martial soul truly that formidable? Sighing, Dai Mubai felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. Does waiting truly yield results? The clouds parting to reveal the moon, the devoted admirer ultimately receiving his due. Can it truly work? Dai Mubai was uncertain, yet he felt compelled to try. Even if it failed, he could always move on, couldn't he? The more he immersed himself in distraction, the sooner he would forget Zhu Zhuqing, this unattainable woman. Feeling a chill akin to autumn's breeze, Dai Mubai took a hearty gulp of water. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun observed the trio with a sense of unease, sensing something amiss. They had been as lifeless as a dead horse, and now, it seemed as though that very horse had risen from the grave, exclaiming, Surprise. Ma Hongjun was left speechless. As for the Tsanghue Academy's notions of true love requiring patience, what was that to him? To him, true love was merely a physical encounter. He had been with that girl for 5 hours, and despite their lengthy courtship, she still refused to share a bed with him. Was this what true love was? A farce. Recalling the ecstasy of the previous night, Ma Hongjun began to grin, licking his lips in delight. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lonbai gazed at the 3 girls before him, feeling somewhat exasperated. Hurry, hurry. I want to eat big carrots. Xiao Wu tugged at Lonbai's hand and Ning Rongrong's, rushing toward the room. Yes, yes, big carrots. Ning Rongrong joined in, occasionally sneaking glances at Lonbai, clearly harboring mischievous thoughts. Zhu Zhuqing stood silently to the side, her cheeks slightly flushed. As someone who had been through this, she understood what big carrots truly entailed, but Xiao Wu remained oblivious. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, seemed to be in the know. It was one thing for Xiao Wu to be playful, but why was Ning Rongrong engaging in such antics? Was she eager to witness Lonbai's prowess? Did she not fear being startled? Brother Bai, let us go. After pulling for what felt like an eternity, Xiao Wu grew impatient, feeling slighted. Brother Bai clearly promised to let me have some tonight. Why is he backtracking? Seeing the look of disappointment on Xiao Wu's face, Lonbai found himself in a difficult position. It's not that he turned to Ning Rongrong. How about you and Zhu Zhuqing share a room? Why? Ning Rongrong replied with discontent, clinging to Xiao Wu's arm. Sister Xiao Wu has said that when it comes to eating big carrots, I can observe from the side. Lonbai was taken aback. Observe? What are you talking about? That's not observation, that's watching something like a yellow film. Sister Xiao Wu, don't you agree? Seeing Lonbai's grim expression, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of delight. Teasing him was simply too enjoyable. Xiao Wu eagerly nodded, pressing close to Ning Rongrong. Yes, yes. I promise, Sister Rongrong. Lonbai sighed. Why should you enjoy yourself while dragging others into your spectacle? Chapter 136. Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu, why are you silent? Is this a question of agreement? This is a matter of personal privacy. Xiao Wu truly lacks understanding. No, it cannot be allowed. Lonbai shook his head. Why? Xiao Wu was perplexed by Lonbai's disapproval. Is it just about eating the big carrot? Sister Rongrong has already promised not to snatch it away from her. She will merely observe. Xiao Wu was utterly baffled as to why Brother Bai would not consent. No means no, and you will regret it. I will not regret it. I absolutely will not. Even if the big carrot is snatched away by Sister Rongrong, I will not regret it. Xiao Wu spoke decisively, her words as firm as iron. Even Ning Rongrong, who was nearby, felt a jolt from her resoluteness. I truly adore her. Ning Rongrong tightly clutched Xiao Wu's arm, embodying a sense of shared fate. Lonbai. Zhu Zhuqing, standing to the side. Is it really necessary? Is it essential to be so adamant about such matters? Forget it. Once Xiao Wu goes in, she will surely regret it. With this thought, Lonbai looked at Xiao Wu with a touch of helplessness. All right then. Great. Xiao Wu leapt up with exuberance. She wrapped her arms around Lonbai's arm, exclaiming, I knew Brother Bai loves me the most. Lonbai. If you say it like that, it will indeed cause you pain. He turned to Ning Rongrong, who was stifling a laugh, and said with a smile, Ning Rongrong, are you sure you do not wish to avoid suspicion? Why should I avoid suspicion? Ning Rongrong feigned innocence, pretending not to understand. Isn't it just about eating a big carrot? It's not an immoral act. I'm merely curious about how large the big carrot mentioned by Sister Zhuqing is. Just curious. All right, all right. Lonbai nodded. Then I shall satisfy your curiosity. He turned to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, do you want to go in and take a look? I should go take a look? Upon seeing Lonbai's gentle smile, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed instantly. After some hesitation, she ultimately decided, forget it. Let Xiao Wu and Rongrong try it out this time. I will come next time. Very well. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's decision, Lonbai did not press further. After all, 2 people were sufficient. Let us go. Lonbai looked at Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Let us go, let us go. I can hardly wait. Xiao Wu was as excited as a rabbit. Finally, she was about to savor the big carrot she had long desired. Ning Rongrong's heart raced with anticipation. Finally, she would witness it. Leading the 2 women into the room, the corridor soon fell into silence. Zhu Zhuqing stood in front of the door for a moment, contemplating whether she should leave. After all, she was not involved. Standing here felt like eavesdropping. After a brief reflection, she decided to head to Ning Rongrong's room to rest. Just as she reached the door and was about to open it, suddenly, the door to Lonbai's room swung open. So soon? She recalled that it had taken a long time that day. Slightly puzzled, Zhu Zhuqing turned to see a breathless Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, what is going on? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ning Rongrong, whose hair was disheveled and lips slightly parted, panting. How could she come out so quickly after just a minute? Even if Brother Lonbai was not in great shape today, this is unprecedented. And no, it's nothing. Ning Rongrong swallowed hard, glancing back at the room with lingering trepidation. It was too terrifying. How could it be so? She looked at Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes brightening as she quickly approached and hugged her waist. Leaning close to her ear, she whispered something. After hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit embarrassed, but replied, "Well, that was indeed a bit much. But it's all right. All right." Ning Rongrong assessed Zhu Zhuqing and shook her head, then gave a thumbs up. Sister Zhuqing, impressive. Zhu Zhuqing, what's impressive about it? As for Brother Lonbai, no need to worry. With Xiao Wu around, it should be fine. Any issues are not our concern. It's Xiao Wu who insisted on eating the big carrot. Ning Rongrong tugged at Zhu Zhuqing, pulling her toward the room. Come, let us sleep. And not worry about Xiao Wu. Oh. Zhu Zhuqing glanced back at the door, silently praying. After all, Xiao Wu was Brother Lonbai's treasure, surely. It would not be too rough. Time passed, and the sky outside darkened. Knock, knock, knock. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's door was rapped upon. The two women opened the door to find Lonbai and Xiao Wu outside. Is it over? Ning Rongrong looked at Xiao Wu, finding her seemingly unresponsive. What are you staring at? Of course it's over. Lonbai said irritably, let us go for a walk. The night market here seems quite enjoyable. A night market. Ning Rongrong nodded. All right. As they made their way downstairs, Ning Rongrong, filled with curiosity, pulled Xiao Wu closer, whispering in her ear. How was it? Xiao Wu glanced at her, then lowered her head. Ning Rongrong? What's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Just tell me. We're all girls. There is no need to be embarrassed. Xiao Wu remained silent. Xiao Wu, what's with you? Ning Rongrong looked her up and down, noticing that there were no marks on her body. But why wouldn't she speak? Xiao Wu, you. Just as she was about to ask more, Lonbai interjected. Xiao Wu cannot speak right now, so do not inquire further. Ning Rongrong, seeing the confusion and shock on Ning Rongrong's face, the understanding Zhu Zhuqing chimed in. She is feeling sour. Ning Rongrong, oh my, so that's it. Ning Rongrong's fair neck shifted slightly, casting a fearful glance at Lonbai. Then she reached out to stroke Xiao Wu's hair, offering her a measure of comfort. Upon reaching the first floor, the colorful-haired group was still gathered around a table, chatting animatedly. Lonbai paid them no mind. After saying something to the front desk, he took the three women out to enjoy the night market. Xiao Wu was exceptional today and deserved a proper reward. Naturally, Lonbai and the three women's actions did not go unnoticed by the colorful-haired group, as all three women were their cherished stars. Once Lonbai stepped outside, Dai Mubai exchanged glances with Tang San and Oscar. The three then approached the front desk. Tang San eagerly inquired of the front desk girl, Hey, what did that guy just say to you? The front desk girl had no desire to engage with the blue-haired jester before her. After all, she had witnessed the colorful-haired group's antics at the inn. How could she possibly have a pleasant demeanor? Seeing the front desk girl's silence, Tang San felt a surge of irritation. At that moment, Dai Mubai patted his shoulder and produced a silver coin from his pocket. Upon seeing the silver coin, the front desk girl finally relented, albeit begrudgingly, saying, that handsome young man asked me to change the sheets in his room. Chapter 137. Dai Mubai and Tang San's mental state exploded. Oscar, still a naive newcomer, was perplexed by the phrase change the sheets. Just as he turned to Dai Mubai for clarification, he noticed that both Dai Mubai and Tang San's faces drained of color, becoming ominously pale. One was a reborn individual and the other a top-notch novice, both well aware of the implications. Their expressions darkened, twisting into a grimace, and a voice seeped through clenched teeth, chillingly uttering, Lonbai, you truly deserve to die. Oscar, upon hearing this, was utterly bewildered. What had Lonbai done to deserve such a fate? The following day, Lonbai awoke to an unfamiliar weight pressing down on him, heavy yet fragrant. As he slowly opened his eyes, he realized what lay atop him. He gazed upon a flawless, serene face, taking a moment to appreciate it. He marveled at how breathtakingly beautiful his woman was. As he admired her, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to sense something and gradually opened her eyes, only to meet Lonbai's gaze, leaving her momentarily stunned. Still dazed from sleep, she was even more bewildered now. In a bold move, Lonbai seized the moment and planted a kiss on her rosy lips. Instantly, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, and she scrambled off them. Sitting silently to the side, her earlobes so crimson they appeared ready to bleed. After all these years, how could she still be so shy? Lonbai pondered for a moment before pulling Zhu Zhuqing close again, placing his hands on a certain ample area. Zhu Zhuqing stiffened. her ears turning an even deeper shade of red. Leaning closer, Lonbai whispered softly, "How did you feel last night?" Zhu Zhuqing opened her mouth, about to respond, but was interrupted as the door swung open with a bang. Ning Rongrong stormed in, immediately spotting Lonbai's mischief with Zhu Zhuqing. "You too? So eager this early in the morning? Don't you know that morning is when desires run highest?" Lonbai shot her a glance before giving Zhu Zhuqing a playful massage before releasing her. He then turned and playfully slapped Xiao Wu's perky rear, waking her from her carrot-induced slumber. "Ouch, by Gidge, are you trying to annoy me?" Xiao Wu grumbled, clearly displeased. Ning Rongrong narrowed her eyes at Xiao Wu, and upon noticing Xiao Wu's expression, her own face fell. She shot Lonbai a resentful glare, blaming him for her predicament. "This is all your fault. I can't get used to this without some practice." Ning Rongrong's eyes brimmed with astonishment as she regarded Lonbai. She had already recognized his extraordinary physical prowess during their runs, but who knew he was equally outrageous in this regard? Just how had this guy's body developed to such an absurd level? Responding to Ning Rongrong's incredulous gaze, Lonbai retorted, "What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before?" Ning Rongrong huffed in silence, and Lonbai turned his attention back to Xiao Wu, his demeanor softening. "Come, since it's inconvenient to speak, I'll take care of you today. You can command me." Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really?" Lonbai nodded affirmatively. Xiao Wu had been well-behaved the previous day, and he was inclined to indulge her. "All right," she declared, commanding, "Carry me on your back. I want to ride." Lonbai chuckled, quickly understanding her intent. Without hesitation, he squatted down, inviting her aboard. Xiao Wu gleefully leaped onto his back, relishing the sensation of his muscular physique. "Is this hard labor? This is pure enjoyment." Lonbai mused as he carried Xiao Wu, leading the two women downstairs where the others were still having breakfast. Aside from Dai Mubai's exquisite meal, the others, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, were stuck with plain steamed buns and pickles. Upon seeing Lonbai descend with Xiao Wu on his back, Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged dark glances, their expressions heavy. The previous night, they had tossed and turned, unable to sleep, their minds preoccupied with the thought of changing the sheets. What on earth had they done? Damn that Lonbai. "Hey, Sanzi, enjoying your meal?" Lonbai teased, then called over the waiter to place an order. "Bring the food, not the best, just the most expensive." The waiter nodded vigorously, assuring him that it would be both delicious and costly. Meanwhile, Tang San, struggling to choke down his bun, muttered under his breath, "Damn it." His fists clenched in frustration. "Is being wealthy all that matters, Lonbai? Can you do whatever you please just because you have money?" Lonbai raised an eyebrow, replying nonchalantly, "Of course. Being rich means having the freedom to do as one wishes. Don't you understand that yet?" Tang San glared at Lonbai, wishing he could punch him. Yet, he knew it was futile. Moreover, Lonbai was right. A wave of despair washed over him as he glanced at Xiao Wu, happily slurping her beef noodles. Then at his own meager meal of steamed buns and pickles. His eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Damn, this was infuriating. He shot another glare at Lonbai before resigning himself to his meal. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai maintained his composure, silently enjoying his hearty beef noodles with exquisite royal etiquette. Casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing but saying nothing, Lonbai found this amusing. The domineering prince approach had failed, and now he was adopting the elegant prince persona? Poking Zhu Zhuqing gently, he gestured for her opinion on Dai Mubai's behavior. Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained unchanged as she coolly regarded Lonbai, asking, "What is it?" Lonbai sighed. It seemed Zhu Zhuqing no longer held Dai Mubai in any regard. Once all the beef noodles were served, Lonbai noticed his bowl contained the most beef, a clear sign of the waiter's preferential treatment. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to share some of his beef with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, recognizing Xiao Wu's efforts from the previous day and appreciating Zhu Zhuqing as his trusted ally. Ning Rongrong, observing this exchange, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "Why didn't I get any?" Lonbai shot her a sidelong glance. "I didn't even ask you for money. And you want beef too?" Chapter 138. Oscar's flattery. Ning Rongrong. "Leave me alone." Ning Rongrong. Fuming, she was indeed quite enraged. However, Blue and White's words seemed to bear some truth. After all, upon encountering the large carrot yesterday, she had fled in fright, accomplishing nothing at all. All the burden had fallen upon Xiao Wu. It was only right for Blue and White to reward Xiao Wu with beef, considering the hard work she had put in the previous day. As for Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong felt no sense of imbalance. After all, Zhu Zhuqing had been quite helpful to Blue and White during their journey, running errands and arranging carriages, all at Blue and White's command. His thinking of it this way, she realized she perhaps did not possess the qualification to demand anything. Understanding your own position now? Blue and White teased, observing Ning Rongrong's contemplative expression. Ning Rongrong shot him a glance. If you don't want it, then fine. I'm not coveting it. Do as you please. Saying this, Blue and White affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair and placed the beef from his bowl into hers. Eat more. You worked so hard yesterday. You need your strength. I'll write more for the 100 doves. Xiao Wu replied obediently. Beside them, Ning Rongrong. Envy, jealousy, hatred. Perhaps it was Ning Rongrong's silence that was deafening. Oscar, munching on a bun nearby, noticed her displeasure. After a moment's thought, he immediately exchanged glances with Dai Mubai. Although reluctant, Dai Mubai, having known Oscar for many years, reluctantly handed him a gold soul coin. Upon receiving the coin, Oscar stood up tall and called out, "Waiter, bring me a bowl of beef noodles." Coming right up, esteemed guest. Before long, the waiter brought over a steaming bowl of beef noodles. Upon inspecting the dish, Oscar frowned slightly, questioning, "Why is there so little beef in my noodles? It's even less than what an average person receives." "Dear guest, that is the standard portion in our establishment," replied the waiter, draping a towel over his shoulder and gesturing to the surrounding patrons. "Please refrain from making unfounded accusations. Our beef noodles have always been served this way for years. Before questioning us, perhaps consider whether you have been eating less over the years, whether your salary has increased, or if your appetite has merely expanded." Oscar. The waiter's words left him speechless. After stammering for a while, he pointed at Blue and White. "Then tell me, why does Blue and White have so much beef in his bowl?" "Ah, that is because he is our establishment's hero, having achieved remarkable feats." The waiter replied nonchalantly. Nearby, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, who were innocently caught in the crossfire. "This is not something we can brush off. Setting aside the facts, was that incident really their fault? If it weren't for that female student from Songhui Academy, dressed so provocatively in her short skirt and long legs, who could resist? It's only natural to feel tempted." Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai remained disgruntled, but no one paid them any mind. Oscar, too, felt at a loss. So he was targeted because of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai? How infuriating. "Dear guest, do you have anything else to say?" The waiter inquired politely, though Oscar found his tone unpleasant, as if he were mockingly ridiculing him behind a facade of respect. Oscar, all right, never mind. "Very well, please enjoy your meal." The waiter swiftly departed, as if fleeing from a plague. Oscar, innocent bystander. How vexing. It's all Ma Hongjun's fault for being such a foolish nuisance. Sighing, Oscar discreetly glanced at Ning Rongrong, straightened his posture, fixed his hair, and approached her with his bowl of beef noodles. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was still gazing at the mountain of beef in Xiao Wu's bowl, inserting thin slices of beef into her own with her chopsticks. Envy, jealousy, hatred. She began to ponder. If only she hadn't run away upon seeing Blue and White's large carrot yesterday, but instead faced it alongside Xiao Wu. Would her relationship with Blue and White have progressed further? Would she not have been left out of the beef distribution today? Ning Rongrong. Regret. Profound regret. Just then, a pair of footsteps halted beside her, followed by a pretentious voice. "Rongrong, would you like some beef? I have plenty here." Ning Rongrong. She suspected she had misheard. The name Rongrong had only ever been uttered by Blue and White since her arrival at Shrek Academy. Turning to look, she found Oscar's overly eager smile. "This is Rongrong. You just complained about the lack of beef, right? Here, I brought some for you." Oscar, like a presenting peacock, offered the bowl of beef noodles. Gazing at the steaming bowl of noodles before her and Oscar's overly ingratiating smile, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing paused their eating to watch the spectacle unfold. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Blue and White, noticing he seemed utterly unconcerned about Ning Rongrong being courted. What did this mean? Did Blue and White not harbor feelings for Ning Rongrong? Or was it an act of feigned indifference? Xiao Wu, nibbling on her chopsticks, leaned against Blue and White to enjoy the show. She recalled this brown-haired fellow was called Dogshit Ka? Shuntiapi Dogshit Card? Oh, what a distasteful name, not half as pleasant as Brother White's. "Rongrong, what are you staring at?" Oscar inquired gently, noticing Ning Rongrong's daze. Hearing Rongrong once more sent shivers down her spine. How odd. It sounded so pleasant when Blue and White said it, yet when Oscar uttered it, it felt utterly wrong. She nearly felt nauseous. Seeing Ning Rongrong remain silent, Oscar mistakenly thought she was shy. Thus, he called out again, "Rongrong, shut up." Ning Rongrong hastily commanded Oscar to silence. She was utterly exasperated. Huh. Oscar looked bewildered. Was this the shyness of a young girl? Wow, it seemed that my handsome face truly held its charm. With this realization, Oscar prepared to launch an all-out romantic assault. Rong Rong, all of this is for you. He picked up all the beef from his bowl with his chopsticks and reached toward Ning Rongrong's bowl. Just as his chopsticks were about to touch her bowl, Blue and White suddenly intervened, pushing his chopsticks aside, causing all the beef to tumble onto the table. Oscar was taken aback. Staring at Blue and White, his brow furrowed. What are you doing? Blue and White, looking utterly unimpressed, replied, Please, pay attention to Ning Rongrong's expression. How could you be so rude and disgusting as to stir your chopsticks in another girl's bowl? Chapter 139. The crowd, dining while enjoying monkey shows. What a profit! Upon hearing Lonbai's words, Oscar's patience swiftly evaporated. Lonbai, I recognize your prowess. Yet this matter pertains solely to Rong Rong and me. You ought not to intervene. Lonbai, taken aback, glanced at the speechless Ning Rongrong and conceded, Very well, my apologies. Please, continue. I shall not meddle further. With that, he withdrew his hand, gesturing for Oscar to proceed. Oscar chose not to say more, acknowledging Lonbai's admission of fault. He turned his attention to the vacant gaze of Ning Rongrong, offering a gentle smile as he continued his efforts to place his scant beef into her bowl, aiming to convey his affection for her. Surely, this selfless act would etch a significant impression in Rongrong's heart. In due time, she would undoubtedly find herself deeply enamored with him. The sweetness of love was truly exquisite. Just as Oscar, with a mischievous grin, was about to extend his chopsticks into Rongrong's bowl, a delicate hand suddenly struck with considerable force, sending Oscar's chopsticks flying. The thin slices of beef soared through the air, landing atop a hapless individual's head. Dumbfounded, Oscar stared at his empty hands, bewildered by the absence of his chopsticks and the beef. Who? He fumed, instinctively turning to Lonbai, only to find him wearing an expression of bemusement. Lonbai pointed to the other side. Over there, you fool. That side. Oscar's expression froze as he slowly turned to face Ning Rongrong's icy countenance. Rong, what are you doing? Meeting her gaze left Oscar at a loss for words, stammering incomprehensibly. Rong, you. Ning Rongrong was furious. How dare this brown-haired creature call her by such an intimate name? Such familiarity was reserved for those she held in high regard. And this creature had the audacity to intrude upon her space with his revolting chopsticks. Who permitted him to do so? Under Ning Rongrong's disdainful glare, Oscar was utterly flabbergasted. This was unexpected. Previously, she had remained silent. Wasn't he a girl's silence and implicit approval? Why was the outcome not as he had envisioned? Rong, please, allow me to explain. Oscar implored, desperate to express his affections. Explain? Get lost. Ning Rongrong scoffed, uninterested in his words, commanding him to leave. Yet, Oscar remained steadfast, convinced that if he could articulate his feelings sincerely, she would surely be moved. Hey, Oscar, enough already, Lonbai interjected, displaying signs of impatience. Do you not realize that clinging to a girl is exceedingly impolite? Lonbai, do not speak. Oscar snapped, unable to tolerate Ning Rongrong's misunderstanding of his intentions. Rong, leave. Ning Rongrong interrupted, her annoyance palpable. Rong, you. Oscar faltered, frightened by the chill in her eyes. Why was she looking at him with such a terrifying gaze? His heart felt as though it were shattering into pieces. Why, Rong, why must you treat me this way? Seeing Oscar's face pale, as if he were on the brink of death, Lonbai could not suppress a roll of his eyes. What a pitiful soul. I had thought you were a reasonable person, but it seems you harbor a delusional sense of self-importance. Do you genuinely believe that merely confessing your feelings will win her over? Have you not yet awakened from your slumber? Lonbai was astounded. It was indeed true that such foolish men existed in this world. Observing Oscar's frantic demeanor, Lonbai contemplated before shifting his gaze to another table. Dai Mubai, come over and take your brown-haired dog away. Suddenly summoned, Dai Mubai was perplexed. Why are you calling me Lonbai? I don't want to be embarrassed. Noticing Dai Mubai feigning ignorance, Lonbai's tone turned icy. Have you forgotten everything? When the teacher is absent, I am the boss. Do you not comprehend this? Dai Mubai felt a chill run down his spine at Lonbai's cold words. If Lonbai were to lose his temper, he might end up on the ground, bowing his head as he had previously. Where was that Xiao Wu when needed? As thoughts raced through his mind, Dai Mubai devised a plan. Tang San, go fetch the deranged Oscar. Tang San, amused by the unfolding drama, was taken aback. What transpired? Why has this hot potato landed in my hands? To be honest, Tang San was reluctant to intervene. Oscar's antics were utterly absurd. His cries of pain, too painful, were nonsensical. What sort of foolishness was this? Did he believe that wailing would summon Ning Rongrong? Reluctantly, Tang San recognized he had no choice but to comply with Dai Mubai's command. After contemplating, his gaze fell on Ma Hongjun. However, as he met Ma Hongjun's eyes, flames of frustration ignited within him. Damn! Tang San began to fidget in his seat as if performing squats, a scene witnessed by Dai Mubai, who frowned and scolded, Tang San, what are you doing? Go. Under Dai Mubai's reprimand, Tang San finally stood up begrudgingly and hurried over to retrieve the crazed Oscar. No. Pain, too painful. Why must you treat me this way? As Oscar continued his lamentations, attracting curious glances from onlookers, Tang San's expression shifted. With a sudden motion, he slapped Oscar across the face with a resounding crack. The sound was not only sharp and clear but also effective. Oscar's wails were abruptly silenced, his tear-streaked face staring blankly at Tang San, lost in thought. Why did Tang San strike him? On what grounds could he do so? Was he seeking trouble? In a flash, Oscar comprehended the situation. Tang San, how dare you hit me? I shall retaliate. What? Tang San was dumbfounded. Was Oscar completely out of his mind? He attempted to explain, but all that escaped his lips was an incredulous gasp before Oscar pounced on him. Thus began a fervent scuffle between the two. And so, the once tranquil morning at the inn erupted into a lively spectacle. The onlookers, delighted by the unexpected entertainment, declared it a rare treat. Witnessing such a captivating display for merely 5 copper coins was indeed a remarkable bargain. Chapter 140. It's all because Brother Bai's big carrot is too large thus. Everyone enjoyed the monkey show while dining, feeling that this morning was exceptionally bountiful. The sun shone brilliantly. As for the close combat between Tang San and Oscar, it was ultimately Xiao Wu, who heard the commotion, that intervened to put an end to this farce. On the way to the Stardow Forest, Xiao Wu led the way at the front, followed closely by his loyal underling, Dai Mubai. Then came Ma Hongjun, followed by Tang San and Oscar, with Lonbai and the 3 girls bringing up the rear. Xiao Wu glanced at the bruised faces of Tang San and Oscar ahead, stifling a giggle. Before turning to Lonbai, by Gidge, are those 2 fools really fighting over trivial matters? Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Lonbai took a moment to comprehend, then affectionately ruffled her hair. Do not mock them. After all, they brought us joy during breakfast. In response, Xiao Wu pursed her lips and nodded. Yes. Bai Gidge is right. By the way, Xiao Wu, is your mouth feeling better? Zhu Zhuqing inquired from Lonbai's other side. Not yet. Xiao Wu rubbed her small mouth, casting a resentful glance at Lonbai. It's all your fault, Bai Gidge. It was so large and took so long. Unable to refute Xiao Wu's grievances, Lonbai could only pat her head as a consolation. On the other side, Ning Rongrong listened to the conversation among Lonbai and the others, feeling somewhat downcast. She found herself unable to partake in the topic, as she had yet to engage in such intimate matters with Lonbai. The absence of a shared topic left her feeling inexplicably isolated. Perhaps she should find an opportunity to be closer to Lonbai. The thought made her face flush inexplicably. What was happening to her? Why was she entertaining such thoughts? Although she was somewhat of a flirt, her words were merely superficial. If it came down to actual intimacy, she was a complete novice, having only read about it in stories, and wouldn't even know where to begin. Entirely inexperienced. Nevertheless, such experiences must be quite pleasurable, right? After all, Xiao Wu had complained about her sore mouth, yet bore no ill will toward Lonbai. Was it truly enjoyable? Ning Rongrong's mind began to wander into fantasies, and as she pondered, her face reddened further. Damn Lonbai. Damn Lonbai. Oscar berated in his mind, for he would never blame Ning Rongrong. Yet, the anger within him needed an outlet. Thus, he could only secretly curse Lonbai in his thoughts. After nearly half an hour of silent ranting, he finally calmed down. Pretending to glance back casually, he was taken aback to find Ning Rongrong's face suddenly flushed. Could it be? Damn Lonbai. He cursed inwardly once more. Suddenly, Tang San halted his steps. Oscar, not paying attention, collided into him and fell backward. Tang San, why did you suddenly stop? Oscar, already irritable, grew angrier upon realizing Tang San had set him up. Tang San responded incredulously, you ran into me. How is that my fault? Seeing the two about to clash again, Xiao Wu quickly intervened. Enough. You are here to hunt soul rings and train. What are you doing? Upon Xiao Wujia's reprimand, Dai Mubai chimed in. Stop it at once. The teacher has spoken. Scolded by both Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai, Tang San and Oscar exchanged glares but ceased their bickering. Xiao Wujia's expression softened slightly, yet he inwardly sighed. Could these two not find a way to coexist harmoniously? They need not emulate Lonbai and the 3 girls, Even a semblance of camaraderie with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun would suffice. Sighing, Xiao Wujie waved to Lonbai in the distance, beckoning him over. Lonbai, accompanied by the three girls, approached, clearing his throat. Xiao Wujie adopted a serious demeanor. We have now arrived at the outer entrance of the Douluo forest. Beyond this point lies the true Douluo forest. Once inside, you must refrain from any further bickering. Do you understand? His gaze fixed on Tang San and Oscar. It was evident whom he was addressing. In response, Tang San, somewhat defiant, retorted, "Teacher, what do you mean by bickering? It's clearly that brown-haired beast who constantly seeks trouble with me." "Hey, who's seeking trouble with you?" Oscar shot back, equally indignant. "You knew I was right behind you and still stopped suddenly, making me look foolish. That was intentional." Tang San glared. "I was walking normally. You ran into me. You're the one who's blind." As Oscar prepared to retort, he suddenly noticed Dai Mubai standing before him, eyes fixed intently on him, silencing him instantly. Seeing Dai Mubai's intervention, Xiao Wujie nodded approvingly. Dai Mubai could be quite effective at times. Xiao Wujie turned to Oscar and Tang San, his voice cold. "Listen well. Although I am leading you to hunt soul beasts, I will not intervene unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, do not assume that the outer area of the Douluo forest is entirely safe just because I am here. You cannot guarantee that those terrifying creatures lurking deeper within 1T suddenly come out to play. Therefore, it is imperative that you set aside your differences and work together as a team. Only then can your safety be significantly enhanced. Understood?" The group responded in unison, "Yes." Oscar shot a glance at Tang San, snorted, and fell silent. Tang San glared back, utterly speechless. Why was this guy always picking on him instead of the likes of Ma Hongjun or Dai Mubai? Was he only preying on the weak? Just wait until I... Tang San, grow stronger. You will be the first to regret your choices. With that, Xiao Wujie ceased further comments and led the way. Since Xiao Wujie had mentioned the terrifying creatures lurking in the depths of the Douluo forest, Xiao Wu seemed somewhat distracted, evidently lost in thought. What was she contemplating? Lonbai gently patted her head. Xiao Wu snapped back to reality and glanced at Lonbai, shaking her head. Nothing. Seeing Xiao Wu's reluctance to elaborate, Lonbai chose not to press further, fully aware of her thoughts. Following the original storyline, the two Ming siblings would likely seek them out. But it mattered little. If anything, he could enjoy more time in the Douluo forest. As the group traversed the lush expanse of the Douluo forest, they walked for quite a while. Kai Mao Wan, exhausted, began to pant heavily, his legs feeling weak. Noticing the heavy breathing, Xiao Wujie frowned. "What is wrong with you? Are you lacking stamina?" Kai Mao Wan replied. "Since the day before yesterday, our legs have hardly rested. Over 100 kilometers the day before, 80 kilometers yesterday. And now we still have to keep walking. We're about to collapse. Is that related to stamina?" "Well, only a little," Xiao Wujie retorted. Noticing Kai Mao Wan's silence, he coldly added, "Look at Lonbai and the three girls. They're doing just fine. How embarrassing for you four men." Kai Mao Wan muttered to himself, "Damn it, comparing us to Lonbai and them. Is there any basis for comparison?" Chapter 141. The Tremor of the Dragon Egg. Is it amusing to tread lightly while cradling something precious? Xiao Wujie, do you have a problem? The colorful fur squad could only respond with a subdued acknowledgement. "Yes, we will be more cautious." "Excellent." Xiao Wujie cast his gaze towards the distant, densely shaded forest and spoke in a grave tone. "Lower your voices. The Douluo forest is fraught with dangers. If predators catch wind of your movements, peril will surely follow." "Understood." The colorful fur squad steeled themselves. Since Xiao Wujie had sensed hidden dangers nearby, they knew they must remain vigilant. Lonbai also heightened his awareness. At Shrek Academy, both Xiao Wujie and Flander were rational beings, but in the Douluo forest, reason held no sway. Although the first soul skill of the exquisite sword array offered formidable protection, it was wise to exercise caution. As they walked, Lonbai suddenly felt a tremor emanating from the system space. Curiously, he discovered that the golden egg of the little dragon was stirring. This. Lonbai paused, his heart racing with excitement. Movement meant the little dragon was on the verge of hatching. The system's notes had simply described it as powerful. How could he not be thrilled? Glancing at Xiao Wujie leading the way, Lonbai contemplated briefly before retrieving the egg. With his identity as a member of the Spirit Hall, even if Xiao Wujie sensed the egg's peculiar aura, he would likely refrain from taking action. Just as he took out the little dragon egg, Xiao Wujie perceived its presence. The sensation was both strange and potent, strong in its essence yet weak in its power. This mysterious and formidable aura was unlike anything he had encountered in all his years, instilling a sense of dread within him. Even when faced with life-threatening dangers before, he had never felt such fear. Yet this time, inexplicably, it gripped him. Xiao Wuji instinctively turned to see Lonbai cradling a resplendent golden-scaled egg. The unknown, mysterious aura emanated from that very egg. Upon halting, the colorful fur squad immediately became alert, adopting defensive stances. Dai Mubai, visibly tense, inquired, "Teacher, is there danger nearby?" Tang San and Ma Hongjun leaned against each other, their gazes fixed intently on the dark forest. Xiao Wuji ignored Dai Mubai's question. His focus locked on the egg in Lonbai's hands. "Lonbai, what is this egg?" he asked, observing its beautiful patterns. "I found it," Lonbai replied nonchalantly. "Found it?" Xiao Wuji's lips twitched, internally scoffing at such a flimsy excuse. Anyone could see through the lie. Lonbai was aware of the implausibility of his statement, but didn't mind. Seeing no immediate danger, Dai Mubai and the others relaxed their guard and approached to examine the golden egg in Lonbai's arms. "What is this?" Dai Mubai scrutinized the egg, his brow furrowing. As a prince, he was particularly attentive to golden objects, especially with his golden hair. Upon seeing the golden egg, his desire ignited. If it were in the hands of Ma Hongjun or Tang San, he would have already seized it. Alas, it rested in Lonbai's embrace, leaving him to merely gaze longingly. "Is it edible?" Ma Hongjun asked, licking his lips as he eyed the shimmering dragon egg. "Eat it," Xiao Wu interjected, hands on her hips, ready to scold. Confronted by Xiao Wu's ire, Ma Hongjun instinctively held back his retort, opting instead for a more subdued response. "Why can't a girl express herself? Who says girls can't speak their minds?" Lonbai defended Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun felt exasperated. What could he do when he couldn't out-argue Xiao Wu or outfight Lonbai? He could only suppress his frustration, as curiosity surrounded the golden egg in Lonbai's arms. Tang San remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on it. As a reincarnated being and the destined child of Douluo continent, he instantly recognized the egg's extraordinary nature. Remarkable, transcendent, and unknown. He yearned for it, but knew it was unattainable. Tang San swallowed hard, feigning indifference. "It's just an ordinary white egg." The golden glow is likely emanating from Lonbai's 8-winged angel martial soul. Upon hearing this, Lonbai raised an eyebrow, readily agreeing. "Good eye, Xiao San. You've spotted it right away." As he spoke, Lonbai placed a hand on the dragon egg, absorbing the golden light. Instantly, the egg transformed into a dull, platinum-hued scaled egg. Seeing this, Tang San felt a surge of satisfaction, amazed that his offhand comment had proven accurate. "Oh well, I thought it was something special. How mundane," he mused, turning away to hide his envy. Dai Mubai, noticing the dazzling golden light had vanished, lost interest instantly. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun suggested, "Lonbai, why not make it our lunch? I can chip in." His eyes glimmered with greed. He had never seen such a large egg, let alone eaten one. "Get lost." Xiao Wu snapped at Ma Hongjun, her anger flaring. Ma Hongjun, flustered, retorted, "Did I ask for your opinion, you blonde brat?" He longed to explode, but suppressed his anger, recalling the previous day's torment. With a reluctant glance at the dragon egg, he turned to follow Dai Mubai. The colorful fur squad departed, yet Xiao Wuji remained, his eyes fixated on the dragon egg in Lonbai's possession. Lonbai chose to ignore him, but Xiao Wu stood her ground, placing herself before the dragon egg and addressing Xiao Wuji. "Hey, those colorful fur creatures have wandered off. Aren't you worried they might be killed by soul beasts?" Xiao Wuji, despite his desire to continue observing, could no longer do so. He glanced at Xiao Wu, furrowed his brow, and turned away, muttering, "Something's not right. Something is very much amiss. What exactly is that egg?" As Xiao Wuji was driven away by Xiao Wu, Lonbai found himself taken aback. He recalled that Xiao Wu had not been so fiery in temperament before. What could have caused this change? Lonbai pondered the possibility and gently patted Xiao Wu's head, asking Xiao Wu, "Can you sense the aura of this egg?" Upon being questioned, Xiao Wu turned around, her expression serious as she nodded earnestly. With utmost sincerity, she declared, "This egg must never be eaten." Chapter 142. The Phoenix-Tailed Coxcomb Snake. Tang San in peril observing Xiao Wu's expression, Lonbai found himself inexplicably amused. With a smile, he reached out to tousle her hair, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I comprehend the value of this egg and would never consume it." "That is good." Xiao Wu exhaled in relief upon hearing Lonbai's firm response. She had genuinely feared that her brother might devour the egg, which was imbued with auspicious energy. If that were to happen, it would represent an immense loss for the Beast clan, and she, Xiao Wu, would be branded a disgraceful traitor for eternity. However, her curiosity was now piqued regarding the origins of this extraordinary egg. Eager to inquire, she clasped Lonbai's arm to her chest and asked, "Brother Bai, where did you acquire this egg?" "I found it," was Lonbai's reply. Xiao Wu's face fell instantly, her lips forming a pout as she protested, "You are deceiving me." In response, Lonbai chuckled softly, "All right, I laid it myself." Ah, Xiao Wu was taken aback. Not only her, but even Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who had been silent, were left dumbfounded. What did they just hear? This egg was laid by Lonbai. Seeing the three women's astonished expressions, Lonbai couldn't help but smile. "All right, I was jesting. In truth, this egg was gifted to me by a mysterious individual. Upon my arrival in the Stardow Forest today, I noticed it was stirring, so I took it out to investigate. I did not expect such a significant reaction from you all. Gifting it." Xiao Wu pouted, lost in thought. She couldn't fathom why someone would bestow such a propitious egg upon Brother Bai. Could it be? Her eyes widened with realization. Brother Bai is the savior of the Beast clan. My heavens, this is not impossible. After all, when she had first transformed, she had encountered Brother Bai in a bewildered state and had unwittingly aided him. Their relationship had blossomed in a haze of confusion, leading them to where they stood today. If there were no fateful connection between them, it would be utterly inconceivable. In summary, Brother Bai was destined to be the savior of the Beast clan. How splendid! As long as Brother Bai held that title, even if the Ming and Heir Ming discovered her relationship with him, they would not utter a word. How wonderful! It seemed she could readily introduce Brother Bai to the Ming and Heir Ming. Perceiving Xiao Wu's elation, Lonbai was unable to comprehend the reason behind it. So he turned his attention back to the dragon egg in his hands. After a moment of probing with his spiritual energy, he withdrew it, now certain that the hatching of the little dragon was imminent. The speed of its development was likely due to the unique energy of the Stardow Forest. Gazing upon the verdant expanse of the ancient forest, Lonbai felt a sense of reflection. If memory served him correctly, the fortune of the Beast clan resided within the Stardow Forest. Unfortunately, the later fate of the Beast clan had been rather grim, as the hypocrite Tang San had devoured all the 10,000-year-soul beasts, ultimately suppressing and absorbing the Beast clan's fortune. Ultimately, he had driven the very beasts that aided him to their doom, confining them within a designated area. No, it was not protection, it was captivity. That hypocrite Tang San had failed every beast that had assisted him, leading them to a tragic end. Contemplating this, Lonbai felt an urge to punish Tang San once more. Meanwhile, Tang San, walking ahead, inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. He scratched at the prickling sensation, muttering, "Why do I feel like I'm about to suffer again?" Just as his words fell, Dai Mubai, who had been beside him, suddenly noticed something, his face draining of color as he leapt aside. "Tang San?" Dai Mubai's reaction startled Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who initially wore bewildered expressions. They then followed Dai Mubai's gaze towards Tang San, their faces shifting in concern as they began to retreat. "Tang San, what's wrong?"